Those who have slain gods understand. Gods possess not only indestructible bodies, but also various super divine abilities. The first thing I did upon crossing over was awaken to the black earth level profession of a god. Yet I was mocked by classmates as a useless person who couldn't even kill an ant. Faced with the cold mockery of the crowd, I was very confused. The profession of Godslayer is revered in Lankan, where gods are slain and Buddhas blocked, yet here, how could it possibly be the worst profession? Just as I felt a bit lost, a cold prompt echoed in my mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully binding to the god-level profession system. Given that you are the beloved school heartthrob, you can receive an initial gift pack, an epic-level profession. The Godslayer was startled all over upon hearing this voice. Just as in the novels of my past life, the essential system for crossers. As the old saying goes, the golden finger may be late but will never be absent. At this moment, Long Chen, who had just awakened the dark gold profession of Paladin, approached with an arrogant demeanor. Thought he was so strong, but he's just the weakest black iron level. Long Chen's words stirred a storm, causing all his sycophants to stiffen up. Compared to our Long Xiao, Su Chen is just a nobody. What's the use of being handsome? Can it be eaten? This is a world where everyone can change professions. If your profession is weak, you won't even be able to eat. In my opinion, the real school heartthrob is our Long Xiao. Long Chen, the paladin, is so flashy. Hearing the flattery from everyone, Long Chen smiled so widely he looked like he would burst with joy. Long Chen admitted that Su Chen's looks were indeed outstanding, earning him the title of school heartthrob from many beauty-obsessed girls during high school, with countless pursuers. Though he wasn't bad-looking, had good grades, and had now transferred to being a paladin, he was still overshadowed by Su Chen's popularity. Thus, Long Chen has always had a strong rivalry with me, waiting for any chance to belittle me. This time, with the Thorn Paladin against the Black Iron level, Long Chen finally gained an advantage. Just when Long Chen thought he had victory in his grasp, an anomaly appeared in the sky as a beam of golden light descended. The profession level identified by the Divine Stone was rapidly increasing, soaring directly from Black Iron to Holy Epic level. All the teachers and students in the school had never seen anything like this. Could a profession that had already completed the awakening ceremony actually be upgraded again? A powerful holy light and storm burst forth from the Divine Stone. At this moment, the priestess was wide-eyed, staring intently. One can imagine what an epic-level profession entails. Such professions are rare even nationwide. Currently, the Archmage in Kyoto was merely at the legendary level, just one tier above Su Chen. As time passed, I continuously completed my second and third class changes, and the Godslayer profession could also achieve upgrades, reaching legendary levels, or even beyond. On the other side, the entire school exploded with excitement. Wow, who would have thought there would be such a huge twist in this situation? However, Long Chen, who was just boasting in the corner, now had a twisted expression on his face, looking like a bitter melon. Long Chen, who was ready to laugh uproariously, suddenly froze, not expecting the slap in the face to come so quickly. Is the paladin strong? Compared to an epic-level profession, it's just small fry. He actually had the audacity to say Su Chen's Godslayer was weak. That's just nonsense. At that same moment, on the class change platform, I opened my exclusive attributes panel. Name, Su Chen, Profession, Godslayer, Agility, Epic Level, Level 1. Health, 5000, Strength, 60, Constitution, 50, Spirit, 57, Agility, 62, Talent, Godslayer, Skills, Plunder, Identification, Freeze, Fireball. Exclusive Godslayer Throne, Godslayer Plunder Epic Level Talent capable of plundering skills below Epic Level. The skills obtained will upgrade with half the required skill points. This talent can be enhanced with further class changes, and upon reaching Legendary level, can plunder all skills below Legendary level. The Godslayer Throne is a unique item, other professions do not possess it. It can summon a golden throne to annihilate all targets. Currently, the throne's strength is equivalent to a level 30 professional, and the damage dealt by its ultimate skill will increase with level, continuously enhancing the throne's strength. After reviewing the attributes, I couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. It feels so good, starting with a top-tier talent and an extravagant throne. But looking at the talent description, I knew this Godslayer Plunder was definitely extraordinary. Although it's currently just an epic level talent, it can strengthen as I complete class changes. Plunder all skills from boss monsters. Goodness, if other professionals found out, they would surely explode on the spot. A playful smile flickered in my eyes. How should I put it? In this world where everyone can change professions, the most valuable items besides equipment are skills. Even top professionals like archmages will go to great lengths for an epic level skill book. Of course, apart from skill books, another variant of skills, forbidden spells, is even rarer. Based on the talent description of Godslayer Plunder, it seems that when this talent is upgraded later, it might even plunder forbidden spells one by one. With this thought, my expression grew even more excited. As for the Godslayer Throne, it is neither a skill nor equipment. It resembles a halo from online games in my past life. A magnificent throne that seems quite stylish. It also fits the name of the Godslayer profession well. Overall, I am quite satisfied with this awakening ceremony. I couldn't wait to head to a dungeon for some thrilling monster grinding. After the class change, I stepped down from the platform. I was ready to leave school and head to the novice leveling sanctum. However, a young man in an exquisite robe walked over slowly, wearing a somewhat official smile. I looked over and said, "Hello, classmate Su Ling, I am Chen Fei, the department head of the Eternal Guild in Zhenghai City. Our Eternal Guild is very keen on nurturing newcomers, and we invite you to join us as a reserve member. We can provide you with a monthly subsidy of 500 yuan. After 3 months of rookie assessment, you will have the opportunity to become a formal reserve guild member and receive a monthly allowance of 5,000 yuan. The youth claiming to be Chen Fei was a mage. He looked at me and smiled, but his tone carried a hint of arrogance, as if I needed to feel honored to join their Eternal Guild. A monthly subsidy of 500 yuan is just enough to make a beggar feel satisfied. At this moment, I recalled the voice of the child. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully triggered a divine level choice, the recruitment of the Eternal Guild. Option 1, accept the invitation of the Eternal Guild and become a reserve guild member, earning the title Ultimate Corporate Slave. Option 2, reject the invitation from the Eternal Guild, as such a garbage guild is not worthy of recruitment. The reward for the killing god is 15,000 experience points and a silver-level weapon, the Black Snow Blade. I coldly glanced at the arrogant mage and directly replied that I refuse. What is the Eternal Guild? Never heard of it, not interested. The next moment, a cold mechanical voice sounded in my mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the choice, and the reward has been issued. In an instant, a black snow blade, over a meter long, appeared in my system space. Rank, Silver, with an attribute boost of 85 strength and 70 agility. Passive equipment skill, Black Snow. When using this weapon, there is a certain probability to trigger Black Snow, which can unleash countless black blades to attack the target, dealing total damage equal to base strength points x 10x 400%. Result capped at level 5, equipable by all classes. I checked the attributes of this silver weapon. It not only has an extremely high attribute bonus but also includes 2 rare magnetic bonuses and a top-notch passive ability. This is simply a blatant bug. Most importantly, the total damage from Black Snow is remarkably high. The base attack power is 10 times the base strength points, plus an additional 4 times the attack power. It's simply terrifying. In other words, when I unleash the skill at level 5, the terrifying damage it brings can instantly kill level 10 elites. I was filled with joy. Meanwhile, the Eternal Guild's Chen Fei, who was just standing in front of me, was completely stunned. Not just him, but all the students and faculty in the school were equally dumbfounded, completely speechless. The Eternal Guild is a guild of the century, something everyone is eager to join. But where did Chen Ming find the courage to refuse the Eternal Guild? Chen Fei glared at me with a threatening tone. He certainly didn't expect that a young man who had just completed his job change could be so bold. But what Chen Fei didn't know was just how powerful my killing god class potential really was. As long as I have enough time, that worthless Eternal Guild will just be lying down. And they want to recruit me? Moreover, I'm used to being free and lazy. I hate being constrained. A few hundred yuan as a reserve member? Not even a dog would respect that. Chen Fei glared angrily and suddenly said, "Alright, let's see. This world is not short of geniuses. Those who obtain high-level professions during the awakening ceremony, if they lack a guild's support, won't get far, most end up dying halfway. And you've awakened a rare profession, thinking you're an epic or the chosen one. I hope you can survive to take the National College entrance exam. I'll remember you, Chen Fei." Then he turned and left directly. I watched Chen Fei's figure, taking in his attribute panel. Just a silver-level trash, how dare he be so arrogant? I couldn't help but sneer. At the same time, my rejection of the Eternal Guild ignited everyone's emotions in the school. It completely ignited the emotions of everyone in the school. Everyone at Zhenghai No. 1 High School was shocked without exception. And I naturally became the focus of the entire school. Seeing more and more people around, I decided to hurry to the outdoor shallow bay to level up. At the moment, the shallow bay is my best choice. Without thinking too much, I directly bought an entry ticket for the Shallow Bay Dungeon. After successfully entering the Shallow Bay Dungeon, I was pleasantly surprised. This was my first time entering a dungeon world, and it differed quite a bit from my imagination. Although it was just a silver-level dungeon, its realism was not inferior to the real world. In fact, the natural environment was even more vivid than reality. Before my eyes was a flock of black birds. These weren't ordinary creatures but wild treasure boxes ranging from level 5 to 15. Unfortunately, they didn't catch my interest at all. It seems that there are hybrid dragon species in the Shallow Bay dungeon as well. If I could tame a hybrid dragon mount, that would be pretty cool. I felt a stir of anticipation. In this world, boss monsters not only provide rich experience points for adventurers but can also be tamed to become mounts or pets. Many high-level masters have tamed powerful dragons as mounts. Dragon knights are naturally an incredibly popular sacred profession, but taming a dragon is no easy feat. From hybrid subdragons to original species, each level of dragon mounts corresponds to significant differences in rank and level. And the legendary Abyss Dragon, the Golden Dragon Smog, the Destroyer Black Dragon, Deathwing. These well-known original dragons are naturally the most powerful beings. I withdrew my gaze. Taming a dragon mount was merely a fanciful thought for me at the moment. Right now, my most important task is to level up, otherwise, even in a silver-level dungeon, the Shallow Bay would be my grave. I directly spent over 10,000 experience points in one go, successfully leveling up to level 10. I can only start the second job change after reaching level 30. I wonder if I can smoothly transition after leaving the Shallow Bay this time. After leveling up successfully, I opened my attribute panel, which was different from my initial attributes. Now, every entry has a small plus sign next to it. I can freely allocate the newly obtained skill points to strengthen my mental attributes. Each attribute corresponds to a specific profession. As for my Killing God class, its exclusive talent has already determined everything. I can ignore all skill restrictions and can plunder and use them all. Similarly, I can equip weapons from all professions without restrictions, and I can add points to whichever attribute I want, focusing on resilience. I slightly squinted my eyes, and a bold idea suddenly came to me. I made a decision. I poured all my free points into output, maximizing physical attack power and spell damage. It's all about the thrill. As for defense, I am very confident. I absolutely don't need it. As long as the damage is high enough, leveling up will be fast enough. What more defense do I need? 1 shot per second for small monsters. How appealing is that? Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully upgraded Fireball to Fireball Blast. The current skill rank is Silver, with a 65% attribute increase. I also used up several hundred skill points. The skill I selected directly was Fireball, and a progress bar appeared before my eyes. Fireball directly evolved into Fireball Blast, just a hair's breadth away from transforming into a golden level skill. Then I waved my hand and took out the only equipment from my system space, the Black Snow Blade. Wow, it directly grants 285 strength points. 285 strength translates to nearly 3,000 physical attack power. My eyes lit up, and my mood improved greatly. 3,000 attack power, what concept is this? It already matches the level of a level 30 or 40 player. It's no exaggeration to say that a buff around level 10 would drop before me with just one slash. At this moment, a faint shattering sound snapped me back to reality. Looking down, I saw a large group of black lizards suddenly emerging from beneath the rocks. In an instant, the golden beach turned pitch black. Name, Black Armored Lizard. Rank, Bronze, Level 8, Health, 13,000, Strength, 70, Constitution, 94. The Black Armored Lizard is the most common boss in the Shallow Bay dungeon. It has relatively weak attack power but possesses a layer of black armor, giving it strong defense. However, be cautious, these hybrid monsters prefer to swarm. Once entangled, you'll attract an endless stream of black armored lizards. With over 10,000 health points, a single fireball should easily take out a large group, right? I glanced at the black armored lizard's attribute panel and smiled faintly. I lightly thrust the black snow blade upward. With a clang, the sharp blade's tip instantly ignited a layer of searing sparks. The sparkling fire was incredibly dazzling. Then, I held the blade with both hands and thrust it downward. A massive fireball coalesced. It shot toward the black armored lizards ahead. A total of 4 giant fireballs, like mini suns, launched in a barrage toward all the black armored lizards. Congratulations! You have successfully killed an 8-level black armored lizard, earning 50 experience points. Congratulations! You have also killed a 9-level black armored lizard, earning 60 experience points. It was crazily overwhelming. I couldn't help but be astonished. The destructive power of Fireball Blast exceeded expectations. In an instant, it killed over 100 lizards. These hybrid monsters are quite challenging for other adventurers. But for me, they were like fresh, plump dumplings, easily harvested for a huge amount of experience points. This feeling was incredibly satisfying. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully killed the level 13 boss, the Black Armored Giant Lizard. You earned 170 experience points. Congratulations! You obtained the item Damaged Armor, Bronze level. Congratulations! You obtained the item Black Armored Giant Lizard's Bones, a Black Iron level monster material. Cold notification sounds continued to ring out. Then, in my field of vision, a significantly larger Black Armored Giant Lizard was also hit by the fireball blast. Its health bar instantly emptied. It died instantly. This was a boss monster. Upon death, it dropped 2 items, emanating a faint cyan and black iron aura. Very nice. My eyes brightened. Name, Damaged Armor, Rank, Bronze, Attributes, plus 30 Constitution, plus 50 Magic Resistance, or level, 60%, can be repaired, restricted to LV10 Knight Profession. Equipment description, Damaged Armor, Heavy Armor, from the low-level boss Black Armored Giant Lizard, a very low drop rate item. Black Armored Giant Lizard's Bones, Rank, Black Iron, Attributes, plus 20 Strength. Alchemical item description, this monster material is a complete piece of giant lizard bone. Under the alchemist's use, it can produce an item that adds at least plus 20 strength. Of course, if lucky, it might yield even stronger attribute effects. This monster material is quite good. Too bad I only killed a giant lizard. I cast an appraisal spell and quietly examined the attributes of the 2 loot items, my expression slightly shifting. It's indeed quite good, although the quality isn't high, it's just a low-level boss drop. In a great mood, I stored all the items and monster materials into my system space. Meanwhile, the scattered hybrid monsters, those black armored lizards, fled back under the rocks like they had seen a demon. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, a roar came from behind me. I quickly turned around. I saw a massive hybrid monster charging out from the forest behind the shallow bay, as large as an elephant. Name, Earth Bear Boss Monster, Rank, Silver, Level 30, Health, 125,000, Strength, 190, Constitution, 270, Spirit, 160, Agility, 200, Skill, Life Enhancement, Silver Level Impact, Bronze Level Berserker Bloodline. Silver Level Description, Silver Level Emperor, the Berserker is the exclusive monster of the Shallow Bay, possessing powerful health. Its skill, Life Enhancement, greatly boosts its health, while the Berserker Bloodline grants this boss impressive burst power, capable of overwhelming adventurers. Damn, a Tier 3 boss monster. Upon seeing this massive creature, my gaze sharpened, and I was slightly stunned. However, upon seeing the Earth Bear's exclusive skill panel, my heart stirred. This skill is quite suitable for me at the moment, it's practically a lifesaver. I directly activated the talent Plunder. Insufficient enemy experience points, plundering is not possible. After killing the boss, you can freely plunder one skill, Life Enhancement, Silver level, for 25,000 experience points, Impact, Bronze level, for 14,000 experience points, and Berserker Bloodline, Silver level, for 32,000 experience points. As the cold notification sounded, I was stunned again. So I can only plunder skills after killing the boss? If I want to forcibly plunder, I need to use experience points to purchase it. After some thought, now I finally understood how to use my talents. Seeing me lost in thought, the Earth Bear suddenly lifted a leg and charged at me. The entire coast shook slightly. As the Earth Bear charged, its body was enveloped in a shimmering aura, displaying the skill impact of this boss monster, which could provide significant attribute bonuses. I furrowed my brow, not overly panicked, but quickly reacted within a short time. He directly cast a freezing spell. Then another fireball spell. -5,000, -6,000, -8,000. A series of damage values erupted from the boss's head. Su Chen's attributes were already extremely high, and with the addition of the Black Snowblade and the Silver level skills, the damage results were astonishing. In an instant, the Earth Violent Bear boss's health dropped by over 30,000 points. Of course, this also successfully enraged it. A cloud of black mist spewed from the Earth Violent Bear boss's nostrils, completely enveloping it. Silver level. Violent Bear Bloodline? Su Chen squinted. Taking a deep breath, he said in a deep voice, Killing God. Throne. Ding. You have enraged the level 30 boss monster Earth Violent Bear. The boss has entered a berserk state. Maximum health limit plus 20,000, strength plus 50, physical critical hit plus 5%. What the hell? Another 20,000 health points added. Su Chen's mouth twitched. Damn it. That last wave of attacks was practically wasted. With over 100,000 health points, even popular players of the same level might fall here if they lack combat experience. However, Su Chen wasn't too worried, because At this moment, behind him, a golden throne slowly rose. It was the Killing God throne. When Su Chen had just completed his job change in level 1 status, the Killing God throne could deliver the damage output of a level 30 player's full strike. And now, naturally even stronger. Die. Su Chen pointed forward. The golden throne behind him trembled and immediately flew towards the earth. Violent Bear Boss. With a loud bang, the giant bear boss was smashed into a puddle of mud by the golden throne. Minus 30,000. Minus 40,000. Minus 70,000. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the level 30 boss monster Earth Violent Bear, gaining 2,700 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, you have killed a higher level monster, gaining an additional 1,000 experience points. Ding. Please choose the skill you want to plunder. Su Chen? Awesome. So awesome. Su Chen was stunned. What is a surprise? This is what you call a surprise. He thought that even summoning the Killing God throne would require a fierce battle. Who knew? It would end with a single smash? It was simply too comfortable. It seems that the damage brought by the Killing God throne is almost a tier higher than mine. Level 1 can deliver the damage output of a second job level 30 player, and now that I've leveled up to over level 10, the throne's lethality is equivalent to that of a level 40-50 professional big shot. Su Chen pondered. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Having a golden finger is great. Isn't this better than the old man in the novels? A portable big shot. Killing God throne, cooldown time 24 hours. In the attribute panel, the entry for the Killing God throne had dimmed. It was in the cooling phase. I can only summon it again tomorrow. Su Chen nodded. Even for forbidden spells, there is a cooldown period. Not to mention something as exclusive and perverse as the throne once a day is already quite good. Which skill should I plunder? Su Chen looked at the boss monster's corpse. The first to be ruled out was the impact. No need to say more. Using a bronze level skill here would be a huge loss, right? And the Violent Bear bloodline. Forget it. Monster hybrid. Currently unnecessary. Su Chen shook his head. He decisively made his decision. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the skill Life Enhancement. Name Life Enhancement. Passive skill rank Silver level attributes plus 15,000 maximum health. After receiving damage, can continuously restore plus 500 health/second for 10 seconds. Can trigger multiple times. Description: A rare passive skill exclusive to boss monsters. Once learned, this skill will provide a permanent enhancement to health. Choosing Forget skill can remove this skill's effect, restoring normal state. Perverse. This is truly perverse. Su Chen's eyes brightened, somewhat shocked. Over 10,000 points of health enhancement. And it's a passive skill. Permanent enhancement. This is really strong. Although this skill is only silver level, the effect it brings is no less than some golden level skill books. Boss monster skills are something that practitioners rarely see. If this skill is forgotten and turned into a skill book to auction off, Su Chen swallowed hard. The value would probably exceed that of some ordinary golden level weapons. Indeed, only Su Chen in the whole world could plunder boss skills. Other practitioners wouldn't even dare to think about it. Such a rare skill book. The rarer the item, the more valuable it is. Even auctioning for several million to tens of millions is completely possible. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Just a LV.30 silver level boss had already brought such an exaggerated skill. What if he plundered those legendary terrifying bosses? Golden Sparrow, Destruction Dragon, Undead Tyrant, 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Of course, there's also the Mage God. It's important to note that what Su Chen could plunder wasn't limited to hybrid monsters. Practitioners could also be targets. Even if he didn't kill the target, if he had enough experience points, he could silently plunder others' top exclusive skills. Cough cough, simply inhuman. Ding. Congratulations, you have picked up an item ornament ring, silver level. Ding. Congratulations, you have picked up an item strength gem, silver level. Ding. Congratulations, you have picked up an item bloodied golden skull, silver level monster material. Name ornament ring rank. Silver level attributes plus 50 strength plus 50 spirit plus 200 magic critical damage plus 100 luck restrictions. LV.10 all classes can equip. Description: the ornament ring, one of the ancient church's items, can be used as alchemical material for secondary forging, which may yield unexpected effects. Name strength gem rank. Silver level attributes plus 50 strength permanent increase restrictions. None. Description: the strength gem provides a permanent attribute boost. Each strength gem is a crystallization of the essence of the world of class change, incredibly precious. Name bloodied golden skull rank. Silver level attributes plus 80 constitution. Alchemy plus 200 defense, Alchemy plus 200 magic resistance, Alchemy, Alchemist class change certificate. Description: this monster material has a drop rate of 0.2%, extremely rare, can be used as alchemical material not only for making equipment and weapons but also for brewing potions, a necessary material for the golden level potion, Berserk potion. What the hell? Big harvest, Suchen said excitedly. The ornament ring, a rare ring equipment, is worth much more than ordinary attack weapons, with a premium of over 3 times. In other words, a silver level item in the market is priced at around 1 million to several million. But this ring? Auctioning for 10 million is not difficult at all. Moreover, the attribute entries of the ornament ring are as many as 4. Definitely a rare item. The other 2 spoils also greatly surprised Suchen. A strength gem. A piece of extremely rare monster skull. To obtain these items, normally, even if one were to defeat a dozen level 30 boss monsters, it wouldn't necessarily drop. And Suchen? A great start. How could that not be surprising? Could it be because of the God Slayer class? Is this epic class favored by the goddess of luck? Suchen's eyes brightened slightly as he smiled faintly. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully used 1 power gem, increasing your strength attribute by plus 50 points. A permanent boost. Points successfully allocated. Suchen squinted slightly, a rich joy evident in his gaze. Don't underestimate this 50 points of base attribute. Converted to physical attack power, that's a full 500 points. With the stacking of skills, equipment, and other aura buffs, the final damage output would be terrifyingly high. To put it another way, a golden class only gains about 20 free points for each level up. Suchen, however, directly received 50 points. It's equivalent to a golden class needing to level up 2 or 3 times to achieve such an attribute boost. If there were other class players present, they would probably be enviously crying by now. After equipping the ornate ring and storing the golden skull and other monster materials, Suchen felt quite satisfied. At this moment, he already possessed 2 top-tier silver equipment pieces with attributes comparable to those of level 20 or 30 small bosses. Additionally, he had the life enhancement skill, a monstrous boss skill. Even if Suchen encountered a second transformation class player, now he wouldn't be flustered at all. The Shallow Bay Forest has more hybrid monsters, and their ranks and levels are significantly stronger. Suchen took out the handwritten map he bought from the black market merchant and checked his current location. The Shallow Bay Dungeon, although a silver dungeon, had a vast area. His current position was merely a corner of the map, more like an entrance on the edge. To level up quickly, he had to enter the Shallow Bay Forest, where the Earth-Violent Bear boss roamed. For a moment, Suchen felt a surge of excitement. Before returning to Zhonghai City, I should be able to reach level 30 for the second transformation, right? Suchen pondered, feeling a wave of comfort. After all, in the eyes of high school students, second transformation players were already figures to look up to. Most high school students, from their first job change to taking the National Unified College Entrance Examination, could only reach level 10 at most. A few geniuses, those top candidates in the province, might reach level 20. Players like Suchen, who aimed directly for the second transformation, were extremely rare. Because leveling up is a stepwise process. The further along, the more experience points are required to level up. To complete the second job change, one must first pass the job change quest, and these quests are not something a novice who has just changed jobs for a month or 2 can complete unless they are experienced veterans. With a snap, they could be killed by the dungeon boss monster. Although they wouldn't die directly, they would lose a quarter of their level and have a certain probability of dropping all their equipment. It's not worth the risk. Starting over. I still need to plunder a few more top-tier skills. Suchen smiled faintly. Boss monster skills are far stronger than player skills. If I had 7 or 8 boss skills on me, National College entrance examination top scorer? It doesn't seem that difficult. Who knows, I might even reach the 3rd transformation before the exam? Suchen was filled with immense anticipation. If he really reached level 60 and completed the 3rd transformation before the college entrance exam, it would probably shock the entire nation, leaving everyone stunned. Major guilds would be scrambling to recruit him, unlike the Eternal Guild, which had a small fry manager still flaunting their power. Note: Shallow Bay Dungeon, Misty Forest entry prohibited for those below level 20. Note: hidden boss monsters are as follows: Skeleton Knight, LV.50, Undead Bone Dragon, LV.60, Hybrid Demon Species, Ice-tailed Scorpion, LV.60. At the entrance of the forest, there was a large warning sign filled with various detailed information. The Shallow Sea Bay Dungeon doesn't seem that simple. There are actually hybrid monsters above level 60? Undead Bone Dragon. This thing can be considered a type of dragon creature, if it can be tamed. As a mount, Suchen gazed at the introduction on the wooden sign, his mind racing with thoughts. Hidden boss. Generally, they wouldn't appear. Of course, that doesn't mean they don't exist. The undead bone dragon boss, the hybrid demon species ice-tailed scorpion boss, both are extremely brutal ultimate bosses in the dungeon. Not only are they high level, they're four-dimensional. Attributes, exclusive skills, all powerful to the extreme. Unless a big shot leads the team with standard roles like priests, mages, knights, etc. in the group, basically, no one would recklessly go hunting the undead bone dragon and these ultimate bosses. Otherwise, even if they are high level, surpassing level 60 or even reaching level 70, they could still die instantly. I'll just hang around the edge of the forest. It should be fine, right? Su Chen pondered. Just hanging around, not going in. It should be fine, right? Not going too deep. The edge of the misty forest should be safe. Kid, you're only in your teens and you're soloing the Shallow Sea Bay dungeon? Did you get separated from your teammates? We're actually short on support here. You can act as a roamer and later we'll share some high-level monster materials with you. Just as Su Chen was about to enter the misty forest, a hunting team of monsters slowly appeared before him through the white mist. At the forefront was a muscular man standing, 2 meters tall, clad in heavy dark blue armor. He looked at Su Chen with a gruff voice, revealing a hint of something off in his tone. Kid? The heavy tank knight furrowed his brow, suspiciously eyeing Su Chen. He spoke again. What's your profession? Why? Are you using a concealment skill to block? The concealment skill he mentioned was somewhat similar to the identification skill, but with the opposite effect. Learning the concealment skill allows one to hide their attribute panel from others. However, Su Chen had not learned such a skill. The reason the other party couldn't check was that Su Chen's profession rank was too high. Epic. Crushing this silver-ranked heavy tank knight. Of course, he couldn't identify the attribute panel. After all, he was noble, a god of death. Is it something you can just look at? First, come up with an epic identification skill. Team up? At the same time, Su Chen looked at the heavy tank knight, his expression slightly cold. Goodness, you just said I'm only in my teens? And you want me to team up? What's up with that? Afraid I can't see through your intentions? What a joke. Su Chen withdrew his gaze, feeling quite speechless. This kind of trick is very common. The People's Education Press Chinese Textbook, Volume 9, has a detailed introduction. The anti-fraud lesson has already explained it. When encountering unfamiliar teams in dungeons, never recklessly accept a team invitation. Otherwise, you will definitely be treated as cannon fodder. In the end, you won't gain any benefits and your equipment will be looted one by one. The team before him clearly had this intention. They wanted Su Chen to lure the boss monster. And in the end, they would reap the rewards. Who knows, they might even take the black snow blade from Su Chen. Truly heartless. Even worse than Cohen's fans. However, at that moment, a cold prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully triggered a god-level choice. Current plot, invitation to team up from the Kanghan Guild. Choice 1, accept the invitation. From the Kanghan Guild monster team, join their hunting group and ultimately be used and discarded. Reward title Invincible Great Resentment. Choice 2, decisively refuse the team invitation and leave directly. This low-end trick is beneath the killing god. Reward, entry-level forbidden spell, Black Tide of the Moon. Choice 3, kill all the professionals in the Kanghan Guilds monster team and loot all their items. Reward, a piece of golden level equipment, unknown equipment. The plot was triggered again. This time with 3 options. Kill all the professionals in the hunting team? Su Chen glanced at the last option, momentarily taken aback. Damn, as expected of the killing god. I've seen living bodhisattvas, but this is the first time I've seen a living king of hell. Even in this world where everyone can change jobs, many solo professionals are quite keen on doing such things. They don't care about being marked as red names. It's all about the thrill. They often lie in wait in outdoor dungeons, killing those from large guilds hunting teams or high-level professionals who solo dungeons. After one wave, if they drop any top-tier equipment or skill books, they make a fortune. However, Su Chen squinted slightly, scanning the attributes of everyone in this hunting team. Ahead. He fell silent. There were a total of 9 professionals, most of whom were above level 50. At this level, Su Chen, it would be quite difficult to kill them. Even if he forced an attack, he might not gain any benefits. Yet, under Su Chen's gaze, he made a surprising discovery. Name, Haning profession, undead mage rank, dark gold level, LV.40 health, 97,000 strength, 200 constitution, 220 spirit, 310 agility, 230 talent, undead guardian skills, undead summoning, golden level, legion aura, golden level, death, fireball, golden level, blade of destruction, golden level, dark gold level profession, just completed the second job change, and already has so many golden level skills. Su Chen's eyes lit up, somewhat shocked. Haning, that name sounds familiar? Isn't she the young lady of the Kanghan Guild? No wonder. Kanghan Guild. A+ level. Even slightly stronger than the Eternal Guild. It is also the most promising guild in Zhonghai City to be promoted to S level. Unexpectedly, one could encounter such a big shot in the shallow bay. It seems Han Ing also took the college entrance examination this year? Su Chen pondered. Han Ing and Su Chen were not far apart in age, at most a year older. However, the level gap was quite obvious. That was because Han Ing did not wait until she turned 18 to undergo the awakening ceremony. As a second-generation member of a top guild, she awakened early at the age of 15. In this world of universal job changes, this was not a secret. It was an unwritten rule. To awaken early, one needed to spend a large amount of resources and funds to build a ritual altar, purchase a job change divine stone, and also spend a fortune to buy a dedicated magic circle. Not only that, but Han Ing also had to use expensive awakening potions. Since childhood, only in this way could she complete her development at the age of 15 and become a professional early. To achieve this goal, the Kanghan Guild spent nearly all its income over the past 10 years. Being rich is great, Su Chen thought to himself. However, 2222. This time, Su Chen's choice was still to refuse. Han Ing was a great beauty, with a graceful figure and ample curves. A teenage girl like her was simply incomparable. She had developed so well that even her clothes seemed to be about to burst. If it were someone else, they would probably have eagerly accepted, fearing they would miss a glance at such a beauty. But Su Chen was a gentleman. He directly said, "No need. I prefer to solo." After saying that, Su Chen didn't even look back and strode towards the misty forest. In the white mist, it was clear that Han Ing and her team were collectively a bit dazed, especially the burly man who stood frozen in place. Solo? A little shrimp at just over 10 levels, and you're telling me to solo the Silver Dungeon? The burly heavy tank knight furrowed his brow. Looking at Su Chen's back, there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. Of course, there was also a trace of killing intent. It wasn't that Su Chen's actions were problematic. It was his attitude. Even if he sensed something was off, he chose to ignore it and leave in front of the Kanghan Guild? That was somewhat disrespectful. Moreover, a practitioner at just over 10 levels was no different from a chive box in the eyes of a big shot over 50 levels. Where was the choice? It was clear they wanted him to be cannon fodder. Did he dare not go? Let me go and take him out with one strike. In the team, a somewhat shifty-looking assassin suddenly stepped forward, his two silver curved blades slicing through the air with a beautiful splash. He said in a deep voice, "I really want to see what kind of practitioner has the audacity to be so arrogant, even if he's epic tier. At this level, I could take him out with one strike." The short assassin's eyes glinted with a cold light, eager to try and keep up with Su Chen. "Stop." Behind the assassin, Han Ing, who had been quiet all along, finally spoke. "Our goal this time is to kill the ultimate boss in the dungeon, tame the undead bone dragon mount, find the ice-tailed scorpion, and avoid unnecessary complications." Han Ing was indeed very beautiful. Her enchanting eyes, even when angry, had a serious tone that still left the nearby practitioners somewhat entranced, their eyes wide open. Han Ing frowned slightly, her red lips parting gently as she continued, "The ice-tailed scorpion is the hybrid descendant of the ice-blue scorpion in the winter dungeon. We need to find this boss quickly and bring it back to the alchemist for potion crafting. The winter dungeon will open soon, and this time we carry the responsibility of the Kanghan Guild. If anyone messes this up, I will definitely report it to President Han." Han Ying's voice gradually turned cold. From her, the other practitioners could see the shadow of that big shot. President Han, who was also Han Ying's father, was a top-tier big shot at level 200. At the top of the power pyramid in Zhonghai City, offending such a god would only lead to one outcome: death. They could even be killed until their level reset, losing all their equipment in the process. There was no way to survive in Zhonghai City. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. The assassin who had just said he would target Su Chen shivered all over, quickly retracting his head and retreating back into the team. On the other side, Su Chen, who had just entered the misty forest, was ecstatic. "Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully completed the selection, and the reward has been issued. Name: Black Tide of the Moon. Type: Domain. Type: Forbidden Spell. Grade: Entry Level Forbidden Spell plus Forbidden Spell. Description: The death knell tolls. The black tide appears under the terrifying blood moon. Everything will return to calm. The divine grants death to all beings. Forbidden Spell Evolution. One piece of golden grade equipment. Skull of the Undead Tyrant. Hiss. It's actually a domain type forbidden spell." Su Chen was overjoyed. Just now, after he rejected the Kanghan Guild's invitation to team up, he directly received a reward issued by the system. Don't be fooled by its entry-level status. The value of this forbidden spell book was extraordinary. In a world where everyone could change jobs, any forbidden spell would attract the envy of countless high-level practitioners, driving everyone into madness, and domain-type forbidden spells were worth their weight in gold. Simply put, this Black Tide of the Moon in Su Chen's hands, if put up for auction in an S-tier guild, could sell for at least hundreds of millions in Zhonghai City, a small place. If it were in Kyoto, where big shots gathered, the final transaction price would likely shock even Su Chen, because forbidden spells and skill books were completely different concepts. First, forbidden spells can continuously improve, as long as there are sufficient materials. A forbidden spell can evolve from beginner level to normal. Second, forbidden spells do not have detailed attributes. The damage results and effects of the same forbidden spell can vary greatly depending on the practitioner's understanding. Finally, all forbidden spells can be fused with other skills and released simultaneously, like clay, creating various wonderful combinations. As long as the ideas are bold enough, after the forbidden spell erupts, both the effects and damage can leap qualitatively. Of course, the Black Tide of the Moon in Su Chen's hands is still a domain-type spell, belonging to one of the strongest series of forbidden spells. Aside from consuming an excessive amount of mana, it basically has no drawbacks. The gods grant death to all living beings. Su Chen took a deep breath, a hint of rich satisfaction showing in his eyes. So cool. Quite impressive. Although there is no detailed attribute introduction, just looking at the description of this forbidden spell is enough to feel the power of the Black Tide of the Moon. The prestige is off the charts. This is something even 100-level practitioners, no, even 200 or 300-level divine practitioners would go crazy for. Su Chen smiled faintly, feeling particularly comfortable. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully learned the forbidden spell, Black Tide of the Moon. Without hesitation, Su Chen directly learned the forbidden spell. Even if he sold it, he could gain a massive fortune in a short time. However, such things are too rare. Who knows when the next one will appear? Keeping it for himself is the best choice. Let's test its power. Su Chen thought to himself. Having obtained a forbidden spell for the first time, he was eager to try it out. Name: Undead Skeleton. Rank: Silver. Level: LV.20. Health: 67,000. Strength: 95. In Su Chen's sight, a large group of level 20 undead creatures appeared in the forest. Ahead. They are the most numerous hybrid monsters in the Shallow Bay dungeon. Undead skeletons. It is rumored that these undead creatures come from a nostalgic dungeon, the Undead Canyon. And at the deepest part of the Shallow Bay dungeon, one of the ultimate boss monsters, the Undead Knight, is the hidden ruler of these undead creatures. Black Tide of the Moon. Su Chen waved the black snow blade in his hand and slashed down. Then, a blood-red full moon suddenly appeared above his head, and a large amount of black mist directly engulfed the white mist in the forest, surging in from all directions. The sound of an unknown death knell rang out. Ding, ding, ding. Eerie and chilling. The black mist spread like a tide, layer upon layer, radiating outward from Su Chen, creating rippling waves. Splash. The sound of bones shattering continued endlessly. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a level 20 undead skeleton, gaining 1,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a level 21 undead skeleton, gaining 1,200 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a level 23 undead skeleton, gaining 1,800 experience points. What the hell? A massive amount of experience points surged in. The cold notification made Su Chen's heart tighten. This is insane. He never expected the power of the forbidden spell to reach such a level. These are undead creatures over level 20. Under normal circumstances, even practitioners of the same level might not be able to kill them one-on-one. And now, with one wave of the forbidden spell, 3 or 4 dozen undead skeletons died, cleared out. The surrounding undead skeletons were all wiped out, and in a large circle centered around Su Chen, the ground was covered with white bones. A battlefield of spoils. Various skill books, equipment, and one-time consumables dropped everywhere. And the experience points? It's outrageous. Almost 40,000 points. Hiss. Su Chen was shocked. He gasped a few times, his heart racing. Of course. At this moment he felt utterly exhausted, as if all his strength had been drained away. Su Chen was well aware of his physical condition. Even against the Black Silk God 7 times, it hadn't been a big deal. But now, just a single forbidden spell had left him so weak. It seems that while the power is immense, the consumption of mana and stamina is also quite high. Su Chen frowned, pondering. Like the throne of the god of death, forbidden spells also have a cooldown period. However, the cooldown for the Black Tide of the Moon is only 12 hours, slightly shorter than that of the throne of the god of death. Similarly, the damage output is also a bit weaker. However, compared to the throne of the god of death, the domain-type forbidden spells have their own advantages. Each has its strengths. Damn it! What a harvest! Then, Su Chen's gaze fell on the dropped loot, and his eyes suddenly brightened. A bountiful harvest. A great bounty. The black iron and bronze items were so numerous they dazzled him. The ground was covered with black and dark blue halos. Suchen picked them up one by one. Without much thought, he tossed them directly into the system space. After all, for him now, items below silver level held little attraction. He could sell them at an auction house once he returned to Zhenghai City. As for the items above silver level, Suchen glanced over them. There were 3 in total. 2 silver level weapons, a skeleton spear and a skeleton heavy shield. Their attributes were decent, but the affixes were few. Only 1 or 2, and they didn't come with any equipment skills. The last silver item was an agility gem. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully used 1 agility gem, agility attribute plus 50 points. Similar to the strength gem, the agility gem also provided a 50-point attribute increase. Suchen decisively used it. His attributes rose again. It's a bit of a pity that I didn't encounter an undead boss monster. The skills of these hybrid minions are still too weak. There's no need to plunder, Suchen mused. Indeed, the low-tier undead skeleton skills brought him minimal benefits. Even if he could plunder for free, he didn't use them. Why occupy a skill slot? First, level up. After a moment of thought, Suchen's eyes brightened. First, use the experience points to level up, then go kill high-level boss monsters. Once I have enough experience, I'll save some to plunder skills. Suchen's plan was straightforward. Even though he now had 30 to 40,000 experience points, enough to plunder a silver-level skill, he could obtain a top-tier skill far surpassing life enhancement without killing a boss monster. However, in this world, leveling up remained the main theme. If his rank didn't increase, he wouldn't even get close to high-level boss monsters. He might be taken out by a minor skill. At present, leveling up was the best option. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to level 15. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to level 18. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to level 21. All 40,000 experience points were spent. Suchen shot up like a roller coaster, suddenly reaching a rank above level 20, just a few levels away from the requirements for the second job change. The future looked promising. If the teachers at school saw me like this, I wonder what their expressions would be. Suchen smiled slightly, a wave of joy swelling in his heart. Indeed, he had just completed the initial awakening ceremony. From entering the Shallow Bay dungeon to now, it had only been an hour or 2, yet he had already reached level 21. If this leveling speed were exposed, not only would all the teachers and students at Zhenghai City No. 1 High School be left dumbfounded, but the entire nation would also be taken aback. Too fierce. Not enough. However, Suchen was not entirely satisfied with his current leveling speed. He calmed himself down, slightly recovering from his excitement. Because, in this world, there are always some monsters that are not inferior to Suchen. Not to mention the distant ones. Just recently encountered, Han Ning, the young lady of the A-class Kanghun Guild, completed her awakening before the age of 15, and her current level has already reached the 40s, far surpassing Suchen. From a certain perspective, compared to those top-tier monsters, Suchen seems to still be in a backward state. There's nothing to be done. Even in this world, the core resources enjoyed by the rich second generation are still out of reach for ordinary people. Of course, Suchen wasn't overly worried. As an epic-class profession, the god of killing, with the ability to steal boss skills, just based on that, he could easily crush Han Ning. It wouldn't be long before he possessed golden-level boss skills, even epic-level boss skills. 10 Han Yings wouldn't stand a chance. Undead creatures, skeletal dragons, skeleton knights. Suchen took out the black snow blade, creating a crescent-shaped splash in the air, looking deeper into the misty forest. I wonder if I will encounter these ultimate bosses of the dungeons. At this moment, Suchen was in great condition, filled with endless fighting spirit. A few days later, in the Shallow Bay, a corner of the misty forest, a handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes hoisted a massive snow bear and slammed it down hard. With a loud crash, he executed a shoulder throw, killing the giant bear. The young man stepped on the snow bear, which was 4 to 5 times his height, with an incredibly content expression, waving the black long blade in his hand. With a smile, like a spring breeze, he said, "Another Earth Fury Bear boss. This beautiful fur should sell for a good price." That's right. This young man was Suchen. In just a few days, his level had risen again, now exceeding LV.24. And his combat experience had also advanced by leaps and bounds compared to a few days ago. Due to the uniqueness of the god of killing profession, Suchen's four-dimensional attributes were quite special, with immense strength and constitution, yet possessing the terrifying mental attributes of a mage. Therefore, he could single-handedly crush a 30-level boss monster. He could also unleash scorching fireballs, obliterating all hybrid monsters in sight. Slash! Suchen reversed his grip on the black snow blade, cutting through the fur of the Earth Fury Bear boss and properly preserving it. Most of the flesh and blood, however, was discarded on the ground without being picked up. Name: Rose Armor plus Alchemy Enhancement. Grade: Silver level attributes plus 90 Constitution plus 40 Magic Resistance plus 2000 maximum. Health limit LV.20. Warrior/Knight profession can equip. Description: Silver armor with rose patterned engravings on the surface. This is a rather exquisite piece of heavy armor possessing 3 attribute entries, and this equipment can be enhanced through exclusive monster materials with a certain probability of producing silver plus level equipment or golden level equipment after alchemical enhancement. Alchemy required. Only alchemists can view heavy armor. After dealing with the boss monster's remains, Su Chen turned his attention to the items that had dropped nearby. This was a piece of armor, silver grade. Besides having 3 attribute entries, the most important thing was that it could actually be enhanced through alchemy. The probability of such an item appearing is pitifully low. It can be said that the drop rate of equipment from boss monsters is already very low, with the chance of a silver level item dropping from an Earth Fury bear being only 1%. On top of that, the occurrence of an alchemical enhancement situation is nearly 1 in 100,000. The Chinese language textbook from the People's Education Press had a detailed introduction about this. Su Chen remembered it vividly. A few years ago, in Zhanghai City, there was a blacksmith who, by some stroke of luck, happened to obtain a broken silver spear. As a result, after alchemical enhancement, it turned into gold. Suddenly, the blacksmith's life soared like an arrow piercing the clouds, sailing smoothly. The young model didn't even know how many she had ordered. Not bad. After returning to Zhanghai City, contact the alchemist. Maybe we can forge a piece of golden armor. Su Chen squinted slightly, feeling a bit of anticipation. After donning the rose armor, his physical attributes surged dramatically. Although the armor was quite heavy, once equipped, he didn't feel any weight at all. It was quite comfortable. I'm almost fully equipped. Su Chen looked down. He already had quite a few pieces of equipment. Weapon: Black Snow Blade, silver grade. Left hand: Engraved Ring, silver grade. Feet: Undead Boots, silver grade. Neck: Meteor Pendant, silver grade. Body: Rose Armor, silver grade plus alchemical enhancement. The Undead Boots and Meteor Pendant were obtained from the bosses Su Chen had killed in the past few days, and their attribute bonuses were impressive. Even though they were somewhat inferior to the system-rewarded Black Snowblade, they were still excellent compared to the whiteboard equipment dropped by other wild bosses. However, during this time, Su Chen hadn't found suitable skills and hadn't plundered any new boss abilities. In a world where everyone could change professions, the number of skills for each profession was limited. A first-tier professional could equip a maximum of 6 skills, and after the second tier, it would increase by 2, totaling 8 skills. If he carelessly learned a skill, he would have to use the forget skill method to exchange it if he later encountered a skill book he desired. However, this would result in a cooldown period of half a month. To put it simply, if Su Chen learned a normal boss skill now, he wouldn't be able to plunder a suitable one. Later, he would have to wait half a month, and by then, the opportunity to plunder would have already passed. Let's have a golden boss. Su Chen's expression shifted, and he secretly chuckled to himself. The Silver Dungeon of Shallow Bay had most boss monsters at the silver level. Although silver level wasn't weak, it was still a different concept compared to gold or epic levels. If he could encounter a golden boss monster, Su Chen could score a golden skill. Just thinking about it was thrilling. He wondered if his wish would come true. At that moment, a violent tremor suddenly came from behind Su Chen. Name: Undead Apostle, Golden Boss Monster. Rank: Golden level LV.52 health, 279,000 strength, 300 constitution, 280 spirit, 430 agility, 290 skills. Deathflame. Explosion: Golden level, Shadow Step, Golden level, Apostle Aura, Golden level, Undead Healing, Silver level. Description: the Undead Apostle, one of the ultimate bosses in the Shallow Bay dungeon, belongs to the Undead Knight Vicky. This apostle is always shrouded in a tattered black robe, and each appearance is accompanied by a thick black mist. Be careful of the strange staff in his hand. Name: Undead Bone Horse, Silver Boss Monster. Rank: Silver level LV.34 health, 167,000 strength, 200. Su Chen suddenly turned around. Under the effect of the identification skill, he saw the source of the tremor, a boss monster clad in a pitch-black robe, along with a gigantic undead bone horse that was as large as an elephant. Goodness! What you think is what you get. This is the ultimate boss of the dungeon, and it appears as a double boss monster? Su Chen swallowed hard twice, his palms sweating as he gripped the black snow blade. Although he was an epic level professional, his level was still a shortcoming. He had just reached around level 20. How could he not be nervous facing a level 50 boss monster? Of course, right now, whether it's the throne of the god of death or the forbidden spell of the black tide moon, the cooling period has passed. The divine skills produced by these two systems are Su Chen's trump cards. If used properly, there might really be a chance to slay both the Undead Apostle and the Undead Bone Horse. Level 24 versus level 52. No matter how you look at it, it seems unbelievable. However, after a brief moment of panic, Su Chen regained his composure, tightly gripping the black snow blade in his hand, his gaze filled with determination. Death Flame Explosion. Divine Stealth. Both of these are golden boss skills, one suitable for mages, the other for assassins. If I can seize these two skills. Su Chen's eyes burned with intensity. A strong sense of anticipation surged within him. Here goes. Clang. Su Chen took the initiative to attack, lunging at the undead apostle, swinging the black snow blade forward. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully triggered the Silver Grade Equipment Black Snow Blade skill. Black Snow. The cold notification echoed. Immediately, in front of Su Chen, a large area of black blades, resembling snowflakes, shot out, violently, swirling towards the eyes of the undead bone horse. Minus 12,000. Minus 12,000. Minus 18,000. The high damage results appeared instantly. Su Chen's strength attribute was already quite high, and under the effect of the Black Snow Equipment skill, it resulted in a fourfold critical hit. It directly dealt 10,000 damage. Moreover, this was not Su Chen's strongest attack. This slash was merely a probe. He first attacked the undead bone horse to test the strength of the level 52 boss, the undead apostle. Sure enough, after Su Chen struck, the undead bone horse raised its front foot with a loud crack, letting out a roar towards the sky, its nostrils exuding a strong smell of gunpowder, accompanied by faint sparks. In high school textbooks, there are detailed descriptions of such rare mount-type boss monsters. The undead bone horse, as an undead creature, is made entirely of piled bones. However, its physique and strength attributes should not be underestimated. The key lies in the bloodline of the undead bone horse boss. This hybrid monster actually originates from a fire dragon creature. It possesses not only the powerful defense of undead monsters but can also unleash a scaled-down version of the fire dragon's skills. Sizzle. The apostle boss behind the undead bone dragon tightened its grip on the reins, calming the bone horse. In the next moment, the exquisite staff in its hand dropped down. The white mist in front of Su Chen instantly spread to the sides, while in the center, a series of scorching fireballs came crashing towards his face. Buzzing. The blazing fireballs moved at incredible speed, continuously enlarging in Su Chen's eyes. He instinctively dodged to the side, his heart racing, because this was not a conventional fireball spell. It was a golden boss skill. Death Flame Explosion. It seemed similar to the Great Fireball spell, but it was a terrifying skill that could explode. Once hit, it would instantly drop several thousand points of health. Following that, a series of explosions would cause continuous damage, leading to true death damage. For this reason, the undead apostle boss, although not as high in level as the undead bone dragon or the skeleton knight, had a chapter in high school textbooks dedicated to explaining its powerful attributes, terrifying skills, and bizarre combat style, which had once terrified countless high school students. And now, Su Chen was facing such a terrifying boss all alone. Crash. Just as Su Chen dodged the death flame explosion, he did not expect that the next moment, the undead apostle would once again grab the reins, charging towards him with the massive skeletal horse, its enormous hooves directly stomping towards Su Chen's body. Damn! Seeing this scene, Su Chen immediately raised both hands, using the sharp black snow blade to block in front of him. Boom! Wait! Suddenly pressed down on Su Chen's hands, even the silver grade weapon, the black snow blade, was shaking violently, as if unable to withstand this pressure. It was about to break. Do you like to play up close? Su Chen frowned, his expression turning cold. With a swift motion, he slashed backward, cutting through the horse's hoof. Then, with a powerful thrust, he drove the black snow blade directly into the abdomen of the skeletal warhorse. This strike was remarkably precise. The skeletal warhorse, being an undead-type monster, naturally wouldn't suffer too much damage from this, only losing a small portion of its health. However, Su Chen's goal was not this. Instead, forbidden spell. The only way to kill a level 52 boss monster was through a forbidden spell or the throne of the god of death. What Su Chen wanted was to place these two boss monsters within the core of the forbidden spell of the Black Tide Moon domain. Boom! The blood-red full moon rose into the sky. Black mist spread. The death knell rang. Minus 20,000. Minus 30,000. Minus 57,000. The explosive damage results erupted from the top of the skeletal warhorse's head. Meanwhile, the undead apostle Vicky, at the center of the forbidden spell explosion, was also losing health rapidly under this terrifying forbidden spell. The health bar trembled, dropping over 50,000 points of health. At the same time, as the black mist touched this boss monster, its health bar continued to decline, suffering from the ongoing damage of the forbidden spell. Die! Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. In the next moment, he twisted the long blade in his hand and forcefully drove the skeletal warhorse boss into the ground. He waved his hand, looking at the undead apostle on the horse's back, and said in a deep voice, "Throne of the god of death." As Su Chen's voice fell, the entire forest began to shake and a large number of leaves fell to the ground. Behind Su Chen, a massive golden throne appeared. It was the throne of the god of death, Su Chen's ultimate trump card. After leveling up to level 20, the throne of the god of death had changed slightly compared to before. It was even more dazzling and brilliant, displaying gorgeous patterns as if hot magma was flowing within. As the throne appeared, Su Chen could clearly feel the temperature around him rising sharply as if he were in a furnace. Die! He pointed forward. Su Chen summoned the golden throne to crush the undead apostle. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed the level 34 boss monster, the skeletal warhorse, and gained 4,200 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed the level 52 boss monster, the undead apostle Vicky, and gained 16,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have achieved a level up kill, gaining an additional 7,000 experience points. Dead! Su Chen was stunned. Even he was a bit dazed. Who would believe that this was a level 52 golden boss, and it was crushed to death by the throne of the god of death in one blow. Moreover, in the end, the undead apostle didn't even have the chance to use any other golden boss skills before it completely turned into a pile of bones. Hiss! The throne of the god of death is even more brutal than I imagined. Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn it! If I had known this exclusive throne was so powerful. What a panic! Wow, 16,000 experience points, this ultimate boss monster is really rich." Su Chen swallowed hard and couldn't help but smile. Not only that, in addition to the more than 10,000 base experience points, Su Chen also received several thousand points in extra rewards. After all, it was a pair of level 24 bosses. Naturally, there would be high-level kill rewards. Which skill should I plunder? Taking a deep breath, Su Chen looked at the attribute panel of the undead apostle Vicky. The skeletal warhorse was immediately excluded. For now, regardless of how strong a mount's skills were, Su Chen didn't plan to acquire them. It was too low-key. There was no need at all. Death Flame Explosion, definitely the first choice. Su Chen examined the attributes of this golden skill. Name, Death Flame Explosion, active skill, grade, golden level attributes. Once this skill is released, it can condense countless golden fireballs. The more condensed fireballs, the greater the mana cost. Each fireball that hits the target will deal spell damage equal to spell attack power x 700%. Moreover, each fireball can explode, causing at least double the critical explosion damage, and when multiple fireballs hit simultaneously, the critical explosion damage will continue to stack. Description: Death Flame Explosion, a top-tier fire skill among practitioners, is also an extremely terrifying boss skill. This skill can be released simultaneously with other fire skills, producing unexpected damage enhancement effects. Additionally, the skill book for Death Flame Explosion, once forgotten, can be given to a priest practitioner for secondary fusion, with a certain chance to synthesize a higher grade skill book or produce new skill effects. Gorgeous. Quite gorgeous. Just a glance at the attribute introduction of Death Flame Explosion made Su Chen's eyes widen in shock. It must be said that this golden boss skill deserves to be called top tier. Compared to other skills, Death Flame Explosion has few entries, but its mechanics are quite touching. It can be released simultaneously with fire skills like Fireball, stacking critical explosion damage. The more flame explosion fireballs that hit the target, the higher the final damage result. What attracted Su Chen's attention the most was naturally the fusion characteristic of the explosion skill. If later I can plunder other fire skills, perhaps I can use the method of forgetting skills to turn the boss skill back into a skill book and then fuse it into a higher grade ultimate skill. Su Chen thought to himself, filled with longing. He then looked at the other skills of the undead apostle. The apostle's halo seems good, but to learn this skill, I must increase my dark attack power, which has quite a few restrictions. Su Chen analyzed undead healing, a silver level skill, has a low plunder price. In the end, Su Chen chose Shadow Step, a skill that is incredibly suitable for the assassin class. This skill not only allows for temporary invisibility but also increases movement speed. The effect presented is very similar to teleport. Shadow Step, golden level price 52,000 experience points. The plunder price for this golden boss skill is quite expensive. However, compared to other attack type golden skills, it is already quite cost effective. The experience points harvested these days, combined with the experience from the undead apostle and bone horse, should be enough to purchase this skill. Su Chen squinted his eyes deep in thought. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the skill Death Flame Explosion. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the skill Shadow Step. Under the cold mechanical voice, Su Chen's attribute panel increased by 2 skills again. Not bad, once my mana recovers, I'll try out the effects of these two new skills, Su-chen said contentedly. In the recent battle with the undead apostle, continuously releasing forbidden spells and the throne of the god of death had completely drained his mana and constitution. Now, he couldn't directly release Death Flame Explosion. Name, Undead. Apostle Crown of Destruction grade, golden level attributes, plus 100 strength, plus 100 constitution, plus 200 spirit, exclusive equipment. Skill Apostle's Holy Light. When releasing any skill, the user will be bathed in holy light, reducing the mana cost of all skills, and continuously restoring a small amount of mana. Restrictions, none. Description: the exclusive crown of the undead apostle, condensed from the power of faith, is an extremely precious church item, once crafted by a church alchemist. This crown not only provides attribute bonuses but also has other effects that can be triggered upon entering the jurisdiction of the church. Damn. After Su-chen plundered the boss skill, he began to tally the items dropped by the undead apostle. However, after identification, he was completely stunned. Golden equipment? This luck was a bit too exaggerated. In addition, the attribute entries reached 3, and it came with a skill that could enhance mana. Such a piece of golden equipment, even if thrown into the capital, could stir quite a wave. What shocked Su-chen the most was the mention of the church in the crown's description. This was actually a church item. The church, in a world where everyone can change jobs, is conceptually similar to a guild, except that it is created by the natives. In gaming terms, it can be understood as an NPC guild. Every entity that can be called a church contains a large number of high-level native NPCs, each one a big shot that practitioners can only look up to, often at levels 4 or 500. In some churches, the Pope's level has even exceeded 1,000. An item dropped by a level 50 boss actually has a connection to the church? Something feels off. Su-chen frowned slightly. It seemed his drop rate was a bit high. Since entering the shallow bay, he had been madly dropping top-tier equipment. And now, he had just gotten the first kill of a golden boss and bam, he exploded such a top-tier crown. Whether in attributes, entries, or source, it was shocking. Could it be related to my epic level profession? Su-chen thought for a moment but couldn't come up with any other explanation. Subsequent job changes, level increases. Could the drop rate be further enhanced? Su-chen had a bold idea. Fortunately, there were no other practitioners present to hear his thoughts. If there were, they would have died on the spot. Damn it! Wasn't silver and gold enough? A higher drop rate, why not? Just a hit of 999. Starting off with full-level divine gear, Su-chen took a deep breath and turned his gaze to the other spoils. Besides this golden crown, the undead apostle itself also had several decent items. Sure enough, under the identification technique, Su-chen made new discoveries. A golden level staff, apostle scepter. A tattered black robe, death's black robe. Both of these items were golden level. They weren't dropped by the boss but were already there. It was just that their wear and tear was a bit high. To repair them, an alchemist would need to use a special potion to restore them. Of course, this did not affect the effectiveness of these two golden pieces of equipment. And a silver-grade ring? Su-chen's eyes suddenly lit up. From the undead apostle's remains, he once again found an item radiating a silver halo. Hiss. So fragrant. Su-chen's heart tightened. This feeling was incredibly comfortable. He hadn't even completed his second job change, yet he already had 2 pieces of golden equipment. Plus, with the ones he had obtained earlier, he had a total of over 10 pieces of silver equipment. This level of wealth could already compare to those practitioners who had been changing jobs for over a decade and were pushing for the 100-level rank. The undead apostle's fragmented bones cannot be discarded. This is also a rather expensive monster material. After all, it is an ultimate boss monster. Selling for tens of millions to hundreds of millions is not a problem at all. Su-chen swallowed deeply, his eyes filled with surprise. The undead bone horse, a mount often mentioned in textbooks, with a faint trace of dragon bloodline. Even if not sold as monster material, selling to a museum would fetch quite a bit of money. The undead bone horse, a top-tier hybrid monster frequently mentioned in textbooks. Many associations, even some large guilds, would visit the remains of such a boss monster in their halls as a display piece. Like the Soul Guild, the guild's emblem is also an undead bone horse, completely treating this hybrid monster as a totem. Its value could rival that of the undead apostle. Thinking of this, Su-chen felt a surge of excitement. Damn it! This wave of earnings is incredible. Hello, Su-chen. Due to your successful transition to a prestigious epic-level profession during the annual awakening ceremony, the school will award you a scholarship of 2 million yuan as a reward, along with corresponding basic professional equipment and a large quantity of life potions and other items. Please collect them at the student office before 5 p.m. Zhenghai No. 1 High School. His phone vibrated. A text message had arrived. 2 million scholarship? Not bad. Su Chen's expression brightened and he felt quite pleased. Just in time, I should go back and rest a bit, then come back to grind the Shallow Bay dungeon next time, Su Chen pondered. After I return, I should also sell these monster materials. This time he came to Shallow Bay, his gains were quite substantial. A massive amount of monster materials. Various rare top-tier items. If he sold everything, even Su Chen himself wasn't quite sure how much it would amount to. At the same time, at the entrance of the Shallow Bay dungeon, a dozen or so teenagers looking like middle school students were nervously staring at the dungeon entrance, hesitating to take a step forward. Silver Dungeon. It has the undead bone horse, skeleton knight, and hybrid demon icetail scorpion mentioned in the Chinese textbook. Do we really not need a teacher to lead us? Isn't it too rash to go like this? Yeah, we're all still at level 1 or 2. What if we get wiped out instantly? It would take a long time to recover our levels. It shouldn't be that terrifying. This time, Senior Su Qingya is leading the team, right? She's a light priest, so everyone shouldn't be too scared. Indeed. Goddess Qingya and Dragon Dust both are dark gold tier. Our lineup this time is quite splendid. Let's just hang around the rocky shore of Shallow Bay and grind some black armored lizards. It should be fine. The boys were discussing among themselves, their eyes filled with intense tension and anxiety. Their gazes were fixed on the two people at the front of the group. No one else but Su Qingya and Long Chen, who had just completed their awakening a few days ago. The other boys all wore the Shanghai No. 1 high school badge on their uniforms, all of them being the most outstanding students in the school. This time, they had gathered with the purpose of leveling up in the Shallow Bay dungeon. Unlike other newly transitioned boys, they did not seek help from the school teachers to lead them. Instead, they prepared to rely on their own strength to complete their first monster grinding level up. This way, they could better hone their skills. Don't worry, everyone, the rocky shore of Shallow Bay isn't that dangerous. Su Qingya, as always, was stunningly beautiful. She spoke up. Upon hearing her voice, the entire team fell silent. Su Qingya paused, preparing to boost morale. However, her beautiful eyes flickered as she spotted a familiar figure at the exit of the Shallow Bay dungeon. Su Chen? Su Qingya was taken aback, looking towards the dungeon exit where a tall, handsome boy emerged. He had striking features, slightly long black hair, and bright eyes. With such a presence, who else could it be but Su Chen? How could he be here? Su Qingya frowned slightly, feeling a bit shocked. Soloing the Shallow Bay dungeon? For a moment, Su Qingya's expression couldn't help but change. Although Su Chen's profession was epic level, no matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to solo terrifying hybrid monsters at level 1. Even Su Qingya and her group had gathered a dozen talented professionals to team up with the dungeon. Name: Su Chun. Profession: God of Death tier, epic level 24. Name: Black Snowblade tier, silver. Name: Rose Armor tier, silver. Name: Undead Apostle Destruction Crown tier, gold. What is this? In confusion, Su Qingya directly used a top-tier identification skill to check Su Chen's attribute panel and his entire equipment. Unlike other professionals, Su Qingya was a light priest, naturally endowed with top-tier identification skills. Even for someone like Su Chen, who had an epic-level profession, items like the Golden Apostle Crown could be viewed one by one without any restrictions. However, upon looking, Su Qingya nearly dropped her jaw in shock, her whole being in disarray. How is this possible? He has already reached level 24, and he has obtained a piece of golden equipment along with several silver items. Su Qingya gasped, trying to keep her emotions in check. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. It was too insane. While other contemporaneous professionals were still stuck at levels 3 to 4, Su Chen had surged ahead to nearly level 30. He was about to begin his second job transfer. How could that not be shocking? More importantly, the golden equipment in Su Chen's hands was dropped by the ultimate boss of a dungeon. It had been described in detail in textbooks. He soloed the ultimate boss, the Undead Apostle. Su Qingya's heart jolted. Her pupils dilated. She stood there dazed, her mind blank. As a top student, a genuine academic elite, Su Qingya immediately recognized the origin of that intricately patterned crown. It was indeed the exclusive item of the Undead Apostle. Boss. How many levels was Su Chen? He hadn't even completed his first job transfer yet he could obtain an item from a level 52 boss. The implications were terrifying. His background seems to be more complex than what is presented at school. Su Qingya swallowed hard. A bold thought emerged in her mind. Perhaps behind Su Chen stood an entity that was no less than an A-level guild. Just like the popular goddess Han Ning from Shanghai City, Su Chen might also come from a major top-tier guild. Otherwise, how could he level up to this extent in such a short time, and acquire such a massive haul of loot? Not to mention soloing the boss. Even with a high-level mage leading the team, it wouldn't be possible to reach this level in just a few days. It was only at this moment that Su Qingya realized. Perhaps she was truly mistaken. Su Chen was not just a handsome, pretty boy as rumored outside. From the awakening ceremony he had directly transitioned into an epic-level killing god. And now, he was leveling up like a shooting arrow. Su Qingya's eyes shimmered with a kaleidoscope of emotions, her lips unconsciously pursing, her heart racing. She had always admired strength. Despite her usual icy goddess demeanor, upon encountering a powerful genius boy, she would quickly fall. At this moment, Su Qingya's cheeks flushed slightly, and even she didn't know what she was truly thinking. She simply gazed deeply at the place where Su Chen was, her mind in disarray. Meanwhile, as Su Chen just exited the dungeon, he noticed the group not far away. Students from number 1 high school? Su Chen's eyes flickered. However, he quickly averted his gaze, putting on the destruction crown with a snap, and then strode towards the subway station entrance. On the other side, at the dungeon entrance, the students in the group also noticed Su Qingya's unusual behavior. Seeing her standing still, they all gathered around. Senior Qingya, what's wrong? A very cute girl, dressed in white stockings and a Lolita-style outfit, widened her watery eyes and asked Su Qingya earnestly, did you discover something? Senior, are you feeling unwell? Another girl, with a graceful figure and ample curves, also approached, looking at Su Qingya with concern. I'm fine. Su Qingya shook her head and replied, looking again at the spot where Su Chen had just been. There was no longer any trace of him. He had long since left Su Qingya's line of sight. It seems that a dragon is about to emerge in Zhanghai City. Su Qingya took another deep breath of the murky air and softly sighed in a voice that only she could hear. Only she understood how shocking that moment had been. Who would have thought that a classmate who seemed so ordinary in school could possess such terrifying potential? Perhaps there was a colossal force behind him, one capable of shaking the very foundations of Zhanghai City. Qingya, if you're not feeling well, we can take a break before entering the instance. There's no rush. Longchen stepped forward, speaking with a flattering tone. Although his tone was normal, when Su Qingya glanced back at Longchen's expression, her brows furrowed slightly in disgust. This so-called genius, Longchen, who had just transitioned to a holy knight, lacked any semblance of a high-level professional's demeanor. On the contrary, his eyes were filled with sinister thoughts. Without Longchen even speaking, Su Qingya could tell exactly what he was thinking. Damn it! He's eyeing me. For some reason, the image of Su Chen resurfaced in Su Qingya's mind. In that moment, Su Chen had gripped a black long blade and strode out of the instance. His tall and imposing figure was countless times more handsome than Longchen's appearance. It's fine. Su Qingya regained her cool demeanor as the campus beauty. She adjusted her emotions and responded. Then, looking at everyone, she said, prepare, adjust the formation, and get ready to enter the Shallow Bay instance. Meanwhile, Su Chen was taking the high-speed subway towards Zhanghai City number 1 high school. Zhanghai City, First High School. Student Affairs. As soon as he got off the subway, Su Chen headed towards the school, familiar with the location of the Student Affairs office, which was very close to building a 2 million in scholarship money. If this were my past life, I could spend it for a lifetime. Su Chen thought to himself, feeling incredibly pleased. In his past life, Su Chen was known as the Rich Woman Reaper. With his striking looks, he would inevitably attract the attention of wealthy women every time he went out. During holidays, various rich women would send him red envelopes, and he could barely keep up with the incoming transfers. Relying on these benefits, Su Chen had more than enough for his living expenses. And that 2 million in extra scholarship money, in a sense, could indeed last a lifetime. What good is being good-looking? Being good-looking can't put food on the table. Hello, I'm here to collect my scholarship. Upon arriving at the Student Affairs office, Su Chen directly addressed a member of the student council. Ha! Senior Su, the student council member. A girl in uniform with chestnut-colored long hair had been dozing off with her eyes squinted. However, upon seeing Su Chen Sta. Ding in front of her, she instantly perked up. Okay, I'll process it for you right now. The energetic girl blinked her bright eyes and immediately turned around to pull out a thick stack of documents from a drawer. Without much hesitation, she quickly filled out the paperwork, stamped it, and pressed her fingerprint. Her efficiency was astonishing. Then, she obediently handed it to Su Chen, while brushing her long hair behind her ear. Senior, it's all done. The energetic girl looked at Su Chen, took a deep breath, and said softly, Lu Xinran? Su Chen looked at her and blurted out, Ha, senior, you know me? Lu Xinran pointed to herself, her face filled with disbelief, a hint of expectation in her eyes. No, you have a student nameplate next to your school badge. Su Chen smiled and pointed to the nameplate on Lu Xinran's collar. This girl was full of energy. She was very good-looking, but what stood out even more was her sweet and pure demeanor. Her figure was also quite exaggerated. Her school uniform seemed barely able to contain her. So that's how it is. Lu Xinran forced a smile, her expression slightly disappointed. It's nothing. Su Chen said, I do know you, the cool school beauty Su Qingya's best friend. You're quite famous. Su Chen looked at Lu Xinran. Indeed, she was very famous. But not because she was Su Qingya's best friend, nor because Lu Xinran was the second most beautiful girl in the school. Rather, Lu Xinran had always wanted to match Su Chen and Su Qingya as a couple. In fact, to achieve this goal, Lu Xinran had even sent a love letter to Su Chen in Su Qingya's name. However, it was later thrown into the trash by Su Chen. But it must be said that Lu Xinran's looks and figure were indeed impressive. In the eyes of some, she and Su Qingya were on par. In Zhonghai No. 1 high school, they could be considered co-queens. One was a cool goddess, the other a vibrant girl. Pharmacist? Su Chen cast an identification spell to check Lu Xinran's attributes. His eyes widened in surprise. Lu Xinran's profession was not a combat class but a support class. Pharmacist. A highly sought-after profession, capable of concocting life potions, recovery potions, mana potions, and a series of commonly used items. In large guilds, the role of a pharmacist was significant, with status comparable to that of an alchemist. Generally speaking, they could be directly admitted to advanced vocational universities. And even if they failed the college entrance examination, they could join top guilds without an internship period immediately, becoming full members. Senior, is it convenient to add you on WeChat? Lu Xinran glanced at Su Chen and asked tentatively. Sure. After a moment of silence, Su Chen agreed to the request. It was not because of Lu Xinran's long legs, glowing skin, or her alluring figure, but simply because, cough cough, it would be convenient when he needed to concoct potions later. After all, no one could guarantee that Lu Xinran wouldn't be useful, right? What if she turned out to be very helpful? Great. Seeing Su Chen agree immediately, Lu Xinran was taken aback, then excitedly took out her phone. She scanned the code and added him as a friend. Nice. What's going on over there? After adding each other, Su Chen frowned and looked towards a direction not far from the student office. There seemed to be some commotion. It looked like someone was dueling. Students from No. 3 high school. Lu Xinran's expression also became serious as she pointed towards the direction of the noise. Recently, all high schools in Zhonghai City completed a unified awakening ceremony. Our school produced 2 dark gold level students, and you, senior, are an epic level practitioner, which has become hot news throughout the city. Even nationwide, many media outlets are competing to report on it. A few troublemaker students from No. 3 high school were dissatisfied, so they came to our school to declare war. They even call it a friendly match. Friendship first, competition second. Lu Xinran rolled her eyes and continued, but everyone knows that Qingya and Longqin took all the top students to the Shallow Bay dungeon, and you haven't been at school since you changed jobs. Isn't this just taking advantage of the fact that our No. 1 high school has no one here? Those troublemakers just brought people to spar. Spar my foot. How shameless. No. 1 high school versus No. 3 high school. Hearing Lu Xinran's words, Su Chen raised an eyebrow, lifting his eyelids with a sudden interest. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully triggered a god-level choice. Current scenario, Zhonghai City No. 3 high school friendship match. Choice 1, defeat a student from No. 3 high school and amicably declare friendship first, competition second, praising the student from No. 3 as an excellent practitioner. Reward, 1 piece of black iron level equipment. Choice 2, 1 against 9, kill all the students who came to provoke No. 1 high school and declare I'm not targeting anyone, but I'm saying that all of you here are trash. Reward, 100,000 experience points. Choice 3, ignore the friendship match and leave directly. Reward, 1 bottle of life potion. At that moment, the cold prompt echoed in his mind. Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Wow. He actually triggered a god-level choice scenario. 2. As always, Su Chen directly chose the second option. 1 against 9. The transfer ceremony had only been a few days ago. Even if the students from Class 3 had cloud-piercing arrows, it was impossible for their levels to be higher than Su Chen's. Facing such small fry, which were not even as strong as a level 10 boss monster, it didn't matter if there were 9 or even 90. To Su Chen, it was all the same. Naturally, he wouldn't even glance at the other options. Moreover, this option offered a whopping 100,000 experience points, enough for Su Chen to level up to 30 and complete his second job transfer. What's wrong, senior? Are you going to make a move? Seeing Su Chen in silence, Lu Xinran's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she instinctively asked. If it was Su Chen who made a move, then he would likely crush the morale of the Class 3 students. After all, Su Chen's profession was stronger than both Su Qingya and Long Chen. The name Killer God alone indicated that it was no simple title. Su Chen nodded, casting a playful glance at Lu Xinran, and said lightly, take me over there. Okay. Lu Xinran hurriedly bounced forward, quickly leading Su Chen toward the teaching building. At the same time, this energetic girl took out her phone and sent a voice message to the group. A simple sentence instantly set the student council's chat group ablaze. Hurry, hurry, hurry. No time to explain, come to the A building, Su-Chen versus Class 3. Wow. A voice message immediately shocked all the members of the student council. At Lu Xinran, is this true? Su-Chen is back at school? Wow. At all members, quickly send out messages, let everyone in the school come over. Wow. Finally. Here. You guys have no idea, those few troublemakers from Class 3 were practically flying high. Thank goodness the god of Su is back. Speed it up. Don't dawdle. At Lu Xinran, Lu the campus beauty, you better bring the god over. I can't hold him off any longer. He's in the teaching building, to hell with friendship matches. We have several high-level professionals here who are already out of health. Let the god of Su come and crush their morale. At all members, the photography club is ready. At student council president, the publicity club is ready. We're preparing to record the video of the god of Su and post it directly on Douyin. Big news. Slow down, let me wash my face and come out to watch. Funny.jpg, wash my face? I didn't even put on my underwear. Just rushed out of the dorm. Explosive. It was too explosive. Lu Xinran's voice message had directly blown all the members of the student council out of their seats. No one could remain calm at that moment. Everyone put down what they were doing and ran toward the A building, ready to see Su-Chen make his move. On one hand, no one had ever seen an epic-level professional in action. On the other hand, Su-Chen was the campus heartthrob, and even the girls from the student council would crawl out of bed to see him. It was no different from being a fan. Of course, due to Su Qingya and the others going to the shallow bay to grind dungeons, there were no elite professionals in the school to face Class 3. Now that Su-Chen had appeared, he could turn the tide, and all the students felt a sense of relief, eager to see those little rascals from Class 3 get their comeuppance. What's going on? Isn't your Class 1 supposed to be strong? What's the matter? Not a single capable one here. In front of the teaching building, a burly heavy-armored warrior, wielding a silver-gray giant axe, looked disdainfully at the crowd. He said loudly, "Is this all there is? I thought you'd be stronger. This is really boring." He shrugged and put the battle axe on his back. Then, looking at the Class 3 students beside him, he waved his hand and said, "Let's go back to school. Friendship first, competition second. Although there aren't many capable ones in Class 1, we in Class 3 shouldn't bully others. Let's just end today's friendly match. Here. Next time, I hope that Long Chen, Su Qingya, and that so-called epic Su-Chen can all show up. Don't be a coward." What? Good is a high professional rank? Under my axe, they all have to die. If you can't even show your face, even if you're a god level professional, I'm afraid that's all the weight you have. The sturdy young man said in a deep voice, with a hint of disdain in his tone. Upon hearing this, the students from Class 1 couldn't help but feel a chill. However, no one dared to stand up to this troublemaker from Class 3. There was no way. The other party was also a dark old level professional. Their family background was not bad. Their father was the department head of an A-level guild, the Eternal Guild. Students of this level could be called young masters without it being excessive. What qualifications did ordinary students have to arm wrestle? Wait! A voice suddenly rang out. Su-Chen appeared in front of the teaching building and looked at the warrior boy, saying, "Do you think I have enough?" Wait! As soon as Su-Chen spoke, he became the center of attention. All eyes turned to him. The students from Class 1 beside the teaching building brightened up, excited to the point of almost being speechless. At that moment, the arrogant young man furrowed his brows, focusing his gaze on Su-Chen, squinting his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "You are that epic-level professional, the god of death? I thought you would be stronger. With your little arms and legs, you can call yourself the god of death?" The boy snorted coldly, still dismissive. "Ha? What the hell?" Su-Chen's eyes filled with confusion. What kind of fool is this? The Eternal Guild is at least an A-level guild. How come they are all such brainless guys? This plot is really damn. In a novel, this fool in front of me would definitely not survive a chapter. Name, Himeng profession, heavy armored warrior rank, dark gold level. Level 5. Su-Chen cast an identification spell, taking in this fool's attributes. Sure enough, there was not a ripple in Su-Chen's heart. He had expected some unexpected surprise. But this, with a snap, the joy was gone. Level 5. At this level, Su-Chen really didn't need to make a move. A single fireball spell could kill him a dozen times. Of course, all the seniors had just completed their job change a few days ago, and to reach level 5 in such a short time did seem quite impressive. It must be that department head from the Eternal Guild who fed his foolish son some potions. Most likely, they were experienced potions of decent rank. It's just a pity. After a while, this fool's health bar would be empty, and his level would drop to 1. What a waste. Friendly match. Su-Chen didn't pay much attention to Himeng. He said lightly, a friendly match is great, but I didn't expect that your school's top students would have such low levels. Don't you like leveling up? By the way. Su Chen paused. He looked at He Meng, and then swept his gaze over all the students from class 3 behind him. With a playful expression, he continued, I'm not targeting anyone, but I'm saying everyone here is trash. As soon as Su Chen spoke, everyone was stunned, especially He Meng, whose mind went completely blank, unable to react at all. What did you say? After a moment of silence, He Meng finally came to his senses, and charged towards Su Chen, wielding that silver-level battle axe. The other 9 newly transitioned students from class 3 followed closely behind He Meng, like sycophants eagerly approaching Su Chen. Wait! Seeing the 9 professionals closing in, Su Chen waved his hand, signaling them to hold on. I know you're eager, but don't rush. Su Chen said seriously, friendly match. Although the main theme is friendship, there should be some stakes, right? Su Chen squinted slightly. His few words left the students from class 3 standing in front of him once again bewildered. Prize? Bet? At this moment, Su Chen resembled a villain from a novel, and he continued, that's right. A sparring match without a little wager? I just received this scholarship card, which has 2 million in it. Whoever wins gets this card. Su Chen took out the scholarship he had just received and waved it in front of He Meng and the others. Hiss! 2 million in scholarship? In an instant, several students from the 3rd high school brightened up, their eyes glinting with greed. What are you betting? Su Chen asked casually. Ha, you're Su Chen, right? You've really got guts to bet? Interesting. He Meng's mind finally started to clear up. He raised his chin and lifted the heavy axe in his hand high. He shouted, this giant axe in my hand is called the Berserk Battle Axe, a silver-grade equipment. If you win against me, you can take this battle axe. He Meng looked proud, not even considering the possibility of losing. After all, his level had been boosted by taking drugs and using experience potions. The other students were at most level 2 or 3, and even Su Qingya, the light priest, had only just reached level 4. Level had an absolute advantage. Moreover, He Meng also had that exclusive battle axe, given by his wealthy father. A top-tier silver-grade equipment worth over 10 million. Could he lose with such a stake? Su Chen's eyes flickered. Our 3rd high school also has scholarships. I have 1 million here plus 30 bottles of life potions, 30 bottles of recovery potions, and a scroll experience potion, 1000 experience points, and a piece of bronze-grade equipment. All my possessions, a black iron-grade monster skull and 3 pieces of bronze-grade church jewelry. 2 million, right? I'll bet. A property, here's the deed. A large flat in the city center of Zhonghai. How about that? Is it enough? As He Meng put the Berserk battle axe on the line, his lackeys, most of whom were 2nd-generation members of the guild, also took out their possessions as bets. How should I put it? The students mingling with He Meng were real small-time thugs. However, their backgrounds were not bad. They were either 2nd-generation members of A-grade guilds or descendants of B-grade guild executives, well off. As expected, the fish has taken the bait. Seeing this scene, Su Chen's eyes brightened and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva, feeling quite pleased. Damn it! Just the rewards from the god-level choice triggered by the plot aren't enough? I need to squeeze a bit more from these 2nd-generation kids. Sure enough, this wave went smoothly. Lu Xinran. Su Chen waved his hand and glanced at the girl with chestnut-colored long hair behind him. What's up, senior? At this moment, Lu Xinran was a bit confused. However, seeing Su Chen call her, she immediately approached, her expression puzzled. Go, gather all those things. Su Chen gave Lu Xinran a look. Ha! The energetic girl was momentarily stunned. Hurry up. There's no time to explain. Su Chen smiled faintly. For a moment, Lu Xinran couldn't help but swallow again. It seemed that this school hunk was different from what she had imagined. Lu Xinran looked at He Meng and the others, a different emotion surging in her heart. A name popped into her mind. Big grievance. Clatter. Soon, Lu Xinran gathered all the items together. Su Chen casually tossed the bank card into the pile. Alright, I'm in a hurry, you all go together. Su Chen clapped his hands, looking calmly at He Meng and the other students. What the hell? Instantly, He Meng and the students from the 3rd high school were all taken aback. Su Chen frowned. Hurry up. He took off all the equipment he was wearing and threw it on the ground. Then, he tossed the black snow blade back into the pile of items. Glancing at everyone with the corner of his eye, he said in a deep voice, I'll take on all of you in a friendly match. Su Chen emphasized the words friendly match. He continued, no need for equipment. I'll wager an additional piece of silver-grade equipment. The black snow blade. Su Chen gestured to the crowd, indicating the pitch-black long blade. Is that enough? Not enough. I'll add another silver piece. With a wave of his hand, he tossed the rose armor into the mix. No way, no way. You can't really. Go 1 against 9. None of you from class 3 have any confidence, right? Scared? Then how about going home to wash up and sleep? Su Chen stuffed his hands into his pockets and yawned. Hiss. A gasp echoed around them. He Meng and the others turned pale. What the hell? So arrogant? 1 against 9. And no equipment. The Black Snow Blade? A silver grade piece plus 2 million in scholarship. Damn it. I have to raise the stakes. Who's afraid of who? If I lose 1 against 9, I might as well die on the spot. That Su Chen may be an epic class professional, but he has no background. How can he be stronger than us? Are experience potions really free? You're right, I'll add a bronze grade skill book. I refuse to believe I can lose to him today. Brothers, don't be afraid. Whoever's scared is a dog. This is about our class 3's reputation. Has this friendly match escalated beyond its purpose? Damn it, I'm throwing in another 5 million in cash. It must be said, in his 2 lifetimes, Su Chen's mental fortitude could easily crush He Meng and these little brats. With a snap, He Meng and the others were thrown into chaos, each pulling out their little treasure troves as bets. After all, 1 against 9, without equipment, if they lost, there would be no need to continue as professionals. Just wash up and sleep. At the same time, all the students from class 1 were stunned. Did I hear that right? 1 against 9. Can the great Su Chen really hold up? He won't crash, will he? Hiss. Just a casual move and it's silver grade equipment, hundreds of thousands to millions in cash. What kind of ridiculous stakes are these for a friendly match? He Meng's level has already risen to level 5, backed by the Eternal Guild, and Su Chen isn't even the slightest bit flustered. Is this the world of the greats? Damn, it's shocking me all year. I thought Su Chen would go one-on-one. Who knew he would let He Meng and these second-generation professionals team up? Only Su Chen has such audacity. So cool. So damn cool. This is what a school hunk looks like. Su Chen, I wanna have your babies. My DNA is activated. From now on, don't stop me, I will only marry Su Chen. Come on, with your little self. Su Chen Gage is definitely mine. Wah, for the sake of getting my brother. I would even be a little one. A friendly match between high schools was evolving in an unexpected direction. The stakes between Su Chen and He Meng had escalated to a terrifying level. Silver-grade weapons exceeded 4 pieces. Among them were also numerous rare items like strength gems, agility gems, and other attribute stones. Even several second-generation members of large guilds had taken out the experience potions given by their families. The atmosphere suggested they were confident they could defeat Su Chen and win all his wagered items. Su Chen, this axe of mine will make you understand who the real trash is. He Meng swung the silver battle axe in his hand, confidently striding toward Su Chen. Behind him, all the second-generation guild members also approached Su Chen one by one. Are you all ready? Facing these high school students, Su Chen felt no tension at all and calmly said, if everyone is ready, then let's begin. Su Chen extended his hand, his index finger pointing at He Meng. Aren't you a bit too confident? At this moment, He Meng looked at Su Chen's reaction, his brows slightly furrowing, and a sense of unease arose in his heart. However, he didn't think much of it and retorted, today, I'll let you see. He Meng raised his head, preparing to deliver a harsh remark. But before he could finish his sentence, it abruptly stopped. Because Su Chen had not used any equipment. Not even a staff, and instead directly unleashed a series of blazing fireballs. This is the onlooking students were all dumbfounded, completely stunned. They were scared silly. Fireball spell. That's right. Su Chen immediately cast his most proficient fireball skill. Not only that, but he also unleashed the golden level skill, Death Flame Explosion, which he had plundered from the undead apostle boss. In fact, with Su Chen's current level, defeating He Meng and the others was almost unnecessary. Even casting skills felt excessive. He did this just to dampen the spirits of the 3rd middle school students, to show He Meng and the other second-generation students what a true gap looked like. Dark gold level professionals? What trash! Do they even deserve to be compared to the god of death? Boom! A deep, muffled sound echoed. 9 massive fireballs, like the sun plummeting, directly covered He Meng and the others. Counterattack? Dodge? Under such a fierce assault, all resistance was futile. As soon as the fireballs made contact with He Meng and the other sycophantic second-generation students, they exploded. The Death Flame explosion displayed a brilliant radiance. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a level 5 professional, gaining 30 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a level 4 professional, gaining 25 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you. The cold kill notifications rang in Su Chen's mind. A series of prompts brought in less than 300 experience points. It was pitifully low, incomparable to the boss monsters in dungeons. However, in front of the teaching building, there appeared clusters of dazzlingly colored halos. Those were the equipment dropped by He Meng and his group, ranging from black, iron to silver level. Although the experience points are few, the dropped equipment is quite good. Su Chen squinted slightly and smiled as if bathed in spring breeze. They were dead. Su Chen, 1 against 9, had only thrown a few fireballs to kill He Meng and all the guild's second-generation members. Of course, this death was not the traditional sense of death. In a world where everyone could change professions, once a professional was killed, they would not die immediately. Instead, they would be reborn from a designated resurrection array. Of course, there was still some loss. Levels would drop by at least a quarter. The equipment worn and items in the backpack also had a certain probability of being dropped. This wave of leaks is plump and juicy. Su Chen cast several identification spells, checking each piece of equipment and items dropped by He Meng and the others. His eyes instantly brightened. There were quite a few good things. No wonder they were second-generation guild members. Although their background might be slightly weaker compared to someone like Han Ing, the popular goddess, it was still incredibly wealthy compared to ordinary students. It was no less than what Su Chen had obtained in the Shallow Bay dungeon over the past few days. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully completed the selection and the reward has been issued. Soon, at the same time Su Chen defeated He Meng, a reward notification for completing the selection also rang in his mind. This was a whopping 100,000 experience points. Su Chen took a deep breath. These experience points are enough to level me up to the 30th tier. Looks like I won't need to run the Shallow Bay dungeon again. Tomorrow I'll head straight to the Profession Temple to receive the second transfer task. Su Chen thought to himself. You've worked hard. Gathering all the glowing orbs on the ground into his arms and tossing them into the system space, Su Chen approached Lu Xinran. He casually grabbed a black iron dagger from the pile of bets and threw it to Lu Xinran. This is your reward. Su Chen smiled faintly and said. With his already handsome features, this smile was bright and sunny, leaving Lu Xinran completely mesmerized. At this moment, Lu Xinran was dumbfounded. Her small mouth slightly opened, exaggerated. Enough to fit a duck egg. Until this moment, she hadn't realized what had happened. He Meng and the others were actually dead? Not defeated, but directly dead. They had returned to the guild. They came out of the resurrection array. This was a 1 against 9. How strong is Su Chen really? So easily, with a snap, he took down 9 top students from the third school. It wasn't just Lu Xinran. At this moment, the entire school was in shock. What the hell? What happened? I just took out my phone to record a video. And you tell me it's over? Explosive. This is too explosive. 1 against 9. Are He Meng and these second-generation guild members too weak? Or is Su Chen too strong? Am I seeing things? Someone pinch me. This is too damn shocking. If this gets posted on Douyin, it will definitely go viral. I remember someone said Su Chen was a pretty boy? Useless. Except for being handsome. Who is that person? Hurry up and come out to apologize to the whole internet. Oh my god. I'm freaking out. My adrenaline is skyrocketing. This is too thrilling. The first school is probably going to become a popular university. What level is Su Chen? He just completed his awakening a few days ago and he can casually kill so many top students? Fireball technique? Was that the skill the big guy just released? Is it fireball technique? Why did it explode automatically? The visual shock is too strong. What fireball technique? That thing is the death flame explosion. You can tell you're a noob. The death flame explosion is a golden level skill. Hiss. That's not the point. The point is that Su Chen didn't even use any equipment just now. He unleashed it barehanded. With this level of skill, you tell me a high school student can do this? Too ridiculous. This wave should be sent to Qingbei University in Kyoto. Isn't this a report? So satisfying. Really satisfying. Finally seeing He Meng, this second generation, get his comeuppance. He didn't even have a chance to react. This breath of relief is so pleasant. The whole school was in an uproar. Death flame explosion. Barehanded unleash. 1 against 9. Sky-high bets. The second generation guild members suffered a crushing defeat. Each point was enough to attract the attention of the entire city, even the whole country. It's no exaggeration to say that once Su Chen's social match video is uploaded to major short video apps today, it will definitely explode online. Not only were Su Chen's moves too detailed, but the displayed strength was also incredibly powerful. Similarly, how did he manage to go from a level 1 practitioner to this level in just a few days? What made people even more curious were the top-notch equipment, elite skill books, and exquisite combat techniques. You tell me this is a high school student who just changed jobs? Even those top-tier experts who have completed their third job change would find it hard to achieve. Under the gaze of all the students, the only focus of the entire scene, Su Chen yet he showed not a hint of excitement. On the contrary, he yawned. Again, calmly putting away all his items. He tucked the scholarship awarded by the school, that bank card, into his pocket. In front of everyone, he just left, turned around and walked out of the school. His aura was full. I'm tired. I'll go back and take a nap, then apply for the second job change at the temple tomorrow. By the way, I'll sell all the monster materials and items obtained from the Shallow Bay dungeon. Su Chen thought thoughtfully. It wasn't that he was pretending to be aloof, but he was really tired. He hadn't rested well after staying in the dungeon for so many days. It was indeed time to go back and rest. And as Su Chen left, in a corner of the campus, an old man with white hair opened his eyes wide in shock, his white beard trembling slightly. Damn it! Is he about to change jobs for the second time? Which young master from a top guild is this? In the corner, the 100-year-old man murmured in shock. If any students saw him, they would surely bow deeply in respect, because this 100-year-old man was none other than the principal of Zhonghai No. 1 High School, the centenarian, the great archmage, Chen Qishan, a level 100 big shot. However, this level 100 principal now wore a face full of horror, because, like Su Qingya, he had also used the top-tier identification technique to assess Su Chen. He checked various items, levels, and skills one by one. Little did he know that this glance nearly made Chen Qishan's heart leap out of his chest. He had thought that Zhonghai No. 1 High School had only produced a few top geniuses. Who would have guessed? This damn kid was completely a freakish little monster. A few days to complete the second transition? The cloud-piercing arrow wasn't that fast. Moreover, the equipment that Su Chen casually tossed on the ground was dropped by the ultimate boss, the undead apostle, in the Shallow Bay dungeon. This was serious. Don't tell me that this high school student single-handedly killed the undead apostle. If that were true, the entire Zhonghai, no, the whole country would be shocked. College entrance exams? Forget it. Even Qingbei University in Kyoto would rush to send people to recruit Su Chen. Conditions would be casually offered. Majors would be freely chosen. Scholarships would be generously provided. This was the treatment of a top scholar. I guess I'm getting promoted. The 100-year-old man, Chen Qishan, took a deep breath of stale air, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his murky old eyes. Shaking his little head, he said with delight, such a treasure, an epic profession. Top-tier leveling speed, extraordinary combat skills, and he even learned the death flame explosion, such a freakish skill. Whether it's talent, temperament, growth speed, or strength, the value is just too high. Those universities in Kyoto are probably going to go crazy over Su Chen, fighting until they bleed. Chen Qishan said with anticipation, doesn't this mean I'll get promoted? At least I could become a university president. That would be a lot of benefits. Thinking of this, Chen Qishan swallowed hard and squinted his eyes. But during this time, I must protect this treasure well. If anyone dares to touch him, wouldn't that be going against me, this little old man? University president, the benefits earned every year would last a lifetime. Chen Qishan hummed a little tune as he swayed away from the small grove. On the other side, the Eternal Guild. A couple of fools, along with a bunch of other fools, crawled out from the resurrection array. What the hell? What's going on? I don't know. One moment I was here and the next everything went black. Oh no, I lost a level. It's gone. That thing of mine is gone. Did your little brother get hit? Get lost. My bronze dagger given by my old man is gone. This is hilarious. Wait. What the hell happened to my bronze armor? I get it now, we're completely screwed. Did we just get killed by a 1 versus 9? That Su Chen is such a bastard. You guys check your attribute panel, my strength attribute dropped by 20 points and it's a permanent loss. They cried. Himeng's lackeys were all in tears, each one with a face full of sorrow. Only now did they understand what had really happened. They had thought they could harvest Su Chen like chives. In the end, they were the ones who turned out to be the plump, juicy chives. What a grievance. Simply a huge grievance. Boss, you can't just leave me hanging. Without that bronze dagger, my old man will probably kill me. Stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, I can't take it anymore. Right. Boss, you have to help us think of a way to get those dropped items back. You guys are still better off. I was so bewitched that I actually mortgaged my Central City apartment. We're completely screwed. Now we've lost both the wife and the soldiers. Boss. He shall. I can't do without the experience potion. What should I do? Do you think Su Chen will give it back to us? A group of second-generation guild members clung to Himeng's legs, crying and wailing. The scene was quite touching. Get lost. Meng fell silent for a moment, then kicked them away, equally on the verge of tears as he said, damn it, I bet the most. This round. It's over. Himeng took a deep breath and hurriedly turned to rush into the Eternal Guild. Right now, his only option was to find his third uncle. That level 100 mage. Perhaps only his uncle could help him. Otherwise, if his father found out, he would probably be beaten to death. Behind Yimeng, a group of dimwits followed closely, afraid that if they lagged even a bit, they wouldn't be able to retrieve their equipment. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to level 27. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has increased to level 28. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to level 29. In Zhonghai City. Wanwan. Community. Su Chen sat on the sofa, spending all the 100,000 experience points he earned, directly leveling up to level 30. Level cap reached. You need to complete the second job change to unlock further levels. In the world of universal job changes, each job change is crucial. If you don't change jobs, you can't continue to level up. Name: Su Chen. Profession: God of Death. Rank: Epic. Level: 30 health points, 27,000 strength, 370 constitution, 250 spirit, 390 agility, 280 talent. God of Death. Plunder skills. Appraisal: gold, freeze, silver, fireball, silver, life enhancement, silver, death fireball, gold, shadow step, gold, black tide. Moon. Entry level forbidden spell. Equipment: black snowblade, silver, inscription ring, silver, undead boots, silver, meteor. Pendant, silver, rose armor, silver, undead apostle, destruction crown, gold, exclusive, throne of the God of Death. Skill points: 720 free points, 180 experience points. Growth: for each level up, you can gain 30 skill points and free points. Opening the attribute panel, Su Chen took a look, and even he couldn't help but be dazzled. Gorgeous. So gorgeous. If it weren't said, no one would believe this was the attribute of a newly level 30 professional. The 4 dimensions were quite explosive. It was already enough to rival the big shots from 3rd to 4th job changes, and the massive skill and equipment slots far exceeded most high school students of the same period. No one could compare unless they were top-tier second generation like Han Ing, who completed their job change years in advance. Otherwise, in front of Su Chen, even the most talented genius would pale in comparison. But the skills are still a bit lacking. Su Chen frowned, calmly analyzing. I need to quickly plunder the exclusive skills of higher level bosses, only then can I speed up my leveling and gain more experience points. Su Chen set a short-term goal for himself. I wonder what changes the God of Death profession will undergo after the second job change. Generally speaking, after a job change, the profession would increase in rank or gain new talent skills. Of course, there were also some unfortunate professionals who saw no change at all after their job change, not even a feedback on their 4-dimensional attributes. Aside from unlocking level limits, they gained no benefits whatsoever. And there were quite a few people like that. But Su Chen was at least the only epic level in Zhonghai City. It should be a significant transformation after the job change. The more skills I plunder, the greater the mana and stamina required. I wonder if I can gain new talents after the second job change. Su Chen thought eagerly, if I could solve this problem, that would be great. Mana, in simple terms, is the blue bar. No matter how flashy the skills or how high the combat techniques, if you run out of mana, it's all in vain. The role of physical points is similar to that of magic points, primarily serving physical class professions. In the world of universal job changes, they are collectively referred to as white strips, blue strips, and white strips. These two things are more important to professionals than life itself. Early the next morning, after waking up, Su Chen went straight to the job change temple. After exiting the subway station, Su Chen looked at the towering international building in front of him, over 100 stories high. The job change temple is built on prime real estate in the city center, right next to the international bank and major guilds. One must say, in this day and age, engaging in job change business is quite lucrative. After all, every year, a massive amount of funds flow in. Just a piece of land is worth a price that ordinary people couldn't earn in 10,000 years. Hello, how can I assist you? As soon as he entered the hall of the job change temple, a modern hall filled with uniformed staff greeted Su Chen with a bow and a smile. Among them, a black-haired girl with a pleasant appearance and exquisite makeup approached him, smiling brightly as she said, "Sir, please have some tea." Su Chen glanced at the uniformed girl in front of him and took a steaming cup of tea from her hand, drinking it in one go. He couldn't help but feel a bit amused inside. "Sir?" However, Su Chen quickly regained his composure. This title is a special form of address in the world of universal job changes, a respectful term for professionals. Su Chen accepted it without hesitation. "I am here to apply for a second job change and to receive the job change task." Without hesitation, Su Chen stated his purpose. Ha! Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the black-haired uniformed girl was clearly taken aback. A second job change? Level 30? Her gaze flickered over the school badge on Su Chen's collar, momentarily stunned. A high school student? A second job change? Is this a joke? It hasn't been Long since the unified job change was completed, how could he already be at a second job change? The cloud-piercing arrow? However, without asking further questions, the uniformed girl concealed her shock and confusion, nodded, and said to Su Chen, "Sir, please, follow me, the job change hall is this way." Su Chen followed the black-haired uniformed girl, and after a short while, they arrived at another hall. Here, relatively few people were present, with only a few VIP windows. All were VIP windows. In Zhonghai City, there is a noble classification similar to a knightly class. Once one becomes a professional, they can obtain citizen status and enjoy a series of VIP citizen benefits within the city. This includes priority in purchasing property, buying items, selling materials, and even enrolling children in school. Above the citizen class, there are even higher levels of nobility. "Sir, please, come this way." The black-haired uniformed girl bowed respectfully to Su Chen and said, "To receive the second job change task, you need to complete identity verification, iris verification, fingerprint recognition, and facial recognition. The process is quite simple, and I hope you can understand. After completing the identity verification, you can place your hands on the divine stone. In front of the window, wait a moment, and the job change taskbar will appear. The intensity of job change tasks is categorized as simple, normal, difficult, trial, terrifying, and hell. There are a total of 6 intensity levels, and the difficulty of tasks varies with each level. Of course, the feedback received after the job change also increases with the intensity." The uniformed girl's voice was gentle, and she patiently explained to Su Chen. "Okay." Su Chen nodded slightly. The process was indeed very simple. He was quite familiar with the exclusive divine stones at each VIP window. They were very similar to the job change divine stone used in the awakening ceremony a while ago, except that this one in the hall was used to receive tasks. Su Chen's eyes brightened as he looked at the window indicated by the uniformed girl, the high-level citizen VIP window. Generally speaking, professionals below level 30 can only access basic citizen benefits, and correspondingly, there is only a basic window. "Your Excellency, our transmigration temple in Zhonghai City has an implicit rule that grants higher benefits and citizenship status to young genius professionals. If you can successfully complete the second transition, you will directly obtain advanced citizenship status. It won't be long before even a basic noble status is within reach." The black-haired girl in uniform noticed the confusion in Su Chen's eyes and spoke softly again. Su Chen nodded slightly. Zhonghai City is just a small coastal city with a relatively small population and fewer professionals. The generous benefits are likely intended to retain young genius professionals and bring fresh blood to the city. However, Su Chen had no intention of settling in Zhonghai. After the college entrance examination, he planned to go to Kyoto. After all, Kyoto has the country's top-tier vocational academies, offering a broader horizon for professionals and allowing Su Chen to grow rapidly. Beep. Iris verification passed. Fingerprint recognition passed. Facial recognition passed. Beep. Zhonghai City first high school student Su Chen, welcome. Arriving at the advanced VIP window, Su Chen quickly completed all the identifications. A cold female mechanical voice sounded, and all of Su Chen's information appeared in detail on an LED screen. Epic level profession. Level 30 in less than a week? Oh my god. The black-haired girl in uniform was completely stunned as she looked at the information on the screen and part of Su Chen's attribute panel. Not just her, the few high-level professionals scattered throughout the hall were also wide-eyed in disbelief, all turning to look at Su Chen with expressions filled with incredulity. So young. Good talent is one thing, but leveling up so quickly? This could no longer be described as genius, he was simply a little monster. When did Zhonghai City produce such a figure? Your Excellency Su, just place your hands on the divine stone. After a moment of silence, the black-haired girl in uniform widened her eyes, took a deep breath, and then cautiously reminded Su Chen. Buzz buzz buzz. Su Chen complied. Second transition task, Undead Bone Dragon Certificate. Task intensity, Hell level. Professional, Su Chen, Epic level God of Death. Task description, go to Shallow Sea Bay, kill an ultimate boss monster. Undead Bone Dragon, and obtain the Undead Bone Dragon Certificate. The more undead bone dragons you kill, the more transition feedback rewards you will receive after the transition. Rewards include but are not limited to profession rank increase, exclusive skills, exclusive talents, exclusive equipment, and other items. Time limit, 7 days. Note, killing other ultimate boss monsters in the Shallow Sea Bay instance will also yield transition certificates. The quantity and quality of the transition certificates will determine the professional direction after the second transition, and certificates can be stacked multiple times. Soon, a task panel appeared before Su Chen that only he could see. Hell level? The moment he saw the task intensity, Su Chen was completely stunned. Damn it! It's actually Hell level. Another Shallow Sea Bay? Su Chen frowned, thinking to himself, the level 60 Undead Bone Dragon boss only appears in the deepest part of the Shallow Sea Bay instance. Many A-level guilds struggle to find it, let alone solo kill this ultimate boss. The reason this is hell level is probably because there are only 6 intensity levels for the task. It must be said that this second transition task is indeed somewhat beyond the scope. First of all, the Undead Bone Dragon boss, as the ultimate hybrid monster in the Silver instance, is quite troublesome to locate. Large guilds like the Kanghun Guild and the Eternal Guild have tried countless times to capture a skeletal dragon mount, only to return empty-handed. Recently, the popular goddess Han Eng led a group of high-level professionals to the Shallow Sea Bay, likely also in pursuit of the skeletal dragon mount. It's clear how difficult it is to kill a skeletal dragon. Furthermore, in a world where everyone can change jobs, all dragon bosses possess extremely powerful bloodlines, terrifying attributes, and brutal exclusive skills. At the same level, few professionals can easily contend with them. In one-on-one encounters, most outcomes are death. But that's not the most important part. To kill a skeletal dragon or tame it as a mount, one must not only confront the skeletal dragon but also eliminate a massive number of hybrid monsters to reach the dragon's lair, known as the Dragon Nest. Under the siege of countless high-level dungeon bosses, even a level 63rd transformation professional would find it quite challenging, let alone a young professional barely at level 30. A bit of a headache, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He truly hadn't expected his luck to be this good. Sir, Su, how is it? Did you receive the second transformation quest? Just as Su Chen was lost in thought, the black-haired girl in uniform beside him leaned in, smiling lightly as she asked. I got it, Su Chen replied, taking a deep breath. Noticing a strange expression on Su Chen's face, the girl in uniform asked again, is it a difficult intensity? Pretty much. It's fine. The girl in uniform smiled like a spring breeze, comforting him. Sir Su is the only epic-level professional in Zhonghai City. Even with a difficult intensity, it should be no problem. Su Chen remained silent, not responding. Cough cough, it's still a bit troublesome, I'm not joking. However, Su Chen didn't elaborate further and turned to walk out of the job change hall, saying to the girl in uniform, see you next time, I'll be leaving first. Please wait a moment. A voice called out to Su Chen. A petite girl with delicate features and white stockings appeared in the hall, walking towards Su Chen and the girl in uniform. Manager Su? The black-haired girl in uniform glanced at the white-stockinged girl, her eyes lighting up as she quickly nodded. Yes, you go ahead. I'll take care of Sir Su. The white-stockinged girl waved her hand, signaling the uniformed girl to leave first. Okay. The exquisitely made-up girl nodded a few times like a chick pecking at rice and hurriedly left the hall to continue her work. Hello, Sir Su, my name is Su Shi, and I am the manager of the Job Change Temple in Zhonghai City. The girl in white stockings looked up at Su Chen. Su Shi? Su Chen paused for a moment. The name sounded familiar. Su Shi was quite popular in Zhonghai City, even more so than the popular goddess Han Eng. Besides being the manager of the Job Change Temple, her level was also quite impressive, reaching the 200 level tier. A genuine professional powerhouse. Additionally, Su Shi's looks and figure were referred to as the goddess of otaku by many male professionals. Unlike the black-stockinged priest Lu Mei, the cool school beauty Su Qingya, or the noble young lady Han Eng, Su Shi was undoubtedly a cute loli with a youthful appearance. Indeed not small. Surging waves. Su Chen squinted slightly, looking down at Su Shi, the exaggerated curve making his heart tighten. The internet does not deceive me. The goddess of otaku is indeed impressive. Sir Su, we are somewhat related. Su Shi greeted him warmly. Is there something you need? Su Chen asked. Here is a national black card for the Job Change Temple, along with a high-level authority badge. I hope Sir Su can accept them, Su Shi said with a bright smile, her beautiful face and nearly perfect figure making it hard to refuse. However, Su Chen fell silent for a moment before asking again, this is? Su Shi chuckled softly, looking directly into Su Chen's eyes. I mean no other intention. It is already an honor for our branch to have you come to Zhonghai City to transfer to the temple. I just wanted to get to know you, so if you need any help in the future, you can come to me directly. Making a friend? Su Shi stated straightforwardly. Hearing this, Su Chen was taken aback for a moment but quickly returned to normal, smiling faintly as he replied. All right. At the same time, he accepted the black card and badge. Su Shi's meaning was clear to Su Chen. Making connections. It was also about pulling him in. If Su Chen had successfully awakened an epic-level profession on the day of the transfer ceremony, he would be worthy of admiration from someone like Su Shi, a level 200 professional. Now, having reached level 30 in just a few days, Su Chen's potential had already caught the attention of the city's behind-the-scenes big shots. Not just attention, but even shock. The reason was simple. In this world, there was no shortage of geniuses. In the genius class of Kyoto, the vast majority of professionals were of epic level or above. Unfortunately, the higher the professional rank, the slower the leveling up. Normally, the experience points they needed to level up were 10 times or more than what an ordinary professional would consume to level up once. This also meant that most geniuses would falter and could not grow into top-tier figures. Even if talented professionals had many powerful figures backing them, the resources they enjoyed were incredibly substantial. However, the fact was that in the quite difficult leveling process and under the pursuit of countless professional hunters, the survival rate of these geniuses was pitifully low. A high rank did not guarantee becoming a big shot. Surviving was what made one strong. But Su Chen was different. His leveling speed was astonishing. He achieved in days what others needed 1 or 2 years, or even several years, to reach. A young figure of this level would surely become a presence at the top of the pyramid in the future, worth making friends with. This was also why Su Shi, as a level 200 big shot, would treat Su Chen with such gentleness and courtesy. Being able to hold the position of manager at the Temple of Transfer, she must have a deep understanding of human relationships. In Su Shi's eyes, the future Su Chen would undoubtedly surpass her current self. If she could pull in such a genius, what was the harm in paying a small price? If it's convenient, let's add each other on WeChat, Su Shi said again. Alright, Su Chen nodded. He scanned the code and added her as a friend. Then I'll take my leave. I have some other matters to attend to, Su Chen said directly. See you next time. Su Chen waved his hand and left the Temple of Transfer. Behind him, Su Shi kept her gaze on Su Chen's back for a long time, not shifting her eyes away. A hint of brilliance flickered in her beautiful eyes, and after a moment of silence, she softly murmured, "What a handsome little brother. His aura is so outstanding. His intellect also far surpasses his peers." A faint blush appeared on Su Shi's face. Her delicate body trembled. She had seen too many high-level professionals, ranging from over level 100 to over level 300. However, most of them were older, greasy uncles. Their attitudes towards her were quite clear. They were after Su Shi's body. Yet this time, it was the first time Su Shi had missed. Su Chen's gaze was so sincere that it could be said to have no trace of wickedness. This little brother is really interesting. I just wonder if he can grow into a true big shot. With this thought, Su Shi also withdrew her gaze and left the transfer hall. On the other side, Su Chen arrived at a Xingyao restaurant in the center of Zhanghai City. Xingyao restaurant was quite famous in Zhanghai City, known for its delicious ingredients, top-notch service, and its location in the most central area of the city. The rent was shockingly high. Of course, the most important thing was that the head chef here was a golden-tier gourmet. This profession is incredibly rare. As a type of lifestyle career, the turnover rate for gourmet chefs is not high. Out of 10,000 auxiliary professions, there might not even be one. Yet, the Starry restaurant has managed to attract this 1 in 10,000 existence, having had the same head chef for over a decade. Hello, esteemed professional. Would you like me to recommend some of our new dishes? At a windowside table, Su Chen took a seat under the guidance of the waitress. Dressed in a short skirt and over-the-knee black stockings, the beautiful waitress in a maid outfit flashed a charming smile at Su Chen. With a gentle smile, she said, "Our recent new dishes are delicious, with a satisfaction rate of 99.7%. Additionally, consuming them can provide a certain degree of enhancement to your four-dimensional attributes." The maid-like beauty bent slightly, kneeling at Su Chen's feet, her bright, alluring eyes wide open. She continued to look at Su Chen and said, "We recently hired a level 76 alchemist and a level 68 fire mage. All dishes are meticulously prepared, so consuming them will have special effects." An alchemist? A fire mage? Su Chen was slightly taken aback. Wow! No wonder it's the Starry restaurant. Such high-level professionals are not something even an A-level guild could easily recruit, yet they were drawn to a restaurant. The alchemist brews potions and the mage cooks with fire-based skills. One can imagine that the new dishes mentioned by the waitress must indeed taste excellent and provide a certain degree of attribute enhancement. Alright, I'll go with your recommendation. Su Chen smiled faintly. Without asking about the price, he directly instructed the little maid to place the order. Okay. The waitress's eyes lit up with surprise. She leaned slightly forward, her exaggerated figure fully displayed before Su Chen. The new dishes are divided into 3 packages. The luxury package is priced at 66,000. The premium package is priced at 88,000. The emperor package is priced at 128,800. May I ask which one you would like, sir? The little maid's eyes were filled with anticipation, her lips slightly parted, her pearly teeth lightly biting her red lips, looking stunningly beautiful. Su Chen coughed softly. Damn, why does this sound so familiar? You know how to price things. If I didn't know better, I would think I walked into a spa scam. However, it's normal for dishes that enhance four-dimensional attributes to be a bit pricey. After all, items like strength gems and constitution gems are worth tens of thousands each in the market. And if they are epic-level gems, the price is even higher. I'll take the Emperor package, Su Chen said calmly. He could be considered a small, wealthy man now. The school awarded him a scholarship of 2 million, and he had scammed quite a bit from that rich second-generation kid. If we were to count, Su Chen had at least 20 to 30 million in cash on hand. A meal wouldn't be a big deal. Alright, I'll arrange that right away. Please wait a moment. Upon hearing that Su Chen ordered the Emperor package, the little maid instantly perked up, standing up cheerfully and giving Su Chen a flirtatious glance. Her gaze was so enchanting it could almost draw lines. Then, swaying her little waist, she gracefully walked towards the kitchen. There was no way around it. With a package costing over 100,000, the maid's commission would naturally be substantial, and she would put in more effort in serving Su Chen. Interesting. Watching the little maid's departing figure, Su Chen shook his head and couldn't help but smile. If I get the chance in the future, I should open a restaurant too. While waiting for the dishes to be served, Su Chen took out the black card that Sushi had just given him, along with the exquisite badge. He had some understanding of these two items. His high school textbooks had detailed introductions about them. With this black card, he could overdraw up to 30 million at any job transfer temple across the country and enjoy various privileges. Purchasing real estate would mostly come with discounts. Other venues, including major auction houses, also offered VIP-level services. There were many benefits. The detailed content included over 1,000 items. As for the badge, it meant that Su Chen held a high-ranking citizen status. Besides being a high-level VIP, this badge itself was also quite a nice item, usable as alchemical material. At the very least, it could be refined into something equivalent to top-tier silver equipment. Of course, hardly any professional would actually do that. Taking out his phone, Su Chen used his newly acquired high-level VIP citizen status to authenticate his ID on the official forum of Zhenghai City and logged in. He checked the current status of the major guilds in the city. Bright Guild, B. Journey Guild, B. Eternal Guild, A. Kanghan Guild, A+, Rose Guild. Branch? These guilds were all top guilds in Zhenghai City, each with corresponding auction houses and trading posts. It seems Eternal and Kanghan can be ruled out. Su Chen glanced at the guild list and decisively made his decision. Damn it! With the way Eternal Guild operates, why would I trade with them? And Kanghan wasn't much better. Forget it, I'll think about it after I eat. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen directly turned off his phone. He had quite a lot of monster materials and rare items in his hands, especially the bones of the undead apostle, which were top-notch. How could he not find a trading post? Even if he took them to the black market, he could sell them for a good price. Your emperor's set is ready, my lord. Soon, a graceful little maid in a revealing outfit walked over, carrying plates of fragrant dishes. Behind her were a line of maids, each with impeccable looks and figures, also holding clean white porcelain plates with exquisite dishes arranged on them. My lord, enjoy your meal. The leading maid slightly bowed and cast a flirtatious glance at Su Chen. You can leave now. Su Chen waved his hand, signaling them to go. Cough, cough. Women only slow me down when I draw my sword. Better fill my stomach first. The taste is pretty good. Picking up a piece of unknown hybrid demon meat, Su Chen took a bite and couldn't help but brighten his eyes, genuinely exclaiming. The meat was very tender. With one bite, it burst with juice. Ding! Congratulations, strength attribute plus 0.02 points. Ding! Congratulations, strength attribute plus 0.07 points. The cold notification sounds echoed in his mind. What the hell? Su Chen felt a wave of comfort. I need to come to this restaurant often. It's definitely not just for the maids' bodies, but because the food is really delicious and can even enhance my attributes. However, just as Su Chen was enjoying his meal, a striking figure not far away caught his attention. A familiar face, black stockings, high heels, backless outfit, exquisite robe, glowing skin, a whole wave of allure. Black stocking priestess? Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up and his swallowing motion paused slightly. What a coincidence? Handsome little brother? At the same time Su Chen noticed the black stocking priestess, Lu Mei also spotted him, her eyes sparkling. She boldly swayed her beautiful figure, walking over step by step. Boldly gazing at Su Chen, she smiled sweetly and softly said, Why are you eating alone? Aren't you on a date with your little girlfriend? Lu Mei casually sat down beside Su Chen, playfully tossing her light golden waves of hair, tilting her head to look closely at him. With her exquisite makeup, long eyelashes, and chestnut-colored contact lenses, even Su Chen felt a slight tightening in his heart. The maids at the starry restaurant had top-notch figures and looks, but compared to someone like Lu Mei, they were still lacking too much. In terms of temperament, the maids paled in comparison. Where would I get a girlfriend? Su Chen smiled faintly as a response. Lu Mei naturally picked up the chopsticks that Su Chen had placed on the dining table and picked up a piece of meat to put in her mouth. Her pearly white teeth and red lips. With a gentle bite, the sound of the meat's juices could be heard. Lu Mei lightly licked the corner of her mouth, her little tongue reminiscent of the legendary beautiful snakewoman boss. An indescribable charm. So handsome. Yet no girlfriend? Could it be? Lu Mei looked at Su Chen with her fox-like eyes, playfully smiling. Isn't it okay for a younger brother? With a soft sound, Su Chen coughed lightly twice. Damn! This woman. Not like a good person. Su Chen boldly looked back, leaning slightly forward, and said in a deep voice, how does sister know? Isn't it something that should be tried? At this point, Su Chen paused. His body continued to lean closer. He could smell a faint fragrance from Lu Mei. For a moment, Lu Mei instinctively froze, her body leaning back. Little Sea King. Scumbag. Lu Mei covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Sister, are you here to eat alone? Su Chen smoothly changed the topic. No. Lu Mei shook her head, smiling lightly. I'm the boss here. Ha! Su Chen was taken aback. The boss lady? Go! Lu Mei's eyes sparkled as she patted Su Chen's head and said, where would I find a boyfriend? I'm the boss, okay. What the hell? You own Xingyou restaurant? Su Chen coughed lightly. Yes. Lu Mei replied, exuding a myriad of charms. Sister, I don't want to try hard anymore. Su Chen said decisively, without a hint of hesitation. Ha ha ha. Lu Mei threw a flirtatious glance, suddenly leaning close to Su Chen. Her breath fragrant as she said, Little Sea King. Su Chen's heart tightened again. Damn. This woman really knows how to play. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully triggered a god-level choice. Current plot, the ambiguity of the Black Stocking Priestess. Choice 1, Black Stocking Priestess Lu Mei, as a member of an S-level guild, has a pretty good background. Directly confess your feelings and pursue the rich woman. Reward, 1 piece of silver-level equipment. Choice 2, propose to the Black Stocking Priestess to sell monster materials and issue a date invitation. After all, ambiguity takes time. Reward, 1 golden level. Skill book. Choice 3, women? Just slow down your draw speed. Decisively turn around and leave. Refuse to communicate with Lu Mei. Be a steel straight man. Reward, title real man. God level choice. Su Chen was a bit dazed. He actually triggered such a plot. Ambiguity with the Black Stocking Priestess. Very pure and ambiguous? Goodness. Quite interesting. 222. As always, Su Chen's choice was very firm. A heartfelt confession? Pursuing a rich woman. Such things Su Chen only said casually, not to be taken seriously. After all, his qualifications and growth speed could already surpass most young professionals in the country. Why hang himself on one tree? And being a real man? No need for that. He wasn't a eunuch. Since he was here, he had to continue developing. In his past life, Su Chen couldn't stand those monk literature novels with so many beauties. The protagonist didn't even glance at them. Why bother? What we aim for is happiness. Lu Mei's background is surprisingly impressive, an S-level guild member. From the god-level choice, Su Chen also sensed something was off. It seemed that this Black Stocking Priestess from Kyoto was quite extraordinary. Not only was her appearance and figure top tier, but her background was also shockingly strong. He needed to get to know her better. More girls, more paths. With this in mind, Su Chen didn't hesitate and directly got to the point. Sister Lu Mei, I want to ask you something. Lu Mei was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, go ahead. What is it? Tell me. Do you have a place that buys monster materials? Su Chen decisively said, monster materials? Yes. What grade are they? Su Chen paused for a moment and continued, they range from black iron level to gold level. Besides monster materials, there are also a large number of skill books and equipment. Gold level? A lot? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Lu Mei became restless. Her expression filled with confusion. Did you bring them? Su Chen nodded. Follow me. With that, Lu Mei lifted her chin, nailing Su Chen to follow her. Soon, they arrived at a well-decorated private room. There's no one here, handsome little brother. Take them out and let's have a look. Lu Mei sat back in her chair, lazily looking at Su Chen. With a clang, Su Chen neatly took out an item. A gold-level staff. The Apostle's Staff. An item dropped from the undead apostle. Then, with another sound, Su Chen took out a tattered black robe. The Death Black Robe. Also gold level. These 2 items were quite worn, but their grade was undeniably gold. Following that, he pulled out a silver-level ring, a silver-level dagger, and a silver-level skill book. Su Chen took out countless pieces of loot obtained from the Shallow Bay dungeon, all rare treasures. Most of them he couldn't use right now. And the monster materials were even more numerous. like the bones of the undead bone horse boss, which had a high value comparable to a heavily worn gold item. What the hell? At the same time, Lu Mei's beautiful figure trembled and a hint of uncontrollable shock appeared on her face. She was completely dumbfounded. Inside the private room, the ground was covered with golden and silver halos. A dazzling sight. Lu Mei slightly opened her mouth, her jaw almost dropping as she stared at the pile of items. After a long silence, she finally raised her head to look at Su Chen. All of these are yours? You killed an ultimate boss, the undead apostle? Lu Mei, who was at level 75, could naturally tell the origins of the black robe and the apostle's staff. The undead apostle boss was very popular in Zhonghai City, considered one of the hot boss monsters. Many large guilds had tried to find it without success. Unexpectedly, it was all taken down by Su Chen. Even the undead bone horse was among them. Yes, Su Chen did not hide the truth. I happened to see it and cleared it out in one go. What the hell? As Su Chen's words fell, Lu Mei was shocked again, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Damn it! The level 52 undead apostle. Even she, Lu Mei, might not be able to handle it one-on-one. Su Chen had only changed jobs a few days ago, right? What level was he now? How could he kill such a high-level ultimate boss? For a moment, a wave of immense shock surged in Lu Mei's heart, her bright eyes filled with astonishment. What level are you now? Unlike Su Qingya, the priest profession, while decent, did not possess top-tier appraisal skills. Faced with an epic-level professional like Su Chen, she naturally couldn't check his detailed attributes. I just reached level 30 and have already gone to the Temple of Job Change to receive my exclusive quest. I should be able to reach level 40 in a few days, Su Chen said seriously. It was indeed the case. Due to level restrictions, his attribute panel showed level 30, but if he went to the Shallow Bay dungeon again, he would probably gain at least 100,000 experience points upon returning. After the job change, his level would rise rapidly. Level 40 wouldn't be difficult. Epic level profession, insane leveling speed. Lu Mei looked at Su Chen with a complex expression. Biting her lip, she softly murmured, could it be that the killing god profession has a special experience talent? Lu Mei's voice was very soft, but Su Chen heard it too. Experience talent. Such a rare talent had precedence in the country. A priest, not high in rank, had obtained a double experience talent upon job changing. Each time he killed a wild boss, you can gain a massive amount of experience points. The leveling speed far exceeds that of other professions. It's a pity, though. It's a support profession. Otherwise, once it grows, it would undoubtedly be a big shot capable of shaking a city with just a stamp of the foot. Handsome little brother. Lu Mei took a deep breath of stale air and once again focused her gaze on Su Chen, but this time her tone was no longer lazy and alluring. Instead, it carried a hint of seriousness. It seems that when I performed the awakening ceremony for you a few days ago, I overlooked something. Perhaps your profession rank is not just epic. It's very likely to be a hidden legend. Legend? Su Chen frowned. A legendary profession. Comparable to the top sorcerers in the country. That old man was also a legendary profession, known to the outside world as the Golden Legend. Many professionals, although they present their profession rank during the initial ceremony, possess extremely rare top-tier talents. In a sense, their profession rank should be elevated a level beyond the original. Lu Mei said with a serious expression, in other words, with your god of death profession and such an abnormal leveling speed, you could directly be reported to the genius class in Kyoto. Even those S-level and SS-level guilds in Kyoto might go crazy for you. They would spare no effort to recruit you. Upon hearing this, Su Chen slightly squinted. Legendary level. Top-tier talent. These were surprisingly important? Even the double S-rated top guilds would go mad to recruit him? However, Su Chen was very clear that he didn't have any experience talent, he simply had a higher damage output. Once the throne of the god of death appeared, even bosses dozens of levels higher couldn't withstand it. But after thinking it over, Su Chen didn't point this out. It seemed that whatever double experience talent and plunder talent paled in comparison to the throne of the god of death. According to the rules of the world of class change, his current potential should far exceed legendary level. Demigod level? Su Chen thought silently but remained silent. Lu Mei continued, I will mention your situation to my friends in Kyoto. This kind of situation is extremely rare, and staying in Zhonghai City is too constraining for you. Lu Mei expressed her thoughts, then paused before continuing. These items are all top-notch alchemical materials, and those two pieces of heavily worn golden equipment are worth just as much as perfect gold. After all, they dropped from the ultimate boss, the undead apostle. In Kyoto, several of my alchemist friends are actively buying them. Lu Mei looked sincerely into Su Chen's eyes and explained, if you're comfortable with it, I can send them the detailed attributes of these items. It shouldn't take long before they're all sold. During This time, you can go complete your second job transfer quest. At this point, Lu Mei picked up a cup of clear tea from the table, brought it to her lips and took a gentle sip, trying to calm her emotions. A genius of Su Chen's caliber was simply a little monster. Even the well-informed Lu Mei was momentarily taken aback. All right. Su Chen nodded and smiled lightly. Then I'll trouble you, sister. Su Chen had always had a good impression of Lu Mei. They only had contact information and had met for the second time, yet she was able to help him like this. She could be considered a friend worth making. Moreover, the black silk mature lady was genuinely appealing. It's nothing. Lu Mei waved her hand. No need to thank me too much, just give me a kiss and we're even. Su Chen raised an eyebrow again. Goodness. She knows how to play. However, Su Chen avoided the topic. He didn't lean in, but instead leaned back. A kiss? Close contact. Such things, for a gentleman like Su Chen, naturally wouldn't be refused. However, the divine level choice plot had already been triggered. A golden skill book. What if, after a kiss, poof, the golden skill was gone? Isn't that just disappointing? After some consideration, Su Chen still chose the latter. He said softly, next time for sure. In the city center, a pretty good bay restaurant just opened. Are you free next Friday, sister? Lu Mei's eyes flickered. Yes. Are you asking me out on a date? Of course, I'll definitely be free for something like this. With her reply, Su Chen's eyes brightened and he nodded. Great, it's settled then. I'll treat you next week. It's also to thank you for helping me with the monster materials. Alright, it's a deal. Lu Mei smiled like a breath of spring. At that moment, Su Chen also let out a sigh of relief. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully completed the choice and the reward has been issued. As Lu Mei agreed to the date, a cold notification echoed in Su Chen's mind. A golden level skill book. Acquired. Name, Elemental Arrow, active. Skill, grade, golden level attributes, can condense all elemental arrows with a single hit on the target dealing a minimum of mental attribute x10 x 1200% spell attack damage and adding strength attribute x10 x 200% extra physical critical damage. When the number of stacked elemental arrows reaches a certain level, it will produce secondary spell explosion damage. Description, a top tier golden skill, boss skill. Under the skill, all elemental arrows can be released. Different elemental arrows will counter the corresponding boss attributes. When light elemental arrows and dark elemental arrows are released simultaneously, unexpected effects will occur. What the hell? Su Chen was stunned. Damn it! All elemental arrows can release all elemental damage at once. Su Chen was taken aback. He couldn't help but swallow hard. 12 times spell damage? And an extra 2 times physical. Critical. When the number of elemental arrows stacks, it can even produce secondary spell explosion? Even different series of elemental arrows can merge and release, creating new effects. Su Chen gasped sharply, truly not expecting that this time the triggered god-level choice reward would be this powerful. This could no longer be described as top tier. It was simply a ceiling level. Exclusive boss skill for archers. Unfortunately, I'm not an archer. Su Chen thought to himself. If this skill book were exposed, even if it were thrown into a place like Kyoto, it would probably attract all the high-level professionals in the city to fight over. It's, after all, an exclusive skill book for archers that can carry an elemental damage type is already outrageous. And this skill? All elemental types. Terrifying damage bonuses. How could it not make archers envious? A product of the system, truly a fine product. Su Chen smiled faintly, feeling quite pleased. Without any hesitation, he directly learned the elemental arrow skill. At the same time, Lu Mei widened her puzzled eyes, her beautiful gaze flickering slightly as she stared into Su Chen's eyes. With a charming smile, she said, "What's wrong, handsome little brother? What's making you so happy?" Su Chen came back to his senses, turned to look at Lu Mei, and couldn't help but smile back. With his already sunny and handsome appearance, this smile made him seem even more refreshing, full of youthful charm. How could I not be happy to go on a date with my sister? Su Chen's eyes sparkled as he gazed directly at Lu Mei. This look left the alluring black silk priestess momentarily stunned, and she shyly lowered her head, shifting her gaze elsewhere. Damn, I almost forgot, the 12,000 points I spent on the Emperor set are probably getting cold. Su Chen suddenly remembered that he hadn't finished his meal and abruptly stood up, heading towards the private room's exit. Little brother, don't rush. Lu Mei called out to Su Chen. I'll have someone make you a new one. Eating it cold can easily lead to kidney deficiency. Su Chen squinted slightly. Cough cough. Sister, I don't want to try hard anymore. I'm not joking. Soon die in the private room, a waitress dressed in a cool maid outfit, a stunning young lady, once again approached with an expensive white porcelain plate. However, this time the dishes were not new. Instead, they filled the entire table, clearly much more expensive than the imperial set. "Try our signature dish," Lu Mei said, extending her delicate, fair hand to pick up a piece of meat and gently place it at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. This made Su Mu's heart race. However, he subtly took a deep breath, trying to keep his emotions as calm as possible. He had to remain composed. Lu Mei was clearly a woman of the world. He couldn't become just another fish in her pond. This was a high-stakes game. After finishing the meal, Su Chen took a taxi straight back to his rented room, not engaging much with Lu Mei. Ambiguity couldn't be rushed. It had to be just enough. Otherwise, it would only bind him. However, based on Su Chen's years of experience as a playboy, Lu Mei didn't seem to be as enchanting as her appearance suggested. Internally, she seemed more like a little girl, tender on the outside. It made sense, being part of an S-level guild, and the behind-the-scenes owner of the starry restaurant, she naturally had her own means. If she didn't understand human nature, well, how could she last long? Interesting, Su Chen smiled faintly, feeling a different kind of flavor in his heart. He opened the M Group delivery app and ordered some items to be delivered to his home. By the time he got home, the delivery would likely arrive. Shallow Bay Dungeon entry tickets, life potions, recovery potions, magic potions, rationality potions. These were all relatively common items, not too expensive, though the quality was naturally not as good as those from trading posts and auction houses. Logging back into the official occupational forum of Zhanghai City after verifying his ID, Su Chen searched for posts about the ultimate boss monster in the Shallow Bay Dungeon. How should he put it? Although Su Chen was quite familiar with Shallow Bay, he had never seen any of those ultimate bosses, not even once, and there wasn't much in the textbooks either. This time, his goal was not to level up in the dungeon but to truly solo kill the undead Bone Dragon boss. If he didn't gather more information, he might end up in trouble. The undead Bone Dragon boss is immune to some undead and dark damage. Light skills can counter undead creatures. Su Chen found some useful posts, his eyes brightening. In the dungeon, there isn't just one undead bone dragon? Perhaps deep in Shallow Bay, there is an undiscovered dragon tomb? Su Chen frowned. In a sense, undead creatures are those boss monsters that became undead due to certain factors after death. Half alive, half dead. And the dragon tomb could be understood as the lair of the undead bone dragon. The terrifying giant dragon boss, after transforming into an undead bone dragon, still retains its dragon bloodline. Although its attack power may weaken somewhat, its defense can be greatly enhanced. Each bone is a hard shield, which can be refined into high-quality equipment. Su Chen took a deep breath. The undead bone dragon was strong. Not only did it have the dragon bloodline, but after becoming an undead creature, its defense underwent a crazy transformation, increasing by who knows how many times. At the same time, its attack converted to undead damage. In this case, a dead dragon might not necessarily be weaker than when it was alive. This is why, at the same level, almost no practitioner could achieve the feat of solo killing the undead bone dragon boss. And Su Chen, who had just barely reached the second transition, was about to venture into the deepest part of the dungeon to kill a bone dragon and obtain a job transfer certificate. Hell level? Su Chen couldn't help but swallow. Again, sighing softly, it seems the highest intensity is only hell level, otherwise, who knows what the intensity of this job transfer task is. After returning home, the M Group delivery arrived just in time. It must be said that the efficiency of the M team is indeed very high. Su Chen opened the package to take a look. High-level entry ticket, intermediate life potion, recovery potion. All the items were of decent quality, especially the entry ticket. It was much better than the one he bought from the black market merchant last time. The price was also quite reasonable. Name, instance entry ticket grade, high-level attributes. Using this entry ticket allows teleportation to a designated location within the Shallow Bay instance. Silver level, Misty Forest. Description, limited to the large area of Misty Forest, does not guarantee the danger level of the teleport destination. If you appear in the boss area, be cautious and do not act recklessly. Please take emergency precautions and use the teleport scroll again to return to the city. Using identification technique, Su Chen glanced at the attributes of this high-level entry ticket. It could teleport directly to the depths of the Misty Forest without needing to go through the reefs of Shallow Bay. If I really appear in the boss area, that would be great. I wouldn't even need to search for the undead bone dragon boss anymore. Su Chen squinted slightly and chuckled softly. He packed up all the items and stored them in the system space. Su Chen then took out all the items he had obtained last time in Shallow Bay, filling the entire rental apartment to the brim, leaving no space to step. Moreover, if it weren't for a silver-level ring among his spoils that could be used for storage, these items would probably require 10 rooms to hold. After all, the massive amount of monster materials could pile up into a small mountain. Next time, I should ask Lu Mei to buy Some scrolls for storing items or rare equipment. Su Chen pondered, but it's also time to purchase a property. He looked around. The entire room. This was a place Su Chen had rented not long ago, with an area of only about 40 to 50 square meters. The environment was average. Having swindled several million from Yimeng, Su Chen could easily find a better place. However, he did not plan to rent again but wanted to buy a villa. Platinum Bay. Su Chen's gaze slightly sharpened as he looked towards the edge of Zhenghai City. This coastal small town was already in a corner of the deep sea. The shallow bay instance was home to a large number of hybrid monsters. Decades ago, there was another place, also a silver-level instance, which was Platinum Bay. However, later on, countless high-level professionals in the top guilds of Zhenghai City took action to clear out the hybrid monsters in Platinum Bay. Platinum Bay then became the wealthy district of the city. Every villa was priceless, expensive, private, luxurious. Owning such a villa would mean entering the power elite of Zhenghai City. With a high-level citizen identity, if I can kill an undead bone dragon in Shallow Bay this time and auction off the money, it would be enough to buy several Platinum Bay villas. Su Chen thought to himself. The matter of purchasing a villa was also on his agenda. After taking a hot shower, Su Chen rested for a bit, dozing off for about 2 to 3 hours. He booked a special car on the app and then took the car back to the entrance of the Shallow Bay instance. Once again standing before the instance, Su Chen's mindset had fundamentally changed. He was no longer as nervous as the first time. On the contrary, he felt a sense of calm. Even though he was about to face the ultimate boss of the instance, the undead bone dragon, there was also a possibility of encountering the skeleton knight and the hybrid demon icetail scorpion, all terrifying level 60 bosses. However, at this moment, Su Chen was equipped with high-level gear plus the golden boss skill. He had just obtained elemental arrow. The probability of something going wrong was quite low. Even if danger truly occurred, he could just leave the instance and come back next time to obtain the job transfer certificate. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully used the Shallow Bay instance entry ticket. You have entered the silver level instance Shallow Bay. Current location: Misty Forest Undead Altar. The cold prompt sound rang out. Su Chen directly used his entry ticket. However, what surprised him slightly was that the location he was teleported to was actually the Undead Altar. Isn't this the most core area of the Misty Forest? The place where the undead bone dragon resides. Su Chen couldn't help but gasp, his eyes widening in shock. He truly hadn't expected to be teleported here. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, there was no need to be dropped right into the boss's lair. Damn it! How ruthless! At the same time, in the Shallow Bay, on the reef, Su Qingya and a dozen students from the first high school looked at the scene before them, and without exception, they were all dumbfounded. From the moment they entered the instance, they sensed something was off. And now, they were completely shocked. Because the Shallow Bay Reef, as described in textbooks, was supposed to be picturesque, home to numerous low-level boss black armored lizards, as well as many level 7 to 8 birds and hybrid monsters. However, as they explored along the Golden Coastline, they not only found no trace of any monsters, but the coast was also in ruins. Huge boulders had been smashed into pieces, and the ground was riddled with deep pits. Even the trees at the edge of the forest had collapsed, turning into ruins. It was as if some terrifying hybrid demon had appeared in this safe zone of the bay, unleashing a rampage of slaughter, wiping out all the low-level bosses. Out of instinct, the surviving small monsters had all hidden away. What kind of terrifying boss could scare these low-level monsters into hiding? Look, there's still flickering firelight in those deep pits. It seems to be a fireball skill? Something's wrong. Fireball definitely doesn't have such terrifying damage. At least hundreds of black armored lizards have died here. A single wave killing hundreds of boss monsters? Could it be a high-level player from some large guild? Which god would come to the reef? Most of those here are just newly promoted novice players. Qingya, should we leave? In the team, these newly promoted students couldn't help but feel anxious and began to whisper among themselves. In their view, the traces left by the skills, the massive deep pits, were all caused by Su Chen. However, it wasn't a skill. It was the throne of the god of slaughter. Here, Su Chen had summoned the throne of the god of slaughter and crushed a silver-level boss, the earth-shattering bear. The damage output was no less than a full-force strike from a level 40 to 50 player. In fact, it was even more powerful. Su Chen? In the team, Su Qingya's expression turned wooden as she stared at the scene before her, falling into a long silence. Su Chen's figure appeared in her mind. Su Qingya's heart was in turmoil, and she took a deep breath, her eyes revealing intense shock and fear. How could this be? Could he really be from some top guild? Su Qingya felt her legs weaken. Her delicate features showed a hint of disturbance. Meanwhile, in the center of the Misty forest near the undead altar. Han Ing and others from the Kanghan Guild were equally dumbfounded. At the undead altar. Not good. The information is wrong. So many undead bone dragon bosses are lurking in the silver instance of Shallow Bay. In the hunting team, Han Ing, dressed in luxurious soft armor and holding an exquisite staff, widened her shocked beautiful eyes, looking incredulously ahead. The level 60 undead bone dragon boss, known as the professional bulldozer, would make even gods of the same level tremble. Beside Han Ing, the burly heavy knight was equally shocked, unable to help but exclaim, "And now? In front of us, 4 of them have appeared at the same time." The heavy tank knight had not finished speaking when another level 50 professional interjected. It was the shifty-eyed assassin. At that moment, he merely glanced at the sky before quickly averting his gaze, the 2 silver curved blades in his hands trembling slightly. The assassin cautiously looked at Han Ing and said, "Miss Han, 4 undead bone dragons. Even a level 100 expert could fall here. Should we leave the dungeon quickly?" To be honest, all the professionals Han Ing brought this time were from the Kanghan Guild. They were among the more experienced and higher-level members of the guild, usually entering golden dungeons as a team. Their purpose this time was simple, to protect Han Ing. Secondly, if they could kill a bone dragon boss, that would be best. If they truly lacked the strength, they could at least gather some data on the boss monsters for the next time they ventured out. However, Han Ying's personality was quite stubborn. "Leave? Why should we leave? I said before we came that the goal this time is to kill the ultimate boss monster, tame the undead bone dragon, and find the ice-tail scorpion. The ice-blue scorpion in the winter dungeon is an epic pure-blood demon species. Whoever can obtain the ice-tail scorpion boss will be able to rise to become a true S-level guild. And now, you want me to give up this opportunity?" Han Ing took a deep breath, the fear in her eyes gradually dissipating, replaced by a determination that belonged to her father. As the daughter of the Kanghan Guild's leader, Han Ying's courage far surpassed that of the hunting team members. Moreover, danger and opportunity coexist. If all 4 undead bone dragon bosses were killed, the loot dropped would be enough to sustain an A-level guild for half a year. Furthermore, the ice-tail scorpion had not yet been found. Behind this hybrid demon species was the legendary pure-blood ice-blue scorpion. It is no exaggeration to say that the benefits brought by an epic ice-blue scorpion could elevate the Kanghan Guild to become the top guild in Zhonghai City or even Jiangnan Province, standing shoulder to shoulder with the leading guilds in Kyoto. A true S-level. At this critical moment, how could Han Ing give up? Attack! Han Ing took several deep breaths to calm her emotions and regain her composure. Then she looked at everyone and said, "You are all the best members of the Kanghan Guild. I believe that if we give it our all, we can definitely kill a bone dragon. Whoever can capture the bone dragon boss as a mount, I will definitely apply to President Han to make them the new core supervisor of the Kanghan Guild, with an annual salary of at least 20 million. As soon as Han Ying's voice fell, all the members of the hunting team suddenly brightened. Damn! 20 million annual salary. Core department supervisor. This was incredibly enticing. In an instant, all the professionals became energized, looking at the bone dragon boss in the sky, no longer feeling so timid. On the contrary, there was a hint of killing intent in their gazes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Chen was also stunned. Name: Undead Bone Dragon Alpha, Dark Gold level boss, rank, Dark Gold level LV.67 health, 720,000 strength, 600 constitution, 690 spirit, 640 agility, 620 skills, Undead Charge, Golden level, Death Dragon Flame, Golden level, Ring of Fire, Golden level, Heart of the Evil Dragon, Golden level. Description: the Undead Bone Dragon boss, the supreme ultimate boss in the Shallow Sea Bay dungeon, possesses terrifying 4-dimensional attributes and is an undead creature. The noble dragon bloodline flows within the undead bone dragon, and in a sense, each bone dragon boss is completely different, with its own exclusive skill set and characteristics. Even in death, the dragon can still raise its head and roar, allowing darkness to engulf the entire world. What the hell? In Su Chen's gaze, a massive ancient dark altar appeared in the originally peaceful and tranquil forest. Above this altar, in the azure sky, 4 colossal creatures were slowly circling, raising their skull-like heads. This was a full 4 bone dragon bosses, each as massive as a mountain. Under the effect of the identification skill, Su Chen examined one of the bone dragons named Alpha. It was at level 67, with extraordinary 4-dimensional attributes. Each skill was above golden level. Most shocking was Alpha's appearance. All the dragon bones shone with a brilliant golden hue. Under the sunlight, it looked no different from gold. A golden dragon? Damn! It's... Su Chen immediately gasped, then swallowed hard. Who the hell wrote the textbook for the Chinese language curriculum? It was said that there was only one undead bone dragon boss in the Shallow Sea Bay dungeon? How could there be 4 ultimate bosses? of this level residing here at the undead altar. Su Chen's heart raced. His gaze swept past Alpha to the back of this golden dragon where the other 3 bone dragons were also soaring majestically. All were above level 60 and their 4-dimensional attributes were far more terrifying than he had imagined. At that moment even Su Chen felt a bit restless. His hands tightly gripped the black snow blade, trembling slightly. The hilt was already soaked with sweat. Ding! You have received the field buff from the undead altar, minus 50 health points /second, minus 10% spell attack power, minus 20% healing recovery effect. The cold notification sound rang out. Su Chen frowned. He looked at the incomplete altar covered in golden patterns. Layers of black mist spread from the center of the altar outward, continuously expanding until it completely enveloped Su Chen. Good grief, with this level of buff damage, if Su Qingya and the others were here, they probably wouldn't last even half a minute. Su Chen thought to himself. Indeed, losing 50 health points per second, no matter how long the health bar, it couldn't withstand such consumption. Fortunately, Su Chen had a top-tier silver boss skill, life enhancement, coupled with a large number of health potions he bought from a delivery platform. The undead altar's buff didn't pose too much threat to him. He downed 2 health potions in one go, followed by 3 continuous healing potions. Su Chen frowned again because some familiar figures appeared in his sight. Han Ying? Su Chen squinted suddenly, looking to the other side of the undead altar. Not only was Su Chen there, but also Han Ying and the others. Senior professionals from the Kanghan Guild, totaling more than a dozen members. Not long ago, Su Chen had received an entry-level forbidden spell Black Tide of the Moon from Han Ying, but he didn't expect to encounter them again so soon. Are they preparing to attack the 4 bone dragons simultaneously? Under Su Chen's watch, Han Ying raised her staff high and layers of golden halos spread from the staff, completely covering all the members of the Kanghan Guild beside her. These professionals, all above level 50, also gripped their weapons tightly and began to desperately attack one of the bone dragons, Alpha, with its golden skeleton. Wait a minute? It seems they've caught Alpha's attention. Are they planning to capture this ultimate boss and tame it as a mount? Su Chen's eyes lit up as he began to understand Han Ying's intentions. However, the professionals following Han Ying were only around level 50 or 60, capturing a level 67 Alpha? That seemed unrealistic. Under normal circumstances, a necromancer and other level 50 guild members could potentially take down an ordinary undead bone dragon boss with such a luxurious lineup. Capturing it, though, had a low probability. And now, facing 4 undead bone dragons at once while wanting to tame the most magnificent one, the golden giant dragon, was a bit overly confident. Well then, Su Chen squinted slightly, suddenly recalling something, and couldn't help but murmur softly, let you guys deplete a wave of Alpha boss's health first and then I'll step in later, it seems. Originally, Su Chen's goal was to kill an undead bone dragon, obtain a certificate, and then return to Zhanghai City to complete his second job transfer. However, with the appearance of Han Ying and the others, Su Chen had a bold idea. Steal the boss. This was a very common operation in the world of universal job transfers. It could also be understood as stealing monsters. When Han Ying and the others were about to finish the kill or capture at the last moment, Su Chen would step in to reap the rewards. Such behavior was quite unscrupulous. But what did it matter? After all, the Kanghan Guild had previously wanted to steal Su Chen's equipment. Just stealing a golden boss monster. The Kanghan Guild wouldn't be angry, right? Surely not, a guild this big wouldn't get upset. I have now reached the peak of level 30, and using the throne of the God of Death should allow me to unleash an explosive damage equivalent to at least a level 60 professional's full power strike plus the entry-level forbidden spell, Black Tide of the Moon and Deathfire Explosion, it seems. Su Chen squinted his eyes, feeling a surge of excitement. I should be able to capture that golden undead bone dragon, Alpha. To put it another way, even if I can't capture it in the end, I can still execute a wave and complete the kill. Su Chen couldn't help but swallow again, feeling exhilarated. Damn it! A level 60 or 70 ultimate boss monster. Even if he couldn't tame it as a mount, being able to kill it would still be quite nice. The dropped items would probably be rich enough to scare someone to death. Moreover, if luck was on his side, Su Chen might even get a double kill. After all, with so many high-level professionals in the Kanghan Guild, if he could simultaneously reduce the health of 2 undead bone dragon bosses by half and then the throne of the God of Death slammed in, who knows, both bosses might just die. Super. Double happiness. I'm going to get rich. Su Chen tightly gripped the black snow blade, his gaze fixed intently on Han Ying and the movements of those Kanghan Guild members. He held his breath and focused all his attention. This was far more thrilling than the Black Silk Priest. If Su Chen really pulled it off, it would probably shock the entire Zhanghai. A male high school student. Just like that, stealing the biggest guild leader's home? Wouldn't that astonish all the professionals in the city? Even that old Principal Chen Shishan would probably be scared out of his wits. However, Su Chen didn't care. So what if the Kanghan Guild wanted to hunt him down? A citywide manhunt for a red name? So what? It wasn't like there was an ultimate boss monster to be had. At worst, he could blend into the native dungeon and just be a casual professional. As long as he could level up, everything else was secondary. Minus 17,000. Minus 22,000. Minus 24,000. In the center of the undead altar in the sky above, the golden undead bone dragon boss named Alpha had a continuous stream of damage results popping up above its head. Below, Han Ying and the other members of the Kanghan Guild were still outputting damage like crazy. A series of critical hits were continuously dealt, resulting in quite decent damage effects. However, this level of damage is nothing to an ultimate boss with over 700,000 health points. Alpha's health bar hardly changed, only slightly decreasing. A level 50-something professional, and this is all they can do. Su Chen couldn't help but feel a bit moved as he watched the scene before him, softly speaking. That makes sense. Under normal circumstances, even a gold-tier professional only gains a little over 10 free attributes for each level up. Even reaching level 50, the total attribute points gained is around 500, averaging out to just over 100 for mental and strength attributes. Su Chen pondered. With such basic attributes, the released attack power is only about 1,000. Even with the addition of equipment and skills, the final damage result reaching over 10,000 or 20,000 is already quite excellent. Indeed, in this world, 10,000 damage is a very high standard, an achievement many professionals cannot reach in their lifetime. As Su Chen analyzed, even gold-tier war professionals have very limited free attributes gained with each level up. To deal 10,000 damage at level 50 is naturally considered elite. Of course, someone like Su Chen, who hasn't even completed the second job transfer yet, can unleash 10,000 damage can only be described as a monster. If he were to release the forbidden spell Black Tide of the Moon or summon the throne of the God of Death, the damage would easily reach over 100,000, which is even more terrifying. None of the members of the Kanghan Guild beside Han Ying could compare. Undead Summon. Legion Aura. Blade of Destruction. Suddenly, Han Ying raised her exquisite staff high, aimed at Alpha in the sky, and swung it fiercely. Immediately, her beautiful face turned serious, her lips slightly parted as she began to chant a spell. Death returns. Life has no end. Awaken, spirits of the abyss. As the incantation fell, an ancient bronze door appeared behind Han Ying. From the bronze door emerged a horde of undead creatures, their bones as black as ink. What is that? Undead skeletons. Su Chen frowned. Even from a distance he recognized the origin of these creatures at a glance. Undead skeletons are a common hybrid demon species in the Abyss Dungeon, essentially the basic version of skeleton knights. After continuous job evolution, undead skeletons can transform into a series of undead beings. Besides skeleton knights, there are also undead tyrants, lich kings, flamewing demons, and more. Is this the exclusive professional skill of the undead mage? Su Chen squinted, murmuring softly. How should he put it? Although he had seen illustrations and detailed skill descriptions of undead mages in textbooks, witnessing the abyssal gate open and summoning undead beings from another world was still somewhat shocking. Countless undead skeletons crawled out from the gate, their bones dark as ink. These monsters feel no pain, are undying and unkillable. Unless they are completely shattered, they will always obey the summoner's commands, charging towards their target until the moment of death. The levels of the undead skeletons are around 7 to 15, with a few reaching level 20. Su Chen gazed at the abyssal gate behind Han Ying, secretly contemplating. He had to admit this gold-tier skill was indeed quite powerful. With a single summon, hundreds or even thousands of abyssal hybrid demons appeared. Even if their levels were low, just around 10, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Such a quantity of undead skeletons would undoubtedly terrify professionals of the same level, leaving them with no thought of opposing Han Ying. No wonder, Su Chen thought, nodding slightly. In Zhonghai City, it's rumored among professionals that Han Ying is considered a top-tier genius among the younger generation of professionals. With such a special ability, even a level 60 third transformation professional would feel ashamed and wouldn't dare to act recklessly against her. With the appearance of the undead skeletons, everything in front of the undead altar underwent subtle changes. A massive number of hybrid demon seeds piled together, forming a pitch-black mountain of bones, eventually reaching the same height as the skeletal dragon in the sky. Then, with a loud crash, numerous skeletons extended their claws and leaped towards Alpha. Over 100 undead skeletons covered Alpha, clinging tightly to its body. The once golden skeletal dragon boss suddenly donned a layer of dark bone armor. From Su Chen's perspective, this scene was visually striking. At the same time, Alpha's health bar trembled and its life points began to plummet rapidly. Han Ying's attacks didn't stop there. A pale golden halo descended, in layers released from Han Ying's staff, enveloping all the undead skeletons. These halos all came from a unique skill, Legion Aura. This was a special aura that could enhance the skeleton's defense, health, and attack power, akin to a buff. Under the influence of the Legion Aura, all the undead skeletons summoned by Han Ying from the Abyss world became frenzied, clinging tightly to Alpha and continuously gnawing at the bones of the golden dragon. In an instant, fragments of bones rained down from the sky, creating a stunning spectacle. Clang! Clang! The blade of destruction, Han Ying's trump card, fell one by one. These were invisible blades made of elements, each strike against the skeletal dragon producing a crisp metallic sound. Again and again, even Su Chen couldn't help but frown. And Alpha's health bar? It shook violently, dropping by over 100,000 points and continuing to fall at a visible rate. Interesting, Su Chen commented candidly. But not much. He had to admit that Han Ying's output was indeed formidable, undoubtedly among the best of her level. However, facing a golden skeletal dragon like Alpha, over 100,000 points of health was simply too little. In the face of nearly 1,000,000 health points, it could only be described as a drop in the bucket. Sure enough, in Su Chen's view, Alpha suddenly raised its head, its massive body began to shake, shaking off the undead skeletons clinging to its back one by one. Then, its golden eyes brightened. This skeletal dragon boss erupted with dazzling light. Its health points began to rise slowly. Not good. The skeletal dragon boss's health has recovered, and it has entered a berserk state after being enraged. The sneaky-looking assassin professional beside Han Ying exclaimed in shock. Quick, get out of here. Hearing his words, the entire hunting team fell into a state of panic, their eyes filled with horror. Shut up! Useless thing! Han Ying's expression was cold as she scolded him, a rare sight. However, she didn't turn to look at the assassin, her gaze fixed on the skeletal dragon boss Alpha. Boom! Han Ying took a deep breath, pulling a golden pendant from the white swan-like neck. Then, she threw it towards the sky. What is that? Not far away, Su Chen, who had been watching Han Ying, also brightened his eyes, sensing something. With the confidence to attack the four-headed skeletal dragon, Han Ying must have her own trump card. It seemed she was preparing for a direct strike. Name, Holy Light Pendant, one-time item, grade, epic attributes, can simultaneously summon 4 skeleton fire demons, level 60, summoning time 30 seconds limit, exclusive item for necromancer's description. The Holy Light Pendant is an exclusive item that can summon level 60 skeleton fire demons. These undead creatures come from the Abyss world and are hybrid demon species of the Flame Wing Demon. The strength of the summoned skeleton fire demons is proportional to the strength of the summoner, the necromancer. The Holy Light Pendant is a one-time item, and once used, it cannot be reused or used for alchemy. Out of curiosity, Su Chen cast an identification spell to examine the Holy Light Pendant. Epic level? One-time item? Damn! This is quite a hefty investment. Su Chen was completely stunned. He truly did not expect that Han Ying would have such a trick up her sleeve. This was likely intended for a direct strike. Did she want to take down all 4 undead bone dragon bosses? It was only at this moment that Su Chen began to understand Han Ying's intentions. With such a top-tier pendant in hand, it was indeed possible to take a gamble. Perhaps he could even tame a golden bone dragon mount. However, Su Chen swallowed hard. He looked at the 4 undead bone dragons in the sky, a hint of madness and heat surging in his heart. But these ultimate boss monsters will ultimately belong to me. If Su Chen's initial goal was solely that golden undead bone dragon boss Alpha, now he had changed his mindset. Since Han Ying had used the epic item, the Holy Light Pendant, why not wait until all the undead bone dragons were low on health before unleashing the forbidden spell on the throne of the killing god? Perhaps he could truly create a miracle and defeat all 4 ultimate boss monsters. Damn it! This is too thrilling. Su Chen took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, his expression becoming extremely excited. The skeleton fire demons at level 60, even if they couldn't kill the undead bone dragon boss, could definitely weaken these ultimate boss monsters. At the last moment, Su Chen would use a mana potion and continuously unleash Deathfire, explosion, elemental arrows, fireball, and then follow up with the throne of the killing god. Could it be? He couldn't take down 2 undead bone dragons? At the very least, he could achieve first blood. Of course, Su Chen's gaze was solely fixed on the golden bone dragon Alpha. He squinted again, pondering, if I could tame that golden bone dragon as a mount, that would be the best. No kidding. After all, it was a LV.67 giant dragon boss with a dark gold grade. Its golden hue was quite striking. Such a mount would surely make dragon knights envious. If he rode Alpha into Zhanghai City, the entire city's adventurers would likely go crazy. All eyes would be on him. Furthermore, Su Chen had confirmed one more thing. The value of the undead bone dragon boss seemed to be even more terrifying than he had imagined. A pendant of astronomical value, the Holy Light Pendant, was something Han Ning was willing to expend just to obtain an undead bone dragon. The implications were clear. Could it be? Killing or taming the undead bone dragon or this ultimate boss would yield unexpected reward items? Su Chen furrowed his brows, secretly thinking, or is it that the undead bone dragon is related to another hybrid monster? Ice-tail scorpion? Su Chen was well aware of the several ultimate bosses in the Shallow Bay dungeon. Besides the undead bone dragon, the most powerful was undoubtedly the ice-tail scorpion. This hybrid monster's lineage originated from the Winter Dungeon. It was said to be a hybrid descendant of the Ice Blue Scorpion. And the Ice Blue Scorpion was a genuine epic-level creature holding a dominant position in the Winter Dungeon. The power of this boss monster was indisputable. It was no exaggeration to say that once the Ice Blue Scorpion appeared, it could easily destroy the entire Zhenghai city. With this thought, Su Chen's excitement grew even more, even with a hint of tension. In his line of sight, the Holy Light Pendant thrown by Han Ning shattered softly. A vast amount of white mist, like a tidal wave, enveloped the entire sky. In an instant, it wrapped around the entire undead altar. Even the 4 skeletal dragon bosses in the sky, massive as mountains, became somewhat indistinct under the heavy white mist. Whoosh, the white mist spread outwards. One after another, strange creatures appeared above the heads of all the members of the Kanghan Guild, flapping their incomplete bony wings. Skeleton Flame Demon. Su Chen's pupils contracted as he looked at the 4 monsters emerging from the white mist. Like the undead skeletons, they were covered in heavy, pitch-black bones. A pair of enormous bony wings unfurled behind them, and with a gentle flap, they could unleash a scorching storm. In the eyes of the skeleton flame demons, where there should have been emptiness and lifelessness, 2 flames burned brightly, like gold, blazing fiercely, flowing with the bloodline of the flame wing demon known as the Little Overlord of the Abyss World. Su Chen recalled a fragment of a record from his textbook. There was some introduction to such undead creatures in high school textbooks, but it was quite vague. However, seeing it with his own eyes, Su Chen's heart tightened slightly. Very strong. As expected. Before Su Chen could react, the 4 skeleton flame demons pounced directly on the skeletal dragon boss in the sky. One-on-one. They showed no signs of being at a disadvantage. However, these skeleton flame demons could only be summoned for a brief 30 seconds. Once the time was up, they would return to the Abyss World. Such a short time. It seemed unrealistic to directly kill the skeletal dragon. Give up one. Han Ning frowned slightly and said softly. In the sky, those skeleton flame demons seemed to have heard the call, flickering for a moment before abandoning one of the skeletal dragons and changing direction. 4 against 3. That's a good idea. Seeing this, Su Chen's eyes lit up. If in a one-on-one situation, the skeleton flame demons with a level difference were not the opponents of the skeletal dragon, then abandoning one to make it 4 against 3 seemed to greatly increase their chances of winning. However, after some consideration, Su Chen shook his head. Too short of time. Still a bit lacking. Han Ying's final plan is probably to kill 1 skeletal dragon and then tame Alpha, Su Chen analyzed simply. What are you still dawdling for? At the same time, Han Ning turned to the high-level professionals beside her and said in a delicate voice, hurry up and take action. Only half a minute. Hearing Han Ying's words, everyone finally shook off their daze and returned to normal. There was no way around it. Anyone who saw the suddenly appearing skeleton flame demons would be stunned. And now, they realized the current situation. Damn it! It seemed that their Kanghan Guild's young lady was not a reckless person but a top-tier genius. She had actually kept such a trump card. Wow! This is getting exciting. The skeleton flame demons have appeared. And with this wave, we can at least get 2 blood. Boom! Kill the skeletal dragon boss? If we really succeed today, I can brag about this for 10 years. You jinx! Can you be quiet for a bit? Did you not hear what Miss Han said? Only half a minute. If you mess things up, we'll stuff you into the undead altar. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Healer, give a healing spell. And another amplification. Aura. I'll go all out. Where's the mage? Quickly use your strongest trump card. Aim for that alpha first. Miss Han's primary target is the golden skeletal dragon. Everyone get ready. Aim for alpha to attack. Hiss. So fierce, it's my first time seeing a skeleton flame demon, and just like that, it deals hundreds of thousands of damage. If the levels were the same, we probably wouldn't even need to act. The skeleton flame demons would take down the skeletal dragon themselves. In the hunting party, everyone's emotions were stirred up. They were incredibly excited, all shouting and crazily launching their final attacks on the undead bone dragon. It was visible to the naked eye that the health bars of the 3 undead bone dragon bosses were rapidly dropping. Like arrows piercing through the clouds, but in a different direction, they were plummeting downwards. In an instant, Alpha's health had already fallen below half. And there were only a few seconds left until the half-minute mark. Damn! At the same time, Su Chen's gaze sharpened, swallowing a few times. He said in a deep voice, so fierce? It seems like it's about time for me to take action. Undead Bone Dragon Alpha LV.67, health 47%. Undead Bone Dragon Shini LV.64, health 49%. Undead Bone Dragon Yaxis LV.62, health 39%. Su Chen cast several identification spells to check the status of the Undead Bone Dragon bosses in the sky. They were all basically at low health. The health bars had dropped below half. It was a good opportunity to strike. However, just as Su Chen was about to leap into action and cast the forbidden spell Black Tide of the Moon, a series of changes occurred in the sky. Undead. Charge. Death Dragon Flame. Ring of Fire. Heart of the Evil Dragon. The Undead Bone Dragon bosses began to counterattack. The first to launch an attack was naturally the Golden Bone Dragon Alpha, its massive head raised, directly unleashing a torrent of dragon flames like a tidal wave. The rain-like flames covered the heads of Han Ying and the other professionals. The golden red flames spread out in layers from beneath Alpha, making this mountain-sized giant dragon appear as sacred as the legendary Golden Dragon from myths, enveloped in a soft holy light. Not only that, but beneath Alpha's golden bones, the heart's position glowed with a scarlet evil dragon's heart. Alpha boss is enraged. Su Chen suppressed his preparatory movements, squinting slightly as he looked at the golden bone dragon in the sky, thoughtfully analyzing. The four-dimensional attributes are skyrocketing. Not only are the attributes being enhanced, but the attack power is also continuously stacking, and the health is recovering at an extremely fast rate. In an instant, Su Chen realized the severity of the situation. After all, Alpha was a dark gold-level boss, flowing with the ancient bloodline of golden dragons. Although it had now become an undead creature, the damage it unleashed had not diminished at all. In some aspects, it was even stronger. With such an existence entering a state of rage, even the little overlords of the Abyss world, the skeleton fire demons summoned by Han Ying, might not be able to handle it. Not just Alpha, the other undead bone dragon bosses also held nothing back, each unleashing their strongest exclusive skills. In an instant, the entire sky above the undead altar was filled with dazzling skill effects, dyeing the clouds with a magnificent hue, more brilliant than a fiery sunset. A scene that could tug at the heartstrings. Boom, boom. Massive fireballs descending rings of fire and elemental light clusters crashing down to the ground. Alpha showcased the true power of the undead bone dragon to Han Ying and the others. With a snap, a level 50 assassin was hit by a burst of flames, directly suffering hundreds of thousands of health points. His health bar was instantly emptied, turning into specks of light. Death level dropped by a quarter. He directly lost over 10 levels. Not only him, another priest also couldn't withstand the burning ring of the undead bone dragon. Upon contact with the scorching ring, he instantly turned into a mist, even dropping a pile of equipment. Quick, the boss is enraged. Prioritize protecting Miss Han. Damn, is it that brutal? It's already below half health, yet it can still unleash such terrifying skill damage. Don't retreat, move forward. Continue attacking. Now retreat, all efforts will be in vain. Miss Han has already used the holy light pendant. Do not give up this opportunity. This is a skeletal dragon of the undead, the ultimate boss. If we kill this undead creature, the reputation of our Kanghan Guild will surely resonate throughout Jiangnan. Don't hold back. Keep attacking. Where are the knights? Charge in. Don't be afraid of death. Quick, the boss's health bar has dropped below 30. Hold on. The last wave. Victory will definitely belong to us. It's on fire. So intense. Although several high-level professionals from the Kanghan Guild's hunting team have already died, they did not retreat in panic. On the contrary, they displayed the high caliber of A+ level guild members at the last moment. A dozen professionals held their breath, frantically attacking the golden skeletal dragon Alpha, and the damage results stacked up to show hundreds of thousands. Of course, these professionals were also at risk of dying at any moment. It was all about luck now. If there was even a slight chance, as long as they could kill Alpha before its health bar emptied, even if they all perished, they would at least obtain a skeletal dragon. The corresponding value would definitely be worth more than this hunting team. Level drops could be regained with experience potions. If equipment dropped, the Kanghan Guild would not sit idly by. As long as they could achieve the first kill and slay the skeletal dragon, it would all be worth it. If they achieved the second kill, it might be just as Han Ying said, everyone here would become wealthy and prosperous from then on. Life would be smooth sailing, and they wouldn't have to fight for a bit of experience anymore. They could rely on the Kanghan Guild as a strong backing. Undead. Skeletal Dragon Alpha LV.67, health 10%. The health bar of the golden skeletal dragon boss had dropped below 10%. This Status bar was visible not only to Su Chen but also to Han Ning. Keep attacking. I'm preparing to tame the Alpha boss, Han Ning said seriously, addressing the last few remaining professionals beside her. Good. Miss Han, go ahead, we'll hold the damage. Damn. I didn't see this coming. So Miss Han's plan is to tame Alpha first, then use the dragon mount to kill the other skeletal dragon bosses, right? Our Kanghan Guild's young lady is an undead mage? Miss Han's initial goal probably wasn't to kill the boss first. Looks like I underestimated the terrifying potential of an undead mage. This is someone who could unleash a necromantic disaster in the later stages. In the future, the name of the Kanghan Guild might appear throughout Jiangnan, a necromancer with a golden skeletal dragon mount. So exciting. Everyone, give it your all, it's the final moment. As long as we can tame Alpha today, we'll be a success. With Han Ying's command, the last remaining elite professionals all suddenly realized their moods turning exceptionally ecstatic. They hadn't expected Han Ying's thoughts to be so meticulous. From the very beginning, Han Ying had already made plans. The skeletal fire demon summoned by the Holy Light Pendant, combined with her series of exclusive skills as an undead mage, was enough to bring the bosses to low health. Facing 4 skeletal dragons, Han Ying had never considered killing them one by one. Instead, she aimed to use her professional traits to tame the strongest Alpha Golden Skeletal Dragon as a mount. Then, they would launch the second phase of the kill. This way, it seemed there was indeed a chance. Not just the first kill, perhaps they could directly achieve the 4th kill. At the very least, they could smoothly take down 2 low-health boss monsters. With this thought, the hunting team's emotions were stirred up. Even if they died this time, they showed no signs of retreat. As long as they could achieve their goal in the end, the benefits provided by the Kanghan Guild would definitely be substantial. Meanwhile, behind the altar of the undead, Su Chen tightened his grip on the blade of black snow. He was already poised to strike. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully triggered a god-level choice. Current scenario, Golden Undead Bone Dragon Alpha. Choice 1. Help the necromancer Han Ying tame Alpha and build a good relationship with the Kanghan Guild. Establishing ties with an A+ level guild is also a decent option. Reward, a silver boss skill book. Choice 2. Kill the 2 ultimate boss undead bone dragons and tame Alpha. As an epic class profession god of death, one must have a flashy mount. As for the Kanghan Guild, what is that even worth? Reward, a full set of golden level mount armor. Choice 3. Kill the undead bone dragon Alpha and receive a dark gold certificate. Reward, 50,000 experience points. Su Chen gripped the blade of black snow tightly. Just as he was about to act, a cold prompt echoed in his mind. The god-level choice scenario had been triggered. The rewards were quite good, a silver boss skill book, 50,000 experience points, and a full set of golden level mount armor. 222,222. Without a hint of hesitation, Su Chen decisively chose the second option. This choice aligned perfectly with his initial plan. How should he put it? Building a good relationship with the Kanghan Guild? Helping Han Ying tame Alpha? Damn it. That was naturally discarded right away. Not to mention that during his first entry into the Shallow Bay dungeon, Han Ying and her group had tried to seize the blade of black snow from him, wanting to use him as cannon fodder. They even harbored murderous intent. Even now, facing the top-tier prey of the undead bone dragon boss, Su Chen would never give up or let it go to others. The Kanghan Guild was nothing. They weren't an SSS-level top guild. Moreover, even if it were an SSS-level guild from Kyoto, Su Chen wouldn't act like a sycophant. As for the third choice, killing the undead Bone Dragon Alpha? A dark gold level boss monster, this tier is already quite exceptional. With level increases, Alpha might even be able to change class to hero level or even epic level. Su Chen thought to himself. Indeed, although killing a dark gold level boss would yield incredibly rich experience and items, the dark gold certificate would allow Su Chen to easily complete his second class change. However, compared to a golden mount, Su Chen leaned towards the latter. After all, the golden undead bone dragon Alpha was indeed very flashy. Fireball, Death Flame Explosion, Elemental Arrow, Forbidden Spell, Black Tide of the Moon. Su Chen leaped into the air, unleashing several skills at once. Under the effect of the mana potion, his mana was extremely full, allowing him to cast even forbidden spells at least 3 times in a row. In an instant, above the altar of the undead, the blade of black snow in Su Chen's hand ignited with a blazing golden flame. Behind him, massive fireballs crazily condensed, bombarding the undead bone dragon in the sky one after another. What is that? At the same time, Han Ying was stunned. The sudden appearance of Su Chen completely disrupted her plans. At that moment, Su Chen was clad in armor, wearing the Necromancer Apostle Destruction crown, and Han Ying did not recognize him at first. However, she had seen the blade of black snow once. Her pupils slightly constricted, a bad premonition creeping in. In Zhonghai City, First High School, principal's office, Chen Xishan was bewildered. Looking at the few professionals sitting in front of him, feeling somewhat flustered, Chen Xishan swallowed hard, wanting to stand up, but after thinking it over, he sat back down. It was quite urgent. There was no choice, because the individuals in front of him were not ordinary professionals. They were all top-tier experts from Kyoto and across the country. Not to mention, just the exposure of their levels could scare the majority of Zhonghai's populace to death. Principal Chen, hello. I represent Kyoto University, here to specially recruit student Su Chen. Qingbei University is willing to offer a complete set of golden-level equipment and a forbidden spell as a reward to recruit Su Chen for enrollment. Our Huking has always respected talent, and I believe Huking is the best choice for a top genius like Su Chen. 3 advanced skill books, a complete set of golden-level equipment, plus 80 million in scholarships. We can specifically create a major for Su Chen, allowing him to better understand the profession of the god of killing and plan for his next job change. Jiangnan University is the closest to Zhonghai City. Principal Chen, you must help persuade him. Come to the University of the God of Law in Kyoto. This is an institution personally established by the God of Law, with qualifications, resources, connections, and experience. It ranks among the best in Kyoto. Although our college may be slightly inferior to other prestigious institutions in some aspects, the God of Law personally teaches every week. Consider Hang City University. Hang City is famous for its beautiful women. As for scholarships, we can definitely offer enough. As long as Su Chen can come, he will be a core student, and we will provide 2 sets of golden-level equipment, at least 10 pieces of golden gear. And as for other skill books, we will do our best to open them up as long as Su Chen wants to learn. Chen Xishan was about to go crazy. That's right. The few great figures in front of him were anything but ordinary. They represented the top universities from all over the country. The lowest among them was at least level 400, completely crushing Chen Xishan, the so-called level 100 great god. In front of these big shots, Chen Xishan was starting to feel restless, the faint sense of pressure making him drink several cups of hot tea. His expression had become somewhat numb from forced smiles. Damn it! Who would have thought? This freakish little monster, Su Chen, would attract the attention of all the top universities in the country at once. The college entrance examination hadn't even happened yet. His level was only just at the second job change. Yet, he had drawn the recruitment of these big figures, all offering conditions that made Chen Xishan envious. Golden equipment. Easily 10 pieces. Skill books. Forbidden spells. Top monster materials. Even Hang City University had used beautiful women as a selling point, claiming that as long as Su Chen enrolled, they would directly provide a 172 centimeters 3060 beauty as a study companion. Who could resist that? Ahem. After a brief silence, Chen Xishan swallowed again, looking at the professional gods in front of him. Cautiously, he said, I am just a small high school principal. I cannot make decisions on special recruitment matters. Let's wait for Su Chen to return and decide. However, all of you are renowned top gods across the country. The institutions behind you are all first class, and whichever Su Chen chooses will be his honor. Chen Xishan put on an official tone and smiled flatteringly. As soon as Chen Xishan finished speaking, the senior professionals present all nodded in agreement. Indeed, Chen Xishan really couldn't make decisions on special recruitment. If it were another student, he might have been able to offer some advice. However, this was Su Chen, an existence that would soon grow into a top god. Simply put, Chen Xishan didn't dare to speak too much. With Su Chen's monstrous talent, he would likely become a big shot capable of causing huge waves in Zhonghai City within 2 or 3 years. If he offended Su Chen over some trivial benefits, and in the future this guy claimed that Chen Xishan had delayed his career, then Chen Xishan would be in trouble. So, at this moment, Chen Xishan could only play the official role and wait for Su Chen to return to make his own decision. Soon, the directors of the admissions offices from various universities also left the school one by one. Chen Xishan let out a long sigh of relief. Looking at the pile of documents and special recruitment files in his hands, he couldn't help but tremble. He sighed. Jiangnan University, Hang City University, University of the God of Law, Kyoto University, Qingbei University. Good heavens! This lineup is terrifyingly luxurious. Any university that can actively offer guaranteed admission spots will attract countless talented professionals trying to get in. Yet Su Chen, on the other hand, received dozens of special recruitment letters. Chen Xishan took a deep breath, feeling quite complicated. This time, there were only a few big shots visiting the school for discussions. However, the number of special recruitment letters Chen Xishan received exceeded 40. In a few days, another batch of big names would likely arrive in Zhonghai City to have tea with him, a mere small fry. Only now did Chen Qishan begin to understand what it truly meant to be an epic-level professional. No, more accurately, how strong Su Chen's talent really was. In fact, being epic-level does not mean everything. Every year, several young professionals with epic-level qualifications emerge nationwide. However, none have managed to reach level 30 in just a few days. Because of this, Su Chen attracted such high attention from big shots all over the country. Of course, the catalyst for all this was the friendly match incident a few days ago. Su Chen faced 9 opponents and, with top-notch skills, defeated the second-generation members of the Eternal Guild in a flash, and the entire battle was recorded by the students. Within just one day, Su Chen became a sensation, exploding all over the internet. Epic-level profession, top-tier, agility, perfect execution, combat awareness, death-fire explosion technique. Su Chen's existence stirred a small wave across the nation, becoming a hot topic in recent days. How should one put it? Aside from his terrifying professional qualifications and lightning-fast leveling speed, Su Chen had even learned the perverse skill of death-fire explosion technique, which completely surprised the public. The death-fire explosion technique is a top-tier skill. In peacetime, it could be likened to the difficulty of researching nuclear fusion. Han Ning became the popular goddess of Zhonghai City, closely tied to her necromancer profession and her practice of the death-fire explosion technique from a young age. However, Su Chen and Han Ning were fundamentally different. One had the backing of the Soul Guild, with great masters guiding him since childhood, while the other had no background whatsoever, and managed to acquire such a golden-level skill purely through his own efforts, mastering it to perfection. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth, directly elevating Su Chen's potential to another level. It was as if a student with no background in a specialized academy submitted a controllable nuclear fusion formula to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. How could that not shock people? Not only were the public stunned, but the top professionals visiting Chen Qishan today were equally astonished. Especially after communicating with Chen Qishan, they were even more convinced that Su Chen was the perverse genius they had been searching for and recruiting, the only existence in the country. Of course, unlike the focus of these big shots, the video of Su Chen's duel with He Meng and other rich second-generation individuals, once posted on the short video platform, drove countless infatuated girls into a frenzy. With a face flawless from every angle and a body sculpted like a statue, although dressed simply, he exuded an aristocratic aura. Moreover, when Su Chen faced He Meng and the others, his playful tone during the high-stakes gamble amplified his charm infinitely, driving a large number of young girls across the nation wild. The campus heartthrob? At this moment, Su Chen had already taken on the flavor of a national campus heartthrob, far surpassing the popularity of Han Ning, the goddess. Wasn't it said that friendship comes first and competition second? Our Su Chen husband, with a snap of the deathfire explosion technique. Damn! So cool! Did you see it? Su Chen's video was edited into a vlog, and I made it my phone wallpaper. Damn it! How can there be such a handsome man in this world? That line is simply explosive. Everyone here is trash. Male god. This is my male god. My DNA is moving. I want to have a monkey with brother Su Chen. Death flame explosion technique. Top tier movement technique. Perfect execution. No need to say more. As a 985 graduate student, Su Chen's skills are so perfect that I want to kneel down. It's just too smooth. I can't believe he's still a high school student. Not just unbelievable? Let's put it this way, where did Su Chen get this golden level skill book? I remember many posts have analyzed this deeply. Su Chen's background is quite ordinary, and he basically hasn't received help from anyone. A golden skill book can only drop from killing a level 60 boss, right? To put it simply, Su Chen executed a top tier boss at level 30? Hiss. If I keep imagining, I'm going to go crazy. The most important thing is, how did Su Chen learn the death flame explosion technique? The difficulty is no less than making a vocational student research controllable nuclear fusion. No big shots guiding him? Figuring it out on his own. I can only say he's a monstrous genius. And there's another video, I don't know if you've seen it. Su Chen has a piece of golden level equipment, seemingly the undead Apostle's Destruction Crown. That thing is a drop from the ultimate boss in a silver dungeon. Do you know what that means? Chen Qishan opened his phone. He looked at that short video app again, and the comment section was completely dominated by Su Chen. Chen Qishan couldn't help but squint his eyes and exclaimed, "This little monster." Originally, Chen Qishan thought he knew Su Chen quite well. In these high school years, Su Chen's grades had always been good, although his academic scores weren't the very top tier, but they were above average. However, ever since the awakening ceremony, he truly recognized Su Chen. Perfect operational awareness, smooth top-tier movement, every move could precisely control the position. These could never be achieved by an ordinary high school student. If possible, Su Chen could definitely become someone who scores full marks in cultural subjects. But all of this was somewhat at odds with the facts. Until now, Chen Xishan was still a bit dazed, not knowing what kind of background his student had. Could it be that he was just an unremarkable high school student? Which high school student could make dozens of top universities across the country send professional players to recruit him? Su Chen actually brought out a piece of golden equipment from the Shallow Sea Bay dungeon not long ago. The Undead Apostle's Destruction Crown? Chen Xishan looked at the detailed explanation in the video, and for a moment his heart was filled with mixed feelings. He knew Su Chen was strong, but he never thought he was this powerful. The Undead Apostle, that's a level 52 boss, and he actually killed it? Chen Xishan clicked on a pinned analysis post. The high-definition photos included were of Su Chen coming out of the Shallow Sea Bay dungeon. At that time, Su Chen had a chance encounter with Su Qingya. However, Su Chen didn't know that someone happened to capture this moment. Later, the Undead Apostle boss's exclusive item, the Destruction Crown, was discovered by sharp-eyed professional players. Suddenly, it was exposed. Nationwide, Su Chen became incredibly popular. It's also possible that he accidentally picked it up in the dungeon? Chen Xishan took a deep breath, and a bold thought popped into his mind, murmuring softly. However, he quickly shook his head. Damn it! Who could find such a top-tier item in a silver dungeon? If someone shared the coordinates, he would want to try too. It seems I still underestimated this little monster's strength. A monster of this level would even make a mage god tempted, right? Chen Xishan pondered. It seems that not long from now, the mage god will recruit another mage god seed for personal training. I wonder if this little guy Su Chen can be selected. The mage god, the top professional big shot in the country, the seed of the law god. Simply put, it refers to the little apprentice personally recruited and meticulously trained by the law god. Nationwide, the law god is undoubtedly the most popular profession without exception. Apart from being leagues ahead in level, their qualifications, experience, and expertise make them the undisputed #1 deity. Of course, what people find most delightful is the law god's looks and figure. That's right, the law god is a female powerhouse. With an angelic face and a devilishly perfect figure, she is graceful and curvaceous. To be personally guided by the law god as a little apprentice is something many young boys dream of. Once Su Chen is guaranteed admission, I can apply for retirement too. Having trained such a student, I can boast for the rest of my life. Chen Xishan said with a contented smile, muttering to himself. The key point is that the Academic Affairs Department will at least award a few million in bonuses, right? This year's top 10 outstanding principals must include my name. Lifetime Achievement Award for Principals. Chen Xishan was in high spirits. He looked out of the office towards the direction of Shallow Bay, his old face wrinkling into a smile, showing more creases than before. Meanwhile, in the Shallow Bay instance, the Undead Altar. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed the level 62 boss monster, Undead Bone Dragon, Yaxis, and gained 39,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed the level 64 boss monster, Undead Bone Dragon, Shinir, and gained 54,000 experience points. As the cold notification sound fell, Su Chen was completely thrilled. He had killed both Undead Bone Dragon bosses. Wow! In Su Chen's view, the level 62 Yaxis, a massive undead bone dragon shimmering with a silver sheen, had a deep blue elemental arrow spinning at its brow, drilling into its body. Meanwhile, Yaxis' form was slowly dissipating, turning into specks of elemental dust, returning to the instance. The scattered bones also lost their original starlight, becoming dim. Until finally, Yaxis' body sank down, beginning to fall towards the undead altar on the ground. Not just Yaxis, but Shinir, the higher-level undead bone dragon, also completely lost all vitality, becoming a pile of bones plummeting from the sky. It was like the sun setting in the west. The entire scene was extremely shocking and visually impactful. Close to 100,000 experience points. Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up, the massive amount of experience points stirring his emotions. However, what concerned Su Chen even more was not the experience gained from killing these two ultimate bosses, but the series of items they dropped. Su Chen's gaze turned to the undead altar on the ground. At the center of the altar, a large pile of items radiating a golden halo were dropped after the deaths of the two undead bone dragons. They were quite magnificent, colorful, and dazzling, clearly indicating they were top-tier items. Among all the dropped items, there were also two objects resembling cards. Undead bone dragon certificates. These were essential items for his job change. Roar! In the sky, a resounding dragon roar echoed throughout the instance world. A scorching wave of fire sweeping towards Su Chen. The heart of the evil dragon? Su Chen squinted, staring at the conspicuous golden skeleton in the sky. It was naturally the final golden bone dragon, Alpha. At this moment, Alpha's health had dropped to a critical point, with only the last 3% remaining, truly in a state of near death. However, intricate and delicate patterns had appeared at the location of Alpha's heart, continuously blooming. These patterns quickly spread across Alpha's entire body, granting this undead bone dragon unimaginable power. Completing its final counterattack, the heart of the evil dragon, a type of active skill similar to a buff, can restore a small amount of health, a large amount of mana, and stamina to the user for a short period, while also granting an incredibly terrifying boost to attack power. Su Chen thought to himself. He remembered that there was a class in high school that specifically introduced this golden boss skill. He had some impression of it, and he also had some understanding of how to deal with it. The heart of the evil dragon was not a skill exclusive to Alpha. It was a common boss skill, used by dragon-type creatures. Of course, only those top-tier dragon bosses possessed it innately. Popular dragon bosses like the Golden Spear of Winter and the Destruction Black Dragon, Deathwing, all had the heart of the evil dragon. However, the heart of the evil dragon varied slightly among dragons of different ranks. The exclusive heart of the evil dragon of the Golden Spear was an epic-level skill. In a sense, the effect of the skill released by Alpha was a different concept altogether. The strength also differed greatly. The best way to counter this boss skill is to use Frost Spell and a series of water-type skills. Su Chen frowned, analyzing with a serious expression. Indeed, the core trigger mechanism of the heart of the evil dragon was the dragon's heart. That was the source of the skill's release. The only way to counter this skill was to attack with water or ice-type skills. This principle was simple. Just as in most cases, undead creatures of the necromancy type would be restrained by light-type skills, the evil dragon would also fear ice-type attacks. Light arrows, water elemental arrows, ice elemental arrows. Frost spell. Su Chen's pupils dilated slightly, and he quickly made a decision. As it stood, the best card he had was undoubtedly the golden skill he had just acquired, elemental arrows. Although this boss skill was only of golden rank, it perfectly met Su Chen's current needs. It could simultaneously release arrows formed from the condensation of light, water, and ice elemental dust. Moreover, under the mechanism of this golden skill, Su Chen could fuse the 3 types of elemental arrows, resulting in 12 times spell damage, double physical critical hits, and a secondary spell explosion. The fusion of elemental arrows was the exclusive effect of this skill book. Using light and water to counter the undead bone dragon Alpha was simply tailor-made. Additionally, the frost spell could allow the arrows to continue dealing damage to Alpha after hitting. Buzzing, Su Chen waved the black snow blade in his hand, the tip of the long blade sinking as it continuously condensed elemental dust. Behind Su Chen, elemental arrows gradually became clearer. However, at the same time, Han Ning, who had been frozen in place and completely stunned, reacted and glanced in Su Chen's direction. You actually killed the undead bone dragon boss? Who are you to dare steal the boss monster from the Kanghun Guild? Han Ning trembled slightly with anger and shock. However, compared to the horror in her heart, the reaction her body displayed was quite mild. Under the effect of the identification spell, Han Ning could not see even a single attribute of Su Chen. The heavy rose armor, the intricately patterned crown, and the tightly gripped black snowblade made Su Chen's presence seem ghostly. Han Ning did not understand him at all. However, the practitioner she had seen a few days ago by the shore of the shallow bay seemed to be the same as Su Chen, holding a heavy black blade. That was a young-looking high school student? At that moment, Han Ying's heart tightened. On one hand, she was shocked that Su Chen was so young yet already had the strength to kill the undead bone dragon boss. Could it be that he, like herself, is also a young master from some top-tier guild? On the other hand, in front of the Kanghun Guild, stealing the ultimate boss monster? What does this mean? Is he declaring war on the guild directly? Or has he become so powerful that he can ignore the Kanghun Guild and disregard her, a 15-year-old necromancer who is already awakened? The sudden turn of events made Han Ning unable to suppress her inner emotions any longer. She furrowed her beautiful brows and glanced at Su Chen again. In a delicate voice, she commanded, "Leave this place." These undead bone dragons were sought after by our Kanghun Guild for a long time. The kill reward for the ultimate boss is nearly 100,000 experience points. I can let it go this time. However, you cannot lay a finger on those golden equipment and this golden Alpha. Although I don't know who you are, but I must remind you, opposing the Kanghun Guild will not end well. Han Ying's words carried a strong hint of threat. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, looking coldly at Han Ning. Goodness, is this young lady really treating the Kanghun Guild as her trump card? Su Chen raised his other hand, lightly shaking his index finger. In front of him, a sharp flame arrow instantly condensed, pointing directly at Han Ying's brow. He had no good feelings towards this guild's young lady. Although Han Ning had a devilish figure and an angelic face. Just a slight movement could attract countless talented young professionals' attention. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was a flower attracting bees. However, Su Chen was confident. With his current strength, he could already match the young second-generation elites of the capital. Would he care about a golden-level necromancer? Is an epic profession just for show? You want to tame Alpha? Su Chen frowned, his gaze once again fixed on the sky. A magnificent and brilliant light emanated from the staff in Han Ying's hand, connecting with the body of Alpha. Above the head of this golden bone dragon, a faint deep blue halo covered it. That was a contract scroll. Han Ying was currently trying to tame this dark gold-level undead bone dragon. Once successful, Alpha would completely become Han Ying's mount. At that time, it would be somewhat difficult for Su Chen to kill Han Ying. What do you want to do? Han Ying was startled, her eyes filled with horror and fear. After all, she was the young lady of the Kanghan Guild, the future helmsman of a top-tier guild. Han Ying naturally had extraordinary insight, and in an instant, she sensed Su Chen's killing intent. Just moments ago, Su Chen had suddenly erupted, swinging a black blade directly, unleashing the death flame explosion, fireball, and the terrifying forbidden spell. Especially the last one. A golden throne descended, crushing both undead bone dragons to death. With such strength, he could be considered a top genius in the entire Zhanghai city. Han Ying indeed did not know much about Su Chen's background. However, at this point, she understood that the professional before her, clad in rose armor, definitely had the ability to kill her. If she truly offended him, it was likely that not only would she fail to obtain the undead bone dragon mount today, but she would also drop several levels in rank. Thinking of this, Han Ying's expression suddenly changed, her tone softened, and she spoke again. As long as you leave here, I can offer a piece of golden equipment as compensation. Golden level equipment? Hearing Han Ying's words, Su Chen was slightly taken aback. Amount of Alpha's level could be compensated with a piece of golden equipment? This little girl is quite generous. Ding. However, at that moment, a cold prompt sounded in Su Chen's mind. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully triggered a god-level choice. Current plot: Kanghan Guild's young lady, popular goddess Han Ying. Choice 1. Face the request of the ultimate beauty under the ceiling. Decisively accept, actively offer the undead bone dragon mount, and leave the shallow sea bay instance. Perhaps by doing so, you can gain the favor of the goddess Han Ying and develop an ambiguous relationship. Reward: 50,000 experience points. Choice 2. Goddess? Go to hell. Decisively kill Han Ying and eliminate the members of the Kanghan Guild hunting team, stealing the Alpha mount. After all, the style of the killing god should be decisive in slaughter. Women? They only slow down the killing god's draw. Reward: 2 resurrection stones. Choice 3. One piece of golden equipment is still too little. Propose that Han Ying give 2 more pieces of golden equipment. As the young lady of the Kanghan Guild, she surely won't mind this small profit. Reward: 2 golden attribute stones. The god-level choice plot appeared again. Even Su Chen was somewhat surprised. How to say it? From certain aspects, it seems that Han Ying is somewhat of a mascot? This was already the 3rd choice plot she had brought to Su Chen. Su Chen had successively obtained a forbidden spell, golden mount armor, and now these 3 options. Choice 1. 50,000 experience points. Choice 2. 2 resurrection stones. Choice 3. 2 golden attribute stones. Damn it, they're all quite generous. Su Chen's eyes brightened. Indeed. This time the rewards were very rich. 50,000 experience points, although Su Chen could easily obtain them. Looking at the other professionals in the same period, like Su Qingya and those little geniuses, it would probably take them a month or 2 to get that much experience. And Su Chen? With a snap, he could instantly get it. One could only say that comparing people can be infuriating. As for the golden attribute stones, Su Chen also understood their value. Previously, when he killed the Earth Violet Bear, he had dropped a silver attribute stone, directly gaining a permanent increase of 50 points in strength. And the golden attribute stones? They could probably bring about a 100-point increase. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. He would need to level up 3 times in a row to receive such an upgrade feedback. However, Su Chen did not hesitate much and still made his choice as usual. 222222222. No doubt about it. After all, it was a resurrection stone. With 9 years of compulsory education, Su Chen was not a fool. The value of resurrection stones was simply too high. Not to mention, these stones have no tier classification. Each one is worth a fortune on the market, and they are the kind that is priceless. The reason is simple. The effect of resurrection stones is just too outrageous. After death, they allow you to not drop any items, not lose a level, and resurrect right where you died. Moreover, you can resurrect with full health, purging all negative effects. The role of this one-time item at a critical moment far exceeds the value of golden equipment. Furthermore, resurrection stones have a hidden mechanism. They can reset all skills, forbidden spells, and talents all at once. In other words, if Su Chen used the forbidden spell Black Tide of the Moon and died, he could resurrect right there and the cooldown would disappear. He could completely unleash another wave of forbidden spells. Mana consumption? No need to worry. Everything would be restored to full value. How could this not be appealing? Considering you've given me so many good things, be a little gentler. Don't hurt this young lady of the Kanghan Guild. Su Chen squinted slightly and chuckled softly. However, Han Ning was too far away to hear these words. Otherwise, she would definitely turn red and curse. Lecher. Ahem, was this be a little gentler serious? Did you not hear? Get out. Hurry up and roll. Do you know we are the hunting team of the Kanghan Guild? In the entire Shanghai city, there are only a handful of professionals who dare to provoke Kanghan to their face. Kid, don't think that just because you learned a forbidden spell, you can act arrogantly. Wait until you return to the city, you'll have a hard time. Beside Han Ning, the nearly 2-meter-tall heavy tank knight swung his large hand and took down the silver spear he had been carrying on his shoulder. The spear's tip pointed directly at Su Chen, exuding the appearance of a bully. Our Miss Han has already said, we'll give you a piece of golden grade equipment. Don't be ungrateful. This is a good deed from our Kanghan Guild leader. Looking at you, you should be quite young. You must have heard of this guild's reputation, right? A plus level head guild. There are so many level 100 gods that they could scare you to death. This heavy tank knight, clad in a heavy blue armor, spoke in a deep voice filled with a sense of aggression. However, Su Chen could detect a hint of faint fear beneath it. Of course, just a moment ago, Su Chen had unleashed a wave of forbidden spells, summoning the throne of the killing god, which had executed 2 skeletal dragons with a loud crash. If this heavy tank knight were to replace him, he would only be around level 50 and wouldn't be able to deal the explosive damage that Su Chen could. How could he not be terrified? At this moment, he was merely a paper tiger, relying on the Kanghan Guild's reputation to act tough. Forbidden spell? Su Chen's expression was calm as he looked at the knight, a playful glint in his eyes. Of course, if you learn forbidden spells, you can walk sideways. Do you know what it means to do as you please? Su Chen smiled slightly, narrowing his eyes as he continued, as for a piece of golden equipment? Have you ever thought about a question? If I kill you, all the golden equipment will be mine. At this point, Su Chen's lips curled into a smirk, and with a flick of his finger, several elemental arrows coalesced behind him. Light arrows, fire arrows, water arrows, ice arrows, dark arrows. All were poised to launch, and once shot, they would easily pierce through the bodies of these Kanghan Guild members. After all, they had already been severely injured in their battle against the skeletal dragons. They were merely holding on. Let alone elemental arrows, even a single fireball could wipe them out. What do you want to do? Seeing Su Chen's movements, the heavy tank knight was completely stunned. Damn it! No way? I was just trying to sound tough. You're serious? Are you trying to completely offend the Kanghan Guild? Beside Han Ning, another member, a sneaky-looking assassin who had been hiding in the back, couldn't help but swallow hard. He spoke up. Do you know what happens when you offend Kanghan? Su Chen was taken aback, frowning. Classic. This was just too damn classic. This line. How was it the same as something I read in a novel in my past life? Such a brainless lackey. He probably wouldn't survive a chapter. Offend? Didn't I already offend them long ago? Is this really a big deal? Su Chen smiled lightly, no longer wasting words with these people. He pointed forward slightly. Clang! All the elemental arrows trembled and shot fiercely towards Han Ning and the other members. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a level 40 player, gaining 8,000 experience points. With a cold prompt sound, Han Ying's body was directly pierced by a fire arrow. Not just her, all the members of the hunting team, all high-level players, turned into experience points under Su Chen's strike. Unlike boss monsters, players do not leave behind bones upon death, they only drop corresponding items. Undead staff, dark gold grade, charged spear, golden grade, dark twin blades, golden grade. In Su Chen's view, the place where Han Ning and the others had been was now filled with items radiating a golden halo. All damn good stuff. What the hell? Dark gold grade equipment. Undead staff? Su Chen suddenly squinted, shocked. He truly did not expect to have dropped that exquisite staff from Han Ying's hands. In this world where everyone could change jobs, the items dropped from killing players were completely random. Even after some deaths, not a single piece of equipment would drop, only a few bottles of inconsequential life potions. However, this time, Han Ning had dropped the undead staff given to him by the president of the Kanghan Guild, which was also his father. This piece of equipment Su Chen had indeed heard of. It had quite a reputation. It seems this is a top-tier golden item crafted by several high-level alchemists in Kyoto, taking several months to complete. It's considered the exclusive staff of the necromancer, allowing Han Ying to unleash the strongest undead skills. Using the staff to summon undead skeletons can enhance the strength of the summoned creatures. Su Chen pondered, a rare surprise flickering in his eyes. A bountiful harvest. One had to admit, Han Ying had brought him an overwhelming number of surprises. 3 consecutive god-level choice storylines, and now this drop. All were quite exceptional. Not bad. Su Chen smiled faintly, directly storing the undead staff into the system space. As for the other equipment, they were dropped by the high-level guild members in the hunting group, all of decent quality, mostly golden tier. Su Chen did not hesitate and carefully collected them all. Undead Summon, Golden Tier Sale Price *, 120,000 experience points. Legion Aura, Golden Tier Sale Price * 94,000 experience points. Death Flame Explosion, Golden Tier Sale Price * 88,000 experience points. Blade of Destruction, Golden Tier Sale Price * 74,000 experience points. As Han Ying and the others died, a series of skill slots appeared in Su Chen's view. Just like with boss monsters, as long as Su Chen killed the corresponding profession, he could also perform a free skill plunder. The second plunder, however, would require using experience points for purchase. Undead Summon. Su Chen glanced at Han Ying's skill bar, his eyes brightening slightly. This skill left a deep impression on him, opening a portal to the abyss and summoning skeleton creatures from the abyssal world. Undoubtedly, it meant having an undead army at any time. Quite terrifying. If he were to plunder, Undead Summon would naturally be the first choice. Of course, the Legion Aura, this golden skill, was also quite good. It could enhance the strength of the summoned creatures. Su Chen couldn't help but swallow hard, preparing to plunder the Undead Summon and Legion Aura skills. Less than 100,000 experience points. Exchanging this amount of experience for a golden skill book is absolutely worth it. Su Chen's expression brightened with a hint of excitement. His gaze sharpened as he looked at the skill bars of the other professionals. Most were silver tier skills. Although he could plunder for free, it seemed rather meaningless. It would only occupy skill slots unnecessarily. After all, a first-turn professional could only have 6 skill slots, and only upon reaching level 30 could they obtain 8. Now, Su Chen already had 6 skills and an entry-level forbidden spell. If he plundered Han Ying's 2 exclusive undead skills, he would just have enough to fill the 8 slots. There was no need to plunder the other silver skills. Moreover, the 2 undead bone dragon bosses Su Chen had just killed still lay in the undead altar. He had yet to use the plunder skill on them. Shinier and Yaxis, these 2 undead bone dragons are both golden tier ultimate bosses, and their skills are quite good. If I plunder 2 more boss skills, I would need to forget 2 skills. Su Chen glanced at the center of the undead altar, where the 2 massive corpses lay like mountains. A golden aura enveloped them. Each skill was incredibly magnificent. Boom! A rumbling sound jolted Su Chen back to reality, pulling him from his thoughts. He slightly raised his head and looked up at the sky. There, the golden bone dragon Alpha was radiating a golden red light, with its heart position flickering with a splendid magic array. The heart of the evil dragon skill is fully activated. The ultimate boss in a state of rage. Beside Alpha, another undead bone dragon with its health barely below half unfurled its tattered bony wings. Each flap summoned a raging hurricane. Su Chen furrowed his brow and tightened his grip on the black snow blade. First, take care of Alpha, Su Chen thought to himself. He then took out several potions, drinking them all in one go: mana potions, recovery potions, and others. His health was restored, gaining an extra defensive aura and an increase in attack power, with his mana fully replenished. Fireball. Freeze. Elemental Arrow. Su Chen leaped into action, unleashing a frenzy of attacks on Alpha and the other undead bone dragon. The method to deal with Alpha was naturally to use ice-based skills. Elemental arrows perfectly addressed this issue. Ice arrows shot forth towards Alpha, causing the golden bone dragon, which had just regained a bit of health, to let out a pained roar. Its health bar trembled and plummeted. Meanwhile, the last undead bone dragon was also pushed back repeatedly under the dual assault of Death Flame Explosion and Fireball. At this moment, Su Chen was exceptionally calm. This was the final critical moment. If he failed, not only would he lose a significant amount of loot, but he would also lose several golden boss skills. He absolutely could not afford to be careless. With a snap, Su Chen pulled out a tattered parchment scroll from his pocket. Contract scroll, mount exclusive, a silver grade scroll. Su Chen had purchased this from a delivery platform. He had stockpiled contract scrolls long before coming to the dungeon. After all, Su Chen had always been fixated on the undead bone dragon. How could he not stockpile some contract scrolls? Now was the perfect time to use them. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully used the contract scroll. Target selected, Undead Bone Dragon Alpha. Ding! Contract failed. Failed? The moment he heard the prompt, Su Chen frowned slightly. Damn it! It actually failed. However, after a moment's thought, Su Chen returned to his normal demeanor. After all, Alpha was a dark gold level boss at level 67. Taming it was not that simple. Moreover, Su Chen's contract scroll was only silver grade. Trying to tame a high-level hybrid demon with a low-level scroll was quite difficult. If I had known, I would have just bought a dark gold level scroll. Su Chen smiled bitterly. He hadn't expected to encounter so many undead bone dragons this time, not only exceeding his class change task but also being able to tame a golden mount. If he could have foreseen this, Su Chen would have at least prepared 3 dark gold grade parchment scrolls. Let's try again. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen threw out 2 more scrolls. Ding! Contract failed. The prompt sounded again. Alpha is not yet in a dying state. The only way now is to bring Alpha down to true low health. Su Chen analyzed calmly. To tame a terrifying boss of this level with a low-grade contract scroll, bringing Alpha to a dying state before taming it was indeed the only method. Let's give this a try. Su Chen quickly made a decision. He used the elemental arrow skill again. This time, however, he unleashed countless light arrows and an equal number of dark arrows. This golden grade skill book had a hidden mechanism. When releasing different elemental arrows simultaneously, it could produce unexpected damage effects. Light arrows could counter undead creatures, while dark arrows infused with light attributes could create intense attack fluctuations, resulting in terrifying magic explosion damage. With this, Alpha would definitely not withstand it. Moreover, Su Chen still had a backup plan. With a whoosh, he took out the stockpiled magic explosion scrolls, 7 or 8 magic explosion parchment scrolls, all transforming into beams of starlight. Dust rushing towards Su Chen. Die! Su Chen suddenly waved his hand. The tip of the black snow blade. Those elemental arrows that had just formed under the force clanged together infused. Darkness and light, 2 mutually repelling elements, became incredibly harmonious in Su Chen's hands. However, this harmony was only temporary. Once it hit Alpha, it would produce a violent explosion. Sure enough, with a whoosh, countless arrows, several times larger than before, suddenly fell into Alpha's body. Minus 30,000. Minus 50,000. Minus 72,000. Minus 100,000. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Even Su Chen was a bit stunned. He did not expect to deal 100,000 points of damage. 100,000 damage. In the entire world of class change, it symbolized the level of elite professionals, and this time, Su Chen achieved it purely through skills. Although, when using the God of Death's throne and the forbidden spell of the Black Tide, Su Chen could also unleash damage at the level of 100,000 points. However, dealing 100,000 damage with a regular skill was a completely different concept. Boss skills, magic explosion scrolls, top-tier equipment. Su Chen took a deep breath and calmly analyzed. The reason he could release such a level of damage was related to a series of attribute bonuses on him. Not only did the elemental arrow skill enhance his base attack power, but equipment, magic explosion scrolls, and even the exclusive characteristics of the God of Death profession all contributed to a secondary and tertiary stacking of attack power. Of course, the most important factor was the hidden mechanism of the elemental arrows. The fusion of the mutually repelling elemental properties of darkness and light produced an overwhelmingly fierce magic explosion damage. Come again. Su Chen softly commanded. Ding. Contract successful. Accompanied by a crisp prompt, Su Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. Holy crap. Taming successful. Dark gold level boss monster. Golden undead bone dragon. Taming successful. The moment Su Chen successfully tamed it, his attribute panel also underwent slight changes, adding a new entry mount. Mount, Undead Bone Dragon Alpha LV.67. A surge of indescribable excitement welled up in Su Chen's heart. Elated. Simply too elated. This was an undead bone dragon, and it was the ultimate boss monster in the Shallow Bay dungeon. Dark gold level. Level 67. Accompanied by the terrifying boss skill Heart of the Evil Dragon. Not to mention, such a mount would surely make even the top dragon knights in the capital feel a twinge of envy. It was a top-tier mount. So cool it had no friends. Alpha. Su Chen squinted slightly, looking at Alpha in the sky, the mount he had just tamed, and said in a deep voice, "Attack the undead bone dragon boss Scarlo." Scarlo was the last undead bone dragon. If he could complete the kill, Su Chen would directly obtain 3 undead bone dragon certificates. Such a level of glorious achievement would likely elevate his professional rank after the class change. Legendary level profession? Su Chen couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling a sense of anticipation. Completing the hell level difficulty class change task with excess, a total of 3 Undead Bone Dragon certificates, wouldn't that instantly promote the God of Death profession to legendary level? Damn it, just thinking about it was thrilling. Roar, under Su Chen's gaze, the originally low-health alpha suddenly shook its head. Its massive body, as large as a mountain, swayed slightly but still displayed the nobility and pressure belonging to the dragon lineage. At the same time, the Kanghun Guild Resurrection Array. A deathly silence. Han Ing, along with a dozen high-level professionals from the Kanghun Guild, were all teleported here. Like He Meng from the Eternal Guild, Han Ing and the others dropped a quarter of their levels, and their equipment was also dropped after being killed by Su Chen. Directly teleport back to the city. Who exactly is that professional? How dare he take action against the Kanghun Guild? The silence was broken by a short assassin who slightly curled his lips, his face filled with disbelief. Which guild member is it? This is a declaration of war against us, Kanghun. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. As soon as the assassin spoke, the surrounding professionals were also enraged, discussing furiously. That's right, not only did they steal 2 undead bone dragon bosses, but they also dared to attack us? Damn it! If I find out which guild he belongs to, I will definitely go after him and fight to the death. My golden equipment was dropped. That damn thing was the top-tier gear I spent 3 years worth of rewards to buy. Don't even mention it, my attributes permanently dropped by 200 points. The undead bone dragon boss. If it weren't for that bastard, each of us could have at least raked in tens of millions in loot today. The emotions of the hunting team members were completely ignited. They wished they could tear Su Chen apart on the spot. However, Han Ing suddenly frowned, glancing at everyone, and said in a delicate voice, "Shut up! Shut up! Useless things!" Han Ing, dressed in a magnificent robe, had a delicate face with a hint of coldness in her beautiful eyes. Horror. Gaze swept over the members of the hunting team one by one. Her expression was dignified, like a king surveying his subjects. Instantly, more than a dozen professionals swallowed hard and fell silent. Everyone was well aware of Han Ying's temper. She was cut from the same cloth as the president of the Kanghun Guild. Just a glance from her could send chills down one's spine. Moreover, Han Ing was also a dark old-level necromancer. Who would dare to provoke her to her face? Not to mention the miserable fate of offending a necromancer. The Kanghun Guild behind Han Ing could easily crush them. Stay here, you are not allowed to go anywhere. Han Ing coldly dropped the sentence and then turned to leave, walking towards the center of the Kanghun Guild building. This left everyone exchanging glances, seeing bitterness and helplessness in each other's eyes. Faced with such a fiery temper from the young lady, what could they do? They could only endure it. If they really couldn't stand it, cough cough, then they would just leave the Kanghun Guild and become a lone, unsupported professional. Of course, the members of the hunting team understood why Han Ing was angry. After all, to obtain the Golden Mount Alpha, Han Ing had invested heavily. She had already used an epic one-time item, the Holy Light Pendant, yet she hadn't even secured a single undead bone dragon. Moreover, she had even lost a dark gold level staff and dropped 10 levels. Anyone would feel unbalanced in their heart. Thinking of this, the members of the hunting team could only sigh deeply and suppress their grievances. Learned the Death Fireball technique, can release forbidden spells, easily deal out 10,000 damage. Full set of silver level equipment and the exclusive golden crown of the undead apostle. On the other side, as Han Ing walked towards the Kanghun building, her expression was serious, softly murmuring. Unlike the other members of the hunting team, at this moment, Han Ing was not concerned about the undead bone dragon mount being intercepted. Instead, she was pondering Su Chen's background. A professional like him had a high gold content. He could not possibly be an unknown person. There must be an existence behind him that was no less than the Kanghun Guild. Moreover, Han Ing was extremely certain that the young man she had seen when she first entered the Shallow Bay dungeon was indeed Su Chen. This meant that in just a few days, Su Chen had managed to kill the undead apostle boss in the Shallow Bay dungeon and obtained that piece of the destruction crown? How old was he? He already had such strength. Eternal Guild? Or is it the second generation of the guild from Jiangnan province? Han Ying's heart tightened. Recalling Su Chen's appearance, she couldn't help but swallow. It wasn't that she was attracted by his handsome looks. It was because Su Chen was too young, yet he already possessed attack power comparable to a level 50 to 60 professional. No! Han Ing took a deep breath, and scenes of the God of Death's throne and the forbidden spell of the Black Tide Moon flashed in her mind. She felt a slight tremor throughout her body. Perhaps he already has the power to kill a level 63rd transformation. Professional. With this thought, Han Ing quickened her pace and took the elevator to the top floor of the Kanghun Guild building. This matter was serious. It had already exceeded Han Ying's control. A top-tier genius professional. The attribute panel couldn't be viewed. He possessed the Death Flame Explosion spell, forbidden spells, and the God of Death's throne, an enormous golden throne. In an instant it was enough to crush the terrifying existence of the Death Spirit Bone Dragon boss and Su Chen's age, which was shockingly young. All of this made Han Ning feel intense fear and unease. At this moment, she just wanted to tell her father, the president of the Kanghan Guild, to let Han Mu decide. If the forces behind Su Chen were an S-level guild, then things were probably not that simple. Perhaps this was the prelude to a guild war. Their Kanghan Guild had been targeted. Unfortunately, Han Ning had been grinding monsters in the shallow sea bay dungeon during this time and was unaware of everything happening outside. If she opened her phone, she would definitely see the overwhelming news about Su Chen on short video platforms. The topic of genius professional from Zhonghai City had already topped the national trending searches. Top universities from all over the country had sent their best recruitment professionals to Zhonghai to recruit Su Chen for admission. Shallow Sea Bay Dungeon. Undead Altar. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed the level 65 boss monster Undead Bone Dragon Carlos, earning 58,000 experience points. The cold notification sounded and nearly 60,000 experience points surged in. The last Undead Bone Dragon boss was also defeated. Hiss! Su Chen gasped and directly sat down on the ground. Tired. So tired. After taking down the final ultimate boss, his first reaction was not joy but an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Of course, after playing mind games with Han Ning and the others double-killing the Undead Bone Dragon and taming Alpha, his tense spirit had reached its limit. With the last Undead Bone Dragon defeated, Su Chen naturally breathed a sigh of relief and completely lay down. After resting for a while, he slowly sat up. First, loot the skills, then count all the spoils. Su Chen swallowed and thought to himself. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed throughout the shallow sea bay dungeon. Under Su Chen's gaze, Alpha suddenly swung its broken bone wings and flew towards the undead altar. In the end, Alpha lay on the ground, raising its massive head as large as a rock and leaned towards Su Chen. The size of the undead bone dragon, up close, is actually so exaggerated. It truly is a behemoth. The undead bone dragon in the sky was as huge as a mountain, and when it spread its wings, it could block out the sunlight. And now, lying at Su Chen's feet, it appeared even more terrifying. It is no exaggeration to say that just Alpha's head was over 100 times larger than Su Chen. Such amount would probably not need to lift a finger. Just appearing in Zhonghai City would scare those low-level professionals half to death. The sense of oppression was at its peak. However, unlike before, Alpha now held no malice towards Su Chen. On the contrary, like a husky, it lay on the ground, gently wagging its long skeletal tail towards Su Chen. A living embodiment of a little lapdog trying to please its master. With a clang, Su Chen took out all the life potions and threw them directly in front of the undead bone dragon. Which bastard actually let our little Alpha get down to low health? Come on, be good. Drink 100 life potions first. Su Chen smiled as if asking in spring sunshine. After hearing Su Chen's words, it was unclear whether Alpha understood, as it suddenly froze. Then, it gently lifted its head and opened its mouth wide. Golden flames continuously gathered in Alpha's mouth, resembling a scorching sun about to form. Damn! Su Chen slapped Alpha's head with a pop, coughed twice, and hurriedly said, Wow, you're ready to unleash dragon flames, huh? Be good, close your little mouth for now. Su Chen spoke as if coaxing a child. Seeing Alpha droop its little head again, he finally let out a sigh of relief. The earlier scene was not Alpha preparing to attack Su Chen. Once tamed as a mount, a life contract had been established between the undead bone dragon and Su Chen. If Su Chen died, Alpha would definitely not survive either. The undead bone dragon boss, in a sense, was a creature in a semi-dead state with low intelligence. Simply put, conjuring dragon flames was akin to a husky gently biting its owner's hand. It was just being affectionate. But a dark old level undead bone dragon being affectionate? Damn! Who could withstand that? Not to mention, Su Chen's health was already very low. Even in perfect condition, a close-range wave of dragon flames would likely wipe out his health bar completely. Little Alpha, drink these life potions first and stay put for a while. Su Chen swallowed hard, feeling a bit embarrassed. He coaxed and tricked the undead bone dragon away. Then, he turned his attention to a large array of skill slots. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully forgotten the skill Life Enhancement. This skill has been converted into a skill book. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully forgotten the skill Frost Spell. This skill has been converted into a skill book. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully forgotten the skill Fireball. This skill has been converted into a skill book. The cold notification sounds echoed in his mind as Su Chen directly forgot 3 skills. These were all silver level skills. However, for him at the moment, these skills were not that significant anymore. Forgetting them was the best choice. The Fireball skill can be alchemized into a gold level skill. If I encounter a suitable alchemist later, I could upgrade this skill. book and it would still be useful. Su Chen pondered. Life enhancement. This boss skill is definitely a top-tier existence among silver-level skill books, but Su Chen frowned slightly. If it were gold level it would be fine, but silver level is a bit weak. There was no helping it. Su Chen's leveling speed was simply too fast now. His attack damage was also skyrocketing. In just over a week, the life enhancement skill, which was quite suitable for him before, now seemed somewhat less important. If only I could increase the number of skill slots, Su Chen thought to himself. A first-class job has 6 skills. A second-class job has 8 skills. According to this skill limit, Su Chen's plundering talent could not be fully utilized. If plundering were unlimited, with no skill quantity restrictions, the effects of the plundering talent would undergo a qualitative leap. Su Chen's eyes brightened. He eagerly anticipated the changes that would occur after his second job change. Generally speaking, each job change could yield quite rich feedback. In addition to gaining a certain number of attribute points, one could also obtain corresponding exclusive talents and skills for their profession. In rare cases, one can even obtain rare items granted by the Transmigration Temple, such as a piece of golden grade equipment. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully used the skill learning cooldown scroll. After forgetting 3 skills, Su Chen also used several cooldown scrolls, allowing the originally dim skill slots to regain their brightness. In the world of universal transmigration, if one forgets their original skills, they must wait at least half a month to learn new skills again. The solution is not complicated. Just use a cooldown scroll. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the skill Undead Summoning. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the skill Legion Aura. Su Chen plundered 2 skills from Han Ying in one go. One was a free plunder, while the Legion Aura cost him 94,000 experience points. Name: Undead Summoning. Active skill, grade, golden attributes. After this skill is released, it can summon at least 1,000 undead creatures. As the level increases, the number of summoned undead skeletons can be amplified with the summoned undead creatures having a base level of LV.10. If higher hybrid demon species are to be summoned, the number of summoned creatures will decrease. Description: this skill is exclusive to necromancers or undead priests. Ordinary professionals cannot learn it. Additionally, this skill has a hidden mechanism. The attributes and lineage of the summoned undead creatures will change based on the summoner's own attributes. The stronger the summoner, the stronger the summoned creatures. Name: Legion Aura. Active skill, grade, golden. Attributes: an auxiliary skill for undead skills. After using this skill, it can amplify the strength of all summoned creatures, enhancing their 4-dimensional attributes or granting additional defense, attack, rage, and health auras, which can improve the combat power of the summoned creatures. However, this amplification effect has certain limitations, and the maximum value of the aura amplification effect is proportional to the summoner's own 4-dimensional attributes, professional grade, and maximum attack power. Description: Legion Aura is an auxiliary skill, limited to assisting summoned creatures, and is an extremely rare special skill among all undead skills. The higher the mental attribute of the summoner using this skill, the stronger the final effect produced. A terrifying skill that can create an undead legion. So strong? After plundering Han Ying's 2 exclusive skills, Su Chen directly used appraisal to check the corresponding effects. However, upon looking, Su Chen couldn't help but widen his astonished eyes. Too strong. Both skills are top-notch. No wonder they are exclusive to necromancers. Quite terrifying. Just looking at undead summoning, once this skill is learned, even if Su Chen's level is only 1, he can directly summon over 1,000 undead skeletons. Moreover, the strength of these summoned creatures won't be lacking either. The lowest level is LV.10. What does this mean? It means that a level 1 professional can suddenly open the gates of the abyss, followed by a grand army of 1,000 undead creatures. An entire undead legion. If this were a Zhonghai No. 1 high school, it would probably scare the newly transmigrated senior students out of their wits, leaving them as soft as a puddle of mud. After leveling up, the number of undead skeletons summoned from the abyss world can be further increased. The attributes and lineage of the summoned creatures are related to the summoner. Su Chen carefully looked at the attribute description in the skill bar, his heart stirring. If it were a god of death profession, the summoned undead creatures might not just be skeletons, but could also be demons. According to the skill description, it indeed seems that way. The undead creatures in the abyss world are not limited to just skeletons. For example, the hybrid demon species summoned by Han Ying using the Holy Light Pendant is a powerful skeleton flame demon. If Su Chen were to summon directly, I'm afraid the level and 4-dimensional attributes of the basic summoned creatures will far exceed Han Ying. After all, Su Chen's profession is 2 tiers higher. If the number of summons is reduced, perhaps summoning a terrifying demon of level 50 to 60 is not impossible. Once my mana is restored, I'll test the strength of this skill, Su Chen thought to himself. Right now, his mana had been completely depleted and he could no longer use this golden skill. If he wanted to verify whether his thoughts were correct, he would have to wait until his mana was fully restored. Generally speaking, exclusive skills like undead summoning consume a considerable amount of mana, not at all less than the Deathflame explosion. Without sufficient mana, it's hard to release it perfectly. When my level reaches 100 or even several hundred, is it possible to summon hundreds or thousands of high-level demon bosses at once? Or, if my profession tier rises to legendary or even demigod level and my basic spiritual attributes reach a terrifying level, then can I summon hybrid demon species that match my own level at the same time? Su Chen had a bold thought. Although the undead summoning skill, in a sense, is merely a consumption-type skill, the strength of the summoned creatures is not very high. At best, they can only serve as cannon fodder. Just like Han Ing, the low-level undead skeletons she summons are not meant to kill the Death Spirit Bone Dragon boss but to wear down Alpha's health and life state. The skeleton flame demon is the real damage dealer. However, Su Chen had a different idea. After all, the undead creatures summoned by this skill can be used for his own purposes. So, what if the consumption-type summons could become permanent followers? Wouldn't that completely change the way this skill is used? Or create a new effect, using the summoned undead creatures to forge a truly undead army? I'm afraid, to reach this level, this skill would need to advance to hero level, no, even above epic level. Su Chen smiled faintly. Coming back to his senses, indeed, this idea seemed a bit too bold. Leaving aside whether it could be realized, at least with Su Chen's current mana, it seemed insufficient to support him in summoning demon creatures of the same level. Unless, like Han Ing, he used an epic item similar to the Holy Light Pendant. Otherwise, it was simply not worth thinking about. Take it slow. Su Chen took a deep breath and turned his gaze to the other side, the undead altar. At this moment, there were still 3 massive, incomplete skeletons lying in the undead altar. They were the undead bone dragons he had killed, Chenier, Yaxis, and Carlos. These 3 ultimate boss monsters were all of golden tier. Their 4-dimensional attributes were not as powerful as Alpha's. Naturally, their boss skills were relatively weaker. However, they were still ultimate bosses of golden level, and each skill was quite decent. In a big city like Kyoto, they would still stir up a frenzy, attracting all professionals. Of course, for Su Chen, the skills of the undead bone dragon were indeed precious, but not as extraordinary as imagined. Because, with the increase in level, he could plunder everything he wanted from various top-tier bosses. Su Chen's future was filled with possibilities. Ring of Burning, golden. Level sale price asterisk 170,000 experience points. Dragon Wing, golden level sale price asterisk 130,000 experience points. Undead Dragon Flame, golden level sale price asterisk 156,000 experience points. Undead Dragon Bone, golden level sale price asterisk 130,000 experience points. Dragon Claw, silver level sale price asterisk 73,000 experience points. Gorgeous. Absolutely stunning. Su Chen only took a glance and realized just how insane the skills of these 3 undead bone dragons were. No need to say more. A whole array of golden level boss skills. And those silver level skills were equally powerful and exaggerated to the extreme. Damn. I want them all. What should I do? Su Chen swallowed hard, a hint of faint anticipation in his eyes. If encountering the undead apostle boss had already sparked his desire to plunder a few more skills, now that impulse had reached a critical point. However, reality was a bit helpless. His skill slots were already full, and he couldn't plunder any more skills. He could only gain 3 more at most. Death Flame Explosion, Elemental Arrow, Shadow Step, Undead Summoning, Legion Aura, Identification, Forbidden Spell, Black Tide of the Moon. Su Chen glanced at his skill bar. Aside from the non-slot occupying Identification and Forbidden Spell, he already had 5 skills. He couldn't plunder even 1 more. Forget. Shadow Step? Elemental Arrow? The corners of Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. How could that be? Both of these skills were golden level, and their effects were quite excellent. Not all powerful skills had to be offensive. The auxiliary effect of Shadow Step was top-notch. And Elemental Arrow? It was precisely this godly skill that allowed him to tame Alpha, the golden dragon, so it couldn't possibly be forgotten. For a moment, Su Chen frowned and fell silent. It seems? Suddenly, Su Chen's eyes brightened slightly. It seems there are still a few cooldown scrolls. Su Chen swallowed again. A bolder thought resurfaced in his mind. Damn it! Why can't I just forget a skill directly? After all, once forgotten, the skill wouldn't disappear. It would just turn into a skill book. When he changed jobs again and the skill restrictions were lifted, he could completely relearn it. It wouldn't be gone forever. I can. Su Chen took a deep breath, his expression brightening. Indeed, all these skills in front of him, no matter which one, were very tempting. He couldn't just leave them here unattended. And turning them into skill books would at least make them usable later. Even if he didn't use them, he could sell them. But the experience points are a bit lacking. Most of the undead bone dragon's boss skills were golden level. The plunder price was quite high. Even for silver level, the price was around 70 to 80,000. If he wanted to plunder them all and convert them into skill books, it seemed he was still a bit short on experience points. No rush. I'll just circle around the dungeon, reap a wave of leaks, and it should be enough. Su Chen's eyes brightened slightly. He had already tamed Alpha, and with the newly acquired undead summoning skill, getting 100,000 experience points wouldn't be a difficult task. It's no exaggeration to say that Alpha was like a dominant presence in the Shallow Bay dungeon. He probably wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Those low-level hybrid monsters would lose their will to resist at the sight of this golden dragon. Reaping 100,000 experience points would be a piece of cake, right? With that thought, Su Chen nodded. Then, he looked at the undead altar to tally his spoils. Name: Undead Bone Dragon Certificate, Ultimate Boss Certificate, X3 grade, Golden Level Attributes. The Undead Bone Dragon Certificate is an extremely precious job transfer certificate, a necessary item for the Dragon Knight profession to advance to the 100 level rank, and this item can also be used to concoct potions or as materials for alchemy on equipment. Description: each certificate is a unique existence differing based on the level, attributes, and exclusive skills of the defeated undead bone dragon boss, and the effects brought by using them vary greatly. Name: Attribute Gem, Random, X4 grade, Gold Attribute, plus 100 points to random. 4-dimensional attributes, Permanent Increase, Restriction, None. Description: a random attribute gem, each one can provide a 100-point increase to basic attributes, and this increase is permanent. Compared to designated attribute gems, random attribute gems have a hidden mechanism that may grant an additional 100 points of exclusive attribute growth upon use. Name: Rustic Dragon Blade grade, Gold Attribute, plus 200 points Strength, Alchemy, plus 370 points Spirit, Alchemy, plus 500 points Magic Resistance, Alchemy. Description: a gold grade monster material. It is a broken dragon claw, presenting a curved blade shape. With the careful polishing of an alchemist, it can become an attack type equipment of at least gold grade, and it carries a certain degree of dragon bloodline, with a high probability of triggering equipment skills. Name: Rune Emblazoned Dragon Bone grade, Dark Gold Attribute, Unknown. Description: a massive dragon bone filled with various mysterious runes. This dragon bone does not belong to the undead bone dragon boss, but is a unique item dropped by the boss. Incredibly hard, the runes seem to be a special skill array of some ancient giant dragon. If polished by a high-level alchemist, it may produce unexpected effects. Be careful not to fuse it with other items at random, or you will lose a piece of top-tier monster material. Name: Shattered Wings of Death grade, Gold Attribute, plus 300 points Attack Speed, plus 600 points Movement Speed, plus 200 points Agility, plus 200 points Magic Resistance, plus 350 points Physical Immunity. Description: the Shattered Wings of Death, a worn version of the exclusive wings from the Destruction Black Dragon Winter Dungeon. This item is not an attack-type equipment or weapon, but it can be worn directly. Upon use, you will gain a pair of pitch black broken bone wings and acquire the ability to fly, increasing both attack speed and movement speed. At critical moments, it can activate a certain degree of dragon bloodline, immunizing against some physical damage, enhancing magic resistance damage, and even granting a unique aura buff from dragon creatures. Name: Undead Dragon Tomb Pass grade, Epic Attribute. After using this item, you can directly bind your identity and gain a permanent passage to the dungeon world, Undead Dragon Tomb. This item is a one-time use item and can only bind one profession, and once bound, the identity cannot be switched. Description: the Undead Dragon Tomb is the burial ground for numerous dragon creatures that have died, inhabited by countless terrifying dragon skeletons, all in a half-dead state. Over time, they will completely transform into undead bone dragons and other undead creatures. The tomb also contains other undead beings and the ultimate boss monster from the Shallow Bay dungeon, Hybrid Demon Seed Ice-tailed Scorpion. Be cautious when ing the pass, as you cannot be sure whether you will be suddenly killed upon entering the dragon tomb. Facing countless dead dragon creatures, anyone would feel a bit frightened. Holy crap! Su Chen was completely stunned. He even let out a curse. Under the effect of the appraisal technique, the items dropped by the undead bone dragon appeared one by one before Su Chen's eyes. It was too crazy. Even Su Chen couldn't sit still at this moment. Gorgeous. Abundant. Top tier. For attribute gems, all gold grade each, capable of providing 100 points of attribute increase. Moreover, under the hidden mechanism, there was even a possibility of an additional 200 points of attribute growth. This meant that if all were used, Su Chen could instantly gain an extra 400 to 800 points of attribute increase. This level of enhancement was basically equivalent to what a gold-grade professional would gain from continuous leveling up for 40 levels. After all, an ordinary gold-tier professional only gains about 10 to 20 free attribute points with each level up. But what about Su Chen? With a snap, he directly obtained 800 points. How could that not drive someone crazy? Simple Dragon Blade? Runes-filled Dragon Bone? Su Chen squinted slightly, looking at these two top-tier monster materials. Both draw from the Undead Bone Dragon boss, one being gold tier and the other dark gold tier. Damn it, this is no less than 2 pieces of gold equipment. Su Chen swallowed hard, a wave of excitement washing over him. Gold tier monster materials are considered top-tier items in the entire world of class change. In the major trading houses and auction halls of Shanghai City, it might take several months for dragon-type gold-tier materials to be available for sale, and whenever they do appear, they will inevitably attract a frenzy of high-level professionals, especially those above level 100, who have a particular fondness for such items. No matter the cost, they will do everything to get their hands on them, because each piece of gold material is unique. Besides being used for alchemy, they also have other hidden effects. In fact, many forbidden spells require gold materials to upgrade from entry level to ordinary level. Gold tier Death Wing, Epic tier Dragon Tomb Pass. Of course, among all the items, the last two were what made Su Chen's heart race the most. The ultimate boss of the Winter World, the Destruction Black Dragon Death Wing. That is an ancient dragon on par with the Golden Spear. And now, I actually obtained a low-tier version of Death Wing. Su Chen swallowed again. His emotions suddenly became exhilarated. This gold-tier wingspan is not a weapon. It can be understood as a type of wing. In the world of class change, which merges game and reality, the world has entered a data-driven era. And wings, in Su Chen's previous life in online games, were also common items. The function of Death Wing is very straightforward. Once equipped, Su Chen can ignore gravity and gain the ability to fly. At the same time, his attack speed and movement speed will experience a qualitative leap. Of course, aside from the additional attribute abilities, the most eye-catching aspect of wing-type items is their incredibly flashy appearance. It's simply stunning. Just imagine a professional suddenly unfurling a magnificent pair of wings behind them, lightly pushing off the ground to soar into the sky. Not to mention the combat enhancement it brings. Just this flashy and glamorous appearance is enough to leave opponents stunned, especially those fragile classes. If Su Chen were to face a mage who stands still casting fireballs one after another, what would Su Chen do? With a gentle wave of Death Wing, he could easily dodge all the fireball attacks and circle around. With a slash of the black snow blade, he would end his opponent. This is the terror of wings. The inherent advantage is simply too exaggerated. A few months ago, an SS-tier guild in Kyoto auctioned off a gold-tier wingspan, and the final price reached 2 billion. Su Chen thought to himself, his heart tightening. Generally speaking, the market price for gold-tier equipment is only a little over 100 million. Even for top-tier gold equipment, its market value is only a few hundred million. Yet, gold-tier wing-type items can be auctioned for tens of billions. This proves the rarity of wings. If anyone were to sell them, it would definitely cause a huge stir, with countless high-level professionals turning green with envy and making a fuss over it. There's no way around it. Rarity makes things valuable. Moreover, the effects of wings are also outstanding. Dragon Tomb Pass, the last item, Epic tier. It shocked Su Chen the most. It can actually open a burial ground for dragons? Even the hybrid demon Icetail Scorpion is in the Dragon Tomb. Su Chen took a deep breath of the murky air, and at this moment, he finally began to understand why Han Ying was so determined to kill the undead bone dragon boss. Han Ying's goal was probably not just the entire dragon skeleton, but rather an attempt to lay claim to the entire Dragon Tomb, and the hybrid demon species, the Icetail Scorpion, within the tomb was also part of Han Ying's plan. No wonder. Su Chen furrowed his brow and murmured softly, Han Ying would rather part with an epic item like the Holy Light Pendant. What she was after was actually something like this. The value of the Holy Light Pendant was terrifying. Although it was a one-time use item, it could summon a skeletal flame demon, which could be used against much higher level bosses. However, for the sake of Alpha and the other undead bone dragons, Han Ying was willing to use the Holy Light Pendant directly. What she initially wanted was not just the Golden Dragon Mount Alpha, but the Dragon Tomb Pass dropped by the boss, and the hybrid demon species, the Icetail Scorpion. The Icetail Scorpion of the Winter World, a pure-blood original species. The Destruction Black Dragon, Death Wing, is also in the Winter Dungeon. Su Chen lightly frowned, formulating his own plans in his mind. It seems that the Shallow Bay Dungeon and the Winter World are also connected to some extent. I wonder if there is a teleportation array to the winter dungeon. In the Dragon Tomb. Thinking of this, Su Chen's expression turned hopeful, filled with anticipation. Damn it! Who would have thought? A practitioner who had not yet completed their second job change, a small fry in the eyes of the great gods, would already have a Dragon Tomb lair? Even more so, he had begun to scheme for the pureblood original species, the Icetail Scorpion. This level of ultimate creature was something even those 100-level gods could not touch. Yet Su Chen had already come into contact with it. Let's see what equipment the undead bone dragon dropped. After counting the monster materials, Deathwing, and other items, Su Chen turned his gaze to the golden halos scattered across the ground. The undead bone dragon boss naturally had dropped equipment, and it was of a good tier, top-tier items. Name: Priest's Cloak tier, dark gold attributes, plus 300 constitution, plus 3500 physical defense, plus 2500 magic resistance. Exclusive equipment skill, Priest's Absorption. When receiving spell damage, it can absorb a portion of the spell attack and convert it into the user's mana. When receiving physical attacks, it can convert a portion of the physical attack into the user's health. Restrictions: none. Can be equipped by all classes. Description: the Priest's Cloak is a top-tier boss equipment that can only be dropped by undead creatures. This item can absorb both spell and physical damage simultaneously, increasing the user's health and mana, making it a rare top-quality piece of equipment that can be refined a second time. Name: Stormbone Spear tier, gold attributes, plus 250 strength, plus 200 spirit, plus 50% physical critical hit, plus 100% physical lifesteal. Exclusive equipment skill, Storm. When the Storm Bone Spear is thrown, there is a certain probability to trigger the storm effect, causing the bone spear to split into multiple pieces, at least 4 and at most 100. When 100 bone spears appear, they will sweep into a storm, dealing terrifying physical critical hit damage to the target, along with a certain degree of spell attack, power and continuous damage. Restrictions: Knight class, LV.30. Description: the Storm Bone Spear possesses extremely high attributes and a powerful equipment skill. The Storm skill, in a sense, already has the strength of a gold boss skill. If used properly, the effect of this equipment skill will produce extremely horrifying damage results. Of course, using the Storm Bone Spear to release skills will allow the equipment skill to undergo a second amplification. Name: Resurrection Stone. Perfect. X2 attributes. Can perfectly resurrect once after use. Resurrects in place. Does not drop equipment. Fully restores health. Limitations: none. Description: Resurrection Stone, a top-tier item with no grade classification, can purify all negative effects, remove all cooldowns for skills and forbidden spells, and of course, there is a certain probability of obtaining a resurrection buff granting immunity to all damage for a short period. Name: Dragon Armor. Mount Armor. Grade: gold attributes, increases the mount's defense, attack power, and health, and can enhance the knight's attributes, boosting the synergy between mount and knight. Limitations: none. Description: Mount Armor, exclusive equipment for mounts, cannot be worn by professionals. This item contains a trace of dragon bloodline. When equipped on a mount, it can gain a certain degree of dragon pressure. If the mount itself possesses dragon bloodline, combined with this equipment, it can unleash the equipment skill Dragon's Fury, causing the dragon's roar to release a field effect, dealing continuous spell damage to the target. Damn it, so extravagant. Su Chen took a deep breath, completely shocked. Initially, he thought the Deathwing and Dragon Tomb Pass were already explosive enough, but he never expected there to be even crazier. Loot: Dark Gold Cloak, Gold Level Storm Bone Spear. These two pieces of equipment are absolutely top-tier divine items. Just the fact that they come with an equipment skill is enough to outshine a whole bunch of gold gear on the market. Not all equipment comes with an equipment skill. Many pieces only have 1 or 2 attributes. The increase in 4-dimensional attributes is also quite limited. Some gold gear can only enhance agility by a couple of 100 points. But for Su Chen, the cloak and bone spear that dropped this time are truly exceptional. Holy crap, over 3,000 points of physical defense right off the bat? The priest can absorb both spell damage and physical damage simultaneously? Su Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth, his eyes brightening slightly. The Dark Old Priest cloak was even more exaggerated than Su Chen had imagined. It has 3 attribute entries, with the worst being 300 points of constitution. The exclusive skill of the equipment is comparable to some high-level gold boss skills. Most importantly, this equipment can undergo secondary alchemy. This means the attributes and entries of the equipment can be increased again. This is no longer the value of ordinary dark gold equipment. In a sense, it can completely rival hero-level weapons. Su Chen swallowed hard, trying to calm his emotions. It wasn't that his mental fortitude was lacking, but this equipment was just too damn impressive. If this thing were obtained by a large guild, they would probably want to hold an auction directly, and it could easily sell for $1 billion. Storm Bone Spear? Can split into a maximum of 100? Present a storm effect. After seeing the attribute description of the Storm Bone Spear, Su Chen couldn't help but cough twice, nearly choking. If the priest cloak had excited him, then the Storm Bone Spear had sent him into a frenzy. You call this gold level? Su Chen gasped. Adrenaline surging. 4 entries. 100 Storm Bone Spears. Terrifying physical damage. Continuous output damage effect. Such glamorous attributes. Not to mention gold level, many dark gold weapons might not even have this. It can only be said that it truly lives up to the quality of the items dropped by the undead Bone Dragon boss. Of course, Su Chen furrowed his brow slightly, pondering. To himself, could it be related to the god of killing profession? From the moment he entered the Shallow Bay dungeon, he had noticed a clue. It seemed that every time he defeated a boss monster, the items dropped were excessively good. Not only were the attributes and grades high, but the additional equipment skills were also incredibly exaggerated. Even killing a level 100 boss monster might not guarantee a drop, right? I don't know. After the second job change, will I be able to gain an additional talent or auxiliary skills? Su Chen pondered. He had already sensed some hidden effects of the god of death profession. Perhaps a high drop rate was one of them. Once he continued to change jobs and his level increased to a certain point, maybe these hidden effects would be magnified infinitely. Killing a level 1 minion and directly dropping a piece of golden top-tier equipment? Just thinking about it was thrilling. The Resurrection Stone and Dragon Armor have decent effects too. Su Chen glanced at these 2 items. They were rewards triggered by the Divine Level Choice storyline. The quality was naturally excellent. After all, the system produces only the best. Whoosh! Su Chen directly equipped the Dragon Armor on Alpha. He also donned the Priest's Cloak and the Storm Bone Spear. The Black Snow Blade suddenly doesn't seem so appealing. Su Chen held the black blade in his hand and couldn't help but smile. Faintly. The feel of the Storm Bone Spear was clearly much better. Its physical damage was also stronger. Of course, the Black Snow Blade was the first piece of equipment Su Chen had obtained, and he had developed some attachment to it. He didn't just discard it but instead strapped the Black Snow Blade to his waist, holding the Storm Bone Spear in his hand, using it as a secondary weapon. Isn't bad either, Su Chen murmured softly. His profession was a rare epic level god of death. For him, equipment restrictions didn't mean much, because the god of death profession granted Su Chen the ability to learn skills from all professions and wear equipment from all professions. In other words, whether it was a mage's staff or a knight's spear, he could use them. The attribute effects of the Black Snow Blade were also quite good among golden level weapons. There was no need to just throw it away. Keeping it as a backup weapon might yield unexpected results in future battles. Let's gather the loot. We'll go around the dungeon again, harvest some experience points from low-level hybrid monsters, and then plunder the exclusive skills of the undead Bone Dragon boss. Su Chen gently pressed his temples, making a clear plan. After killing the boss, all skills could be plundered. However, there was also a time limit. If the time limit was exceeded, the opportunity to plunder would be lost. To obtain all the skills of the undead Bone Dragon, Su Chen needed sufficient experience points. Otherwise, he could only complete 3 free plunders. Skills like Undead Dragon Flame and Undying Dragon Bone would be out of reach. This time was indeed a great harvest. After storing the massive corpse of the undead Bone Dragon in the system space, he also properly stored a large number of silver-level items and golden-level loot. Su Chen couldn't help but smile as if asking in spring, besides the golden equipment, these 3 undead Bone Dragons also dropped a large amount of silver-level materials and silver-level equipment. Normally, a high-level boss monster would drop more than 1 item. However, Su Chen's drop rate was indeed a bit high. Just from Carlos, this undead Bone Dragon, he had obtained 6 pieces of equipment, 1 Storm Bone Spear, and 5 pieces of silver equipment. If Han Ning from the Kanghun Guild knew about this, she would probably be so furious she'd spit blood on the spot. If it weren't for Su Chen's appearance, these items would have originally belonged to her. Let's go, little Alpha. Su Chen smiled contentedly, calling out to the undead Bone Dragon lying beside him. He directly mounted the back of the golden dragon. Then, his gaze sharpened as he looked towards the depths of the Shallow Bay dungeon. At the same time, on the top floor of the Kanghun Guild building, in the president's office, Han Ning was startled, her whole body trembling violently. Forbidden spell. Death flame explosion. Student from Zhanghai No. 1 High School. Su Chen. Sitting opposite Han Ning in the president's office was a middle-aged man who bore some resemblance to her, but his expression was extremely serious. It was clear at a glance that it was a habit formed from years of holding a high position. At this moment, Han Mu lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze fixed intently on a tablet in front of him. On the tablet, various high-definition videos of Su Chen were playing one after another. In just a few minutes, Han Mu confirmed Su Chen's identity. In the Shallow Sea Bay instance, the practitioner wearing the Death Apostle Destruction crown was none other than Su Chen, who had recently risen to fame and shocked the entire internet. A high school student not yet 20 years old. Is he the one who defeated the Golden Dragon Alpha, and simultaneously ended several other skeletal dragons? Han Mu narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at his daughter Han Ying, who was sitting directly across from him. However, at that moment, Han Ying's eyes were wide with shock, her whole body trembling slightly as if her throat had been constricted. It felt like she was about to suffocate. What's wrong with you? Seeing Han Ying's reaction, Han Mu furrowed his brow. Father. Han Ying slightly parted her lips, her pupils suddenly dilating. After a long silence, she slowly said in a tone filled with disbelief, "My skills have disappeared." "What did you say?" Upon hearing his daughter's response, Han Mu abruptly stood up, his face filled with disbelief. He rushed to Han Ying's side and grabbed her arm. The advanced identification technique activated. Sure enough, the necromancer class was still there. However, the two top-tier skills, necromantic summoning and legion aura, had completely vanished. "Father, what is going on?" Han Ying gasped for breath, utterly bewildered, a sense of indescribable fear and horror rising within her. As a Dark Gold tier practitioner, Han Ying knew she had an unpredictable future. As long as she grew smoothly, she would surely become a high-tier practitioner like her father, someone whose mere stomp could shake a city. But now, the professional skills Han Ying had always been proud of had vanished into thin air without any warning. Is it a negative effect after death? Han Mu frowned. Even he, in his high position, found it hard to control his emotions, his voice trembling slightly. No, it seems to be permanently gone. Han Ying's eyes widened again. How could this be? Permanently gone? Su Chen. Han Ying suddenly took a deep breath, regaining her composure, her gaze fixed intently on her father. She said in a low voice, "Is it Su Chen? Did he destroy your exclusive skills?" Upon hearing Han Ying's words, Han Mu couldn't help but gasp, his expression turning cold as he gritted his teeth, spitting out a few words. What a vicious kid. Han Mu gently patted his daughter's head, turning away without looking back at Han Ying, instead squinting as he gazed out the window. The Kanghan Guild building was already situated in the heart of Zhenghai City. From here, one could overlook the entire cityscape. Han Mu remained silent for a long time before speaking in a deep voice. "Don't worry. I will immediately send high-tier practitioners from the guild to find Su Chen. If the truth is uncovered, if he destroyed your professional skills, Dad will personally make him pay the price." Han Mu's brow was tightly furrowed, his gaze increasingly filled with killing intent. He turned back to Han Ying and continued, "As for your two skills, I will do my utmost to restore them. Even if it ultimately cannot be restored, I will ensure you awaken your profession once more." Han Mu gently stroked Han Ying's forehead. "Daughter, don't forget, you are a dual-class practitioner. Even if you lose one profession, you can still become the most dazzling presence in this world of universal job changes." After offering comfort, Han Ying finally regained her composure, nodding gently. Her stunningly beautiful face gradually regained some color, no longer looking so pale and dazed. "Father, how did he manage to do this? Is there really no guild behind Su Chen to rely on? I'm worried there might be an existence behind him that is no less than our Kanghan. Perhaps this move is just the prelude to the guild war." Han Ying laid bare her thoughts. Han Ying was a genius. Not only was her talent exceptional, but her intellect also far surpassed that of her peers. Su Chen's appearance was indeed too strange. The strength he displayed was not that of an ordinary professional. He seemed more like a seed cultivated by a top guild. This time, the competition for the undead bone dragon boss might not be as simple as it appeared. If Su Chen truly represents another top guild, then Kanghan Guild might soon face a great disaster. The guild behind Su Chen would declare war on Kanghan. Did we offend someone? Han Ying voiced her concerns. Hearing his daughter's worries, Han Mu did not respond directly but shook his head. After some consideration, he finally spoke, Xiaoying. Sometimes, it's not necessarily that you have to offend someone for a competition to arise. The open and covert struggles between guilds are quite normal. However, you need to be clear about one thing. I, Han Mu, have only one daughter. No matter what happens, Dad will do everything to protect you. Su Chen. I remember him. Even if his backing is an SS-level guild, I will make him pay the price he deserves. What? If it means declaring war on a double S-level guild? So what? Han Mu's words carried an undeniable authority. Han Ying was taken aback, deeply moved. Okay, thank you, Dad. Han Ying buried her head in Han Mu's embrace, her eyes glistening with a hint of grievance, softly sniffling. She was on the verge of tears. But I want to take action myself. I want to kill him. I want to bring his level down to 0. Han Ying took a few deep breaths, holding back the tears that were about to spill from the corners of her eyes and whimpered softly like a little puppy. All right. Han Mu's large hand gently stroked Han Ing again, responding decisively. And Han Ing? At this moment her eyes revealed a complex mix of emotions. The figure of Su Chen was already etched in her mind. For some reason? Perhaps it was hatred, anger, or unwillingness. The scene of Su Chen striking down the undead bone dragon lingered in Han Ying's mind, unable to dissipate for a long time. Shallow Bay Dungeon. Shallow Bay Dungeon. The azure sky. The golden beach. A gigantic undead bone dragon, like a mountain, flashed across the sky, scattering the heavy clouds. Sunlight dappled, casting down on the coast. Comfortable. Behind the undead bone dragon, Su Chen squinted slightly, feeling extremely pleased. I actually gained over 600,000 experience points so easily. Su Chen took a deep breath and murmured softly. Alpha's power exceeded his expectations. How should he put it? Alpha was the ultimate boss of the Shallow Bay Dungeon with a level as high as 67, undoubtedly a dominant existence among the mixed blood monsters. Su Chen didn't even need to take action, just a brief half-hour had directly harvested hundreds of thousands of experience points. This feeling was simply too comfortable, enjoyable, silky, pleasant. Su Chen rubbed his temples and began to plunder directly on Alpha's back. He prepared to steal the skills of the undead bone dragons Shinier, Yaxis, and Carlos one by one. If he delayed any longer, he might exceed the plunder time limit. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the skill Ring of Flames. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the skill Undead Dragon Flame. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the skill Undying Dragon Bone. A series of cold notification sounds rang out, and Su Chen quickly plundered all the skills of the 3 skeletal dragon bosses in one breath. At the same time, he forgot most of the skills again, converting them into skill books. Looking at the 10 or so skill books in his hand, Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Any random silver-level skill book could probably stir up a huge wave. Su Chen pondered. Indeed, in this world, skill books are incredibly precious items. They are even more important than equipment. The skill books in Su Chen's hands are all exclusive skills of the skeletal dragon boss, and there is simply no second copy available on the market. The value is immense. Just one of the lowest grade Dragon Claw skill books, once put on the trading market, could leave all the professionals in Zhonghai City in shock. And the final transaction price would likely be astronomical. If managed well, perhaps a B-level guild could directly upgrade to an A-level guild because of an auction. After all, the influence and traffic brought by these skill books have already surpassed the value of a skeletal dragon. Next time I enter a dungeon, I must prepare enough cooldown scrolls to conveniently convert precious boss skills into skill books. Su Chen licked the corner of his mouth, feeling somewhat unsatisfied as he said, I should also stock up on contract scrolls. If there are high-level dragon creatures, it's not impossible to tame another mount. It was only now that Su Chen truly realized the correct way to utilize the plundering talent. Finding suitable boss skills to plunder directly? Only for personal use? No, he could completely become a black market merchant, madly plundering various high-level boss exclusive skills, then using cooldown scrolls to forcibly remove the cooldown on forgotten skills. This way, every time Su Chen entered a dungeon, he could harvest a dozen or even dozens of top-tier skill books. Damn it! Isn't this worth much more than those monster materials? With this thought, Su Chen's eyes were filled with anticipation. I wonder how many top-tier dragon-type creatures are still in the Dragon Tomb. He still had a Dragon Tomb pass in hand, and once bound to his identity, it would open a passage to the skeletal Dragon Tomb. There were definitely more than 4 dragon bosses there. Perhaps there were a dozen or even dozens. So many skeletal dragons, countless bloodlines of dragons. If he could kill them one by one and plunder their exclusive skills, Su Chen would probably soar to great heights in a short time. He would become a presence that all top professionals across the country would need to bow down to. Just imagine, every time he made a move, it would be a dragon skill book, dragon flame, dragon breath, undying dragon bone, top-tier recovery skills, top-tier healing skills, top-tier defense skills. It could be said that as long as enough skill books were purchased from Su Chen, one could completely create a professional akin to a humanoid dragon possessing all the skills of the dragon race, achieving a 10-fold or even a 100-fold enhancement. Of course, the most top-tier rare skills Su Chen would definitely keep for himself. Good things must be reserved for oneself. Let's take a look at how powerful the exclusive skills of the skeletal dragon are. After a brief consideration, Su Chen finally kept 3 skills: Ring of Fire, Dragon Wings, and Undead Dragon Flame. These 3 major skills all had outstanding effects, especially the Ring of Fire, which Alpha also possessed. He opened the attribute panel to check the skill list. However, as soon as he clicked it open, Su Chen couldn't help but narrow his pupils sharply. Meanwhile, at the Golden Reef by the Shallow Bay, a hunting team came to a halt. The members of this hunting team all looked quite young, completely different from the professionals led by Han Ing from the Kenghun Guild, because they were all still high school students. That's right. At this moment, a group of people gathered by the sea were students from Zhonghai No. 1 High School who had just completed their first job transfer ceremony not long ago. At this time, Su Qingya and the others were all dumbfounded, looking up at the sky. There, a giant dragon, magnificent and radiant like a mountain range, lay across the air, completely blocking the sunlight above them. A heavy shadow enveloped Su Qingya and the others. Is that the ultimate boss in the Shallow Bay dungeon? Qingya Sr., that's a skeletal dragon. Voices of shock came from the students in the group. Several high school students looked utterly horrified, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. A level 67 boss. A hint of shock appeared on Su Qingya's beautiful face, her mouth slightly agape. She bit her red lips tightly, completely stunned. How could this be? Wasn't it said that the highest level boss in this silver dungeon is only level 60? It must be a mutated type. Beside her, Long Chen was equally shocked, frowning slightly. He spoke in an uncertain tone. Otherwise, the original ultimate boss must have completed its evolution, raising its level to a certain extent. This is a golden dragon. Su Qingya took a deep breath, retracting her gaze from the golden dragon Alpha. She voiced her judgment softly. Every dragon has the potential to transform into a skeletal dragon after death, and this skeletal dragon has bones that exhibit a golden texture. It should be the legendary golden dragon. It seems the Shallow Bay dungeon is not what we imagined. Upon hearing Su Qingya's words, the students present were all enlightened, receiving another mental shock. What the hell? A golden dragon? As far as I remember, the most famous golden dragon is the golden scimitar in the Winter World. No way? Such a top-tier creature exists in Zhonghai City's Silver Dungeon? The fame of the golden scimitar is simply too great. It's the dream dragon of all Dragon Knight practitioners. Hiss. A terrifying boss close to level 70? If this hybrid demon casts a fireball, we might all be done for. Might? You're overthinking it, just drop the might. If what Qingya Sr. said is true, and this skeletal dragon was a golden dragon before its death, it wouldn't even need to use skills, just releasing its dragon domain would be enough to kill all of us present. This is terrifying. I just wanted to level up. Is it really that hard? Indeed, this silver dungeon seems a bit off. Golden reefs, and now there are no low-level hybrid monsters, but a golden skeletal dragon appears? Is this really just a silver dungeon? Let's hurry and run, otherwise, we might have to return to the resurrection array at school. In the hunting team, all the students were frightened, their faces turning pale. The fame of the golden dragon was unimaginable. How to put it? In high school textbooks, the golden scimitar is the most famous lesson. All language teachers would focus on explaining the various detailed attributes of the golden dragon and their innate bloodline effects. The heart of the evil dragon was enough to make countless high school students tremble in fear, completely terrified. And now, such a terrifying creature appeared above Su Qingya and the others. How could it not instill fear? At this moment, everyone had lost the thought of continuing to level up in the dungeon, only wanting to leave as soon as possible. Return to school and have a good quiet moment. Don't panic. Amidst the chattering noise, Su Qingya rubbed her temples, her beautiful eyes scanning the crowd. She spoke again. This golden dragon above us is not a mindless creature. As Su Qingya's voice landed, the entire hunting team was stunned. Wasn't it an unclaimed object? Damn! Does that mean this nearly level 70 undead bone dragon boss has already been tamed by a professional? Goodness! A golden mount. This is too flashy. So cool it's explosive. Seeing the silence among the crowd, their eyes revealing deep shock, Su Qingya lightly cleared her throat twice. She continued to explain, I possess top-level identification skills which allow me to check the attributes of this undead bone dragon. A small icon has appeared next to its name. This bone dragon, named Alpha, has just been tamed by a powerful professional. However, my identification skills cannot reveal the identity of that professional. Su Qingya did not hide any information and recounted everything. How could this be? Long Chen furrowed his brows, feeling restless. Qingya, isn't your identification skill at the golden level? It can even identify epic level items. How can it not identify? Long Chen asked in a low voice. Indeed, in this world, identification skills also have level classifications from the lowest black iron level to demigod level. The effects of each identification skill are quite similar, but the tiers of items that can be identified vary greatly. Generally speaking, identification skills can only check items that are no more than 4 tiers above their own level. For example, a golden level identification skill can check the attributes of golden, dark gold, hero, epic, and other series of items. If it exceeds epic level, one must possess dark gold identification skills. Of course, if the target of identification is a professional, even with epic level identification skills, it may still fail. This is because professionals can use skills or other methods to directly hide their attribute panels. Don't call me Qingya. We're not that familiar. In response to Long Chen's words, Su Qingya shot back directly. Then she looked at the other classmates and explained, the professional behind the undead bone dragon has naturally hidden their attributes, not wanting to be discovered by others. After all, a god who can tame a golden dragon is not someone we can casually pry into. Su Qingya paused, looking at her classmates in the hunting team, and smiled gently, saying, but there's no need to worry too much. For a big shot of this level, we won't pose the slightest threat. Naturally, they won't take action against us. Everyone, let's perk up and continue leveling up. The Nationally Unified College entrance examination is about to begin, so let's strive to complete our second class transfer and achieve excellent results before the exam. Su Qingya's words inspired everyone present. In an instant, these high school students also breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, being able to tame a golden dragon like Alpha, crushing them would be no different from crushing a few ants. In fact, it would be even easier. There would be no need to take action, just a glance from the undead bone dragon would be enough to shatter their little hearts. If they really wanted to eliminate them, the godly professional behind the undead bone dragon would have acted long ago, without waiting until now. Su Qingya's words were very convincing. However, she overlooked one point. Su Chen did not hide his attribute panel. Instead, due to the nature of the god of death profession, even with Su Qingya's top-level identification skills, she could not check Su Chen's attributes. After all, the god of death profession is an extremely noble and rare profession, with only Su Chen possessing it in the entire world. Naturally, it would not allow other professionals to pry into it casually. Even if it were possible, at least several hundred levels higher, another epic level professional would be needed to barely manage it. Su Chen. The hunting team returned to normal order. However, Su Qingya gently furrowed her brows, keeping her gaze fixed on the undead bone dragon in the sky. Not knowing why.at this moment, her mind conjured up the image of Su Chen. Undead. Apostle Crown, level 24. Su Qingya's small mouth slightly opened, drawing in a breath of murky air, her heart tightening a bit. Could this undead bone dragon be related to him? With this thought, Su Qingya's expression changed, her emotions extremely complex. It shouldn't be possible. After a moment, she shook her head, denying her own thoughts. If a high school student could tame a golden dragon mount, it would probably shock the entire country. Su Qingya pressed her temples again. It seems I've been under too much pressure lately, not resting well. Name, Ring of Burning, active skill, rank, golden attributes. Once the skill is released, it can condense into a burning golden fire ring, can be condensed multiple times. As the number of condensed fire rings increases, the mana cost grows larger. Each golden fire ring that hits a target can deal at least double the total of the four-dimensional attributes as spell attack power. Additionally, the golden fire rings can continuously burn the target, reducing their health, casting speed, defense, and healing recovery effects. When the number of fire rings reaches a certain level, it can form a domain of burning rings, under which the skill caster is the sole ruler. Description: a terrifying golden boss skill, and this skill can be enhanced using skill points. After advancement, the burning fire rings will undergo a transformation. Name, Dragons. Wing, passive skill, rank, golden attributes, a passive skill that, once learned, grants the dragon's wing phantom, increasing attack speed, movement speed, and providing an additional dragon wing defense buff. Health, critical hit effects, healing recovery effects, and a series of attributes will also be enhanced to a certain degree. Description: Dragon's Wing is an auxiliary passive skill. This skill, when combined with wing-type items, can yield outstanding effects. When no wingspan is equipped, the dragon's wing skill only provides a phantom, unable to grant the skill caster the ability to fly. Name, Undead Dragon Flame, active skill. Rank, golden attributes. Upon release, it can create a sea of flames infused with undead energy, capable of dealing undead-type damage to all living beings. At the same time, the undead dragon flame contains a trace of dragon bloodline. Once hit by this skill, any target will suffer from the burning of the dragon's mark, continuously losing health and enduring spell critical damage, which can reach up to 6 times the spell explosion effect. This skill can be released simultaneously with other skills, also producing 6 times the spell explosion output. Description: Undead Dragon Flame, an exclusive skill of the Undead Bone Dragon. When the Sea of Flames appears, it can present a domain-type skill effect. However, unlike domain-type skills, the mana cost for releasing Undead Dragon Flame is enormous. What the hell? Su Chen merely glanced at the 3 major boss skills he had just plundered, and his pupils involuntarily constricted. Madness. It was simply too insane. Ring of Burning, the pinnacle of golden skills. Similar To the death flame explosion, the ring of burning can be released multiple times. When the number of golden fire rings reaches a certain limit, it can trigger a hidden mechanism, continuously dealing a series of buff damage to the target. From health to casting, speed, healing, recovery effects, etc., all can be significantly weakened. It is entirely a strong offensive skill. Comprehensive damage. It is undoubtedly the strongest existence among all of Su Chen's skills. And Dragon's Wing. This skill, although a passive skill that can only be triggered passively after learning, enhances attack speed, movement speed, and provides additional health, critical hit effects, and defense. Just looking at these basic attributes already elevates the value of this skill book to the level of Dark Gold. When the skill is triggered passively, the Phantom of the Dragon Bone Wings presented can also produce unexpected effects in conjunction with Su Chen's Death Wings. Very strong. Su Chen slightly narrowed his eyes, quite satisfied with these two boss-exclusive skills. They are all bloodline abilities of dragon creatures. Indeed, they are not just a little strong. Of course, what surprised Su Chen the most was the last skill, Undead Dragon Flame. Damn, this skill is not expensive, but its effect is so outrageous? Su Chen's pupils dilated. He secretly pondered 6 times spell critical damage, and it can directly merge and release with other skills. That's ridiculous. The Undead Dragon Flame skill's most powerful aspect is that it can create a sea of flames, a skill effect similar to a domain. It can continuously inflict damage and attribute strikes on all living beings. At the same time, the maximum spell critical hit can actually reach 6 times. What does 6 times spell critical damage mean? Simply put, it directly increases spell attack power by 600%, and after merging with other skills, this damage result can explode geometrically. After learning this skill, combined with Death Explosion, Su Chen can unleash 42 times spell attack damage. A full 42 times. Damn! Even with 1,000 points of spell attack under this level of stacking, it can present a terrifying damage of over 40,000 points. And this doesn't even account for equipment effects. Comfortable. Su Chen took a deep breath, feeling satisfied. So good. Although he came to the Shallow Bay dungeon to complete the second job transfer task, his level is still 30. Compared to before, there hasn't been much improvement. However, his strength has absolutely increased by dozens of times. Just a single Undead Bone Dragon mount has already raised his output damage to the level of a 67-level professional. No, to be precise, it far exceeds this level. After all, Alpha can easily kill professionals of the same level. And Su Chen's exclusive item, the Killing God Throne, can also easily crush professionals of levels 60 to 70 when summoned. In this way, his overall strength can be said to be quite terrifying. Return to the city, first change jobs, then sell all the monster materials and dropped items. Su Chen squinted, smiling faintly. He even hummed a little tune, returning with a full load. Satisfied. However, those few boss skill books of the Undead Bone Dragon should be looked at a few more times before selling. Su Chen suddenly frowned, thinking of something, and murmured to himself, if, like the Undead Dragon Flame, although it's a silver-level skill book, it has the effect of a gold-level skill, then selling it would be a loss. Su Chen pondered for a moment. Skill books can also be upgraded using scrolls similar to the effect of skill points. If a silver-level skill book has already reached the level of a gold-level skill, it can definitely be upgraded first and then sold. The price would naturally increase significantly. If the skill effect is really outstanding, it can also be kept for personal use. I wonder how the alchemist that Lu Mei consulted is doing. Su Chen looked towards the direction of Zhenghai City, gently patted Alpha, signaling the Undead Bone Dragon to fly towards the city. While he stroked his chin, he recalled that Black Silk Priestess. In Zhenghai City, in the sky, a golden dragon swept across. Quietly, it dispersed the heavy clouds one by one. This was an Undead Bone Dragon, reaching Dark Gold level, with a level as high as LV.67. As this colossal creature appeared, the entire city erupted in chaos. What the hell? Quick, look! What the hell is that? An Undead Bone Dragon? Undead Bone Dragon? No! This is a damn golden dragon, a top-tier dragon creature on par with the Golden Spear Dragon. Oh my god, this is too crazy. When did Zhenghai City get such a mount? Could it be a top-tier professional god from Kyoto? It's possible. After our Su god from Zhenghai shocked the entire internet with his battle video in the friendly match, he has attracted the attention of the admissions offices of major top universities in Kyoto. Maybe it's a magic master from Qingbei University. Oh my, a level 67 mount? And it's an undead creature. If it were put on the trading market, it would probably fetch an astronomical price. So cool. Absolutely explosive. The passion of a man, right? If I had such a mount, I'd swagger to school every day. Young man, are you dreaming? Do you know how terrifying the Undead Bone Dragon boss is? Don't even mention taming it, even. Defeating it directly is quite difficult. Exactly, I estimate that sitting behind this giant dragon is either a top god from Kyoto or the young master of some major guild. It seems that Zhanghai City is going to be lively for a while. Ever since Su God's video went viral, many top big shots have come one after another. I wonder if Zhanghai can become a tourist destination next year? It would be great if it could become a popular check-in spot. It could also boost the local economy. In the city, a group of professionals felt a shadow cast over them. Then, looking up, they saw the massive undead bone dragon. Under the identification spell, everyone could clearly see Alpha's detailed attribute panel, the gorgeous skill list, the terrifying four-dimensional attributes, and that glaring golden emblem, a dark gold level undead bone dragon boss. In an instant, the entire city became lively. All the professional players in Zhanghai were left dumbfounded, completely shocked. The frenzied discussions nearly turned the city upside down. There was no way around it. After all, Alpha's appearance was too stunning, explosive, and eye-catching. No one could resist the charm of a golden dragon. Unless they tamed a golden dragon, only such a pure-blood dragon could slightly compete with the undead bone dragon Alpha. Under everyone's gaze, the undead bone dragon approached the direction of the Zhanghai City Class Change Temple and soon disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Class Change Temple, Su-Chen lightly leaped down from behind Alpha, landing on the rooftop of the building. Little Alpha. Su-Chen waved his hand. The mountain-like golden dragon suddenly trembled and immediately transformed into countless specks of elemental dust covering the back of Su-Chen's hand. Until finally, it shrank into a faint dragon imprint, looking like a small tattoo. Having a mount is really convenient. Su-Chen glanced at the dragon imprint on the back of his hand, which presented a curved undead bone dragon shape. It looked quite imposing. Hello, are you Lord Su? On the rooftop, several girls dressed in black stockings and form-fitting professional outfits hurried over in high heels. A tall beauty standing in the center widened her beautiful eyes, deeply bowing to Su-Chen, then tentatively asked, "Is it you?" "Yes." Su-Chen nodded at the tall beauty. After coming out of the dungeon, Su-Chen opened the Class Change Temple app and reserved the rooftop venue with his high-ranking citizen status. How should I put it? It's similar to an international hotel from my previous life. Such high-end places usually have rooftop helipads. However, in this world of universal class changes, it's used for parking mounts. As for the group of black stocking girls in front of Su-Chen, they were, of course, there to welcome him. Ding! Iris verification passed. Facial recognition passed. Fingerprint recognition passed. VIP identity confirmed. High-ranking citizen, Su-Chen. The leading beauty in black stockings took out a precise instrument and simply verified Su-Chen's identity. Accompanied by a soft female mechanical voice, the black stocking beauty's eyes suddenly lit up. Not even 20? Epic level professional. Just completed the first job transfer ceremony at school, and in just a few days he has already reached level 30. The tall beauty in charge stared at the series of data displayed on her tablet, completely stunned. This was the first time she had seen such a young high-ranking citizen. Of course, Su-Chen's potential, his leveling speed, and the high VIP privileges personally set by the job transfer temple manager, Su-Shi, were even more shocking to this black stocking girl. Damn, is he being supported by that little rich girl, Su-Shi? Or is it? For a moment, the black stocking beauty swallowed hard and took another deep look at Su-Chen. Wow, so handsome, young and wealthy, high-ranking citizen, top profession. Who can resist this? Lord Su, please follow me to the VIP room. The black stocking beauty took a deep breath, quickly adjusted her mindset, and spoke to Su-Chen in an incredibly gentle tone. At the same time, her gaze was flirtatious, like a siren, as if she wanted to swallow Su-Chen whole right there. No need. Su-Chen shook his head and smiled at the black stocking beauty like a warm spring breeze. He directly said, "Take me to the job transfer hall. I need to submit my second transfer task first." Ha! The black stocking beauty was taken aback by Su-Chen's words. "Lord Su, didn't you just receive the job transfer task?" "I've already completed it." Su-Chen didn't elaborate further. He decisively said, "Take me to the job transfer hall. I'm in a hurry." Indeed, Su-Chen was a bit anxious. After the job transfer, he wanted to check if there were any new professional talents and skills available. He also needed to allocate the skill points gained from the job transfer to those exclusive boss skills of the undead bone dragons, so that skills like the Ring of Burning and others could be upgraded. After all, both the Ring of Burning and the undead dragon flame were top-notch, and the effects of the upgraded skills would definitely be explosive. After finishing the job transfer, Su-Chen also needed to quickly find a trading post to auction off the skill books he had. Of course, he also needed to contact Lu Mei to offload a large amount of monster materials. He was quite busy, with no time to drink tea in the VIP room. As for the black stocking girl, Su Chen was a serious person. What did he need black stockings for? Surrounded by a sea of black-stocking beauties, Su Chen arrived at the job transfer hall. However, this time he was not taken directly to the VIP window for high-ranking citizens but was led by the black-stocking beauty to a luxurious room. The room was somewhat dim, with only a little light. Exquisite ancient murals adorned the walls, and in the center of the room stood an incredibly tall and grand statue of a seraphim with 6 wings spread behind it. As Su Chen surveyed the room, a faint fragrance wafted by his side. He turned to look, and the leading black-stocking beauty had not left. Instead, she suddenly leaned closer. Ha! Su Chen's eyes brightened. Wow! There are such perks? A small dark room. A little black stocking. Big waves? Young Master Su. In the intimate environment of just the two of them, the black-stocking beauty's voice seemed to become even softer. She widened her beautiful chestnut-colored eyes, took a deep look at Su Chen, and patiently explained, receiving job transfer tasks is done in the hall, but submitting tasks has a dedicated job transfer hall. This room is your job transfer hall. Job transfer hall? Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. It seemed there was indeed such a thing, because every job transfer was an extremely private ceremony for professionals from which they would gain rich rewards. Many professionals, especially high-level gods, preferred not to be observed by others. Otherwise, if all their details were scrutinized, wouldn't that be quite unsettling? Then I'll take my leave now? The beauty in black stockings knelt halfway in front of Su Chen, gently tilting her head and cautiously asking, "Hey?" Su Chen couldn't help but cough twice. Damn it! Not leaving? What else could he do? Sure. Su Chen remained calm, not saying much more. After all, such matters should never be initiated by him. Otherwise, he would fall into the woman's trap. All right. The beauty in black stockings stood up. However, just as she got up, she turned back, bending slightly to look at Su Chen. Her nearly perfect figure came into Su Chen's view, completely unobstructed. Goodness! Su Chen squinted slightly. This was a bit stimulating. Young Master Su, do you need me to inform Manager Sushi that you have arrived? The tone of the beauty in black stockings had changed significantly, directly addressing him as Young Master Su. But thinking about it, there was nothing wrong with that. An epic profession, along with a top-tier golden dragon mount. And he was so young and handsome. Such an existence couldn't just be achieved through hard work, right? After all, his family was part of an A+ level guild. Sure. Su Chen maintained his composure, but his gaze boldly lingered on the beauty in front of him. He was ready to counter any move. 36D 172. 2. As a scumbag, Su Chen could tell at a glance the situation of the girl before him. 3-2. 1. At the same time, Su Chen silently counted in his mind. Sure enough, the next moment, the beauty in black stockings, who had been prepared to turn and leave, turned back once more, gently leaning into Su Chen's ear. She asked again, "Young Master Su, can we be friends?" The beauty in black stockings blinked her big, watery eyes, her entire pure and alluring makeup fully showcasing her charm. Whether it was an explanation or conveying a message to Su Shi, it was all an excuse. Adding Su Chen as a friend was the real goal. But Su Chen gently nodded, preparing to agree. It wasn't that he was unwilling to accept anyone, it was just that this girl was indeed impressive. Her looks and figure could easily score above 9.7, definitely a top-tier beauty. Although she was slightly lacking in temperament compared to Lu Mei, that subtle sense of pure allure was quite intoxicating. Fighting monsters in the dungeon was exhausting. What was wrong with flirting with a girl after returning to town? Su Chen was just about to agree when a cold notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully triggered a god-level choice. Current plot, the bond of the Legion Commander. Choice 1, the beauty in black stockings, Suyu, is the granddaughter of the Imperial Guard Legion Commander, Su Dishin. Accept Suyu's friend request and you might gain a powerful grandfather, making you family with the Legion Commander. Reward, a piece of golden level equipment. Choice 2, Suyu has a rather peculiar personality, has never been in a relationship, yet is a sea queen. If you accept her friend request, you will lose an excellent confidant, while rejecting her request might make Suyu develop a direct crush on you. Reward, a dark gold level bloodline pet egg. Choice 3, activate the dog licking mode, pursue Suyu and invite her on a date. Reward, 100,000 experience points. As soon as the notification ended, Su Chen was completely stunned. What was going on? What the hell? This could trigger a god-level choice plot. So the plot revolves around women, huh? Goodness. This is just unbelievable. Of course, what surprised Su Chen the most wasn't the triggering of the god-level choice, but the identity of the beauty in black stockings. She was actually the granddaughter of Su Tian, the current Legion Commander of Zhonghai City. Su Yu. Su Tian, the Legion Commander of the Imperial Guard in Zhonghai City, level LV 420. significantly higher than the city lord of Bai City, the undisputed #1 professional big shot in Shanghai. It's hard to find anyone else who could match him in a contest of strength. Su Chen lightly frowned. He had a slight impression of Su Tian, a veteran, master, a dragon knight. His strength was extremely formidable, capable of soloing ultimate boss monsters at levels 3 or 400. In fact, he could directly challenge an A-level guild one-on-one. That's right, one-on-one. A single person declaring war on an entire guild. And standing in front of Su Chen was the enchanting black silk beauty Suyu, who was the granddaughter of this ruthless man. Just thinking about it was thrilling. Golden level equipment. 100,000 experience points. Dark. Gold level pet egg. Damn, this time the selection rewards are a bit too generous. Su Chen's eyes lit up. 222222222. As always, his choice remained steadfast. It wasn't just because of that dark gold level bloodline pet egg. It was because of girls like Su Yu. Su Chen deeply understood. He liked being teased. Progress couldn't be too fast. It had to be slow and steady. Once Su Chen showed even a hint of interest in Su Yu, perhaps she would immediately back off, no longer approaching him further. No. Su Chen decisively refused, glancing at Su Yu with an indifferent expression, saying, "You can leave now, I need to start my job change." Su Chen's attitude at this moment seemed somewhat cold. However, he was very clear that Su Yu was most susceptible to this kind of treatment. Ha! Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Su Yu was clearly taken aback. She truly did not expect to be rejected. Although Su Chen's conditions were excellent, Su Yu knew her own situation well. Looking across the entire Shanghai city, there were hardly a few who could match her beauty. Originally, she just wanted to tease this handsome high school boy, but unexpectedly, she ended up being outmaneuvered. Alright. Su Yu took a deep breath, trying her best to keep her composure and not let her flustered expression show in front of Su Chen. Then, she gently turned and hurriedly left the room. However, before leaving, she still quietly glanced at Su Chen, her eyes carrying a hint of complex emotions. Her eyes slightly sparkled, as if she wanted to see through Su Chen's thoughts. Yet, at that moment, Su Chen didn't even turn his head, because a cold prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully completed the selection. The rewards have been issued. The next moment, a massive pet egg suddenly appeared in front of Su Chen, looking about the size of an ostrich egg, shimmering silver white. The eggshell was adorned with golden patterns, looking extremely luxurious. Dark gold level bloodline pet egg. Su Chen swallowed hard. Even though he already had a dark gold level dragon mount, he still felt a surge of excitement at the sight of this pet egg. In a world where everyone was changing jobs, the value of pets and mounts was essentially the same. Both were the most important aids for professionals, especially pets. The role of pets for professionals was immensely significant. Every master above level 100 would pay a high price for a pet egg with a noble bloodline, even if it meant going bankrupt without batting an eye. The reason was simple. Because pets, compared to mounts, could directly enhance a professional's four-dimensional attributes. Moreover, many pets possessed rare talent effects that could cause a profession to mutate and elevate its rank. Any creature could become a mount, but only a few rare creatures qualified to be called pets. This was also why Su Chen felt so exhilarated after obtaining this pet egg. After the job change, I will nurture you. Su Chen reached out, gently stroking the pet egg in front of him, then carefully stored it in the system space. Nurturing a pet egg required a very complex ritual. It wasn't quite suitable in the job change hall. With a snap, Su Chen took out 3 exquisite certificates of the undead bone dragon, placing all the certificates one by one on a piece of divine stone in front of him. Then, a faint golden holy light spread from the divine stone, enveloping the certificates. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully completed the Hell Level 2nd job quest, Undead Bone Dragon Certificate. Ding! Congratulations! Your job rank has been upgraded. Current rank, Epic Level 75%. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a job change feedback reward. 500 free attribute points, 500 skill points, and 1 piece of heroic level equipment. Ding! Congratulations! Your talent, God of Slaughter Plunder rank has been upgraded. Current rank, Legendary. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a new talent. Seraphim Aura, Epic Level. Seraphim Aura, Epic Level, an Epic Level talent that unlocks double skills. At the first job change, you can have 12 skills simultaneously. At the second job change, you can have 16 skills. At the third job change, you can have 20 skills, and so on. The mana cost for all your skills is reduced by half, and there is a certain probability that skills will not consume mana. When the skill bar is full, the damage results of all skills are amplified. The cold notification echoed throughout the room. Su Chen was completely stunned. What the hell? Is the job change feedback reward really this extravagant? directly 500 free attribute points and 500 skill points? And a piece of heroic level equipment. Su Chen was indeed shocked, finding it hard to believe that this was the feedback received by a second job changer. Generally speaking, the rewards for a second job change are quite limited, usually around 100 points of attribute enhancement at most. But Su Chen? He received several times more than other job changers. Moreover, it even came with a piece of heroic level equipment. Of course, what surprised Su Chen the most was the transformation of his talent. Legendary. With the plunder talent upgraded to legendary, it means I can directly plunder skills from legendary bosses. Su Chen swallowed hard, his pupils dilating slightly. The most powerful aspect of the God of Slaughter job is undoubtedly this exclusive skill. Although its rank is not high, its effect is terrifying. It can plunder all skills. Now that he has completed the advancement, as long as Su Chen encounters a legendary boss skill, he can instantly acquire it. Each legendary skill book can create a huge stir in the country. Even the top god, the mage god, would travel great distances to the dungeon world for a legendary skill, searching tirelessly. This alone shows just how powerful the legendary plunder talent is. Seraphim Aura? Su Chen's gaze fell on the brand new talent, his eyes filled with ecstasy. Unlocking double skills, having mana consumption, a chance to not consume mana, amplifying the damage results of all skills. Strong. Too strong. It is no exaggeration to say that this talent, like the plunder talent, is an existence of a perverse level. Even if its rank is only epic, the effects it produces can crush a multitude of legendary talents. It perfectly complements the plunder attribute. Su Chen took a deep breath, trying his best to calm his emotions. The Seraphim Aura was like a timely help, perfectly solving Su Chen's problem of insufficient skill slots. With this talent, he could boldly plunder boss skills without worrying about skill limitations. It's just a pity that the job rank didn't rise to legendary. Su Chen squinted slightly, speaking with a hint of regret. According to his previous expectations, having exceeded the hell level job change task, he should have been able to change to a legendary job. However, things did not go as planned. The God of Slaughter job after the change still remained at the epic level, still a bit short of the legendary level. Is it because it's a unique job? Su Chen frowned, falling into thought. The God of Slaughter job is not a popular job but rather an extremely niche one. Perhaps this is related. Otherwise, how could he not have risen a rank after exceeding the hell level job change task? Name: Su Chen. Occupation: God of Killing. Rank: Epic. Level: 33. Health: 32,000. Strength: 370. Constitution: 250. Spirit: 390. Agility: 280. Talent: God of Killing. Plunder: Legendary. Seraphim Aura: Epic. Skills: Identification, Golden. Deathfire Explosion, Golden. Godly Stealth, Golden. Elemental Arrow, Golden. Undead Summon, Golden. Legion Aura, Golden. Undead Dragon Flame, Golden. Dragon Wing, Golden. Ring of Fire, Golden. Black Tide Moon. Entry level. Forbidden Spell. Equipment: Black Snow Blade, Silver. Inscription Ring, Silver. Undead Boots, Silver. Meteor Pendant, Silver. Rose Armor, Silver. Undead Apostle, Destruction Crown, Golden. Undead Staff, Dark Gold. Storm Bone Spear, Golden. Sacrificial Cloak, Dark Gold. Wings, Broken Wings of Death, Golden. Mount, Undead Bone Dragon, Alpha. Dark Gold. Bloodline, Exclusive. Throne of the God of Killing. Skill points: 1320 free points, 680 experience. Growth: each level up grants 30 skill points and free points. Backpack: Resurrection Stones, Perfect, X2. Attribute Gems, Random, X4. Simple Dragon Blade, Golden. Rune-filled Dragon Bone, Dark Gold. Undead Dragon Tomb, Pass, Epic. Death Black Robe, Golden. Worn Apostle Staff, Golden. Worn Charge Spear, Golden. Dark Twin Blades, Golden. Undying Dragon Bone, Golden. Skill Book, Dragon Bone Claw, Silver. Skill Book. Gorgeous. So stunning it's explosive. After completing his second job change, Su Chen casually opened his attribute panel, ready to check his progress during this time. Unexpectedly, just a glance made him take a deep breath. It was too insane. In the talents section, one legendary and one epic were enough to leave those level 100 experts dumbfounded. And the skills section, a massive array of golden boss skills along with an entry-level forbidden spell was even more impressive. If the Death Fire Explosion had already de Su Chen a sensation online, then the Ring of Fire and Undead Dragon Flame, once exposed, would likely leave even the top mages in Kyoto slack-jawed. At Su Chen's age, barely in the second job change phase, to have such an astonishing skill inventory, not to mention dominating all the talented players nationwide, at least in Zhonghai City, he had already become a top-tier existence. Han Ning, the popular goddess who completed her awakening ceremony at 15, seemed somewhat overshadowed in front of Su Chen. Of course, aside from his talents and skills, Su Chen's equipment inventory was equally impeccable. The exquisite silver Black Snow Blade, the coveted Destruction Crown dropped by the ultimate boss, and the Golden Bone Spear dropped from the Undead Bone Dragon, each item was a top-tier treasure that could attract the attention of all the professional elites in Zhonghai City. As for the Sacrificial cloak and undead staff. Even the high-ranking management of the Eternal Guild, level 100 professionals, would find it hard to gather enough wealth to acquire them. It can only be said that Su Chen's current worth had surpassed many veteran professionals, placing him in the true elite class of Zhenghai City. Unknowingly, I've accumulated so many top-tier items. Su Chen squinted slightly, looking at his backpack inventory, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction, with his adrenaline even rising. The items in his backpack were all obtained from the Shallow Bay dungeon. 2 perfect resurrection stones, 4 attribute gems, and a pile of golden monster materials and epic pass, along with various worn boss weapons. Of course, the most valuable of all was undoubtedly the leeks harvested from the Kanghun Guild. Han Ying's dark gold level necromancer staff, the heavy knight's charge spear, and the dark double blades used by that shifty-eyed assassin were all plundered by Su Chen. The value of these items was quite substantial. If auctioned at the trading post, they could easily fetch over 1 billion. If luck was on their side, that necromancer staff alone could sell for a sky-high price of 1 billion. However, the health attribute is a bit lacking. Su Chen observed his attribute panel and analyzed it candidly. Health points are linked to the constitution attribute. The higher the constitution attribute points, the longer the health bar. Of course, after completing the second job transfer, adding points to any of the 4 main attributes would enhance health. Thus, the health of a second job professional is generally more than 10 times that of a first job novice. Just like Han Ying, who, at only level 40, had nearly 100,000 health points, her health bar was about 3 times longer than Su Chen's. Bloodline potion. Life goddess potion. Su Chen frowned slightly, recalling the records from textbooks. Han Ying's 100,000 health points were not only due to her level but also related to potions. After all, she was the young lady of the Kanghun Guild, a wealthy guild that naturally purchased expensive bloodline potions. Both of these items could permanently enhance health. Especially the Life Goddess potion. Each bottle could provide a significant boost to health attributes, completing a perfect transformation. Once all the accumulated items are sold, it will be time to buy some top-tier potions, Su Chen mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Mount contract scrolls, skill cooldown scrolls, bloodline potions, life goddess potions, alchemy stones, attribute gems, skill enhancement scrolls. Su Chen mentally listed out a shopping list. Damn it! Right now, he wasn't exactly rolling in wealth, but he could be considered a newly emerged minor power, so he naturally wanted to buy more things. I'll take a stroll down Adventurers Street later, Su Chen said with a faint smile, murmuring to himself. Distributing the free attribute points. He focused on the attribute panel, gently pressed his temples, and began to think about how to allocate the free attributes. I should prioritize enhancing strength and spirit attributes. Soon, Su Chen made his decision. As a killing god class, it was fundamentally a strong attack class. Although, under the exclusive class characteristics, Su Chen could fully max out his constitution and become a melee fighter. However, why would he want to endure the boss's output in close combat when he could crazily plunder boss skills? Directly maxing out attack power seemed much more comfortable. With a click, Su Chen pressed the small plus next to the strength attribute, raising it to 470 points. The remaining 580 free points were all allocated to the spirit attribute. The spirit attribute directly affects the results of spell damage. Prioritizing spirit points was undoubtedly the best choice for Su Chen at the moment. Spirit attribute 970 points. Su Chen glanced at the spirit attribute entry after the allocation and couldn't help but squint. With 970 points in spirit converted to spell attack power, that would be 9,700 points. If I casually stack an elemental arrow with 12 times spell damage, that would be over 100,000 spell damage. And this is without any equipment bonuses. Su Chen took a deep breath. Even he was somewhat shocked. Over 100,000 spell damage. What kind of concept was that? Damn it! Even a level 100 god might not achieve such a feat, let alone a mere second job professional. And Su Chen? He could achieve it with just a basic attack. If he unleashed a series of boss skills like Death Fireball, Elemental Arrow, Ring of Fire, and Undead Dragon Flame alone. With top-tier equipment effects, I'm afraid that the final result of the damage will be enough to scare a large number of level 100 big shots to death. Unknowingly, Su Chen has indeed grown to a terrifying level. Those veteran professionals seem somewhat dim in his presence. The only shortcoming is my defense. Su Chen analyzed his situation. With a faint smile, he said, however, with Alpha, this golden undead bone dragon, I don't need to worry too much about defense. Even if I encounter a deadly threat, Alpha can withstand all damage? Su Chen's expression shifted. Indeed, the undead bone dragon is an undead creature with life and defense being its strongest attributes. It perfectly compensates for Su Chen's weaknesses. Moreover, let's not forget that Su Chen still has a dark gold tier pet beast in his hands. Once this top-tier pet is nurtured, its basic defense and life points with dark gold lineage will naturally be impressive. With such double insurance, Suchen doesn't need to worry about his life point weaknesses at all. With two top-tier creatures in front, Suchen only needs to keep outputting from the back. Quite nice, ding. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the second transfer. As a prestigious God of Death professional, you have obtained an entry ticket to the SS level Guild Golden Rose. Would you like to join the SS level Golden Rose Guild? Note, Golden Rose Guild, SS level guild, all members are female, one of the most mysterious guilds in Kyoto. The recruitment threshold is extremely high, only epic level professionals can be recruited, only females can be recruited, and those below level 200 cannot be recruited. This entry ticket is a special gift from the Job Change Temple guiding angel, Seraph, and you can choose to refuse to join. If you refuse, you will not receive any rewards. Just as Suchen was about to leave the job change hall, a cold prompt sounded from the Seraph statue in front of him. What the hell? SS level guild. Hearing the prompt, Suchen's eyes lit up. The SS level standard is a completely different concept compared to the Kanghan Guild and the Eternal Guild. Once any large guild is rated as S level, it means its influence is enough to cover the entire country. Within the guild, there are at least 500 level veteran professionals stationed. SS level is even more terrifying than S level. Even the Law God Guild in Kyoto is only SS level. And now, Suchen actually obtained an entry ticket to an SS level guild? A Golden Rose Guild composed entirely of women. This guild seems to have gone viral on Douyin last year when a female knight from Golden Rose, wielding an epic level spear, directly broke through a hero level dungeon and slaughtered a demon boss. Suchen took a deep breath. Damn it, it is said that every member of the Golden Rose Guild is a top beauty, and all are female big shots with no weaklings. Thinking of this, Suchen suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Although he is naturally free-spirited and dislikes constraints, just like when he faced the recruitment of the Eternal Guild, he decisively refused. He wasn't particularly interested in guilds. However, this is Golden Rose. Ahem. Definitely not just because all members are female. He simply likes this mysterious top-tier guild. Join. Suchen chose agree. Then, a cold prompt sounded again. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully joined the SS level Guild Golden Rose and received guild benefits: 1 piece of hero level equipment, life points plus 20,000, physical critical hit plus 10%, spell damage plus 5%, healing, recovery effect plus 15%, maximum mana limit plus 20%. What the hell? As soon as the prompt landed, Suchen was completely stunned. Is it this extravagant? Just like that, a bonus of 20,000 life points. Mana increased by 20%. Suchen was shocked. He really didn't expect that the Golden Rose Guild was so wealthy. Just a guild buff aura had already reached such a luxurious level. No wonder all the members were powerful women. Every member was an epic level professional. It seems that the president is a top-tier woman capable of supporting such a guild aura. I can't imagine how terrifying her background is. Suchen took a deep breath. He instinctively swallowed. Ding. Congratulations, you have received an exclusive item sent by the guild designated Teleportation Scroll *4. Teleportation Scrolls. Several parchment scrolls appeared in Suchen's hands. By using these scrolls, he could go directly to the Golden Rose Guild. Kyoto? Suchen rubbed the teleportation scroll in his hand. Unlike the past 4, the Dragon Tomb, the teleportation scrolls were one-time use, allowing Suchen to visit the Rose Guild once. Once all the scrolls were used up, he would need to spend money to buy more. The Dragon Tomb Pass was free for life. The two items were completely different. Ding. Teleportation failed. Your level has not reached 200. Please meet the requirements before trying to teleport again. What the hell? Suchen was taken aback. That makes sense. The recruitment requirement for the Golden Rose Guild is that you must reach level 200, and I have just advanced to a second-tier professional, so naturally, I can't teleport into the guild. Suchen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then, he stored all the teleportation scrolls in the system space. I'll try again after I reach level 200. With that thought, Suchen stood up, ready to leave the job transfer hall. At least I gained a 20,000 health point bonus. This round isn't a loss. Suchen thought to himself, feeling much better. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, Golden Rose Building. This was an incredibly luxurious golden tower, located in the most bustling area of Kyoto. It occupied an area larger than Kyoto's largest landmark. The Rose Building was created by the president of the Golden Rose Guild, Bai Ling. Now it served as the residence for guild members. At this moment, on the top floor of the building, a group of stunningly beautiful women with angelic faces and devilish figures were all stunned. Suchen, a 19-year-old high school student and epic level professional who has just completed his second tier. The attribute panel cannot be viewed, but it can be confirmed that he has a legendary level talent and an epic level talent. Wait, he also learned an entry-level forbidden spell. In the presidential suite, a pure and beautiful girl with snow-white skin and an incredibly eye-catching figure suddenly brightened up. She exclaimed to the other 10 female professionals in the presidential suite, "Oh my gosh! Our president, what kind of stimulation did she receive? She actually recruited a male high school student. Wasn't it said that the Golden Rose Guild only accepts women? Hee hee, but this new member is so handsome." The fair-skinned, devilishly beautiful girl slightly squinted her eyes and swallowed hard in front of everyone, wearing a lovesick expression. "What? Is this for real? Let me see too." After hearing the beautiful girl's words, a sweet girl, wearing over-the-knee white stockings also hurried over, directly leaning beside the beautiful girl. When she saw the tablet in the beautiful girl's hand, the sweet girl's pupils suddenly constricted, revealing a hint of surprise. "Damn! So handsome! His qualifications are also pretty good. I love it." The sweet girl in white stockings smiled like a spring breeze, also showing a lovesick expression as she exchanged glances with the devilishly beautiful girl. The two stunning beauties couldn't help but swallow hard. Good things should be shared by everyone. "Put down your tablets, let me take a look. Sisters, you're still young, let your older sister enjoy this first. Is he a pure-hearted male high school student? Do you have abs? DNA is moving, give it to me, okay? You guys tone it down, maybe this is the little wife of the president. It's fine, I'm just looking, handsome guys are pleasing to the eye. No way, the president can't be that stingy. You still say that, when the president comes later, he'll smack you so hard your head will tilt. Then I'll be crying, you know?" Dozens of stunning beauties all gathered around, surrounding the two beautiful girls and snatching away the tablets from their hands. A group of white, smooth thighs. A wave of graceful figures. If other male professionals saw this, their hearts would probably leap out. This is not the building of an SS-level guild. It's clearly a den of seduction. Who can withstand this? No wonder the Golden Rose Guild only recruits female members. If a male were to come, he would probably lose all interest in fighting bosses, all day long, reveling in pleasure. He really is handsome. Compared to those big muscular brutes, I prefer this kind of handsome and refined younger brother. I want to hold him in my arms. A supermodel beauty, standing at 177 centimeters, had one hand on her hip and the other raised high with the tablet, looking up at the screen. Su Chen's looks were indeed very handsome. Just a photo of the new member made all these stunning ladies a bit smitten. And this supermodel beauty was the one who wielded an epic spear, smashing through a hero-level dungeon and defeating the demon boss with her bare hands. Even she, upon seeing Su Chen's looks, had her gaze slightly fixed. She was drawn in. "Sister Yen Ji, don't hold it up so high. We can't see." Next to Yen Ji, the sweet girl in over-the-knee white stockings raised her head, looking aggrieved. "Right. You're just bullying our little short legs." Another fair-skinned beauty with glowing white skin widened her beautiful eyes and pouted. "Xing Yen, long. Yen Ji is just not planning to let you see, that's why she holds it so high. Come here, sister will hug you, let's not play with sister Yen Ji." On the other side of the presidential suite, on a luxurious sofa, a stunning beauty with gold-rimmed glasses, dressed in professional attire, exuding an aura like a female CEO, smiled softly. Then, she opened her arms and said to the two cute girls. Upon hearing this, the fair-skinned beauty nicknamed Lung Lang immediately turned around and dashed towards the stunning beauty. "Whoa, Sister Lofi is the best. Goddess mommy, cuddle." Ching. Yen also tugged at her white over-the-knee stockings, her little butt swaying, and ran towards the stunning beauty. A room full of fragrant, soft, high-value beauties. Just spoil them. Yen Ji placed the tablet on the desk in the presidential suite and then tied up her long, wavy golden hair. With a smile in her eyes, she glanced at Lofi, who wore gold-rimmed glasses. Her expression softened slightly. She also opened her arms and softly said, "Yen Ji's hug. Who wants it?" As Yen Ji's voice fell, all the beauties in the room brightened their eyes and rushed towards Yen Ji. On the other side, in the president's office, a beauty with near-perfect looks, resembling an elven queen, frowned as she looked at Su Chen's identity on the tablet, completely stunned. Mandatory entry ticket? Bai Ling's expression turned cold. The Transmigration Temple actually forced a member into the guild? As one of the few SS-level guilds in Kyoto, the Golden Rose Guild had a high recruitment threshold. Bai Ling would only choose to accept members who met the recruitment criteria. And since the establishment of the guild, all the members recruited have been female. However, what she didn't expect was that the guiding angel of the Transmigration Temple, the Seraph, forcibly issued a guild entry ticket. Su Chen, this new member, could not be refused by Bai Ling. She had no choice but to accept him. It would be 3 months before she could kick him out of the guild. How should she put it? In this world where everyone can change jobs, guilds are formed by professionals. However, the Transmigration Temple is built on world data. This means that, in terms of authority, even Bai Ling, as the president, could not refuse Su Chen's forced entry. Even if Su Chen did not meet the guild's recruitment criteria, she would have to wait 3 months before she could expel him. This guy? Is he the fiancé of the goddess of luck? The extraordinary guiding angel is actually so nice to him. Bai Ling's expression softened slightly and she couldn't help but smile. Faintly, she murmured, just having completed the second job change, yet he gets the chance to enter the Golden Rose Guild. If this gets out, I wonder how many professionals will be furious. With that thought, Bai Ling closed her tablet. As it stood, she didn't have to worry too much. Su Chen's level was still below 100, and reaching the basic requirement of 200 levels would take at least a few years. This meant that during the cooling-off period, Su Chen wouldn't even have the ability to teleport to the guild hall. Naturally, he couldn't be considered a true guild member. I'll just kick him out when the time comes. Bai Ling pressed her slender fingers against her temples, her expression slightly weary as she said, however, legendary level talents are indeed rare. In this coastal city of Zhonghai, a top genius like this has appeared. I wonder if those old masters from the capital have made their move. He could be a good prospect. Su Shi? After completing his second job change, Su Chen directly exited the Transmigration Temple. As soon as he left the room, he ran into a familiar face. Yes, it was the manager of the Transmigration Temple who had given him the Advanced Citizen badge last time, the youthful giant rabbit, Su Shi. Seeing this so-called means otaku and means goddess, Su Chen's eyes lit up again. Today, Su Shi was dressed in a rather formal business outfit. Although her appearance was that of an incredibly cute loli-style sweet girl, her exaggeratedly developed figure made the originally simple black blazer look quite full, making it hard to look away. Coupled with Su Shi's exquisite makeup and her earnest, adorable gaze, cough cough, Su Chen immediately cleared his throat twice, trying to make his expression appear normal. After all, it would be impolite to keep staring. Young Master Su. Perhaps noticing Su Chen's gaze, Su Shi smiled sweetly, slightly raising her voice to greet him. Just like Su Yu, this time, Su Shi also directly referred to Su Chen as Young Master Su. After all, in such a short time, he had leveled up over 30 levels consecutively and completed his second job change. His profession was also epic, and he had even tamed a dark old-tier skeletal dragon. For such a young big shot, not calling him Young Master would be a bit presumptuous. Su Chen didn't pay much attention to the title Su Shi used, he just nodded lightly and smiled, saying, "What a coincidence. Are you on duty today?" Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Su Shi couldn't help but smile, a hint of charm flickering in her beautiful eyes. She smiled and said, "Young Master Su is joking. I clock in on time every day. Being the manager of the Transmigration Temple is just an ordinary position. It's my duty to clock in on time. Of course, I do have weekends off." At this point, Su Shi gave Su Chen a slightly complex look. Su Chen cleverly tilted his head to avoid her gaze. "Damn it! Don't think I don't. No. Weekends off? What? Do you want to ask me out?" Su Chen now had the Black Silk Priestess Lu Mei, and later he needed to contact that little rich woman to sell golden-grade monster materials. Perhaps he could trigger another wave of god-level choice plot. So he couldn't waste time on Su Shi, although she was also a stunning beauty. However, no matter how beautiful a woman is, it can't compare to the allure of god-level rewards. "By the way, Young Master Su, I heard you tamed a skeletal dragon mount?" Su Shi's bright eyes widened as she stared at Su Chen. "Yes." Su Chen smiled faintly. There was no need to hear about it. He had directly descended on the rooftop of the Job Change Temple riding a skeletal dragon, and all the professionals in Zhonghai City could see it. This was not a secret, and Su Chen naturally had no need to hide it. "Wow, truly impressive for your age." Su Shi swallowed hard without hiding her admiration, leaning in a little closer. She continued to ask, "So, was your second job change this time smooth?" In this world, not every job change could succeed 100%. Many professionals would experience failure after completing their job change tasks. If they failed, they would need to take on the trial task again and attempt the job change once more. "It was okay." Su Chen replied without thinking. It was indeed acceptable. Although it was not exactly as expected, he did not directly advance to a legendary job tier. However, he had upgraded his plundering talent to legendary level, gained an epic Seraphim Halo, and obtained a hero-grade weapon. Su Chen's job change could be considered quite successful from the perspective of other professionals. It was a top-tier job change. However, for Su Chen, it could only be considered average. It did not perfectly meet his expectations. "That's good. Congratulations, Young Master Su." Su Shi smiled gently. Her beautiful fox-like eyes appeared exceptionally bright and charming, causing Su Chen to momentarily lose his focus again. "Is there something?" Su Chen lightly furrowed his brows, trying to regain his clarity. This woman, too enchanting. He couldn't fall for her tricks. So, Su Chen got straight to the point and asked directly, "There is indeed something." Seeing Su Chen's directness, Su Shi was a bit flustered, swallowing hard before quickly explaining, "It's like this, I wanted to trouble young Master Su with something. I don't know if you have time recently?" Su Shi gently tugged at her sleeve. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. "Go on." A week from now, a nostalgic server dungeon, Undead Canyon, will open for a limited time. This dungeon is rated as golden grade, but according to the judgment of many big shots, the actual strength of the dungeon has reached dark gold level, or rather, hero level. Su Shi said softly, "The dungeon will open for a limited time, and the location will be near Zhenghai City. This nostalgic server dungeon is filled with various top-tier boss monsters, especially a majority of undead and demon bosses, and the equipment and top-tier items dropped are all extremely valuable. I wonder if young Master Su is interested?" Su Chen frowned. Undead Canyon. He had indeed heard of this nostalgic server dungeon. It wasn't from high school textbooks but rather detailed in middle school textbooks. In the world of universal job changes, many dungeons would open for a limited time, and each appearance was a precious opportunity for the professionals around the dungeon, because no one knew when it would open again. Therefore, every time a limited time dungeon appeared, countless high-level professionals would rush in. Of course, dungeons like Undead Canyon had a high drop rate for top-tier equipment and items. Most importantly, many monster materials that could only be found in the Abyss world could be obtained here. Some popular professions, like paladins, required items like the skull of the Undead Tyrant for their job change. Such items came from the top-tier boss monster, Undead Tyrant. In other words, if a paladin wanted to change jobs, they would either have to go to the Abyss world to battle a bunch of demon bosses, either find a dungeon similar to the Undead Canyon, seek the skull of the Undead Tyrant. From this point, one can see how lively this nostalgic server dungeon will be a week from now. It will definitely attract the attention of all the big shots in Zhenghai City. Naturally interested. What do you mean? Su Chen glanced at Su Shi, his expression slightly puzzled. He was indeed interested in the Undead Canyon. Not just interested, but completely filled with anticipation. However, he wasn't quite sure why Su Shi was looking for him, teaming up, being cannon fodder, or for some other reason. "I would like to invite you to team up, Su Shao. If possible, I represent the Zhenghai Alliance and am willing to pay 700 million in compensation." Su Shi looked directly into Su Chen's eyes. Under their gaze, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a sudden spark of realization. He truly hadn't expected that Su Shi would invite him to team up to clear the Undead Canyon dungeon on behalf of the Zhenghai Alliance and even offer such a sky-high reward of 700 million. The Zhenghai Alliance. This was an alliance formed by several major guilds in Zhenghai City, along with a portion of high-level professional experts, with the largest guild being the A+ level Kanghun Guild. Of course, professionals like Su Shi, who were at level 200, also joined the Zhenghai Alliance. At the same time, Su Shi held a relatively high position within the alliance, essentially acting as a negotiator with the big names in the profession. Su Chen was the target of her negotiation this time. However, Su Chen still found this matter somewhat puzzling. He asked, "Why look for me?" The professionals in the alliance, the higher level ones have already reached over level 300, and even the level 400 Guardian Corps leader is among them. Why look for a second transformation like me? It wasn't that Su Chen was being modest, but rather that this situation itself felt off. He didn't want to be treated as cannon fodder. "It's like this, Su Shao." Su Shi sensed the implication in Su Chen's words and immediately bowed slightly. She patiently explained, "The intensity of this nostalgic server dungeon is very high, already reaching the hero level, so it naturally requires top-tier professionals to lead the team. Currently, the highest level professional confirmed is the president of the Zhengcheng Guild, a level 300 Thorn Knight. The president of the Zhengcheng Guild. Level 300, 7th transformation. A figure of this caliber was definitely a top-tier character in all of Zhenghai. Su Chen's expression shifted slightly. It seems this time, the Undead Canyon dungeon has something special, he thought to himself. However, he didn't show much of it, still looking calmly at Su Shi, waiting for her to continue explaining. "I will also join this team, Su." She took a slight breath. Smiling, she said, "And there's a level 200 mage from the Kanghun Guild, the popular goddess of Zhenghai City, Haning, the granddaughter of the Guardian Corps leader, Su Yu, a level 250 alchemist, and a priest team from Jiangnan province." Su Shi recounted the details of the hunting team as if she were listing treasures. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Goodness, this lineup was not just powerful, it was simply magnificent. Not to mention, even a level 200 alchemist was coming. Alchemists of this level were as rare as giant pandas. They hardly ever showed their faces, let alone directly follow a team into a dungeon. With just a little carelessness, such support-type professionals could be taken out by the boss in an instant. However, for the top-tier items in the dungeon, they had equipped such high-level support professionals. This time in the Undead Canyon, there would definitely be top-tier items appearing. Otherwise, the Alliance wouldn't go to such lengths. A strange emotion surged in Su Chen's heart and his eyes brightened again. Could it be epic-level equipment? Or perhaps legendary-level items? Su Chen swallowed hard, secretly thinking to himself, "To attract so many top-tier big shots, it must be something extraordinary. If an epic item were to be revealed, that would be quite interesting." In the world of class transitions, the equipment ranks start from Black Iron, followed by Bronze, Silver, Gold, Dark Gold, Heroic, Epic, Legendary, Demigod, Artifact, Divine, and Sacred. Not only equipment, but monster materials and other items are also categorized by these ranks. Generally speaking, a level 100 professional would only have gold level equipment, with a few wealthy big shots possessing dark gold level gear. As for heroic and epic items, they are already worth an A-rank guild mobilizing to compete for them. As for the two heroic items in Su Chen's possession, one was a reward from the class transition feedback and the other was an entry reward from the Golden Rose Guild. Their arrival was quite coincidental. Under normal circumstances, a second-class professional, even if they cleared a dungeon, would absolutely not obtain such high-tier top weapons. Take Zhanghai City, for example. The largest dungeon near this coastal town, Dark Gold-level Dragon and Dungeon, would only drop at most one dark gold item after defeating the ultimate boss, with the probability of an epic item dropping being extremely low. And epic items? Forget about it. Therefore, after hearing Sushi's explanation, Su Chen instinctively sensed something was amiss. This time, the nostalgic server dungeon must have a jaw-dropping grand prize that would make all the city's professionals envious. Perhaps it really is an epic item. Of course, if a golden legend were to drop, the entire country would go crazy. Zhanghai City would then become famous overnight, turning into a trendy city and a classic tourist spot. So, what is my role? With this thought, Su Chen took a deep breath and looked at Sushi, asking in a low voice, "Young Master Su." This time, there are many natives appearing in the dungeon, stone merchants, a large number of ranger NPCs, and even bards. According to the speculation of the top gods in Zhanghai City, there will be countless hidden quests in the dungeon. Those hidden quests will only be available to professionals above the epic level. A gold level professional like me probably won't even have the chance to talk to the NPCs, so, Sushi said sincerely. Stone merchants? Bards? NPCs? Su Chen was taken aback. So that's how it is. Su Chen took a deep breath, responding thoughtfully. How should I put it? In this world, NPCs do exist. However, unlike the games of my previous life, in this world, all characters are living beings with flesh and blood. Even in dungeons, these NPCs are not mere data but come from another dungeon as different races. In a sense, the world of class transitions, including the country of Daxia, is also a dungeon in the eyes of NPCs. Triggering a quest isn't too troublesome. Su Chen nodded slightly, answering truthfully. His profession is indeed rare, an epic level rank seems hard to find a second one in today's Zhanghai City. Perhaps there are epic professionals in Jiangnan province and other cities, but the distance is too far. For the top guilds in Zhanghai, Su Chen is currently their most suitable choice. Kanghan Guild? Han Ying? The daughter of the commander of the Imperial Guard. Su Yu? Su Chen stroked his chin, lost in thought. Sushi's request was very reasonable. The compensation was sufficient and the demands weren't too troublesome. However, what gave Su Chen a headache was that the young lady Han Ying would also be there. He had just intercepted Han Ying and the Kanghan Guild's 4 undead bone dragons. In fact, the dark gold level weapon, the undead staff, belonging to young lady Han Ying, was still in his possession. This meeting seemed a bit impolite. Ahem, and Su Yui just now. Su Chen had rejected this love-struck younger sister for a god-level choice reward, and now he was supposed to team up with her. Next week? Damn it. Isn't this just a proper hellish battlefield? Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but let out a long sigh. However, as luck would have it, the god-level choice plot was once again bizarrely triggered. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully triggered a god-level choice. Current plot, Nostalgia Server Instance Undead Canyon. Choice 1, reject the invitation of the youthful rich woman and be a man like the wind. Of course, you will miss the chance to obtain top-tier loot. This Nostalgia Server instance is of hero-level difficulty and will drop countless top-tier items. Reward, 1 broken golden level monster material. Choice 2, accept Sushi's invitation while proposing a share of the loot. You will receive a portion of the loot obtained. In the instance, otherwise, firmly refuse. Compared to epic level legendary level items, a mere 700 million reward is still too little. Reward: 2 pieces of golden level mount equipment. Choice 3. Agree to Sushi's request, accept a high reward of 700 million, and prepare for the upcoming Undead Canyon. This instance will be a high-intensity trial for you, especially since 3 stunning beauties will appear at the same time. Reward: 1 golden level skill book. The cold prompt echoed in Su Chen's mind. At this moment, Su Chen was stunned. How to put it? Damn it. Why are most god-level choice plots related to girls? For a moment, Su Chen was a bit uncertain. He really had crossed into a world where everyone could change jobs, or had he come to a welfare-oriented LSP novel? There was something slightly off about my golden finger. Still 3 god-level options, but this time the rewards seem quite generous. Su Chen squinted slightly, a look of surprise flashing in his deep eyes. Option 1. Reject Sushi, reward with golden level monster material. Option 2. Accept Sushi's request but demand a share, reward with 2 pieces of golden level mount equipment. Option 3. Agree to Sushi, reward with 1 golden level skill book. 2 pieces of golden level equipment? Su Chen swallowed hard, secretly amazed. Including the golden level mount armor obtained in the instance, Alpha could gather a full set of 3 golden pieces. 1 mount, and it's so luxurious? I wonder if those high-level veteran players would be shocked if they found out. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but cough lightly. At the same time, he decisively made a decision. Although a golden level skill book was indeed tempting, with his legendary level plundering talent, he currently didn't lack skill books. As long as Su Chen wanted, he could definitely plunder top-tier golden boss skills in the Undead Canyon instance. Moreover, his plundering talent had already been upgraded to legendary level. Even legendary level skill modules could be snatched away in a snap. How could a mere golden boss skill hold Su Chen back? Impossible. 2. Su Chen made a firm choice and then glanced at Su Shi, clearing his throat. He said in a deep voice, I can agree to you. However, I have a request. Su Chen looked directly into Sushi's eyes, smiled faintly, and continued, for all tasks triggered by my epic level profession, I need half of the loot obtained. Otherwise, no deal. Secondly, when attacking high-level instance bosses, the final drop item rewards will be distributed based on my damage contribution, and I will take my share. Su Chen's meaning was very clear. For rewards related to his profession, he would take half. For the bosses killed by the Alliance hunting team, he would take as much loot as he contributed. In fact, Su Chen's request was not excessive. It was even quite reasonable. Any member of the hunting team that Su Shi had recruited would have their request accepted without hesitation. However, at this moment, Su Shi couldn't help but feel a bit silent. The reason was simple: Su Chen's level was too low. The strength he could display was limited. Even just now, when Su Chen descended on the rooftop of the Job Change Temple riding a golden undead bone dragon, Su Shi knew that this young man might have a powerful background behind him, one that could stir up waves in Zhanghai City with just a stomp of his foot. However, a second-tier professional sharing half of the rewards among a group of high-level players, some of whom were at level 100 or even several hundred, was indeed a bit unreasonable. Moreover, Su Chen had already received a sky-high reward. If he were to exchange it, such a high amount could equal several pieces of golden-grade weapons. Even an A-level guild would find it hard to offer such a lavish price. If it weren't for the fact that this nostalgic server dungeon could drop that item, the top-tier veterans of the Zhanghai Alliance wouldn't be so generous. Young Master Su, offering 700 million is already the maximum limit of the Zhanghai Alliance. If we share a portion of it, top guilds like Kanghun will likely have significant objections. So she took a deep breath, her expression extremely troubled, as she looked at Su Chen and said, what do you think? Su Chen blurted out, I can't see a thing. Su Shi was taken aback. How to put it? In Su Shi's view, Su Chen's level was indeed not high. At a few dozen levels compared to the many players at 200 or 300 levels, his output damage could be completely disregarded. To take half of the item rewards was quite excessive. However, finding another epic level professional on short notice was a bit challenging. Jiangnan province did have one, but that young figure had also been taken by an old guild in Jiangnan and was currently on the way to a dungeon in the extreme north. Young Master Su, she said, how about this? I'll transfer the 700 million reward to you first. As for the division of the rewards, this matter involves the profit points of dozens of top players and needs to be discussed with various guilds. Is that alright with you? Su Shi was silent for a moment before finally asking sincerely, what do you think? Alright, Su Chen replied with a faint smile, accepting the suggestion. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully completed the choice and the reward has been issued. At that moment, a cold notification sound echoed in Su Chen's mind, indicating the completion of the divine level choice storyline. He received 2 pieces of golden grade mount equipment. Then I'll take my leave, Su Chen said, slightly squinting his eyes, feeling pleased. He then turned and left without any hesitation. Sushi was once again stunned, watching Su Chen's back, feeling a mix of amusement and helplessness. Are all handsome guys this aloof? Taking half of the items Sushi recalled their earlier conversation, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over her as she sighed. I wonder if the Kanghan Guild can accept us. The priest team from Jiangnan province, Su Yu, the Journey Guild, and the old-school alchemist mage. Sushi gently pressed her pale little hand against her temple, feeling the heavy pressure. Meanwhile, Su Chen opened the online shopping platform. After leaving the job change temple, he casually hailed a cab home. At the same time, he opened the online shopping platform. Group buying, placing an order, payment. The items Su Chen was purchasing were not various props and potions for dungeon runs, but rather an expensive magic array. The pet egg in his hand had a dark old bloodline. To nurture this pet, he had to use a complex high-level magic array to complete the process. Otherwise, it could directly cause the little life inside the pet egg to perish. Damn it! This tiny magic array costs me over 6 million? Looking at the meager balance left in his bank account, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of pain. These savings were all from the scholarship he received during his last return to school, as well as the bets he had extorted from that second-generation member of the Eternal Guild. To nurture his pet beast, the savings were wiped out in an instant. It's fine, Sushi's payment will be credited soon, Su Chen thought to himself. In fact, he was very interested in the Undead Canyon dungeon. Even if he didn't team up with Sushi in the end, he would still go alone. After all, according to the information provided by the God-level choice storyline, the items dropped from this nostalgic server dungeon were conservatively estimated to include an epic-level weapon, and there was even a possibility of a legendary quality item appearing. It was precisely for this reason that the Zhanghai Alliance placed such great importance on the Undead Canyon dungeon, willing to spend a high fee to hire Su Chen. However, the most important thing now was that Su Chen held the initiative. He didn't need the Zhanghai Alliance. Currently, there were no epic-level professionals in the Alliance. They needed Su Chen's participation. The final outcome was likely to be the Alliance making concessions. Su Chen could get half of what he asked for. Of course, this dungeon was definitely quite dangerous. Han Ning from the Kanghan Guild and the Thorn Knight from the Journey Guild posed a certain threat to Su Chen. Revival stones, teleportation scrolls. Su Chen frowned slightly, analyzing to himself, there shouldn't be too many problems. Opportunities and dangers always coexist. Although Su Chen had just looted a wave of Han Ying's weapons and taken the Undead Bone Dragon boss that originally belonged to the Kanghan Guild, he wouldn't give up on the Undead Canyon dungeon because of that. Even if it really sparked a conflict in the end, he could just go to war directly with the Kanghan Guild. Su Chen was wanted by an A-level guild, and what about the Kanghan Guild? They would establish an enemy that could lead to their guild's destruction. One more week. Let's talk about it in a few days. Su Chen took a deep breath, gently closing his eyes. During this time, his mind had been too tense. After coming out of the dungeon, he hadn't had a proper rest. The fatigue hit him, making it hard to breathe. Even after completing his second job change, he hadn't allocated any skill points. I should go home and sleep, Su Chen thought to himself. After returning home, Su Chen fell asleep immediately, and when he woke up again, a day had passed. He took a comfortable hot shower and ordered takeout. After finishing his meal, Su Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. Am I famous? After dinner, Su Chen originally wanted to watch some short videos to relax a bit. However, when he opened the Douyin app, he found that several videos he scrolled through were all related to him. A few highly rated videos had actually surpassed 1 million likes. It was no exaggeration to say that Su Chen had truly become famous. And it was explosive fame. Shocking. The latest movements of Su God, Undead Bone Dragon Boss, Epic Level Professional, soloing a Golden Level Ultimate Boss Monster, High Definition Video Analysis, Friendly Match, 1 against 9 Youthful Arrogance, the terrifying talent of Su God, the true identity of Zhanghai Su God, suspected to have just completed the second job change. Major universities in Kyoto collectively shocked. Zhanghai is about to become the next annual tourist city. Qingbei University ecstatic, crazily recruiting the genius youth Su God, Sky High Scholarship. Killer profession fully explained. How terrifying is the only profession in the country. The number of boss monsters in the Shallow Bay dungeon sharply reduced. Suspected to be the work of Su God. The whole internet is shocked. Goodness, I can't believe it. Looking at the dozens of trending topics on Douyin, Su Chen fell silent. He truly did not expect to become this famous. Death Flame Explosion, Forbidden Spell, Epic Level Profession, Undead Bone Dragon Mount. It seemed that everything had already been exposed. Moreover, there were even veteran gods specifically live streaming to analyze Su Chen's professional characteristics and his background. And Su Chen's fame. He also leaped ahead of Han Ing, becoming the new popular school heartthrob of Shanghai City. He became the national little brother. Of course, what surprised Su Chen a bit was that a teacher from the admissions office of Qingbei University actually came to Shanghai City to personally recruit him for enrollment. Not just Qingbei University, Jiangnan University, Hangzhou University, Foshan University, Kyoto University, nearly all the top 100 universities in the country were throwing olive branches at Su Chen, using every means possible to entice him to enroll. What the hell? Forbidden spells? Gold-plated new majors? Sky-high scholarships? Hangzhou University even offers beautiful companions. Looking at the revelations in the short video, Su Chen fell silent again. Damn it. How to put it? As the person involved, he seemed to know even less than the netizens. However, after thinking for a moment, Su Chen returned to his normal expression. Looking across the country, there are indeed not many genius youths with epic-level professional ranks, but a few can emerge each year. However, someone like Su Chen, who had advanced to a level 30 professional and perfectly changed jobs in less than half a month, learned the death flame explosion technique and forbidden spells, gained wings, and tamed a top-tier mount like the undead bone dragon. Such an existence was indeed one of a kind. Because of this, top universities like Qingbei University, which usually ignored other professionals with their aloof demeanor, broke their mold for Su Chen. They were completely fawning over him. As long as Su Chen was willing to enroll, they would offer any conditions. If they could meet them, they would. If they couldn't, they would find a way to meet them. Opening his phone messages, Su Chen took a glance. Sure enough, Shanghai No. 1 High School sent another message inviting him back to school to discuss the matter of guaranteed admission. I didn't even notice the message in the dungeon. Su Chen chuckled softly, then turned off his phone. I should go to school this afternoon, Su Chen thought to himself. He then opened the system space, preparing to check the rewards obtained from the job change feedback. 2 pieces of hero-level equipment. With a clang, 2 hefty pieces of equipment appeared before Su Chen. Holy Light Silver Feather Bracers. Hero level. Necromancer's Forbidden Belt. Hero level. A pair of bracers? A belt? Staring at the 2 pieces of equipment, Su Chen was taken aback. Hero level. Higher than all the equipment he currently had. However, unfortunately, the rewards obtained this time were not offensive weapons, but only defensive and auxiliary equipment. Generally speaking, in the world of universal job changes, the value of offensive weapons is definitely the highest. Of course, rare equipment like rings has the highest rarity. Although it's not a main weapon, being hero level is still pretty good. Su Chen smiled faintly. He quickly let it go. It was already hero level, wanting an offensive weapon was indeed a bit greedy. The vast majority of level 100 professionals, those regarded as gods, might not even have hero level top tier equipment. And Su Chen already had 2. Quite impressive. Name: Holy Light Silver Feather Bracers, plus can be alchemically enhanced. Rank: hero level. Attributes: plus 300 strength, plus 300 spirit, plus 200% spell critical hit, plus 270% physical lifesteal, attack speed, plus 30%, casting time halved, luck plus 5. When receiving an attack, can trigger exclusive equipment skill, Silver Feather. After receiving damage, can absorb a portion of the damage and release it during the next attack. When the Silver Feather skill is triggered, the silver feathers that make up the bracers will bloom, releasing a brilliant light like a gorgeous silver rose. Restrictions: members of the Golden Rose Guild, wearable by all professions. Source: Golden Rose.ss. Level guild description: the Holy Light Silver Feather is an epic level set 1/6. The appearance of this pair of bracers is extremely eye-catching, presenting a silver sheen overall, with wide silver feathers perfectly enveloping the user's wrists. When damage is received, the Holy Light Silver Feather will also trigger a top-tier passive skill, perfectly protecting the user's life state. Additionally, this equipment has a hidden mechanism that gradually unlocks after being worn for a period of time. Alchemy requirements: unknown. Name: Death Taboo. Belt grade: epic. Wear and tear 35%. Attributes: plus 5000 spell attack, plus 2000 undead spell damage, plus 20,000 mana, plus 30% health recovery. Effect: plus 12,000 maximum health. Equipment: passive skill taboo. When using forbidden spell skills or skills of gold grade or above, increases the passive buff trigger rate of all skill releases and adds extra undead damage results, countering all light-based creatures while increasing the attack time of all skills and expanding the attack range to a certain extent. Restrictions: exclusive to the mage profession, level 30 and above. Source: Guiding Angel Seraph. Job Change Temple. Description: the Death Taboo Belt is a job change exclusive reward from the Job Change Temple. The attribute effects of this equipment are extremely explosive, suspected to originate from the Abyss world and have an inseparable relationship with the Lich King. When wearing this equipment, the user's mana and spell damage will receive a significant boost. At the same time, when facing light-blooded creatures or boss monsters, a great advantage will be gained, perfectly countering light-based beings. Alchemy Repair, Undead Bone Dragon Skeleton, A. Broken gold grade equipment. Alchemy source, unknown? Damn it. Gorgeous. Is this the terror of epic level? Opening the attribute panel of the two pieces of equipment, Su Chen cast an identification spell and was immediately shocked. It was too crazy. Even Su Chen, who had seen all kinds of good things, was a bit restless at this moment. The Holy Light Silver Feather, obtained from the Golden Rose Guild as a reward after joining, was a part of the set. The Death Taboo Belt, on the other hand, was a reward granted by the Job Change Temple. It can be understood as an item given by the statue, the Seraph Guiding Angel. The attributes are all extremely exaggerated, powerful to the point of being flawless. The attribute entries are easily 5 or 6, all accompanied by high-level equipment skills. The Holy Light Silver Feather is actually an epic-level set? Su Chen caressed the pair of silver-bright, exquisitely textured bracers in his hands, his eyes filled with a hint of incredulous shock. It was hard to believe that this pair of bracers came from a set. The Golden Rose Guild is a bit too rich, isn't it? Su Chen swallowed hard, waves of ripples rising in his heart. He was truly shocked. Just the reward for joining the guild is an epic-level weapon. Moreover, it is even a part of a 6-piece set. Isn't this clearly tempting new members who just joined? Damn it. If he could gather the Holy Light Silver Feather, wouldn't he just take off? No wonder it's an SS-level guild, they really are wealthy. Su Chen couldn't help but smile, pondering in his heart, it's no longer just being wealthy, it's being a godly tycoon. What kind of guild? Is this extravagant? For a moment, Su Chen had even deeper expectations for this all-female Rose Guild, wishing he could level up to 200 on the spot. He wanted to see with his own eyes who this legendary Rose Guild leader was. Sister, come here. I don't want to work hard anymore. Putting down the Holy Light Silver Feather, Su Chen took a deep breath, focusing his gaze on the other epic-level equipment. This piece of equipment was granted by the Job Change Temple. In terms of origin, it indeed had a higher status than the Holy Light Silver Feather. Just that one small entry from the Transmigration Temple Guiding Angel Seraphim can directly multiply the value of this deathly forbidden belt several times over. In fact, it's not impossible for it to increase by a dozen times right on the spot. The Guiding Angel. In a world where everyone can change jobs, it is undoubtedly a supreme existence. Here, the angels are not of the angelic race or NPCs. In the Winter Dungeon, as a second world, angelic beings also exist. However, the attitude of the professionals towards those angels is not overly flattering. Yet, when faced with the Guiding Angel, almost everyone's eyes light up, as if in reverence to a deity. How to put it? The extraordinary Guiding Angel can be understood as the creator of this era of universal job changes. It is precisely because of the existence of the Guiding Angel that in today's world, everyone has the opportunity to undergo the sacred awakening ceremony after reaching adulthood, becoming a glorious professional. Top-tier equipment from the creator, how could it not be shocking? Its value naturally cannot be compared to other items, and a price that is a dozen times higher is perfectly normal. However, Su Chen held the belt in his hands, his expression slightly strange. It's a pity that this hero-level equipment seems to be somewhat worn, with a wear level reaching 1/3. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. The origin is significant. However, the wear level is indeed high. Could it be that it was used by the Seraph? A bold thought flashed through Su Chen's mind. Cough, cough. Just thinking of that ancient and magnificent Seraph statue in the Transmigration Temple made his heart tighten. Legend has it that Seraphs are extremely noble and beautiful. Definitely at max level in terms of looks, divine beauty. I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to see such a being in person. Su Chen thought to himself. However, as soon as this thought appeared, he was somewhat startled. Such an existence, in this world, is like a deity, desecrating a deity? Su Chen shook his head, instinctively regaining his clarity. But isn't being a professional about slaying gods? Isn't the ultimate fate to end the deities? Slaying gods. Su Chen took a deep breath. Perhaps, one day in the future, he might really have the opportunity to witness the legendary Seraph who commands with a word and is high above all. At least in the Winter Dungeon, there are always rumors of pure-blooded first-generation angels. However, that level of existence is no longer just a great professional. That is a true deity. To reach such a level, it is absolutely impossible without completing the 9 transformations. I still need to level up quickly. Su Chen frowned slightly. Although since the job change began, he has been progressing smoothly, leveling up like a shooting arrow in the eyes of others. But Su Chen knows deeply that in the depths of this world, there are too many terrifying existences. Just like Han Ing, who completed the awakening ceremony at the Age of 15, while her peers were only a few levels in, she had already reached level 40. And such existences must not be few. Perhaps there are top geniuses whose initial job ranks reach legendary or even demigod levels in this world, even right here in the country. Steady progress developed quickly. Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. Then, he directly equipped the 2 pieces of hero-level equipment, and in an instant he felt a gentle radiance bathing over him. His mood became exceptionally cheerful. Let's allocate the skill points. After checking the new hero-level equipment, Su Chen opened his attribute panel, ready to allocate skill points. The reason he didn't rush to allocate skill points yesterday was that this matter was very important and required more thought. Under the effect of the plundering talent, Su Chen could continuously plunder new boss skills. If he carelessly used the skill points, it wouldn't benefit him much. On the contrary, save the skill points and wait until a top-tier skill is revealed, then use them all at once. It's definitely the best choice. The only dilemma right now is whether the skills in hand are worth it. Death Flame Explosion. Very strong. For other professions, it's definitely the top choice, a priority for skill point allocation. But, Su Chen frowned slightly. Death Flame Explosion. How should he put it? For him, it could only be considered average. Perhaps. At the first promotion, the effect of Death Flame Explosion was very strong. But now, facing elemental arrows, Undead Dragon, Flame, Dragon Wings, Ring of Fire, and of course Han Ying's exclusive skill, Undead Summon, Legion Aura. Looking at it this way, Death Flame Explosion seems a bit weaker. It's not that it's not strong. It's just that there will always be more powerful boss skills appearing. Using it directly would be a loss. Undead Dragon Flame is still quite good. After a moment of consideration, Su Chen analyzed solemnly. After all, it's an exclusive boss skill of the Golden Dragon lineage. Even in a big place like Kyoto, those hundreds level professionals probably wouldn't give up a skill book. Moreover, Su Chen had a clear plan. When the Undead Dragon Flame skill is promoted, its effect remains incredibly stunning, and the gorgeous attributes grant the skill enough powerful output damage. In other words, the Dark Gold level Undead Dragon Flame is definitely worth it. On the contrary, the stronger the skills tier, the greater the subsequent effects, making it a growth-type nurturing skill. It won't be abandoned in the later stages. Su Chen's analysis was actually sound. The Undead Dragon Flame skill, as a top-tier fire skill, has explosive attribute effects. Moreover, it has high sustainability and countless skill combinations. It is a top skill worth investing points in. Skills like Death Flame Explosion might shine brightly in Zhanghai City. However, for those hundreds level players who have completed 6 or 7 promotions, it's somewhat less top-tier. There are even more exceptional skills to replace it. Yet, the Undead Dragon Flame, the exclusive skill of the Undead Bone Dragon, has an irreplaceable uniqueness. This is the reason Su Chen chose this skill. Of course, the damage output of this skill is indeed fierce. Not to mention, the Undead Dragon Flame can bring 6 times spell critical damage. The spell critical damage here is not 6 times spell attack. If we must compare, Death Flame Explosion can bring 7 times spell attack damage and can trigger double spell critical damage. However, the Undead Dragon Flame comes with undead damage and continuous damage from the dragon lineage. It can already achieve a terrifying stacking of base spell attack power, reaching at least 5 times or more. Then, it can achieve 6 times spell critical damage again. That means 6 times spell critical damage. In this way, the final damage result is simply unimaginable. And the most frightening aspect of this skill is that, in addition to amplifying the spell critical damage of Dragon Flame, it can also stack the spell critical damage of other spell skills. It's like clay crazily amplifying, with infinite spell critical damage. How could such a skill book not be given special attention? However, the drawbacks of this skill are also very obvious, and for most professionals, it's almost a fatal flaw. That is, the mana consumption is too high, comparable to some entry-level forbidden spells. As a perfect golden boss skill, a creature like the Undead Bone Dragon, with its terrifyingly high mana pool, naturally wouldn't care too much. It inherently has enough mana to release the Undead Dragon Flame. But Su Chen is different. No professional can reach such a saturated mana bar. This leads to the Undead Dragon Flame being somewhat of a double-edged sword. It's still okay. Su Chen took a deep breath, a hint of a satisfied smile in his eyes. The mana bar provided by the Slayer profession is quite decent. The Destruction Crown can also reduce the mana consumption of skills. Su Chen gently stroked his chin with the enhancement of a host of top-tier equipment and various mana buffs he had acquired. Releasing the Undead Dragon Flame was not too much of a problem. However, Su Chen made a clear point. In the future, I still need to focus on strengthening my mana. I can afford to have a slightly lower health bar, but my mana must be sufficiently high. Su Chen nodded. The innate characteristic of his plundering talent allowed him to crazily steal skills from top bosses. The accompanying issue was mana. Therefore, emphasizing the increase of mana was definitely the key point for Su Chen in the next stage. The second skill, identification. Su Chen looked at the skill bar. The second skill to be prioritized also had a target. Naturally, it was the golden level identification. This skill was a standard configuration skill. The vast majority of practitioners would receive an identification skill after completing the awakening ritual. Moreover, identification generally did not occupy a skill slot. This meant that the so-called 6 skill slots of a first transformation practitioner did not include identification. However, that did not mean this skill was unimportant. If the level of identification is too low, some high-level items cannot be identified, and naturally, they cannot be used. Su Chen squinted slightly and chuckled softly. His current identification skill, although golden level, could already identify items with a maximum limit of epic level. However, if he really encountered legendary level or higher top-tier items in a dungeon, then he would be out of luck with such things. Therefore, prioritizing points in identification was definitely a good choice. With that thought, Su Chen did not hesitate and directly looked at the small plus sign behind these two skills. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully allocated points. Identification light. Identification, current skill tier, dark gold level 20%. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully allocated points. Undead. Dragon Flame Undead Domain, current skill tier, dark gold level 45%. As the cold notification sound fell, Su Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. Both skills had completed their advancement, both raised to the dark gold level, especially the Undead Dragon Flame skill, which had directly risen to more than half of the dark gold level, only a little more than halfway to the heroic level skill. If he had a few more skill points, Su Chen could directly obtain a heroic level skill book. Flame, Undead Domain? Holy crap! Su Chen swallowed hard, his eyes filled with shock. He did not expect that after the advancement, the Undead Dragon Flame skill would directly transform from an active skill into a domain-type skill. Damn it, this is a huge profit. Su Chen squinted. His eyes, the excitement in his heart rippling continuously. If the golden level Undead Dragon Flame was already a top-notch skill, then now, after being upgraded to dark gold level, this skill had undergone a tremendous change, becoming a truly top-tier skill. Or rather, a limited edition boss skill. It retained the previous high explosive output and 6-fold mana explosion. The skill's duration increased, the casting time was reduced, and the cooldown period became shorter. Su Chen opened Flame Undead Domain to check the attributes and effects of this brand new skill. It was quite exaggerated. After the upgrade, although there was no obvious increase in damage, the attribute effects were significantly better than before. Skill output time, skill coverage, range, cooldown period, casting time. Compared to directly increasing the skill's mana explosion damage from 6-fold to 7-fold, the improvement in other attributes of the skill brought about better effects. It's a pity that the mana consumption is still quite high, slightly increased compared to before. Su Chen carefully examined the attribute bar of this Undead Domain skill, and sensed something was off. That makes sense. After all, transforming from an active attack skill to a domain type would naturally consume more mana. The skill's attack range has increased significantly, and its duration has at least doubled. Once this skill is released, it is akin to a boss monster in a dungeon entering a berserk state, capable of inflicting terrifying critical damage on all targets within the area, continuously reducing the life status of all targets. There are gains and losses. Overall, this time's skill allocation results still left Su Chen quite satisfied. The value of area skills is entirely a different concept from ordinary attack skills. It can be understood that area skills are the nobility among skills. Not only is the auction price in the trading post several times that of ordinary skills, but more importantly, the effects produced by such skills in battle are explosive. Just imagine, when a professional faces multiple opponents, releasing an area skill can instantly deal damage to countless targets. Ignoring the number of targets, all will continuously lose health. The total damage dealt is not the result of a single target's damage, but the sum of multiple targets. Simply put, when Su Chen uses Flame Undead Domain, if he attacks a single target and the spell damage result is 100,000 points, then in the domain, with multiple targets present in an instant, Su Chen could potentially deal a total of 1 million points of damage. What does that mean? 1 million damage. An achievement that many professionals could never reach in their lifetime. Moreover, even if there is only one target, the final effect of area damage will definitely far exceed 100,000 points. This is the terrifying aspect of area skills. In some respects, it is no different from forbidden spells. Powerful, rare, noble, sacred, Damn it, looks like I hit the jackpot, made the right choice. Suchen let out a long sigh of relief, feeling immensely pleased. If he had chosen Death Fireball, he would have missed out on this unexpected surprise. The identification skill has actually transformed after being upgraded to Dark Gold level. Light identification skill. Suchen's eyes narrowed slightly. He focused on the skill bar, examining the attributes of this brand new identification skill. When identifying all items, a golden holy light mark will appear with a certain probability of revealing hidden attribute entries that only professions like alchemist can detect. This identification skill is most suitable for pharmacists, alchemists, blacksmiths, and other life professions. Suchen looked at the description of the new identification skill entry, his eyes lighting up once again. Wow, this is a divine skill for support professions. Suchen was so excited that his throat felt a bit dry. He immediately cleared his throat, almost coughing out loud. How to put it? The light identification skill seems to have transcended the level of ordinary identification skills. In other words, under the effect of this identification skill, Suchen could already be considered half an alchemist. He could see most items' hidden entries at a glance, discovering their clues. Indeed, in this world where everyone can change professions, although all items have their own attribute panels, different professions endow professionals with exclusive divinity. In the eyes of exclusive professionals like pharmacists, a monster material might trigger a series of hidden entries. They can see what kind of powder these materials can be ground into and how to add them to potions for use. And alchemists, of course, can analyze items, choose the best blending methods, thereby enhancing items, refining equipment. Once Suchen possessed the light identification skill under the holy light mark, most items' hidden entries would be open to him. This means that from now on, Suchen has unlocked a new ability. He can better filter items and analyze the true value of loot. What a blood profit! This is truly a blood profit. Suchen took a deep breath. The surprise brought by the advancement of the identification skill is no less than that of the undead dragon flame. A top-tier support divine skill. A noble area divine skill. Suchen squinted slightly, wishing he could pop open a bottle of champagne to celebrate right then and there. Ding! At that moment, the phone vibrated with a text message. Suchen took out his phone to check. It was a notification that materials for the formation he ordered online had been delivered. So fast? Suchen was a bit surprised. But then again, most of the delivery drivers nowadays are professionals. Even if their levels aren't high, they usually have a mount. The delivery speed is naturally not slow. Moreover, transporting goods no longer relies on mechanical vehicles but instead uses teleportation formations, delivering items right to your door in an instant. He opened the door. There was a delicate wooden box placed at the entrance, with a delivery slip attached. High-grade formation materials exclusive for pets. After tearing off the delivery slip, Suchen took out the formation materials one by one. Each piece was an extremely rare metal item, all engraved with intricate patterns. According to the instructions, Suchen quickly assembled the entire formation. The process wasn't too complicated, it had been explained in detail in his high school elective courses. Suchen found it quite easy to operate. Then, he placed the silver-white pet egg, resembling an ostrich egg, in the center of the formation and gently pressed his finger on the eggshell. A faint golden holy light spread from the formation, completely enveloping Suchen. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully nurtured a Dark Gold level bloodline pet egg, currently in the process of hatching. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained an exclusive pet Dark Gold level Radiant Unicorn. Name, Radiant Unicorn. Rank, Dark Gold level, growing, level, LV.1, hatching, health points, 23,000. Description: the Radiant Unicorn is a holy light type pet possessing an extremely noble Dark Gold level bloodline. As it continues to grow, the Radiant Unicorn may undergo a transformation, advancing to Holy Light Unicorn and obtaining hero level epic level bloodlines. The maximum rank limit for the Radiant Unicorn is epic level, and a purebred first generation can reach the 9-turn stage. This creature has exceptionally superior 4-dimensional attributes and a noble exclusive boss skill, making it a top-tier pet that can also be used as a mount. The cold notification echoed in Suchen's mind, and in an instant he was completely stunned. What the hell? A Radiant Unicorn? I actually got a holy light-type creature. Suchen gasped sharply, completely taken aback. Damn! This is too lucky. This thing is not an ordinary Dark Gold level hybrid monster but a holy light-type unicorn with a noble bloodline. Although this unicorn is not a purebred first generation but rather a second generation hybrid, the Radiant Unicorn. However, as its level increases and the unicorn continues to complete its class advancements, there might indeed be a chance to replicate the power of a first generation 9-turn unicorn. Thinking of this, Suchen took a few deep breaths, his eyes filled with shock and excitement. This is too exhilarating. Undead Bone Dragon, Radiant Unicorn. With this level of lineup, even those 100-level veteran experts would be envious to tears. And Su Chen, merely at the second transition, already had such a precious and rare mountain pet. It's still hatching. It will take at least half a week before it breaks out of the shell. Su Chen tried to calm his emotions, gently reaching out to touch the silver-white pet egg. The surface of the pet egg, with its golden patterns inside the shell, seemed to be ignited, already starting to flicker with tiny flames. This was the radiant unicorn inside, absorbing the nutrients provided by the formation. The entire hatching process would last several days. Before long, a young unicorn would break out from within. If I had known, I would have spent a bit more money to directly purchase a top-tier formation. Looking at the hatching unicorn cub, Su Chen's gaze softened slightly, secretly pondering. The price of a top-tier formation is quite expensive, at least 40 to 50 million. Of course, the nutrients provided for the pet would also be much richer. If it were an ordinary dark gold level pet beast, Su Chen might not be so worried. However, facing a legendary, high-value, noble-blooded, radiant unicorn, Su Chen felt a stir in his heart. What if, due to the formation, the unicorn cub was born malnourished? That would be disastrous. If this creature fell into the hands of an A-level guild, it would likely be directly supplied with all sorts of top-tier potions and expensive monster materials. Even a divine-level formation could be arranged. But here with Su Chen, it seemed a bit shabby. Aside from a high-level formation, he had nothing else prepared. The nurturing ritual was still too hasty. Su Chen couldn't help but smile awkwardly as he glanced around his rental apartment. It's time to change houses. I can't let the little unicorn suffer. Su Chen rubbed his nose, secretly thinking. His mood was somewhat unusual, like an old father facing the imminent birth of his little daughter, fearing that the radiant unicorn might suffer even the slightest grievance. Once Su Shi's payment comes through, I can buy a villa in Platinum Bay. Then purchase 2 sets of top-tier formations to ensure the unicorn has sufficient nutrients. Su Chen pondered. The Platinum Bay Villa is the most expensive villa complex in Zhonghai City, with a pleasant environment and luxurious prestige. For a high school student, it might be an unattainable dream, but for Su Chen, it was just a small goal. Not to mention the 700 million reward from Su Shi, the large pile of gold-level monster materials, and top boss skill books he had on hand. If all auctioned off, it would fetch a sky-high price. Just a Platinum Bay Villa. No pressure at all. Ding! The phone rang. Su Chen glanced at the caller ID. It was Principal Chen Qishan's private number. Hello? He answered the call softly. Is this student Su? Chen Qishan's voice carried a hint of surprise, clearly struggling to contain his excitement while trying to keep his tone calm. Yes. Su Chen replied with a faint smile. Student Su, I finally got in touch with you. I called you over a dozen times, and you didn't pick up a single one. Chen Qishan let out a long breath, smiling as he spoke. Cough cough. I just came out of the shallow sea bay dungeon and have been busy completing my second-class transfer. Su Chen didn't hide it and stated the truth. You've completed your second transfer? Chen Qishan was clearly taken aback. After a moment of silence, he said, with a trembling voice, truly impressive for your age. By the way, young Master Su, when do you have time to come to school? Top universities from across the country are here, and a pile of admission letters is almost filling my office. Young Master Su, if you don't come soon, I fear my old bones will be bent by those veteran deities. Chen Qishan was almost in tears. Hearing this, Su Chen coughed lightly. Was it really that exaggerated? He knew that prestigious universities from all over the country had extended olive branches to him. However, he didn't realize that the top 100 universities nationwide had already sent out admission letters. This was indeed a bit overwhelming. Alright, I'll come to school this afternoon. Su Chen paused and continued to ask, are the admissions office teachers from these universities still in Zhonghai City? If possible, I'd like to meet them. Su Chen's idea was simple. To negotiate in person, consider the situation of each university and choose the one that suited him best. However, when Chen Qishan heard this, he was immediately stunned. What? You want a bunch of hundreds level admissions office mentors to wait for you? Damn it! Young Master Su, it has to be you. Chen Qishan took a few deep breaths to calm his racing heart. After a brief pause, he responded, Kyoto University, Qingbei University, Jiangnan University, Hangzhou University, and Lagod University. About a dozen top universities' admissions office mentors are waiting for you at the school. The others have already sent their admission letters. Especially the mentors from Kyoto and Qingbei have been in Zhonghai for several days, all waiting for you. Chen Qishan's tone was completely unable to remain calm. It was indeed outrageous. This was the first time in his decades of career that he encountered such an arrogant student. It was simply abnormal. For others to gain admission to a top university was Already a matter of great fortune. They didn't even need the admissions office mentors to show up. They all hurried to the university, eager to attend interviews. But Su Chen, on the other hand, made a whole bunch of seasoned mentors wait for several days. Abnormal. Too abnormal. Is this the world of young big shots? Alright. Su Chen coughed a bit, not expecting that all these top university mentors would actually come while he was in the instance. It wasn't that Su Chen was pretending to be aloof, he genuinely didn't know. I'm heading out, I'll be at school soon. Su Chen smiled faintly and said somewhat shyly. Okay, Su Xiao, be careful. On the road, Chen Qishan felt a mix of laughter and tears. Facing this little freak, he also showed a high level of respect. What can I say? In his view, within 10 years, Su Chen would definitely become one of the most dazzling professional big shots in the country. At the very least, Su Chen's name would be found among the strongest rankings in the nation. Shouldn't he show some admiration? Alright, see you later. Su Chen replied and then hung up the phone. The unicorn left at home shouldn't get stolen, right? Su Chen glanced at the array filled with a faint golden holy light, touched his nose, and murmured softly. After that, he tidied up a bit and went out. At Zhonghai No. 1 High School, in a cafe. Babe, I've been trying to set you two up for ages. But unfortunately, you didn't seize the opportunity. Look, now he's taking off. If you had secured him early on, there wouldn't be any of those little girls to worry about. At a window seat in the cafe, two stunningly beautiful young women leaned against each other. One of them, a spirited girl in a tracksuit with her hair in a bun, rolled her eyes at the cool beauty beside her. With a playful pout, she said, "Stop looking at me with that surprised face. Think of a way to win over your handsome guy. Right now." The girls surrounding him could probably crush the gates of Zhonghai No. 1 High School. Right? No need for girls. Even the admissions office mentors from the top universities across the country have all arrived in Zhonghai. The principal's old bones must be bending under the pressure of hosting these terrifying professional big shots, and I've heard even the level 508 transformation experts are here. Damn, that's an 8 transformation expert. A big shot of that level actually came to Zhonghai to personally visit Su Chen. What did you say? The cool beauty beside her, with exquisite makeup, widened her beautiful eyes in shock. She was none other than the ice goddess of Zhonghai No. 1 High School, Su Qingya. At this moment, Su Qingya swallowed hard, her mouth slightly open, her pearly teeth biting down on her lightly glossed red lips, her eyes filled with disbelief. She asked in astonishment. You mean, a level 508 transformation expert came to Zhonghai to personally visit Su Chen? Yes. Lu Xinran rolled her eyes at Su Qingya again and casually patted her head, a bit exasperated. You didn't know? The whole Zhonghai is in an uproar. And the national spotlight is on us. Su Xin is too amazing. The top 100 universities in the country have all extended olive branches to him, sending admission letters one after another. If nothing unexpected happens, Su Chen no longer needs to take the college entrance examination. He can choose any top university to attend. Tuition and fees are all waived, the scholarship is sky high, and any other requirements can be casually mentioned. Moreover, the most outrageous part is that there are even top beauties as companions. It is said that Hangzhou University directly provided a top-notch nanny to assist Su Chen throughout his future 4 years of college life, ensuring the strongest support for him. Moreover, the number of admissions office mentors visiting Su Chen in Zhonghai City was not small. Over a dozen came one after another, the highest ranking being a magical priest from Qingbei University at a staggering level of LV 524. Not only that, this female big shot was also very beautiful. Calling her a goddess would be no exaggeration. Lu Xinran grabbed Su Qingya's sleeve, completely opening up the conversation, her face filled with excitement as she recounted Su Chen's glorious achievements one by one. Su Qingya felt a chill in her heart. She truly hadn't expected that Su Chen, whom she hadn't paid much attention to during high school, was actually so outstanding. No, this couldn't even be described as outstanding, it was simply bizarre. A top-tier genius of a perverse level. The miracles Su Chen created, if listed one by one, would probably take several days to finish. What shocked Su Qingya the most was that the dark old-blooded undead bone dragon she had seen in the Shallow Bay instance was actually Su Chen's mount. How long had it been? The entire senior class of the first high school had completed the awakening ceremony together. Why had Su Chen already grown to such a level? An undead bone dragon mount, death flame explosion, forbidden spells, dark old level weapons, killing golden boss monsters. The information Su Qingya had gathered alone had already stirred up a storm in her heart. However, Su Qingya was very clear that this was merely the tip of the iceberg of Su Chen. An unknown netizen had leaked. It seemed Su Chen had purchased a high-level magic array worth 6 million online, which was a special array for nurturing pet beasts, which meant Su Chen also had a pet beast of noble lineage? What kind of high school student was this? Clearly he was a top young master with an extraordinary background. How could an ordinary male high school student have such depth? Ridiculous. In an instant, Su Qingya's beautiful face turned slightly red, her dull gaze filled with disbelief. And deep down, an indescribable emotion surged, a mix of feelings. Oh dear, our young lady, if you had listened to me earlier and flirted a little with my matchmaking, young Master Su would probably already be yours. Lu Xinran held Su Qingya's small face, seriously examining her. This angelic face, devilish figure, with just a little effort, could young Master Su resist? What a pity, now it's hard to even see him. Lu Xinran sighed. Right now, he has a pile of girls around him. I heard that Han Ing from the Kanghan Guild is also inquiring about his whereabouts. Her best friend's words clearly stimulated Su Qingya. Su Qingya frowned slightly, pretending to be angry as she turned her head. Humph. So, what if he's outstanding? Who says I have to be with him? Am I lacking? Is he the only man in the country? Lu Xinran fell silent for a moment. Then, she raised her chin and stared wide-eyed at Su Qingya, saying, Oh my? You can't deny it. In the whole country, you really can't find a second Su God. Su Qingya was stunned. She stared at Lu Xinran with wide eyes, speechless. Oh, dear. Alright, darling, don't feel wronged. Lu Xinran patted Su Qingya's head, softly comforting her. What can I say? Honestly, Su Qin is indeed too amazing. You really can't find a second one in the whole country. If you insist on saying there are stronger ones than him, there are. There must be in Kyoto. God of Law Seeds, Creed Assassins, Holy Light Priests, Destruction Tyrants, and that young master from Kyoto who was born at LV30. These should all be a bit stronger than Su God? But, Lu Xinran took a deep breath with a serious tone. She said, those are all top-tier second-generation elites. Which one of them doesn't have an earth-shattering background? Su Xin has achieved this level, so naturally he has some background too, but it definitely can't compare to those few. Under such conditions, he can tame a skeletal dragon mount, learn forbidden spells and deathfire explosion techniques, and even has a series of top-tier trump cards. If we just look at talent and potential, I feel that he wouldn't be weaker than those second-generation elites from the capital. In a world where everyone can change jobs, to have such a handsome and strong boyfriend. What the hell? Doesn't that mean he can just take off? I was hoping that after you and Su Xin got together, you could give me a few fruits. My request isn't high, just an epic bloodline potion would be enough. Lu Xinran hummed softly, her eyes filled with anticipation. Go to hell. An epic bloodline potion? Why not ask for a legendary one? Su Qingya extended her fair finger, pressing against her temple. Beneath her cool makeup, her bright and enchanting eyes rolled at Lu Xinran, fearing that if her best friend said one more word, her little heart would explode from anger. I'm your best friend, and you're asking me to go fishing for rich guys? Su Qingya was furious. Lu Xinran directly covered Su Qingya's mouth, her expression serious as she said, Hey, why does the school beauty speak so harshly? Come on, how is it fishing for rich guys? This is clearly mutual affection. Lovers eventually become a couple. We've known each other since we were little, don't I know? Your character? You've liked Su Chen for a long time, haven't you? Just because his background isn't impressive and his academic performance is mediocre, you've always acted so aloof? Now look. What the hell, an epic tier professional, isn't that enough for you? A skeletal dragon, golden dragon bloodline, isn't that qualified? Don't hesitate. If you delay any longer, there really won't be any chance. Lu Xinran said firmly. Su Qingya fell silent. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Lu Xinran was right, she had indeed had feelings for Su Chen from the very beginning. One could say that Su Chen's qualifications were quite excellent. Every aspect completely struck a chord with Su Qingya, the cool school beauty. However, Su Qingya had always been strong-willed. She would never allow her boyfriend to be an ordinary professional. Being handsome was indeed appealing, but in this world, levels and professions were paramount. Love without material support was nothing. So what should I do? Are there really a lot of girls around Su Chen? Now, doesn't Han Ing from the Kanghan Guild know him too? After a moment of silence, Su Qingya frowned slightly and asked Lu Xinran, now you're anxious? Lu Xinran snorted. Of course. Not just Han Ing. Do you remember the Black Silk Priestess who helped us change jobs? Lu Mei and Su Shi from the Job Change Temple, that means homebody girl and means male god, the granddaughter of the Imperial Guard Corps Commander, Su Yu. You must know her, right? Su Qingya was stunned. So many? But Lu Mei and Su Shi, aren't they both older women? Upon hearing Su Qingya's words, Lu Xinran immediately choked on her own saliva, and then coughed twice. She covered Su Qingya's mouth again. Oh my goodness, you can't say such things. Lu Xinran looked embarrassed. If someone else had said such things, she would have rolled her eyes dramatically. However, if it was Su Qingya, it could be understood. Despite Su Qingya being recognized as the cool goddess by all the boys in school, even outside of school, she was one of the top beauties in the entire Zhanghai city, alongside Han Ning. However, only Lu Xinran knew that Su Qingya's personality was very innocent, which could be understood as having a bit of a contrast. An icy exterior, but an incredibly pure heart. She said whatever came to her mind. A true beautiful fool. Thinking of this, Lu Xinran leaned closer to Su Qingya and whispered, Su Shi and Lu Mei, their looks are on par with yours, and as for their figures. Lu Xinran glanced up and down at Su Qingya. Each has its own merits. But, sister has her own strengths, you might not even be able to compete. Su Qingya hurriedly asked, what should I do then? Lu Xinran fell into thought, then looked at Su Qingya again, her gaze firm as she said, make the first move. The cool school beauty makes the first move. No one should be able to resist. Ha! Su Qingya was completely stunned. What kind of outrageous suggestion was that? You want me to make the first move on Su Chen? Su Qingya was dumbfounded. What else? Lu Xinran rolled her eyes at Su Qingya and said helplessly, I've said all I can say. As your best friend, I can only help you this far. And no one understands men better than I do. Su Qingya lowered her head slightly, deep in thought. Fortunately, there were no boys from school in the cafe at that moment. Otherwise, her worldview would shatter on the spot. Who would have thought? The school's darling, adored by all, Su Qingya, was now struggling with how to make the first move on Su Chen? Damn it. This was completely dehumanizing. The school beauty acting like a love-struck fool. Wouldn't this directly refresh the perceptions of all the male students in the school? I get it, babe. Su Qingya took a deep breath, then raised her head again, her cool makeup now showing a hint of blush on her radiant skin. Teach me, okay? Tell me, how do I make the first move? I've decided, I want to make the first move on Su Chen. Meanwhile, Su Chen rode the undead bone dragon Alpha, arriving above the sky of Zhanghai. Number 1 High School. Alpha was now clad in a heavy set of golden grade mount armor. A large head adorned with a set of intricately designed headgear. Its limbs equipped with golden grade wrist guards. That's right. Alpha was wearing 3 pieces of golden grade equipment at the same time. 2 defensive pieces. 1 golden grade weapon. These were all rewards Su Chen obtained from the god level selection storyline. The quality was quite good. The attribute entries were also rich. It could be considered top-tier golden gear. Of course, these pieces of equipment and weapons not only significantly boosted Alpha's attributes but also made the undead bone dragon look incredibly magnificent, truly showcasing the nobility of its golden dragon lineage. Holy crap! Look, there's a golden dragon in the sky. Damn it! A monster is attacking the city? No way! Where's the Imperial Guard stationed in Zhanghai? How did a dragon boss get into the school? Something's off. There's something not right. It seems that the dragon in the sky isn't a boss monster, but a mount. A golden dragon mount? Are you kidding? Which old-school professional mentor from Kyoto was this? Wait. This isn't an ordinary golden dragon, it seems to be a noble-blooded undead bone dragon. Undead bone dragon? To tame a creature of this level is quite something. What the hell? Wait a minute, did you see? The undead bone dragon in the sky is actually wearing 3 pieces of golden grade equipment at the same time. That's a golden grade weapon. Luxurious, way too damn luxurious. A mount wearing 3 pieces of golden gear at once? Which top-tier guild 2nd generation heir is this? 2nd generation of a top-tier guild? If I remember correctly, that thing seems to be Su God's mount. Su God? Which Su God are you talking about? Who else could it be? Our Zhanghai number 1 high school's dragon. Su Chen, the big shot. The national brother, the school heartthrob. A freakishly talented genius. Oh my god? No way, Su Chen, no. Young Master Su actually tamed an undead bone dragon? And outfitted the mount with 3 pieces of golden grade equipment? You just found out? Dude, are you in a 2G internet cafe? The whole country is freaking out and you're just starting to be shocked? As soon as Su Chen appeared above the sky of number 1 high school, in the entire school, all the students were dumbfounded at the same time, completely scared silly. If it could be said that Su Chen's first appearance riding the Alpha at the Job Change Temple had already stirred up a wave throughout the city, shocking all the professionals in the city, then now, the high school students of Zhanghai number 1 middle school were utterly stunned. How should one put it? A mount like the undead bone dragon was indeed quite impressive. Glamorous and noble, its appearance was bound to attract everyone's attention. However, Zhanghai City did have veteran experts above level 100. So, when Alpha first appeared, although the professionals in the city were shocked, they could understand it, because they did not know who the big shot behind Alpha was. If it were an old man over 100 years old, everything would make sense. However, when the video of Su Chen riding Alpha was exposed on a short video app yesterday. Sharp-eyed netizens quickly noticed the clues. They analyzed that the mastermind behind the undead bone dragon alpha seemed to be the genius youth, Su Chen. Su Chen became popular again, suddenly trending across various social media platforms. Therefore, at this moment when the undead bone dragon appeared again, everyone knew that Su Chen had arrived. This strong sense of contrast under the visual impact left all the students of Zhonghai No. 1 Middle School, these young boys and girls with tender hearts, unable to bear such pressure, their little hearts nearly bursting. The entire campus was filled with a chorus of discussions. Without exception, everyone looked up at Su Chen. On the rooftop of Building A of the school, Su Chen, just like at the Job Change Temple, landed on the rooftop riding the undead bone dragon. Then, he waved his hand, causing Alpha to return to the dragon mark on his hand, temporarily sealing it away. Young Master Su, the old man Chen Qishan, who was over 100 years old, hurriedly ran over from a distance, his eyes shining as he looked at Su Chen, his tone carrying an unmistakable excitement. Principal Chen. Su Chen smiled warmly, politely nodding to Chen Qishan. No need. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Qishan shook his head like a rattledrum, sincerely saying, "No need to call me principal, young Master Su. Given your current potential, you should be able to reach the 4th transfer within a year, surpassing level 100. Your status is much higher than mine. If you don't mind, just call me Qishan." A glimmer of light appeared in Chen Qishan's murky eyes as he said with a loud laugh, "All right." Su Chen nodded slightly, not declining further, and directly agreed. However, Chen Qishan was not wrong. Su Chen's talent was too astonishing. Not to mention being an epic-level professional, according to external speculation, he definitely had the double experienced talent, or even the top-tier triple experienced talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have leveled up dozens of times in such a short period, directly completing his second job change. With such top-tier talent and a rapid leveling speed like a shooting arrow, he was undoubtedly a promising young figure, a future big shot. It was basically a certainty that he would become a figure admired nationwide in the future. Young Master Su, shall we head to the conference room? The career mentors from top universities like Kyoto University and Tsinghua University have been waiting for you for a long time. Chen Qishan swallowed hard, cautiously inquiring about Su Chen's intentions. Damn! He had to be careful. The undead bone dragon behind Su Chen was not only glamorous and noble but also frighteningly powerful. Even Chen Qishan couldn't be sure if he could take down Su Chen's mount one-on-one. Such a top genius, a young big shot, could make Chen Qishan look up to him even now. Sure, Su Chen replied, succinctly, nodding to indicate Chen Qishan to lead the way. Soon, the two arrived at the conference room of Zhonghai No. 1 Middle School. A room similar to a presidential suite, spacious and luxuriously decorated, usually serves as Chen Qishan's lounge. Several assistants in black stockings are busy serving tea and water to a group of professional elites from all over the country. The atmosphere in the room is slightly tense. The presence of over a dozen prominent figures creates a strong sense of pressure just by sitting there. Not to mention Chen Qishan, even a small oligarch from Zhonghai City like the president of the Kanghun Guild would likely feel considerable stress. Any one of these elites could easily take down an A-level guild. After all, the highest-ranked professional in Zhonghai City is the commander of the Imperial Guard, Su Tian, at level 420, while the seasoned elites in the conference room are all at levels 4 to 500. How could that not be intimidating? Esteemed professionals, this is our Su student from Zhonghai No. 1 High School. After entering the conference room, Chen Qishan took a deep breath, casting a tentative glance at all the big shots present. He then introduced Su Chen in as calm a tone as he could manage. With just a simple sentence, all the admissions office mentors stood up one by one to greet Su Chen. Despite their high levels, they did not show any airs in front of Su Chen. The top figures in the country are not fools. They understand what Su Chen's potential signifies and how high he might reach in the future. Thus, they hurried to curry favor with him, hoping to recruit this top genius. Hello, teachers, I am Su Chen. Unlike Chen Qishan, Su Chen showed no signs of nervousness at all. On the contrary, he spoke generously, his gaze calm as he looked at everyone. At several hundred levels, these are indeed significant figures. In the entire Zhonghai City, any professional picked at random would feel somewhat constrained. However, Su Chen already possessed a skeletal dragon, a unicorn with holy bloodline, and a full set of top-tier equipment, along with a dazzling array of boss skills. In such circumstances, how could he feel intimidated? It was as if he were basking in a spring breeze. What a young lad! Impressive for his age. Su Chen is even more handsome than I imagined. Truly a young man with an epic profession, not intimidated in front of so many old-timers. A genius boy. Who can tame a skeletal dragon? His courage is indeed commendable. National little brother, come to Jiangnan University, we have plenty of beauties here. Let the female mentors take you around Jiangnan. Are there fewer beauties in Kyoto? I don't like hearing that. Come to Qingbei University. Besides scholarships, we can arrange a beautiful companion for Su Chen. No, how about two? Goodness, is this a beauty strategy? Can we have some healthy competition? Kyoto University, the enrollment rate is too low. Now, you should come to Kyoto. Our school has the longest history and the mentors here are all top professionals. What good are top professionals? Do they have beautiful women? Forget it, I should have known better than to come here. I should have sent the school beauty to recruit. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became very cheerful, no longer feeling so oppressive. The seasoned elites whispered and joked among themselves. Go pour a cup of tea for young Master Su. Meanwhile, Chen Qishan was not idle. Among a crowd of big shots and this top genius, he was the one with the lowest status. He turned to a well-built assistant in black stockings and instructed her to serve tea. He had learned the ways of the world from this old fellow. Soon, Su Chen took his seat. The assistant brought over a cup of hot tea, and Su Chen took a glance, gently sipping the tea before smiling at everyone. Su Chen, we old folks have been waiting for you for quite a while. An old man from Kyoto University, sitting directly opposite Su Chen, squinted slightly and chuckled softly. That's right, but it can be understood. Classmate Su has managed to rise to the second transition rank in such a short time, so he must have been quite busy lately. Our sudden visit is indeed a bit abrupt, said a middle-aged man sitting next to Kyoto University, echoing the sentiment. We just came out of the dungeon not long ago. It has indeed been a bit hectic during this time. Thank you for your patience, teachers, Su Chen replied with a faint smile as a form of acknowledgement. I hope it's not too presumptuous, but I would like to ask where classmate Su learned the skill. Death Flame Explosion? I heard you also studied an introductory forbidden spell? After a brief silence, the veteran mage from Kyoto University asked in a deep voice, his gaze sharp as it fell on Su Chen. How should one put it? Su Chen had managed to attract the attention of the top 100 universities in the country, drawing countless top professionals to visit him personally. There was certainly a reason for this. Among them, the origin of Su Chen's skill book Death Flame Explosion was the key point. This boss skill book was one of the national collection skills. The Kanghan Guild behind Han Ing had spent over a decade to miraculously obtain one from a level 300 boss monster. They then sought out the top ritualists in the country to restore the skill book to perfect condition, allowing Han Ing to learn it. Subsequently, after acquiring Death Flame Explosion, Han Ing also became a sensation, causing a stir that was no less than what Su Chen was experiencing now. She directly became a popular goddess, at least in Jiangnan province, where no one was unaware of her. Where Su Chen obtained Death Flame Explosion could either mean that he had a top-tier guild far surpassing the Kanghan Guild backing him, which not only concealed his true identity but also provided him with such a rare boss skill, or that Su Chen's potential had exceeded everyone's expectations. He possessed top-tier skills like insight and appraisal, or perhaps he had relied on powerful output damage to kill a top-tier boss monster of level 300 or 400, thus obtaining this precious divine skill, Death Flame Explosion. Regardless of the situation, Su Chen was worthy of the attention of all the big shots across the country. His existence had surpassed everyone's understanding. Death Flame Explosion, huh? Su Chen smiled lightly. He looked at everyone, paused briefly, and then got straight to the point. This skill book, I obtained it from an ultimate boss monster, the ultimate boss of the Qianhai Bay dungeon, the Undead Apostle. Su Chen did not hide anything. He had no intention of concealing the truth. I also received a piece of golden grade equipment from that boss monster, the Crown of Destruction. Wow! Upon hearing Su Chen's words, a gasp echoed throughout the conference room. All the prominent figures present were slightly shocked. The Undead Apostle was no ordinary boss, it was a golden hybrid monster of level 52. To put it bluntly, the true level of the Undead Apostle could rival that of a level 60 professional who had completed their third transition. And how many levels was Su Chen at now? He had just completed his second job change. How on earth did he manage to do it? How could he possess the ability to defeat the Undead Apostle at a higher level? Of course, this was not the real reason that shocked these domestic big shots. Rather, it was that the Undead Apostle boss had actually been discovered by Su Chen. In the world of universal job transitions, there was a hidden mechanism. Many ultimate bosses, like the Undead Apostle, rarely appeared. One could even say that before Su Chen, they had never appeared. This was also why the Kanghan Guild had not triggered an ultimate boss for so many years, nor had they even found traces of the Undead Bone Dragon. There were only two reasons for the appearance of the Undead Apostle. First, after the demise of Su Chen, the Undead Apostle can gain a massive amount of experience points, which is why he was drawn to Su Chen, preparing to execute him. Second, Su Chen possesses an extremely terrifying potential that has already posed a threat to the undead apostle, and this potential could either be due to his class rank or some item on Su Chen that meets the conditions to threaten the undead apostle. These two reasons, regardless of which it is, are enough to silence the big shots from all over the country. Because this means Su Chen is very likely to possess the top boss affinity talent, having damage output that exceeds his own level, tens of thousands of damage, 100,000 damage, or, at the very least, Su Chen possesses an epic level weapon. Only in this way would Su Chen attract the undead apostle to appear in the Shallow Bay dungeon, and then Su Chen would execute him. Su Chen, what is the maximum damage you can unleash using your strongest trump card? The silent atmosphere was finally broken by an old mage from Kyoto University who was no younger than Chen Shishan. A glint of sharpness flickered in his murky eyes as he asked in a deep voice, tens of thousands of damage? Or, the old mage's meaning was clear. He was probing Su Chen's true capabilities. How should I put it? These old fellows had already begun a frenzied analysis upon confirming that Su Chen possessed the Deathflame explosion skill. Otherwise, they wouldn't have traveled all the way from Kyoto to Zhonghai City. Just now, upon hearing Su Chen directly admit to killing the undead apostle boss, these old fellows couldn't help but feel a hint of fear. For a second-tier professional, if they appeared alone, it would be impressive enough to attract a level 10 ordinary boss, let alone the undead apostle, a golden level ultimate boss. If Su Chen truly posed a threat to the undead apostle, it would mean he already had the strength to deal at least tens of thousands of damage. What does this concept mean? Many third-tier professionals couldn't even reach that level with their basic attacks. Above 100,000 damage, but I'm not very sure about the specifics, Su Chen replied calmly and decisively. 100,000 damage. This was already a very restrained result. If Su Chen were to directly use Flame Undead Domain, the total damage he could inflict would exceed 1 million. At that level, even the big shots at level 100 would be stunned. And Su Chen was barely second tier. Of course, if he added top-tier equipment, the Undead Bone Dragon, Elemental Arrows, Forbidden Spells, and his strongest trump card, the Throne of the God of Death, Su Chen might be able to continuously unleash damage at the million level. In a sense, he truly is a top-tier little monster. Terrifying. 100,000 damage. Upon hearing Su Chen's affirmative answer, all the big shots present were stunned. They exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with incredulity. Damn! This is no high school student. You could understand if you said this was a provincial standard in the national server. This strength is not just a little bit impressive. No wonder, so that's how it is. The mage from Kyoto University took a deep breath, and the light in his dim old eyes shone brightly, completely convinced by Su Chen. Probe? What more was there to probe? A top-tier monster that can deal 100,000 damage at the second-tier stage. Isn't that something to be crazily recruited? Still probing? That would be insane. 100,000 damage, this is already at the level of 100 tier. Although looking solely at damage results cannot determine a professional's combat strength, the maximum damage cap can indeed explain a lot. The old mage from Kyoto University took another deep breath. He looked at Su Chen and explained, this is also why the undead apostle boss in the Shallow Bay Silver Dungeon would be attracted to you. Because you pose a life threat to him. At the same time, if you are eliminated, the undead apostle will gain a massive amount of experience points, allowing him to grow and advance quickly. Ha! Su Chen was taken aback. This was outside his area of knowledge. He truly didn't know that there was such an implicit mechanism, but it made sense. The Kanghan Guild had spent so many years without finding the undead bone dragon. They hadn't even triggered the undead apostle, this ultimate boss, over level 50. Yet Su Chen, on his first visit to the dungeon, had attracted the undead apostle and conveniently eliminated him. It seems to be related to high damage and the Killing God Throne. Su Chen's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, if that's the case, then killing those top-tier second-generation players in Kyoto, like the Mage God Seed and the Holy Light Priest, would also yield a massive amount of crazy experience points. Even if these second-generation players are not high-level, the experience they drop could exceed levels by over 100. Indeed, in a world where everyone can change jobs, the experience points dropped from eliminating all creatures are not simply tied to levels. They are a combination of damage, potential, class rank, various talents, and skills. It is precisely because of this that the big shots present in the conference room showed such strong interest in Su Chen. They were eager to recruit him to their schools on the spot. Su Chen's value was too high, far exceeding the level of epic class professionals. It is no exaggeration to say that he now had legendary value. Moreover, these big shots had also received the latest news. After his second job change, Su Chen had obtained a legendary talent and had also tamed an undead bone dragon. It seemed that he had Recently purchased a high-level magic array online, suspected to be nurturing a top-tier bloodline pet. God, 100,000. Damage. Brother Su Chen, you are too amazing. A beautiful lady wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a luxurious black robe with red edges looked at Su Chen with flirtatious eyes. Handsome brother, why not come to our Qingbei University? Once you enroll, I'll personally guide you on how to increase your spell critical damage. Who knows, in a year or two, you might achieve 1,000,000 damage. This stunning woman, a small director from the admissions office of Qingbei University, was a beauty with exquisite features. Unlike Lu Mei, the black silk priestess who exuded a more enchanting and seductive aura, this lady had a dignified presence. With a level over 400, her delicate features and smooth, radiant skin revealed a hint of nobility and an air that was not to be trifled with. Qingbei University, huh? Not bad. Su Chen squinted slightly, looking at the admissions officer from Qingbei. You can't do this. Why use beauty tricks on Su? Seeing Su Chen chatting with Chen Shuyan, the old mage from Kyoto University, chuckled and teased. No worries. In the end, it will be up to Su Chen to choose. Chen Shuyan cast a flirtatious glance at Su Chen and tried to ease the atmosphere. I wonder how the scholarship arrangements are made by the various mentors. With that said, Su Chen didn't hesitate and directly asked. If we must talk about it, the conditions of these top 100 universities are quite similar, especially for top institutions like Kyoto University and Qingbei University. Many are tied for first place. How should I put it? There might be some differences among the top 100 universities, but among the top 10 elite institutions in the country, there really isn't much difference. Each has its strengths. Choosing the school that suits oneself best is the priority. Of course, what Su Chen valued most was still the scholarship. Whoever offered more would naturally be prioritized. With his plundering talent, Su Chen wouldn't worry about future development. It would just be a matter of whether his growth speed was faster or slower. We, Jiangnan University, offer 3 advanced skill books, as well as a complete set of no less than 6 pieces of golden-grade equipment, including 2 attack-type weapons. Of course, in addition to these, there is also an 80 million scholarship, and a monthly living allowance of no less than 100,000 yuan. On the side of Law God University, the current offer is 1 dark gold-grade equipment, 1 hero-grade item, and 1 forbidden spell. Hang City University offers 10 pieces of golden equipment, freely chosen. As for skill books, as long as Su Chen speaks up, we will do our best to accommodate. Qingbei University provides a complete set of golden equipment and in addition, a forbidden spell as a reward. We respect talent, and if Su Chen needs other items, I, Chen Shuyan, will do my utmost to prepare them for brother Su Chen. As soon as Su Chen opened his mouth, the big shots present began to chatter. Various top-tier items flowed from their lips as if they were cheap goods, spoken of lightly. In an instant, even Su Chen himself was a bit dazed. Su Chen was indeed a bit stunned. He did not expect that the admission conditions offered by these top 100 universities in the country would be so extravagant. Even forbidden spells were included. It was simply a golden opportunity. He had to seize it. However, Su Chen's expression remained calm as he glanced at everyone present. He spoke softly. I think the scholarships and admission benefits offered by you, teachers, are a bit low. Su Chen's voice was soft, yet it sounded particularly clear in the conference room. In an instant, all the mentors were stunned. It wasn't that Su Chen was being overly demanding. Rather, it was only now that he understood the value of the assassin profession, which was as rare as a purebred giant panda. In a sense, it was undoubtedly a unique existence in the country, and his maximum damage limit was not just 100,000 points but reached a terrifying 1 million damage. At this level, asking for better conditions wasn't unreasonable, right? Even for the top 10 universities in the country, admissions were ultimately a matter of mutual consent. Whether to go or not was ultimately Su Chen's decision. Student Su, golden equipment, top-tier skill books, tens of millions in scholarships. This condition cannot be found anywhere else in the country. The magic tutor from Kyoto University, that 100-year-old little old man, was slightly taken aback but quickly regained his normal demeanor. Looking into Su Chen's eyes, he smiled faintly and said, "Why don't you think it over? If you complete the entrance assessment and successfully achieve freshman top in the freshman trial, we at Kyoto University can make an exception to grant you an additional set of top-quality golden equipment and a forbidden spell." After the magic tutor from Kyoto finished speaking, the other mentors nodded in agreement. How should one put it? The strength Su Chen displayed was indeed powerful enough. His talent was undeniable, especially his value as an epic-level professional. He could attract the undead apostle boss and unleash 100,000 damage. With a little cultivation, he would surely become a true power player in the future. And even now, once Su Chen entered the university, he could bring significant help to the school. Because Su Chen's professional characteristics determined that he could unlock hidden tasks in some dungeons, just like Su Shi, who was willing to pay hundreds of millions in high rewards to hire him. For these universities, Su Chen's value was at least in the tens of billions range. However, the professionals present were all seasoned veterans who understood the ways of the world. Without seeing real benefits, they would not easily promise Su Chen more scholarships. Whether it was golden grade equipment or advanced skill books, they were all scarce goods. It wasn't that easy to obtain them. Young man, you have just completed your second transfer. Giving you a forbidden spell is already an exception. Everyone here is a master of 7 or 8 transfers or more. Is it a bit impolite for you to speak like this? Epic level is indeed impressive. Don't forget, there have been 6 epics nationwide this year. In the corner, a plump woman wearing glasses and a professional blazer squinted slightly and said to Su Chen. Her tone revealed a hint of inexplicable arrogance, cold, mixed with a faint sense of pressure. This woman was the female director of the admissions office at Jiangnan University, plain in appearance and plump in figure, speaking with a heavy tone typical of a head teacher. She wore a sour expression, as if getting into Jiangnan University was a privilege for Su Chen. Her tone was strikingly similar to that of Chen Fei, from the Eternal Guild. In his past life, Su Chen had encountered many such people. They felt a bit of status, were older, and casually bullied the younger ones. Su Chen frowned slightly, preparing to retort. However, at that moment, a cold notification sound echoed in his mind. The God-level choice plot was triggered. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully triggered a God-level choice. Current plot, admissions assessment. Choice 1, face the stern reprimand of Lu Yu, the female mentor from the Jiangnan University admissions office. Humbly accept it and choose to enter Jiangnan University. Reward title turtle and a piece of black iron level equipment. Choice 2, directly confront Lu Yu in anger and propose an admissions assessment, a one-on-one challenge. Against Lu Yu, reward hero level bloodline potion. Choice 3, ignore Lu Yu and choose another school. Reward a silver level skill book. When the cold notification sound rang out, Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. This time, the rewards for the God level choice were quite generous. A hero level bloodline potion was even offered. Bloodline potions were extremely precious. Each type could provide a powerful attribute boost for a practitioner or mount. They could even grant exclusive skills, evolving unique talent traits. It could be said that each bloodline potion was a one-of-a-kind existence, and hero-level ones were even rarer. Their value was no less than that of a hero-level weapon. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen decisively chose the second option. Confront Lu Yu from the admissions office in anger. One-on-one duel. 6 epics? Su Chen smiled lightly and looked at Lu Yu, saying, so what? Then why don't you go recruit those few? Lu Yu was taken aback, momentarily stunned by Su Chen's question. Those epic-level practitioners were all young big shots, each backed by S-level or even SS-level guilds. The forces behind them were powerful enough to easily crush Lu Yu. Jiangnan University was good, but in the eyes of those top-tier second-generation elites, it was just SOSO. Su Chen's words struck at the core, leaving Lu Yu momentarily flustered. These matters are not for you to meddle in. Lu Yu took a deep breath, and beneath her glasses, her already slender eyes flickered with a hint of anger. Originally, she just wanted to use the background of Jiangnan University and her own rank to slightly suppress Su Chen. After all, Lu Yu, as a head teacher, was best at doing such things, using the tiger's might to intimidate the weak. Who would have thought? Damn. Su Chen wasn't buying it. He directly confronted her in front of so many big shots, causing Lu Yu's face to flush red. She felt a bit embarrassed. How I speak has nothing to do with you. Su Chen's voice was not loud, yet he spoke calmly. As soon as he said this, it stirred up a wave of reactions. All the university mentors couldn't help but change their expressions, taking a sharp breath. Good heavens! This young man was indeed extraordinary. After all, Lu Yu was a fire-type mage over level 400. Although her profession rank wasn't great, her level was there. Su Chen was only at level 2, just having undergone his second class change, yet he dared to confront Lu Yu face to face. Just this courage alone was enough to overshadow a bunch of so-called top geniuses. Under everyone's gaze. Su Chen did not let Lu Yu off the hook. Instead, he calmly glanced around at everyone and cleared his throat slightly. He spoke again. As for the entrance assessment, I think we can skip it. Since all the teachers have come to Shanghai City, why not have the recruitment assessment today? If the assessment is passed, the scholarship will be increased. If the assessment fails, Su Chen, will automatically forfeit all university admission qualifications. From now on, I won't study anymore. Su Chen smiled gently, expressing his thoughts. The recruitment office mentors from all over the country were once again stunned. Recruitment assessment? If he fails, he won't study anymore? Damn! No wonder he's a genius of a monstrous level, his audacity is too great. In a world where everyone can change professions, the importance of university is immeasurable. If a high school student fails the National Unified College Entrance Examination, their fate will be quite miserable. Not only will they not be accepted by any guild, but they won't even qualify to purchase many dungeon entry tickets. In other words, they can only remain at their current rank, making it difficult to level up. They would live their lives in obscurity. But now, Su Chen, in a moment of anger, cut off his own path. To forfeit all university admission qualifications if he fails the assessment? Can it be played like this? Young Master Su, you. It wasn't just the mentors who were stunned, even Chen Qishan was taken aback, but he quickly realized the seriousness of the situation and hurriedly approached Su Chen, suppressing his voice to remind him, if you don't go to university for further studies, you won't be able to join a high-level guild. Young Master Su, you're cutting off your own path. Chen Qishan was almost in tears. Is this the world of big shots? The top 100 universities in the country were eagerly extending olive branches. Su Chen, with a snap, directly rejected them. What's the point of fighting for this? Isn't it better to be low-key? Classmate Su Chen is joking. Teacher Lu has no ill intentions, so there's no need to take it to heart. Seeing the atmosphere suddenly turn silent, Chen Shuyan, who had not spoken until now, smiled like a spring breeze, a hint of a charming smile appearing on her beautiful face as she glanced at Su Chen, trying to smooth things over for him. No need. Su Chen smiled back at Chen Shuyan. I've already made my decision. Let's do it this way. Today, in front of all the teachers, let's have a recruitment assessment. Also, let the mentors see the strength of the young professionals in Zhonghai City. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Then, he looked at Lu Yu. Teacher Lu, it's you. One-on-one. After all, I'm only at the second transfer, and Lu Yu can easily handle me, right? Su Chen stared directly at Lu Yu, his words carrying a hint of determination. What? As soon as this was said, everyone in the conference room was shocked. The levels of these mentors were all at the 7th or 8th transfer, all around 400 to 500 levels. Normally, they wouldn't be easily shocked. However, Su Chen was indeed too monstrous. At the second transfer, only in his 30s in level, he actually wanted to duel Lu Yu one-on-one. Lu Yu was a solid 400 level fire mage. Her real damage could instantly take out a 100-level professional. And Su Chen wanted to confront her. Anyone would be taken aback. Of course, this duel was not a real confrontation but a form of assessment. Su Chen could unleash all his trump cards to attack Lu Yu, while Lu Yu could not use weapons and could only perform normal attacks or passive defenses against Su Chen. This kind of duel was common in universities and was part of the daily training between mentors and students. However, what does being at 400 levels mean? Even if one gains 10 points of free attributes per level, a 400 level professional would have 4,000 points of free attributes. On average, the mental attribute would be at least 1,000 points. This means that a single normal attack from Lu Yu would release spell damage in the tens of thousands. 10,000 points of spell attack power. Normally, a second transfer, their health bar would be instantly cleared. What's the point of a duel? However, Su Chen is different. The mountain man has his own clever plans. Alright. In response to Su Chen's provocation, Lu Yu took a deep breath, her eyes revealing a coldness like that of a scorpion. Since classmate Su Chen wants to ruin his own future as a teacher, I can only give you a proper lesson. Let you know what it means to have someone beyond you and skies beyond the skies. Young people can be confident, but don't be too arrogant. It's just epic. In this world, what we have the most is talent. Before you grow into a great figure, you are still just a weakling. Lu Yu had completely torn off the mask. She didn't hide her sarcasm towards Su Chen. Alright. Su Chen smiled softly. He didn't say much but turned to Chen Qishan and said, Principal Chen, please take us to the school's ceremony square. I want to have a duel with this teacher Lu. Chen Qishan looked momentarily stunned. After a moment of silence, he came back to his senses. Su Xiao. Chen Qishan swallowed hard a few times, wanting to stop Su Chen. In his view, Su Chen was acting on impulse. The result of such rashness would be that this top genius would face a future with no books to read. And what about him, Chen Qishan? He could have retired gracefully, enjoying the reputation of his later years. Now, he would end up with a not-so-good reputation. In the future, anyone who mentioned him would say, that's the principal of the failed Su Chen. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Su Chen patted Chen Qishan's shoulder, giving him a determined look. Chen Qishan remained silent. Damn it. You know what you're doing? That's level 400. How do you know? Are you going to cheat? A level 400 big shot can kill a 100-level professional with a single attack. You actually want me to relax? How can I relax? However, faced with Su Chen's insistence, Chen Xishan could only hang his head and lead the dozen or so experts from the conference room to the school's ceremony square. Among these people, Chen Xishan had become the one with the lowest status and identity. Who could provoke them? Even Su Chen he couldn't afford to provoke. Besides leading the way, what else could he do? It was a whole situation of wanting to cry without tears. Meanwhile, at Zhonghai No. 1 High School, all the teachers and students were dumbfounded. In their eyes, Su Chen, surrounded by a group of hundreds-level professionals, arrived at the center of the ceremony square. What was he going to do? For a moment, all the teachers and students were stunned, and a sense of bad premonition surged in their hearts. Students, please exit the ceremony square. Our school's Su Chen will have a enrollment assessment with Lu Yu, the admissions officer from Jiangnan University. Chen Xishan stood at the center of the square, looking helplessly at all the students, explaining, in a somewhat unsteady tone, enrollment assessment? Damn! The legendary one-on-one enrollment assessment? Su Chen against a level 400 big shot. Enrollment assessment? Su Chen is actually going to have a one-on-one duel with a veteran professional mentor at level 400? This is too damn exaggerated. Damn! Su Chen is forever a god. Are you crazy? Can it be played like this? You call this an enrollment assessment? This is just a fancy way to die. 100 ways for professionals to die? Members of the school Hunk Support Club, hurry up and send a group chat. Call those little fans over to cheer for our husband. Fire. Mage? Mentor Lu Yu. Damn, I've heard of this big shot, known for her fiery temper, once killed a level 300 ultimate boss, reputed to be the #1 female big shot of Jiangnan University. So what if she's the #1 female big shot? Even if she's a provincial standard, so what? Our school hunk brother is only at second transition, and now he has the courage to challenge a level 400 professional one-on-one. Just for this, he can easily crush all those so-called top geniuses. Exactly. There's no need to say much. Even if Su Chen loses today, it will still be a glorious defeat, absolutely shocking the entire internet and stirring the big shots across the country. Exactly. Besides, my husband might not even lose a 7 or 8 turn. God's basic attack deals at least 10,000 damage. Does Su Chen still have a chance to win? Why not? So what if it's 10,000 damage? Could it be that an epic level professional can't withstand 10,000 damage? You don't really think our brother has only an epic title, do you? Stop wasting time with them, just wait and see. Undead Bone Dragon, Death Flame Explosion. Forbidden Spell. I believe in Su Chen, he will definitely shock the audience today. Once the recruitment assessment is over, those top players from the national server will probably be drawn here. As soon as Chen Xishan finished speaking, all the teachers and students in the school were stunned. Their emotions were completely ignited. A high school student facing off against a level 400 big shot is undoubtedly a hot topic that will sweep the nation. It's not an exaggeration to say that regardless of whether Su Chen wins in the end, it will create a tremendous wave across the country. The attention of the top players nationwide will be focused on Su Chen, and the title of Su Chen will once again top the trending searches among the younger generation of professionals. No one can compare to Su Chen. His reputation is destined to surpass that of the older generation of professional big shots. Meanwhile, among a large group of middle school students, 2 striking figures also trembled slightly. How is that possible? Lu Yu only conquered a hero-level dungeon last year and killed a level 300 boss. How could Su Chen think of one-on-one dueling with such an existence? Is he crazy? Su Qingya's eyes suddenly lit up, her pearly teeth biting down on her red lips, completely shocked by the scene before her. I said it long ago. Su Chen is already very talented. If you had acted sooner, you wouldn't be in this situation now. Lu Xinran beside her lightly huffed, giving Su Qingya a big eye roll. No. Su Qingya's expressio. And froze again, a hint of blush quietly appearing on her beautiful oval face, unsure of what she was really thinking. What I mean is, Su Chen has only just reached level 30. He hasn't been at 2 turns for long. If he fails this time, his level might drop back to that of a 1-turn professional. Could it lead to him feeling defeated and unable to recover? Su Qingya sighed deeply, her eyes filled with worry. Indeed. Generally speaking, talented professionals have their own pride, or what one might call a king's heart. This mindset, once faced with defeat, could significantly impact future development. What Su Qingya was worried about was precisely this. Su Chen is indeed a top genius, even a monstrous little prodigy. However, facing a seasoned mentor hundreds of levels above him, his chances of winning are almost zero. This would bring no benefit to Su Chen. On the contrary, it would render all his efforts during this time meaningless, requiring him to grind monsters and level up again to reach the 2-turn stage. Oh, our school beauty is starting to worry about Su Chen. Lu Xinran, with her bun hairstyle, squinted slightly, looking at Su Qingya with a complex gaze and said with a smile, "I didn't expect it. The cool school beauty has this side to her. The contrast is just too striking. If the other boys in school find out, they might just shut down on the spot." Su Qingya remained silent, biting her lip tightly. A hint of blush appeared on her cool face. It was so intense it could draw blood. She was completely embarrassed. Lu Xinran was right. Su Qingya had always maintained a cool demeanor in front of others, resembling an ice mountain. This was the first time she cared so much about a male. Perhaps it was because, under Lu Xinran's persuasion just now, she had secretly made the decision to face her feelings for Su Chen head-on.at this moment. Su Qingya had already embraced her identity and naturally showed her concern for Su Chen without any concealment. "Go die." Su Qingya glared at Lu Xinran, pretending to be angry as she reached out to pat her. Then, her gaze returned to the ritual square, focusing on Su Chen, her eyes filled with worry, even her small hand clenched tightly. "Alright, haha, our school's big beauty, Debo, won't bully you," Lu Xinran chimed in, leaning against Su Qingya, speaking earnestly. "How should I put it? There's no need to panic too much. Su Chen definitely has his own way. Don't forget, he's the man who ended the undead bone dragon boss. How could he be lacking?" Lu Xinran squinted slightly, voicing her speculation. "I estimate that Su Chen should be confident he can win this round, otherwise he wouldn't have so recklessly challenged Lu Yu. This kind of duel is different from a PK among practitioners of the same level. Lu Yu, in most cases, can only defend passively, and she can't use equipment or other exclusive skills. In other words, the real combat power she can display will be greatly diminished, at most at the level of 100. Lu Xinran paused. She continued, "If it's a normal attack, Wan Shan can indeed easily take down a second transformation practitioner, but given Su Chen's strength, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. After all, he still has the Death Flame explosion and the Forbidden Spell. And these are just the tip of the iceberg that we know." Lu Xinran took a deep breath. It's possible Su Chen's operation this time will truly shock the nation again. He is confident he can win this round, and then Su Chen will attract the attention of the national high-ups, those top-tier gods. This is not just about being admitted to the top 100 universities in the country. In fact, Su Chen could leap to become the most central figure among the younger generation in the country. Lu Xinran slightly furrowed her brows, expressing her opinion. How could that be? Su Qingya was taken aback. Su Chen is not even 20. The things he is plotting are so grand. If that's really the case, his mindset could already completely crush all practitioners of the same period. It won't be long before Su Chen becomes a benchmark for a generation. It's terrifying to think about. Lu Xinran nodded, agreeing with Su Qingya's words, and turned her gaze back to Su Chen, saying no more. At the same time, in the very center of the ritual square, under the watchful eyes of over 10,000 teachers and students, as well as admissions office mentors from across the country, the duel between Su Chen and Lu Yu officially began. "Make your move. I will give you 3 chances to attack. After 3, I will counterattack. And then, I will end you." Lu Yu, dressed in a small suit, with a plump figure and an unremarkable appearance as a middle-aged woman, had a slight change in her aura at this moment. Tiny elements of light gathered around Lu Yu, like water flowing into the deep sea, stirring up a whirlwind in the center of the square. "And me?" Su Chen smiled lightly, shaking his head. "Let's wait and see." Even Su Chen did not expect Lu Yu to be so confident. However, thinking about it, a level 400 mage, even if a fragile class, indeed had no need to be overly cautious when facing a small fry who hadn't even reached the 3rd transformation. For Lu Yu, counterattacking was a form of humiliation, like an elephant fighting an ant. But Lu Yu was wrong. It wouldn't be long before she realized her mistake, and this mistake would cost her dearly. Elemental Arrow. Death Flame Explosion. Forbidden Spell, Black Tide of the Moon. Su Chen tightened his grip on the staff in his hand, the undead staff he obtained from Han Ning. A true Dark Old level weapon. Facing Lu Yu, who was several hundred levels higher than him, Su Chen did not let his guard down. As soon as he began, he unleashed 3 top-tier skills, especially the Forbidden Spell. For many professionals, it is the ultimate trump card. But for Su Chen, with his second talent, Seraphim Aura, he could release forbidden spells multiple times without worrying about mana consumption. Therefore, prioritizing the strongest output was the most reasonable arrangement. Under Su Chen's skill release, the sky trembled. A massive number of elemental arrows, gigantic fireballs, and the black mist and blood-red moon triggered by the black tide all appeared above the first high school in Zhonghai City. The entire school felt as if it were in a dungeon world, resplendent and brilliant, with colorful elemental dust making Su Chen look like a fairy king from another world. In the reflection of his rose armor, Su Chen waved the necromancer's staff in his hand forward. Whoosh! Elemental arrows, fireballs, and black mist all fell towards Lu Yu. Not good. How is this possible? In an instant, Lu Yu's eyes widened in shock, completely stunned. She never expected Su Chen to be so fierce, starting off with a face-to-face ultimate move. 3 attacks referred to 3 offensives. It did not mean that Su Chen could only use one skill. In other words, these 2 major skills plus the forbidden spell could only count as the first attack. Being able to achieve this was certainly thanks to Su Chen's second talent, Seraphim Aura, which reduced the mana consumption of all skills and forbidden spells by half, with a certain probability of triggering zero-cost skill releases. This meant that Su Chen's mana could support the continuous release of several forbidden spells. Of course, he could also execute 3 skills in rapid succession. Whoosh! Lu Yu hurriedly retreated, pushing her hands forward to release a basic light element defense. It wasn't a skill, just a regular basic attack prepared to block Su Chen's assault. However, clang! The elemental arrows directly shattered this defense, heavily striking Lu Yu. Her health bar trembled, plummeting rapidly. Minus 120,000 critical hit. Minus 120,000 critical hit. Minus 120,000 critical hit. A true bombardment. The fireballs condensed from the Death Flame Explosion skill exploded one after another on Lu Yu, creating a series of sparks. As for the elemental arrows, they all hit their mark with precision. Even though Lu Yu was desperately defending, the arrows still pierced through her body, causing her to continuously lose health. As for the forbidden spell, the terrifying black mist completely enveloped Lu Yu. Stunned. Completely stunned. At this moment, Lu Yu's pupils suddenly constricted, revealing a hint of faint terror in her eyes. She felt that what she was facing was not a second transformation professional, but an ultimate boss from a dungeon. Damn it! Which second transformation could be this ruthless? One could believe it was a dragon-blooded boss monster. Just from the first wave of attacks, Lu Yu's health had already dropped by over 500,000 points, and this was not the end. Ding! Lu Yu took a deep breath. She waved her hand again. Although hundreds of thousands of health points were not too significant damage for her, professionals could not be compared to bosses. If she did not react, Su Chen's next 2 waves of attacks could indeed end her. Therefore, Lu Yu immediately released basic defensive shields, causing transparent shields resembling turtle shells to appear around her. These shields were exclusive means for mage professionals. They did not count as skills. Moreover, it was just defense, so it was not against the rules for Lu Yu. However, Su Chen's first wave of attacks forced Lu Yu, a seasoned level 400 expert, to use defensive measures. Such explosive visual shock made all the teachers and students in the school unable to sit still, especially the senior students in the same grade as Su Chen were completely exhilarated. What the hell? Is this the world of the big shots? Adrenaline rush. Damn it! Simultaneously unleashing 2 major skills and a forbidden spell? Is Su Chen really that amazing? Put. Are you kidding? Is this really just a duel between second-tier professionals? Why do I feel like I'm watching the strongest ranked matches in the national server? Oh my god, so strong? After this wave, Su Chen's damage has already reached 300,000 points? My friends, I can't take it anymore. So handsome. Wow, so handsome. My husband is too fierce. Xiao Biao Biao, can you tone it down a bit? That's clearly my husband. Woo woo woo. Come on, Su Chen, keep it up. After this, let's go to the open. No way, brothers, I'm tearing up. The goddess said she wants to share a room with Su Chen. No wonder he contained the undead bone dragon. Bosson has received admission qualifications from the top 100 universities in the country. I thought Su Chen was just a facade. But now I realize the clown is actually me. This is truly a monstrous level of freak genius. Compared to Su Chen, those so-called geniuses are nothing. 300,000 points of damage? That level of damage can easily crush a bunch of old gods. Even many level 100 professionals probably can't pull off such a perfect operation. So precise. Is this the precise control of a god? Mentor Lu Yu took a direct hit of several 100,000 high damage. Over 10,000 teachers and students in the school were stunned, completely shocked. The level displayed by Su Chen in this wave of attacks was simply insane. The total damage alone exceeded 300,000 points of spell attack power, a level that had long surpassed that of level 100. Professionals. If all hits landed, even Chen Qishan would have to take a hit. The old bone frame would shatter on the spot. In an instant, he continuously unleashed Death Flame Explosion, Elemental Arrow, and the forbidden spell of the Black Tide Moon. Such powerful mana. The detailed operations made all the teachers and students' scalps tingle. A high school student with such saturated mana? The blue bar is full? And to achieve continuous instant casting, this is not something that can be done overnight. Many top second-generation talents in Kyoto, known as little monsters, rarely manage to truly achieve instant casting of 3 major skills. Su Chen is even more terrifying than we imagined. The old man from Kyoto University suddenly trembled lightly, furrowing his brow, and said solemnly, "Even the seed of the mage god, the holy light priest, does not possess such extraordinary talent, full-level identity, smooth operations, a stream of golden skills, and even the forbidden spell he has practiced to perfection," sighed the old mage from Kyoto University. He then took a deep breath of turbid air. Holding his breath, he stared at Su Chen, afraid of missing any detail. This was how much he valued a second-tier professional. In the eyes of these big shots, a high school student, a second tier, was just a small fry. But Su Chen completely overturned their perceptions and refreshed their worldview. This is probably just the tip of the iceberg. Beside the mage, Chen Shuyan from Qingbei University, her beautiful eyes sparkling with unusual brilliance, revealed a hint of a different expression and softly spoke, "It seems that Su Chen wants more scholarships and better conditions, which is understandable. Based on the qualifications, potential, and strength level he has shown so far, even a hero-level weapon or a high-level forbidden spell would be reasonable. A genius like him is rare in the country." Chen Shuyan gently swayed her body, her eyes slightly brightening as she offered a fair assessment. In fact, Chen Shuyan hadn't finished speaking. At this moment, she had already made a decision. No matter what kind of treatment Su Chen wanted in the end, Qingbei University would definitely need it. Such a talent, if recruited to the school, would bring immeasurable benefits. At the same time, in the center of the ritual square, after completing the first wave of attacks, Su Chen did not pause for a moment but instead launched into a more ferocious second assault. Flame of the Undead Realm, Ring of Fire, Dragon's Wing, Undead Summon, Legion, Aura. Compared to the first wave, this time Su Chen unleashed his ultimate finishing move. With a sweep of the Death Wings behind him, he floated into the air, and under the effect of Godly Step, Su Chen's speed surged dramatically. He vanished like a ghost into thin air. Above the ritual square in the heavens, the golden burning fire ring descended like divine punishment, heavily covering Lu Yu's head. The undead realm was also activated, as if pulling the entire ritual square into the abyss world. Suddenly, it became extremely dim, filled with the scent of death. Flames blazed fiercely, resembling the scene when the legendary Seraphim appeared. Lu Yu stood at the center of this fiery domain, like a sinner about to be punished. With a clang, a bronze door rose from the ground, enveloped in thick mist, directly placed before everyone. All the faculty and students turned their gazes sharply towards the massive bronze door. What is this? Then, the door swung open, revealing a horde of fierce and grotesque undead skeletons. These were all undead creatures crawling out from the abyss world. Indeed, it was the skill Su Chen had plundered from Han Ning. Undead Summon. A massive number of low-level hybrid skeletons, stark white bones, and shambling corpses charged towards Lu Yu. Although these skeletons were not high-level, only around level 10, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. With strange appearances that were incredibly unsettling, they left over 10,000 faculty and students in a daze, instinctively taking a half-step back. Storm Bone Spear. On the other side, Su Chen suddenly appeared behind Lu Yu, and with a gentle wave of the death wings, his movements became extremely agile. He threw forward the heavy bone spear in his hand, launching it with such force that the air was torn apart, producing a piercing sonic boom. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully triggered the equipment skill, Storm. The equipment skill of the Storm Bone Spear was successfully activated. Split. Frantically splitting. In an instant, the bone spear split into 2. Then 4, 6, 8, 12. A total of 12 Storm Bone Spears. This was not some elemental arrow but a substantial golden grade weapon. From 1 it became 12. Even if the duration was brief, it stacked real terrifying damage. Boom! A violent explosion echoed like a mushroom cloud in Zhonghai City No. 1 High School. A series of blasts triggered earth-shattering waves. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Madness. Shock. They could hardly see how Lu Yu was responding. All they could see was a dazzling display of skill effects under a sea of holy light surging wildly. Whoosh! Under everyone's gaze, exquisite fiery petals blossomed brilliantly beside Lu Yu. What is that? Golden exclusive skill. Radiance of Fire. Lu Yu, the level 400 professional god, was actually forced by Su Chen to use a skill? Holy crap! The duel is over. God Su, he won. The silence was shattered by a high school student's exclamation. In an instant, the entire campus erupted with a chorus of excited discussions, causing an unprecedented uproar. As Su Chen's various skills dissipated one by one, Lu Yu also appeared in everyone's sight. However, compared to just moments ago, Lu Yu now looked disheveled, as if pulled from the water, drenched in sweat. She leaned on her knees, gasping for breath, her eyes revealing an incredible terror. Although she quickly averted her gaze, she was still caught by the eyes of all the teachers and students in the school. Su Chen? He won. He even forced a level 400 god to this extent? Is he crazy? You call this a second-turn professional? Meanwhile, a cold notification sound came from Su Chen's side. The God-level choice reward has been credited. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully completed the choice and the reward has been issued. Name: Holy Light Bloodline Potion Grade Heroic Level Attributes. After use, you can obtain the Holy Light Series Spirit Bloodline, including but not limited to Holy Light Unicorn, Holy Light Demon, Holy Light Angel. The four-dimensional attributes will receive a significant boost, and there is a certain probability of triggering a new skill slot as well as an exclusive talent. Restrictions: no restrictions, all professionals, mounts, and pets can use it. Description: the Great Holy Light Bloodline will grant all beings powerful strength. After obtaining the Holy Light Bloodline, all skill damage will be blessed by the Holy Light, countering all dark or undead beings, with the Holy Light counter effect contained in the magic explosion damage. Note: Holy Light damage can present a true damage effect, which ignores defense and equipment, directly dealing real damage to the target. When Luyu used the Brilliance of Fire skill, the duel between Su Chen and her came to an end. Su Chen emerged victorious. The God-level choice reward was credited immediately. It's actually a Holy Light Bloodline potion? Su Chen's eyes lit up, and waves of excitement surged in his heart. He never expected that the triggered bloodline potion would be of the Holy Light type. Such a bloodline potion is extremely rare. One could say that a bottle of heroic level Holy Light bloodline potion is already comparable to an epic level potion. The reason is simple: almost all Holy Light beings are incredibly powerful, originating from noble and ancient races. Among them, the least is the Holy Light Unicorn species. Four-dimensional attribute enhancement. Acquire a new skill slot. Exclusive talent: Holy Light damage, countering all dark and undead beings. True damage, ignoring all defenses and equipment. Su Chen took a deep breath. He looked at the attribute panel of this heroic level potion. The effects were quite exaggerated. The attribute effects could only be described as explosive. It seems to resonate with the unborn little unicorn. Su Chen pondered for a moment, secretly contemplating this potion. After a brief thought, Su Chen made a decision. He would reserve this potion for the unicorn. Firstly, although the Holy Light bloodline is of high quality for Su Chen, his future could have infinite possibilities, and there was no need to lock his growth potential. Once he obtained the Holy Light bloodline, his future job transition path would likely be restricted. Secondly, the heroic level bloodline potion would definitely provide a greater boost for the dark old level unicorn. As for Su Chen, he was already an epic level professional. Using a heroic level bloodline potion might only yield a slight increase in four-dimensional attributes, and he might not even trigger an exclusive talent. There was no need at all. With this in mind, Su Chen carefully stored the bloodline potion, his expression slightly firming, as he looked at Luyu ahead. At this moment, Luyu could only be described as disheveled. Under the bombardment of Su Chen's various skills, Luyu no longer resembled her initial high and mighty self. She looked as if she had just been pulled out of a puddle, drenched in sweat, and her neat little suit had been shredded into pieces by the series of violent skills from the death flame explosion. It was a pitiful sight. Su God! He won! With the cheer of a high school student, a stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the entire school erupted in an instant. All the teachers and students pulled back from their silence. They went completely crazy. What the hell? Brothers, that was absolutely shocking. Did you see that? Every move by Su Chen was so smooth it could be called perfect. The death flame explosion is powerful, but among all the skills Su Chen just used, this one seems to be the least impressive. Explosion. It's art. This is definitely the most perfect PK I've ever seen. Oh my god, I'm stunned for the whole year. After today, the whole country will go crazy over this. I bet by midnight, Su Chen's video will sweep the entire internet. A level 400 veteran mentor? He actually lost. Forced to use the Brilliance of Fire skill? That's not the point. The point is, Su Chen only launched 2 waves of attacks. Do you remember what Luyu said at the beginning? Let Su Chen attack 3 times, and then she would step in to finish off Su Chen? Now it seems utterly ridiculous. Damn it. So flashy, too flashy. Do you know what's the scariest part? Young Master Su has a mount, a skeletal dragon with the bloodline of a golden giant dragon. If that thing comes out, can Luyu withstand even 2 waves? She'd be finished after the first wave. So embarrassing. After today, I estimate Jiangnan University will probably drop out of the national top 100 rankings. A so-called strongest female boss practitioner actually lost to a high school student? Even though it was a practice match similar to a one-on-one PK, a loss is a loss. So arrogant. Is this what youth and recklessness look like? Quick, send me the video we just recorded. I'll put some explosive music to it and upload it to Douyin right away. The school hunk is so handsome, I want to have your babies. The entire school was in an uproar. But The commotion was no less than that of the national strongest ranking event. After all, the strength Su Chen displayed and the visual shock of this PK match were simply off the charts. No one expected that a high school student could defeat Lu Yu, who held the title of a strongest female boss, and it was such a simple and brutal victory. Su Chen didn't even complete 3 waves of attacks before forcing Lu Yu to use her skills. According to the rules, Lu Yu indeed lost. Moreover, it was a crushing defeat. In an instant, the whole school was in an uproar. The few enrollment office mentors accompanying Lu Yu were momentarily stunned, their faces turning green with anger. Because once today's events are exposed, as everyone expected, Jiangnan University would definitely drop out of the national top 100 rankings. It might even fall to a second-tier university. Because of this incident, forget about the national top 100. Even being in 985 or 211 would be a stretch. In this world where everyone is transitioning to new professions, strength is king. The female boss of Jiangnan University's enrollment office is even inferior to a high school student. What qualifications does she have to continue recruiting? Which genius practitioner would want to enroll? One can only say that Lu Yu's actions today have directly ruined the future of a top university. On the other side, beside the ritual square, the mentors who watched Su Chen's PK match were equally wide-eyed in shock. These enrollment office mentors from top universities across the country were also stunned by Su Chen's battle scenes, especially Chen Shuyan from Qingbei University. Her beautiful face had already flushed slightly. She bit her red lips tightly, her eyes revealing a rare daze. Even for a high-level practitioner like her, with hundreds of levels, a slight fear surged in her heart. Su Chen's strength even posed a slight threat to Chen Shuyan, the undead skeleton. Su Chen actually possesses the exclusive skill of a summoner profession? How did he manage that? Chen Shuyan took a deep breath, her charming eyes filled with shock, and after calming her breath slightly, she continued to exclaim, "If I'm not mistaken, the other 2 skills seem to be exclusive boss skills of dragon creatures. This little guy? Is he really just an ordinary high school student? With so many terrifying skills, without a background, it's impossible to even learn these skills, let alone acquire them." Chen Shuyan was taken aback. She gasped for breath again, hoping to calm the shock within her, but no matter what, her whole body still trembled slightly. That is the Ring of Burning, and a skill similar to Undead Dragon Flame. These are indeed exclusive boss skills of the dragon bloodline. Beside Chen Shuyan, an old mage from Kyoto University also looked unsettled, his murky old eyes filled with sharpness. His experience far surpassed that of Chen Shuyan. With just one glance, he saw through the clues. He directly mentioned the skills that Su Chen had just used. How did he do it? Another admissions officer from Kyoto University hurriedly asked, his tone filled with confusion. Boss skill books, such things, even after killing 100 ultimate boss monsters, might not drop a single one. Yet from the information, it seems he has no other background. Could it be that he acquired all these skills purely through his own strength? That's too absurd. The words of this admissions officer piqued the interest of all the instructors. A group of high-level experts, all in their hundreds, couldn't help but frown, falling into deep thought. 2 possibilities. The century-old old man, the mage, spoke again. First, Su Chen has at least an SS-level guild backing him, providing him with a series of items including Death Flame Explosion, Undead Bone Dragon, Forbidden Spells, Death Wings, and so on. This guild has also erased all of Su Chen's information. At least, with our authority as veteran mages, we cannot investigate it at all. On the surface, Su Chen appears to be just an ordinary high school student from Shanghai City, even relying on school scholarships to make a living. Second, Su Chen's profession might require us to reassess. Although it appears to be only epic level on the surface, its actual value far exceeds that of the epic tier. At least at this stage, we can already confirm that Su Chen should have a double experience or triple experience talent. With such a top-tier talent, his leveling speed could allow him to level up dozens of times in such a short period, reaching the second transfer. Moreover, from my old perspective, this little guy should also possess top-notch Beast Mastery or Beast Master talent. Otherwise, how could a mount like the Undead Bone Dragon submit to a high school student? I don't know if you noticed, but this little guy is decked out in golden, dark gold, and even hero-level equipment. From this perspective, it's very likely that Su Chen also possesses an extremely rare weapon talent, easily acquiring high-level equipment? Or perhaps he can enhance the grade of his equipment. The voice of the Kyoto University mage echoed like a spell in the minds of all the instructors. For a moment, these high-level experts, who appeared to be prominent figures in the outside world, fell silent. Indeed, according to the Kyoto mage's implication, Su Chen's background could be terrifying enough to make them wary. At the very least, it was an SS-level guild. And what does such a guild represent? In Kyoto, it is a top-tier level With a single move, it could easily annihilate a coastal small city like Zhonghai. The so-called seven-turn experts are no different from small fry in front of an SS-level guild. Moreover, they had already investigated Su Chen's information before arriving in Zhonghai City. Aside from being handsome, Su Chen seemed to have no significant advantages. In 3 years of high school, he had not displayed any remarkable talents. An ordinary high school student. This means that the guild power behind Su Chen is strong enough to erase all his information in this world. Even the so-called big shots like Chen Shuyan and the seventh-turn professionals have no investigative authority at all. On the surface, Su Chen is just an unknown figure. What kind of existence must this be to have such far-reaching influence? Chen Shuyan took another deep breath, a hint of fear rippling in her gaze. And what is their purpose in doing this? As soon as Chen Shuyan spoke, everyone was taken aback, their eyes turning to the Archmage of Kyoto. Purpose? The elderly Archmage sighed deeply, the last glimmer of sharpness in his murky old eyes gradually dimming. His voice slowly emerged. Perhaps, at levels 4 or 500, one can be considered at the upper echelon of the entire profession world. But for truly top-tier professionals, he continued, it's no different from ants. Their goal is to reach above the 9th turn, to become divine. Divine? Chen Shuyan was momentarily stunned. You mean, true deities? Exactly. The Archmage glanced at Chen Shuyan and then surveyed the other veteran. Professional mentors. He spoke solemnly, above level 1000, upon reclassifying, one becomes what is known as a demigod only. Above demigods are their true deities. The Winter World dungeons we are familiar with. The Elven race, the Angelic race. Those are all hybrid descendants of divine bloodlines, not the true Elven or Angelic divine races. In other words, a Seraph is born as a 9th turn. Each of their reclassifications is a supreme elevation of divinity. Wow, the Archmage's words shocked Chen Shuyan and the other mentors, causing them to gasp in disbelief. It was too insane. Who would have thought that behind this world there existed such terrifying entities? So what? Another mentor from the university admissions office asked curiously. Are you saying that Su Chen? The Archmage shook his head. Those truly top-tier professionals, in order to cultivate their offspring, would not overly pamper them. They wouldn't, like the Kanghan Guild in Zhonghai City, give Haning a large amount of bloodline potions right from the start to hasten her reclassification. Doing so is merely pulling up seedlings to help them grow. True, great beings would throw their offspring into remote towns, forcing them to fight their way up. If they can become a dazzling new star, they would be welcomed back by the family or guild. If they fail, then that piece on the chessboard is abandoned. And Su Chen's current situation is quite similar to that of such a great being's offspring. As soon as the Archmage finished speaking, the veteran professional mentors beside him fell silent. It was deathly quiet. Too insane. Their statuses were all high, revered both in the academy and in the outside world. However, after hearing the Archmage's analysis, they suddenly realized their own insignificance. If Su Chen truly has such a terrifying background, then the ones who should be looking up are not the middle schooler Su Chen, but these mentors. The background behind Su Chen is enough to make them die 1,000 times. So it turns out, he is an existence aiming for divinity. Chen Shuyan swallowed hard. Is this possibility high? The Archmage turned to look at Chen Shuyan. Possibility? I can almost conclude that this little guy must have an earth-shattering force behind him. An SS-level guild might not even be qualified. At least, as far as I know, an SS-level guild cannot cultivate such a monstrous little creature. Moreover, a little monster like Su Chen is just a pawn? How is that possible? The law god of Kyoto has gone to great lengths for a female apprentice. And the potential, talent, and strength that Su Chen is currently displaying might already be on par with that law god's seed. The mage was taken aback by his own thoughts. He hurriedly paused, took a deep breath, and continued to explain. Perhaps the astonishing background behind Su Chen is the legendary 5S level guild. Or, it could be a family as powerful as the 5S. The 5S guild. The only guild in the country. The Holy Light Church. The reputation of this guild is beyond imagination. However, those who know about this guild are all high-level players, at least a few hundred levels. Just to put it simply, any knight from the Holy Light Church could easily destroy an S-level guild. That's the gap. Then, what if Su Chen has no background? What if he has reached his current strength entirely through his own talent or skills? Another admissions officer suddenly asked. No background? The mage shook his head, giving a complex look. If that's the case, then it becomes interesting. If he has no background at all and can reach the same level as the descendants trained by the Holy Light Church purely through talent, do you still think Su Chen can be called a genius? Damn it! It's simply divine. The mage gave an exaggerated exclamation. Instantly, all the instructors, including Chen Shuyan, were left dumbfounded. A silent atmosphere spread once again. No one expected what they thought would be a routine admissions process would lead to such a situation. It seemed they were all wrong. And quite absurdly so. However, a strange emotion flickered in Chen Shuyan's eyes as she quietly glanced at Su Chen and softly sighed. In a voice only she could hear, no matter what, we must recruit this little monster. Perhaps this will be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Qingbei University. At the same time, Zhenghai City No. 1 High School. At this moment, witnessing the PK match between Su Chen and Lu Yu were not only instructors from top academies but also local big shots from Zhenghai City. Han Eng was among them. On the top floor of Building D, Han Eng, dressed in an exquisite golden robe, held a staff, her expression shocked as she looked towards the ritual square. In her cold gaze, disbelief flickered with sharp intensity. How is this possible? He's actually this strong. And that is my skill, the exclusive skill of a necromancer. Han Eng completely broke down. She never expected that the skill she had lost would appear in Su Chen's hands. And the Su Chen she regarded as a small fry was now displaying a level of prowess, especially in terms of damage output, that reached the rank of 100-level professional. Could he be able to steal the skills of professionals? Han Eng took a deep breath, a storm of shock rising within her. This was the first time she felt such profound fear. It could be a coincidence. Beside Han Eng, an old woman draped in a robe, exuding dark elemental energy, slightly narrowed her eyes. Her gaze towards Su Chen was filled with murderous intent. Then, she turned to Han Eng and spoke with utmost respect. Miss Han, the terrifying talent of stealing skills from professionals has only appeared in legends. It is the exclusive divine skill of the creator god Seraphim. That little guy cannot possibly possess such heaven-defying power. The old woman continued to comfort her. It should just be a coincidence. However, he now possesses the ability to kill third transformation professionals. Even those seasoned veterans at levels 70 or 80 could be in danger at the hands of this little guy. If it falls into his hands, Miss Han, you need not blame yourself. The old woman's words slightly moved Han Eng. Ever since Su Chen had ended her in the dungeon last time, Han Eng had been unable to recover. Not only had her level dropped, but her equipment had also been lost. Even her exclusive skills, Necromancer Summon and Legion Aura, had been lost one by one. And now, seeing Su Chen shine so brightly, Han Ying's heart felt as if it were bleeding. She wished she could kill him on the spot. I must kill him. Han Eng gritted her teeth. A hint of ferocity appeared on her beautiful face, mixed with anger and grievance. She snorted lightly and said indignantly, Aunt, next time I see him, you must help me capture him alive. I want to make him lose all his levels. The old woman smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. Don't worry, Miss Han, Aunt will definitely help you. Hearing the response from the dark mage, Han Ying's expression relaxed slightly and she let out a long sigh. However, her gaze remained fixed on Su Chen in the distance, as if she wanted to engrave him in her memory. Zhenghai City No. 1 High School Library Rooftop. What the hell is going on? On the rooftop of the library, a burly young man exclaimed in shock. Su Chen, how can he be this strong? Impossible, absolutely impossible, this must be an illusion. This young man, clad in silver armor, was none other than He Meng, who had recently been defeated by Su Chen, a second-generation member of the Eternal Guild. Uncle, what should I do? He Meng swallowed hard a few times and turned to look at a mage standing behind him. It was a middle-aged man with a harsh appearance and a pair of slanted eyes, wearing an exquisite eternal badge. Chen Fei, the small supervisor who had once recruited Su Chen. He actually has a golden-level weapon, and even wears a hero-level belt. Chen Fei, being a level 100 mage, immediately recognized the luxurious gear Su Chen was wearing. His expression suddenly turned cold. Then, he snorted and said cunningly, what should we do? Of course, we can't let him see the sun tomorrow. Ha! He Meng, the simpleton, looked stunned and confused. Uncle? You mean? Chen Fei glanced back at He Meng and sneered. Golden-level weapon. Hero-level equipment. With so many good things, even if we just get one or two, we'll be rich. He Meng's eyes suddenly lit up. Damn! It's all thanks to you, uncle. But Su Chen even defeated Lu Yu. Hearing this, Chen Fei frowned and, without mercy, slapped He Meng on the head, pretending to be angry as he scolded, simpleton. Do you really think Su Chen, a second transformation, can beat Lu Yu? That's a well-known veteran professional mentor in Jiangnan province. PK matches are always practice matches. Even if Lu Yu casually uses a skill, he could kill Su Chen 100 times. And I, your uncle. Chen Fei suddenly narrowed his eyes, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his gaze as he coldly said, at level 100, do you think I can't handle a mere second transformation? Indeed. In a normal duel, a level 100 could completely crush a second transformation professional. Whether in attributes or the number of skills possessed, it was not just a simple matter of having a few more, it was a qualitative crushing. For a level 100 master, ending a second transformation was no exaggeration to say it was like squashing an ant. It was precisely because of this that Chen Fei had absolute confidence. Damn! He Meng also realized Chen Fei's intention, his eyes revealing a strong sense of madness and excitement. He swallowed hard and hurriedly asked, "Uncle, when do we strike?" "Not in a hurry." Chen Fei smiled. "Today, Su Chen will definitely be admitted to the national top 100 with special consideration. The talent he has shown has surpassed most genius professionals. Even those top second-generation members in Kyoto probably can't compare to his abnormality. Right now, we can't act, we have to wait until he is alone. No matter how strong a professional is, before their level rises, they are just a small shrimp." "Third uncle, can I ask a question?" He Meng's expression suddenly changed. "If Su Chen really..." He Meng made a gesture of cutting his throat and continued, "Then won't the university behind him hold you accountable? You just said that Su Chen would definitely be admitted to the university today and the consequences that would arise." Chen Fei shot He Meng a glance. "You fool!" He knocked He Meng on the forehead again. "Geniuses will naturally be admitted. But what if Su Chen has already fallen to the level of an ordinary person or even a waste?" Chen Fei sneered. "Hiss." He Meng's gaze suddenly turned fearful, looking at Chen Fei with a very strange expression. "Third uncle, are you saying that we should ruin Su Chen? Kill him until his level resets to 0, making Su Chen lose his original great talent, even erasing his profession. With such irreversible damage, the so-called epic profession would also lose its luster. The permanent harm Su Chen suffers cannot be recovered. In that case, those top universities will have to accept this reality. They won't pursue accountability for a waste because it would be meaningless. At least you have some brains." Chen Fei glanced at He Meng again, chuckling softly. "I suppose you're a bit sharp this time. In a world where everyone can change professions, when a professional is killed, although they won't die directly and can be resurrected through a resurrection array, they will still suffer a certain degree of damage. Besides the drop in level, they might lose equipment and their mental attributes could permanently decline. Moreover, if they are killed repeatedly, causing their level to drop to 0, it won't be as simple as leveling up again. Their original profession will also disappear. Simply put, if Su Chen is killed by Chen Fei until he reaches level 0, the epic profession of God of Killing will no longer appear. Su Chen will need to complete the awakening ceremony again. This time, he might not be so lucky to become the God of Killing again. He might even fail the awakening and never become a professional again. "Third uncle, when will we act?" He Meng's expression was excited, wishing Chen Fei would kill Su Chen right now. "Generally speaking," Chen Fei replied, "after the enrollment is completed, Su Chen should stay in Zhonghai City for a while. I've received news that a top-notch dungeon will appear in Zhonghai City soon, a nostalgic server, Undead Canyon. The manager of the Profession Temple, Su Shi, has already recruited Su Chen. At that time, we can act in the dungeon. I don't believe this kid can escape. Even if he has a skeletal dragon mount, so what? It will still be futile." Chen Fei shook his head, seemingly envisioning the scene of Su Chen being finished off by his fireball spell, chuckling contentedly. "All the equipment on him, and that noble-blooded skeletal dragon boss mount, will all be mine. Third uncle, awesome." He Meng took a deep breath, giving Chen Fei a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. "Don't make it public yet." Chen Fei turned to He Meng and instructed, "Keep a low profile until the matter is settled." Chen Fei pointed to the Stormbone spear in Su Chen's hand. "Once I kill him, that weapon will be yours." "Damn it!" He Meng was immediately overjoyed. He hurriedly nodded and bowed to Chen Fei, saying, "Third uncle, from now on, you are my real dad." "Dad, thank you in advance." In the center of the ceremony square, now, the scholarship should multiply several times. Su Chen glanced at Lu Yu, who looked dazed and hadn't yet recovered from the shock, and smiled gently, as if basking in spring sunshine. Then, he turned and walked straight towards Qin Shuyan and the other enrollment office mentors. "Su, young Master Su." Seeing Su Chen approaching, Chen Shishan took a deep breath, his whole body jolting, and his mind instantly became clear. He took small, quick steps and ran to Su Chen's side, his old, murky eyes narrowing slightly as he sincerely asked, "Are you okay? Did you get hurt?" "I'm fine," Su Chen replied, softly with a light smile. "That's good," Chen Shishan said, taking a few deep breaths and finally letting out a sigh of relief. "Su Chen, you truly are accomplished at a young age." A moment of silence followed, broken by the old mage from Kyoto University, who, despite his high position as a top professional mentor, was equally shaken by Su Chen's battle. The old mage swallowed hard, still feeling the aftershocks, and said, "Su Chen, you can indeed demand higher conditions. Even those top second-generation elites from Kyoto pale in comparison to you." "You're too kind, teacher," Su Chen replied calmly, nearly smiling in response to the praise from the centenarian of Kyoto University. "No, it's all heartfelt. The old mage's wrinkled face broke into a kind smile as he continued, Su Chen, to have so many top-tier boss skills at your age and the ability to instantly cast 3 major skills in succession and even possess a top-tier item like the Wings of Death. Just looking at your talent, you could easily outclass those second-generation elites from Kyoto. They all have great masters guiding them, some even at the 8th or 9th transition. Their achievements are understandable, but you, Su Chen, are different. At this point, the old man's words suddenly halted. His murky eyes fixed on Su Chen's, as if trying to discern something. However, after a moment of silence, he gave up. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged. Handsome younger brother. The admissions assessment has been successfully completed. The scholarship you mentioned can certainly be elevated beyond the norm. Seeing the old mage silent, Shen Shuyan immediately took over the conversation, trying to ease the atmosphere. I wonder, handsome younger brother, what kind of admission conditions do you need? Chun Shuyan's words instantly captured the attention of all the mentors, who turned to look at Su Chen, their eyes filled with anticipation and curiosity. Admission conditions, huh? Su Chen pondered for a moment. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. I need a forbidden spell, a piece of hero-level armor, double scholarship, double allowance, and a sufficient number of top-tier boss monster bones. As soon as Su Chen stated his admission conditions, the mentors present were taken aback. Damn! These conditions were extraordinarily high. It was downright shocking. A forbidden spell. While some universities offered such conditions, not all could provide them. And the forbidden spell offered by prestigious universities like Qingbei was ultimately just an entry-level forbidden spell, not very practical, merely an auxiliary spell. It couldn't compare to Su Chen's Black Tide of the Moon at all. As for the second condition, hero-level armor, that was even more outrageous. The value of hero-level weapons is exorbitant, and a simple example makes it clear. In Zhanghai City, the Kanghan Guild is already a top-tier guild, with no rival except for eternity. Yet, even such a top-tier guild doesn't possess a single hero-level weapon. The highest they have is Dark Gold level. Su Chen was only at the second transition, yet his admission condition was for a hero-level weapon. It was indeed unprecedented and somewhat excessive. However, just as everyone was deep in thought, Su Chen spoke again softly, a forbidden spell and a hero-level weapon aren't too much to ask, right? Currently, I am already wearing 2 pieces of hero-level equipment, a belt and a pair of bracers. Su Chen's words made the mentors, including Shen Shuyan, suddenly brighten up. They looked at the 2 pieces of hero-level equipment. The Holy Light Silver Feather bracers and the Death's Forbidden Belt. Heroic-level items can be identified using only silver-level identification techniques. The big shots present could easily assess the attributes of these 2 items. Moreover, Su Chen had also opened the equipment attribute panel at this moment. Wait a minute? Golden Rose Guild? Previously, these mentors had checked the attributes of the Holy Light Silver Feather wrist armor. However, without Su Chen's permission, they could only glimpse its name, rank, and some basic attributes. At this moment, after fully reading the attributes and effects of the Holy Light Silver Feather, a mentor from an old prestigious university in Kyoto was completely stunned. What is your relationship with the Golden Rose Guild, that SS-level guild? The mentor swallowed hard, his eyes filled with terror and a hint of confusion. The reason was simple. Golden Rose. The name of this guild was simply too prominent. At the same time, its status in Kyoto had reached a crucial level. As long as one was in Kyoto, even a mage god would have heard of Golden Rose. For mentors like them, who were at least several hundred levels, their ears must have calluses from hearing about it. Golden Rose consisted entirely of women, each one a top-tier professional expert, with all members' job ranks being at least epic level. It is no exaggeration to say that whenever Golden Rose exposed itself to the public eye, showcasing all its strength, it would definitely be rated at SSS level, or even at the 4S level. Unfortunately, the members of the Golden Rose Guild rarely showed their faces. Every appearance was a nationwide sensation. That female knight who smashed through a heroic-level dungeon and killed a demon boss with an epic-level spear, Yan Ji, made top professionals across the country tremble in fear. Therefore, when they saw the Holy Light Silver Feather equipment, all the mentors were dumbfounded. Su Chen, where did you get this equipment? From a dungeon? The Kyoto mage looked puzzled and asked tentatively. Then he shook his head gently, as if talking to himself. It seems it must have been accidentally dropped by a member of the Rose Guild. I just didn't expect it to appear in the Shallow Bay dungeon. The Kyoto University mage's meaning was clear. Given Su Chen's level, it was impossible for him to have defeated a member of the Rose Guild or to have obtained such a guild-exclusive item from elsewhere. Therefore, there was only one possibility. This heroic-level wrist armor, the Holy Light Silver Feather, was accidentally left behind by a member of the Rose Guild in the Shallow Bay dungeon, and Su Chen just happened to pick it up. However, upon hearing this, Su Chen shook his head and directly denied it. No. This is the joining reward given by the guild leader. After I joined the Golden Rose Guild, Su Chen explained calmly. So that's how it is. The mage nodded, looking enlightened. However, the next moment he suddenly coughed twice and almost choked on his own saliva. What the hell? What did you just say? The mage's pupils contracted and his jaw nearly dropped in shock. Handsome brother, you're not joking, are you? Not just the mage. All the mentors from top universities were stunned at the same time, while Chen Shuyan bit her lip, took a deep breath, and covered her mouth, asking, You said you joined the Golden Rose Guild? When did you join? Yesterday. Su Chen said expressionlessly, choosing not to hide the truth but directly stating the actual situation. Yesterday? As Su Chen's answer came out, all the mentors were dumbfounded. After completing my job change, I received a mandatory entry ticket and the item prompt said I could directly become a member of the Golden Rose Guild without worrying about guild permissions. Su Chen explained lightly to I in front of him. The dozen or so veteran professional deities all stiffened, almost petrified. A forced entry ticket to the guild. Moreover, it's a ticket to the Golden Rose Guild. After hearing Su Chen's words, the eyes of the magic tutor from Kyoto University displayed an unusual expression, as if he had seen a demon. He was completely taken aback. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but the words stuck in his throat and he swallowed them back down. His throat felt dry and he couldn't say anything. Oh my, a forced entry ticket? The blessing of the extraordinary guiding angel. A male tutor who had remained silent took several deep breaths, looking at Su Chen as if he were a monster. He explained in a deep voice, in the world of universal job transitions, every professional gains some form of transition gift when they change jobs. Besides exclusive skill books and equipment, there is another situation, which is the blessing of the extraordinary guiding angel. It can grant items similar to guild entry tickets. However, this is the first time a forced entry into an SS-level guild has occurred. The male tutor looked at Su Chen with a gaze filled with envy and astonishment, staring for a long time before finally letting out a long sigh. A few years ago, a similar situation occurred when a 6th transition professional, after advancing to level 300 in the 7th transition, gained the right to join an S-level guild. However, that time, although he obtained the entry permission, it was directly rejected by the guild leader. And you, however, have been forced to join an SS-level guild? The male tutor's words awakened all the other tutors. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. If I remember correctly, that 6th transition professional also seemed to be of epic level. Chen Shuyan, standing nearby, said with lingering fear, it seems it was because his qualifications met the conditions for the blessing of the extraordinary angel that he received this extra reward. However, that was just a simple entry ticket, not a forced entry. The extra blessing rewards given by the extraordinary guiding angel are judged based on the qualifications of the transitioner. If the qualifications are good, there is a certain probability of obtaining an S-level guild entry ticket. If it's SS level, wouldn't that mean at least a legendary professional? Chen Shuyan swallowed hard, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. And to be forced to join an SS-level guild, perhaps even demigod-level professionals might not be able to obtain it? At this point, Chen Shuyan swallowed the rest of her words. Simply put, according to the rules of the transition temple in this world, a professional of epic level only obtained an S-level guild entry ticket. Therefore, by analogy, a legendary professional would be qualified to receive an SS-level guild entry ticket. To be forced to join, wouldn't that mean qualifications exceeding legendary, reaching the level of demigod? And Su Chen? From the information available, he was merely an epic-level killer profession. The tutors present all furrowed their brows, their expressions extremely complex, their gazes scrutinizing Su Chen as if they wished to see through him. However, after staring for a long time, they still couldn't reach a specific conclusion. There is a possibility. In the end, it was the century-old elder from Kyoto University who spoke. His experience was the richest and he understood secrets far beyond those of the other tutors. Young friend Su Chen's qualifications far exceed the professional level. It is very likely that he is a dual-class professional or perhaps a triple-class professional. It is precisely for this reason that young friend Su was able to transition and obtain a legendary-level talent under the premise of being an epic-level professional. The magic tutor trembled all over, feeling a bit unsteady. In his dim old eyes, a hint of excitement appeared. His gaze towards Su Chen could not remain calm at all. A dual-class professional? When the other tutors heard this, they all froze. Given their status, they naturally knew what dual-class professional represented. That was a terrifying existence with two professions. The advantages of dual professions need not be elaborated. Not only can they perfectly compensate for the shortcomings of a single profession, but the number of skills is also doubled, allowing for both defense and attack simultaneously. The four-dimensional attributes are, in fact, twice or even several times that of an ordinary professional. The benefits brought by dual professions are not simply additive but geometrically cumulative, a qualitative change. No wonder, Chen Shuyan exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise as she covered her mouth and looked deeply at Su Chen again. Dual-born professional? Now it was Su Chen's turn to be a bit confused. Are you saying that the reason I can be granted a mandatory entry ticket to the guild by the Seraphim of the Transmigration Temple is that my qualifications have reached the demigod level while my profession is only epic level? In other words, I have an undeveloped hidden profession? Su Chen asked, his expression puzzled. That's about the gist of it, the sorcerer said, clearing his throat softly. You didn't know? The sorcerer was also taken aback. In his view, the force behind Su Chen was at least an SS-level entity, possibly even the legendary Holy Light Church. However, seeing Su Chen's reaction was quite genuine. For a moment, not only the sorcerer from Kyoto University but also Chen Shuyan and the others furrowed their brows, becoming even more curious about Su Chen's background. What kind of powerful force was it that had let Su Chen roam freely in Zhanghai City from the very beginning? Such a top-tier, genius little monster, and they didn't care at all? Were they not afraid that Su Chen would perish? That would be a significant loss of a promising talent. In the minds of the sorcerer and the others, it was absolutely impossible for Su Chen to have grown to this point purely based on his innate talent. Not to mention how Su Chen tamed the undead bone dragon. Just a single skill book. For the death fire explosion, such a high-level skill book could it not have been given by an established deity? Absolutely impossible. Yet, they provided him with top-tier boss skills but did not teach him some common knowledge about the world of profession. Transitions. They did not offer any extra protection. That was a bit absurd. Something was off. Quite off. Could it be the Kyoto sorcerer suddenly narrowed his pupils, feeling a chill run through him as he instinctively glanced around the entire school. The mental type skill was released. After a moment he retracted the skill. No. To be able to achieve such silence, at least, it must be at the 9th transition. The sorcerer gasped, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest. That's right. He suddenly realized the reason. Perhaps it wasn't that there was no one protecting Su Chen. Rather, there was a top-tier deity powerful enough to look down on all professionals, observing every move of everyone around Su Chen at any time. As for teaching the common knowledge of this world, that suspected 9th transition deity was not worried. The intention seemed to be to let Su Chen explore on his own. This is indeed the style of the Holy Light Church. The Kyoto sorcerer's teeth chattered, his face turning pale, his legs feeling a bit weak from fear. He quickly averted his gaze, took small breaths to calm his strange expression, and finally focused on Su Chen. I really don't know. Su Chen frowned, sizing up the little old man before him. Damn! What kind of expression is this? I'm just a high school student, it's normal not to know. Otherwise, why would I be in university? Ahem, it's nothing. The Kyoto sorcerer coughed a couple of times, almost choking on his saliva again, and hurriedly regained his normal demeanor. He patiently explained, Su, young man, let me explain this to you in detail. Dual professions are quite simple to understand, as the name suggests. It means possessing two professions simultaneously. However, the awakening ceremony can only activate one profession's potential. So, the other one is a hidden profession. Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. Hidden profession, how can its potential be activated? And this second profession, he asked the Kyoto sorcerer curiously, how does its rank compare to the first profession? Is the probability of dual professions appearing high? I'll answer the last question first. The Kyoto mage gently furrowed his brow and continued to explain, the probability of a dual-class profession appearing is very low. In fact, he added, one could say it almost never occurs. If we say that the rarity of an epic-level professional is as precious as a giant panda, then a dual-class professional is an existence that would never appear among a million people. Epic-level professionals are certainly strong. However, professionals of this caliber can be born several times a year, while dual-class, at least to my knowledge, there have only been a few in the entire country over the past 100 years. Su Chen's eyes brightened slightly. So few? Yes. The Kyoto mage nodded in agreement. Of course, it doesn't mean that there are few people with dual professions nationwide. Some top-tier second-generation individuals in Kyoto have also unlocked a second profession. Second profession? Su Chen asked, puzzled. It's somewhat different from a dual-class profession, Chen Shuyan added. Let me put it this way. The Kyoto mage stroked his chin and said solemnly, a dual-class profession is one that is born with two professions. One profession is manifest and appears directly during the awakening ceremony after adulthood, while the other is a hidden profession. The second profession refers to a professional who uses rare items or potions to forcibly unlock a second profession template, but unlike dual-class professionals, their second profession must conform to the framework of the first profession. In other words, the second profession must always assist the main profession. It is impossible for both mage and knight to appear simultaneously. However, dual class can. Dual class professionals can ignore this rule. Su Chen suddenly understood. Under Su Chen's curious gaze, the Kyoto mage took a deep breath and continued. As for how to activate the potential of a hidden profession, it's not difficult, you just need to undergo the awakening ceremony again. As for which has a higher rank, that's not certain. The Kyoto mage fell silent for a moment before changing the subject. However, if it were you, there might be some clues. Su Chen was taken aback. He asked, why? Because you obtained a legendary level talent during your second transition, and the talent rank exceeds the profession rank, which means your second profession is at least legendary. That's a profession on the same level as the god of magic. Wow! In response to the mage's explanation, Su Chen's eyes lit up, slightly stunned. Meanwhile, the mentors from other schools were left utterly dumbfounded in an instant. Petrified. Completely petrified. Shocked to the core. Damn it! They never expected that a hero-level weapon would involve so much. It was only at this moment that these admissions office mentors from the top 100 universities in the country truly realized how insane Su Chen's potential was. Not only was it an epic level profession, but it could even reach legendary level or even higher. And Su Chen's current strength level was no less than that of a level 60 professional in the third transition. Even when facing a 100-level opponent, he had means of self-protection. Otherwise, he wouldn't have one so crazily in the one-on-one PK match against Lu Yu. No problem. Chen Shuyan thought for a moment and spoke up before all the mentors. Handsome little brother, the forbidden spell and hero-level weapon you mentioned, we at Qingbei University can meet this condition. We can definitely make it happen for you. Chen Shuyan narrowed her eyes, gazing deeply at Su Chen. It's just, she swallowed, her fiery red lips trembling slightly. She asked, I just don't know, Su Chen, what do you need the top-tier boss monster bones for? Among the conditions Su Chen proposed, besides the required forbidden spell and hero-level armor, there was also one important item, sufficient boss monster bones. As for the reason, it was naturally related to the legendary level talent god of killing plunder. Su Chen lightly frowned, not directly answering Chen Shuyan, but instead fell into deep thought. He did not intend to expose this matter. Whether it was his strength or the boss skills he possessed, there was no need to hide them. He could display them openly. However, this plundering talent did not need to be revealed. Exposing it would bring him no benefits at all. On the contrary, it would only lead to unnecessary trouble. Of course, the more important reason was that Chen Shuyan and the others were too low in rank. Even if he were to expose it voluntarily, Su Chen would only show it to stronger experts to gain the attention of top-tier veterans. As for Chen Shuyan and these admissions office mentors, they currently lack the ability to protect Su Chen. Speaking out would only increase his chances of premature demise. After all, in Zhanghai City, many eyes were watching him. Useful. Su Chen pondered for a moment and decisively replied. I just need the bones of a recently defeated boss monster. The higher the level, the better. You can take them back after a day or two at most. As for the reason, not at liberty to say. I just want to study some small gadgets, Su Chen casually deflected. However, when these mentors heard it, they sensed a different meaning. Wasn't he asking for materials from the boss monster? Just borrowing them for a few days before returning them. Damn! What kind of operation was this? Alchemist talent. Or perhaps an alchemist. Chen Shuyan narrowed her eyes, feeling a chill. Su Chen's actions were indeed too strange. However, the more this was the case, the more she felt that there must be an astonishing background behind Su Chen. And Su Chen himself must have a trump card that could stir up a storm. Or, just as they had speculated before, the strength Su Chen displayed now was merely the tip of the iceberg. This condition, our Qingbei University can meet it. Chen Shuyan gritted her teeth and decisively agreed, her gaze softening, filled with determination as she looked at Su Chen. If one had to say, among the mentors, Chen Shuyan held the highest position in the school. Not only was she an admissions office mentor, but she was also the granddaughter of the current vice president of Qingbei University. It was precisely because of this that she could make decisions for Qingbei University without restraint, directly offering Su Chen such generous admission conditions. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's expression brightened. But Chen Shuyan spoke again. Moreover, the scholarship and stipend will be tripled on the original basis. And for skill books, basic potions, consumables, and other resources, whatever you need, we will do our best to provide. Chen Shuyan paused for a moment, thought sincerely, and looked at Su Chen, saying, if the school does not provide it, I guarantee I will do my utmost to obtain it for you. As long as you need it, I will fulfill your request. As soon as these words were spoken, all the mentors present were taken aback. Damn! This woman is too crazy. A threefold scholarship could only be offered by the daughter of the vice president. The other mentors were merely there to make a living, and to put it bluntly, they were just following orders from above. The original conditions were already the limit. How could they possibly double it again? And the hero-level weapons Su Chen mentioned were even less realistic. It was basically impossible to achieve. Alright. Su Chen glanced at the expressions of the other mentors and confirmed that the school was indeed Qingbei University. Whether in terms of qualifications or faculty, it was one of the strongest among the top 100 in the country. Although it was slightly weaker than Kyoto University, the number one university on the surface, this did not affect Su Chen's admission. The conditions offered were generous enough. With hero-level armor already included, what more could he want? Moreover, Su Chen squinted slightly, assessing Chen Shuyan's graceful figure. Her naturally noble aura was comparable to Lu Mei's enchanting physique, yet the two exuded entirely different qualities. Of course, it wasn't a matter of which was better or worse, each had its own merits. Having such an exquisite beauty as a mentor seemed quite appealing. I really do need a top-tier boss skeleton. Su Chen didn't directly agree to Chen Shuyan but emphasized the boss monster instead. There was no other way. This was his heart's desire. If he could have a top-notch level 100 boss, he wouldn't need to venture into any dungeons. As long as his experience points were sufficient, he could directly plunder exclusive skills from the level 100 boss. This way, he could quickly amass a full set of top-tier skills. Although Su Chen's current strength was already quite good, he knew better than anyone that the highest tier skills he possessed were merely at the golden level. He had none at the dark gold, hero, or epic levels, let alone those above epic, legendary, or demigod levels. Just thinking about it made him a bit excited. That's not a problem, Chen Shuyan replied. I'll speak to the executive department of Qingbei University and ensure that once we obtain the high-level biological skeleton, it will be provided to you first. Rest assured, what I say, I will definitely deliver. Chen Shuyan gave Su Chen a smile that felt like a warm spring breeze, momentarily leaving him a bit dazed. Good. Without much hesitation, Su Chen nodded and made a decisive choice. Then I've made my decision. I choose Qingbei University. As soon as the words fell, apart from Chen Shuyan, the expressions of the other mentors changed dramatically, their reactions quite remarkable. Then congratulations, young Master Su. The faces of everyone turned sour, even the old mage from Kyoto could only manage a wry smile before finally congratulating Su Chen. Qingbei University is one of the earliest established top vocational universities in the country. Getting into such a school is indeed a good choice. Here is my business card. If you need anything in the future, young Master Su can contact me. The Kyoto mage handed over his business card, a finely crafted badge. With this century-old old man taking the lead, the other mentors from the admissions office also presented Su Chen with their badges one by one. These badges were actually a type of small magical array capable of directly teleporting Su Chen to the side of these mentors. Of course, they could also allow the mentors to appear before Su Chen in an instant. Each badge was quite valuable. For an ordinary university student, it was practically a divine artifact, because if faced with an insurmountable danger, being able to summon a mentor from the admissions office at a few hundred levels was certainly a means of survival. However, such things were rare and hard to come by. Individuals like the Kyoto mage would not casually hand out business cards unless the person was truly noteworthy. Thank you, teachers, Su Chen said with a hint of joy. His high school Chinese textbook had naturally provided a detailed introduction to such business cards. He also understood the worth of the dozen or so badges in his hand. If he were to auction them at the trading post, they would likely fetch an astonishing price. At the very least, the Eternal Guild and the Kanghun Guild would pay a hefty sum for these cards. After all, being able to befriend so many big shots at level 400 was worth any amount of money. Then we won't disturb you any longer. Seeing that Su Chen had chosen his desired school, the Kyoto mage spoke first. There are still matters to attend to at the school, so we will take our leave. He then glanced at Chen Shishan. Principal Chen, you are truly fortunate to have a student like young Master Su. This is a milestone for the vocational feast. Chen Shishan hurriedly bowed in response, bowing to the magic tutor from Kyoto. He excitedly said, No, Su Xiao's achievements today are all due to his own talent and hard work. As the principal, I'm just a supporting function. Chen Shishan felt a wave of embarrassment. Damn it! Who would dare to take credit at a time like this? Whether it's Su Chen, Chen Shuyan, or this magic tutor from Kyoto, who among them isn't of a higher status than him? Among a bunch of big shots, it seemed like only Chen Shishan was a small fry. Although Su Chen was a second transition, he was still a solid young figure, destined to become a dazzling new star. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the tutor team led by the Kyoto magic tutor all left the school one by one. Level 400 professionals. While they were much weaker compared to those top-tier gods, were still strategic-level weapons in the context of the entire country. Naturally, their schedules were packed. After resolving Su Chen's matters, they would head to other cities, busy with tedious work. Of course, there were still 2 tutors who hadn't left, Chen Shuyan and Lu Yu. Handsome little brother, when are you planning to go to school? Chen Shuyan leaned slightly forward, smiling as she asked. To Qingbei University? Yes. Isn't the National College entrance examination still some time away? Su Chen asked, somewhat confused. Chen Shuyan explained, the National Unified College entrance examination is for regular examinees, while special recruits like you will enter the school early. You have a special new student assessment trial. Of course, those top second-generation students from Kyoto will also participate. Chen Shuyan's perfect figure was fully visible to Su Chen. However, at that moment, Su Chen didn't pay attention to that and instead frowned slightly. The second generation from Kyoto? What level are most of them at now? Su Chen asked curiously. But Chen Shuyan didn't answer. Instead, she frowned slightly, her expression complex as she said, Are you sure you want to know? Is there a problem? Su Chen was confused by Chen Shuyan's demeanor and blurted out, Are their levels very high? Chen Shuyan took a deep breath before looking at Su Chen, answering with a hint of amusement, Very high. And high enough that you can't even imagine. But you don't need to worry too much about this, because your talent is definitely not inferior to theirs. Indeed, in Chen Shuyan's eyes, Su Chen's potential was already on par with the magic god seeds of Kyoto, absolutely not just ordinary epic level, but reaching legendary level, even the level of demigods in legends. Even though Su Chen's current level was still very low, merely a second transition professional, given time, he would surely become a big shot at the top of the pyramid. Therefore, Chen Shuyan was not worried about Su Chen. Tell me, I'm a bit curious. Su Chen looked directly at Chen Shuyan, speaking firmly. Are you sure? Sure. Among the special recruits in your cohort, the highest level among those second-generation students from Kyoto has already reached over level 200. Chen Shuyan calmly stated this. But Su Chen was suddenly taken aback. What the hell? Over level 200? Is that even human? Put. Seeing Su Chen's reaction, Chen Shuyan accidentally laughed, glancing at him playfully. Amused, she said. What's wrong? Scared? Su Chen rolled his eyes at Chen Shuyan. What's there to be afraid of? Just over level 200. Cough. Cough. Though he said that, a hint of shock surged in Su Chen's heart. He truly didn't expect that these second-generation students from Kyoto were so insane, with the highest level already reaching over 200, which was the standard of top professionals in Zhenghai City, yet in Kyoto, they were just high school students? With this thought, Su Chen's gaze dimmed slightly. However, he quickly regained his composure. With the killer profession, plundering talent, and a host of trump cards, his future won't be any worse than these so-called second-generation kids. It's just a matter of time. Alright, handsome little brother, I'm not teasing you anymore. Chen Shuyan smiled gently, covering her mouth as she laughed. Although their levels are high, their professional ranks aren't that impressive. The strongest among them is just a legendary level. Moreover, these second-generation kids completed their awakening ceremony at a young age, relying entirely on the power of their family behind them to achieve their current status, which is quite different from you. If we must say, your qualifications are even more dazzling, handsome little brother. Su Chen swallowed hard. They changed jobs at such a young age? Damn. Su Chen felt a wave of embarrassment. Having a background is indeed advantageous. He only got a chance to change jobs when he reached adulthood. Meanwhile, these second-generation kids became noble professionals at a young age, accumulating experience over the years. Their levels naturally wouldn't be low. Of course, aside from levels, Su Chen also believed that the strength of these second-generation kids in Kyoto far exceeded his own level. Not to mention, he had seen Han Ying, a level 40 necromancer, could contend with seasoned professionals at levels 50 or 60. If Han Ying's health hadn't already reached a critical point, Su Chen wouldn't have been able to achieve the kill in one go. He even casually intercepted the undead bone dragon mount. I still need to hurry and level up, Su Chen thought to himself. Otherwise, when I go to Qingbei University, I might not even pass the freshman trial assessment. With this in mind, Su Chen asked Chen Shuyan, Teacher Chen, is there a time limit for going to school? I can go in a while. It wasn't that Su Chen was afraid of the freshman trial. It was because Su Shi had already scheduled him to go to the nostalgic server dungeon, Undead Canyon. This time, Su Chen could also level up a bit more. If he could complete the third job change and reach level 60 before going to school, perhaps he wouldn't end up at the bottom of the freshman trial assessment. Otherwise, starting school at the bottom would be quite embarrassing. You can go later. The special enrollment freshman trial competition is in a month. As long as you get to school before next month, there won't be any problem. Chen Shuyan replied. Then, she leaned closer to Su Chen, their distance suddenly much shorter. Don't call me Teacher Chen, it sounds so awkward. Call me sister. Chen Shuyan looked into Su Chen's eyes, her beautiful face. Flawless, her dewy skin as smooth as a freshly peeled egg. Su Chen's expression shifted slightly. Okay, Sister Chen. Good. Chun. Shuyan smiled brightly, looking exceptionally radiant. Then during this time, I'll stay in Zhenghai City with you. Ha? Su. Chen was taken aback. Aren't you going to other cities? Generally speaking, someone of Chen Shuyan's caliber would have too many matters to handle. Otherwise, the magic tutors from Kyoto wouldn't have left in such a hurry. It was unexpected for Su Chen that Chen Shuyan would spend a month in Zhenghai City with him. It's fine. Chen Shuyan shrugged casually, smiling. Is there anything more important than you, handsome little brother? Bringing you smoothly to Qingbei University is the real business. The vice principal's granddaughter is indeed quite free. Su Chen chuckled. A ruthless jab. What did you say? Chen Shuyan widened her beautiful eyes, pretending to be angry as she looked at Su Chen. Ahem. Slip of the tongue. Su Chen smiled lightly. But it was true. If it weren't for the vice principal's granddaughter status, Chen Shuyan would probably be quite busy now. However, what surprised Su Chen was that Chen Shuyan, at least in her 30s, looked quite good when she got angry. Of course, professionals generally looked younger, and it was hard to tell their actual age. Just by looks, Chen Shuyan seemed to be in her early 20s. Young man, your strength is indeed impressive, but unfortunately, that's just how it is. Next time I see you, I won't hold back. Just as Su Chen was enjoying a pleasant conversation with Aunt Chen Shuyan, an unusual voice came from behind. Turning around, he saw a middle-aged woman with a plump figure and an ugly appearance. Lu Yu. Unlike Chen Shuyan's noble and elegant looks, Lu Yu was almost the complete opposite. Both her personality and appearance made Su Chen feel a hint of disgust. That's just how it is. Faced with Lu Yu's sarcastic tone, Su Chen didn't bother to give her a good face and retorted directly. Then why didn't you win? In a one-on-one PK, I completely crushed you in 2 out of 3 rounds. Su Chen said expressionlessly, his tone icy. Although Lu Yu would definitely not have the advantage in such a PK match, the fact remained that a level 400 against a second transformation professional meant that losing was losing, no matter how you looked at it. Su Chen's words made Lu Yu's face darken, nearly causing her to spit blood in anger. Fine, very fine. Lu Yu took a deep breath, her disheveled appearance looking even more pitiful. She didn't say another word to Su Chen and turned to leave the school. However, before she left, she shot a glance at Su Chen, her eyes filled with endless killing intent. Looks like you've completely offended mentor Lu Yu this time. After Lu Yu left, Chen Shuyan crossed her arms in front of her, narrowing her eyes as she looked at Su Chen. With a playful tone, she said, but it's okay, Qingbei University is your strongest backing. Just when you go to dungeons alone in the future, be a bit more careful. Lu Yu, although she is known as the #1 female big shot of Jiangnan University and her strength is undeniable, from what I know, her personality is quite cunning, with plenty of schemes. It's best to be cautious when being targeted by such a ruthless character. Su Chen nodded. I know that. Lu Yu's personality was somewhat similar to Chen Fei's, both belonging to the proud and arrogant older generation of professionals. What they loved most was suppressing the younger generation. Not only that, but such people also cared a lot about their face. In front of so many admissions office mentors, Su Chen won the one-on-one PK against Lu Yu, and with her personality, she definitely wouldn't let it go easily. After all, these prominent figures valued their reputation the most. Of course, if given another chance, Su Chen would still choose to PK without hesitation, not because he didn't understand the ways of the world, but because facing someone like Lu Yu, one should show the youthful arrogance that belongs to the young. One should not be timid in their youth. Moreover, after completing this round, Su Chen also obtained a hero-level bloodline potion, and just based on that, having a falling out with Lu Yu wouldn't be a big deal. The bloodline potion was indeed enticing. What are your plans next? Chen Shuyan leaned in a bit closer and asked Su Chen. Since Su Chen decided to stay in Zhenghai City for another month, he must have things to do, so Chen Shuyan asked directly. 2 things. Su Chen didn't hide anything and decisively said, the first thing is that I need to purchase a large amount of supplies and an alchemy array to nurture the petties that is about to be born, which is a dark gold level bloodline radiant unicorn. It will hatch in a couple of days, so I need to prepare the nutrients quickly. The second thing, the manager of the Transcendence Temple stationed in Zhenghai City, Sushi, has scheduled a dungeon team-up with me for the nostalgic version dungeon, the Undead Canyon. I might need to go there and level up a bit to achieve an excellent result in the freshman trial assessment at Qingbei University. Su Chen said thoughtfully, then looked at Chen Shuyan, who was staring at him in shock. In fact, there was one more thing he didn't mention, which was the passage permit to the Undead Dragon Tomb. After coming out of the Shallow Bay dungeon, Su Chen had been busy and hadn't had time to bind his identity and head to the undead dragon tomb, since the status of those top-tier second-generation elites in Kyoto is so much higher than his own. If he wants to avoid coming in last in the new student trial assessment, he at least needs to visit the dragon tomb once. Who knows, he might uncover some top-notch equipment which would allow Su Chen to elevate his strength to another level. However, the value of an epic level pass is exorbitantly high, even surpassing that of a hero level weapon. Therefore, Su Chen kept this to himself. The key point is that telling Chen Shuyan would be meaningless. Of course, aside from this, there was another matter. Naturally, it was about his date with Lu Mei. The monster materials and alchemical equipment that Su Chen had hoarded seemed to be quite a lot, and their total value had reached an astronomical figure. He still needed to sell off all the resources in his hands as soon as possible to use them to enhance his mountain pets, which would also facilitate the improvement of his own strength. Wait, you actually have a dark gold bloodline. Bright unicorn. Chen Shuyan was stunned, her tone carrying a hint of a sob, her eyes filled with shock. Although, in a sense, Chen Shuyan could also be considered a second-generation elite from Kyoto, a proper female big shot, with her family elders being renowned mentors from Qingbei University and her grandfather even being the vice president of Qingbei. However, Su Chen's background once again shocked Chen Shuyan. A golden dragon wasn't enough. There was actually a unicorn too? Damn it. Such a noble-blooded pet is not something one can just obtain. Even those second-generation elites in Kyoto, with their frighteningly thick family backgrounds, find it hard to locate a hybrid unicorn, let alone Su Chen's being a bright unicorn, which could be considered a next-generation breed. Aha! Su Chen met Chen Shuyan's gaze directly, smiling faintly. I also obtained it from the Shallow Bay instance. Su Chen casually found an excuse to deflect. He couldn't just reveal the divine level choice reward, could he? Even if he did, Chen Shuyan would never believe it and would only spiral into even crazier assumptions. Shallow Bay? That silver instance? Chen Shuyan glanced at Su Chen, her mouth slightly agape. Exaggerated enough to fit a duck egg. That's right. If I get the chance, I want to check out that silver instance too. Chen Shuyan sighed softly, murmuring, well, you might not have such good luck. Su Chen responded with a hint of amusement. Indeed, even if Chen Shuyan were to charge through the entire Shallow Bay instance, it would be impossible for her to find another dark gold pet egg, because this thing doesn't belong to the silver instance at all. It comes from a higher dimension. Or rather, it is related to the creator god, the Seraph. Maybe I'll give it a try after some time. Chen Shuyan pondered for a moment, then smiled lightly. However, I do have the resources you need. Chen Shuyan slightly furrowed her brow and explained. There's an S-level guild in Jiangnan province that I have a good relationship with. Their guild auction house has a large number of pet formation arrays, and the materials needed to cultivate pets, enough to keep your little unicorn well fed. Great, then I'll trouble Sister Chen. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Not a problem. The head of that guild owes me a favor, so it won't take more than 2 or 3 days to prepare the resources for you, and then they'll be airlifted to Zhonghai City. Chen Shuyan smiled sweetly, her bright smile accentuated her already noble aura, making her even more charming. Su Chen felt a slight daze. As for the undead canyon, Chen Shuyan paused, thought for a moment, then continued, this instance will open up in a while. Not only Zhonghai City, but many casual players from Kyoto have also received the news. Once the instance opens, a large number of veteran professional players should flood in, and it will likely be a bloody battle. A hellish battlefield. Su Chen frowned and echoed. Exactly. Chen Shuyan analyzed. Although this nostalgic dungeon is rated only as gold level, its actual strength has reached dark gold level, even hero level. Just like the Shallow Bay dungeon, a silver dungeon, under normal circumstances, can drop a small amount of gold-level weapons, which is already considered top-notch. But you obtained a massive amount of top-tier equipment from the dungeon. Even the bright unicorn and the undead bone dragon mounts, these top-tier creatures were all acquired. The actual strength of the Shallow Bay dungeon should also be at the gold or dark gold level. Su Chen nodded, agreeing with Chen Shuyan's words. The actual strength of a dungeon depends on the ultimate boss monster. Many hidden mechanisms, if not developed, indeed only reflect a silver level. However, once an ultimate boss like the undead bone dragon appears, the strength of the Shallow Bay dungeon skyrockets to gold, even dark gold level. This is quite normal. At that time, I'll accompany you to the undead canyon dungeon, Chen Shuyan said after a moment of contemplation. Su Chen was taken aback. Accompany me? Su Chen was momentarily stunned. This time, the city of Zhonghai had expended a great deal of energy and funds for the Undead Canyon dungeon, even mobilizing the Zhanghai Alliance. Yet, even so, the overall level of the hunting team was not very strong. At least, in front of Chen Shuyan, a level 407 turn expert, they were merely a small team. If Chen Shuyan took action, it was likely that the Zhanghai alliance wouldn't gain much. Yes, I'll accompany you, but I won't participate in the boss hunting of the dungeon, Chen Shuyan explained. The National Practitioners Association has set rules that generally, exclusive dungeons in each city will not be open to outsiders. If practitioners from other provinces want to cross cities to enter a dungeon, they need to sign a series of complex procedures. In other words, practitioners from Kyoto wanting to go to the Undead Canyon dungeon need to go through a review, and high-level practitioners, once they reach level 300, that is, above 7 turns, generally cannot enter gold-level dungeons, which restricts their professional level. Chen Shuyan's words surprised Su Chen. He hadn't expected such rules to exist in the world of universal job changes. This is to allow lower-level practitioners to develop better. It's also a form of ecological protection, a new mechanism, Chen Shuyan noticed. The confusion in Su Chen's eyes smiled lightly and continued, if seasoned experts at levels 4 or 500 disregard all rules and flood into gold dungeons, then where would lower-level practitioners have room to grow? The ecological development would be directly destroyed. So, the National Practitioners Association established this rule many years ago. Of course, casual practitioners can choose not to follow it. They also won't receive protection from the National Practitioners Association. They do not enjoy the rights of citizens and nobles. If it's overseas, or rather, if they leave the country in some wilderness dungeons, those places are considered unowned, and there are no rules. Practitioners of any rank can enter freely. Chen Shuyan said casually. Su Chen couldn't help but gasp. Without rules, there are no restrictions. It's hard to imagine how dangerous the situations in those wilderness dungeons could be. Perhaps a 2-turn practitioner, once stepping into such a place, would be killed by high-level veterans. All their equipment and weapons would be plundered. Even death would become a luxury. It seems this world is still somewhat different from what I imagined. Su Chen sighed deeply and said softly. Indeed, whether in his past life or in this world of universal job changes, there is a despairing rule: the weak are prey to the strong. If one does not want to become someone else's prey, they must have solid strength. Level up as quickly as possible. Su Chen frowned slightly, pondering to himself that this was not the first time he had felt a sense of threat and urgency. Although epic-level professions were powerful and the killing god plundering talent was extremely perverse, he still seemed too weak in the face of those true big shots. If he did not speed up his progress, even the most dazzling genius would eventually fall. Sister Chen, do you have the detailed information on the Undead Canyon dungeon? Su Chen asked after a moment of contemplation. Yes, I'll send it to you shortly, Chen Shuyan replied decisively. Okay. Su Chen took a deep breath. I have a few things to attend to, so let's meet in a couple of days. Sure. Chen Shuyan smiled charmingly, a hint of a smile lingering in her beautiful eyes. I'll be in Zhanghai City during this time. Keep this safe, and if you encounter any problems, just find me. Chen Shuyan handed Su Chen a very exquisite badge. This was not an ordinary business card, but rather a kind of item that could summon Chen Shuyan multiple times, allowing her to appear directly by his side. Su Chen nodded, looking at Chen Shuyan with gratitude, and gently bowed, saying, Thank you. No problem. Chen Shuyan smiled sweetly. It's already an honor for our Qingbei University to have such a handsome brother like you. After all, among so many universities, you chose us in the end. Su Chen smiled without speaking. Principal Chen, I'll take my leave now. Su Chen glanced back at Chen Shishan, who was now so excited that he looked like he might collapse. Even now, he had not recovered from the shock. After all, Su Chen was simply too monstrous, having created so many miracles one after another. Even now, Chen Shishan felt that everything that had just happened was a dream. After all, who would believe that a second transformation professional could so simply and brutally take down a level 400 master? But the facts were right in front of him. Alright, young Master Su. Be careful on your way. Chen Shishan swallowed hard, his heart still racing, and spoke with a level of respect that was quite sincere. This respect came from the heart, unrelated to status or position. Su Chen's courage and madness had completely conquered Chen Shishan. To put it another way, Su Chen might now possess the strength to take down Chen Shishan himself. This was not just a one-on-one practice match, but a real kill. Not to mention, the undead Bone Dragon boss had the power to confront Chen Shishan, and it seemed that Su Chen's trump cards were not limited to that. After a brief exchange with Principal Chen and Mentor Chen Shuyan, Su Chen did not linger and left the school directly, going home. After leaving the first high school, Su Chen took a taxi heading home. Sitting in the back seat, he gently pressed his temples, murmuring wearily, that was really thrilling. Although he maintained a calm demeanor in front of Chen Shuyan and the others, only he knew how he truly felt. At this moment, he was starting to feel overwhelmed. Lu Yu was, after all, a seasoned professional master, and even though their confrontation lasted only a few minutes it had kept Su Chen's mental state on edge. It was not until he won the PK match at the last moment that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now, all Su Chen wanted was to go home and get a good night's sleep. Lu Mei. In the back of the taxi, Su Chen slightly furrowed his brow and whispered to himself, Lu Mei's date. He certainly had not forgotten about this black silk priestess. He still needed to rely on Lu Mei to sell all the monster materials and alchemical equipment he had. Furthermore, Lu Mei's background was not bad either. From the description of the God-level choice plot, it seemed that she was also backed by an S-level guild in Kyoto. I'll talk about it tomorrow. With that thought, Su Chen pressed his temples again. The undead dragon tomb also needs to be put on the agenda. It can't be delayed any longer. He had not yet used the dragon tomb pass. He planned to visit the dragon tomb once before heading to Qingbei University. Who knows? There might be some unexpected discoveries in the dragon tomb. At the same time, at Zhanghai City No. 1 High School, after Su Chen left, Chen Shuyan didn't linger at school either. She greeted that old rascal Chen Shishan and then left directly. As a renowned mentor from the admissions office of Qingbei University and the granddaughter of the vice president, Chen Shuyan's status in Zhanghai City was like a dimensional strike, walking through the entire city without anyone knowing where she went. And Chen Shishan? He watched Chen Shuyan's figure until this renowned mentor completely disappeared from view before retracting his gaze. Then, he let out a long breath. Damn it! Gorgeous! A freakishly powerful little monster. Chen Shishan suddenly took a deep breath, his whole body shuddering, unable to recover from the shock he just experienced for a long time. There was no way around it. The level of Su Chen's abnormality was enough to blow Chen Shishan away. After decades in the profession, he had never seen such a prodigious student. Not to mention strength and talent. Just Su Chen's wildness and confidence were enough to impress Chen Shishan, making him admire him deeply. Damn it, with this wave, Chen Shishan, should at least be among the top 10 principals in the country? Chen Shishan swallowed hard, feeling elated. Maybe I could even earn a Lifetime Achievement Award as a principal. I wonder if the National Practitioners Association will reward me with a dark gold level weapon. At this thought, Chen Shishan couldn't help but squint slightly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his murky old eyes. Students, our Zhanghai City No. 1 High School has produced a dragon. Congratulations to student Su Chen for successfully completing the admissions assessment, defeating the level 400 practitioner mentor Lu. At the same time, he has also been admitted to Qingbei University. I hope the senior students can learn from Su Chen and strive to achieve excellent results in the upcoming National Unified College Entrance Examination, making our Zhanghai City No. 1 High School famous nationwide. Chen Shishan took a deep breath, turned to the entire ceremony square, and addressed all the teachers and students. As soon as he spoke, it immediately sparked cheers from the entire school. At the same time, thunderous applause erupted. Even Chen Shishan, this 100-level big shot, was shocked to the core. These students had never seen anything like this. They were already stunned by Su Chen. Their worldview had completely shattered. And now, with Chen Shishan's words finished, everyone's emotions were elevated to a peak. Seeing this scene, Chen Shishan nodded in satisfaction and continued, starting today, to celebrate Su Chen's outstanding achievement, all teachers and students of our No. 1 high school will have a 3-day holiday. A holiday? In an instant, the whole school erupted again. What the hell? Is it really that comfortable? 3 days off. Damn it, Su Chen is forever a god. Brothers, let's go dungeon diving together tonight. I know a succubus dungeon that's a blast. My husband is amazing. Did you see that? 1 wave and I get 3 days off. What's that? You don't know? I've been on holiday for a year. You know why? Humph. Our husband Su Chen made me pregnant for 10 months. Where did you pop out from, you shameless little brat? When did our school hunk become your husband? Put. Su Xiao would look at you? Seriously delusional. I'll tell you the truth. A real man like Su Xiao might just like someone like me. A real man conquers men. What the hell? Enough already. Don't lead the rhythm astray. Su Shen is our rising star in Zhanghai City. Next year, Zhanghai's tourism industry will rely on the big shot Su Chen. If anyone messes up Su Shen's affairs, they'll be going against the Zhanghai City Practitioners Association. But to be fair, Su Xiao is indeed fierce. I heard the sorcerer from Kyoto say that Su Xiao's current level seems to be comparable to those top-tier second-generation elites in Kyoto. Do you think Su Xiao might be a young master from some prestigious family who has fallen to Zhanghai? Damn. No way. A top young master in Zhanghai City? That sounds a bit interesting. I envy Su Shen's life so much. He's handsome, talented, and so powerful. Even my goddess is about to chase after Su Shen. A stir swept through the entire school. Everyone was discussing Su Chen. Amidst the uproar, Chen Shishan left the school. He is so dazzling. In the midst of the school's celebration at a corner near the library, Su Qingya said in a daze, I originally thought there was a gap between us. Although Su Chen has excellent external conditions, he hasn't shown any professional qualities during these years in high school. Only now do I realize I was wrong. There is indeed a gap between us. It's just that I am far inferior to him. The current Su Chen is so dazzling. Like a bright moon, already in existence I can never catch up to. Su Qingya's voice was slightly lonely, spoken in a whisper that only she could hear. However, beside her, Lu Xinran also sighed, no longer teasing her best friend, but instead patted her shoulder and comforted her. It's okay, babe. Think of it from another angle. Your man is very outstanding. Ha! Su Qingya was taken aback, then her cheeks flushed. In a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, she said, no way. I haven't even had a proper introduction with him. Don't worry. Lu Xinran gave Su Qingya a knowing look and said proudly, with me around, I will definitely help you win over Su Shen. The school hunk and the school beauty, what a great combination. You two together would definitely be a match made in heaven. Lu Xinran cupped Su Qingya's face, squinting her eyes in appreciation. You're so beautiful, with a face like that. If I were a man, I would have lost my mind long ago. Be confident in yourself, there's nothing wrong with that. Really? Su Qingya's beautiful eyes brightened slightly as she asked expectantly. Don't worry. Lu Xinran continued to reassure her, you are the cool school beauty. With your figure and looks, you're definitely a top-tier goddess. With such a stunning beauty. Pursuing him, which man could resist? Unless Su Shen isn't interested. Su Qingya's cheeks flushed again and she gently lowered her head. What are you talking about? He. Lu Xinran smiled mischievously. I have a plan. Make it happen. Then it will be done. Su Qingya was taken aback, completely confused. What do you mean? Lu Xinran squinted her eyes again and whispered with a smile, you just do this. After hearing her best friend's whispered words, Su Qingya was shocked, her small hands clenched into fists and her legs felt weak. No way. That would be too. Su Qingya's face showed rejection, almost to the point of tears. Then what should we do? Lu Xinran rolled her eyes, exasperated. Have you thought about how many women are around Su Shen? Now. Each one is a top beauty. If you don't take the initiative now, I estimate that after a while you won't even get a glance from anyone, babe. There are plenty of beauties in Kyoto. Just think about it. All right. After a moment of silence, Su Qingya could only nod lightly. Her face flushed as she responded. Then, she fell silent. It made sense. Su Qingya had always had a cool personality, maintaining a jade-like demeanor in front of others. How could she possibly do what Lu Xinran suggested and pursue Su Chen? Even use some little tricks. Make it happen. Such a thing completely shattered Su Qingya, the school beauty who had never been in love. However, after witnessing Su Chen's one-on-one PK match today, the seed of her hidden crush blossomed completely. She was certain of her feelings. She had already fallen for Su Chen. If what Lu Xinran said was true, if she didn't make a move, soon Su Chen would run off with another woman. Wouldn't that be devastating? Then I'll go in a while. Su Qingya swallowed hard, her beautiful face gaining a touch of the charm that belonged to a mature woman. She was as tempting as a peach. Okay, Lu Xinran nodded and said, but you need to hurry. I heard that the special recruits of Qingbei University will start their freshman trials in a month. If you miss the time, Su Chen might go straight to Kyoto, and who knows when you'll have the chance to meet again. Understood. Su Qingya sighed deeply, feeling an immense inner turmoil. Meanwhile, on the other side, beside the library, a young man clenched his fists tightly, his teeth gritted in anger. This young man could also be considered a genius. However, compared to Su Chen, he paled in comparison. He was the genius practitioner from Zhonghai No. 1 High School, the Paladin. Long Chen. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? Su Qingya. Is it that your eyes only see Su Chen? Long Chen took a deep breath, the anger in his eyes nearly bursting into flames. His gaze remained fixed on Su Qingya, never leaving, but the more he peered, the more it troubled him. Because even a fool could see Su Qingya's feelings for Su Chen. She was clearly a lovesick girl, her heart racing like a fawn. And what about him, Long Chen? He could only watch Su Qingya from afar. His goddess was someone else's devoted admirer. How could that not infuriate him? Everything should have belonged to me. If it weren't for Su Chen, I would definitely be the school heartthrob of Zhonghai No. 1 High School. If it weren't for him, I should have been the one admitted to Qingbei University. Dragon Knight, one of the top 10 popular professions in the country. Why is it that no one cares about me? Long Chen cursed in frustration. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to him now. Almost all the teachers and students in the school focused their attention on Su Chen. To be fair, the Paladin was indeed a good profession. Dark gold quality. After changing jobs, there was a high probability of advancing to hero level, although it was quite difficult to reach the epic level. practitioner through extreme sublimation, a hero level was still considered a big deal nationwide. As long as he leveled up step by step, Long Chen's future was still bright. But he encountered Su Chen, this monstrous freak from the same batch. Compared to Su Chen, anyone would seem dim. The paladin was no exception. Just thinking about how he had been smudged during the awakening ceremony not long ago, believing that Su Chen would only awaken a useless profession, made Long Chen's heart tighten, and he felt too irritated to speak. At that moment he had an impulse to kill Su Chen, but unfortunately his current level made it difficult even to defeat a level 10 goblin boss, let alone compete with Su Chen. He probably couldn't withstand even one of Su Chen's fireballs. I swear, I will become stronger. Long Chen took a deep breath, his eyes red as he spoke in a deep voice. The abyss. I want to go to the abyss. Long Chen gritted his teeth, his fingers digging into his palm so tightly that they broke the skin, and crimson blood flowed from the gaps between his fingers. Under the dual stimulation of Su Chen and Su Qingya, Long Chen had completely broken down. He decided to venture into the world of the abyss. The abyss in the world of universal job changes was a place similar to a dungeon. However, the creatures in the underground caves are all undead or dark hybrid monsters possessing considerable strength. At the same level, adventurers are almost guaranteed a dead end. It can also be understood that the underground caves are a low-tier version of abyssal world dungeons. Every city in the country has its own dedicated underground world. These caves are meant for adventurers to undergo trials, honing their skills and enhancing their combat awareness. The caves are extremely dangerous and are generally only open to high-level adventurers. Even top-tier adventurers at level 100 will prepare thoroughly before entering the caves, as a moment of carelessness can lead to instant death under the onslaught of countless undead skeletons. And low-level adventurers like Long Chen are no better than high school students who haven't taken their college entrance exams. In the caves, there is virtually no chance of survival, either death or rebirth through trials. Long Chen gritted his teeth and said word by word, his eyes filled with determination. The underground world is indeed perilous, but correspondingly it is filled with a vast amount of top-tier equipment. As long as one can survive, the rewards are far greater than those from shallow bay dungeons. Even hero-level weapons and epic-level talents, such things could potentially be obtained in the caves. Long Chen had already made up his mind to go all out. He didn't hesitate any longer and left the school directly, heading towards the Adventurers Association in the center of Zhenghai City. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, several days had gone by. Su Chen was awakened by the ringing of his phone. He picked it up to see it was Su Shi. Young Master Su. As soon as the call connected, Su Shi's gentle voice came through, her tone very humble. Over the past few days, Su Shi's ears had nearly developed calluses from hearing about Su Chen's affairs. Not just her, the entire Zhenghai Alliance, and even the whole country were left in shock by the battle between Su Chen and Lu Yu. It could be said that Su Chen had exploded in popularity, completely taking the internet by storm. His reputation had even surpassed that of the top second-generation elites in Kyoto. Reliable sources claimed that even the law god in Kyoto had taken notice of this genius adventurer from Zhenghai City, and there were rumors that the law god was preparing to recruit another seed disciple. The purpose needs no further explanation. Wasn't it precisely because of Su Chen's talent? For this reason, Su Shi's attitude towards Su Chen was extremely respectful, fearing that she might inadvertently offend this young powerhouse. What's up? Su Chen, still not fully awake, asked groggily. The matter with the Zhenghai Alliance has been settled, Su Shi replied succinctly. And then? Hearing Su Shi's response, Su Chen's interest was clearly piqued, and he sat up slightly, casually asking. In fact, he was quite interested in the Undead Canyon dungeon. Even if he didn't team up with Su Shi and the others, he would still go. And since there was such a top-tier hunting team following along, it would certainly be better. Most importantly, if Su Shi hired him, he could get a share of the reward, which was several hundred million. Even if he used it to exchange for equipment, he could still get at least 1 or 2 top-tier golden weapons. The Zhenghai City Alliance has agreed to your terms. Su Shi didn't play any tricks with Su Chen but directly responded, smiling gently as she said, all the guilds in the alliance had some objections to the conditions you proposed, but in the end, they all accepted. As long as it's a hidden quest initiated by you, all the loot obtained will be split in half, and when attacking the ultimate boss monster, the total damage you inflict will be calculated, along with the damage dealt by the alliance members, and your final rewards will be divided based on the damage. Su Chen nodded. The 2 conditions he proposed were quite simple. As long as it was a hidden quest initiated by him, no matter how many items were ultimately obtained, he would take half. Secondly, killing the ultimate boss monster, as long as Su Chen puts in the effort, he should get a share, and the more effort he puts in, the bigger the share. It's quite understandable. However, Su Chen was hired by Su Xian already had a reward of 700 million. Getting an additional share does seem a bit excessive. Nevertheless, in the entire Zhanghai City, Su Chen is the only epic-level professional. If the Zhanghai Alliance doesn't seek him out, other provincial guilds will naturally come to him. In the end, the ultimate loot from the nostalgic dungeon will likely be taken by Su Chen. Ultimately, the Zhanghai Alliance decided that it would be better to take a bit of a loss and directly cooperate with Su Chen to avoid any complications. Sure, Su Chen replied in a deep voice, feeling quite pleased. This wave of compensation looks pretty good so far. Not to mention, a Platinum Bay villa should be no big deal. Then I will transfer the full payment to you, Mr. Su, Shi said. Somewhat flatteringly, preparing to pay Su Chen the entire hiring fee without giving a deposit or an advance. On one hand, it reassured Su Chen, allowing him to play a more significant role in the dungeon. On the other hand, Su Chen's status in Zhanghai City has risen tremendously, and his influence nationwide has reached a terrifying level. There is an implicit trend of him becoming a benchmark for the younger generation of professionals across the country. Moreover, Su Chen has now been accepted by Qingbei University, which guarantees a bright future ahead. He is destined to rise like a dazzling star river. At this moment, being a bit flattering is also a way to build a good relationship with Su Chen, which will naturally bring some benefits in the future. Being able to hold the position of manager at the Transmigration Temple, so she is certainly not just a pretty face. She has a firm grasp on the intricacies of human relationships. Sure, Su Chen wasn't foolish. Having lived two lives, he immediately saw through Su Shi's intentions. He didn't refuse and accepted it calmly. Soon, after a brief chat with Su Shi to confirm the schedule, Su Chen hung up the phone. Not long after, he received a text message from the banking app linked to his card, notifying him that the payment had arrived. Looking at the string of numbers in the message, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. That's nice. How should he put it? This was the first time he had so much money on him, and he felt a surge of excitement, but he quickly returned to normal. I'll go house hunting this afternoon, Su Chen thought thoughtfully. Even though he would soon leave Zhanghai City to attend Qingbei University, it was still his hometown, and purchasing a property here seemed reasonable. Of course, the most important thing was that Su Chen felt the Shallow Bay dungeon was not that simple. Once his level reached 100, he planned to revisit Shallow Bay to take a closer look. After all, a silver dungeon could spawn a golden dragon bloodline undead bone dragon, which was already a bit suspicious. In some ways, the Shallow Bay dungeon was very similar to the Undead Canyon, both being exceptional dungeons where the actual difficulty far exceeded their ratings. Perhaps next time he went to Shallow Bay, he could obtain even more top-tier loot rewards. With that thought, Su Chen took a deep breath filled with anticipation for the future. Ding dong! The doorbell interrupted Su Chen's thoughts. When he opened the door, he saw a large pile of delivery boxes at the entrance. These are all materials for the pet beast formation, top-tier formations, and the premium nutrients needed for nurturing pet beasts. Su Chen's eyes lit up slightly, feeling a bit surprised. These items were exactly what he urgently needed, perfectly solving the nutritional issues for the unicorn, ensuring that this dark gold level pet wouldn't be malnourished during the nurturing process and be weak at birth. Sister Chen, I just received a huge pile of deliveries. These are. Su Chen didn't let the top-tier nurturing formation and various premium nutrients cloud his mind. Instead, he calmed down and called Chen Shuyan. Handsome little brother, these are all things I've managed to get for you through connections. It should be enough, right? If it's still not enough, I'll ask that friend of mine to airlift some more for you. On the other end of the phone, Chen Shuyan's gentle voice warmed Su Chen's heart, touching him a bit. It's enough. Then I'll thank my sister. Su Chen's address changed slightly, dropping Chen Shuyan's surname, making it sound more intimate. Not at all. Chen Shuyan chuckled lightly, and just from her voice, one could sense her charming demeanor. Coupled with her noble and stunning appearance, Su Chen felt a tightening in his heart, a bit distracted. From now on, handsome little brother, you'll be a freshman at Qingbei University. How should I put it? We can consider ourselves family. There's no need for thanks, that would be a bit distant, right? Chen Shuyan's words were very considerate. Okay, Su Chen softly replied. And continued, then, sister, can you calculate how much all these supplies cost? I'll transfer the money to you. Su Chen disliked being in debt to others. Moreover, he wasn't short on money. No need. Chen Shuyan smiled lightly, as if basking in spring breeze, and said, these things aren't worth much, and besides, they were given by my resentful friend. Just consider them a gift from your sister for your enrollment. By the way, in a few days, Qingbei University will prepare the enrollment bonus for you. There was a hint of surprise in Chen Shuyan's voice. Did you know? I heard that the president of Qingbei values you highly. He discussed it with my grandfather and is preparing to give you a top-notch hero-level armor. You will definitely like it. Top-notch. Hero-level armor? Su Chen was taken aback, a bit surprised. It might seem like a simple difference, but the value of a top-notch hero-level armor was far greater than that of ordinary armor. On one hand, the attribute effects were much stronger. On the other hand, the attribute terms were not something ordinary equipment could compare to. Then I'll thank the two presidents here. Su Chen responded softly, his tone carrying a hint of gratitude. The two presidents here naturally referred to Chen Shuyan's grandfather, the vice president and the official president of Qingbei University. It was rumored that both were true masters of the 9 turns. Their strength was extraordinary. No problem. Chen Shuyan smiled sweetly. After a while, sister will go find you the ultimate boss monster you need. How about I capture a level 600 pure-blood dragon for you? As soon as Chen Shuyan finished speaking, Su Chen was left dumbfounded. A level 600 pure-blood dragon? Damn! That was just too crazy. In Zhanghai City, there doesn't seem to be any level 600 dragon creatures. Su Chen tentatively asked. There really aren't. Chen Shuyan smiled again and continued to explain. However, there are in Jiangnan province, and not just one. Jiangnan province, when did so many pure-blood dragons appear? After hearing Chen Shuyan's words, Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a bit shocked. After a brief silence, he directly asked. Pure-blood dragons were not ordinary hybrid dragon species. Although they seemed similar, the actual difference was like heaven and earth. How to say it? Pure-blood dragons were almost second only to the original species. Just like the radiant unicorn compared to the original pure-blood holy light unicorn, the difference was like the glow of the moon. Not to mention, at the same level, a pure-blood dragon's dragon flame could easily end a hybrid dragon species. The Winter Dungeon. Chen Shuyan was silent for a moment before responding. This time, the Winter Dungeon is opening in Jiangnan province, and there's an entrance to the Winter World. Su Chen was shocked again. The Winter Dungeon was actually opening in Jiangnan province? This dungeon, in a sense, was like a second world, with an area that was over 1,000,000 times that of the real world. And those legendary top-tier creatures were all in the Winter World. Destruction Black Dragon. Golden Spear the Ice Blue Scorpion is the ultimate boss in the Winter Dungeon. This dungeon is quite different from smaller dungeons like the Shallow Bay. It cannot be entered at any time and only opens periodically, with each opening occurring in different cities. It might even appear in the wilderness. I never expected that this time the entrance would be in Jiangnan province, just across a river from Zhanghai City. What level do practitioners need to reach to enter the Winter Dungeon? Are there any additional restrictions? Su Chen asked curiously. To be honest, he was also very interested in the Winter Dungeon. The pair of wings on Su Chen's back could be considered a low-tier version of the Death Wings, and if he could go to the Winter World, he might obtain the perfect Death Wings. Furthermore, the pure-blood Ice Blue Scorpion is also in the Winter Dungeon. Su Chen had heard the name of the ultimate boss in Zhanghai City, the Icetail Scorpion, so many times that his ears were almost calloused, so he was naturally very much looking forward to the Ice Blue Scorpion. If he could obtain such a pure-blood demon species, he didn't know how much his strength would increase. There are some restrictions, Chen Shuyan said without hiding anything, getting straight to the point. An entry ticket is a must. The entry ticket to the Winter World is extremely expensive. Each one worth a golden grade weapon, and even if you offer a golden weapon in exchange, you might not necessarily get a ticket. Secondly, to enter the Winter Dungeon, practitioners must be at least level 60, which means they need to have completed their third job transfer. Of course, besides that, there are other restrictions. That is, if you die in the Winter Dungeon, you cannot be resurrected. Chen Shuyan's voice was like a spell, slowly echoing. Su Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. Cannot be resurrected? Does that mean that dying in the dungeon is true death? It's not that you can't be resurrected, Chen Shuyan added. You can't use the resurrection array. If you have a resurrection stone, you can come back to life. However, such things are too expensive and in low supply. Where would ordinary practitioners get a resurrection stone? Upon hearing this, Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. So that's how it is. Resurrection stones are indeed expensive. Each one is a premium item. If you want to buy one at the auction house, you might not even be able to trade a hero-grade weapon for one. They are valuable but hard to find. However, Su Chen had more than one. From the Divine Selection rewards, he had obtained 2 perfect resurrection stones. I didn't expect the resurrection stones to come in handy, Su Chen thought to himself, feeling a bit excited. It is no exaggeration to say that these 2 perfect resurrection stones were perfectly crafted for the Winter Dungeon. Using them in this dungeon would definitely maximize the value of the resurrection stones. A pure-blood giant dragon over 600 levels usually requires a practitioner over 800 levels to lead the attack, right? Su Chen pondered and asked. Capturing such prey seems a bit too difficult. It wasn't that Su Chen looked down on Chen Shuyan, but because his mentor's current level was only around 400. Not to mention, defeating a 600 level pureblood giant dragon, even facing one of the same level, would be quite tricky, with no chance of victory. The mentor team from Qingbei University will take action, Chen Shuyan said with a faint smile, her tone filled with confidence. Handsome little brother, I told you before that joining Qingbei University would be your best choice. Chen Shuyan continued, the old principal and vice principal are preparing to help you capture a 600 level pureblood giant dragon as an extra reward for you. However, it also depends on your performance at school. You must showcase your strength well in this new student trial assessment. Of course, whether you can tame this pureblood giant dragon will also depend on your own situation. The academy only provides the dragon, not the taming. If you can't tame such a fierce creature, then Su Chen's lips curled slightly. After all this time, it turns out this is just a pipe dream. How can he tame a level 600 dragon? Not necessarily. After a moment of silence, Su Chen's eyes brightened slightly, and he thought to himself, what if, after the third transfer, I gain an additional job talent? And a second profession? What if my hidden profession is Dragon Tamer? Dragon Tamer. This is a top-tier profession, at the very least, an elite level. According to the magic scholars of the capital, Su Chen has a great chance of possessing a second profession. If he really unlocks a second profession as a Dragon Tamer, even if Su Chen is only around level 100, he might still be able to tame a fierce level 600 dragon. However, the probability of that is a bit low. Alright. Su Chen smiled faintly and replied, then I'll do my best. After a brief exchange, Su Chen hung up the phone, opened all the delivery boxes, and prepared to set up a new breeding array for the light unicorn. There are already signs of birth. Su Chen looked at the silvery eggshell, which had begun to show tiny cracks, revealing the snow-white velvety fur of the light unicorn. The fur was pure and snow-white. Even Su Chen felt a slight stir. No wonder it's called a noble-blooded light unicorn. Once it hatches, it will definitely be stunning. Su Chen smiled slightly. Let's call it Little White. Su Chen carelessly named the soon-to-be-born unicorn. Fortunately, there were no other professionals present, otherwise Su Chen would have surely annoyed them, as this was a light unicorn. A wholly light-type pet. Naming it so casually was like naming a kitten or puppy. Almost done. Soon, Su Chen had set up all the array materials from the delivery boxes and poured all the expensive potions, resembling life elixirs, into the central hub of the array. All the gems and monster materials were placed in their designated spots according to the instructions. After finishing these tasks, Su Chen let out a long sigh of relief. It should be ready now. Little White should be able to be born perfectly. I just wonder what the attributes and exclusive skills will be like after hatching. Schedule a house viewing. After handling the breeding array, Su Chen took out his phone, preparing to book an agent to check out the villa at Platinum Bay. However, at that moment, a message came through on WeChat. Lu Mei. Handsome little brother, did you forget our date? I've already arrived at the Bay restaurant. Lu Mei sent the message. Damn, I got too caught up and almost forgot about it. Seeing Lu Mei's WeChat message, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. Just a few days ago, he was still thinking about this, and now, after a break, he nearly forgot. I'm almost there, in the car. Su Chen quickly replied. Soon, Lu Mei typed out another line. Alright, handsome little brother, making your sister wait for you. Humph, this is my first date waiting for a man. Su Chen shook his head, chuckling softly, and replied. Almost there. Shower. Step out. Su Chen got into a taxi. Bay restaurant. At a window seat, Lu Mei wore an exquisite light gold long dress with wavy long hair and chestnut-colored contact lenses, looking stunningly beautiful. Lu Mei's looks were already at the level of a goddess. Unlike Chen Shuyan's icy demeanor, she had a very down-to-earth charm that was particularly eye-catching. Just sitting there, she captivated a crowd of male professionals around her. In just half an hour, over 100 men had approached her to chat, until finally, Lu Mei's expression turned cold. She directly said, I have a boyfriend now. Boyfriend? At Lu Mei's table, a young professional in a suit, looking decent, tugged at his tie and raised his eyebrows, smiling skeptically. A beauty like you wouldn't mind having another boyfriend, right? Get lost. Lu Mei shot a glare at the man in front of her, her tone icy. Don't, beautiful. Let me introduce myself briefly. I am Zhou Sen, the head of the executive department of the Eternal Guild, a hero-level professional. The young professional smiled faintly, squinting his eyes, his gaze filled with confidence. A hero-level professional is considered top-tier nationwide. In Zhanghai City, he is practically a big shot at the top of the pyramid. Moreover, Zhou Sen's level has reached 200, which, in the eyes of the public, is indeed a quality stock. Besides, the force behind him is the Eternal Guild. If he were to change his target, he would probably have already pounced on her, showing no restraint. However, Zhou Sen chose the wrong person. Lu Mei is already a high-level professional and her background is not bad either, being from an S-rank guild. With her looks and figure, she can be considered the pinnacle of a mature woman. For such a goddess-level beauty, there are plenty of quality men around, and Zhou Sen simply does not measure up in Lu Mei's eyes. Most importantly, Zhou Sen is not handsome. To Lu Mei, he is quite ordinary, not even a fraction as appealing as Su Chen. Hero-level professional. Lu Mei directly ignored Zhou Sen, her tone growing colder. So what? What does that have to do with me? Hurry up and leave, my boyfriend will be here soon. Lu Mei took a sip of the coffee in front of her expression gradually becoming impatient. Don't. Zhou Sen continued to shamelessly flirt, though there was a hint of barely concealed anger in his eyes. This was the first time he had encountered such a cold woman, indifferent even to a quality man like him. Truly pretentious. Let me buy you a cup of coffee, and we can have a meal together to get to know each other. Zhou Sen was unwilling to give up and made another move. No, can't you understand? Lu Mei was angry, slamming her coffee cup down on the table. This immediately drew the attention of the surrounding customers, all eyes turning toward them. Beautiful lady, don't be angry. Zhou Sen was slightly taken aback, his expression becoming somewhat displeased, but the next moment he adjusted his mood and forced a calm smile. When I tell you to leave, just leave. What are you being so shameless for? At that moment, a young voice came from nearby. Zhou Sen's brows furrowed sharply. In Zhonghai City, given his status, he was used to being arrogant, and no one dared to speak to him like that. Who the hell is talking to me like that? Unlike his attitude toward Lu Mei, Zhou Sen immediately tore off the facade and turned around, angrily cursing. Su Chen, a handsome young man, so good-looking that he could make women weak in the knees, appeared before Zhou Sen, responding in a calm tone. The young man was none other than Su Chen. He had just arrived at the Bay restaurant and had not yet messaged Lu Mei when he witnessed this scene. For some reason, he felt a bit suspicious. Another member of T. He Eternal Guild. Even Su Chen began to doubt whether the Eternal Guild had taken on a villainous script, as all its members seemed to behave the same way. From Chen Fei to the later spoiled second-generation Yimeng, and now Zhou Sen had popped up. Indeed, a nest of fools. Su Chen? Zhou Sen was slightly taken aback, confused by Su Chen's response. For some reason, that name sounded oddly familiar. Meanwhile, Lu Mei's eyes lit up, her attitude changing instantly as she smiled sweetly at Su Chen. Handsome little brother, you're here. Hearing Lu Mei's voice, Su Chen squinted slightly. Today, Lu Mei was dressed very lightly, her makeup exquisite, making her look as if she was glowing. No wonder she attracted so much attention, even making Zhou Sen unable to sit still and shamelessly approach her. Su Chen walked straight toward Lu Mei, gently wrapping his arm around her slim waist, looking at her with soft eyes as he leaned in closer. Ha! Lu Mei was momentarily stunned. However, Su Chen leaned closer to her ear and explained softly, I'm just helping you as a shield. Su Chen smiled faintly and added, otherwise, this headless fly will keep bothering you. Lu Mei's eyes lit up and she laughed brightly, gently nodding her head, which could be seen as accepting Su Chen's kindness. Then, with a radiant smile, Lu Mei said, honey, you're really terrible for coming so late. You must be exhausted from fighting monsters in the dungeon. After we finish eating, let's go to a hotel and rest a bit. Lu Mei exhaled softly, and after finishing her words, she leaned in and gave Su Chen a peck on the neck. Finally, she shot a cold glance at Senator Zhou Sen was completely stunned, frozen in place. At the same time, Su Chen couldn't help but feel his ears slightly redden. Damn it! This woman is really something. However, Su Chen, being battle-hardened, quickly regained his composure and casually patted Lu Mei on the head. The whole action was extremely smooth. The ambiguous atmosphere surged wildly. At the same time, the entire Bay restaurant was filled with intense discussions. Wow! This is a bit exciting. A battlefield. Zhou Sen, the young master of the Eternal Guild, a hero-level professional, and there are still women he can't flirt with? What kind of eyesight is that? She's not just any woman. She's the stunning Lu Mei, an S-rank guild member from Kyoto. Are you kidding me? Is it really that extravagant? An S-rank guild is way stronger than Eternal. Looks like she's a big shot too. What can I say? Lu Mei's looks are indeed top-notch. Calling her the pinnacle of mature women is not an exaggeration. With such a golden canary and nearly 100-level rank, she has both strength and beauty. Do you think she lacks big shots behind her? I bet there are countless old gods willing to serve Lu Mei. Damn! Lu Mei actually has a boyfriend? Isn't that Su Chen? Wow, the young and reckless Su God, and his girlfriend is the golden canary goddess Lu Mei? This is too explosive. I'm completely stunned. Su Chen and Lu Mei are actually involved. So that's how it is. I suddenly understand a bit. This is big news. I need to post it on Douyin right away. Another hot topic that shocks the entire internet. Wow, what a wild young man. Just a few days ago, Su Chen had a one-on-one PK and ended the female big shot, Lu Yu from Jiangnan, and now he's clashing with the young master of the Eternal Guild. This is going to be interesting. I wonder if Su God will make a move today. Crazy, it's really damn crazy. Let's see the undead bone dragon boss. I want to take a look. In the Bay restaurant, all the customers focused their attention on Su Chen and the two others, and discussions erupted one after another. The entire restaurant became noisy. At this moment, Zhou Sen's expression suddenly changed as he finally recognized who Su Chen was. No wonder he felt familiar. The calm and ethereal-looking young man in front of him was none other than Su Chen, who had recently gone viral online. That epic-level professional, currently the hottest popular school hunk. Su Chen. However, Zhou Sen was not intimidated by Su Chen's reputation. After all, in his eyes, Su Chen was just a second transformation professional. The PK practice match with Lu Yu only indicated that Su Chen's strength was decent. Among contemporaries, he was considered outstanding. If Zhou Sen truly unleashed his full power, with his level over 200, a simple freezing spell could wipe Su Chen's health bar in an instant. The difference between real-life and death battles and practice matches was still significant. In the face of absolute power, even the strongest talent is merely ornamental. You want me to roll? Do you know who I am? Don't think that just because you want a practice PK match, you can do whatever you want. In front of someone over level 200, what do you have to be proud of as a second transformation? Zhou Sen suppressed the anger within him, trying to keep his tone calm. After all, he didn't want to lose face. If he let a middle school student get under his skin, it would make him look quite uncouth. Kid, with your level, do you really think you can compete with me? There are always people better than you, mountains beyond. Mountains. I advise you to tone it down a bit, don't ruin your bright future in Zhanghai City. Otherwise, Zhou Sen smiled coldly, his threatening tone almost spilling over. After saying this, he didn't stop there. He continued, how old are you? Right now, just barely in my teens, not yet 20. Do you really think you can handle such a beautiful woman? Zhou Sen laughed loudly. Then, his expression darkened as he looked at Su Chen and said, be careful, don't let someone have their eye on you, or you might not live to tell the tale. As he finished speaking, Zhou Sen made a gesture across his throat, baring his teeth at Su Chen with a smug look. Meanwhile, seeing this scene, Su Chen's expression didn't show much fluctuation, though he did frown slightly. Whether in his past life or now, his personality had always been proud, not mindlessly arrogant, but with a subtle sense of pride. He had seen too many people like Zhou Senator. It was impossible for him to lower his head just because the other party's level was higher. If it came to it, he would rather die. Life and death were trivial. If he was unhappy, he would fight back. However, just as Su Chen was about to retort angrily, a cold notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully triggered a God-level choice. Current plot, hero saves the beauty. Choice 1, face Zhou Sen's provocation and decisively back down. After all, the other party's level is higher, and being tough at this moment is not a reasonable choice. As for Lu Mei, after this concession, he might completely lose interest in you, ending the ambiguity. Reward, 1 piece of silver-level equipment. Choice 2. As a killing god, you must be decisive in your actions. Even though Zhou Sen's level is decent, he can't act recklessly in Zhanghai City. Since you've already made an enemy, having one more to keep an eye on doesn't matter. Retaliate against Zhou Sen. Hero saves the beauty. Reward, hero-level weapon advanced gem X3. Choice 3, the Eternal Guild is the top guild in Zhanghai City. Zhou Sen, as the head of the guild's executive department, has immense power, like a local emperor. Decisively concede to him and actively introduce him to Lu Mei. Reward, a golden-level skill book. God-level options appeared once again. However, unlike before, this time it was triggered by a male character. Of course, it still had to do with a girl. After all, it was about a hero saving a beauty. But Su Chen frowned slightly, glancing at the 3 options. Damn it! Aside from the second one, the other 2 options were utterly ridiculous. Conceding to Zhou Sen, had they lost their minds? 2. As always, Su Chen didn't hesitate. For a moment indecisively chose option 2, and this time the plot reward was quite generous. Hero-level advanced gems. Such items could also be called weapon gems. As the name suggests, using this type of gem can elevate a weapon's rank, similar to weapon enhancement gems. The value of such things is quite expensive. Without going into details, it could easily be exchanged for a real hero-level piece of equipment. Thinking of this, Su Chen looked at Zhou Sen without any courtesy. Yo, your life is in danger. How are you so arrogant? What's wrong? Am I going to die in Zhanghai City because of you? Why don't you make a move? No way. Could it be that someone was ignored after trying to flirt and is now furious? Su Chen squinted slightly, raising his chin as he spoke to Zhou Senator. His tone was relaxed, but the impact was significant. The insult was even stronger. Finally, after finishing, Su Chen glanced at Zhou Sen and provocatively kissed Lu Mei. Smack! The entire Bay restaurant fell silent to the commotion caused by Su Chen's action was unmistakable. For a moment, Joseon was completely stunned. The customers in the entire restaurant, these small elites from Zhonghai City, were equally petrified. In the Bay restaurant, all the patrons who were somewhat well-known professionals in Zhonghai City were now in a daze. Everyone present recognized Joseon, the young master of the Eternal Guild. Young, wealthy, and powerful. And Su Chen? Recently, he had become wildly popular, and naturally, the sharp-eyed professionals recognized him as well. However, what no one expected was that Su Chen would be so reckless, nearly a second transition, yet he confronted Joseon directly. This guy was different from Lu Yu. It could be said that Joseon's temperament was well known among the high-ranking elites of Zhonghai City. He was infamous for being cunning and ruthless. Anyone who offended him basically had no way out. Joseon would not rest until he had reduced you to level 0. Moreover, if we only consider status, although Su Chen's reputation had recently soared to the level of a young idol nationwide, level remained a hard fact. No matter how talented a genius was in front of a big shot who was 200 levels higher, shouldn't he be a bit more humble? At this moment, Joseon was also stunned. It wasn't that he feared Su Chen, but rather that he was provoked by Su Chen's intimate gesture with Lu Mei kissing her right in front of him. Wasn't that a provocation? The meaning was clear. The ice goddess you can't even dream of having, I can easily handle. Joseon couldn't tolerate such humiliation. His expression turned cold, his face turned green, and his phoenix eyes fixed on Su Chen, wishing he could swallow him alive on the spot. Good, very good. Under everyone's gaze, Joseon took a deep breath, his eyes swirling with unusual emotions. No one knew what he was thinking. After a brief silence, he walked towards Su Chen, getting closer. So arrogant, do you dare to accept my next challenge? Death match. If you lose, your level will be reset to 0. Joseon's face was a mix of emotions, his teeth clenched as he spoke to Su Chen word by word. As soon as these words were spoken, a gasp echoed throughout the Bay restaurant. A death match. This was the most brutal competition in the world of class transitions. No exceptions. In a PK duel, if one side loses, they must forfeit all levels and return to level 0. Only by completing the class transition ceremony again can they become a level 1 professional. More seriously, if one's level is reset to 0, there is a high probability of losing their life, enduring immense pain and death. True death. No resurrection. That's ruthless. Joseon actually wants to have a death match with Su Chen? This guy is indeed cunning. Given Su Chen's arrogance, he might just agree to it. A deathmatch is not the same as a practice match. Joseon can use all his skills. With over 200 levels, he could easily crush a second transition. Damn it, no wonder he's the minister of the Eternal Guild. I can hear his thoughts from afar. I just hope Su Chen doesn't act impulsively. In Zhonghai City, as long as Su Chen doesn't accept any of Joseon's challenges, he won't be in trouble. But if he accepts the deathmatch, then Su Chen's glory might end in this coastal town. It shouldn't come to that. After all, Su Chen is a formal student of Qingbei University, specially recruited. Chen Shuyan won't just stand by. Should we contact the Zhonghai City Class Transition Temple or send a message to the Professional Association stationed in Zhonghai? Today's incident might escalate. If anything happens to Su Chen, the negative consequences won't be as simple as just losing a professional. That's right, the whole country is now focused on us in Zhonghai. Su Chen's talent is too dazzling. If nothing unexpected happens, next year Zhonghai will become a nationally famous internet celebrity city because of Su Chen, and the economic boost it brings cannot be underestimated. Youthful recklessness has met a cunning scorpion. It's simply a battlefield. I wonder how today's incident will end. As Joseon spoke, all the professionals in the restaurant slightly narrowed their eyes, realizing Joseon's intentions. Damn it! I have to say, being able to sit in the position of Minister of the Eternal Guild means one has a lot of tricks up their sleeve. Just a few simple words exposed his intentions. If Su Chen accepts the deathmatch, things will get troublesome afterward. But at this moment, if he doesn't accept, he will naturally lose face in front of everyone. Joseon was relying on his high level, which allowed him to act so recklessly. In an instant, all eyes turned to Su Chen, waiting for his reaction. Death match? Under everyone's gaze, Su Chen frowned slightly, then smiled indifferently and said, "Why should I accept your death match?" Su Chen's expression turned cold. Then, he waved his hand, and a delicate staff appeared in his hand. It was a dark old-level weapon looted from Han Ing, the undead staff. Generally, in the city, professionals do not carry high-level weapons with them. An important reason is that professionals are not allowed to use skills within the city. Once caught fighting, they will be captured by the Professional Association and face severe punishment. Because of this, even though Joseon was furious, he did not dare to directly attack Su Chen in the Bay restaurant. However, at this moment, Su Chen's expression was icy, and He swung the staff forward. Death flame explosion. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, Su Chen actually used the death flame explosion skill. This skill was originally a boss skill. High critical hit. High damage. The commotion it caused was not small. Even when attacking a boss monster in a dungeon, it could trigger a series of explosions, let alone releasing it in such a small space. In an instant, all the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Bay restaurant began to vibrate at high frequency, until finally, they shattered one by one. In the explosion, golden-red fireballs rained down on Joseon and then, boom! The most powerful aspect of the death flame explosion was the explosion of the fireball's flame burst. With a clang, Joseon's pupils suddenly constricted. But he never expected Su Chen would strike directly. He instinctively tried to block it. Unfortunately, at that moment Joseon was not even wearing a decent piece of equipment. His black suit was instantly torn to shreds by the fireballs, and even his skin cracked, revealing crimson flesh. Above Joseon's head, the life value bar suddenly popped up. Over 200,000 points of damage appeared directly. Silence. A deathly silence. In an instant, all the professionals in the restaurant were stunned. The ground was littered with shattered glass. The restaurant was in disarray. And Joseon? There was no trace of arrogance left. He sat on the ground in a disheveled state, his eyes filled with shock, completely dazed. This is too damn crazy. After a long silence, an old professional swallowed hard and said in shock, "This kid Su Chen is simply a madman. How can he act in Zhenghai City? This is it. Alas, what a pity for his talent." Beside the old man, another alchemist professional frowned slightly. He sighed and said, "With his talent and strength, as long as he develops well, he will definitely be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the top gods of Zhenghai City in the future, or even become the #1 professional in Zhenghai. Moreover, he has already been accepted by Qingbei University. You're too impulsive. Acting out in the city will get you hunted by the professional association. Once you have a red name, even joining a guild for a clerical position will be denied." That's right. After hearing the pharmacist's words, another high-ranking professional chimed in, "We should keep our distance to avoid getting caught up in this. I estimate that soon, the Transmigration Temple, the Zhenghai Professional Association, and the Imperial Guard will all be here. Su Chen will probably be taken away directly, and at the very least, he'll be imprisoned for a year, and his level will likely be reset to 0. Su Chen's use of the death flame explosion had caused quite a stir. Everyone in the restaurant was left dumbfounded, whispering among themselves. Indeed, in this world where everyone can change professions, at least in this country, there is a very strict rule. In every city, professionals are not allowed to fight. If caught, they will face severe punishment, imprisonment, detention, and level reset. These are the lighter consequences. There's even a collective punishment mechanism. Moreover, Joseon's status is not small. After all, he is the head of a major guild in Zhenghai. In the eyes of others, Su Chen's future was effectively ruined today. It would be completely terminated in Zhenghai. "Brother, you were too impulsive." Meanwhile, Lu Mei was also slightly stunned, her eyes filled with shock. She leaned closer to Su Chen and whispered, "You need to leave quickly. I'll contact my friends in Jiangnan province to help you suppress this matter, otherwise, you'll be in trouble today. In the city, aside from one-on-one PK matches, fighting is not allowed. With your impulsiveness, at least a year of detention awaits you." Su Chen did not respond directly to Lu Mei. Instead, he turned to look at her, paused for a moment, and smiled as if basking in spring breezes. "It's fine, I know how to handle it. I have a plan." Lu Mei was taken aback. What does he mean by having a plan at a time like this? However, looking at Su Chen's calm expression, she felt a bit confused and swallowed the words that were about to come out. Su Chen indeed had a way to deal with it. Professionals using skills in the city would be detained and imprisoned, with their levels reset to 0. However, there is one exception, having immunity. Don't forget, Su Chen is a member of the SS-level guild, the Golden Rose Guild. In this country, the status of the Golden Rose Guild is terrifyingly high. After all, every member is an epic level professional. The power of this organization can easily flatten a city. Even in a city like Zhenghai, just pulling out a random member can destroy all guilds in less than 2 days. Because of their strength, members of the SS-level guild also enjoy very high privileges, one of which is immunity. This means Su Chen can act in the city. As long as he doesn't directly kill Joseon, he will basically face no punishment and certainly won't be wanted nationwide. And the rights held by the guild leader, Bai Ling, are even more terrifying. The right to kill without punishment. Even if Bai Ling killed Joseon in Zhenghai, she would not be punished. Ha ha ha. No brains. I thought you were a top genius with exceptional intelligence, but this is all you can do? Su Chen, your future is ruined today. At the same time, Joseon changed into a clean shirt, no longer looking as disheveled as before, but instead appeared extremely excited, wearing a smug expression. You actually dared to lay a hand on me? Do you know that using professional skills in Zhonghai will get you detained? I am the head of the executive department of the Eternal Guild. With such a position, you dare to use the death flame explosion on me? At least a year of imprisonment. Level reset. Ah, Su Chen. You're about to become a waste. Qingbei University? A bright future? Maybe in your next life. Zhou Sen was smug, laughing out loud. Watching Zhou Sen's unrestrained laughter, the other professionals in the Bay restaurant couldn't help but frown and remained silent. And what about Su Chen? Still as calm as snow, she glanced at Zhou Sen and softly said, "Is that so? How does the taste of the death flame explosion spell feel? Want to try again?" As she spoke, Su Chen walked towards Zhou Sen, lightly waving his staff. And this time, more golden fireballs condensed behind him. Zhou Sen's expression changed dramatically. Damn it! He panicked. There was no way. If Su Chen made a move against him, he would definitely be imprisoned today. The guards from Zhonghai City would arrive soon. But at this moment, if Zhou Sen also made a move, it would be mutual fighting. They would both be caught. Thinking of this, Zhou Sen swallowed hard, his face filled with terror as he darted to the side, his movements quite comical. It was as if he was scared away by Su Chen. Don't get too proud, you'll regret it later. Zhou Sen spat out a harsh word and hid in the corner of the restaurant. With a soft puff, seeing Zhou Sen like this, Lu Mei, who had been worried about Su Chen, suddenly smiled brightly. Not just her, other professionals also blushed, suppressing their laughter. Who would have thought that the arrogant Zhou Sen would have such a face, being chased and beaten by a second-tier professional? Just thinking about it was somewhat ridiculous. The contrast was too strong. It was likely that even if Su Chen was imprisoned after today, Zhou Sen would be laughed at by everyone in the city. Soon, the owner of the Bay restaurant appeared, followed by dozens of knights from the guard corps, all of whom were at least level 200. Each knight held a golden-grade weapon and wore heavy black armor. Who was causing trouble in Zhonghai City? The leading knight of the guard corps walked up to Su Chen, his expression cold as he scanned the crowd, asking in a deep voice. His tone was ruthless, devoid of any emotion. And since the knight was fully encased in armor, it was impossible to see even a hint of emotional fluctuation on his face. "It's me, Su Chen." Su Chen said little, gently raising his head to meet the knight's gaze. "Su Chen?" The knight was taken aback. "You are Su Chen from Zhonghai City's #1 high school?" "Yes." Su Chen nodded. "You have a bright future ahead. Why are you causing trouble here?" The heavily armored knight paused slightly, and everyone could hear the faint regret in his words. "Come with us." "Wait." Su Chen interrupted the knight, smiling softly. "I am an SS level member of the Golden Rose Guild." As soon as Su Chen's words fell, everyone present couldn't help but widen their eyes, all stunned. Even the knight trembled. "What did you say?" The knight in black armor slammed his spear heavily onto the ground. He asked, "You are a member of the Golden Rose Guild?" "As far as I know, the Golden Rose is the top guild in Kyoto, all female, and every member is an epic level professional. The entry threshold for this guild is very high. They do not recruit professionals below level 200. How can you prove that you belong to the Golden Rose Guild?" The knight of the guard corps asked in a deep voice. "This is the proof of guild membership." Su Chen did not explain much and directly took out an exquisite badge, which he automatically received after joining the guild. Like the holy light silver feather, it was also a membership reward. The surface of the badge glowed with intertwined crimson roses, as if it truly had life, spreading outwards. This highly distinctive totem was the emblem of the Rose Guild. Impossible. He is lying. How could it be? The most mysterious Golden Rose Guild in Kyoto, an SS-level guild, all female. It is rumored that the guild leader, Lark, is a lesbian and extremely hates men. How could they recruit him? Seeing Su Chen take out the guild badge, Zhou Sen was on the verge of collapse. He hurriedly ran in front of the knight commander, pointing at Su Chen and angrily scolding, "Don't be fooled by him. This guy is quite good at intimidating people. In my opinion, as a second-tier professional, he can only be a reserve member even if he joins the Eternal Guild. So what if he is a student at Qingbei University? Now, in this world, level is the only standard to measure strength and status. Trust me, Commander, this kid is a fraud. You must detain him and imprison him for a year. Otherwise, who will abide by the rules of the professional association?" Zhou Sen was about to go crazy. He had just lost face in front of Su Chen, being humiliated by a high school student in front of so many local professionals from Zhonghai City. He was utterly crushed. And now, the plot twist was so huge? Su Chen was actually an SS-level guild member. Moreover, he was a member of the legendary and terrifying Rose Guild, which could even rival the SSS-level guilds. No matter what, Zhou Sen could not believe such a fact. If all of this were true, wouldn't that mean that all the humiliation he had just received was well-deserved? Su Chen not only wouldn't be punished, but even Zhou Sen would be detained because SS level Guild members not only had immunity but also held a status far higher than ordinary nobles. Simply put, even if Su Chen slapped Zhou Sen with Su Chen's background, the Golden Rose Guild, Zhou Sen would have to seek Su Chen's forgiveness. Otherwise, he would be arrested by the Imperial Guard. Shut up! The Knight Commander of the Imperial Guard suddenly turned around and glared at Zhou Senator. Although this Knight Commander's level was not much higher than his, the Knight Commander represented the violent institution of Zhanghai City, backed by the crazy veteran god Su Tian. Faced with this angry shout, Zhou Sen could only swallow all the words he was about to say, feeling somewhat deflated. He fell silent. Young Master Su, please keep your badge. I apologize for the trouble caused to you. As the Knight Commander of the 3rd Knight Brigade of the Imperial Guard, I hereby express my highest respect to you on behalf of Zhanghai City. The Knight Commander in black armor only glanced at the badge Su Chen handed over and quickly returned it. Under the effect of the identification spell, the attributes of this badge were laid bare. Su Chen's identity was unquestionable. He was indeed a member of the Rose Guild. Although waves of shock surged in his heart, the Knight Commander still maintained his composure and bowed to Su Chen. Then, he looked at the dozens of black-armored knights behind him. Arrest Zhou Sen, the Minister of the Executive Department of the Eternal Guild. Then, return to formation. As soon as the Knight Commander's voice fell, the dozens of level 200 knights behind him marched uniformly towards Zhou Senator with a clang. Zhou Sen was directly detained by a group of golden-grade weapons. His body pressed down, almost kneeling on the ground. No, this is a misunderstanding. This must be a misunderstanding. You all take a good look. Su Chen is just a high school student. How could he possibly join the Rose Guild in Kyoto? I refuse to accept this. I am the Minister of the Eternal Guild. On what grounds do you arrest me? Zhou Sen completely tore off his facade, shouting madly. However, no matter how he struggled and resisted, he still could not escape the suppression of so many black-armored knights. After all, everyone was well aware of the strength of the Imperial Guard. These knight professionals were trained by the official professional association, all well-trained and fully armed. Generally speaking, at the same level, no one could compete with them. Zhou Sen, young Master Su, is an SS-level member of the Rose Guild, enjoying immunity and priority. Given the current situation, we have the right to suspect you of disturbing the order of Zhanghai City. We will now detain you and take you to the Imperial Guard for questioning. If you resist, you will be killed on the spot. The Knight Commander's words were firm, carrying an air of undeniable authority. And Zhou Sen, after hearing these words, his gaze became hollow, and he no longer resisted, allowing the black-armored knights to subdue him and drag him out of the restaurant. A farce. It ended so hastily. In an instant, the other customers in the restaurant all slightly opened their mouths, their minds blank. Not to mention them, even the person involved, Lu Mei, was momentarily dumbfounded, ripples of shock flowing through her beautiful eyes. She truly couldn't believe that this high school brother, who had personally completed the awakening ceremony, had such a terrifying background behind him. The Golden Rose Guild. A behemoth of this level was simply beyond the reach of ordinary people. No wonder he could become an epic-level practitioner, tame the undead bone dragon, and even acquire top-tier skill books like the Death Flame, Explosion, and Forbidden Spells. He has such an earth-shattering force behind him. Lu Mei gently covered her small mouth, biting her red lip, her eyes filled with astonishment, her emotions becoming particularly complex. Meanwhile, a somewhat plump figure in a robe approached Su Chen. Hello, Su. Young master, I am the behind-the-scenes owner of the Bay Restaurant, Xiaoqi. I am also the vice president of the Journey Guild in Zhanghai City. The plump figure swallowed hard and slightly bowed to Su Chen. The Journey Guild? Su Chen's eyes lit up. The Journey Guild had a good reputation in Zhanghai City, its status on par with the Kanghun Guild and the Eternal Guild, making it one of the three giants of Zhanghai. He didn't expect that the vice president of this guild would be such an unremarkable little plump figure. Hello, Su Chen. Su Chen smiled lightly and naturally shook hands with Xiaoqi. I truly apologize for today's incident. It was our Journey Guild's mismanagement of our properties that led to this farce. Xiaoqi bent slightly, a look of guilt on his face as he said, to express my apologies. I hope young Master Su can accept this as a small token from me, Xiaoqi, representing the Journey Guild. After speaking, Xiaoqi took out a small wooden box from his pocket, and upon opening it, there lay a delicate golden key. What is this? Su Chen squinted slightly, asking in confusion. It's like this, young Master Su. The Platinum Bay Villa Complex is a property of our Journey Guild. This is a villa in Platinum Bay, considered my private asset, and I hope young Master Su can graciously accept it. Xiaoqi explained with great respect. Platinum Bay Villa? Su Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. Damn it. He was planning to schedule a viewing in the afternoon, but he didn't expect to encounter the behind-the-scenes owner of the Platinum Bay developer. But it made sense. There were only a few local tyrants in Zhanghai City, and for a property like Platinum Bay, if it wasn't the Journey Guild, it could only be the Kanghan or Eternal Guilds. However, so far, Su Chen had almost offended all these top guilds. How much is this villa worth? I'll transfer you the money. Su Chen wouldn't take advantage of others for free, especially since he wasn't short on money at the moment. A villa was nothing he couldn't afford. No need. Xiaoqi swallowed hard, a gentle smile appearing on his face as he slightly organized his words before looking at Su Chen and saying, "Young Master Su, winning a one-on-one PK match a few days ago against a famous practitioner mentor from Jiangnan province in a Shura match makes you a hero in Zhanghai. I've always wanted to visit you, but unfortunately, I never had the opportunity. Today, I just happened to meet young Master Su, and I hope you can accept this villa to foster a good relationship in the future." Xiaoqi was indeed worthy of being the vice president of the Journey Guild. Although his level wasn't particularly high, only over 100, his emotional intelligence was top-notch, and just a few simple words moved Su Chen slightly. Su Chen glanced at Xiaoqi, not directly agreeing. Then he looked around the entire Bay restaurant, which had been shattered under the bombardment of his death flame explosion. The Expedition Guild naturally had to spend a large sum of money to repair it properly. "I'll take the villa," Su Chen said after a moment of contemplation, smiling as if bathed in spring breeze. "You can have this golden grade weapon." Su Chen casually took out two curved double blades from the system space, which were indeed the golden grade weapons he had previously plundered from Han Ing. The dark double blades. This golden grade weapon was considered top-notch gold. And the reason was simple, it was a two-handed blade. Its value was naturally higher than that of a one-handed weapon. Moreover, the overall design of the dark double blades was incredibly striking, somewhat resembling a tang knife, with a straight and sharp blade that could cut through iron like mud. This is. Upon seeing the two weapons Su Chen had taken out, Xiaoqi's eyes suddenly lit up and his pupils involuntarily dilated. Although his level was not high, he was a genuine alchemist, and under the effect of his exclusive identification technique, he immediately recognized the exceptional quality of the dark double blades. For a moment, Xiaoqi couldn't help but cough a couple of times, slightly choking on his own saliva. No, Su Xiao, this golden weapon is too precious, I can't accept it." Xiaoqi repeatedly waved his hands, his expression turning a bit bitter as he forced a smile. It wasn't that he didn't want it, rather, he was apprehensive. Su Chen's current strength was evident to all. First, he had utterly crushed Lu Yu, a veteran mentor at level 400, in a practice match, and then he had unleashed a wave of death flame explosion that left Zhou Xin in a state of panic. Although these professional big shots hadn't used their full strength, Su Chen's audacity and madness were unmatched among his generation of professionals. Not to mention the second-generation elites from Kyoto. Even those true little monsters personally guided and nurtured by the great gods were hard-pressed to find someone as dazzling as Su Chen. Of course, upon learning that Su Chen had an SS-level guild backing him, Xiaoqi's attitude became even more cautious. This young big shot was far beyond what he, a small vice president from Zhanghai City, could compare to. "It's fine, just take it," Su Chen gestured to the chaotic scene around them and said nonchalantly, "Even if Zhou Xin struck first, I did end up making a mess of this place, so this golden weapon is a bit of compensation. Besides, you did give me a villa." Indeed, the value of the dark double blades was quite good, but if one were to calculate, it seemed not worth a Platinum Bay villa. Because what Xiaoqi had given Su Chen was not an ordinary villa, but a top-tier one, occupying a prime location, the number one villa. Alright. Xiaoqi took a deep breath, as if making a decision, and accepted the dark double blades with both hands, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. He then looked at Su Chen and said, "Then I thank you, Su Xiao. Here's my business card. If you ever need anything from me, just contact me. Not to mention elsewhere, in Zhanghai City, I still have a bit of say." Xiaoqi smiled brightly. Su Chen nodded. The words of this little chubby guy were indeed not false. In Zhanghai City, he was one of the local big shots among the three major guilds, and Su Chen had heard of Xiaoqi. His strength wasn't particularly impressive, but he was quite astute and had made many connections. Even the commander of the Imperial Guard, Su Yu's grandfather, the formidable figure Su Tian, seemed to owe Xiaoqi a favor. Making a friend like this was certainly not a bad thing for Su Chen. However, whether they could become close friends would depend on future circumstances. "Then I'll take my leave." Su Chen smiled at Xiaoqi, took Lu Mei's hand, and prepared to leave. "Alright. Next time you come, just let me know, and I'll make sure you have a great experience at the Bay restaurant." Xiaoqi bowed to Su Chen. Again, Su Chen waved his hand and left directly. How should one put it? Su Chen's status in Zhanghai City was somewhat mixed. Many professionals still looked down on him. Figures like Han Ing from the Kanghan Guild and Chen Fei from the Eternal Guild still regarded Su Chen as merely a second transformation professional. As long as they are erased, they are nothing but young big shots. However, for shrewd businessmen like Su Shi and Xiaoqi, the perspective is quite different. Su Chen possesses such terrifying strength. At such a young age, with an upgrade speed as fast as a piercing arrow, and behind him is an SS-level guild, can he easily fall? Becoming a big shot at the top of the pyramid is definitely a done deal. Therefore, they have never thought of harming Su Chen. Instead, they are considering how to befriend such a top genius to pave the way for future business. After leaving the Bay restaurant, Su Chen naturally held Lu Mei's small hand, squinting slightly and giving her a gentle smile. Did it hurt? Su Chen grinned, mischievously, boldly looking into Lu Mei's eyes and said, no. Lu Mei bit her red lip tightly, her beautiful face showing a hint of a delicate blush, a shade of crimson. You were so impulsive, just went and hit that jerk without a word. What if he isn't too bright and retaliates with a skill? You would have been in trouble today. Lu Mei pretended to be angry, glaring at Su Chen. With your talent, if you grow normally, you will definitely have a bright future. There's no need to act so rashly. If your talent gets damaged and your future growth is restricted, then you will have regrets. At this point, Lu Mei paused, cutely huffed, even turning her head away. However, her small hand was still tightly held by Su Chen, showing no intention of breaking free. I just didn't expect you to be a member of the Golden Rose Guild. Isn't that guild supposed to only recruit female professionals? How did you join? After a moment of silence, Lu Mei turned her head back, leaning closer to Su Chen, her beautiful chestnut-colored eyes wide with anticipation as she asked, guess? If you guess right, I'll tell you. Su Chen smiled softly, ruffling Lu Mei's hair. Humph. You flirt. Lu Mei huffed lightly, releasing Su Chen's hand. Little scoundrel, why are you touching me while talking? Lu Mei ran off. Watching the ice-cold goddess-like black silk priestess show such a contrasting side, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh and hurriedly chased after her, then forcefully grabbed Lu Mei's wrist, pulling her into his embrace. Just touching. Su Chen held Lu Mei, beaming, gently nudging her forehead with his nose, and whispered in her ear, why act so rashly? What do you think? Isn't it because of you? As for the damage to your talent, so what? As long as you aren't bullied, that's all that matters. Su Chen spoke softly, then once again touched Lu Mei's earlobe. Visibly, Lu Mei's delicate body trembled slightly, and a layer of mist appeared in her eyes, leaving her somewhat speechless. An ambiguous atmosphere surged wildly. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully triggered a god-level choice. Current plot, Lu Mei's heart flutter. Choice 1, push Lu Mei away. Don't be a scoundrel, but maintain a gentlemanly distance. After all, Lu Mei has an S-level guild behind her, and the guild leader, Lu Yun, is Lu Mei's older brother. If you mess with this beautiful sister, you might be in trouble. Reward, a golden level skill book. Choice 2, confess to Lu Mei and point out that you've liked her for a long time. Lu Mei is a rare dual class professional with a hidden class, the epic Forbidden Priest. Once her second class awakens, Lu Mei will become a top professional, bringing you unexpected benefits. Reward, a bottle of hero-level bloodline potion. Choice 3, cut losses in time, women only. Slow down a professional's draw speed. Tell Lu Mei to hurry and leave, completely severing all ties with her. This way, you will definitely not attract the attention of Lu Mei's older brother, reducing a lot of trouble. Reward, a golden level attack weapon. The ambiguous atmosphere was just right when a cold notification echoed in Su Chen's mind. God level choice reward. Su Chen's expression suddenly changed in shock. Damn it. The trigger frequency for god level options was a bit too high. He had just obtained a hero-level weapon advancement gem, and now a bunch of top-tier items came along. However, this time, the god-level choice was slightly different. Option 1, keep a distance from Lu Mei. Option 2, confess. Option 3, delete and block. The storyline rewards were also quite generous. 1 golden-level weapon, 1 golden-level skill book, and 1 hero-level bloodline potion. Another bloodline potion, damn it. Su Chen's eyes brightened slightly, and he secretly rejoiced, thinking, with this, both shall buy. And the undead bone dragon can seemingly complete their bloodline evolution, reaching the hero-level tier. The bloodline of a mount is somewhat similar to the professional rank of a practitioner. The hero-level tier. The difference from the golden level is not trivial. In addition to a significant increase in 4-dimensional attributes, exclusive skills, and even innate talents would undergo transformation. 222222222. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen directly chose option 2. How should he put it? Hero level. Items were definitely more precious than golden level skill books. Moreover, Lu Mei turned out to be a dual-class practitioner, with her second profession being Forbidden Priest, reaching the epic tier. Besides this, what Su Chen didn't expect was that Lu Mei was not just a simple S-level guild member, but the younger sister of an S-level guild big shot. A proper top-tier second generation. A female big shot. Having such a confidant was not an exaggeration to say he was holding onto a big leg. With this thought, Su Chen moved closer, reaching out to cup Lu Mei's face, her delicate features already radiant. Her skin was as tender as a freshly boiled egg. However, her cheeks had a hint of blush. She looked extremely alluring. Su Chen gently covered Lu Mei's ears, gazing at her with clear eyes. Then, he pressed his lips against her lower lip. The sudden action made the ice goddess, who was over 30, tremble, her bright eyes widening. However, under Su Chen's hands, Lu Mei couldn't move at all. She could only silently respond to Su Chen. After a moment, Su Chen released his grip, and Lu Mei took a deep breath, looking at Su Chen with a complex expression. Her eyes were enchanting, captivating. Lu Mei gasped a few times, trying to calm her inner emotions. No one knew that 31-year-old Lu Mei was actually a pure maiden who had never been in a relationship. She appeared to be full of charm, but inside she was very innocent. Even the slightest touch would make her heart race, deeply entrapped. This kiss made Lu Mei's ears burn with heat. You scoundrel! Taking another deep breath, Lu Mei pretended to be angry and shot Su Chen a glare, lightly hitting him. With a snap, Su Chen grabbed Lu Mei's wrist, looking at her with fervent eyes and said, "You look beautiful today. Can I admire this beauty forever?" Lu Mei was taken aback, her eyes sparkling with a bright light. Is this considered a confession? Su Chen nodded, smiling without speaking. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully completed the choice and the rewards have been issued. As Lu Mei spoke, a cold system notification instantly rang in Su Chen's mind. The rewards had been issued. Nice! Isn't this a bit too fast? While Su Chen felt a surge of excitement, Lu Mei bit her lip slightly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Chen, and after a moment of silence, she said. After saying this, seeing Su Chen remain silent, Lu Mei hurriedly added, "No. What I mean is, shouldn't a confession come with roses? And can we get to know each other a bit more?" Su Chen remained silent. Lu Mei's gaze flickered slightly, her hands gripping Su Chen's wrist as she leaned in closer, kissing his neck, and continued. Is that okay? Su Chen smiled gently and patted Lu Mei's head. Okay. All of this was actually within Su Chen's expectations. A direct confession was inherently abrupt, especially since he and Lu Mei had known each other for too short a time. This was not a rejection of a confession, but rather a hint of Lu Mei's modesty. Of course, for Su Chen, this was the best outcome. If she had truly accepted, the subsequent complications would be troublesome. As a scoundrel, how could he be tied down by a single tree? He couldn't give up a whole forest. Then, see you next week. Lu Mei tilted her head and smiled, her smile sweet and beautiful, completely different from the aloofness she displayed in front of others. Su Chen nodded again. Aren't you going to Kyoto in a month to Qingbei University? Lu Mei asked. Yes, Mentor Chen Shuyan is taking me there, but before going to Kyoto, I need to visit the Undead Canyon dungeon once more, Su Chen replied with a faint smile. Undead Canyon? Nice, that's a dungeon with hero level difficulty. There should be many top-tier items, Lu Mei said, her hands behind her back, humming with excitement. Her perfect figure was on full display. By the way, today was supposed to be a date for dinner, but Su Chen said apologetically. It's fine. Lu Mei suddenly turned around, her bright smile saying, what matters is not what we eat, but who we eat with. Then let's change to another restaurant. Looking at the charmingly smiling Lu Mei, Su Chen felt incredibly relaxed, returning her a smile that felt like a warm spring breeze. He then naturally took Lu Mei's hand. In Zhonghai City, in a 5-star hotel, in the most expensive private room, Su Chen and Lu Mei ordered a table full of delicacies. After enjoying a wonderful meal, Su Chen took a deep breath and looked out the window. By the way, Mei, how's the batch of monster materials I had processed? Su Chen leaned lazily, glancing at Lu Mei, and asked softly. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Lu Mei's eyes brightened slightly as she turned to look at him, her cheeks still a bit flushed. This was because Su Chen's way of addressing her had subtly changed, sounding somewhat ambiguous and intimate. However, after adjusting her demeanor, Lu Mei became serious and thoughtfully said, I was just about to tell you, the alchemist from Kyoto has made an appointment. He came to Zhonghai City a couple of days ago. He's already here? Su Chen was a bit surprised. That's right. Lu Mei picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth, her red lips and white teeth particularly enticing. She continued, the monster materials you obtained from the Shallow Bay dungeon are all top-notch. Especially those items dropped by the undead apostle. They are exactly what that alchemist needs, and he is prepared to pay a high price for them. Su Chen and Lu Mei's relationship was in a honeymoon phase. Lu Mei did not hold back and directly revealed the bottom line of that unfortunate friend's heart. Upon hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but gasp. He hadn't expected the undead apostle boss monster to be so valuable, far exceeding his expectations. I have some other things here that I plan to sell together. Su Chen slightly furrowed his brows, thought for a moment, and opened his heart to Lu Mei. The things he mentioned were naturally the bones of the undead bone dragon, as well as the loot rewards dropped by defeating the undead bone dragon. More? Lu Mei was taken aback. The undead bone dragon, Su Chen said calmly. Ha! Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Lu Mei was startled and immediately stood up. The undead bone dragon, are you going to sell that mount? No. Su Chen found it somewhat amusing and shook his head. He could also understand why Lu Mei was so shocked because the undead bone dragon boss is quite expensive on the market. Taming such a fierce mount is a lifelong pursuit for many professionals. Generally, no one would be willing to part with it. Moreover, in Lu Mei's view, Su Chen has only just transitioned to the second tier and he is at a stage where he needs the assistance of the undead bone dragon. If he were to sell it for a bit of money, it would be a loss. That's good. Upon receiving Su Chen's affirmative response, Lu Mei let out a long sigh of relief, picked up the glass of red wine on the table and drank it in one go. Then, she gave Su Chen a gentle and charming smile. If you're short on money, just tell your sister, handsome little brother, your sister is not lacking in cash. Lu Mei smiled mischievously. Su Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Lu Mei could indeed be considered a little wealthy. From the revelations in the Divine Level Option storyline, Lu Mei is not only a dual-class professional but also has an S-level guild as her top-tier background. Her older brother is even a top-tier veteran professional. In a place like Kyoto, they hold a high status. As for Lu Mei's family background, Su Chen wasn't very clear, but it shouldn't be too bad. Moreover, the most important thing is that Lu Mei's business and connections seem to be exaggerated to an absurd degree. In Zhonghai City, there is a starry restaurant that can rival 5-star hotels in luxury. Besides that, on Adventurer Street, in the most central area of the city, there seem to be some star-rated shops owned by Lu Mei. Overall, Lu Mei is indeed a wealthy young lady, a true flower of wealth in the human world. She is even better off than Han Ning, the popular goddess. That's not necessary. Su Chen smiled lightly and joked, I have a good stomach and don't like to rely on others. Goose, goose, goose. Su Chen's words made Lu Mei laugh repeatedly. Lu Mei extended her slender finger, gently pressed her temple, and said with a smile, you've made me laugh so much I've got wrinkles now. How terrible, little scoundrel, you know how to tease girls. I wonder how many little sisters you've harmed. Su Chen shrugged. Don't say that. I didn't. I like my sister. Lu Mei's eyes lit up and she smiled sweetly. Really? I didn't see that coming. We'll get to know each other slowly, Su Chen added. So, what exactly is this undead bone dragon you mentioned? Lu Mei returned to her normal expression and got back on topic. The skeleton, Su Chen said directly, a total of 3 undead bone dragon skeletons. Su Chen spoke calmly, but Lu Mei was left dumbfounded. After a long silence, she slightly parted her lips and cautiously asked in an incredibly shocked voice, what did you just say? I have 3 undead bone dragons, all killed from the Shallow Bay dungeon. How should I put it? The last time I went to the dungeon, I not only tamed Alpha, a mount with golden dragon bloodline, but also defeated several other ultimate boss monsters. Su Chen smiled contentedly and spoke lazily. What Su Chen said was the truth. In the Shallow Bay dungeon, there were indeed more than one ultimate boss monster, but several. He had intercepted all the undead bone dragons from Han Ning. Among those he killed were Carlos, Yaxis, and Shinir, all of which were golden level bloodlines, considered top-tier boss monsters. The dropped monster materials were of an extraordinary level. Just the simple dragon blade and runic dragon bone alone could fetch a sky-high price. Of course, the death black robe and apostles staff that the undead apostle previously dropped were also golden level weapons. Although they had a high degree of wear, their tier was still top-notch, making them valuable items that wouldn't sell for too low a price. However, what Su Chen cared about the most were not these. Instead, it was the boss skills he had plundered from the undead bone dragons. Under his exclusive talent, they had all been converted into skill books. This meant that Su Chen now had several exclusive skills of the undead bone dragons in his possession. These items were the most valuable. The value absolutely refreshed Su Chen's perception. Let me show you all the items, Su Chen said without saying much more, directly displaying his inventory to Lu Mei. As a high-level professional, Lu Mei's appraisal skills were not bad, and she had also enhanced them several times with skill points, so she could easily check the attributes of these items. Just one glance, and Lu Mei couldn't help but gasp, her whole body trembling slightly, because Su Chen's inventory was simply too extravagant. In addition to the items mentioned above, there were also a series of weapons and equipment dropped by Han Ning and the others, as well as various rare potions and other items. All of it combined, how should one put it? It could rival the wealth of a B-level guild. In other words, Su Chen's current worth had completely surpassed all level 100 professionals in Zhonghai City able to compete with a B-level guild. Not to mention anything else, just the bones of a skeletal dragon could make many A-level guilds hesitate. After all, Zhonghai was just a small coastal city, not particularly wealthy. Who could produce such top-notch items? Oh my god. Lu Mei looked at Su Chen, unable to speak for a long time, only able to exclaim, and After a moment of silence, she finally said in a slightly trembling voice, "Did you acquire all these items by yourself? Or did you team up with other professionals?" Su Chen did not respond directly. Instead, he raised an eyebrow and smiled, asking, "What do you think?" "I don't know." Lu Mei shook her head. She truly had no idea. Damn it! So many items. Not to mention soloing, even. A hunting team formed by a large guild would find it hard to obtain such rich spoils in a short time. It was hard to imagine how Su Chen had gotten all this. Could it be? Lu Mei swallowed hard, a storm of thoughts rising in her heart. She had long heard the rumors about Su Chen. It was said that this seemingly ordinary school heartthrob who only had looks had an astonishing background behind him. Perhaps it was because his background was so powerful that it could scare people that he was recruited by the SS-level guild, Golden Rose. Thinking of this, Lu Mei felt a bit breathless, her gaze towards Su Chen filled with a complex emotion. At that time, the Kanghan Guild was also there. Han Ning was preparing to tame Alpha, and I plundered it from them. Su Chen pondered for a moment, not hiding anything, and explained straightforwardly. What the hell? As soon as this was said, Lu Mei was momentarily shocked, every pore in her body feeling like it was about to explode. Damn it! The Kanghan Guild. An A+ level guild. It wouldn't be long before they qualified for promotion to S level. And Han Ning? A nationally known popular goddess, a necromancer. Su Chen was so bold as to rob from the Kanghan Guild. For a moment, Lu Mei swallowed hard again, nearly going crazy. At the same time, her understanding of Su Chen was once again refreshed. This handsome guy who looked to be under 20 seemed more terrifying than she had imagined. That kind of thing, the alchemist from Kyoto won't mind, right? Su Chen remained silent for a moment, before decisively asking. After all, these spoils were plundered from Han Ning, and if it were an ordinary alchemist without any background, it would indeed be a bit difficult to recover them. So, Su Chen wanted to know a definite answer. The reason he shared the whole story with Lu Mei was not because he was not cautious enough, but because the Kanghan Guild probably already knew Su Chen's identity, and the bones of the skeletal dragon would eventually have to be dealt with. This matter would ultimately be exposed. Whether he said it now or not wouldn't make much of a difference. Furthermore, although Su Chen's current strength still faced some difficulties in one-on-one confrontations with level 100 professionals, under the enhancement of numerous trump cards and the protection of Chen Shuyan from Qingbei University, he generally wouldn't encounter any major issues. Even if the Kanghan Guild was clearly hunting him down. Su Chen could completely walk away from it all. Once his level increased, he could return to Zhonghai City and take down the so-called top guild Kanghan in one fell swoop. Of course, Su Chen's greatest confidence actually came from the SS-level Golden Rose. After all, he was a member of the Golden Rose Guild now. For an A-level guild like Kanghan to touch him, it seemed a bit difficult. At most, they could only engage in some petty tricks behind his back. In the end, it was uncertain who would come out on top. So that's how it is. Things are a bit more complicated than I imagined. Lu Mei took a breath, looked at Su Chen, and then fell silent for a moment, pondering. It shouldn't be a big problem. How so? My friend, he's a solo player, without a guild backing him, and has been living in Kyoto for a long time. Su Chen was taken aback. A solo player? Yes. Lu Mei's expression changed slightly but quickly returned to normal, speaking with a hint of exasperation. Not long ago, he was actually wanted by several top guilds in Kyoto. Wanted? Su Chen's mouth twitched. A solo player, simply put, is someone who has never joined any guild and is not governed by the professional association. Such a presence is inherently unconventional. Being at odds with a guild like Kanghan would hardly affect them. At worst, they could just leave the domestic cities and dive straight into the dungeon world. What surprised Su Chen was that Lu Mei's alchemist friend was actually wanted. Damn, he was indeed a tough character. Yes, several S-level guilds in Kyoto issued a bounty on him, and the reward is quite high, which is why I said it shouldn't be a big problem. Lu Mei smiled. An A-level guild in Zhonghai City wanting him is just adding another wanted notice. He won't care, as long as the goods are good. Su Chen took a deep breath, feeling a bit curious about this alchemist. Not bad, I could communicate with him more in the future. Lu Mei was actually a young lady from Kyoto? Are you planning to sell all your goods to him in the future? Upon hearing Su Chen's murmur, Lu Mei slightly curled her lips and huffed. How should I put it? This time, it's because I contacted him in advance, so this batch of goods you have is no problem for him, but Lu Mei glanced at Su Chen. After a moment of thought, she finally said calmly, but my brother is the president of an S-level guild in Kyoto, the Shura Guild, and our family's Shura auction house has a good reputation in Kyoto. If you really have good stuff in the future, you can just sell it directly to my family? Lu Mei looked at Su Chen with an expectant gaze. The Shura Guild? Only now did Su Chen realize the power behind Lu Mei. He hadn't expected it to be the Shura Guild. The god-level choice plot had already revealed Lu Mei's background, and Su Chen indeed knew that this Black Silk Priestess had such an S-level guild behind her. However, he hadn't anticipated it would be the renowned Shura Guild. And Lu Mei's older brother, Lu Yun, was naturally the legendary Kyoto Shura. If I remember correctly, the Shura level seems to be over 900 now, and reaching 1000 is just a matter of time. Damn, he's actually this big shot. Su Chen's gaze flickered, thinking to himself. No wonder. Su Chen looked at Lu Mei again. No wonder, with Lu Mei only at a few dozen levels, she could become a member of an S-level guild. It turns out her brother is Shura. The Shura profession is a unique profession. It rivals Su Chen's killer god. It is rumored that this profession starts at the epic level. And now, Lu Yun seems to have also advanced to legendary, with a series of achievements that have made the whole country tremble in fear. Soloing epic level dungeons. Charging through the Golden Dragon's lair. Powerful beyond imagination. Han. Ing, Suyu, Lu Mei. Su Chen took a deep breath of the murky air, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Every woman he encountered had an impressive background that was frightening. The most bizarre of all was Lu Mei, who was actually backed by the Kyoto Ashura. This was something Su Chen had not anticipated. Impressive, he suppressed a hint of shock in his heart and smiled at Lu Mei, which could be seen as agreeing to her request. If I come across some good loot in the future, I'll look for you. Lu Mei smiled sweetly. Great, I'll secretly raise the transaction price a bit for you. Cough, cough. Su Chen coughed lightly, choking on his own saliva. They say that women in the ambiguous phase are love-struck, and looking at it this way, it seemed to make some sense. However, he wondered how that Kyoto Ashura would feel knowing his sister was sabotaging his guild. But Lu Mei had somewhat misunderstood Su Chen. What he meant by wanting to communicate more with that alchemist was not for trading, but to understand the situation of the freelance practitioners. In Su Chen's view, he had already offended the Kanghan Guild, the Eternal Guild, and even had a falling out with mentor Lu Yu from Jiangnan province. There were quite a few people keeping an eye on him. Moreover, given Su Chen's personality, he would likely offend even more big-name practitioners in the future. Would he bow his head? Absolutely not. The only solution was to leave the city and become a freelance practitioner. Therefore, Su Chen was also curious about how to cope after being wanted by various guilds. It was always good to prepare in advance. In Zhanghai City. In a cafe in the city center. He'll be here soon, Lu Mei said, changing into a plain long dress, holding Su Chen's hand softly. Okay. Su Chen smiled faintly and nodded. But there's something I need to tell you first. Ha? Su Chen was taken aback. This alchemist looks a bit unusual, so don't take it too personally. Lu Mei thought for a moment and added, in a sense, he isn't a pure-blood human, but you can understand him as a mixed blood. What the hell? Su Chen's eyes lit up, feeling a bit dazed. Mixed blood? This concept seemed to only apply to wild bosses. There were mixed bloods among practitioners too? This was indeed a blind spot in Su Chen's knowledge. After all, the content covered in high school was limited, otherwise practitioners wouldn't need to go to university to learn more about the world of universal class changes. Right. Mixed blood. Lu Mei emphasized again, thinking for a moment. Before continuing to explain to Su Chen, how should I put it? You know about bloodline potions, right? Su Chen nodded. Of course. He knew. Moreover, he currently had 2 bottles of hero-level bloodline potions, which could be used to enhance attributes and trigger skill transformations. They were quite effective and also very expensive. Under normal circumstances, bloodline potions will change a practitioner's attribute panel, elevating their limits, Lu Mei explained. However, most of the bloodline potions we talk about are ordinary bloodline potions, which only enhance the practitioner's strength and do not change their true bloodline. Su Chen fell into deep thought. Lu Mei continued, there are some rare bloodline potions where the racial bloodline contained is too dense. Using them will dilute the practitioner's own racial bloodline. In other words, if one obtains a bottle of hero-level angel bloodline potion, after consuming it, the practitioner will gain a trace of diluted angelic bloodline. And if one consumes a large amount of angel bloodline potions, it won't just simply change their talents, skills, or attributes. The practitioner will completely lose a part of their human bloodline. They will become a mixed blood angel. Lu Mei's explanation was straightforward and quite clear. Su Chen suddenly understood, his eyes shining brightly. Damn it. It sounded somewhat interesting. So, your friend has used more than one bloodline potion? Su Chen swallowed hard. No. Lu Mei shook her head. He has used at least a dozen bottles of bloodline potions, and they are all hero level or above. And that kind of bloodline potion belongs to the half-orc lineage. Half-orc lineage. Su Chen was taken aback, involuntarily taking a deep breath of the stale air. He was indeed shocked. The value of a single hero-level bloodline potion could rival that of numerous gold-level weapons, making it extremely expensive. Generally speaking, even A-level guilds would find it hard to acquire such potions, yet Lu Mei's friend had obtained so many in one go. The most outrageous part was that all these potions were of the half-orc lineage. No wonder you said he looks unusual. Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. The appearance of half-orcs was not just unusual, it was downright ugly and ferocious. Hardly different from mixed-blood demon species. Just their looks could scare many first-tier professionals to death. However, that kind of bloodline potion has granted him an incredibly terrifying power boost, Lu Mei said truthfully. This guy's attributes are at least 10 times higher than those of an average professional. Is it really that exaggerated? Su Chen asked, slightly incredulous. I've been quite conservative. If we were to be serious, his attributes might be 50 or 60 times higher than those of professionals at the same level. A complex emotion flickered in Lu Mei's eyes. She couldn't help but sigh. Besides the hero-level bloodline potions, he has also used a whole bunch of top-tier items. Many of those things would fetch sky-high prices at auction. Su Chen fell silent. The alchemist profession really makes money. A golden profession. Su Chen smiled faintly. Yes. Lu Mei also smiled sweetly in agreement. How should I put it? It really is a golden profession, but the resources consumed to cultivate an alchemist in the early stages are quite substantial. It's practically a gold-devouring beast. I wonder if I can develop a secondary support profession. Su Chen furrowed his brows, thinking to himself. According to the Kyoto mage's words, he had a hidden profession, and if it were alchemist, it seemed quite good. An attack-type war profession. A life-supporting auxiliary profession. After chatting with Lu Mei for a while, a figure draped in a pitch-black robe entered the cafe. The height was quite exaggerated, at least over 2 meters tall. The physique was also very robust. A definite big guy. Lu Mei, long time no see. The monster-like professional walked up to Su Chen, glanced at Lu Mei, and spoke in a deep, gravelly voice. His voice was extremely hoarse, almost unpleasant, as if his throat had been shredded. Black robe. Long time no see. Lu Mei smiled faintly, waving her hand as a greeting. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Black robe? That should be a code name. This is Su Chen, he's the one who will be handling the materials. Lu Mei smiled sweetly, introducing Su Chen to the black robe. Hello. The monster extended his hand and nodded at Su Chen. Su Chen didn't put on any airs and shook his hand directly, but at that moment he also got a clear look at the face beneath the black robe. Indeed, as Lu Mei had said, the appearance of this alchemist was very unusual. It could hardly be called unusual anymore. It was downright ferocious, somewhat resembling a mixed-blood demon species. He had lost the appearance of a human and looked more like a monster, a walking tyrannosaurus. It was somewhat similar to the illustrations in the high school Chinese textbook. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Su Chen would have mistaken the figure before him for not a professional, but a genuine half-orc boss monster. Can you show me your inventory? The black robe plopped down directly opposite Su Chen, downing the coffee in front of him in one gulp, then continued in his deep, gravelly voice. Sure. Su Chen smiled faintly, directly opening his inventory for the monster to use identification skills to check. What the hell? In just a moment, the half-orc monster, who had been silent and exuded a deep demeanor, suddenly choked on his saliva, taken aback. He cursed loudly, staring at Su Chen with a pair of deep purple eyes filled with shock and confusion. After a long silence, he frantically swallowed, took a deep breath of stale air, and finally regained his composure. I want all of these, especially the boss skill book of the undead bone dragon. The black-robed figure was straightforward, expressing his thoughts candidly. Name your price. As long as I can afford it, I'll take all of these back. The black robe looked at Su Chen with sincerity. If you have anything else, especially boss skill books, feel free to show them to me. I'll take them all. Su Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. The guy in front of him not only looked similar to a half-orc but also had a simple and direct personality. He had no ulterior motives. Shouldn't they haggle first? However, Su Chen's first impression of him was quite good. Compared to those crafty businessmen, he preferred the black robe. Let's talk about these items first, Lu Mei suddenly said, giving Su Chen a look, then turned to the black robe sitting directly across from her. As we agreed before, for the first batch, it's 55,000 gold coins. Upon hearing this, the black robe choked again, placing the coffee cup in his hand on the table and glancing at Lu Mei. Lu Mei, I told you before that the highest price I can offer is over 50,000 gold coins. The black robe looked helpless. That's close enough, Lu Mei smiled and continued. Let's also calculate the bones of the undead bone dragon. I'll take them all back in a package deal. Hearing this, the black robe nodded slightly, his expression easing a bit. However, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Gold coins? Lu Mei noticed Su Chen's expression and leaned in to explain. In the world of universal job changes, gold coins are the hard currency. To put it simply, Domestic currency is useless in the dungeon world, but gold coins can be used for transactions with any race, even in the winter. Dungeon. These things are like experience gems, they are hard currency. Su Chen instantly understood. 1 gold coin is equivalent to 10,000. Lu Mei added. 1 gold coin equating to 10,000. Su Chen calculated in his mind. This meant that his previous batch of goods, including the undead apostle boss monster, sold for over 500 million. That was indeed an astronomical price. Whether it was the undead apostle or the heavily worn golden grade weapons, although they were decent, their actual value was just SOSO. Being able to sell at this price was naturally related to Lu Mei's connections. If it were another alchemist, it would be impossible to acquire so lavishly. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but squint his eyes, feeling a wave of satisfaction. As for the other items, Lu Mei took the initiative to make decisions for Su Chen, looking at the black robe and saying, for the bones of the undead bone dragon, let's set the price at 50,000 gold coins for one, and for the golden grade boss skill book, at least 50,000 gold coins each. As for the other items, we can package them together. The black robe was taken aback, his mouth twitching. Lu Mei, your price is too high. Not only was the black robe stunned, but even Su Chen was momentarily shocked. 50,000 gold coins meant that a skill book would sell for 500 million. This was no longer just a skill book, but could be mistaken for a heavily worn hero grade weapon. However, after thinking it over, Su Chen accepted it calmly. After all, boss skill books are valuable yet rare. It was normal for the price to be a bit higher. Moreover, these skills were plundered from the undead bone dragon, and he had spent quite a bit of experience points on them. Not too high. Lu Mei pondered for a moment, looking at the man in the black robe, and said, we've known each other for quite a while, and you know very well what this price entails. To acquire these items, it will certainly cost a considerable amount. If it were other professionals, we wouldn't even consider selling. One must admit, Lu Mei was indeed eloquent. With just a few simple words, she rendered the black robe silent. He truly needed the batch of items in Su Chen's hands, especially the bones of the undead apostle boss, which were quite important to him. Moreover, Su Chen's boss skill books had significant collectible value, so a slight markup was quite reasonable. Alright, then, I'll buy everything. Let's calculate the exact price. The black robe fell silent for a moment before giving a clear response. Upon hearing his words, even Su Chen gently bit his teeth. This alchemist before him was indeed a tough character. Once he made up his mind, he wouldn't linger. The total is 543,000 gold coins. After tallying all the items, Lu Mei provided a price. She paused, gazing into the black robe's small purple eyes, and with a soft smile said, just round it off, give me 550,000 gold coins. With a splutter, the black robe was once again choked by the coffee in his hand. This was already his 6th cup. Damn it. She can even round it off in reverse. Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle, finding Lu Mei's demeanor a bit amusing. It seemed that Lu Mei had a bit of the virtuous wife and good mother style. Ahem. She knew how to manage life. Alright. The black robe shook his head, also smiling softly, not haggling further. If he was already giving more, why quibble over a little? Take it, a total of 550,000 gold coins. The black robe handed Su Chen a heavily worn silver ring, which had almost no attribute bonuses. Its only function was to store items. Under the effect of the identification spell, Su Chen could see the contents inside. It was indeed a large pile of gleaming gold coins. Put all the items in here. The black robe took out another silver ring from his robe, which also had the capacity to store a large number of items. Su Chen nodded. He placed the bones of the undead bone dragon boss, the spoils obtained from Han Ing, as well as the dragon blade and other items, all inside. Of course, he also included the numerous low-level monsters he had killed in the wilderness. Their value wasn't high, but they were plentiful, and he had sold quite a bit. This is my business card. My contact information is in the smart bracelet. After the transaction was completed, the black robe didn't leave immediately. Instead, he handed Su Chen 2 more items, a black iron medal uniquely shaped like a cross, and a delicate smart bracelet. The metal's function was similar to what the magic tutors in Kyoto had given Su Chen. By crushing this metal, he could summon the black robe, who would appear right beside him. As for the smart bracelet, it was a technological product of this world. Its functions were similar to a smartphone, allowing browsing of apps, watching videos, and even online shopping. Very convenient. Then, I'll take my leave, the black robe said to Lu Mei, glancing at Su Chen once more. Alright, see you again if there's a chance. Goodbye. Su Chen and Lu Mei both said to the black robe simultaneously. The next moment, in their line of sight, a faint golden light flickered, and a golden fire ring appeared as the black robe stepped right into it. He completely vanished from the cafe. It's actually a long-distance teleportation array. How extravagant. Su Chen looked at the array and couldn't help but exclaim. This kind of array could allow the black robe to appear instantaneously hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, even directly from Zhonghai City to the far north. The price of such an array was naturally exorbitant. But thinking about it, it was understandable. After all, this alchemist was being hunted by numerous S-rank guilds in Kyoto. Staying in one place for too long would likely lead to him being captured by the night order dispatched by the professional association. Not bad. This time we made quite a profit. Lu Mei let out a long breath, a bit smugly saying, "Sister is very good at bargaining." Su Chen also smiled and said, "Of course. I'm a priest, my charm value is maxed out, okay? It's just bargaining, who can out-talk me?" Lu Mei smiled brilliantly. By the way. Suddenly, Lu Mei looked at Su Chen and explained, "The gold coins he gave you, besides being used for trading, are actually also good alchemical materials. These gold coins can be used to forge weapons, at the very least, they can be made into golden-grade weapons. Is there such a saying?" Su Chen was taken aback for a moment, his eyes brightening. It was the first time he learned about the role of gold coins in the world of class change, and the fact that gold coins could be forged into golden-grade weapons surprised him greatly. Yes. Otherwise, gold coins wouldn't circulate as hard currency. The inherent properties of gold coins in this world are already of high quality. Lu Mei patiently explained, and Su Chen nodded, silently remembering. After finishing the transaction, he chatted briefly with Lu Mei again. Su Chen went straight home. After tidying up the room, he hugged the pet egg, packed the nurturing array, called a taxi, and went to the Platinum Bay Villa. The environment is nice. Upon arriving at Villa number 1, Su Chen's eyes lit up slightly, and he couldn't help but exclaim from the heart. This villa, although gifted by the vice president of the Journey Guild, Xia Qi, was not lacking at all. On the contrary, it completely exceeded Su Chen's expectations. Villa number 1 was located deep in the forest, and one could see the river view as soon as they looked up. The scenery was nice and very quiet. He unlocked the door with a fingerprint. As soon as he entered the room, he was greeted by a European-style light luxury decor, with solid wood furniture arranged in the living room. The villa was large, covering an area of over 4,000 square meters, with a total of 6 floors, equipped with all kinds of facilities, including a super-large swimming pool. No wonder it's Platinum Bay. Su Chen squinted slightly, smiled contentedly, and directly lay down on the genuine leather sofa in the living room. The pet egg and nurturing array were placed right in the center of the living room. Once Little White hatches, this living room will be enough for it to play around. Su Chen smiled faintly and murmured, "The light unicorn is not very large in size. The villa's living room is spacious enough for Little White to move around. However, for a skeletal dragon, it would be a bit cramped." The villa's bedroom was also much better than Su Chen had imagined. A soft large bed, solid wood flooring, satin curtains. Take a shower, then sleep. Su Chen walked into the bathroom and enjoyed a soak in the bathtub. After that, he went straight to rest. The next morning. Ding! Congratulations, your exclusive pet light unicorn, Dark Gold Grade Bloodline, has successfully hatched. A cold notification sound startled Su Chen awake from his sleep. What the hell? Su Chen was stunned, opening his somewhat dry eyes and swallowing hard. Little White is born? At the same time, a new entry pet appeared in Su Chen's attribute panel, showcasing all the attributes of the light unicorn. Name, Light Unicorn, tamed, grade, Dark Gold grade, growing, level. LV.1 hatching, health points, 23,000 strength, 180 constitution, 150 spirit, 200 agility, 160 skills, Holy Light technique, Dark Gold grade, light cutting, golden grade, Holy Light explosion, Dark Gold grade, levitation technique, golden grade, holy feather, Dark Gold grade, cross holy shield, Dark Gold grade. Description: the light unicorn is a hybrid magic species of the Holy Light system. This creature is extremely noble and pure, possessing powerful four-dimensional attributes, especially the spirit attribute, which far exceeds that of same-level boss monsters. The unicorn is highly attractive, favored by female professionals, and its gentle nature makes it suitable as a mount. After taming the unicorn, one will receive an additional light mark, gaining a permanent enhancement buff, health, defense, magic resistance. It's really damn magnificent. Just a glance at Little White's attribute panel left Su Chen momentarily stunned, a hint of surprise welling up in his heart. Exaggerated. It was simply too exaggerated. Little White's four-dimensional attributes were several times greater than Su Chen's at level 1, and most of the exclusive skills were Dark Gold level. The lowest even reached the level of a Golden Boss skill. It could be said that in terms of skill strength among the Dark Gold hybrid demon species, Little White was a tier stronger than the Undead Bone Dragon Alpha. Born with 20,000 health points, Su Chen swallowed hard and took a deep breath. And it can provide me with a permanent enhancement buff? Damn, this is amazing. Health, defense, and even magic resistance have all seen a significant increase. Su Chen was somewhat shocked. This was no mere pet. It was simply a treasure. Meow. A soft, babyish mewing sound came from outside the bedroom, as if a little kitten was gently bumping against the doorframe. Upon hearing this sound, Su Chen's eyes immediately lit up. He hurried to open the bedroom door. In the next moment, a little creature covered in silvery white fur dashed in. Not very large, about the size of a normal little leopard, but its appearance was exceptionally exquisite. Its beauty stirred something deep within Su Chen. So beautiful. Pure golden pupils, bright like amber. The delicate horn was only slightly protruding, covered with a layer of hazy holy light, surrounded by fine elemental dust, creating an incredibly dreamy atmosphere. Its snow white fur was soft and delicate. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Su Chen would have thought the little creature before him was a fine piece of art. So splendid it seemed unreal. Little White? Su Chen reached out his hand and gently called, "Meow." Upon hearing Su Chen's call, the light unicorn tilted its little head, and a hint of emotion flickered in its golden pupils, as if smiling at Su Chen. Damn, this is really cute. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he couldn't help but laugh from the heart, his expression softening considerably. How to put it? At this moment, Little White, rather than being a hybrid demon species, resembled a little kitten eagerly waiting to be fed. It was indeed quite endearing. Even Su Chen found it hard to resist directly picking up Little White for some affectionate cuddling. Meow. The light unicorn was also very clever, knowing that Su Chen was its master, tilting its little head affectionately into Su Chen's embrace. This made Su Chen's heart tighten. He felt a sense of raising a daughter. Just as described in the attribute panel, it's very good looking. When this little guy grows up, I wonder how many female adventurers it will charm. Su Chen patted Little White's head, thinking to himself. Even he couldn't resist the cuteness of the light unicorn, unable to help but cuddle it. Those female adventurers would probably fall for it at just one glance. Learn to do a backflip soon, got it? Su Chen pinched Little White's little face and said softly, "Next time the priest's sisters come over, I'll have an excuse." The light unicorn tilted its little head again, its eyes showing a hint of confusion and bewilderment. Fortunately, there was no one else around. Otherwise, he would have been scolded for being shameless, as if he was treating Little White as a tool for flirting. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully used the Undead Dragon Tomb Pass binding. Identity. Ding! Congratulations, identity binding successful. Confirmed adventurer Killer God Su Chen. You have obtained permanent access to the dungeon world, Undead Dragon Tomb. The cold notification echoed in Su Chen's mind, and he instinctively took a deep breath. He felt a bit nervous. That's right. After the light unicorn hatched, Su Chen immediately activated the Undead Dragon. 2. His date with Lu Mei was complete. The inventory of items in hand has been completely cleared. Naturally, he can confidently head to the Dragon Tomb. Now, Su Chen possesses quite a few trump cards, in addition to top-tier boss skills like the Death Flame, Explosion and the Ring of Fire. He also has a skeletal dragon mount and a radiant unicorn pet. His overall strength is already on par with a third transformation level 60 professional. Even when facing hybrid monsters around level 100, Su Chen has the ability to protect himself. Indeed, he has already qualified to recklessly venture into the Dragon Tomb. Ding! You have entered the exclusive instance world, Undead Dragon Tomb. Ding! You have been affected by the buff attack of the Undead Dragon Tomb instance. Maximum health reduced by 20%, physical attack reduced by 15%, healing recovery effect reduced by 30%, magic resistance reduced by 5%. Another wave of cold notification sounds came, and Su Chen immediately frowned. Damn it! Even Su Chen did not expect the buff attack of the Dragon Tomb to be so exaggerated, instantly losing 20% of his health, with both attack and defense significantly reduced. In comparison, the ultimate boss monster field buff in the Shallow Bay instance was nothing. I need to be a bit more cautious. Su Chen did not let his guard down. He tightened his grip on the storm bone spear in his hand. The white mist before him quietly dissipated. The scene in front of Su Chen also changed. It was no longer the European-style villa living room, but a grim burial ground. What the hell, is this the Dragon Tomb? Upon seeing the scene of the instance, Su Chen's eyes widened in shock. It wasn't that he wasn't calm enough. It was just that everything before him had an overwhelming visual impact. This was an incredibly cold world, seemingly devoid of life, with white bones scattered everywhere. And directly in front of Su Chen were countless tall altars, each with a gigantic skeleton as massive as a mountain at its center. No doubt, these were all the remains of dead dragons. So many? Su Chen estimated for a moment and then swallowed hard a few times. The number of dragon bones was even more exaggerated than he had imagined. Just in the area he could see, there were over 100 altars. It was hard to imagine how many dragons were in the entire Undead Dragon Tomb. Damn it! Over 100 undead skeletal dragons of this level of undead creature could form an undead army that would drive the entire world of class change crazy. Su Chen gasped, trying to calm the shock within him. Light identification technique. He casually cast an identification spell, preparing to check the attributes of these dragon bones. However, the next moment he was completely stunned. Name: Emerald Dragon Hybrid Dragon. Asleep. Rank: Heroic. Level: LV.600. Health: 1.29 billion. Name: Obsidian Dragon Hybrid Dragon. Asleep. Rank: Heroic. Level: LV.630. Health: 1.92 billion. Name: Destruction Flame Dragon Hybrid Dragon. Asleep. Rank: Heroic. Level: LV.720. Health: 2.47 billion. Light identification technique. Hidden attribute: Emerald Dragon Hybrid Dragon. Every piece of dragon bone can be used for alchemy. This is a premium dragon, highly favored by alchemists, pharmacists, and other support professions. The value of a hybrid emerald dragon can rival that of a low-level pure-blood dragon. Light identification technique. Hidden attribute: Destruction Flame Dragon Hybrid Dragon, a hybrid descendant of the Winter Instance World Destruction Black Dragon, under the baptism of top-tier bloodline potions, has a certain probability of reverting to a pure-blood black dragon. What the hell? The dragons here have such high bloodline ranks, and their levels are all above 5 or 600. Su Chen was indeed stunned. He did not expect that the dragon tomb would be filled with dragon corpses of such caliber. Each one can be considered a top-tier ultimate boss monster. At the same time, all the dragons have impressive bloodlines, even including hybrid descendants of the destructive black dragon. In slumber, Su Chen took a deep breath and slightly furrowed his brow. He pondered, so these dragons, although dead, still have the possibility of resurrection? However, when the dragons revive, will they be undead skeletal dragons or the original dragon beings? From the feedback of the identification technique, it did not clearly indicate that the dragons in the altar would definitely transform into undead skeletal dragons. In other words, it is very likely that the deceased dragons can revive, even be reborn from the ashes. The light identification technique provides some hidden attributes. Su Chen looked at some hints at the end of the dragon's attribute panel. After clicking, he could view all the hidden attributes. Emerald Dragon? Su Chen swallowed hard, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. This type of dragon was mentioned in the elective course. Every bone of the Emerald Dragon is worth a fortune. Even an S-rank guild would buy it at a high price. This is much more expensive than an ordinary undead skeletal dragon. A bold thought emerged in Su Chen's mind. He wanted to try to carve out a piece of dragon bone from the Emerald Dragon. He just didn't know if it would wake these top-tier monsters from their slumber. If they all revive at levels of 5 or 600, I might be in big trouble. Su Chen glanced around the dragon tomb, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. The altar? After a brief observation, Su Chen focused on the altar beneath the dragon bones. These altars had unique shapes, somewhat resembling magic circles. Could it be that the altar, like a nurturing magic circle, provides nutrients to the dragons, helping them revive? Or, Su Chen pondered, the altar's magic circle is causing the dragons to transform into undead skeletal dragons. He sent another identification technique over. Name: Undead Altar. Rank: Epic attributes can allow deceased dragon beings to transform into undead skeletal dragons, becoming a new species of the abyss world. However, if the dragon's rank is too high, exceeding the hero level, it can absorb energy from the altar's magic circle to revive, becoming a higher-tier dragon lord. Description: each undead altar is crafted by the sacred organization, the Temple Society of the Native World. What the hell? Su Chen was taken aback. Originally, he just wanted to identify the altar to see if there were any new discoveries, but this revelation directly exposed the truth of the entire dragon tomb. The deceased dragons either transform into undead skeletal dragons, becoming a species of the abyss world, or they revive. No wonder it notes they are in slumber. But the burial ground of the dragons is actually related to the Temple Society? Su Chen's heart raced. The Temple Society, the top church of the native world, somewhat similar to the guilds created by human practitioners. However, the level of the church is unknown. How many times higher? To be called a church, there must be at least a 9-turn deity presiding over it, and even countless sanctuary-level practitioners. Sanctuary level is a transitional rank achieved after completing 9 turns, reaching a level above 1000. Exceeding the sanctuary level allows one to stand shoulder to shoulder with demigods, meaning they are demigod-level practitioners. Currently, in the entire world of universal job transitions, no one has been reported to have reached the sanctuary level, while in the native churches, such monsters exist. Is the Temple Society preparing to tame a batch of undead dragons? Undead catastrophe? Su Chen suddenly took a deep breath, thinking of a possibility. Undead catastrophe. If all these dragons were to transform into undead skeletal dragons, the uproar it would cause would affect the entire world of universal job transitions. And the temple society must have created countless similar dragon tombs. Su Chen couldn't help but be frightened by his own thoughts, immediately choking on his own saliva. He coughed softly twice. Over the years, the underground world has been in turmoil. Could it be that the temple will prepare to wipe out the entire world of class transitions? A wave of terror surged in Su Chen's heart. How should he put it? For the native practitioners, NPCs of the temple, the world Su Chen currently inhabited was also a dungeon. The human practitioners, adventurers throughout Blue Star were also monsters. Su Chen and his companions gained experience points by defeating bosses from other dungeons, allowing them to level up transition classes and acquire extraordinary powers. Similarly, the native NPCs in the temple also transitioned classes by eliminating the human practitioners, adventurers in Blue Star. This contradiction was irreversible. If the undead calamity truly rewards us with as many undead bone dragons as in the Sand Sea, such terrifying power, once it sweeps across the globe, will cause the entire world of class transitions to collapse and be utterly destroyed in an instant. In the human world, all practitioners, or rather, the adventurers in the eyes of the NPCs, will cease to exist. With this thought, Su Chen's brows furrowed tightly, and he could no longer sit still, a chill running down his back. Is the world going to be destroyed? Su Chen coughed dryly, even he found it hard to believe. However, the reality lay before him, and his speculation was not unfounded but had a high probability of occurring soon. I need to level up quickly. Su Chen took a deep breath of the stale air, his expression urgent. As he murmured, if the temple truly descends and the undead calamity sweeps the world, I must raise my level to a sufficiently high tier before it all arrives, to have at least some ability to protect myself. If possible, I might have a chance to reverse the plot and end the undead calamity before it arrives. Light identification technique, hidden entry, shatter the undead altar to unlock the ultimate boss, Sleeping Dragon. After defeating the dragon boss, corresponding item rewards can be obtained, and the loot dropped by the Sleeping Dragon is double the usual amount. At that moment, under the effect of the light identification technique, a hidden entry appeared. Shatter the undead altar? Unlock the Sleeping Dragon boss. Looking at this entry, Su Chen was momentarily stunned, and in his line of sight, all the undead altars had slightly changed. At the top of the altar, a faint golden blood bar emerged, identical to the boss's health points. Damn! Su Chen's eyes brightened slightly. So that's how it works. Initially, he thought this dragon tomb held little value for him at the moment. After all, who knew if defeating the Sleeping Dragon boss would yield experience points or the expected loot? But now, under the effect of the light identification technique, Su Chen realized that this dragon tomb was undoubtedly a top-tier dungeon. Double rewards. Wouldn't that be a direct boost? However, given my current level, I can't unlock most of the dragon bosses. Su Chen smiled wryly, murmuring to himself. Although the value of this dragon tomb was quite terrifying, not only were there vast amounts of dragon bones, but the items obtained from defeating the dragon bosses were also double rewards. Su Chen could completely use this exclusive dungeon world to elevate his strength to a terrifying level in a short time. However, even a single dragon was of heroic bloodline, often at level 6 or 700. Such beings were not something Su Chen could handle at present. How should he put it? For him, most of the sleeping dragon bosses were more like exquisite gifts in a display case. At this stage, he could only admire them. Only when his strength was sufficient could he truly unlock the entire dragon tomb. By that time, whether it was taming these dragon bosses or eliminating all the dragons within the dragon tomb one by one, Su Chen would be ready. The benefits he received were unimaginably rich. No rush. Anyway, the dragon tomb is currently only open to me as a professional. With this thought, Su Chen smiled faintly, not feeling too urgent, and called out to Alpha. Riding the undead bone dragon, he flew deeper into the dragon tomb. Damn, there are even more than I imagined. Over 1,200 dragon remains. Behind Alpha, Su Chen furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring in shock. After wandering around the dragon tomb for a while, Su Chen realized he seemed to have made a mistake. The total number of dragons in the entire dragon tomb had reached 1,200. These were not the minor hybrid bosses from dungeons, but genuine dragon kin. Any one of them could easily become the ultimate boss in a golden level dungeon. And now, in the dragon tomb, they had become ordinary little NPCs. If the students from the first high school appeared here, they would probably be scared out of their minds. Su Chen took a deep breath, inadvertently swallowing. Indeed, the visual shock of this scene was overwhelming. The remains of the giant dragons were as massive as mountains, quietly placed in the center of the ancient altar, like deep sea whales stranded on the shore. Although they were motionless, the innate pressure of their bloodline made Su Chen's heart tighten. Most importantly, these dragon remains were not just pure skeletons. Unlike the undead bone dragon, many of the giant dragons still had intact flesh and skin. Although some were shriveled like withered tree trunks, this flesh was genuine dragon meat, and each piece could fetch an astronomical price at the auction house. After all, the status of dragons in this world was still very high. Every material from a dragon boss was a top-tier alchemical item, driving all alchemists and potion makers crazy. What is that? Ice-tail scorpion. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. In the deepest part of this dragon tomb dungeon, he saw a golden altar. At the very center of the golden altar lay not a dragon skeleton, but a peculiar creature the size of a lion, resembling a scorpion, yet its entire body was a translucent icy blue, like perfect jade. Name: Ice-tail scorpion hybrid demon seed. Asleep. Rank: epic level. LV.400 health. 870 million. Light identification technique. Hidden attributes. Attribute 1, Ice-tail scorpion boss, a hybrid descendant of the ultimate boss Ice Blue Scorpion King from the Winter Dungeon world, possessing part dragon bloodline and part ice blue scorpion bloodline. This creature is extremely powerful and can control dragons to fight for it. Attribute 2, defeating the Ice-tail scorpion boss grants at least one soul bone. Fusing the soul bone will provide a certain degree of attribute enhancement and grant an exclusive boss skill, even unlocking an exclusive boss talent. Attribute 3, defeating the Ice-tail scorpion boss unlocks the perfect entrance ticket for the Winter World Dungeon, allowing direct access to the depths of the Winter Dungeon and obtaining the Ice Blue Scorpion Ice token, increasing the success rate of taming the Ice Blue Scorpion boss by 50%. Upon seeing the Ice-tail scorpion, Su Chen did not hesitate for a moment and directly cast an identification spell. However, in an instant, he fell silent. Damn! The Ice-tail scorpion is really in the dragon tomb. Su Chen gasped sharply, trying to calm his emotions. How to put it? The Ice-tail scorpion held a very high status in Zhonghai City, being the strongest top ultimate boss in the city. The Kanghun Guild, the Eternal Guild, and the Expedition Guild, the three major guilds, have expended a tremendous amount of energy in pursuit of the Ice-tailed scorpion boss. Even Han Ying's last hunting team was formed to search for the traces of the Ice-tailed scorpion, because once they obtain the Ice-tailed scorpion, they can access the pure-blood progenitor of the Winter World, the Ice Emerald Scorpion King. That is a true royal-level boss. And now, this opportunity lay before Su Chen. However, what shocked Su Chen immensely was that the actual strength of the Ice-tailed scorpion was quite different from the exposed information. Wasn't it said that this hybrid demon was only of hero-level status? How could it actually reach epic level, on par with the progenitor Ice Emerald Scorpion? Su Chen was bewildered. The high school textbooks had detailed introductions to the Ice-tailed scorpion hero-level bloodline. Its level was only a little over 300. Yet now, the Ice-tailed scorpion before Su Chen, dazzling like ice jade, was clearly much stronger. Could it be that there are two Ice-tailed scorpion bosses in Zhonghai City? Su Chen swallowed hard, a bold thought surging in his mind. Killing this Ice-tailed scorpion could actually yield a soul bone. Of course, what left Su Chen dumbfounded was not just the boss's attributes exceeding expectations, but the three hidden attributes that appeared under the effect of the light appraisal technique. In a world where everyone could change professions, simply put, it was a complete fusion of the game world and reality, where professionals were similar to players from past games, and those boss monsters were like NPCs. The conventional settings from the game existed in this world as well. Soul bones were one of them. The function of a soul bone was somewhat similar to wings. It could fuse with a professional's bone, granting them extraordinary power. At the same time, it could inherit some exclusive skills and even unique talents from the boss monsters. Each soul bone was extremely precious. At least in Zhonghai City, no auction house had ever featured such a top-tier item. Even in a big city like Kyoto, it would take years for a soul bone to appear at auction. The value of such things was unimaginable. After defeating this Ice-tailed scorpion, I can obtain the Ice token. The success rate of taming the pure-blood progenitor Ice Emerald Scorpion has increased by half. Su Chen's heart jolted, and his pupils dilated completely. This hidden attribute was the most shocking to him. That was the Ice Emerald Scorpion King, a true royal-level boss. Even the top-tier professionals of the 8th and 9th transitions would be quite envious of such a pet. Whoever could tame this pure-blood monster would definitely cause a sensation akin to a deep water bomb, shocking the entire nation. The Ice token, if this were to be auctioned, even an SS-level guild might not be able to handle it. Top-tier figures like the Mage God would probably go crazy over this token. Su Chen took a deep breath, his heart racing. What a pity. Damn it. A 400-level, hero-level bloodline, such a top-tier monster, I currently don't have the strength to take it down. Su Chen glanced at the ice-tailed scorpion with a complex expression, then withdrew his gaze, sincerely sighing. How to put it? The magnificent ice-tailed scorpion boss was, for Su Chen at this moment, like a perfect and exquisite piece of art. Placed in a display case, it could only be admired. Wanting to obtain it right now was unrealistic. However, this dragon tomb, judging by the current situation, seemed to be open only to Su Chen as a professional. This meant that as long as he was given enough time, all the dragon bosses in the entire Dragon Tomb instance, including this hybrid demon ice-tailed scorpion, would eventually be his. There was no need to rush. Given time, they would all belong to Su Chen. First, let's find the lowest level hybrid dragon to take down. After a moment of silence, Su Chen squinted slightly and smiled contentedly. He couldn't take down monsters of several hundred levels just yet. However, with the enhancement of various hidden cards, defeating a level 60 dragon monster should not be a big problem. With this thought, Su Chen patted the alpha beneath him and flew towards a corner of the Dragon Tomb. Name: Emerald Dragon Hybrid Dragon Species Nano. Asleep. Grade: Heroic Level LV.62 Health 1,200,000 Strength 850 Constitution 890 Spirit 920 Agility 860 Skills. Life: Holy Light Heroic Radiance Echo Dark Gold Ice Type Holy Shield Dark Gold Dragon's Fury Gold. Description: a young emerald dragon, although a hybrid, possesses extremely rare top-tier boss skills. This young dragon was killed by an NPC knight, and at the center of its forehead lies a broken holy sword. The dragon was ultimately ended by this sword. Entry 1. The hybrid Nano of the Emerald Dragon has a heart full of vitality. Due to its innate bloodline, Nano has not completely died and has a high probability of being reborn from the ashes rather than being transformed into an undead bone dragon. Entry 2. The bloodline of the Nano boss is quite pure. Bathing in dragon blood can yield effects similar to attribute gems, enhancing its four-dimensional attributes to a certain extent, and there is a chance to comprehend exclusive dragon boss skills. Entry 3. After defeating Nano, one can allow their mount or pet to devour Nano's bloodline and skeleton, with a certain probability of enabling the mount or pet to evolve, enhancing bloodline strength, and transforming into a brand new species. After wandering around the Dragon Tomb for a while, Su Chen finally found a suitable target: a heroic level hybrid Emerald Dragon. Its level just exceeded 60 and was in its third transformation. Although the actual combat power of dragon bosses far exceeds that of other bosses of the same level, with Su Chen's current strength, dealing with this young emerald dragon should not be a problem. Life: Holy Light. It's actually a heroic level boss skill. Su Chen glanced at Nano's attribute panel. Each entry was quite magnificent. Especially in the skills section, all the skills were above gold boss skills. Among them was an extremely rare heroic level divine skill. If I remember correctly, this skill seems to be very similar to Life Enhancement. It is a support skill that increases maximum health. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling a bit excited. The Life Holy Light skill left a deep impression on him, because in high school literature class there was a lesson that detailed this top-tier boss skill, and the literature teacher held it in high regard, believing it to be the strongest support passive skill among the Emerald Dragon clan. It could be called a divine skill of life. Radiance Echo and Ice-type Holy Shield, these two dark gold skills are also excellent, and can perfectly compensate for my current level deficiencies. Su Chen looked at the other two Emerald Dragon boss skills, his eyes shining. Since he had the plunder talent, Su Chen naturally wanted to target the boss monster with the strongest skill intensity so he could maximize the value of the loot he obtained. And the Emerald Dragon boss named Nano before him was undoubtedly the best target. Ended by an NPC knight with a highly worn-out holy sword at its forehead. Su Chen frowned slightly, looking at Nano's head. Indeed, there was a holy sword embedded in the skull of this Emerald Dragon. I wonder what grade it is. After killing the dragon, I can use identification skills to check. Although only a part of the sword's hilt was exposed, the wooden hilt was quite exquisite, engraved with runes and totems, seemingly of good grade. Moreover, this weapon originally belonged to the native NPC. Having the courage to confront a dragon, the NPC knight's strength was naturally not to be underestimated, and how could the rank of this holy sword be low? Dragon blood? Nano's heart is filled with life vitality. Bathing in dragon blood can enhance the four-dimensional attributes and grant exclusive dragon boss skills. Su Chen's eyes lit up. It must be said, this emerald giant dragon is simply too enticing. The rewards from defeating it are explosive. The value of such a hybrid giant dragon is worth more than 4 undead bone dragons. Altar: health 62 million. Su Chen took a deep breath, tightly gripping the storm bone spear in his hand, and looked at the altar beneath Nano. The health of this altar reached 62 million. It can also be understood as the durability of the weapon. To unlock the giant dragon boss Nano, Su Chen must first destroy this altar. If this is the health of a boss monster, over 60 million health points, it would probably require an A-level guild hunting team to take action. Su Chen chuckled softly, murmuring to himself. However, the altar won't attack me. I just need to deal a total of 60 million damage. With this thought, Su Chen threw the storm bone spear directly under the effect of the weapon's passive skill. The storm bone spear split wildly, landing one by one in the center of the altar. Death flame explosion, elemental arrow, ring of fire, flame, undead domain. Not just the storm bone spear. Su Chen unleashed several boss skills in one breath, all aimed at the undead altar. After all, the strength of the altar reached the level of tens of millions of health points, and even Su Chen would need quite some time to shatter it. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, at the top floor of the Mage God Guild in the presidential suite, Su Chen? This little guy seems to be more terrifying than we imagined. A stunning beauty with an angelic face and a voluptuous figure lounged lazily on a leather sofa holding half a glass of red wine, her playful gaze fixed on the tablet in her hand, her fiery red lips slightly parted as she whispered softly, "Mentor, is he just an epic-level professional? Even if he has some strength, it can't be that impressive, right? Why do you hold him in such high regard?" Beside the beautiful woman, a girl with a bun hairstyle, dressed in a delicate JK uniform, knelt gracefully beside the sofa, tilting her head slightly, her expression puzzled as she asked, "High regard?" The beauty on the sofa raised an eyebrow, setting her wineglass aside. Then she sat up, glanced at the bun-haired girl, her expression suddenly serious. She said in a deep voice, "Within a year, his name will echo throughout the entire world of class change, and the whole world will go crazy because of it. Do you believe it?" The woman with the devilish figure stood up, balancing on her toes, hands behind her back, looking out the window. "A year?" Upon hearing this, the bun-haired girl tilted her head again, completely stunned. "How is that possible? He just completed his class change, even with the triple experience talent. It can't be that frightening." The bun-haired girl widened her astonished eyes, gazing at the woman's back in terror. If anyone else had made such an evaluation of Su Chen, it wouldn't have stirred a ripple in the girl's heart, but the woman before her was not an ordinary person. She was her mentor, the Mage God of Kyoto. That's right. At this moment, the two stunning beauties in the presidential suite are not ordinary professionals. Both women are prominent figures in Kyoto. The bun-haired girl comes from an SS-level guild. Her father founded the nationally renowned Top Guild Creed, and she completed her awakening ceremony at the age of 2, starting as a legendary-level profession, undoubtedly a top-tier popular professional in the country. Her qualifications and strength are even more exaggerated than the rumors outside, referred to as the seat of the Law God, the designated successor of the next-generation Law God, Yang Linger. And the alluring beauty with an angelic face, dressed in a fiery outfit, is Yang Linger's mentor. Level 1000. The only ultimate deity currently on the national stage. The Law God. The Law God of Kyoto. No one knows the true name of the Law God, only her singular title. By triple experience? Upon hearing her disciples' shocked voice, the Law God smiled faintly, not turning around but directly explaining, "Do you think that just having a triple experience talent could qualify as legendary?" Hearing this, Yang Linger slightly furrowed her brows, taken aback by the statement. With her status as the daughter of an SS-level guild, her perspective and information channels are naturally higher than those of mentors like Chen Shuyan and Lu Yu. She has a clearer understanding of Su Chen's background. The fact that Su Chen possesses a legendary-level talent is not a secret. Triple experience should be an epic-level talent. As for the other legendary-level talent, Yang Linger furrowed her brows tightly, lost in thought, softly analyzing, perhaps it is elemental perception? Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to learn so many top boss skills in such a short time and practice all of them to perfection. Perhaps this is his ultimate trump card. Elemental perception? The Law God smiled gently, turning to look at Yang Linger. "You should know about the Golden Rose Guild." Yang Linger was taken aback. Then, regaining her composure, she looked up at her mentor and nodded. "I know. All members of the guild are female. Every member, without exception, is of epic-level profession. The president, Bai Ling, a top-tier professional who is in no way inferior to you, mentor." Yang Linger was quite clear about these matters. The existence of the Rose Guild is well known in Kyoto. Of course, very few truly understand the details of this guild. However, Yang Linger is an exception. Her father has some collaborations with the Golden Rose Guild. In fact, President Bai Ling has met her a few times. After confirming her initial profession as legendary, Yang Linger received offers from all the top guilds in Kyoto and leading professionals, all hoping to recruit this top genius girl under their banner. However, Yang Linger's final decision was the Law God. "Do you think a merely decent professional would be recruited by Bai Ling?" The Law God chuckled softly. "But," Yang Linger was confused. "Isn't it said that Su Chen was brought into the guild by the guiding angel of the Transmigration Temple, the Seraph? It seems that after his job change, Su Chen received a mandatory entry ticket. Then, he directly entered the Golden Rose Guild. President Bai Ling couldn't refuse." The Law God smiled charmingly. So, what I mean is, Su Chen isn't as strong as imagined. His becoming a member of the Rose Guild isn't due to President Bai Ling making an exception. It doesn't indicate how terrifying his qualifications are, just that he was lucky. Yang Linger pouted, explaining somewhat arrogantly. The law god smiled without speaking. After a moment of silence, she continued, have you ever thought about why you didn't receive a mandatory entry ticket after your job change? Moreover, after your job change, you didn't receive the hero-level weapon reward. The guiding angel of the Transmigration Temple only provided Su Chen with such generous job change feedback. Yang Linger's expression stiffened. The Transmigration Temple in Zhonghai City is rather special? Mentor, are you suggesting that I should go to that coastal town for my next job change? The girl with the bun was bewildered. Little fool. Yang Linger's words made the law god chuckle, and then she gently shook her head, holding the tablet in her hand. Looking at Yang Linger, he continued, little apprentice, you completed the job transfer ceremony at the age of 2, starting as a legendary level practitioner. Now, whether it's your level, job rank, or overall strength, you can be called the number 1 in the country. At least, you are the openly acknowledged number 1 in the country. Yang Linger snorted lightly, a bit proud, and casually agreed, that's right. However, the god of law paused slightly, his expression becoming serious as he gazed at his little apprentice. Compared to Su Chen, you are far too weak. Yang Linger was taken aback. Or, to put it another way, the god of law walked towards Yang Linger, his brow slightly furrowed, and his tone grew heavy. Although you are legendary level, your actual job strength is far inferior to Su Chen's epic level. In less than a year, that little guy will catch up to you, and within 3 years, he might surpass you. How is that possible? Yang Linger was shocked, shaking her head in disbelief. He just turned 2? And what about me? I have already. That doesn't matter. The god of law interrupted his little apprentice, handing her the tablet in his hand and said, take a good look at this short video. The tablet was playing footage of Su Chen's battle, a one-on-one PK match against the level 400 mentor, Lu Yu. Yang Linger replayed the short video several times. Afterward, she put down the tablet and looked at the god of law again. I've finished watching. I've seen this video. The god of law glanced at Yang Linger and gently prompted, then tell me, where are his advantages? To outsiders, the dialogue between the master and apprentice might seem a bit strange. However, Yang Linger had followed the god of law for many years and understood just how strong this beautiful woman truly was. It was precisely because of this unique guidance method that Yang Linger had made rapid progress in less than 20 years. First point. Yang Linger took a deep breath and began a thorough analysis of Su Chen. Skills. All of Su Chen's skills are very powerful, including Death Flame Explosion, Elemental Arrow, Ring of Fire. At the same time, it seems these skills all come from boss abilities? If I'm not mistaken, he should have a solid backing, and these skills were granted by a professional deity behind him. Otherwise, how could a high school student from a small coastal city possess so many top-tier boss skills? Yang Linger curled her lips. Maybe he belongs to an SS-level guild, which is about the same as my background, or even less than mine. The young girl had always been a bit spoiled. Seeing her teacher praise Su Chen so much, she felt a bit unconvinced. Continue. The god of law could easily see Yang Linger's thoughts and smiled gently, encouraging her to continue her analysis. Second. Mana, 4-dimensional attributes. Su Chen's attribute data is quite good. From the video, it can be seen that during battle, the damage output from just a basic attack exceeds that of other practitioners of the same level by several times, even reaching dozens of times. Each strike can deliver high critical damage, and his mana is clearly above average, which is why he can continuously unleash several skills in a row. Yang Linger's tone became slightly serious. From this perspective, Su Chen's qualifications were indeed impressive, just as the god of law had said, even if Su Chen was only at the epic level. However, the reality was that he was not at all weaker than her, a legendary level practitioner. In terms of mana and 4-dimensional attributes, their levels were not far apart. However, when I turned 2, my mana strength and 4-dimensional attributes should have been stronger than his. Yang Linger raised her chin, looking directly into the god of law's eyes, speaking with certainty. It wasn't that Yang Linger was overly arrogant, rather, she was speaking the truth. Epic level professionals gain 30 points of free attribute feedback for each level they increase. As for legendary level, they can receive over 50 points at just one level, which indeed far surpasses Su Chen. From this perspective, Yang Linger's advantage is quite evident. Continue. The mage god smiled faintly, not responding to his little apprentice's words, but instead waved his hand and sat down on the sofa. Pour me a glass of wine first. Okay. Yang Linger obediently nodded and filled the mage god's glass with red wine, then sat back down on the carpet, looking at the mage god seriously as she said, Third. Su Chen can simultaneously unleash physical and magical attacks, and his weapons are quite peculiar, somewhat like a mix of different types. It might be related to his profession. He is not restricted by profession, he can use both mage skills and physical profession skills. The mage god took a sip of red wine and gave young Linger a knowing look. Well said. This little guy has 3 weapons, a blade of black snow, a storm bone spear, and a necromancer's staff. Each weapon corresponds to the assassin profession, knight profession, and mage profession, respectively, and his skill bar is equally diverse, encompassing the advantages of all professions. Young Linger frowned. His epic level profession, the so-called god of killing, might be similar to the freelancer profession, allowing him to be unrestricted by profession. Unlimited learning of all profession skills, unlimited use of all profession weapons. But Yang Linger was unconvinced. What does that prove? Freelancers can achieve the same thing. Grasping everything from all professions will leave him stretched thin and does not mean he can master the conventional skills of every profession to perfection. If this continues, he will only become mediocre in the later stages. Without specialization, one cannot achieve perfection. Yang Linger took a deep breath. And I, in this regard, am not weaker than him. I am a 3-life professional capable of unleashing both physical and magical attacks, and I have raised the levels of the 3 major professions to over 100, with my primary profession reaching the level of 300. As soon as she said this, Yang Linger's expression clearly became more confident. If a professional were present, they would surely be stunned. Who would have thought that the nationwide benchmark of the younger generation, the first genius Yang Linger, was actually a rare 3-life professional, having completed 3 sacred awakening ceremonies at the ages of 2, 4, and 6, simultaneously possessing 3 major professions? It was precisely because of this that Yang Linger held a high status in Kyoto, and many seasoned professional masters had to lower their postures in front of her. The reason was simple. In a few years, this little girl with a bun might become one of the top leaders in the country, wielding true power. You are already very outstanding. The mage god looked at Yang Linger with approval, not discouraging her but rather giving a fair assessment. Both you and Su Chen are more talented than I am. The mage god continued. And, little one, what else have you noticed? Yang Linger's expression softened a bit, receiving praise from her mentor naturally filled her with pride, but she found it hard to believe that the mage god claimed to be inferior to Su Chen. This made her feelings somewhat complex. However, without much hesitation, she pondered for a moment and spoke again. 4th point. Mount. Yang Linger said in a somewhat uncertain tone, this is content beyond the video. As far as I know, Su Chen has a dark gold bloodline. Mount, and not only that, it seems he has also captured a pet with the same dark gold bloodline. Of course, aside from the mount, Su Chen's weapons are also impressive, with hero level and dark gold level weapons. These things are already top tier for a high school professional. Get to the point. The mage god interjected. Share your thoughts. It's simple. Yang Linger paused. For a moment before explaining, I believe all of this is due to the background behind Su Chen. Whether it's his mount, his pet, or his hero-level weapon, they must be related to the guild behind him, which should be a strong guild around SS level. Have you considered one question? The god of magic smiled, pointing at the video. Why, with an SS level guild behind him, does he choose to use a piece of silver level armor? Yang Linger was once again taken aback. The armor the god of magic referred to was the rose armor, a silver level piece. If your father were to give you a hero level weapon, would he also provide you with a standard silver armor? Which guild would be so careless? Yang Linger took a deep breath, feeling a sense of foreboding. Could it be that the hero-level weapon was obtained by him himself? Everything he has, did he obtain it all by himself? How is that possible? Yang Linger jolted, her pupils dilating slightly. If it were a matter of talent or background, she wouldn't be afraid. However, at the second transition stage, being able to independently defeat top-tier bosses without relying on external power and also obtaining a hero-level weapon, this was something Yang Linger felt inadequate about. Moreover, aside from the hero-level weapon, Su Chen also possessed dark gold and a plethora of gold-level weapons. Were these all obtained through his own strength? No. The god of magic shook his head. That's not the point. His skills, those boss skills, were also obtained by himself. Yang Linger was dumbfounded. She was on the verge of losing her mind. Have you thought about it? The god of magic's expression became serious as he looked at Yang Linger and said, with your status, it shouldn't be difficult to learn about a professional in Zhanghai City. You could easily dig up his background. But do you really understand Su Chen? Even now, the SS-level guild you mentioned is merely a guess. You don't know the true background behind Su Chen. Upon hearing this, Yang Linger's body trembled, her pupils suddenly constricting, leaving her speechless. The god of magic's words made her feel a creeping dread. Indeed, she didn't know much about Su Chen. The strength he currently displayed likely had the support of an SS-level guild. However, all of this was just Yang Linger's speculation. After Su Chen and Lu Yu completed their one-on-one PK match, this exceptionally talented genius entered the public eye, shocking the entire nation. The uproar it caused was like a deep water bomb. Yang Linger, at the first opportunity, had the top professionals in the Creed Guild search for all of Su Chen's information. From the data, it appeared that Su Chen was merely an obscure second transition professional with no background in Zhonghai City. He could only be considered from a humble family. However, the perceptive Yang Linger was certain that Su Chen could not have obtained a series of top-tier boss skills, hero-level weapons, and the undead bone dragon mount solely through his own strength. Not only Yang Linger, but even the older members of the guild, those professionals at the 7th and even 8th transitions, shared the same thought. This had almost become an undeniable fact. However, after hearing the God of Magic's analysis, Yang Linger could no longer sit still. "Master, are you saying that Su Chen is truly from a humble background, not relying on any connections, but solely depending on his innate talent and current strength to obtain everything? The truth is indeed so." In response to Yang Linger's words, the God of Magic showed no signs of concealment, replying with a calm expression, "Not just you. A few days ago I used all my connections in Kyoto, yet I couldn't find even a trace of the forces behind Su Chen. This means that, at least for now, this little guy in Zhonghai City is indeed a rare top genius. Relying on his extraordinary talent, he has managed to gather the Death Flame explosion technique, forbidden spells, hero-level weapons, and the undead bone dragon mount. Wait for all the items, even creating the miracle of defeating the level 400 mentor from Jiangnan province at the second transition stage. Even I, at his age, did not possess such strength." The God of Law took a deep breath, his eyes revealing a hint of complex emotions. It was only at this moment that Yang Linger truly felt a sense of fear and shock, unable to contain herself any longer, gasping for breath. She tried to calm herself down, her gaze slightly dazed as she murmured, "The fact that even your connections as a mentor cannot uncover his identity only proves that Su Chen is indeed just an unknown junior, but now he has reached this point relying solely on his own strength, which is truly a top-tier genius." However, the God of Law shook his head, inexplicably sighing. "Not necessarily. There is another possibility. Su Chen's background is too vast, as immense as a mountain, enough to erase all traces of his past." Yang Linger was taken aback. A background that can reach such a level probably only belongs to that existence. The God of Law looked deeply at Yang Linger. "SSSSS level guild, the Holy Light Church." "What?" Yang Linger widened her shocked eyes, biting her red lips tightly, trembling all over, nearly suffocating in disbelief. "A 5S level guild. The only 5S level guild in the country. Su Chen's background. Could it be that outrageous? This possibility is not without merit. A force that I cannot see through can only be the Holy Light Church," the God of Law emphasized. Yang Linger completely collapsed. Her pride was utterly shattered at that moment. She drooped her head, her eyes becoming somewhat hollow. The number one genius in the country? If Su Chen was truly as they imagined, Yang Linger no longer had the qualifications to compete with him. Whether it was his background or his talent, it would undoubtedly far exceed hers. Even Yang Linger's mentor, the God of Law from Kyoto, was merely an ordinary guild member in front of the Holy Light Church. After all, the only 5S level guild in the country was the top guild deeply rooted in the domestic scene. It was known as the nation's heavy weapon. It was precisely because of the Holy Light Church that the Great Xia could survive in this world of universal job transitions without being overrun by overseas professionals. Actually, seeing Yang Linger silent, the God of Law spoke again. "What shocks me the most is not Su Chen's background or talent." The God of Law glanced at Yang Linger. Again, the gazes of the two stunning beauties met for a moment. But his ability? Ability? Yang Linger swallowed hard. "Do you know Han Ing from Zhonghai City?" the God of Law suddenly asked. "Han Ing?" Yang Linger frowned and nodded. "I have some impression. The young lady of the Kanghan Guild, a dark gold level profession, necromancer, possesses a rare exclusive skill that can summon skeletons from the abyss world." Yang Linger's knowledge was indeed impressive. She was quite familiar with the younger generation of professionals in the country. There was a time when Han Ing was called a popular goddess. Her strength was decent, but compared to the top second-generation talents from Kyoto, she still fell a bit short. The evaluation was quite fair. The God of Law slightly nodded, acknowledging Yang Linger's view. "Take another look at Su Chen's battle video." "Ha?" Yang Linger was taken aback, a bit dazed. However, the next moment, her pupils suddenly dilated, and she took another deep breath. "Holy crap! Is it a coincidence?" Yang Linger's expression changed dramatically, her mouth agape in shock. "Necromancy, Legion Aura, the Situ skills are hard to find even in Kyoto, let alone in that small place of Zhonghai City," the God of Law explained heavily. "At the same time, I also received news that the Kanghan Guild is already preparing to take action against Su Chen. The reason Han Ying and Su Chen had met once. That skeletal dragon mount was originally Han Ying's prey, but it was intercepted by Su Chen. And this little lady from the Kanghan Guild was also ended by Su Chen, losing quite a bit of her level. Yang Linger was taken aback. Su Chen has killed Han Ying before? The god of law nodded, a strange expression appearing on his handsome face, and then continued to explain. The most bizarre thing is, according to reliable sources, Han Ying's 2 exclusive skills have disappeared. Coincidentally, they are the Necromancer Summoning and Legion Aura that Su Chen just acquired. What the hell? In an instant, Yang Linger felt as if struck by lightning, her whole being in disarray. Even her legs felt a bit weak, trembling like a sieve. What you mean is, Su Chen, he has plundered Han Ying's skills. Is this his ability? Skill plundering? Yang Linger gasped several times, her throat feeling as if constricted by an invisible force, her heart tightening suddenly. I understand. The reason Su Chen possesses so many top boss skills might not be related to his background. He can plunder the exclusive skills of all practitioners and boss monsters. All of these are skills he has taken from dungeon bosses. As these words left her mouth, even Yang Linger herself was shocked to the point of her scalp tingling. It was too insane. Plundering the skills of all living beings. This was not just an ability. It was like the divine power of a creator god. No wonder. Looking at it this way, everything made sense. Su Chen could obtain top skills from boss monsters and then use those twisted boss skills to hunt monsters rapidly, leveling up. In this way, who could match his growth speed? In a certain sense, Su Chen was almost an invincible existence. Even against true deities. As long as he displayed his attribute panel, Su Chen could snatch away the skills of the gods in an instant. As it stands, it is indeed so. The god of law raised an eyebrow, looking at the shocked Yang Linger, and said calmly, Han Ying's innate exclusive skills cannot just disappear into thin air, and Su Chen just happens to possess these 2 necromancer skills. Do you really think this is just a coincidence? It is precisely for this reason that I say, within a year, his name will resonate throughout the entire world of class change, and the whole world will go crazy for this young man. Mentor. Yang Linger's gaze turned oddly, and she looked up deeply at the god of law, asking in a low voice, do we need to make this matter public? After a moment's consideration, Yang Linger swallowed hard and adjusted her tone. She said again, no, I mean, do we need to report this to the official association of practitioners? The god of law smiled indifferently. No need. Do you think the official association wouldn't know what I can think of? Moreover, besides me, the top-tier veteran practitioners in the country, the strongest top 10 in the national rankings, have probably also noticed Su Chen. This is not a secret, at least among the 9-turn practitioners. It has already been completely publicized. Upon hearing this, Yang Linger was stunned for a moment, her pupils contracting. Even she hadn't expected Su Chen to be so terrifying. He had only just reached the 2nd turn and had already attracted the attention of the National Practitioners Official Association, and those big shots in the national server, who were often at the 8th or 9th turn, had also noticed Su Chen. For a moment, Yang Linger's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a bit ashamed. Just now, she had been a bit upset, trying to find ways to compete with Su Chen, unwilling to accept being weaker than him by even a little. But now, national server big shots, official association, the god of law, these earth-shattering figures were all stunned by Su Chen, and they began to conduct in-depth analyses, even starting to make plans. Yang Linger asked herself, what aspect could compare to Su Chen? Not to mention, even as the top genius of the younger generation in the country, she had only been mentioned a little by those old-timers in the top 10 of the national server over the years, not even receiving their favor, which hadn't stirred much in their hearts. But Su Chen? The moment he appeared, he shocked all the big shots. The gap between them was indeed not trivial. What are they planning to do? Yang Linger gasped for breath, her heart pounding wildly, and cautiously looked at the god of law, asking with a probing gaze. Here, they naturally referred to the big shots of the national server, the strongest old-timers in the country. Each one was at the 8th or 9th transition level, comparable to walking nuclear weapons. The 4th calamity, the undead calamity, is about to descend. The god of law did not respond directly to Yang Linger but remained silent for a long time before slightly speaking. The undead calamity has come earlier than we expected, at most in about 3 years. Yang Linger was taken aback. So soon? Currently, all the big shots in the national server are busy upgrading, preparing to break through to the holy domain level. The difficulty of reaching that level is 1,000 times harder than surpassing 1,000 levels. According to the last national server conference, we can barely withstand the first phase of the undead calamity only when there are at least 1,000 holy domain professionals in the country. Otherwise, what we are about to face has only one outcome: national destruction. The god of law took a deep breath, furrowed his brow, reorganized his words, and added, it's Not just national destruction. The entire world of class transition, all countries globally, will be destroyed in an instant. This era will be completely ended. A new epoch will come again. One without the blue star. A world that belongs only to the NPCs and boss monsters we speak of. The God of Law's voice was like a spell, causing Yang Linger's expression to freeze, and whatever she wanted to say was swallowed back. The amount of information was overwhelming. Yang Linger's brain raced and she exhaled heavily, murmuring with a heavy tone, to reach the 9th transition, the level needs to be raised to the 1000 level. Segment. This process, even for epic level professionals, requires decades of time. Breaking through to the level above the 9th transition, the holy domain level, is actually 1,000 times harder than continuously leveling up 1,000 levels. Doesn't this mean that a 9th transition would take hundreds or even 1,000 years to reach the holy domain level? And now, our country doesn't even have a single holy domain professional. How can we cope with the first phase of the undead calamity? Yang Linger was on the verge of breaking down. Her expression was completely numb. An unprecedented sense of panic enveloped her entirely. Her heart felt like dead ashes. Is this world really going to end? A new era without humanity is about to arrive. Yang Linger's mind went blank. The divine plan. The God of Law said expressionlessly, "You are not wrong, but the strongest batch of old monsters in the country has already begun preparing the divine plan." Divine? Yang Linger asked in confusion. What does that mean? The God of Law raised an eyebrow. To find a group of abnormal little monsters. To exhaust the most core resources of the country, focusing on cultivating a batch of beings that can be called seeds of divinity. The God of Law's tone became solemn. Many top second-generation elites in the capital have already been selected, and in no more than 6 months they will be summoned together, allowing the top gods of the country to guide them, teaching them without reservation and forcibly raising their levels. And you are also on the list of the divine plan. Yang Linger's pupils widened as she took a deep, incredulous breath of the murky air. Divine seed. Cultivate a batch of deities. So, the top big shots in the country are already plotting such a grand scheme. With this thought, Yang Linger began to understand. Given the current situation in the country, it seemed almost impossible for those old-timers in the top 100 of the national server to break into the sanctuary level rank. Their growth limits had already been capped. Completing 9 job changes was already the maximum for the big shots of the national server. The only way to deal with the undead calamity and reverse the world's destruction was singular. That was to provide opportunities to the younger generation of little monsters. How should one put it? The power of the mage god was strong enough, and her level far exceeded 1,000. However, if one were to speak of her innate talent, she was even inferior to Yang Linger. After all, Yang Linger was a genuine 3-life professional, possessing 3 top-tier professions, with her first profession reaching the legendary ceiling. If such an existence could change jobs consecutively to the 9th level in a short time, perhaps it would indeed be possible to surpass the limits and directly ascend to sanctuary-level professional. Viewed this way, the divine plan truly had a chance to alter the narrative and cope with the undead calamity. And what about Su Chen? A terrifying thought crept into Yang Linger's mind, causing her breath to quicken as she cautiously asked. As for him, a hint of complex emotion flickered in the mage god's gaze. She spoke calmly, yet her tone was filled with an inexplicable sense of fate. If we haven't misanalyzed, Su Chen truly possesses the ability to plunder all skills. Then, he will lead the new generation of sanctuary-level little monsters, marching forth as a human to end the undead calamity. And then, slay the gods. Slay the gods. The mage god's words left Yang Linger stunned once more, and this time, she felt every pore on her body stand on end. However, the mentor was not wrong. If the undead calamity that could end an era were truly subdued by Su Chen, wouldn't that result be akin to slaying the gods? In fact, in a certain sense, Su Chen's existence would elevate to an extremely terrifying level. Like the seraphim, he would be no different from a creator god. Because Su Chen would usher in a brand new era, a world no longer plagued by the undead calamity. Mentor, do you mean to say that with Su Chen's ability, he can strip the gods of their skills? Yang Linger swallowed hard, desperate for a confirmation from the mage god. Once the 4th calamity descends, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse and the silver knights will appear in this world. The mage god gently clasped her hands behind her back. Although she still looked to be in her 20s, stunningly beautiful, her aura at that moment resembled that of a weathered old woman, her tone calm yet tinged with a hint of fatigue. The mastermind behind the undead calamity, Arthas, he is a true sanctuary level, even an NPC that is infinitely close to a demigod. To defeat Arthas, 1,000 sanctuary level professionals would likely end in failure. However, Su Chen's emergence has given all top professionals in the country a new direction. Even gods have attribute bars. And as Long as Su Chen can strip Arthas of his exclusive skills, then the fourth calamity may indeed come to an end. Before the mage god could finish her words, Yang Linger could no longer contain the tumultuous emotions within her, her teeth nearly loosening from the pressure. It was too insane. Simply too insane. Plundering divine skills. Slaying gods. How could a mortal body possibly stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine? But now, the god of law and the others are already plotting this matter, and to accomplish all of this, Su Chen is the key. A second-tier professional, yet he bears such a great destiny. You don't need to worry about these things, we old folks will handle it. The god of law walked step by step to Yang Linger's side, reached out to loosen the small bun on the girl's head, then grabbed it in her palm, gently spreading it out and readying it into a beautiful ponytail. After doing all this, the god of law smiled sweetly, speaking in a deliberately relaxed tone. Alright, little one, forget about the undead calamity. If you meet Su Chen in the future, make sure to get along well. Because, if everything we just said is true, in the future, he might become your guide. Let's continue with today's lesson. In no more than 6 months, the divine plan will commence, and you will also enter a brand new instance world, where you will complete the ultimate training that follows. Today, the teacher will teach you a move. Pay close attention. This move will be very cool. The god of law took a deep breath, her eyes suddenly brightening, revealing a golden hue. Then, her entire aura erupted like a storm, completely unleashed. It was as if a tsunami was sweeping in. The whole room was filled with a violent elemental brilliance. With a whoosh, strange patterns suddenly grew beneath the god of law's feet, completely covering her and Yang Linger. Meanwhile, in the undead dragon tomb instance, Su Chen couldn't help but be stunned. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully shattered the undead altar, unlocking the dragon boss Emerald Dragon Nanu. Ding! You have awakened the slumbering dragon hybrid skeleton dragon servant. Su Chen was taken aback. Damn it! Dragon hybrid skeleton dragon servant? What the hell? I finally smashed the durability of the undead altar, and now another wave of dragon servants comes. Su Chen swallowed hard a few times, feeling a bit unwell. Dragon servants, also known as dragon hybrids, are a type of petbeast resembling dragon-like creatures. As noble bloodlines, almost every giant dragon enslaves a large number of hybrid servants. The giant dragons create a vast ecological system by bestowing part of their mixed bloodline to other creatures through bloodline granting. And now, the dragon servant of the Emerald Dragon Nanu is about to appear. Skeleton Dragon Servant. An undead creature with powerful defense and extremely strong physical attack. Generally, after being baptized by dragon blood, these skeleton creatures have received varying degrees of enhancement to their four-dimensional attributes, surpassing the combat power of bosses of the same level by several times. Moreover, it is very likely that, under the fusion of dragon bloodlines, they have acquired entirely new specialized skills. Su Chen took a deep breath, his heartbeat quickening. Alpha! He waved his hand and forcefully patted the undead bone dragon beneath him, signaling Alpha to fly high into the sky. How should I put it? The skeleton dragon servant is essentially the product of undead skeletons being eroded by dragon blood. These dragon servants are extremely troublesome. Once surrounded by a large number of skeleton dragon servants, even if one is immortal, they would still be skinned alive. Not to mention, Su Chen's health points are already low, relying solely on high damage. Defense has always been his weak point. If he really gets trapped by a large group of skeletons, today might be the end for him. Splash! Sure enough, before Su Chen could prepare himself, a large number of pitch-black skeleton creatures surged forth from beneath the shattered undead altar. These hybrid monsters looked no different from those Su Chen summoned from the Abyss world. However, each undead skeleton had protrusions resembling dragon horns growing from the top of their heads. Their claws were incredibly sharp, and they dragged long tails behind them. Rather than saying these are skeleton monsters, they looked more like humanoid giant dragons. So many of them. Su Chen frowned slightly. A quick glance at the skeletal dragon servants revealed that their numbers were far greater than he had anticipated, estimating around 400 to 500. Name: Dragon Bloodline Hybrid Skeletal Dragon. Servant: Nanoboss. Rank: Golden level, LV.20 health, 70,000, life enhancement plus 20,000 health, strength 150, emerald. Dragon aura plus 60 strength. Entry 1. As the dragon servants of the Nanoboss, all skeletal dragon servants will receive additional emerald dragon buffs to their attributes. Entry 2. Each skeletal dragon servant possesses a unique dragon bloodline hybrid boss skill, among which life enhancement is the most common, providing at least a 20,000 health bonus, and can automatically restore health when taking damage. Entry 3. Killing a skeletal dragon servant will yield corresponding exclusive rewards, enjoying a double reward mechanism, with a chance to drop ultimate boss monster items. What the hell? Su Chen cast the light Identification technique, casually checking the attribute panel of a skeletal dragon servant. However, just a glance left him stunned. The attributes were terrifyingly high. The levels of the dragon servants weren't too high, mostly around level 20 to 30, which, given Su Chen's current strength, should be easy to handle. However, the attributes of these dragon bloodline hybrids were grotesquely terrifying. Their health was nearing 100,000 points. Strength was also around 200 points. Moreover, all dragon servants received the nanobuff aura, and with the stacking of the aura and their own passive skills, what Su Chen faced was not a group of level 20 hybrid minions, but a large number of top-tier bosses on par with the undead apostles. Damn it, this is going to be tough. Su Chen swallowed hard, his face filled with despair. Fortunately, ending these dragon bloodline hybrids grants double rewards. There's even a chance to drop ultimate boss monster items. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, finally feeling a bit of comfort. Generally, in dungeons, hybrid minions killed do not drop many useful items. Most drops are health potions, monster materials, and some low-level weapons. Getting a silver-level equipment drop is already considered lucky. Even in large hero-level dungeons, many minions have levels reaching 1 or 200, yet they still do not drop high-tier weapons. This is the difference between minions and boss monsters. However, from the extra entries provided by the light identification technique, it seemed these skeletal dragon servants could also drop top-tier items. This meant that killing any skeletal dragon servant could potentially yield equipment comparable to the undead apostle's crown. With this thought in mind, Su Chen hesitated not at all, his expression sharpening as he waved the undead staff in his hand. Flame Undead Domain. As soon as this skill was released, the entire dragon tomb below Su Chen was covered by a terrifying black magic array. The domain filled with undead energy tightly surrounded all dragon bloodline hybrids. Elemental Arrow. Su Chen frowned slightly. Without regard for mana consumption, he once again used a high-cost boss skill. Whoosh! In the next moment, sharp elemental arrows sliced through the air, piercing through countless hybrids with a high-frequency tremor. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a level 20 dragon bloodline hybrid skeletal dragon servant, gaining 4,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a level 22 dragon bloodline hybrid skeletal dragon servant, gaining 5,000 experience points. The cold notification sounds rang out frantically, and in just an instant, Su Chen's experience points exceeded 100,000. What the hell? Su Chen's expression suddenly brightened. This experience points are too generous, aren't they? Even he hadn't expected that these dragon hybrids would be so rich and juicy, truly the finest chives dumplings. Although they were only around level 20, the experience points dropped were no less than those from level 30 undead bone horses. The abundant experience points made Su Chen feel a rush of warmth in his blood. With this wave, he could gain at least hundreds of thousands of experience points. His level would definitely see a crazy increase. Ding! Congratulations! You have picked up an item, Bloodline Belt, Golden Equipment. Ding! Congratulations, you have picked up an item, Strength Gem, Dark Gold Level. Ding! Congratulations, you have picked up an item, Destruction Gauntlets, Golden Equipment. In addition to the massive experience points, Su Chen made a surprising discovery. Just from the first wave of dragon hybrids, several top-notch treasures had dropped. 2 pieces of golden gear, and a dark gold quality strength gem? Su Chen's pupils contracted, and his heart gave a slight tug. It felt so good. The drop rate was indeed exhilarating. Normally, one would have to defeat a 3rd or 4th turn boss to achieve this. But now, even the small monsters were bringing him these items. It was simply thrilling. I wonder how rich the rewards will be for defeating that emerald dragon Nanu. Su Chen squinted slightly, looking at the emerald dragon amidst the ruins. The undead altar had been completely shattered by him, reduced to a pile of rubble. And on the rubble, the magnificent, dazzling emerald dragon had fully revived. At this moment, Nanu, although it hadn't yet attacked Su Chen, was already beginning to slightly sway its massive body. It was likely that before Su Chen could clear out all these dragon hybrids, Nanu would unleash terrifying dragon skills at him. Ring of Fire, Undead Summon, Legion Aura. Su Chen once again used boss skills, and this time, he unleashed several skills in quick succession. Undead Skeleton versus Skeleton Dragon Servants. I wonder who is stronger. As soon as the Undead Summon skill appeared, a bronze door suddenly opened. Countless dark monsters surged out from the bronze door, rushing towards Nanu's dragon servants one after another. However, the purpose of these skeletons was not to directly kill the dragon servants, but to tightly embrace the dragon hybrids with their claws and bodies. The reason was simple. If one had to compare, there was no doubt that Nanu's dragon hybrids were stronger. After all, they had undergone the baptism of dragon blood. Their attributes and exclusive skills were significantly superior. However, Su Chen's goal was to immobilize these hybrids. Then, he would unleash a wave of skills that could deal high critical damage to wipe them all out. Sure enough, when Su Chen's little skeletons wrapped around the dragon hybrids, the dragon blood monsters with their massive bodies and sharp long tails suddenly froze. Losing their power to resist in a short time, their entire bodies immobilized. Not a single movement. No matter how they struggled, it was difficult to quickly escape the cage that sacrificed life for confinement. Crash! In the next moment, the ring of fire fell instantly, smashing all the skeleton creatures into the ground. Whether it was Su Chen's little skeletons or the hybrids, they all exploded into shattered remains in an instant. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed the cold. Notification sound surged once again. The massive experience points made Su Chen's heart tighten. This time, the experience points gained reached an exaggerated 300,000. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to level 35. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to level 38. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to level 40. Su Chen spent all his experience points in one go, directly raising his level to the 40th tier. Any student from Zhonghai No. 1 High School who happened to see this moment would surely be terrified. Such a rate of leveling up could no longer be described as a shooting star, it was simply monstrous. It should be noted that most of the senior students who completed the job transfer ceremony at the same time as Su Chen were still stuck at level 5. Even the genius school beauty Su Qingya had not yet reached level 10. And Su Chen? With a series of rapid upgrades, he had already soared to level 40. At this rate, it was likely that within half a month he would be able to transfer jobs again and become a third-tier professional. Roar! A resounding dragon's roar momentarily stunned Su Chen. Upon closer inspection, the emerald giant dragon Nanu had spread its wings. Although it was a young dragon, its body was as massive as a small mountain, flapping its tattered bone wings and charging fiercely toward Su Chen. Not good. Su Chen's expression tightened and he inhaled sharply. He was indeed a bit nervous. After all, this was his first time facing a hero-level boss alone. Moreover, Nanu was an extremely rare emerald dragon possessing boss skills powerful enough to easily counter professionals of the same level. And Su Chen's current level was over 20 levels lower than Nanu. Even seasoned professionals of the same level would struggle against it, let alone with such a significant level disparity. Under Nanu's lead, the dragon hybrid's health and four-dimensional attributes have been enhanced to a certain extent. Su Chen forced himself to suppress his inner tension, furrowing his brow as he focused on the large group of dragon hybrids. The madness of these skeletal dragon servants had exceeded Su Chen's expectations. Even at around level 20, they were still resisting fiercely under the scorching heat of the flame of the undead realm, without directly exploding into experience points. As Nanu charged angrily toward Su Chen, all the skeletal hybrids received the emerald dragon buff immediately, enhancing their attributes across the board. I can't drag this out, otherwise I'll at least lose a resurrection stone today, Su Chen murmured, his expression grave. He indeed had many trump cards if nothing unexpected happened. In a one-on-one PK, even a level 60 ultimate boss could be taken down with a single death fireball. However, facing so many skeletal hybrids and the emerald dragon Nanu, Su Chen lacked confidence. In this situation, even if the Kanghun Guild came, they would be sweating bullets. Clang! With a loud crash, the emerald dragon launched an attack on Su Chen. Radiant Echo. A dark gold level skill. The magnificent light element surged toward Su Chen like a tsunami, even tearing the air into rippling waves. In an instant, countless cracks appeared on the skeletal dragon Alpha. Minus 20,000, minus 20,000, minus 30,000, minus 50,000, minus 50,000, minus 70,000. Alpha's health bar plummeted like a retreating tide. In just a moment, it was almost at the bottom. Damn it, this is too exaggerated. Su Chen's pupils constricted sharply and he coughed twice, nearly choking on his own saliva. The level of damage was beyond the maximum damage limit of a third-tier professional. If nothing unexpected happened, it could even reach the level of a fourth-tier 90-level character. If this wave of attacks landed on Su Chen with his current health status, his health bar would drop to 0 in an instant. One resurrection stone gone. Xiao Bai, use holy light. Su Chen's brows furrowed tightly as he shouted. As soon as Su Chen's voice fell, the radiant unicorn in his arms suddenly shone brightly, golden light pouring down. Holy light spell. Holy feather. Cross. Holy shield. Little White's 3 exclusive boss skills of the Holy Light system were unleashed all at once. At the same time, countless holy shields formed from light dust appeared beside Su Chen, each shield engraved with a delicate cross at its center. 1. Holy shield can provide an additional 10,000 defense, capable of resisting both physical attacks and magical damage. Su Chen's eyes brightened slightly. Under the effect of the light appraisal spell, he memorized the skill effect of Cross Holy Shield. Holy Feather can absorb magical damage and convert the absorbed damage into attack power, releasing it all at once during the next skill use. In front of Su Chen, silver feathers danced in the air. The entire scene looked extremely magnificent. However, compared to the visual impact of the silver feather skill, this skill's effect was even more dazzling and splendid. Ding! Congratulations! You have received the enhancement of the Holy Light Spell skill, maximum health plus 2000. Su Chen's expression brightened. The Holy Light Spell can actually provide a 20,000 health boost, which is much higher than I expected. It should be noted that Little White was only at level 1 in its initial state, yet a single exclusive skill could provide such a terrifying boost. That was already quite fierce. The Holy Light Spell enhances health, the Cross Holy Shield provides additional defense, and the Holy Feather mitigates damage to a certain extent while enhancing the strength of the next attack. This was Su Chen's first time letting the Radiant Unicorn participate in battle. He squinted slightly, his mind racing as he analyzed Little White's skill effects. Overall, the Radiant Unicorn's assistance to Su Chen could already rival that of a level 50 professional. If placed in a hunting team, Little White would definitely become a beloved member. A level 1 character could increase teammates' health by 20,000 points wildly, enhancing defense and attack power. What professional wouldn't love that? Alpha. With Little White's health boost, Su Chen felt a bit more at ease. Then he patted his mount, preparing the Undead Bone Dragon for battle. Undead Charge. Death Dragon Flame. Ring of Fire. Heart of the Evil Dragon. Although Alpha was also a Dragon-type boss, its bloodline strength was said to be a tier weaker than the Nano boss. However, Alpha was a mutated Undead Bone Dragon, and its skill strength was by no means inferior to Nano. Not to mention, Su Chen had a deep understanding of the terror of Ring of Fire, and Heart of the Evil Dragon was a top-tier boss skill that even the Destruction Black Dragon Deathwing possessed. Under Su Chen's precise arrangement, Alpha unleashed these 4 powerful attack skills, all aimed at the top of the Emerald Dragon. Minus 140,000. Magic Critical. Restraint. Minus 200,000. Magic. Critical. Restraint. Minus 270,000. Undead. Heart of the Evil Dragon. The Nano boss's health bar plummeted wildly. Very strong. Su Chen's eyes lit up slightly, even he was shocked by Alpha's frenzied attacks. The actual strength of this Undead Bone Dragon seemed to be much higher than expected. At that time, if it weren't for Han Ying and the others weakening Alpha's state first, with Su Chen's strength, it would have been very difficult to tame this fierce boss monster. Ding! The Sleeping Giant Dragon Boss Nano has been completely enraged. Health restored plus 300,000. Maximum health limit plus 500,000. Ding! The Sleeping Giant Dragon Boss Nano has activated the boss domain Emerald Dragon. Just as Su Chen felt relieved, a cold prompt echoed in his mind. What the hell? It's so perverse. The health I just took away was instantly restored, and it gained an additional 500,000 health. Ding! You have been attacked by the Emerald Dragon buff. Minus 200 health points / second. Attack power reduced by 5%. Healing recovery. Speed reduced by 30%. Attack speed reduced by 15%. Another cold notification sound rang out. Su Chen was momentarily stunned. What the hell? Heroic bloodline boss monster. Definitely stronger than just a little bit. Su Chen broke into a sweat and hurriedly took out a large number of health potions and mana potions. After using all the mana potions, Su Chen's mana was fully restored. Under the effect of Little White's Holy Light Spell, he could now continuously cast at least 3 forbidden spells. The boss monster has entered a berserk state. Su Chen frowned slightly and looked at the Emerald Dragon ahead. Beside Nano, blocks of ice blue Holy Shields bloomed like roses, each shield engraved with exquisite patterns, similar to the Cross Holy Shield skill of the Light Unicorn. This was Nano's exclusive boss skill, Ice Element Holy Shield. It could provide extremely powerful defense in a short time. Moreover, even if the Holy Shield was shattered, it could still be reformed. How should one put it? This kind of boss skill, even among Dark Gold tier items, was still top tier. The reason was simple. The skill effect of Ice Element Holy Shield determined that as long as Nano had enough mana, all attacks could be ignored. It's actually a passive skill. Su Chen glanced at the attributes of Ice Element Holy Shield, instinctively squinting his eyes, a ripple of emotion stirring in his heart. Indeed, this defensive skill of Nano's was actually a passive skill with no cooldown. As long as there was sufficient mana, all of Su Chen's damage would not land on Nano. It would all be blocked by the Holy Shield formed from ice elements. Abnormal. Quite abnormal. Even Su Chen, who already possessed top-tier skills like Death Fire Blast, Ring of Burning, and Flame, Undead Domain, was equally shocked at this moment. After defeating this Emerald Dragon, I must seize this skill. Su Chen swallowed hard, thinking to himself, Elemental Arrow, Black Tide Moon, Killing God's Throne, Facing the enraged Nano, Su Chen no longer held back and directly activated his strongest state. As a dragon boss with a heroic bloodline, Nano's health recovery speed was incredibly abnormal. If he dragged this out, Su Chen would inevitably meet his death. After all, he was not a boss monster. Whether it was health points or mana points, there would always be a time when they were drained. And in this Dragon Tomb dungeon world, Nano enjoyed the exclusive Emerald Dragon buff, which meant Su Chen's advantages would vanish completely. As Su Chen erupted with power, the familiar Golden Throne appeared behind him. The Emerald Dragon was enveloped in a shroud of black mist. A blood-red full moon hung high in the sky of the Dragon Tomb dungeon world. At this moment, a faint golden light flowed in the depths of Su Chen's eyes as he lowered his gaze upon Nano. Under the throne's enhancement and the coverage of the forbidden spell, Su Chen resembled a high and mighty deity, sacred and noble. The deity grants death to all beings, and everything shall return to tranquility. Su Chen spoke softly, chanting the forbidden spell. Kyoto. In a heroic level dungeon. Something's not right? There are actually members in our guild attacking a heroic level boss monster? Deep within the dungeon, a sweet and cute girl wearing over-the-knee white stockings placed her dual blades with a clang at the center of the altar, her eyes wide open in disbelief as she said, 1, 2, 3, what the hell? That's not right. In our guild, only a few of us came to the dungeon this time, aren't the others on vacation and slacking off? Why does the guild prompt that a member is soloing and is currently fighting against a hero-level dragon boss, and they actually managed to anger the dragon? The cute-looking girl slightly opened her small mouth, clearly distressed. The girl's name was Qing Yan. Assassin class. Level 400. Official member of the Golden Rose Guild. Codename, Sheng Yan. Wares. President Bai Ling? Beside her, Lang Lang waved her staff coldly, casting a wave of healing spells on all the members present. Then widened her beautiful eyes and tentatively asked, is it possible that President Bai Ling is soloing a dragon lair? With a watery complexion, pale skin, priest class. As the team's beloved pet, Lang Lang's words instantly lifted the spirits of the other guild members. Impossible. Yan Ji, with her fiery red long waves, rested her epic spear on her shoulder and shook her head. Replying to Lang Lang, the president went to Jiangnan province. The winter dungeon world is about to open, and she has things to do over there. Before leaving, she told me, and according to the timing, the president should not have entered the dungeon yet, let alone one-on-one with a dragon. As Yan Ji finished speaking, 7 or 8 female players at the hundreds level were left somewhat bewildered. The Golden Rose Guild, although an SS level guild, had a very strict recruitment threshold and a unique style, resulting in a relatively small number of members. In fact, there were even fewer than some D-level guilds' reserve members. There were only about 30 members in total. Yet now, a solo member was supposedly one-on-one against a dragon boss? It was simply absurd. Then who could it be? Qing Yan asked incredulously. Damn, there's another possibility. Lang Lang swallowed hard, and even her staff suddenly glowed. Everyone turned to her. Our guild's new member, handsome younger brother, Su Chen. Lang Lang said excitedly. Handsome younger brother? Upon hearing this, everyone, including Yan Ji, was taken aback and instantly remembered. There was indeed a unique member in the guild. Su Chen. He hadn't met the guild's recruitment threshold, seemed to be only at second transfer, yet was given a mandatory entry ticket by the guiding angel of the transfer temple. Thus, the Golden Rose Guild had its only male member whom they had never met. No way, isn't he only at second transfer? How could he possibly fight against a hero-level dragon boss? Isn't that just giving it away? A slender female archer paused, voicing her doubts. Not necessarily. Qing Yan shook her head, a hint of complex emotions appearing on her beautiful face as she sighed. Recently, the handsome younger brother has become famous nationwide, fighting against undead bone dragons in one-on-one PK matches. Even those old folks from Qingbei University have noticed him. It's said that Su Chen's actual class strength can already rival that of a seat of a mage god, almost reaching legendary level. Legendary level? Yan Ji's eyes lit up, murmuring in disbelief. The president seems to be only at legendary level before the 6th transfer. Probably a little genius. Lang Lang agreed. This is no genius. Yan Ji took a deep breath. Even with her terrifying record of charging through hero-level dungeons, her heart trembled at the thought of Su Chen. Simply a monster. At the same time, in Jiangnan province, the Misty Rain Guild, an S-level guild, on the top floor of the Misty Rain building in the luxurious president's office, Bai Ling was lounging with her legs crossed, her perfectly rounded long legs particularly eye-catching. At that moment, she was sitting in the chair that originally belonged to the president of the Misty Rain Guild, and in front of Bai Ling, more than a dozen high-level players sat in a row like elementary school students, quietly waiting for Bai Ling to speak. This cooperation is very simple. The Golden Rose Guild requires a hero-level item from the Undead Canyon dungeon. It is called Snow of the Pale Fawn, a highware weapon shaped like a wolf's fawn. Snow of the Pale Fawn has lost all possibility of use. Even if repaired, it cannot become a true weapon. However, this item is useful to the Golden Rose Guild. We are willing to exchange it for an epic level weapon. The silence in the room was broken by the voice of Bai Ling. However, as soon as her words left her mouth, all the professionals in the office were taken aback, completely stunned. Damn it! A hero level item. Exchanging it for an epic level weapon? This deal is too good to refuse. President Bai Ling, rest assured, our Misty Rain Guild will mobilize everyone this time and will definitely secure the ultimate loot in the Undead Canyon. And what you mentioned, Snow of the Pale Fawn, is absolutely no problem. In front of Bai Ling stood a young professional in a Zhongshan suit, looking to be in his 20s, his eyes brightening slightly as he spoke with certainty. Don't be fooled by his youthful appearance. He was actually over 60 years old. It's no exaggeration to say that this guy was already married with children before the era of universal job changes began. His grandchildren were already running around. However, due to the frenzied job changes, his powerful vitality had restored his body to a youthful state. This young man was none other than the strongest professional of the Misty Rain Guild, the fourth-ranked god in Jiangnan Province, the president of the Misty Rain Guild, Luo Feng. No need to be so certain. Bai Ling, facing Luo Feng's excitement, merely waved her hand indifferently, her expression showing little change. Then she said softly, "Get the job done. In addition to an epic-level weapon, I will also provide a forbidden spell as a reward." Bai Ling's words once again stirred up a storm. This time, not only Luo Feng but even the other professionals in the office swallowed hard, their eyes filled with shock. An epic-level weapon. A forbidden spell. Truly worthy of the SS-level Golden Rose, the most mysterious and powerful guild in Kyoto. They are indeed wealthy and extravagant. Have you found this year's young professionals in Jiangnan Province? The requirements are the same as in previous years, epic level, with attributes exceeding those of the same profession by 10 times, dual-class professionals preferred, and female. Bai Ling lightly tapped her fingers on the desk, her gaze sweeping over all the professionals present, finally resting on Luo Feng. Yes. Upon hearing Bai Ling's inquiry, Luo Feng's expression brightened with joy, and he nodded slightly, responding truthfully, "I don't know why, but this year there are several times more talented professionals meeting the requirements than last year. In our Jiangnan province, there are a total of 12 girls under 20 who meet President Bai Ling's recruitment criteria. Among them, 4 of the girls are dual-class professionals. 1 is even a rare, legendary class." Luo Feng's expression carried a hint of pride, though this emotion was fleeting. As for Bai Ling, her eyes narrowed slightly, inexplicably shocked. How could this be? Even a legendary existence has appeared. Bai Ling furrowed her brow, murmuring in a voice only she could hear, "President Bai Ling?" After a long silence, Luo Feng glanced at Bai Ling, puzzled. "Let them leave first." Bai Ling waved her hand, looking at Luo Feng without providing much explanation, as if issuing a command. It was hard to imagine that, despite being in the same guild, the disparity in status between Bai Ling and Luo Feng was as if the president were instructing the members of the guild. However, Luo Feng did not show a hint of dissatisfaction. On the contrary, he cleanly signaled the other members of the Misty Rain Guild to leave the office. Once everyone had left Dai in the vast office, only Luo Feng and Bai Ling remained. President Bai Ling, what exactly happened? The appearance of a legendary level practitioner, could it be some kind of signal? Luo Feng swallowed hard, asking with some concern. Bai Ling remained silent. The arrival of the fourth calamity may have been accelerated. After a long pause, Bai Ling simply said this one sentence. The fourth calamity? Luo Feng's pupils suddenly constricted. President, wasn't it said that the undead calamity would not arrive for another 3 years? As long as our Great Xia can gather enough sanctuary-level practitioners during this time, we have a chance to change the plot and quell this turmoil. Luo Feng swallowed again, speaking with a voice filled with shock. It's different from the plot of the previous life. Bai Ling still appeared calm, but her words sent a chill down one's spine. Previous life. That's right. Bai Ling was not from this world, or rather, she was a reincarnator. Su Chen was not a unique existence. It was precisely for this reason that Bai Ling, at just over 30 years of age, could create the Golden Rose Guild, which shocked the entire nation. Although rated as SS level, the Golden Rose possessed a power that even the god of magic could not foresee. Kyoto, Jiangnan, Hangzhou. One could say that every city in the country had Bai Ling's eyes and ears, and the Yenyu Jiangnan Guild, this S-level guild, was also considered Bai Ling's masterpiece. In a sense, Luo Feng was merely a pawn in Bai Ling's game. In the eyes of the outside world, Luo Feng was a top-tier professional god, a big shot in the top 100 of the national server rankings, the fourth in Jiangnan. However, in front of Bai Ling, he was merely a figure akin to a student. Because all of Luo Feng's current achievements depended entirely on Bai Ling. Otherwise, how could an S-level guild leader be so humble before Bai Ling, acting as submissively as an elementary student before a teacher? Is it because of the appearance of the legendary level practitioner? Luo Feng took a deep breath, paused for a moment, and then tentatively asked. Yes, Bai Ling responded decisively. But it's not entirely that. In the previous life, there was no character named Su Chen. Of course, in my previous life, I also did not establish the Golden Rose Guild. Bai Ling gently pressed her hand against her temple, her tone carrying a hint of weariness and sorrow. Having lived 2 lives, she had invested too much effort to change the plot of the fourth calamity's arrival, only to find everything developing in an uncontrollable direction, leaving Bai Ling somewhat helpless. What should we do? Luo Feng gasped for breath, showing no pretense in front of Bai Ling, his emotions flowing naturally. At this moment, Luo Feng was indeed frightened. In his heart, Bai Ling had always been composed, never encountering anything beyond her expectations. But now, Bai Ling frowned. This could only mean one thing. Perhaps the entire world of universal class change was truly on the brink of destruction. What to do is not something you need to worry about. The Undead Canyon dungeon is about to open. First, find that Snow of the Pale Tooth and bring it back to me. The 12 seeds you mentioned should also be arranged as soon as possible. Let the guild's Yanji lead them. Those who complete the trial will directly enter the Rose Guild, and the others will be abandoned. Bai Ling's expression changed only slightly before quickly returning to her usual cold demeanor. However, after a brief pause, she looked at Luo Feng and said, "Be prepared at all times. The arrival of the undead calamity may not wait for 3 years, it could be a year or even half a month from now. After my rebirth, everything has triggered a butterfly effect. As far as I know, within the Great Xia today, there are at least 3 or more reincarnators. I am not the only one. Secondly, if the final undead calamity cannot be quelled, the entire world will ultimately descend into ruins. A new era will come. Then, you can rest assured, I will use the great reincarnation technique to bring you and all the members of the guild back to life. Back to the past. Of course, that is another world." Belan said these words in a calm tone, but her brow tightened slightly, as if recounting something unrelated to herself. Luo Feng was dumbfounded. For a moment, he fell silent. The information Belan shared was simply overwhelming. Even someone like Luo Feng, a big shot, felt a sense of insignificance. How to put it? The great reincarnation technique. Reincarnators. These concepts had already surpassed the understanding of ordinary professionals, involving another level of existence. However, for Belan, Luo Feng trusted her unconditionally, without a hint of doubt. After all, if it weren't for Belan, Luo Feng would have died back then. He could never have become the S-level guild leader above 10,000 people, nor reached the pinnacle of the noble class in Jiangnan province. President, I understand. Luo Feng took a deep breath, then sighed heavily, looking at Belan with an incredibly complex expression, his demeanor serious as he said, I will do my utmost to handle the matters you have arranged. Good. I will take my leave now. The Winter World will soon open, located in the wilderness of Zhanghai City. In the Winter Dungeon, all members of the Golden Rose Guild will participate. At that time, you should also be prepared and train those little monsters. Belan continued with an unchanged expression. The little monsters she referred to were naturally the 12 genius-level professionals who met the guild's recruitment criteria, each having reached the epic level of profession. It was indeed somewhat exaggerated to say that so many epic-level young professionals had emerged in just Jiangnan province this year. In other parts of the country, the number of such little monsters combined had likely reached an unimaginable level. All right. Luo Feng nodded solemnly, committing all these matters to memory. However, President, there is something I am curious about. Luo Feng asked with a puzzled expression. Speak. Why have both the Undead Canyon and the Winter World appeared around Jiangnan province? Luo Feng looked up at Belan, a hint of madness in his eyes, cautiously asking, could it be that this era's undead calamity is related to Jiangnan province? Belan waved her hand, interrupting Luo Feng's words, and softly explained, not necessarily, it could also be a coincidence. Furthermore, while these 2 dungeons are important, compared to other dungeons in later generations, they are merely small potatoes. Belan's gaze flickered. She continued to explain, of course, the Undead Canyon and the Winter World dungeons did not just appear near Jiangnan province, more specifically, they appeared around Zhanghai City. Both dungeons are closer to Zhanghai City. Belan took a deep breath, then spoke in a voice only she could hear. Su Chen is also a professional from Zhanghai City. Perhaps this era's Su Chen is a key figure. Thinking of this, Belan gently furrowed her brow. President, where are you? At that moment, the smart bracelet on Belan's wrist vibrated slightly, and a clear female voice came from it. What is it? Yan-ji, speak. The one conversing with Belan was none other than a sister from the guild, currently the second most powerful after her, the fierce female knight. Yan-ji, how to put it? It's like this. I, along with Long Ling and Qing Yan, were in the newly opened hero-level dungeon in Kyoto. Everything was safe, and there were no issues. However, we just received a guild notification that a member is soloing a hero-level bloodline dragon boss. The situation regarding the target is not very clear, but one thing is certain, it is a hybrid emerald dragon. The bloodline strength is very high, even possessing potential beyond hero level. I asked the other sisters in the guild, and they all confidently replied that it wasn't them. So, Yan-ji's voice came from the smart wristband. Bai Ling frowned tightly, not answering. But beside her, President Luo Feng's eyes widened in shock, and even his breathing quickened. Damn it! An emerald dragon. Hero level bloodline. Potential beyond hero level? Doesn't that mean it's almost at the epic quality level? Such an existence. Even placed in a hero-level dungeon, it could serve as the ultimate boss monster. And now, in the Golden Rose Guild, there is actually a professional player soloing such a dungeon. It's simply terrifying. Upon reflection, however, compared to Luo Feng's shock, Bai Ling's heart was almost about to stop, instinctively narrowing her pupils. Her pearly teeth clenched her fiery red lips. Su Chen? Bai Ling's expression changed dramatically, her small mouth slightly opened, a look of horror appearing on her beautiful face. She was well aware of the situation of all the members in the Golden Rose Guild, except for the only male member, Su Chen. Does he already have the power to end a hero-level dragon? Bai Ling trembled slightly, her eyes shimmering with disbelief beneath her long eyelashes. It wasn't that Bai Ling's reaction was too intense. Rather, under normal circumstances, dragon bosses are usually at least level 100, and hero-level bloodline dragon bosses mostly only appear in hero-level dungeons. As for their levels, they are frighteningly high, generally above level 500. Therefore, when Bai Ling realized that Su Chen was one-on-one against the Emerald Dragon boss, she was so shocked, even mixed with a hint of fear. Possessing the ability to plunder boss monster skills, could it be that he is the fourth reincarnator? Bai Ling's voice quietly emerged. In the office, Luo Feng was completely stunned, his face filled with panic. Plunder boss monster skills? Luo Feng, beside her, was almost about to pop his eyes out, choking on Bai Ling's words and coughing. He almost suffocated on a single breath. There was no way around it. Every word from Bai Ling seemed explosively shocking to the world. Even Luo Feng, who had followed her for so many years, could no longer sit still. Yes. Bai Ling looked deeply at Luo Feng, considered for a moment, and chose not to hide it, decisively explaining. Su Chen, since he obtained the mandatory entry ticket to the Golden Rose Guild and joined the guild, I have used all my connections and pieces to conduct a comprehensive investigation on him. Bai Ling's voice was soft, yet carried a hint of coldness, as if she were recounting an inconsequential matter. Luo Feng straightened his back, his eyes filled with terror, as if shrouded in darkness, an oppressive atmosphere inexplicably spreading in the office. Now, I can draw a few conclusions. First, Su Chen's background is unknown, even I cannot find out the forces behind him in this world, as if he is in existence. That appeared out of nowhere, without any background, yet has managed to reach this point, a dazzling star rising. Second, based on the current situation, everything he possesses, including skill books, forbidden spells, hero-level weapons, mounts, and a pet of unknown bloodline, has all been obtained through his own strength, most likely sourced from the Shallow Bay dungeon. Third, Su Chen possesses the ability to plunder the skills of professional players and boss monsters. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be his exclusive talent, a unique talent that has never appeared before. Plunder. Luo Feng's mouth curled into a smile, his eyes filled with a desire to express himself. However, in the end, he couldn't even say a complete sentence. He gasped several times, calming his wildly beating heart, and then took a deep breath of stale air, saying in a deep voice, "Is it possible that he comes from the Holy Light Church? That 5S level guild?" Luo Feng asked tentatively. If there is any force in the world that could completely surpass the understanding of the reincarnated being Bai Ling, it would probably be this supreme 5S level guild of the Great Xia. Thus, Luo Feng instinctively mentioned the Holy Light Church. Uncertain. The possibility is very small. Bai Ling shook her head, providing Luo Feng with some information. In my past life, at the moment the fourth calamity descended, the largest overlord of the underworld of Great Xia, the Holy Light Church, took action. On that day, the starry river was brilliant. The undead calamity descended upon the world. Under the splendid starry sky, countless NPCs and boss monsters appeared with a proud demeanor. Only the Holy Light Church could withstand it. Unfortunately, it only held out for a moment, and then the entire guild was annihilated. Bai Ling paused, her gaze momentarily vacant, but in that instant, Luo Feng caught it. He hadn't expected the fourth calamity to be so terrifying. Even the legendary Holy Light Church was so easily crushed in the face of the calamity. Among the appearing professionals there was no Su Chen. Bai Ling frowned, her expression once again showing extreme fatigue, as if she were recalling past events. I don't remember him. If he truly shone so brightly, having the ability to fight against hero-level dragons since the second transition, how could he not appear at the last moment? The only explanation is he is also a reincarnator. Perhaps in his past life, Su Chen was just an ordinary nobody. This time, relying on his prophetic abilities, he obtained something and turned the tide. Bai Ling's tone was calm. Of course, I am the same. Luo Feng's gaze froze, and he instinctively nodded. Bai Ling had mentioned the situation of her past life more than once. In her previous life, Bai Ling's qualifications were equally stunning. Her first job transition was to a Dark Old level professional. Unfortunately, Dark Old level seems so insignificant in the fourth calamity in the entire world. So, after her rebirth, Bai Ling relied on her memories from her past life to obtain countless top-tier items in advance, forcibly changing the plot and making herself a supreme legendary level professional. Her level also rose to the 9th transition within 20 years. If Su Chen really has the plunder talent, and the rumored triple experience talent, and is the 4th reincarnator, Luo Feng glanced at Bai Ling, a look of relief crossing his face as he said, then, for us, it wouldn't be a bad thing. After all, he is now also a member of the Golden Rose Guild. Luo Feng's words made Bai Ling momentarily distracted. She did not respond, only standing up and looking out the window. At that moment, the most beautiful scenery of Jiangnan province came into view, reflected in Bai Ling's gaze. A light drizzle fell from the sky. Misty rain in Jiangnan. Just like the name of the guild Luo Feng created, it was breathtakingly beautiful. Not necessarily, Bai Ling denied Luo Feng. Then she spoke softly, in our past life, there were traitors in Great Xia. On the eve of the world's impending destruction, besides heroic guilds like the Holy Light Church, there were also betrayers. Luo Feng was taken aback. This was the first time Balan mentioned the word traitor, leaving him momentarily stunned. In the Great Xia, there is a guild called Origin, which, at the last moment, abandoned the entire world and willingly embraced the fourth calamity, becoming a third force under Arthas, following the Silver Knights and the Scourge. Every practitioner in the Origin Guild is incredibly powerful. Not at all weaker than the Golden Rose I currently founded, no. Balan lightly furrowed her brow. More precisely, it should be stronger than the guild I have now, because that guild consists entirely of individuals above the epic tier. Although their potential is similar to my members, their levels are much higher. The vast majority are at the 8th and 9th transitions. Each one of them is a top-tier genius, a little monster capable of instilling fear across the world. Luo Feng was nearly driven mad, gasping sharply, chills running down his back. All of them were above the epic tier. Their levels had reached the 8th and 9th transitions. This was no longer a guild. It could completely rival the entire world. One could imagine how desperate other practitioners around the world would feel after such a powerful guild became traitors by embracing the fourth calamity. Their hearts were like dead ashes. There was no thought of continuing to resist. No wonder Luo Feng fell silent, letting out a long sigh. No wonder you said, President, that when the calamity descended in the last life, the entire world was unable to withstand a single blow. Balan gently nodded. She explained, it's possible that Su Chen comes from Origin. That underground world, the evil organization. Origin, the Holy Light Church, the fourth calamity. Luo Feng fell silent. Even though he was currently ranked 4th in Jiangnan province, in the face of such a vast worldview, he had no voice. He could only quietly listen to every word Balan said. He truly hadn't expected that even a second transition practitioner, perhaps one day in the future, could easily crush him. Luo Feng. How could that not be terrifying? At this moment, Luo Feng was on the brink of collapse. I'll take my leave now, there are many things to handle. Balan lifted her perfect long legs, her wrist flipping, and he didn't know when her slender fingers had already grasped a magnificent long blade. Balan had always been like this, like a lark wandering through the world, dazzling and splendid. No one could see through her movements. All right, President. Luo Feng responded softly, then bowed to Balan's graceful figure. Soon, the entire office fell into silence, leaving Luo Feng sitting dazedly on the sofa, staring blankly at the scene outside the window. Brother? The cold atmosphere was broken by a delicate voice, and Luo Feng finally came to his senses, turning to look at the person speaking beside him. It was a female practitioner, a priest, the second in command of the Misty Rain Guild, and also Luo Feng's sister, Luo Mengdai. Brother, what did President Balan say to you? Luo Mengdai's bright eyes widened as she looked at Luo Feng. It's nothing, just some small matters. Luo Feng smiled faintly, not revealing a hint of what Balan had said to him. It wasn't that Luo Feng didn't trust his sister, but it was unnecessary. Sometimes, knowing too much could be more dangerous. Okay. Luo Mengdai had a head of brilliant red hair tied up at the back of her head, and her pair of eyes were extremely bright, also carrying a hint of faint crimson. She glanced at Luo Feng and smiled lightly, saying, "Brother, the genius-level practitioners you asked me to find have all arrived at the guild. What should I arrange for them to do now?" "Let them wait for a moment. I'll go over once I finish what I'm handling." Luo Feng nodded and replied with a smile. The bond between the siblings was quite strong. However, their appearances were completely different, with no trace of similarity at all. Luo Feng had a rugged look and an old-fashioned style of doing things. As for Luo Mengdai, she resembled a red-haired girl from an anime, her beauty clearly several levels above Luo Feng. The reason was simple: Luo Mengdai was adopted by Luo Feng. She was also the only legendary-level practitioner this year, the first among 12 geniuses. "Okay, brother, I'll go tell them right away." Luo Mengdai nodded obediently, rising on her toes to leave the office. The girl's movements were light and graceful, like a stealthy little cat. "Wait. Send a message to all the major guilds in Jiangnan province that the winter dungeon is about to open and they should prepare. At that time, all top practitioners from the leading guilds must participate." Luo Feng paused, organized his thoughts, and continued, "Including the mentors from Jiangnan University, they should all go." Luo Mengdai was taken aback. However, she didn't say much, just nodded. "All right. Then I'll head out first, brother. Go ahead." Luo Feng waved his hand and looked down at the tablet in his hand, checking the information about Su Chen. Su Chen? If he really comes from the original guild, that evil organization from the underground world, then the best plan is to nip him in the bud. Luo Feng lightly tapped the table with his distinctly knuckled fingers, his expression shifting between dark and light. "Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed the level 62 boss monster, Emerald Dragon Hybrid Dragon Nano, earning 43,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have gained an additional 20,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the heroic level boss and received a heroic level medal, earning 200 reputation points. Ding! Congratulations, the Emerald Dragon Nano has died. The Dragon Hybrid Skeleton Servant has become a wild entity. Do you wish to tame it? Please select yes/no. The cold notification echoed in Su Chen's mind. Damn, it's finally over. Su Chen's eyes lit up, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Perhaps only he knew how complicated his feelings were at that moment. Nano's power had exceeded comprehension. To end this Emerald Dragon boss, Su Chen had nearly exhausted all his means. His mana had been drained. However, he succeeded in the end. A total of over 60,000 experience points, a very fulfilling harvest. Su Chen smiled slightly, murmuring contentedly. As a heroic level bloodline dragon boss, Nano naturally brought a significant amount of experience. However, the over 60,000 points still left Su Chen in shock. In the future, I should seek out more high bloodline boss monsters. One is better than 6. Su Chen squinted and smiled. Then, he glanced at a pale golden medal in front of him. Heroic level medal? Reputation points. In a world where everyone could change jobs, both medals and reputation points were quite valuable and significant. Many top dungeons required sufficient reputation points. Without a golden level medal or above, one wouldn't even qualify to enter the dungeon. Some NPC merchants only traded with heroic level medal practitioners, and even some premium materials would be sold at a discount. In the Undead Canyon dungeon, there are many bards, stone merchants, and ranger NPCs. They sell exclusive dungeon items to practitioners, and with a heroic level medal, perhaps I can get some unexpected surprises, Su Chen thought to himself, his eyes slightly brightening. Both the heroic level medal and reputation points were indeed very useful for him at the moment. They would come in handy as soon as the Undead Canyon dungeon opened. Hiss. Dragon Hybrid, can it be tamed? Putting the golden badge into the system space, Su Chen looked at the last prompt entry. However, he was instantly stunned. He was very familiar with the strength of the Dragon Hybrid. Even under the relentless bombardment of the Death Flame explosion, these undead creatures could remain unscathed. Moreover, the number of skeletal dragon servants was incredibly large. Even though Su Chen had already cleared out 100, there were still no less than 200 left in the Dragon Tomb. Su Chen took a deep breath, feeling a bit blank in his mind. His pupils contracted slightly, and then he gazed down at the vast expanse of skeletal monsters, each hybrid clad in hard, pitch-black armor, their claws sharp as blades, and the tattered bone wings behind them gently flapping. These were far from mere hybrid boss minions. At a glance, they were clearly the demons from the myth and legend of the Abyss world. Furthermore, all these hybrid monsters had noble dragon bloodlines created from the original bloodline of the Emerald Dragon Nano. At the same level, they could easily crush silver-tier professionals. Even gold-tier professionals could only hold their ground. In other words, if Su Chen could tame all these dragon hybrids and bring them under his command, he would instantly possess over 200 servants comparable to genius professionals. Such a level could already crush the Kanghan Guild. It should be noted that as the strongest guild among the three giants of Zhonghai City, the average professional tier recruited by Kanghan each year was merely silver. In fact, most professionals only had bronze-level qualifications. And Su Chen? He had a pure lineage of dragons, a golden tier bloodline capable of utterly humiliating Kanghan. And once these dragon hybrids leveled up, they would be over 200 ultimate boss monsters comparable to demons, the Undead Legion. Su Chen's pupils suddenly dilated and a storm surged in his heart. Only he knew how insane these hybrid monsters before him truly were. Once tamed, they would likely bring Su Chen power beyond his expectations. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully tamed the hybrid species Skeletal Dragon Servant Silver Tier, gaining 2 reputation points. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully tamed the hybrid species Skeletal Dragon Servant Gold Tier, gaining 5 reputation points. Each time I tame a hybrid species, I actually gain a certain amount of reputation points. Su Chen's expression shifted slightly, feeling incredibly pleased. These dragon hybrids were different from mounts or pets, they belonged to a completely new category. After taming nearly 100 hybrids, Su Chen's attribute panel also underwent subtle changes. Followers Skeletal Hybrid Emerald Dragon *100. Followers? Su Chen was momentarily stunned, his eyes shining slightly. The unlocked entry after taming these hybrids is actually followers. In the world of universal job transfer, aside from mounts and pets, there indeed existed the category of followers for professionals. However, for the vast majority of professionals, this kind of existence was almost non-existent. To obtain followers, one needed to meet a series of complex conditions, and there were no corresponding guides for these conditions. In other words, the method to unlock followers was completely random. Could it be related to my profession? Or perhaps I unlocked followers because I ended a hero-level dragon at the second transfer stage. Su Chen furrowed his brows, falling into deep thought. However, in the end, he still did not have a perfect explanation. But it seems that in this Dragon Tomb instance, I might be the only professional who has unlocked it. Perhaps the followers entry is related to this instance. Su Chen nodded thoughtfully, although it is not very clear why the term follower appeared. Having over 200 half-blood dragon followers is, in Su Chen's view, a rare reward. This thing is far more precious than a hero-level weapon. Next time I use the Undead Summon skill, I can directly summon these skeletal half-bloods. This way, the strength of the Undead Summon skill can increase exponentially, even by several times or more than 10 times. Su Chen raised his chin, his expression filled with anticipation. The benefits he gained from defeating Nano this time were truly immense. Soon, Su Chen completed the taming, and all the skeletal half-bloods became his servants, ready to be summoned at any time. First, let's throw these undead creatures into the Abyss World. In a one-on-one situation, a half-blood should be able to take down ordinary undead skeleton minions. Su Chen stroked his chin and made a bold decision. After all, at this stage, these half-bloods provided very limited help to Su Chen. Even though, as boss monsters, the half-bloods had basically reached silver or even gold-level bloodline qualifications, in a one-on-one fight, they could easily crush top talents like Su Qingya. However, if they encountered a level 100 or above professional, no matter how many half-bloods there were, they would only serve as cannon fodder. The reason is simple. After being tamed by Su Chen, the half-bloods could no longer enjoy the dragon aura buff provided by the Emerald Dragon Nano. Their health, attributes, and skill strength were all weakened to some extent. Therefore, rather than letting the skeletal half-bloods be wasted, it would be better to throw them into the Abyss World and let these monsters undergo a transformation first. Those that remain might bring powerful assistance to Su Chen in the near future. With a clang, Su Chen released the Undead Summon skill, and a towering bronze door suddenly opened. At his gesture, all the half-bloods flapped their tattered bone wings and one by one disappeared into the black mist, heading to the death-filled Abyss World instance. I wonder if I can go directly to the Abyss World through the bronze door. Su Chen frowned slightly, looking at the bronze door he had opened. A flash of inspiration struck him. Undead bosses could pass through this door to travel back and forth between the Abyss instance and the real world. As a living professional, Su Chen wondered if he could do the same. If he could, that would be interesting. The Abyss World instance and the Winter World instance, both of these super large instances, are referred to as the Second World, possessing an area countless times larger than the real world. And the creatures living in the instances exist in myth and legend. Su Chen took a deep breath, recalling the records from his high school textbooks. I have to try it out. Flame-winged demons, abyss dragons, and the 7 great demon kings of the Abyss World, the 72 demon pillars. Su Chen's heart inexplicably tightened. Just uttering these names sent chills down his spine. Let's see what Nano dropped. Once all the half-bloods had completely entered the abyss instance, Su Chen casually closed the bronze door and then looked at the golden halos scattered on the ground. The items dropped by Nano were quite top tier, with the lowest being above the level of gold weapons. Light identification technique. Su Chen cast the identification skill and began to check one by one. Name, Blade of Dawn. Rank, heroic attributes, plus 700 strength, plus 2000 physical attack, plus 5000 physical critical, plus 200% physical lifesteal, plus 100% attack speed, plus 50 movement speed, plus 100 agility. Exclusive equipment skill, Armor Break, has a certain probability to trigger Armor Break, ignoring a portion of the target's defense, directly dealing holy damage, which is true damage, with the damage result directly reflecting on the health points. Dawn, after hitting the target, has a certain probability to trigger Dawn, freezing the target in holy light, rendering them immobile for 1 to 3 seconds. During this time, the target rapidly loses health and has their 4-dimensional attributes suppressed, reducing physical defense and spell resistance. Restrictions. Physical class level 30. Description. The Blade of Dawn is a heroic level boss weapon with an extremely low drop rate. Each Blade of Dawn possesses unique equipment attributes and skills, among which the Dawn skill is referred to by practitioners as the godly skill of equipment. After hitting the target, the resulting frozen state can achieve a one-hit finish, causing the target to die instantly. The Blade of Dawn can be released simultaneously with the forbidden spell Dawn, resulting in a high-intensity amplification of damage and forbidden spell effects. Damn! This is just too crazy! Su Chen exclaimed, completely stunned. The first item dropped by the Emerald Dragon, Nano, was indeed a heroic level weapon. Although Su Chen already possessed 2 heroic level weapons, Holy Silver Feather and Forbidden Belt, compared to the Blade of Dawn, the attributes of those 2 weapons seemed rather restrained. The Blade of Dawn has 7 attribute entries, with the strength attribute directly increasing by 700 points. What does this mean? Not to mention, many veteran practitioners at level 100 probably don't even have that much base strength. Moreover, the Blade of Dawn also comes with 2 major equipment skills. It is simply a monstrous weapon. 1 Armor Break, 1 Dawn. If these 2 skills are triggered simultaneously, perhaps a level 60 boss could be instantly wiped out in one hit. Su Chen swallowed hard, genuinely amazed. It wasn't that he was exaggerating, the facts were indeed so. With the high physical attack bonus, along with insane lifesteal and critical bonuses, if Dawn were truly triggered, it might really take down a regular 3rd transformation boss within 3 seconds. Besides, Su Chen already had many trump cards, so achieving this wouldn't be too difficult. Let's see what else is there. Su Chen took a deep breath to calm his emotions. How should he put it? The Blade of Dawn had already made his investment worthwhile. Even if the subsequent drops were ordinary, this haul was still very rewarding. After all, under normal circumstances, a heroic level bloodline boss could drop a corresponding boss weapon, which would already be a huge profit for the guild. Wanting more would be a bit greedy. However, Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, still filled with anticipation for the upcoming loot. Name, Dawn. Type, Control. Forbidden Spell. Rank, Entry-level Forbidden Spell, plus Forbidden Spell. Description, Light of Dawn, capable of shattering the sun. Once this forbidden spell is released, it can summon a golden dragon to break through the darkness and strike the target directly. Forbidden Spell Evolution, a golden level weapon, a golden level skill. Book. Entry 1, can perfectly combine with the heroic level weapon Blade of Dawn to release higher physical damage. Entry 2. When possessing the Blade of Dawn, the effects of this forbidden spell will change to a certain extent, possibly bringing new forbidden spell attributes, and upon hitting the target, it can simultaneously enjoy both forbidden spell damage and equipment skill. Damage. Entry 3. After completing its evolution, this forbidden spell will experience a frenzied increase in strength, unlocking brand new forbidden spell effects. Damn it, no way? Under the light identification technique, a brand new item appeared in Su Chen's vision, and it was not a weapon, but a forbidden spell. Most importantly, this forbidden spell was the perfect partner for the Dawn Blade, simultaneously enjoying forbidden spell damage and equipment skill damage. After the evolution of the forbidden spell, the strength increases wildly, unlocking brand new forbidden spell effects. Su Chen's pupils suddenly constricted, shocked by the entries unlocked by the identification technique. Very strong. After a brief silence, Su Chen evaluated it candidly. In some respects, this Dawn forbidden spell was even crazier than Su Chen's first forbidden spell, Black Tide Moon, both in terms of damage intensity and the effects brought by the forbidden spell, which were several times higher. Furthermore, while Black Tide Moon was a domain-type forbidden spell, its damage against boss monsters was somewhat lower, making it more suitable for clearing large swathes of mixed blood minions. Simply put, one focused on clearing minion waves, while the other was more applicable for fighting bosses. Satisfied, Su Chen hurriedly stored the Dawn Blade in this forbidden spell, feeling immensely pleased. To obtain these two items made him completely content. After all, forbidden spells and hero-grade weapons were rare top-tier items for an A-level guild, often requiring several months for a guild to acquire. Yet now, Su Chen had obtained both at once, truly a stroke of luck. And there's more. Su Chen once again turned his gaze to the other items. The loot dropped by Nano was far from just two items. Under the scrutiny of the identification technique, Su Chen was well aware that there was at least one more item. That was the Dragon Blood Gem. A substance similar to attribute gems, it could cause Su Chen's four-dimensional attributes to surge wildly, even granting him dragon lineage. Name: Dragon Blood Gem, Emerald Dragon, grade, hero level attributes. Using this item grants a certain degree of Emerald Dragon lineage, enhancing four-dimensional attributes and allowing the understanding of new dragon talents or dragon boss skills. Description: the effect of this item is similar to a lineage potion, but using it does not change one's own lineage. The Dragon Blood Gem only refines and enhances the practitioner's physique without any negative effects. Name: Heart of the Emerald Dragon, grade, hero level attributes, a heart full of life vitality. This item is a top-tier alchemical treasure that can be used to enhance all boss weapons or added as a material to potions, yielding unimaginable effects. Description: this heart is not an ordinary dragon heart, but a rare, undying heart. Because of this heart, the Emerald Dragon Nano did not directly transform into a skeletal dragon upon death, but instead had a certain probability of being reborn in flames. Name: the Forgotten Triumphant Holy Sword, grade, epic level attributes. Wear 90%. Restrictions. Description: a forgotten holy sword from the Winter World's Light Empire, damaged in a war against the Elven race, and later obtained by the Imperial Knight Joseph. Holding the holy sword, Joseph ended the Emerald Dragon Nano, and this nameless holy sword was completely abandoned, falling into the Dragon Tomb dungeon. Entry 1. Using a Dragon Blood Gem is equivalent to using several epic level attribute gems simultaneously, and the attribute bonuses brought by the Dragon Blood Gem are beyond imagination, with a certain probability of allowing the practitioner's class rank to undergo a transformation. Entry 2. The Heart of the Emerald Dragon, also known as the Immortal Heart, is a top-tier item sought after by many empires in the NPC world. Placing the Immortal Heart into a dedicated staff grants the legendary weapon, Staff of the Immortal. Entry 3. The Forgotten Holy Sword of Triumph was once a symbol of the Holy Light, owned by the Light Knight King, but has now fallen into an unknown dark corner. If discovered by its former master, the Light Knight King, it would surely be exchanged for the most expensive items. Entry 4. Using Dragon Blood Gems does not affect one's lineage. Even if one uses many Dragon Blood Gems, the original race and lineage can be guaranteed. Of course, one can choose to abandon their lineage and transform into a dragon lineage, but doing so would make them a half-blood dragon. Caution is essential before transforming one's lineage. A Dragon Blood Gem, the Immortal Heart, an abandoned epic holy sword? Su Chen's expression changed slightly. If the Blade of Dawn and the forbidden spell had brought him unparalleled surprise, then these items made Su Chen's heart tremble. First, let's talk about the Dragon Blood Gem. This item was already within Su Chen's expectations. Nano's attribute panel had already unlocked the entry for Dragon Blood Gem. Its value goes without saying. Su Chen certainly wouldn't auction it off, but planned to use it directly in the Dragon Tomb. Not only could it enhance his attributes, but it also wouldn't incur negative effects, preventing him from becoming a half-blood. Who would easily part with such a thing? 2. Acquire it at the second transition stage is already a stroke of luck. As for the value of the Heart of the Emerald Dragon, that was even more significant. Su Chen had not anticipated that this heart, aside from allowing Nano to be reborn from the flames, was also the core energy source for a legendary weapon. Staff of the Immortal? Su Chen took a deep breath, his eyes filled with intense shock, to the point where he found it hard to speak. If I remember correctly, this legendary weapon seems to be related to that Necromancer Gandalf. After a long silence, an image of a grey-robed mage finally surfaced in Su Chen's mind. Gandalf. An old man in a grey robe with a grey beard. A key figure in the Winter World, he was also an extremely powerful native NPC whose existence was almost regarded as a miracle by adventurers. This old man had once single-handedly challenged the top tribes of the half-orc race and executed a brilliant kill. And then, he withdrew unscathed. Gandalf was undoubtedly a legendary figure across the world. Most adventurers were familiar with his deeds, and Gandalf's former weapon was a legendary staff, the Staff of the Immortal. Damn it, this is getting a bit too intense. Su Chen swallowed hard, his pupils dilating with excitement. If this legendary weapon really appears, even a figure like the God of Magic would be alarmed. No, more accurately, all adventurers across the nation would be shocked and go crazy. Su Chen gasped for breath. His emotions were completely out of control. It wasn't that he wasn't calm enough, but the immortal heart and the staff of the immortal were simply too terrifying. They could trigger a horrific sensation throughout the entire world of class transitions. The reason was simple. Because Gandalf was a sanctuary-level adventurer. It was even rumored that his level had risen to another divine degree, demigod level. Completing 9 class transitions allows one to reach level 1000, and further transitions lead to sanctuary level. Su Chen frowned. The content from the People's Education Press Chinese textbook appeared in his mind. The difficulty level of the sacred domain is no less than completing 9 job changes 100 times, and it might even be more exaggerated. Su Chen swallowed hard, feeling a ripple of emotions rise within him. In a world where everyone can change jobs, there isn't even a single sacred domain professional, and demigod is a rank above the sacred domain. And now, Su Chen's Heart of the Undying is somehow connected to such a high-level figure. How could that not complicate his feelings? Legend has it that the Staff of the Undying wielded by the grey-robed mage Gandalf was completely destroyed in the war against the elven race, and to restore the staff to its original state, a perfect Heart of the Undying is required. Su Chen's eyes brightened slightly as he whispered with a trembling voice, and at this moment, this Heart of the Undying is in my hands. Su Chen felt as if his brain had short-circuited. Damn it! Such a top-tier item was actually dropped by a hero-level bloodline dragon, and even more incredible, it ended up in the hands of a second-job professional. If this got out, all the professionals in the world would probably be stunned in an instant. However, for now, this Heart of the Undying seems to be unusable, so I'll just keep it for now. Su Chen took a deep breath, glancing at the Heart of the Undying in front of him. This heart, rather than being a dragon's heart, looked more like a massive crystal with a diameter of at least 3 meters. Just sitting there, he could feel the wild surge of life energy within it. No wonder the Emerald Dragon Nanu could be reborn from the ashes. With this heart, if it were another professional, perhaps they could achieve the same. However, although the Heart of the Undying is valuable, it exceeds the power Su Chen currently possesses, and at this stage, he cannot use it. He can't just find an alchemist to melt it down, right? That would be such a waste. In a while, the winter dungeon will open. I wonder if I can encounter Gandalf. Su Chen squinted slightly, a hint of cunning in his gaze. He muttered to himself, for this crystal heart, Gandalf should be willing to pay a certain price, right? A perfect epic level weapon? Or perhaps a heavily worn legendary weapon? Thinking of this, Su Chen felt inexplicably excited. After carefully placing the Heart of the Undying in the system space, Su Chen turned his attention to the holy sword that had fallen from Nanu's forehead. The Light Knight King? Su Chen tightly grasped the holy sword. His expression moved as he softly murmured, "What exactly is this Emerald Dragon Nanu? The items it drops are more and more exaggerated. This is not just a hero-level bloodline. I would believe it if someone said it was a legendary dragon." The holy sword was beautifully designed yet carried an ancient flavor. It had a medieval great sword style. The blade was heavy, engraved with intricate patterns and the exclusive emblem of the Light Empire. As for the hilt, it had become somewhat smooth from wear, with a perfect gem embedded at the tip, a gem of hero-level quality. This hero-level gem can also be considered a top-tier alchemical material. If I dig it out and melt it down, I might be able to forge a decent boss weapon. Su Chen's eyes sparkled as he thought to himself. However, in an instant, he dismissed that idea. There was no other reason. This abandoned holy sword is still an epic level weapon, even if its wear is somewhat alarming, nearly reaching a fully worn state. But what if he encounters a top-tier NPC later, and lets those NPC alchemists have a go? It's possible that the holy sword could be restored to its former glory. Su Chen would then possess a truly epic weapon. This is epic level. In the country, only the Mage God and the Rose Guild leader, the Nightingale, have the qualifications to own such a thing. Most top-tier professionals, even those ranked in the top 100 on the national server, typically only possess hero-level weapons or semi-epic weapons. Just like the Heart of the Undying, this nearly worn-out weapon had a significant former owner. Su Chen mused as he looked at the unlocked appraisal entries. The Radiant Knight King is still searching for this weapon. He must be willing to trade the most expensive items for it? Su Chen smiled faintly, excitement bubbling within him. It seems this NPC god is also at the sacred domain level? Is it possible to exchange for a mount? Can I trade for the Black Dragon? The Destruction Black Dragon, as the ultimate boss in the Winter Dungeon, naturally exceeds the level of the 9 transformations. Although they are all dragon types, it could easily overpower the Emerald Dragon Nanu. If such a mount truly existed, Su Chen wouldn't need to grind for levels anymore. He could just slack off and claim the top spot on the national server. Keep it safe. Su Chen smiled contentedly, his expression incredibly relaxed as he said, "In a while, I'll take a good stroll in the Winter Dungeon. Maybe when that dungeon opens, I'll just take off With that thought, Su Chen stored all his items. However, what Nanawa brought was not just these plunder skills. Finally, the main event. Su Chen eagerly opened Nanawa's a tribute panel. The full skills belonging to this hero-level dragon appeared before Su Chen's eyes. Holy Light of Life, Hero. Level price * 2 million experience points. Echo of Light, Dark Gold level price * 750,000 experience points. Ice Seed Holy Shield, Dark Gold level price * 720,000 experience points. Wrath of the Dragon, Gold level price * 340,000 experience points. Goodness, I can't believe it. Upon seeing Nanawa's skill list, Su Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and smile bitterly. The boss skills of this Emerald Dragon were quite impressive. However, the prices were extraordinarily high. Su Chen could plunder one skill for free, but to acquire them all would require an outrageous amount of experience points. The Holy Light of Life. This hero-level boss skill costs as much as 2 million experience points? This skill can be plundered for free, a small gain. If I want to take all the others, it would probably require also around 2 million experience points? Upon realizing this, Su Chen was stunned. 2 million experience points, what does that even mean? For a level 100 professional, it might not be too difficult. With a bit more time and grinding through a few small dungeons, it could be done. However, for Su Chen, it was a bit tricky. The most crucial factor was time. At most, after one day, all of Nanawa's skills will completely disappear. Even if I gather the experience points by then, I won't be able to plunder anymore, and these top-tier boss skills will be wasted. Su Chen took a deep breath, feeling the pressure. Give up? Or? Su Chen's expression turned serious. Under normal circumstances, he should indeed give up these dragon boss skills. However, who knows when he would encounter so many top-tier skills again. These skills are all quite good, it would be a shame to give them up. Su Chen's expression softened slightly, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. How about I dispose of all the dragon hybrid species I just tamed? That should yield quite a bit of experience points, probably around 100,000 experience points. Su Chen even considered those hybrids. However, after a moment of silence, he decisively shook his head. Damn it! Most of these hybrid monsters are at the gold level, and even the silver level ones can rival genius professionals. Using them to exchange for experience points would be too wasteful. If other professionals found out, they would probably be devastated. One day is still too tight. If I go to the dungeon, I probably won't make it in time. Su Chen frowned, feeling a wave of helplessness in his heart. Given his current strength, he could indeed gather 2 million experience points in a short time, and as his level increased, the rate of gaining experience would accelerate even further. However, no matter how fast he was, accomplishing this in a single day was ultimately a bit absurd. The only way, by experience potions or experience scrolls, Su Chen murmured softly after some thought. How should he put it? Su Chen was now quite wealthy, holding hundreds of thousands of gold coins. If he used all of it to exchange for experience scrolls, the amount of experience he would gain would be terrifying. But it felt like a bit of a loss. Who in their right mind would spend so much on experience potions? It doesn't matter. In the Dragon Tomb dungeon, so many items dropped, and with plenty of monster resources, selling everything would easily net me hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Su Chen squinted slightly, his expression becoming more relaxed as he let go of his worries. Indeed, although he had only obtained a few items after defeating the nanoboss, the dragon hybrids had brought him a massive amount of monster resources, including more than one golden grade weapon. This was far more lucrative than the Shallow Bay dungeon. After returning to Zhanghai City, should I arrange another meeting with Lu Mei or Su Shi? Su Chen took a deep breath and made a decision, murmuring to himself, then I'll buy a batch of top-notch experience scrolls and experience potions, and plunder all of Nano's skills. With this thought, Su Chen's mood improved significantly. He patted the skeletal dragon beneath him and approached the massive skeleton of Nano. This is a good thing. Su Chen glanced at the skeleton of the Emerald Dragon, his eyes filled with a hint of surprise. From the entries unlocked by his identification skill, Nano's remains were indeed valuable. Whether it was Xiao Bai or Alpha, after devouring Nano's flesh, they could undergo a bloodline transformation and evolve into a more powerful species. It was precisely for this reason that Su Chen had not given up on Alpha and instead chose to tame Nano. Although the Emerald Dragon's bloodline quality was heroic, slightly stronger than the skeletal dragon, Alpha was a mutated skeletal dragon. And moreover, Alpha had once possessed the bloodline of a golden dragon. Both were heroic grade boss monsters. In terms of combat strength, Alpha was even more brutal than the Emerald Dragon. Wait for me a few days, and then I'll take you all. Su Chen squinted slightly, looking at Nano's skill bar. All the skills were incredibly dim, waiting for Su Chen to unlock them. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully used a heroic grade bloodline potion to enhance the target, Skeletal Dragon Alpha. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully used a heroic grade bloodline potion to enhance the target, Radiant Unicorn Xiaobai. 2 bottles of bloodline potions and a piece of Emerald Dragon remains. This level of resource should allow both Alpha and the Unicorn to complete an evolution, at least guaranteeing a heroic grade bloodline. Su Chen used up all the bloodline potions in his inventory in one go. Under his watch, the Skeletal Dragon and the Radiant Unicorn gently shook their bodies and lunged toward Nano's emerald remains. It should take a few hours. Su Chen thought thoughtfully. Then, he took out another item, a few gems that looked like crystals. Heroic grade weapon, advancement gem. Let's use it to enhance the Storm Bone Spear, Su Chen contemplated inwardly. 3 weapon advancement gems were enough to allow the Storm Bone Spear, a golden grade weapon, to complete its transformation. The Undead Staff, although of dark gold quality, does not possess the dazzling attribute effects of the Storm Bone Spear. As a weapon that enhances physical attributes, it should produce unexpected results after enhancement. Su Chen gently stroked his chin, lost in thought. Especially the exclusive equipment skill Storm, which can split into 100 bone spears at most. This rare attribute effect, if enhanced to hero level, is likely to undergo mutations. Su Chen had a deep understanding of the splitting attribute of the Storm Bone Spear, as the physical critical hits and damage it brought were considered the pinnacle of golden level weapons. At present, the Storm Bone Spear was undoubtedly Su Chen's best choice. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully used the hero level weapon advancement gem to enhance the target, Storm Bone Spear, golden level. The cold notification echoed in Su Chen's mind as 3 advancement gems merged into this golden level weapon. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a new weapon, Him Storm Dragon Spear. Name, Him Storm Dragon Spear. Rank, hero level attributes, plus 850 strength, plus 300 spirit, plus 400%. Physical critical hit, plus 500% physical lifesteal, plus 200% attack speed, plus 200 maximum attack range. Exclusive equipment skills, Storm. When the Storm Bone Spear is thrown, there is a certain probability to trigger the storm effect, causing the bone spear to split into multiple pieces, at least 10 and at most 300. When 300 bone spears appear, they can sweep into a storm, dealing terrifying physical critical hit damage to the target, along with a certain degree of spell attack power and continuous damage. When using the Storm Dragon Spear, a piercing sound of breaking air is produced, resonating like a hymn that stirs the heart. Under this equipment skill effect, the target's health will continuously decrease, suppressing their 4-dimensional attributes, countering healing effects, reducing attack power, and with a certain probability, preventing the target from casting skills. Dragon Spear. When the first equipment skill Storm of the Storm Dragon Spear is activated and the maximum 300 bone spears are split, all bone spears can recondense into one Dragon Spear. In this state, this hero-level weapon will approach the strength of an epic-level weapon, significantly enhancing weapon attribute bonuses, strengthening attack power, spirit attributes, physical critical hits, physical lifesteal, attack speed, etc. At the same time, the weapon will form an undead bone dragon covered in flames, directly hitting the target. Restrictions, none. Description: the Him Storm Dragon Spear, enhanced from the golden level weapon Storm Bone Spear, possesses 6 rare attributes and 3 equipment skills, which are sufficient to rival inferior epic weapons. The 3 skills of the Storm Dragon Spear, under perfect control, can produce extremely terrifying damage. Results: if used properly, the weapon's damage effect is comparable to forbidden spells. What the hell? Su Chen was stunned. He felt completely overwhelmed. Damn it! Even he did not expect that a few weapon advancement stones would yield such a top-tier equipment. 6 attribute bonuses, 3 equipment skills. Him Storm Dragon Spear. Su Chen took a deep breath, his eyes slightly brightening. Then, he reached forward and gently grasped. A magnificent spear appeared directly in his hand. So flashy? Just a glance at the weapon in his hand left Su Chen in awe again. The appearance of the Storm Bone Spear after evolution looked incredibly explosive. It felt great. Slightly heavy. About 2 meters long. The spear shaft was engraved with intricate patterns, and a relief resembling an undead bone dragon was imprinted around the spear, like a demon pillar imprisoned by a giant dragon. The visual impact was quite strong. Blade of Dawn. Su Chen swallowed hard, extending his left hand, and another hero-level weapon was also grasped in his hand. A big knife, a bone spear, and then to activate the Wings of Death. Simply too handsome to have friends. Su Chen waved the hero-level weapon in his hand, his expression brightening as he murmured to himself. Indeed, if one had to say, Su Chen was currently just a second transformation professional. However, he possessed 2 hero-level weapons at the same time. And they were top-tier heroes. Of course, if one counted the Holy Light Silver Feather and the Forbidden Belt he had already gathered the 4-piece hero set. Looking at the 100-level professionals, this was quite an explosive existence. The undead staff is now only relegated to a backup weapon, Suchen said with a light smile, his eyes slightly vacant. Generally, professionals could equip 3 attack weapons at the same time, 1 main weapon, 1 auxiliary weapon, and 1 backup weapon. However, for most professionals, the grade of the backup weapon was usually quite ordinary, and it was rarely used unless absolutely necessary. But for Su Chen, the Dark Gold Undead Staff was actually being used as a backup weapon? If this were to be known, a large number of veteran professionals would be stunned. Even in Zhonghai City, city-level star professionals would fall into silence. Indeed, once the Undead Canyon dungeon opens, I'll have to test the combat effects of these 2 weapons. Su Chen murmured contentedly, a strong sense of anticipation welling up in his heart. The remains of the Emerald Dragon are about to be completely devoured. I wonder what kind of enhancement Alpha and the others will gain, one with a Golden Dragon bloodline and one with a Holy Light Unicorn bloodline. If they can revert and evolve into the original pure blood. Su Chen raised his eyebrows and took a deep look at the bones of the Emerald Dragon. Beside the massive remains of the dragon, the Holy Light Unicorn and the Undead Bone Dragon were frantically tearing at the flesh and bones of the dragon, feasting heartily. For a moment, Su Chen couldn't help but feel curious. Under the enhancement of the hero-level bloodline potion, to what extent could his mount and pet evolve? Ding! Congratulations! Your mount has completed evolution. Dark Gold Bloodline hero-level bloodline, obtaining a new mount, Golden Undead Bone Dragon. Ding! Congratulations, your pet has completed evolution. Dark Gold Bloodline hero-level bloodline, obtaining a new pet, Light Imprint Unicorn. Entry 1, the Undead Bone Dragon unlocks a new talent Devour Evolution, allowing it to devour various boss bloodlines in complete evolution, enhancing bloodline grade, gaining attribute boosts, and having a certain probability of unlocking new boss skills. Entry 2, the Undead Bone Dragon unlocks the following skills: Undead, Fury, Dragon's End, Darkness. Descends. Entry 3, Golden Undead Bone Dragon can evolve again, possessing extremely high bloodline potential. Entry 4, Light Imprint. Unicorn, a next-generation breed of the Holy Light Unicorn, can transform into Holy Light Unicorn Pureblood in the next round of evolution. The Light Imprint Unicorn is covered in faint golden marks, similar to the Holy Light marks. These faint golden patterns provide the unicorn with a strong vitality boost and attack power increase. Entry 5, Light Imprint Unicorn unlocks the following skills: Light Fury, Falling Stars, Dawn Gaze, Holy Light Funeral. Entry 6, Light Imprint Unicorn has unlocked the talent Holy Light Sacrifice. Under this talent, the unicorn can perform a magnificent sacrifice, granting the professional a temporary boost, including but not limited to professional level increase, health enhancement, 4-dimensional attribute enhancement, and inheriting all skills of the unicorn. After the sacrifice, the unicorn can be resurrected after a certain period of purification. Entry 7, naming the unicorn can grant a portion of health enhancement. Undead, the exclusive boss skill of the Undead Bone Dragon. Under the effect of this skill, all damage is converted into undead damage, similar to holy damage, and the resulting damage is true damage, ignoring the target's defense and magic resistance. Fury, high critical hit, high lifesteal flow. Once this skill is released, the Undead Bone Dragon enters an infinite berserk state, crazily stealing life and landing critical hits. Even when facing multiple targets simultaneously, it can still continuously deal high-intensity damage. Dawn Gaze, after the boss skill is released, the light unicorn will spread its holy wings, its golden pupils ignited completely. The bloodline of the Holy Light Unicorn will be displayed for a short time, directly controlling the target and rendering it unable to fight, causing all skills and passives to become ineffective. Holy Light Funeral, the snow white wings wither, and the sky is filled with brilliant holy light. This is a group-based boss skill that can deal a one-time high critical strike to countless targets, sealing their skills and reducing their life state. After the Holy Light Funeral ends, the affected targets will lose their ability to act and continuously lose health, suffering from the funeral effect. Time passed quickly. Under Su Chen's gaze, the Undead Bone Dragon and the Light Unicorn completed a perfect evolution, both elevated to the hero-level bloodline. However, as Su Chen looked at the entries unlocked by the identification skill and glanced at the corresponding boss skills, he was once again stunned. What the hell? So overpowered. Su Chen gasped, completely bewildered. Even his breathing became somewhat rapid. Unlocked 4 major skills? Ignore defense. True damage? Berserk state. High intensity lifesteal. Dawn Gaze? Holy Light Funeral? Seal target skills. Su Chen's mouth twitched, his mind going blank. Overpowered. Too overpowered. Even Su Chen, as the master of Alpha and Xiaobai, was utterly shocked. At this moment, this was not just hero level. Even epic level boss monsters probably didn't have such a dazzling skill set. You call this amount? Undead Bone Dragon. Although it's just a one-word difference from Undead Bone Dragon, the distinction is so great. Su Chen took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing slightly as he looked at Alpha. The original Undead Bone Dragon had completely vanished, replaced by the Undead Bone Dragon with the bloodline of the Golden Dragon. Now, Alpha's entire skeletal body seemed to have undergone a baptism, becoming extremely solid and reliable, each bone appearing as if it had been burned countless times by flames. The entire body was adorned with faint quenching patterns, alternating between light and dark, emitting a soft glow. Of course, the most significant change was that Alpha's body now bore the flesh of a giant dragon. Rather than an undead bone dragon, it resembled a partially flesh and blood golden dragon. The Emerald Dragon Nano itself possesses powerful vitality. Perhaps because it absorbed Nano's dragon bloodline, Alpha also gained a boost in life force, so, reborn. Su Chen thought thoughtfully, providing a reasonable explanation in his mind. If this trend continues, Alpha might obtain a complete dragon body in the next evolution process. It should be noted that in this evolution, Alpha not only had its bloodline strength elevated to hero level, but also unlocked an extremely rare Devour evolution talent. Simply put, as time goes by and Alpha is given enough growth time, this undead bone dragon might truly step-by-step transform into the legendary first-generation dragon. The Destruction Black Dragon Deathwing in the Winter Dungeon possesses an extremely pure black dragon bloodline. If Alpha could devour a part of it, it might directly break through to become an epic-level dragon. Su Chen swallowed hard, his eyes reflecting a glimmer. Fortunately, I didn't give up on Alpha at that time. If I had really tamed Nano and discarded this undead bone dragon, the loss would have been quite significant. Su Chen let out a long sigh of relief. The changes in the Radiant Unicorn are also quite remarkable. Not only had Alpha undergone significant changes, but Xiaobai had also transformed greatly. For a moment, Su Chen felt a bit dazed. The level hadn't changed, it was still at level 1. However, Xiaobai's size had grown considerably, now as large as an elephant, with a beautiful coat of snowy fur. Its back had been torn open to reveal a long mouth and a pair of magnificent velvet wings, unfurled from thin air, so high in appearance. Su Chen's eyes suddenly brightened, and he murmured sincerely, "No wonder it's called a unicorn," ranked first in the top mounts favored by female players in the world of class transitions. If one were to ask which mount was most favored by female adventurers, it would undoubtedly be the Radiant Unicorn. And Su Chen's mount had completed a bloodline evolution, becoming the legendary Light Imprint Unicorn. On the surface of Xiaobai's body were tiny, delicate marks. A light golden color resembling a blooming rose, exceptionally bright and radiant. However, it carried a hint of coldness under the embrace of holy light, like a cold star. Unapproachable. If I were to ride this unicorn in Shanghai City, I fear all the female adventurers in the city would go completely crazy. Su Chen smiled faintly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Such a pet was far more useful than a flipping ragdoll cat, right? Damn it. A must-have for scumbags. As for the name, let's call it Frost Star. Su Chen gently stroked his chin, a melodious name surfacing in his mind. Although this name was quite ordinary compared to the purely perfunctory nickname Xiaobai, it was already quite good. A star like frost, splendid and memorable. Su Chen smiled with satisfaction. At the same time, a cold notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, the Light Imprint Unicorn has been successfully named Frost Star. Reward plus 8,000 health points, permanent increase. 8,000 health points? Su Chen's eyes brightened slightly, smiling as if asking in spring sunshine. That's quite a pleasant surprise. With various equipment and buffs, this amount of health can be amplified to several tens of thousands. Indeed, base attributes do not represent the final effect. Just like Su Chen's attack power. Even though his base spirit attribute was less than 1,000 and his spell attack power was under 10,000, with the enhancement of various skill books, hero grade weapons, and buff auras, the total damage could easily exceed 100,000 damage. It could even reach the level of 1 million damage. The same principle applied to health points. 8,000 health points were not insignificant. They could turn the tide in critical moments. I need to hurry and gain more experience points. Frost Star needs to level up, and Alpha is about to complete its 4th class transition. Su Chen frowned and sighed. Unlocking all of Nano's skills also requires a massive amount of experience points. At this thought, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. His current setup was indeed very strong. Mount, pet weapon, skills. Under normal circumstances, even a level 100 adventurer wouldn't dare to hope for such a configuration, and he had it all. Moreover, it was top tier. However, at this moment he felt a hint of anxiety. The experience points were insufficient. Not only did unlocking skills require a vast amount of experience points, but Frost Star and Alpha were also eagerly waiting for nourishment. Of course, the most important Thing was that Su Chen was also eager to level up in transition classes. With his epic class strength, the experience points required for each level after the second transition were an extremely daunting number. To complete the third transition, it was simply impossible without several million experience points. Back to Zhanghai City first. Su Chen gently pressed his temples. After the recent harvest from the Dragon Tomb dungeon, his inventory was now completely full. Once he returned, he could easily sell the monster resources and weapons he had to Lu Mei or Su Shi. Then, he would buy the much-needed experience potions. The key is to go back and rest a bit. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, his expression slightly weary as he murmured, "This was not a game world. It was a real world of universal job transitions." After intense battles, Su Chen also felt the fatigue setting in. A little bit of slacking off could help him recover his mental state. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, a dedicated teleportation array appeared before him. Next time, I'll try a level 100 dragon boss. Su Chen took one last look at the entire Dragon Tomb dungeon, thinking to himself. He had to admit, this time the rewards were quite substantial. The double rewards from the Emerald Dragon completely exceeded Su Chen's expectations. And this was just a level 62 dragon boss. What about a level 100 dragon? Just thinking about it was thrilling. Zhanghai City, First High School, Principal's Office. The city-level competition has started, and this year's rewards are quite explosive. In the office, Chen Xishan widened his murky old eyes, his gaze fixed tightly on the professional association forum, his old face filled with excitement. Damn it, another rank dropped in the new season. I'm about to fall out of gold. Chen Xishan frowned, chuckling helplessly. But the rewards for the new season are good. We can climb the leaderboard, and each victory will grant massive experience points. Chen Xishan swallowed hard, gasping in awe, exclaiming, "If you win 10 times in a row, there's a special reward. Every star upgrade or rank promotion comes with high rewards. What's going on? Is this year a big welfare giveaway? We can let those little ones in school participate and try. This year, even first-job professionals can join the city-level competition. Su Qingya, Long Chen, and that little monster Su Chen, their professional levels are already stronger than some guild members." Chen Xishan stretched comfortably, squinting as he murmured. Then, he directly initiated the city-level competition PK, teleporting into the city-level competition map amidst a halo of holy light. Zhanghai City Cafe. What the hell? No way, Qingya, you're already level 12? In a corner of the cafe, Lu Xinran, with her hair in a bun, widened her astonished eyes, looking incredulously at Su Qingya in front of her. At this moment, Su Qingya was dressed in a rose-gold robe, tightly gripping a life staff in her hand. At her waist hung a sharp dagger. Su Qingya's entire demeanor had become exceptionally cold, quite different from her previous pure and ethereal goddess vibe. Now she resembled a warrior, or rather, a seasoned female general. There was a certain heroic elegance about her. I've been grinding in the Shallow Bay dungeon during this time. Su Qingya waved her hand, and in an instant, her robe and weapons were retracted, revealing a fitted long dress. She regained the appearance of the cool school beauty. However, there was a hint of pride in Su Qingya's expression, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. "I plan to personally clear all the dungeons that Su Chen has cleared. The bosses he has defeated, Su Qingya, will also defeat. Once." Su Qingya took a deep breath, her delicate face showing a hint of stubbornness as she lightly huffed. "I respect you for being a real man." Lu Xinran choked on her drink, giving a thumbs up. With a serious expression, she said, "Damn it, I didn't expect our big school beauty to start working hard for a man. You're so beautiful, you could easily find a guild vice president and live a worry-free life for the rest of your days. Now working so hard, how can others live? Get lost." Su Qingya shot a glance at Lu Xinran. "Besides, I'm going to find a guild leader right now and have him take care of you." Whoa, that's wrong, that's wrong." Lu Xinran was on the verge of tears. "I'm so delicate, I can't withstand the torment of a greasy uncle." Su Qingya, "It's fine, greasy uncles like you kind of two-dimensional girls, energetic girls. Wow, I don't want to live anymore. The school beauty is bullying me. Don't think just because you're pretty you can do whatever you want." Lu Xinran glared at Su Qingya and huffed. "Well, I knew you would just cry, right?" Su Qingya burst out laughing. "Then I'll cry too." Whoa, yo. The school beauty can cry too. How many men will that charm?" Lu Xinran added with a mischievous grin. Su Qingya, fireball technique. Lu Xinran froze. "Wait a minute. Watch me kneel down with a thud." Su Qingya grabbed Lu Xinran and playfully tapped her forehead, saying in a spoiled tone, "Stop messing around. Let's talk seriously. Teach me how to throw myself at someone." At this point, Su Qingya's voice softened, and her cheeks began to blush slightly. Yo, so you invited me for coffee for this?" Lu Xinran smirked. Su Qingya, fireball technique. Lu Xinran, With a thud, she knelt down. We're not afraid of your fireball technique, but simply helping a friend for the sake of sisterhood. Lu Xinran forced a smile and explained seriously, as for how to throw yourself at someone. The city-level competition is about to start. This year, both first and second tier professionals can participate, and the rewards are quite generous, arguably the most explosive rewards in history. Su Chen will definitely participate in the city-level competition. Su Qingya was momentarily stunned. And then? Are you stupid? Lu Xinran shot Su Qingya a look of exasperation, saying, of course, you need to curry favor. Ha! Su Qingya slightly opened her mouth. Looking confused, I don't understand. You really don't get this? You really are a silly beauty. Do you know what a licking dog is? For the city-level competition, what do you need? Entry tickets, life potions, recovery potions, magic potions, and detailed process explanations. Lu Xinran patiently guided. You prepare everything needed for the city-level competition, then organize a complete set of competition information and give it all to Su Chen. Won't he notice you? Of course. The most important point is, you need to confess. Su Qingya's cheeks flushed. Confess? Da! Lu Xinran was a bit exasperated. What if I don't confess? Can you figure out your position? Big school beauty, you're the one throwing yourself at him. If you haven't been a licking dog, how do you not know what a licking dog is? Learn from those who pursue you. Lu Xinran's words made Su Qingya's eyes light up slightly. She bit her red lip tightly, her expression becoming incredibly shy. Then she softly said, I think I understand. A bit. I need to confess formally. And then, I need to curry favor give to Su Chen. Right, this child can be taught. Lu Xinran lightly coughed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. First, get Su Chen out. Just say the student council is looking for him. The school has something for him. Once you get him out, the rest will be easy. In front of the whole school, confess to him. Lu Xinran was getting excited just saying it, feeling a strange sense of being a bystander. In front of the whole school? Su Qingya swallowed slightly. With glistening skin, a cool makeup look. Underneath her snow-white skin, there was a hint of rosy glow. No matter how you looked at it, she was a stunning beauty. At this moment, she wore a shy expression that left the other male professionals in the cafe dumbfounded. However, they had no idea that the seemingly aloof school beauty was plotting something significant. She was about to confess her feelings to Su Chen. In the Platinum Bay Villa, Su Chen returned home, shedding his weapons and gear, and headed straight for the bedroom. Time was too tight. The skills from the nanoboss would expire after a day, and by then, even if Su Chen gathered enough experience points, he wouldn't be able to steal any skills. So, he could only rest for less than 2 hours before meeting Lu Mei to consult about the source of experience potions. After all, Lu Mei was backed by an S-rank guild, and her older brother was the infamous Kyoto Azura. Compared to Su Shi, Lu Mei's supply channel should be broader, and her connections stronger. 200,000 experience points was not a difficult task. After a quick wash-up, Su Chen lay down on the bed and fell asleep immediately. However, an hour later, he was awakened by the ringing of his phone. Damn it, so annoying. Su Chen frowned, feeling a wave of frustration. Chen Qishan? The caller was none other than the principal of Zhonghai No. 1 High School. That old man? Principal Chen. After a moment's hesitation, Su Chen took a deep breath and answered the call. How should he put it? Chen Qishan was a decent person and had treated Su Chen well. It was just a matter of losing a little sleep. What if the other party had something urgent? Young Master Su. Chen Qishan's voice on the other end carried a hint of excitement as he cleared his throat and said, I hope I'm not disturbing you? It's fine. Su Chen restrained his inner anger and replied softly, Is there something you need, Principal Chen? Well, here's the thing. It seemed Chen Qishan sensed the emotion in Su Chen's voice and quickly cleared his throat again, then succinctly explained, the city-level competition in Zhonghai has begun. A new season. This year's competition is open to all professions and all ranks. In simple terms, even first transformation professionals can participate. Moreover, the rewards for the competition are quite generous. Every star you advance earns you at least 3 times the rewards of previous years. Just now, I finished a golden level PK match, and the victory reward was 50,000 experience points, along with a silver level skill book. Chen Qishan's voice came through the phone, and Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Momentarily stunned. What the hell? 50,000 experience points. Su Chen gasped, his eyes filled with ecstatic joy. Wasn't this exactly what he needed? A single PK match could yield 50,000 experience points. If he played a few more matches, wouldn't he be able to gather 200,000 experience points? Su Chen swallowed hard, adjusted his emotions, and asked, Principal Chen, could you tell me more about the city-level competition? After all, Su Chen was just a second transformation professional. Not long ago, he was still a high school student. Although he knew a bit about the city-level competitions, his understanding was not comprehensive. This kind of competition was somewhat similar to a popular nationwide competitive game from his past life, but the rules of the game had some subtle differences. Exactly. There isn't a detailed introduction to the competition in the high school curriculum, so let me explain the specifics to you. Chen Xishan pondered for a moment and then began to elaborate. Like job transitions, the rules of the competitions in this world are also set by the Creator God. Every professional can participate as long as they meet the requirements. In previous years, the requirements for professionals were quite high. Generally, only those who had completed their third transition, meaning level 60 or above, could participate. Moreover, if you were not at least level 100, you basically couldn't achieve any results and would only be able to linger in the silver rank or below. As Chen Xishan's voice continued, Su Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling an inexplicable similarity to that game. The competition is divided into several stages. The first stage is the city-level competition. The second stage is the provincial-level competition. The third stage is the national competition. Every season, the rank will drop one tier. For example, I was in the platinum rank last year, but this year I've fallen to gold. In the new season, I need to climb the ranks again. Su Chen nodded and responded. I know this. After the city-level competition ends, those with higher ranks can qualify for the provincial-level competition, while those who are eliminated can only play in matchmaking matches and can't continue to climb the ranks. That's right, Chen Xishan affirmed. And then, every PK match has corresponding victory rewards. Even if you lose a PK, you will still receive some compensation rewards. And if you make it to the top 100 of the city-level competition, there are additional exclusive items. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, feeling a bit excited. I remember that the top 100 in the national server seems to unlock new competitions. Su Chen pondered for a moment and asked. Generally speaking, the national competition is already the peak of the season. Chen Xishan nodded and explained. To participate in the national competition means you are at the ceiling level of domestic professionals. Even making it to the top 10,000 in the national server is as difficult as a third transformation professional defeating a level 100 boss. The top 100 are all top-tier monsters, and they are seasoned professional masters. Of course, if someone really has extraordinary talent and levels and meets the conditions to reach the top 100 in the national server, they will indeed unlock a brand new competition, the battlefield of all races. Su Chen was taken aback. The battlefield of all races? This was the first time he had heard this name. What is that? Su Chen swallowed hard, asking with immense curiosity. How should I put it? Chen Xishan paused for a moment before explaining again. Besides our Great Xia, there are about 100 other countries in the entire world of universal job transitions. You know this, right? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. I know. Similar to his previous life, most countries around the world had survived and cultivated their own professionals. However, the strength disparity between each country was quite significant. After all, for top-tier professional masters, those low-ranked professionals were no different from ants. A single skill could wipe out a large area. You can understand that the battlefield of all races is where the top professionals from over 100 countries around the world are gathered together to compete in a top-tier event. The winning professionals will receive unimaginable rewards, and the country behind the winners will also gain certain benefits, Chen Xishan added. However, in the battlefield of all races, besides the professionals from Blue Star, there are also NPCs from various second-world dungeons such as elves, half-orcs, dwarves, dragons, and imperial adventurers. So, at the end of each season, when the battlefield of all races opens, most countries will directly give up, Chen Xishan said with a hint of caution in his tone. Because for the professionals from Blue Star, the risks of the battlefield of all races season far outweigh the rewards. In all the seasons so far, the human race has never won even once. It can be said to be a complete defeat. What's even more tragic is that there have hardly been any instances of anyone making it into the top 10,000 of the battlefield of all races. Upon hearing Chen Xishan's words, Su Chen was suddenly stunned. In the entire Blue Star, not a single person has made it into the top 10,000 of the battlefield of all races. What about the Law God? Su Chen took a deep breath, feeling an inexplicable sense of urgency. Although he was considered a top genius in the eyes of others, now a monstrous talent in the context of the battlefield of all races, he felt somewhat insignificant. If even a big shot like the Law God cannot rank among the top 10,000 in the battlefield of all races, Su Chen's words suggest that he might not even pass the first round of PK. For a moment, Su Chen's heart tightened slightly and an invisible pressure arose. Law God? Chen Xishan paused for a moment, then let out a self-deprecating laugh. Even through the phone, Su Chen could hear the genuine helplessness in his tone. In the 9th season, it was precisely because the Law God unleashed 10 forbidden spells that he barely made it into the top 10,000 of the all races list, but his rank was only a little over 9,000, just squeezed in. Su Chen was taken aback again. Goodness, 10 forbidden spells, just over 9,000, the battlefield of all races. Is it really that extreme? What about other countries? Su Chen adjusted his emotions, trying to remain calm, and then asked again. It's about the same. Chen Qishan responded without hesitation, except for the beautiful country. They have trained 12 top-tier geniuses, all of whom are hybrids possessing demon bloodlines, angel bloodlines, and dragon bloodlines respectively. With the enhancement of bloodline strength, these 12 professionals have achieved impressive results. In the last season, all of their ranks were within the top 10,000 of the all races list, and the rewards they received were exceptionally generous. Hybrids? Su Chen's expression momentarily blanked. They gave up their human bloodlines? To gain a temporary attribute boost in this way? Chen Qishan's voice came through again. That's right. The beautiful country refers to these 12 professionals as the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. Many countries like Sakura Country, Stick Country, and Asan Country regard them as divine apostles. Divine apostles? Su Chen frowned, momentarily at a loss for words. These matters had already entered Su Chen's knowledge. Blind spot. In an instant he felt an illusion, a brand new worldview presenting itself in his mind. Of course, he also sensed a hint of something unusual. The beautiful country's ambitions are not small. Divine apostles? Do they want to turn over 100 other countries into their followers? Chen Qishan also took a deep breath, his voice slightly unsettled, and after a moment of silence, he sighed. Indeed. However, we don't need to worry about these things. The top professional gods and leading guilds in the capital can handle it well. For now, Su Xiao, you should focus on leveling up quickly so you can have your own space in the future. Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. Chen Qishan was right. Very reasonable. City-level competitions, provincial competitions, national competitions. Step by step. He might not even be able to pass the city-level competition right now. The battlefield of all races is not something Su Chen can consider at this stage. The undead catastrophe. Su Chen frowned slightly, recalling the situation in the Dragon Tomb instance where a large number of undead bone dragons were being raised, waiting for transformation. It seemed that compared to the 12 divine apostles, the temple society of the indigenous world was even more terrifying. If the undead catastrophe were to descend, the whole world would likely be unable to withstand such a level of disaster. An epic bloodline. Undead bone dragon, at the same level, would probably be quite tricky even for a big shot like the Law God, Su Chen thought to himself. And if a massive number of undead skeletons and bone dragons appeared simultaneously, along with the NPC professionals of the Temple Society, such a disaster would sweep across Blue Star, and the entire world would vanish in an instant. Su Chen took a deep breath, letting fresh air fill his lungs, trying to restore his emotions and not appear too unusual. Meanwhile, Chen Qishan's voice came through the phone again. Su Xiao, you plan to participate in this year's new season, right? Su Chen did not hesitate for a moment. Of course. If it's convenient, could you come to the school? I happen to have some season-end re-tickets here, along with some spare life potions, mana potions, and resources needed for PK matches. Then, I can tell you more about the season. Chen Qishan's tone carried a hint of pleading. He showed great respect towards Su Chen, completely unlike a principal speaking to a student. It felt more like he was inquiring of a second-generation heir from a top guild. There was a touch of flattery in his words. How should I put it? Su Chen's current situation was no longer that of an ordinary student from the first high school. It wasn't just a matter of talent, but of identity and status. There were rumors circulating that Su Chen was backed by at least an SS-level top guild. Moreover, during his second-class transfer, he became the only male member of the Golden Rose Guild in Kyoto. He was also recruited by Qingbei University. Under these circumstances, Su Chen's identity was something even Chen Qishan regarded with great caution. The flattery in his tone came naturally. Alright, I'll come over now. Su Chen did not put on airs and directly agreed. For the city-level competition, I wonder what rank I can reach. At this stage, I should be able to handle any profession. Below the second transfer, right. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen gently stroked his chin, lost in thought. I have to say, Chen Qishan's call came at just the right time, instantly resolving Su Chen's needs. The city-level competition, although the rewards couldn't compare to those from defeating the Emerald Dragon Nano, even if they rewarded weapons, they would only be silver grade. At best, golden grade items were scarce. However, the experience points from the season were quite generous. A day should be enough. Su Chen swallowed hard, narrowing his eyes as he thought, if I can get over 1,000,000 experience points, that would be great. Alpha. Su Chen took a deep breath, waved his hand, and directly summoned the skeletal dragon. At this moment, Alpha appeared even larger than before, instantly dominating the sky over the Platinum Bay Villa area. The entire sky darkened in an instant. The fire patterns on Alpha's body unfurled slightly, with sparks of flame burning within its bones, making it look less like a skeletal dragon and more like a death dragon engulfed in flames. Imposing, magnificent, eye-catching. Such a mount would definitely make Dragon Knight professionals weep with envy. Alpha is still more convenient. Su Chen smiled faintly, stroking another brand on the back of his hand, a light golden totem of a radiant unicorn. Frost Star Mark. The reason Su Chen did not summon the radiant unicorn was simple. When it came to mounts, the skeletal dragon was still slightly superior. After all, it had a faster flight speed. However, for flirting, cough cough, Frost Star could be considered a top-tier playboy artifact. At Zhonghai First High School, Su Chen rode the skeletal dragon flashing through the sky. Holy crap, hero-level bloodline. It's actually a dragon with hero-level bloodline strength. Are you crazy? A dragon of this caliber has actually been tamed. What the hell? Whose top-tier second-generation mount is this? Wait a minute? Am I seeing things? Why does the identification spell show the name Alpha? Ha? Alpha? Isn't that the mount of the great Su God? No way. Dark Gold level bloodline hero level. Bloodline? Su God's dragon mount actually completed an evolution. Big news. A second transfer professional, pure-hearted male high schooler. Overnight, his mount evolved into a hero-level bloodline. Goodness, I can't believe it. You should really be in the shock department. This is too crazy, I can't even handle it. While others at 18 are casually using Death Flame Explosion, forbidden spells, hero-level mounts, what about me? I'm still level 1. It's fine, just think positively. Although you can't compare to Su Chen in terms of talent, in terms of looks, he's definitely better than you. What the hell? You brat, you know how to talk, boo-hoo. As soon as Su Chen appeared, the entire school erupted. Every teacher and student looked up at the sky, stunned by Su Chen's entrance. Of course, what shocked them the most was that Su Chen's giant dragon mount had actually completed a wave of evolution, directly upgrading from Dark Gold lineage to hero level. If a second transformation professional possessing a Dark Gold giant dragon mount was already an impressive existence, then a hero level undead bone dragon was like a heavy bomb, completely shattering the worldview of all the teachers and students. In an instant, the school was filled with wails. Countless high school students who had just transitioned into their professions felt their last shred of pride crushed. Damn it! They had thought the gap between them and Su Chen was just a little bit. They never expected it to be this exaggerated. This was no longer a simple gap. It was a chasm. It's no exaggeration to say that just a hero-level giant dragon was something they would never attain in their lifetime. The achievements Su Chen possessed were heights that countless professionals would never reach in their lives. In the principal's office, Su Chen quietly stored Alpha into the dragon mark. The dragon totem on the back of his hand glowed slightly, and Su Chen yawned before knocking on the door of Chen Qishan's office. Young Master Su? In the office, Chen Qishan's murky old eyes lit up instantly upon seeing Su Chen, and he excitedly stood up. Principal Chen. Su. Chen smiled faintly, warmly saying, I'm here. Have some tea, have some tea. Chen Qishan smiled like a spring breeze, handing over a teacup with a somewhat fawning expression, saying, Young Master. Su, you came quite quickly. Yes. My mount just evolved to hero level, and its flying speed is more than doubled compared to before. Su Chen calmly picked up the teacup and took a gentle sip. Put. Chen Qishan nearly choked on his tea. Then, after waiting for his astonished old eyes to settle, he looked deeply at Su Chen and asked in disbelief, hero level? Yes. Su Chen remained calm. Responding easily, it just completed its evolution. Evolution? Chen Qishan's mouth twitched and he felt a bit unwell. He knew Su Chen was strong. However, this was too abnormal. Wasn't a giant dragon mount enough? Now even the lineage had forcibly been upgraded to hero level. I'm afraid even the top second-generation elites of the major guilds in the capital would seem a bit dim compared to Su Chen. How to put it, Zhonghai City itself is a small place, a coastal town, and over the years, there haven't been many top geniuses. Otherwise, Su Qingyan and Long Chen, both Dark Gold level, wouldn't have caused such a huge stir. Even someone like Han Ing, an undead mage, could be called a popular goddess. And what does a hero-level dragon mean? At the same level, it could crush hero-level professionals. To put it simply, even if Han Ing, Long Chen, and Su Qingya, the three genius professionals of Zhonghai City, all reached level 70, the same level as Alpha could easily crush all three of them. It wouldn't even take effort, a single breath of dragon flame would do the trick. Or to put it more bluntly, now that Chen Qishan could be considered a 100-level professional. With his old bones, if he faced Su Chen's mount one-on-one, he probably wouldn't gain any advantage. A moment of inattention could lead to death at the hands of the giant dragon. Of course, the Most important thing is evolution. Under normal circumstances, for a mount to complete its lineage evolution, the difficulty is no less than that of a third transformation class player attempting to solo a level 100 boss. Not only does it require a massive amount of resources, but it also needs to meet the evolution conditions. Even if everything is prepared, if the mount lacks evolutionary potential, it cannot enhance its lineage strength at all. Otherwise, those large guilds would have long since equipped every member with a top-tier lineage mount, leaving no room for casual players. To allow a skeletal dragon of the undead to undergo a class evolution into a necromantic skeletal dragon, forcibly transforming and completing the lineage enhancement, and even reaching the hero level. Chen Qishan glanced at Su Chen, his expression shifting between uncertainty and contemplation, instinctively swallowing hard, whispering in a voice only he could hear. It seems that Su Chen's backing is far more than just a single SS-level guild. The Golden Rose Guild, Qingbei University, and President Bai Ling are not fools after all. With this thought, Chen Qishan's gaze became incredibly complex, and there was a hint of stronger flattery mixed in as he looked at Su Chen. He was almost bowing and nodding in front of Su Chen. Young Master Su, you truly live up to your reputation. After a long silence, Chen Qishan forced a smile and sighed, nearly choking on his swallowed saliva. By the way, young Master Su, here are the entry tickets for the new season. Using these tickets will allow you to enter the PK dungeon. Chen Qishan took a deep breath, pulling out a wooden box containing 3 exquisitely crafted scrolls and some potions. The PK rules for the city level competition are quite simple. Using one entry ticket allows you to enter the PK dungeon. If you win, you can continue competing, continuously increasing your star level and rank. Of course, if you lose in a one-on-one PK, you will be forcibly exited from the dungeon and need to use another scroll to re-enter. After hearing Chen Qishan's explanation, Su Chen raised an eyebrow. It was easy to understand. One scroll equated to 1 life. If you lost the PK, it meant death, and naturally, you would need to use another entry ticket to enter the dungeon again. The city-level competition is different from normal dungeon runs. Losing a match here does not result in death, nor does it drop levels or items. You will only be cleared from the dungeon map. However, there will be a certain degree of punishment, which is that losing a PK will cause you to lose 1 star rank. Lose a star? Su Chen was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, what does that mean? Star rank refers to the minor rank. Seeing Su Chen's confused expression, Chen Qishan was not the least bit impatient. Instead, he explained earnestly, both city-level and national-level competitions share a ranking system divided into major and minor ranks. Major ranks are classified as Black Iron rank, Bronze rank, Silver rank, Gold rank, Platinum rank, Diamond rank, Star rank, King rank, and Emperor rank. The minor ranks are divided into 5 star levels, starting from Black Iron 1 star all the way to Emperor rank. Su Chen. After hearing Chen Qishan's explanation, Su Chen fell silent. Damn it! This is just... In an instant, a bold thought emerged in Su Chen's mind. Could it be that the creator god of this universal class-changing world comes from the same world as him? Are they both reincarnators? Otherwise, how could the rules of the national competition be so similar to that of the previous life's King of Glory? Is the Emperor rank the one with more star levels? Su Chen glanced at Chen Qishan and asked. Yes. How do you know? Chen Qishan was taken aback, responding incredulously, above the Emperor rank, there are more than 5 star levels. There can be up to 100 stars, which is the 100-star Emperor. 100-star Emperor level players will fight their way into the top 100 of the national rankings. Chen Qishan elaborated. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. 100-star Emperor. Goodness. Isn't that just the top 100 in the national server? A familiar scent. I understand. Su Chen took a deep breath of the murky air, then slightly squinted his eyes and looked at Chen Qishan, saying, I roughly know the rules. So, are you ready to start a PK match now, Su Xiao? Chen Qishan's eyes lit up slightly. With your current level, even the second transformation professionals in Zhanghai City, including those experienced hunters and adventurers, shouldn't be your match. Regardless of the profession, when entering a city level competition for the first time, you will only be matched with Black Iron rank 1-star professionals. As long as nothing major goes wrong, winning 10 consecutive matches shouldn't be a problem. Su Chen pondered. Winning 10 consecutive matches? That's right. Chen Qishan nodded. This year's new season has lowered the entry threshold to the first transformation stage, which means that most opponents matched within the Black Iron rank are first to second transformation professionals, and their levels won't be too high. Achieving 10 consecutive wins should be quite easy. And the reward for 10 consecutive wins is quite substantial. Conservatively estimated, it should be at least 100,000 experience points. Su Chen's heart tightened. He felt a surge of excitement. Let's start now. Su Chen smiled contentedly. If it were before, he would never have been attracted by 100,000 experience points. A god-level choice in the storyline could easily yield much more experience. However, Now he was in need of experience points to unlock Nano's boss skills, so even 10,000 points would surprise him. Alright then Su Xiao, let's go to the school's exclusive training room. There, we can directly activate the teleportation array to enter the one-on-one PK map instance for the city-level competition. A faint smile appeared on Chen Xishan's old face as he stood up and walked out of the office. Su Chen nodded and prepared to leave. Just then, the smart wristband vibrated. Su Chen, if it's convenient, please come to the school. There are some supplies that need to be collected. A message from Wei Xin. Su Qingya, the cool school beauty? Su Chen frowned, feeling a bit suspicious. Principal Chen, is there something at the school that I need to collect in person? Without thinking much, Su Chen called out to Chen Xishan and asked, Su Qingya sent me a message. Saying this, Su Chen showed his phone screen to Chen Xishan. Nothing. As the principal of the first high school, Chen Xishan was taken aback. He decisively replied, the scholarships provided to outstanding students have all been distributed. The entry ticket for the city-level competition is a personal item I gave you. There shouldn't be anything else. Could it be something from the student council? A hint of confusion appeared in Chen Xishan's murky old eyes. I remember that Su Qingya is the head of our school's student council, right? Or, at this point, Chen Xishan paused, swallowing his words. However, there was a hint of slyness in his gaze as he looked at Su Chen. It's fine. Just go take a look. That works too. Su Chen frowned and murmured softly. As long as it didn't take too long, collecting something wasn't a big deal. Perhaps Su Qingya had something important to discuss? However, Su Chen was also a bit confused. He had basically no interaction with this cool school beauty. They only had a contact number due to being classmates. In the past few years of high school, he and Su Qingya had hardly exchanged a few words. What could it be about? At the same time, beside a teaching building at Zhenghai First High School, Su Qingya, dressed in an exquisite rose-gold long dress, felt her small hand holding the phone tremble suddenly, and her bright eyes couldn't help but blink, rippling like water. What's wrong? Su Shin, did he reply to you? Beside Su Qingya, Lu Xinran, dressed in sportswear and with her hair in a bun, sensed a hint of something unusual that he directly leaned over, his face filled with surprise as he said, Quick, let me see what. The love mentor Su Chen replied. Okay. Su Chen only replied with one word. Lu Xinran was a bit stunned, but she quickly reacted and couldn't help but cough twice. It's fine, at least he replied. To you. Lu Xinran glanced at Su Qingya, fearing that her silly best friend would lose motivation, and hurriedly comforted her. However, Su Qingya's cheeks flushed slightly, her gaze turned to the side as she whispered in a voice like a mosquito, Xinran, I knew it, Su Chen must be interested in me too. Why else would he reply to me and not to others? He must like me too. Pfft, Lu Xinran's mouth twitched, a headache coming on. Goodness. A love-struck diary. Who would have thought that the cool school beauty, the top-notch beauty, would have such a side? At that moment, Lu Xinran felt like 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping through her mind. No need for psychological counseling. The school beauty could pua herself. Right, you're not wrong. Lu Xinran took a deep breath, gently patted Su Qingya's shoulder and encouraged, believe in yourself, great school beauty, you can do it. Do you remember our motto? Su Qingya nodded seriously. Work hard without expecting anything in return. I, the cool school beauty, will start pursuing Su Chen from today. Su Qingya's face was full of shyness, her voice lowered a bit. Louder. Lu Xinran urged. Wait, you have to confess in front of the whole school later. If you can't handle this, what will you do then? Work hard without expecting anything in return. Su Qingya's face was so red it looked like it could squeeze out water, and she hurriedly repeated it again, her volume increasing significantly. I, the cool school beauty, will start pursuing Su Chen from today. In Zhenghai City, at the exit of the underground cave, a young man clad in golden armor swung his spear vigorously. He laughed wildly, ha ha ha. Level 24, I actually reached level 24. Just a little more, and I can complete my second-class transfer. The young man's expression was extremely manic, his eyes filled with a strong sense of pride. Golden level armor, golden level spear, and a silver level backup blade. With this configuration, even a third-class professional might not have it, right? And now, I, Long Chen, have obtained it through my own strength. Su Chen, just wait, it won't be long before I surpass you, and Su Qingya will become my woman. This young man at the exit of the underground cave was none other than Long Chen, who was in the same class as Su Chen. At this moment, his level had already reached an astonishing 24. Although he still lagged behind Su Chen by quite a bit, he had already left his classmates far behind. This level of upgrade speed was already quite abnormal. All of this was, of course, thanks to the underground cave. Under the halo of the paladin profession, Long Chen had fortuitously defeated a low health boss monster. Not only did it cause his level to skyrocket, but he also obtained a golden level weapon and a golden level armor. Now, Long Chen's overall strength could rival that of a true second-class professional. Back to school. I will confess to Su Qingya today. Longchen took a deep breath, squinted his eyes, and murmured with immense confidence, with my current situation, I can definitely become the top student in the province this year and even have a chance to compete for the national top student. The admissions office mentor from Qingbei University seems to still be in Zhonghai City. Maybe I won't even need to take the college entrance exam. After meeting me, they might personally recruit me to Qingbei University. With the spear slung behind him, Longchen felt quite relaxed and stretched comfortably. He raised an eyebrow and said softly to himself, although Su Chen's level is slightly higher than mine and his profession rank is a bit better, the killer god profession doesn't even have a guide. Such a niche profession is mostly useless. It might even be a trash support role. After all, I am a paladin, ranked 9th on the popular profession list. Isn't that enough to completely crush Su Chen? He was admitted to Qingbei University through special consideration. I can definitely do it too. And Su Qingya will surely favor me. Woohoo! Now it's settled, Su Chen will be under my foot. Longchen gasped several times, his heart racing, and he was so excited that he was almost incoherent. It was no wonder he had such thoughts. After all, Su Chen's killer god profession was indeed the only one of its kind in the country. Apart from the top profession bigwigs who might catch a glimpse of some clues, others knew almost nothing about it. In contrast, the paladin profession was recognized as the strongest and ranked 9th on the popular profession list. Under these circumstances, Longchen naturally felt a surge of blind confidence. Moreover, in his view, although Su Chen's level was slightly higher than his, when it came to actual strength, it was hard to say who was stronger or weaker. The undead bone dragon mount was probably tamed by Su Chen purely by luck. With the paladin's halo attribute, I will definitely obtain a more powerful mount in the future, preferably a radiant unicorn. That kind of mount has a high aesthetic value and is very popular with girls. Longchen had a mischievous smile, his narrowed eyes glimmering with a hint of anticipation. He was completely lost in his own fantasies. In his hand, he tightly held a delicate crystal gem. This was not just an ornament but a valuable monster resource called Life Crystal. After use, it could allow a profession to undergo a baptism, gaining numerous benefits, especially in terms of health, which could grow to a certain extent. If I give this life crystal to Su Qingya, my confession should succeed, right? Longchen murmured confidently, as if he could already see the beautiful scene of holding hands with Su Qingya, grinning from ear to ear. With this thought, Longchen did not linger but strode towards the city. Meanwhile, at Zhonghai No. 1 High School, in front of a teaching building, Su Chen raised his brow slightly, looking at Su Qingya standing in front of him, and asked straightforwardly, "Did you need something from me? To collect something?" Today, Su Qingya seemed to have dressed up carefully, wearing a waist-high slit-long skirt that revealed her round, firm thighs, with delicate, flawless white skin that looked like a work of art. A glance upward revealed Su Qingya's ample assets, her exaggerated curves almost bursting out of her rose-gold long skirt. Such a figure was indeed impeccable. Describing it as a devilish body seemed almost inadequate. One could only say it was the best of the best. For a moment, even Su Chen couldn't help but swallow hard, though his expression remained calm. "This is for you." In response to Su Chen's words, Su Qingya did not answer directly but took a deep breath, her cheeks flushing red, and turned her head to the side. She whispered, "These are all for you." "Ha?" Su Chen furrowed his brow, somewhat bewildered by Su Qingya's reaction. "Goodness. It's just a gift. Why are you blushing?" Upon seeing what Su Qingya handed over, Su Chen was even more stunned. City-level competition entry tickets, life potions, recovery potions, magic potions, all resources needed for PK battles. And this, I personally organized this information for you. All the intel for this season is here. Su Qingya bit her red lip, and perhaps because of the lip gloss she wore, the corners of her mouth looked particularly soft, making one unable to resist the urge to take a bite. Su Chen instinctively swallowed and quickly averted his gaze. Of course, he also received the diary from Su Qingya. Opening it, he found neat handwriting inside. Su Qingya had personally written down detailed information about the season, including the processes for ranking up and the precautions for one-on-one PKs. It could be said that it covered everything in great detail, even more so than what Chen Xishan had mentioned. This is somewhat useful, Su Chen thought to himself, his eyes lighting up slightly. For him, this information was indeed practical. After all, he urgently needed experience points. He was relying on today's PK matches to earn some. However, Su Chen looked at Su Qingya with some confusion and asked again, "These things weren't provided by the school, right? I haven't joined the student council either. So, there must be something unusual about this." Su Chen wouldn't casually accept someone else's goodwill unless they were exceptional. Clearly, Su Qingya met that criterion. But even the most stunning beauty needed to clarify the situation. "All of this is prepared for you." Su Qingya took a deep breath, as if making a decision, finally raised her head, looked at Su Chen, and said, "I want to confess to you. No. To be precise, I want to confess to you right now." Su Chen, I like you. May I ask, can you be my boyfriend? Su Qingya clenched her small hands, her whole body trembling slightly, and her face turned completely red, even her ears were flushed. It was no wonder she was acting so awkwardly. In front of others, Su Qingya had always maintained the image of a cold goddess. However, deep down, she was just a simple girl. Moreover, this was her first time confessing and her first time preparing for a relationship. At that moment, Su Chen was indeed stunned. He hadn't expected Su Qingya to confess to him face to face. This was far from the image of a cold goddess. She was completely like a girl experiencing her first crush. Although Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, being a top-tier scoundrel, he quickly regained his composure and accepted the entry ticket and health potion that Su Qingya handed him. Thank you. Su Chen smiled warmly at Su Qingya. He didn't intend to confirm their relationship directly. Even the cold school beauty surrounded by attention couldn't bind Su Chen. After all, a tree in a forest. Su Chen was still clear-headed about that. However, at that moment, before Su Chen could speak again, a cold notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully triggered a god level. Choice: current scenario, the confession of the cold school beauty. Choice 1, accept the confession of the cold school beauty Su Qingya. As a dark gold level professional light priest, Su Qingya's qualifications are quite impressive. In the next stage of her job change, she will have a certain probability of becoming a legendary level professional. Confirming a relationship with such a top genius will bring you unexpected benefits. Reward: a golden level weapon. Choice 2, reject Su Qingya's confession and encourage her to focus on her career, working hard to level up. Although this may cause you to lose a gentle and considerate quality girlfriend in the short term, it could lead to a top-tier confidant in the future, a legendary level powerhouse not weaker than a god of magic. Reward: 1 million experience points, 1000 skill points. Choice 3, ignore Su Qingya, observe with your eyes closed, and not be influenced by the beauty, directly initiate the city-level competition. After all, as an epic-level professional, your career prospects are the most important, and this will save you a lot of trouble. Reward: a golden-level bloodline mount. It was quite smooth. Su Qingya's confession directly triggered the god-level choice scenario. Although this was somewhat unexpected for Su Chen, it was also within reason. It seemed that all the beautiful confidants he had interacted with were ripe for the picking, easily triggering the reward mechanism. It seems I need to get to know a few more girls in the future. Su Chen squinted slightly, pondering. Quietly, a strange thought stirring in his mind. This time, there were still 3 options, and the rewards were quite generous. As Su Chen's level increased, the intensity of the rewards had doubled many times. Now, the least he could get was a golden grade item. Option 1, accept the confession from the cool school beauty. Reward: a golden grade weapon. Option 2, reject the confession. Reward: 1 million experience points, 1000 skill points. Option 3, ignore Su Qingya. Reward: a golden grade bloodline mount. Damn it, if these things were in Zhenghai City, they could probably spark a bloody competition among the top 3 guilds. Su Chen swallowed hard, thinking to himself. Indeed. A golden grade weapon. A golden grade bloodline mount. These items were top tier, and in a coastal town like Zhenghai City, they could already attract the attention of a major force like the Kanghan Guild. Even in the capital, having a golden mount would be considered quite wealthy. What the hell? Su Qingya's career potential is actually this insane? Su Chen glanced at the information revealed by the options, his expression suddenly shocked, nearly choking. Su Qingya's second class could actually become a legendary class. She could grow to a level not weaker than a god of magic. Su Chen couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Lu Mei was a dual-class player. Su Yu had the commander of the Imperial Guard behind her. Han Ying's potential was explosive, and Su Qingya was even more abnormal. She could grow to legendary status? Good grief. What the hell? A nurturing system? Su Chen took a deep breath, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. 1 million experience points are worth far more to me now than a golden grade weapon. Skill points are inherently valuable. Generally, even a single skill point is worth a fortune. To buy 1,000 points, it would probably be a bit much for the Kanghan Guild to produce all at once. After a bit of analysis, Su Chen had made his decision. Naturally, it was 222222222. On one hand, this choice offered the most expensive reward. Secondly, Su Chen had no intention of directly confirming a relationship with Su Qingya. A bit of ambiguity was fine. In fact, he had to be a bit ambiguous. This was a little monster that could reach the status of a god of magic. Shouldn't they communicate properly? What if Su Qingya exploded with potential? He could gain a good little sister in the future. With that thought, Su Chen took a deep breath, letting fresh air fill his lungs, and calmly looked at the shy-faced Su Qingya. Meanwhile, the entire school was going crazy. Collapse. Stunned. Everyone petrified. Su Chen and Su Qingya were already quite popular. In school, not only were they good-looking, but their talents also far surpassed their peers. So, when they both appeared at school, it naturally attracted the attention of all the students and teachers. They thought it was just a simple meeting. Who knew? They actually witnessed the cool school beauty confessing to Su Chen? Madness. It was simply too crazy. At this moment, the emotions of all the students in the entire school were about to burst. Damn! Did you see that? Damn! The cool school beauty? The ice goddess. Actually confessing to Su Chen? Damn it, I'm starting to doubt my own eyes. This is too outrageous, really too outrageous. The usually icy Su Qingya in front of Su Chen has such a face, completely like a girl in love for the first time. So beautiful. I can't hold it in anymore. The school beauty's shy expression just melted my heart. I'm dying on the spot. The cool school beauty I've had a crush on for 3 years in front of Su. God, how does she look like a simp? Your goddess, Su Chen simp? I'm so envious to the point of turning purple. I must be reborn as Su Chen in my next life. By the looks of it, after today, the entire Zhanghai city will be buzzing with the video of the school beauty's confession. Su Chen is probably going to be famous again. Other people's youth includes dragon mounts, recruitment from Qingbei, black silk priestesses, and school beauties chasing after confessions. While what about me? The chicken leg in my hand suddenly doesn't taste good anymore. Is there no way to live? Brothers, to be honest, I feel like the school beauty is a bit unworthy of Su Chen. You brat, you know how to talk. I think so too. The expressions of the entire school were quite spectacular. Seeing the ice-cold school beauty display such a shy demeanor, the strong contrast made everyone's hearts nearly melt. So cute. Cutely explosive. Of course, a portion of the boys were left in tears. The school beauty during her confession was stunning beyond words. Unfortunately, the one she was confessing to wasn't them. Damn it, heartbroken. In a corner, a boy was on the verge of tears, looking worse than if he were actually crying. The state of the school beauties. Confession is the same as ours, yet we are called lick dogs, while the school beauty is stunningly beautiful. Ahem, let's just say, is there a possibility that this thing is all about looks? A petite girl delivered a ruthless jab. A burst of laughter erupted around them. The boy who had a crush on Su Qingya could no longer hold back and left in tears. Shoo, be quiet, Su Chen is speaking. Someone swallowed hard, signaling everyone to quiet down. All eyes turned toward Su Chen. You are very outstanding and beautiful. Under the gaze of all the teachers and students, Su Chen smiled slightly and said to Su Qingya in a soft voice, "However, at this stage, I have no plans for a relationship. The city-level competition has already started, and soon, the Undead Canyon Dungeon will also arrive in Zhanghai City. Of course. And the Winter Dungeon, the second world. A month later, I will be going to Kyoto." Su Chen's voice was gentle, and Su Qingya's brows furrowed slightly, a bit stunned. So? Su Qingya's gaze flickered, glancing at Su Chen, then quickly shifting to another direction, not daring to look at him. Again. You don't like me? Does it matter? Su Chen didn't remain silent but blurted out. Then what do you like about me? Does liking someone necessarily mean being together? To love, one must first learn to love oneself. Only by living well can one love others better, don't you think? These words flowed smoothly from Su Chen's mouth. There was no helping it. In his past life, he had relied on this approach to charm a whole bunch of infatuated girls. Although Su Qingya's looks were top tier in terms of rank, she was far from Su Chen. It was incredibly easy to handle her. I understand. Su Qingya took a deep breath, her eyes shining as she looked at Su Chen and said, only equally matched professionals can become rivals, and similarly, only when two people are at the same level can there be a possibility of love? So, I need to work harder and make myself outstanding first. Is that so, brother Su Chen? Su Qingya mustered her courage, looking directly into Su Chen's eyes, her gaze revealing a hint of longing. Yet, there was also a trace of unusual inferiority mixed in. It's hard to imagine that someone as outstanding as Su Qingya would show a hint of deep-seated insecurity when facing Su Chen. Right, the National Unified College entrance examination is coming soon, so try to complete your second transfer before the exam and aim for a key university. Su Chen looked at Su Qingya, smiling like a spring breeze. Although he was slightly surprised by Su Qingya's reaction, not expecting the ice-cold goddess to have such a contrasting side privately, she was pure like a girl just discovering love. However, Su Chen didn't think too much about it. After all, obtaining the god-level selection reward is the most important. That's a full 1 million experience points. With your talent, if you can reach the second transition before the college entrance examination, getting into Qingbei University shouldn't be a problem, Su Chen said with a faint smile, continuing softly, in the future, becoming a high-level professional and joining a top guild, your prospects will be bright. Hearing this, Su Qingya's eyes brightened slightly, her cheeks still flushed. She looked up, her eyes wide, and said to Su Chen, okay, I will definitely work hard. I will strive to get into Qingbei University just like Brother Su Chen, and then apply to join the SS level Golden Rose Guild. Su Qingya's voice became a bit quieter at the end. The Golden Rose Guild, the most elusive top guild in the underground world of Kyoto. The recruitment criteria are not low. The minimum threshold requires reaching the epic level professional standard. Yet Su Qingya, a light priest, is only at the dark gold level. Thinking of this, Su Qingya gently bit her lip, a faint sense of inferiority rising in her heart. I will work hard, Su Qingya whispered in a voice only she could hear, turning her blushing face away to look elsewhere. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully completed the selection and the reward has been issued. At the same time, a chime echoed in Su Chen's mind. Done. Su Chen let out a long breath. 1 million experience points. In the bag. Damn, luckily. I have more experience from my past life, otherwise this would have been tough. Su Chen squinted slightly, pondering to himself. He had to admit he was indeed a top-tier scumbag. That last remark not only perfectly rejected Su Qingya but also successfully hooked her, encouraging her to focus on her career and level up. He also hinted to Su Qingya to get into Qingbei University. This way, if Su Qingya really reaches the second transition and becomes a legendary level professional, her perception of Su Chen would still be quite good. Not too low. A solid top-tier confidant. A confidant not weaker than a law god. That's interesting. Su Chen took a deep breath, feeling a bit of anticipation in his heart. I'm preparing to participate in the city-level competition. Shall we meet up again when you have time? Looking at Su Qingya, who seemed lost in thought, Su Chen spoke again, smiling softly. Ha? Okay. Su Qingya snapped back to reality, her gaze fixed on Su Chen, her eyes filled with admiration. She nodded vigorously, her small hands clenched tightly. This is for you. After a moment of silence, Su Qingya waved her hand, and a brilliant rose appeared in her palm. This is condensed from fire element crystals. I spent a long time on it. Su Qingya's little face showed a hint of shyness as she glanced at Su Chen, saying, Can you accept it? Su Chen was slightly taken aback. Okay. It's beautiful. Fire element crystals. A valuable elemental crystal that can be embedded in weapons to enhance fire damage. This rose was indeed sincere. Then I'll take my leave. Su Chen leaned closer to Su Qingya, gently ruffling her hair, encouraging her, study hard and strive to transition as soon as possible. I believe in you. You can definitely become a powerful light priest, and not just a dark old level professional. Really? Su Qingya's eyes suddenly lit up, but the next moment, her breathing quickened. Feeling the warmth from above, her ears began to flush, as if they could drip water like a rose. Really? Su Chen smiled faintly. Then, without lingering, he headed directly towards Chen Qishan. Principal Chen, let's go. Su Chen shook his head with a smile, a mix of amusement and exasperation. But at this moment, the old man Chen Qishan couldn't hold back any longer. His murky old eyes glanced at Su Chen, then he turned his head away, chuckling to himself. He had anticipated that something like this would happen from the very beginning. However, he didn't expect that Su Chen would be even more impressive than he thought, simply a top-tier playboy. With just a few words, he had left Su Qingya, the cool school beauty, in a daze. Su Xiao. It's still you. Chen Qishan smiled with a complex expression, then shook his little head and pointed to a teaching building. Let's go to the training room. The city-level competitions are in full swing. We should have a few more PKs. Okay. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh, nodding as he followed Chen Qishan. Qingya. After Su Chen left, Lu Xinran hurried over to Su Qingya's side, swallowing hard, her face showing a mix of hesitation and eagerness. No need to say more. Su Qingya waved her hand expressionlessly. Immediately, her cheeks flushed again, and she shyly glanced to the side. I knew it, Su Chen is different from other guys. Did you see? He just told me to work hard to level up and become better. What he said was right, to love others, you have to live well yourself. Su Qingya turned to face her best friend, her eyes firm as she said, I need to advance to the second transfer as soon as possible. Then get accepted into Qingbei University. Strive to join the Golden Rose Guild. And confess to Su Chen. He's really too good, I really like him a lot. Su Qingya took a deep breath, her face filled with excitement. What the heck? Lu Xinran was momentarily stunned. Love-struck. Infatuated. Silly beauty. Lu Xinran wanted to cry but had no tears. What is going on here? Comforting words were swallowed down. You're right. Lu Xinran choked on her own saliva, pondered for a moment, and forced a smile. It was obvious. Su Chen was definitely a scumbag. However, given Su Qingya's current state, even mentioning a little bit of Su Chen's flaws would probably turn them into plastic best friends. Their friendship boat could capsize at any moment. After thinking it over, Lu Xinran could only go along with Su Qingya's Words saying, then, before the college entrance exam, you should run a few more dungeons. With your talent, if you reach level 30, there's indeed a high chance of being accepted by Qingbei, this year's top scholar in Jiangnan province. It has to be you. Su Qingya nodded vigorously, a lovesick smile on her face. Lu Xinran. At the same time, the entire first high school was completely stunned, petrified. All the teachers and students who witnessed everything were left with blank minds. Wow, that was too good. To love, you must first learn to love yourself. No wonder he's my idol, Suchin Yyds. Exactly. The school. Hunk is indeed different from other men. He didn't directly agree but encouraged Su Qingya to work hard. True love is about making the other person better. Totally in love. What the heck? Are you kidding? What are you all talking about? Didn't Sushin reject the school beauty? Damn it. The school beauty got rejected. I'm completely shocked. What is going on? Brothers, stop talking. These girls have already fallen. In my opinion, although Sushin's talent and strength are top-notch, he is definitely a full-level scumbag. That's right, the school beauty has become a simp, and Sushin's full-level operation made me kneel on the spot. Classic scumbag quotes. What does it mean to be a playboy? This is what it means. 3 sentences made a woman unable to resist. Not decisively. Rejecting, not directly agreeing. Fishing in troubled waters, giving hope and expectations? Then, family, have you learned? Shut up, don't say that about my brother. Do you know what love is? Can you not be so low? Yeah, if you can't have it, just destroy it? I see you just can't stand the school beauty and the school hunk being in love with each other. A huge uproar. The entire school was in an uproar. It is no exaggeration to say that Su Qingya's confession, along with Su Chen's reaction, instantly shattered the worldview of all the students and teachers. On one hand, Su Qingya's active confession created a stark contrast with her icy demeanor, causing countless male classmates to experience heartbreak on the spot. On the other hand, Su Chen's classic playboy quotes were simply too iconic. All the male students worshipped him. As for the girls, they felt that Su Chen was different. He truly treated Su Qingya well. One could only say that the tactics of a top-tier playboy were deeply appealing. What happened? While the whole school was buzzing with discussion, a young man in a suit appeared, holding roses. It was none other than Long Chen, who had changed into a black suit. At that moment he was well-dressed and beaming as he walked into the campus. However, he was met with this scene. The entire school seemed to be celebrating some kind of ceremony, with everyone in high spirits. Long Chen? A female pastor. Upon seeing Long Chen, brightened up slightly but quickly returned to her normal expression, softly explaining, "It's nothing. It's just that Su Qingya confessed to Su Shin." The female pastor explained and then turned her gaze away, continuing to excitedly discuss the earlier scene with her best friend. How should one put it? If it weren't for Su Chen's presence, Long Chen might have attracted the favor of many girls. He had decent looks and qualifications. Aside from having a bit of a dragon-like arrogance, he had no major flaws. However, after witnessing Su Chen's impressive display firsthand, this pastor girl felt completely indifferent to Long Chen, merely offering a brief explanation before not looking at him again. Su Qingya confessed to Su Chen? Upon hearing the girl's words, Long Chen was completely stunned, as if struck by lightning. His mind went blank. Yes. What are you? The pastor girl frowned, glancing at Long Chen, and asked in confusion, "Who are you going to give this to?" "No one." Long Chen took a deep breath, filling his lungs with fresh air, and then crushed the roses in his hand, scattering them on the ground. Who would have thought? A prodigy like Long Chen intended to confess to Su Qingya but was outpaced by Su Chen. Moreover, the most infuriating part was that Su Qingya was the one pursuing him. This outcome nearly shattered Long Chen's heart. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Long Chen's expression darkened, his whole body trembling slightly, his fingers clenched into fists, sharp fingertips piercing his palms until they bled. Su Chen must have used some underhanded means. I am a Dragon Knight, the hottest top-tier profession in the country. A niche profession, even if it's epic level. Can it have more growth potential than me? Long Chen's brows furrowed tightly, his anger distorting his face. Su Qingya must have been drugged by Su Chen. Even at this moment, Long Chen still couldn't accept reality and was frantically imagining. Where did Su Chen go? Taking a deep breath, Long Chen grabbed a classmate, glaring at him and demanding, "Huh? It seems he went to participate in a city-level competition. He just went to the training room with Principal Chun." The classmate, tightly held by Long Chen, said in a panic. "Good, very good. A city-level competition, huh? Today, I will ruin you, Su Chen." Long Chen pushed the classmate aside and muttered through gritted teeth. If I can take Su Chen down in front of Su Qingya, would she still like him? Long Chen narrowed his eyes, his already cunning-looking phoenix eyes appearing even more sinister as he took another deep breath. Then, he turned and walked out of the school. "No matter the cost, I will ruin you. Today, Long Chen, will show the whole school who the true top genius is, and you, Su Chen, you're just a useless practitioner who stumbled upon dog's hit luck. Long Chen's expression was unpredictable as he took out a vial glowing with a dark purple light from his pocket. If a professional alchemist were present, they would be astonished, because the potion in Long Chen's hand was no ordinary item but a genuine hero-level potion. This potion was called Blood Ignition Potion. It could burn a practitioner's bloodline and potential in a short time, directly unleashing power beyond their own level. It could even allow one to briefly comprehend new professional talents and skills in an instant. In simple terms, it was a way to overdraw one's potential for a burst of power. Although this potion was of hero-level quality, its actual value was not very high. At best, it was on par with golden or dark golden level potions. This was because the side effects of the Blood Ignition Potion were too severe. Once used, it was equivalent to ruining one's future. Not only would health points take a significant hit, but future job transitions would also be affected. Moreover, practitioners who had used the Blood Ignition Potion would suddenly interrupt their skills when casting. For this reason, this potion was rarely used, with most being sold on the black market. But at this moment, Long Chen could not care less. His pride had been thoroughly shaken by Su Qingya's confession, and he would not feel satisfied until Su Chen suffered. In the training room, Su Xiao, are you ready? Chen Xishan asked in a deep voice, staring at Su Chen. Yes, Su Chen nodded. Good, use the entry ticket directly. Then, you will enter a PK map instance. At the beginning of the PK map, the rank is Black Iron 1-star, and winning will allow you to rank up, Chen Xishan patiently explained. Alright, Su Chen replied, then took out the entry ticket given by Chen Xishan. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully used the city-level event entry ticket. Your current rank is Black Iron 1-star. Current map instance, small map, Undead Town. The cold notification echoed in Su Chen's mind, and he instinctively narrowed his eyes. Small map, Undead Town. All event maps are divided into micro, small, medium, large, and panoramic maps. Different maps have vastly different combat environments. The small map is considered fast-paced PK, where a winner can be determined quickly. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, not bad, aim to finish within half a minute. Soon, the scene before him changed. Su Chen found himself in a seemingly dilapidated town. Cold, damp, filled with the scent of death. Ding! Please enter your city-level event name. Name? Su Chen was taken aback. Ding! You can choose to use your real name or a code. Name: Killer God. Su Chen lifted his eyelids and confirmed his nickname, the same as his profession, calling himself Killer God. Ding! Name is already taken. Please re-enter your name. Already taken? Su Chen was stunned. Someone actually used it. He smiled helplessly and then filled in another name. Primordial. This name had no special meaning, it was simply because Su Chen had played a mini-game in his past life called Primordial. The name for the city-level event was not important, any random name would do. As Su Chen confirmed the name, another cold notification sounded. This time, there was no name conflict. Ding! Name confirmed, matching you for your first PK. Ding! Match successful, one-on-one PK opponent, Wine Chaser, Black Iron 2-star, Berserker, level 13. Black Iron 2-star? Level 13. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but smile faintly. For him, a single death-fire explosion could easily take care of this level and rank. Soon, a burly man clad in black iron armor appeared before Su Chen. He looked quite fierce, around his 30s, but unfortunately, his professional potential was quite poor. At this age, he was only level 13. What the hell? So young, you just completed your job change, right? As soon as the burly man appeared and saw Su Chen's youthful and handsome face, he was momentarily stunned and blurted it out. However, upon seeing Su Chen's displayed rank of level 40, the Berserker was taken aback. Wait a minute? You? The Berserker swallowed hard, shocked by Su Chen's level. A professional at such a young age had actually completed the second job change. It made him wary. Thinking of this, the Berserker quickly took a few steps back, readying himself for battle. Although the level difference was significant, he couldn't just admit defeat. Next, Su Chen shook his head, raised the Necromancer's staff in his hand, and didn't even use any skills. Just a simple basic attack. In an instant, a mass of light elements gathered and covered the Berserker's head. Crash! With a loud bang, the professional exploded. On the spot. Ding! Congratulations, you won the match. Ding! Congratulations, you earned a reward, 1000 experience points. Ding! As you are an epic level professional, you received a critical hit reward, 10,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, your rank has been upgraded to Black Iron 2-star. What the hell? Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Is the benefit of an epic level professional this exaggerated? Even he didn't expect it by casually defeating a first job Professional, he would receive 10,000 experience points. Suddenly excited, Su Chen squinted and smiled, feeling a wave of comfort. Judging by the level of explosive rewards, it wouldn't be long before he could gather 2 million experience points. No! In fact, the city-level competition could allow him to crazily accumulate experience points and perhaps even elevate his rank to the 3rd job change level. Froststar and Alpha need to level up too. Every bit helps. Su Chen's expression was filled with surprise as he whispered, "Ding! Matching you for PK. Ding! Match successful. 1-on-1 PK opponent. Remnant Blade, Black. Iron 3-star, Priest, level 20. This time, the opponent was actually a support professional. A priest? Su Chen was somewhat surprised. Generally speaking, at the same level, support professions like priests would definitely be weaker than war professions like knights and warriors. Relatively speaking, they wouldn't have an advantage in 1-on-1 PK. Of course, the opponent's level was slightly higher than the usual Black Iron 3-star. Level 40? The priest was instantly petrified upon seeing Su Chen. Such a high level, yet only a Black Iron 2-star. He could only say he was unlucky to encounter a monster like Su Chen. Bro, take it easy. The priest gulped, saying with a flattering expression. Then, he slightly bowed to Su Chen. In this kind of match, although dying wouldn't drop levels or equipment, the sensation of death felt very real. If one were to be killed in a single blow, the heart-wrenching pain could almost make a professional collapse on the spot. Alright. In response to the priest's request, Su Chen raised an eyebrow and graciously accepted. Holy Song, Storm Dragon Spear. Su Chen threw the bone spear in his hand forward. The sharp bone spear, with a loud clang, directly pierced through the priest standing in front of Su Chen. The speed of the bone spear was so fast it was almost a blur. The priest was instantly cleared out of the instance map. Ding! Congratulations, you won the match. Ding! Congratulations! You earned a reward, 1,000 experience points. Ding! Since you are an epic level professional, you have received a critical hit reward, 10,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, your rank has been upgraded to Black Iron 3 stars. The cold notification sound echoed in his ears once again. Su Chen's eyes glimmered slightly, feeling exceptionally good. Damn, this feels great. No kidding. Of course, it felt great. The strength of these opponents, in Su Chen's eyes, was comparable to that of a minor dungeon monster. He didn't even need to use skills, just a quick smack and they were done. And the experience points dropped were no joke. 10,000 experience points were almost close to what he earned from defeating the end of the undead apostle. Continue. Su Chen took a deep breath, adjusting his combat state. At this rate, it probably wouldn't even take a day. At most half a day, and he would gather 1,000,000 experience points. Thinking of this, Su Chen suddenly felt excited. Ding! Congratulations, you won the match. Ding! Congratulations, your rank has been upgraded to Black Iron 4 stars. Ding! Congratulations, you won the match. Ding! Congratulations, your rank has been upgraded to Black Iron 5 stars. Ding! Congratulations! You have unlocked the promotion match. Su Chen won 4 matches in a row, reaching Black Iron 5 stars and successfully unlocking the promotion match. Winning the promotion match will allow you to upgrade your rank to bronze. Completing the promotion match will also yield generous double rewards. Su Chen murmured softly. The information Chen Shishan provided him contained detailed records about the municipal level competitions, and Su Chen was relatively clear about it. In a faint golden light, a knight holding a long spear and riding a mixed-blood skeletal horse appeared on the map. Name, Bai Li profession, knight rank, Black Iron 5 stars level 30 a Black Iron 5 stars rank, and there's actually a level 30 professional. Could it be their first time participating in a municipal level competition? The name Bai Li appeared as a professional template before Su Chen. The other party was also sizing up Su Chen. Bai Li wore a robe and held a long spear, looking at Su Chen with a somewhat complex gaze, his brows slightly furrowed. Original? Level 40. Bai Li's eyes suddenly lit up. Not bad level. Looks like this is your first time participating in a municipal level competition, right? If you encountered someone else, perhaps you could successfully promote. Too bad you encountered me. Bai Li withdrew his gaze, speaking with a slightly proud expression. Your winning streak ends here. Come back in with a new entry ticket. By the way, I'll give you a chance. Surrender yourself. Otherwise, I will crush you. Surrender? Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Damn it. Another fool. Level 30 versus level 40. Asking Su Chen to surrender? I have to say, this knight's imagination is quite unique. What's wrong? Do you want to test my strength? Don't think just because your level is higher, you have the right to fight me. To be honest, I am Bai Li, the second young master of the Kanghan Guild. The knight in the robe lightly waved his hand, opening his helmet to reveal a somewhat youthful face. He bore a slight resemblance to Han Ing. do you recognize me? Bai Li grinned, revealing a bright smile. My name is Han Lin from the Kanghun Guild. Han Ning is my older sister. After saying this, Bai Li paused and continued, are you scared? I completed my job change at 15, although my level is only 30, my profession rank is that of a gold tier. Bai Li explained. Gold professionals. Looking across the entire Zhanghai city, there were indeed very few. Although Su Chen was epic level for most professionals, a professional with golden potential still had a chance of winning even against opponents of a higher level. If Su Chen were ordinary, Han Lin at level 30 could indeed take him down. Unfortunately, Su Chen's professional rank was 3 tiers higher than Han Lin's. Golden level, Dark Gold level, Hero level, Epic level, Kanghun's second young master? Su Chen couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Why do all these guild young masters seem a bit dim-witted? Su Chen shook his head. If this guy knew that his sister had just been defeated by me in the Shallow Bay dungeon, I wonder what his expression would be. Su Chen thought to himself, but his demeanor remained calm, showing little fluctuation. A bit scared, Su Chen said, staring directly at Han Lin with a blank expression. But I'm afraid that with one skill, you'll be gone. What the hell? Han Lin was taken aback. However, Su Chen didn't even feel like saying another word. Damn it. He was still waiting to plunder Nano's full skills. There was no time to waste chatting with a dimwit young master. In the next moment, Su Chen directly swung his undead staff. Death Flame Explosion. Facing Han Lin, he indeed needed to use a skill to finish him off in one blow. However, he didn't need to use too many. One Death Flame Explosion was already enough. It was quite generous. With a clang, a golden fireball as large as the sun condensed directly in the sky. It illuminated the entire undead town dungeon, making it feel a bit scorching. Han Lin's eyes widened in horror, incredulously exclaiming, what the hell? Unfortunately, the next moment he was completely turned into dust. Ding! Congratulations, you won the match. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully advanced, your rank has been upgraded to Bronze 1 star. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a reward, 50,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have achieved a 5-game winning streak, receiving an additional critical reward, Silver level skill book Sangyan technique. Some were happy, some were sad. After Han Lin was forcibly kicked out of the PK map, Su Chen received an unexpected surprise. 50,000 experience points? Sangyan technique. Su Chen inhaled deeply, his face filled with joy as he murmured to himself, nice, the winning reward for the promotion match is quite generous. The rewards were indeed substantial. A silver level skill book. 50,000 experience points. Such a level of reward was much better than what one would get from defeating a dungeon's ultimate boss. To put it this way, when Su Chen finished off the undead apostle in Shallow Bay, he only received a little over 10,000 experience points. Yet this time, he got 50,000 just for completing a PK, along with a decent Sangyan technique skill book. This feeling was extraordinarily wonderful. No need to use a new entry ticket. Su Chen's eyes brightened, and he chuckled softly, I just wonder how many consecutive wins I can achieve? Continue PK. Ding. Matching you for PK. Ding. Match successful, one-on-one PK opponent. Having tasted the sweetness brought by the city-level competition, Su Chen was now full of fighting spirit and had no intention of quitting the dungeon. Instead, he was ready to keep fighting until he lost. It should be noted that in the competition, besides using one's exclusive skills and equipment, one could also summon mounts and pets. Even though Su Chen had already achieved a 5-game winning streak, he had not yet used his true trump card skills or ultimate moves. Not to mention summoning the Light Imprint Unicorn and the Undead Bone Dragon. With Alpha's current strength, it would be no problem for Su Chen to sweep through to the golden rank. Thinking of this, Su Chen felt an immense longing. He also wanted to see just how many powerful professionals there were in the competitions of Zhanghai City. Meanwhile, in the principal's office of Zhanghai City No. 1 High School. Have a sip of tea. Let's see if this kid Su Chen can make it to the bronze rank today. Chen Qishan leisurely picked up his teacup, took a gentle sip, and murmured softly, although his level has already risen to 40, his combat experience may not necessarily. The high-intensity PK battles, where one can rise a significant rank in a single day, are already quite remarkable. In Chen Qishan's view, for Su Chen to advance to the bronze rank in just one day is already quite impressive. After all, he is only a second transformation professional. Today, with the opening of the city-level tournament, the excitement is unprecedented. Even though Zhanghai City is just a small coastal town, it is a place where hidden talents abound. Advancing a significant rank is not an easy task. Every professional has their own trump cards, and what they usually show is just the tip of the iceberg. However, when Chen Qishan clicked on the live broadcast channel for the city-level tournament and unlocked the room where Su Chen was, his pupils suddenly constricted, nearly choking on his tea. What the hell? With a Splutter, Chen Qishan was completely dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? Bronze 1 star. It hasn't even been 5 minutes and he's already reached the bronze rank? Chen Qishan's murky eyes widened in disbelief. Just moments ago, he had personally sent Su Chen to the training room, watching him start the one-on-one PK in the city-level tournament. Then, Chen Qishan, with his old legs, slowly returned to his office. It was only a few minutes apart. Yet, in such a short time, Su Chen had crazily harvested victories, directly elevating his rank to bronze 1 star. How is that possible? Even in the Black Iron tier, the intensity of the promotion matches is not small. Typically, one would be matched against opponents of similar strength. Given Su Chen's current situation, his opponent's professional level should also be around the second transformation. Chen Qishan took a deep breath, his expression even more shocked. In an instant, his old face turned red. Nearly on the verge of collapse, he clicked on the live replay. Chen Qishan leaned in front of the Zhonghai City-level tournament replay screen, checking the professional match with the ID original. He didn't know until he looked. Just one glance left him petrified. Damn it! Not using any skills throughout. All one-hit finishes. Chen Qishan swallowed hard several times, shocked as he said, the last PK opponent, the promotion match opponent, was actually Han Lin from the Kanghun Guild. Level 30. A gold-level professional. To think such a strong opponent was taken down with a single deathfire explosion? Chen Qishan's face turned pale with fear. How to put it? The strength Su Chen displayed at this moment had already exceeded his understanding. Even the deathfire explosion, a top-tier boss skill, has a damage cap. While the skill is powerful, it doesn't mean it's invincible. Based on the basic attributes of a second transformation professional, Su Chen would need to unleash several high-level skills to kill someone like Han Lin, who has extremely high defense. A wave of fire explosions. Instant kill. How is that possible? Han Lin had just recently defeated a heavy armored warrior from the Zhengchang Guild in a one-on-one match with 30 levels versus 37 levels, securing victory. According to the analysis of professional experts, Han Lin's actual combat power should be comparable to a normal level 40 professional. However, Su Chen took him down with a single hit. Chen Qishan was so scared that his teeth were chattering. The implications of this are clear. Simply put, Su Chen now possesses the ability to easily slay professionals of the same level. Even a gold-level professional, a top-tier genius, cannot withstand a single move in Su Chen's hands. It's terrifying. Young Master Su's four-dimensional attributes should far exceed those of professionals of the same level by more than 10 times. Chen Qishan frowned, analyzing seriously. Perhaps it also has to do with his hero-level weapon. Hero-level weapons inherently provide a significant boost to a professional's attributes. In Chen Qishan's view. Su Chen was able to easily defeat Han Lin, likely due to the top-tier equipment he possessed and his above-average attributes. Only with such advantages could he unleash terrifying magical attack power with a single basic attack. But Chen Qishan was mistaken. Su Chen's casual strike could inflict such high-intensity damage. In addition to his own attributes and weapon bonuses, it was also related to his mount and pet, the Undead Bone Dragon, the Light Imprint Unicorn. These were both mounts with hero-level bloodline strength. When the Undead Bone Dragon and the Unicorn transformed into marks and became tattoos on Su Chen, although he couldn't directly unleash the exclusive skills of his mounts and pets, he could still enjoy a portion of their attribute feedback. Simply put, at this moment, every attack from Su Chen was infused with the attack power bonuses from the Light Imprint Unicorn and the Undead Bone Dragon. That was the key point. This is insane. Chen Qishan exited the match replay, glanced at Su Chen's livestream, and took another sip of tea. Look at Su Xiao's match livestream. Chen Qishan smiled bitterly. It's a bit funny to say this, principal peeking at a student's battle livestream. But to be fair, when it comes to combat skills, this old man might not even compare to Su Xiao, this little monster. In the Undead Town PK map, Su Chen, the Great God? On the map facing Su Chen this time was a red-haired girl with long fiery red hair holding two curved long blades. She glanced at Su Chen and then gently rubbed her forehead. Great God, I concede. The girl with the fiery red hair paused for a moment and said honestly, my rank is not as good as yours, let alone the Undead Bone Dragon. I surrender right now. Alright. Su Chen was momentarily at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. He didn't linger and nodded to indicate that she should click surrender. Soon, the cold notification sound rang out again. Ding! Congratulations, you have won the match. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a reward 30,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, your rank has been upgraded to Bronze 2 star. The rewards for the Bronze rank, every victory grants 30,000 experience points and the rewards are super doubled. Su Chen squinted slightly, smiling contentedly, and then stretched lazily. Goodness, the professional season really is like a chive box. If I had known there was such a comfortable way to level up, I wouldn't have bothered with those dungeon runs. With that thought, Su Chen smiled faintly. Fortunately, he had just started the city-level PK matches. The number of professionals watching Su Chen's livestream wasn't too many yet. Otherwise, that one sentence might have stirred up a storm. City-level matches are easy? For the vast majority of professionals, trying to advance even 1-star rank is incredibly difficult. But Su Chen was reaping the benefits of the city-level matches. Next, Su Chen took a deep breath, slightly recovering his state. He didn't even use a life potion or a mana potion directly starting the next match. How should one put it? After reaching the bronze rank, Su Chen had only used a skill once from start to finish. His mana consumption was minimal. Moreover, with the attribute bonuses from his equipment, both his mana and health could slowly increase over time. Why would he need to use potions? Ding! Matching you for PK. Ding! Match successful 1-on-1 PK. Opponent. The familiar notification appeared again. Su Chen tightened his grip on the Holy Song Storm Dragon Spear, ready for the new round of matches. Time passed quickly. Ding! Congratulations, you have won the match. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully advanced, your rank has been upgraded to Gold 1 star. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a reward. 300,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed a 15-game winning streak and received an additional critical reward, Golden Level Weapon Sun Chaser Longbow. Golden rank. Wow! The promotion reward from silver to gold is actually 300,000 experience points. Su Chen gasped sharply, his heart tightening. 2 million experience points gathered. The golden rank doesn't seem that impressive. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and let out a long breath, saying, however, it's a bit unexpected to gather experience points so quickly. With that thought, Su Chen inexplicably smiled, feeling elated. How should he put it? The rewards for city-level competitions are indeed quite generous. As an epic-level player, Su Chen's victory rewards are even super doubled. In the Black Iron rank, promoting 1 star grants 10,000 experience points. In the Bronze rank, promoting 1 star grants 30,000 experience points. In the Silver rank, promoting 1 star grants 80,000 experience points. Of course, each promotion match also has additional experience point critical rewards. It is precisely because of such an exaggerated PK reward mechanism that Su Chen spent less than half an hour in total directly harvesting over 1 million experience points. Adding the 1 million experience points reward for rejecting the school beauty's confession, it's already enough to plunder all of Nano's skills. Su Chen squinted slightly and couldn't help but laugh. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully plundered the skill Holy Light of Life. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully plundered the skill Echo of Light. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully plundered the skill Ice Seed Holy Shield. Su Chen directly plundered Nano's 4 major skills in one go, and as the pleasant notification sounds landed, he became even more exhilarated. He opened the skill list. Name: Holy Light of Life. Passive: Support Life. Rank: Heroic Attribute. Once this skill is learned, it grants a Holy Light life value, which has a strength of 50% of the base life value. Each time damage is received, the Holy Light life value health bar drops first. When damage is taken, it can trigger healing 3 times in succession. The first restores 10,000 life points, the second restores 100,000 life points, and the third restores 300,000 life points. The Holy Light life value health bar can immunize against all damage results to a certain extent, absorbing all damage results and converting them into additional defense. Holy Light defense. When receiving fatal damage, the Holy Light of Life will lock health for a short time, stabilizing the life state at 1 health point and quickly restoring life points until it recovers to 5% health. Under the gentle Holy Light, life points can slowly increase without using life potions, allowing the player to return to full health. Description: this skill is a top-tier passive skill with multiple effects, especially the lock health effect, which is akin to using a resurrection stone. Name: Echo of Light. Control: Lifesteal. Rank: Dark Gold Attribute. Releasing this skill can repel 1 or more targets and create light shackles, rendering all targets unable to act and causing a silent state. Each echo of the light dust can also deal damage equal to 10 times the spell. Attack power and crazily lifesteal, absorbing all the life points lost by the targets and converting them into the user's health. Description: the Echo of Light skill is not a strong attack skill, but it can serve as a blood pump skill. The damage result is not explosive, but it can lifesteal 100%. Although rated as Dark Gold, it has heroic skill effects. Name: Ice Seed Holy Shield. Defense system: Life system. Grade: Dark Gold level attributes. Can condense countless Ice Seed shields with all holy shields. Defense power being Mental Attribute plus Strength Attribute x 50 times. When the Ice Seed Holy Shield shatters, it will transform into a Holy Shield blood bar, enhancing the original health value. The strength of this blood bar perfectly replicates the defense power, lasting for 30 seconds. Description: the Ice Seed Holy Shield can maintain a long duration in the Holy Shield state, continuously providing mana to sustain it. In the Holy Shield blood bar state, it can only last for 30 seconds and does not consume any mana. What the hell? Nano skills are so extravagant? After plundering the skills, Su-Chen directly completed the skill learning. Then, upon checking the attribute effects, he was instantly stunned. These skills were all top-tier levels. The variety of skills spanned from life system, control system, blood-sucking system, to passive support. First was the Life Holy Light. As a top-tier auxiliary passive skill, the healing effect of Life Holy Light was indeed outrageous. Not to mention, just a single passive effect triple healing was already enough to outclass a series of recovery skills. The effects of Lock Health Holy Light, Blood Bar Holy Light Defense Slow Recovery, and others made Su-Chen's heart tremble. Too outrageous, powerful, gorgeous, truly exceptional. Not to mention anything else, just the Lock Health skill is like carrying a resurrection stone with me. The impact of this skill in the later stages will probably far exceed that of ordinary hero-level attack skills. Su-Chen took a deep breath, secretly pondering. Indeed, although this was just an auxiliary skill, its impact in battle was likely many times stronger than that of ordinary hero-level attack skills. No matter how high the level of the professional, after intense battles, health points would take a significant hit. With such a perfect skill as a safeguard for the later stages, the benefits it brought were beyond description. Even with an attack power as weak as scraping, if one possesses such a max-level skill, there's a chance to wear down an ultimate boss monster. Su-Chen squinted slightly, a bold thought emerging in his mind. And it was indeed the case. Under the outrageous enhancement of Life Holy Light, even the most fragile professionals could turn their defense and health points into advantages. Light Resonance, Blood-Sucking Pump, 100% Blood-Sucking Conversion, Ice Seed Holy Shield, Additional Holy Shield Blood Bar. After glancing at the other two skills, Su-Chen's eyes sparkled again and his emotions became particularly excited. One focuses on defense, the other on blood-sucking, providing dual guarantees for damage and defense. If paired with Life Holy Light, it would definitely be a perfect combination. Su-Chen let out a long sigh of relief, feeling incredibly content as he said, I wonder how it ended up that the Emerald Dragon Nano, with such perfect boss skills, ended up dying at my hands. At this thought, even Su-Chen felt a bit of pity for Nano. If it weren't for Nano being in a semi-death state at the time, Su-Chen might not have had the chance to take down this hero-level bloodline boss. The Dragon's Fury skill is also quite good. In addition to these three perfect combination skills, Su-Chen also plundered a golden skill called Dragon's Fury. It was very cheap, costing only 340,000 experience points. However, the skill effect was not to be underestimated. It was a strengthening system skill that could amplify attack and defense power, somewhat similar to the dragon buff created by the Emerald Dragon. However, this skill only worked on Su-Chen as a single target. Under the amplification of the Dragon's Fury aura, my four-dimensional attributes and combat state can reach a perfect level in a short time, performing exceptionally and unleashing several times the usual damage. Results: the mana consumption isn't high, and it can be continuously released. Su-Chen smiled contentedly. Overall, he was very satisfied with this skill plunder. Each skill exceeded his original expectations. Let's try out the new skill. Su-Chen swallowed hard, trying to keep his emotions calm. Then, he clicked for a one-on-one PK match. He had already been promoted to the gold rank, and every subsequent PK would grant him super doubled experience points, allowing him to rake in 150,000 experience points in a single match. Let's see where the limit is. I don't know if I can level up to the third transfer, Su-Chen thought to himself. Under the cold sound of the matching prompt, a new opponent appeared before him once again. However, while Su-Chen was immersed in the frenzied hunting of one-on-one matches, the entire city of Zhanghai was starting to get restless. The whole city was going crazy. For Su-Chen, half an hour, gold rank. This is insane. I thought Su-Chen was just a top genius, but I didn't expect him to already have the power to compete with the elite of Zhanghai. He hardly used any skills throughout. His fighting style is so simple and brutal that it gives me the illusion I could also reach gold rank. From start to finish, it seems like God Su only used one skill, Deathfire Explosion, and under the skill, all opponents were defeated in a single blow. If I remember correctly, not long ago, a top-level professional at the 100-level rank conducted an in-depth analysis of God Su's situation. If nothing unexpected happens, God Su currently has at least 6 top-tier skills, and now he has only revealed his most adept skill, the Deathfire Explosion. What we've seen is just the tip of the iceberg. God Su's terror goes far beyond this. There's something I don't know if I should say. Don't forget, besides having top-notch combat awareness and ceiling-level skills, God Su also has a skeletal dragon of the undead. No, the latest news today says that the dragon has evolved. It is now the hero-class bloodline. Death Spirit Dragon. In city-level competitions, you can summon mounts, pets, and followers. As long as you have them, all your trump cards can be used one by one. If Su Chen summons his level 70 plus Death Spirit Dragon mount, Zhonghai is likely to face a bloody storm today. Damn it, let me put it this way, our Journey Guild's top leaders have all stopped and are watching God Su's live stream. Although, in my opinion, God Su's fighting style seems to lack any technique. The big shots say it's top-tier agility? I can only say, you're still too young. Don't match with PK opponents for now, especially the veteran professionals. If you accidentally match with this little monster Su Chen, winning doesn't seem glorious, but losing to such a junior, you'd lose all face. The news of Su Chen's promotion to the gold rank in the city-level competition quickly spread throughout the city. Like a deep water bomb, it sent the entire Zhonghai into a frenzy. How should I put it? Su Chen was already a top genius. Recently, he defeated Lu Yu in a one-on-one PK and was admitted to Qingbei University. His various achievements had made this high school student a sensation online. One could say Su Chen was already under the spotlight. And this time, the professional with the ID Primordial used just one entry ticket to rampage through the black iron, bronze, and silver ranks all the way up to the gold rank. In an instant, he ignited the entire new season. All professionals in the city-level competition turned their attention to him, closely monitoring the match situation. With the exposure of Su Chen's Holy Song, Storm Bone Spear, Undead Staff, Black Snow Blade, and the appearance of the Deathfire Explosion, many seasoned professionals immediately recognized the ID origin as Su Chen. Following that, Su Chen's seasonal live stream room was flooded with a massive number of viewers, with the number of professionals watching simultaneously exceeding 1 million. Even some level 100 professionals from Jiangnan province came to admire the combat situation of this top genius. The skeletal dragon had not yet appeared. There were rumors outside that Su Chen also had a pet beast with an extremely high lineage, which had yet to make its debut. In other words, Su Chen's promotion to the gold rank seemed to have come without much effort. Now, the warm-up match had just ended. What followed would be the real competition. Kanghun Guild, top floor of the building, President's office. Sister, you have to help me get revenge. In the President's office, Han Lin, who looked fair-skinned and quite youthful, said with a face full of grievances, that guy with the ID origin is really too damn abnormal, only level 40, and he managed to take me out in one hit. Help me get revenge. Otherwise, I can't take it. Han Lin complained, looking very much like a little boy, still young and not very mature. After losing in the city-level competition, he naturally came to cry to his sister. However, in the center of the office, Han Ying, with her long legs in black stockings and high heels, remained silent. Han Ying's expression was cold, not even glancing at her younger brother, her gaze fixed on the live broadcast channel of the city-level competition. Su Chen. If one had to say who was most haunted by Su Chen, Han Ying would definitely rank in the top 3. Damn it! An epic-grade weapon was dropped by Su Chen. Her own necromancy and Legion Aura, 2 top boss skills, were also taken away. How could she forget? Even if Su Chen turned to ash, Han Ying would still recognize him. Sister, help me get revenge, are you even listening to me? Seeing Han Ying silent, Han Lin inexplicably grew anxious. He said again, with a worried expression, otherwise, how am I supposed to mix in the second-generation circle of Zhonghai City in the future? Han Ying shot him a glance. You can't take it? Am I supposed to just let it go? Han Ying's tone carried a hint of coldness. Han Lin was taken aback. The professional who wiped out the entire hunting team of the Kanghun Guild in the Shallow Bay Dungeon is him. The now nationally famous top genius, Su Chen. Han Ying spoke indifferently, directly revealing Su Chen's true identity. What the hell? Upon hearing this, Han Lin felt a shock run through his body, instinctively widening his horrified eyes, unable to say a word. Originally, he thought Origin was just a second-generation young master from a decent guild in Zhonghai City, relying on rich combat experience to take him down in one blow. He never expected that his PK opponent with the ID origin was actually the renowned Su Chen. No way, he is actually Su God. Han Lin exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock and even a hint of madness. Because, although Han Lin was a spoiled rich kid, the second young master of the Kanghun Guild, he secretly idolized someone. And that idol was Su Chen. After all, Su Chen's various feats were simply too cool for someone like Han Lin. Epic grade. Professional. Riding a skeletal dragon. Completely dominating veteran mentors one-on-one. Being sought after by Qingbei University for admission. Shocking the nation. All these deeds crazily attracted Han Lin. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Han Lin had already regarded Su Chen as a spiritual leader. However, Han Ying's words left him stunned. His PK opponent Origin was actually Su God, and what shocked Han Lin even more was that the big shot who had looted his sister and the Kanghun Guild's hunting team in the Shallow Bay dungeon was also Su God. What the hell? Is this for real? Han Lin gasped heavily, his eyes shining with a glimmer of light, almost suffocating at that moment. So it turns out, the professional who almost made you spit blood back then was the great Su Shin. Death flame explosion. Upon hearing her brother's merciless jab, Han Ying's pretty face suddenly turned cold, and without saying much, she raised her hand. Tiny specks of elemental dust gathered at her fingertips. Damn it! But I'm your own brother. Sister, I was wrong. Han Lin immediately felt embarrassed and hurriedly knelt on the ground. A dog's head saves lives. Han Ying retracted the elemental blow, her expression still not good, like an iceberg. No wonder, I was wondering why that primal had such an arrogant demeanor, completely ignoring me. At the same time, Han Lin lifted his little face, his eyes filled with a hint of inexplicable admiration and surprise. He chuckled, so it was the great Su. Then it's all good. This wave isn't embarrassing. In fact, I can brag a bit with those second-generation kids from the Journey Guild. I've also PK'd with Su Shin. Han Ying, where's your brain? Elbowing outwards? Seeing Han Lin's silly expression, Han Ying gently pressed her temple, utterly speechless. Get out. Right now. Han Ying coldly pointed at the office door. Okay. Han Lin nodded like a chick pecking at rice, hurriedly scampering out. But at the door, he turned back to look at Han Ying. With a cheeky grin, he said, Sister, I'm going to watch Su Shin's live stream now, to learn how he shows off. If you need me, wait until Su Shin's stream is over. Han Ying took a deep breath. Death flame explosion. What the hell? Han Lin was startled. He quickly slammed the office door shut. After Han Lin left, Han Ying frowned, her expression complex as she watched the live broadcast of the city-level competition. On the screen, Su Chen held a heavy bone spear with a necromancer's staff at his back, showing no signs of tension, instead continuing to match with ease. He's already reached level 40. This kind of leveling speed is probably not just due to a triple experienced talent. Han Ying's brows furrowed tightly, her beautiful eyes fixed on the back of Su Chen's hand. There were two exquisite marks there. One mark represented the hero-level bloodline of the skeletal dragon Alpha. It was originally supposed to belong to Han Ying's dragon mount. The other was the light mark unicorn, Frost Star. However, this unicorn had not been made public. Is it Su Chen's new pet? Han Ying took a deep breath of stale air and flipped open a pet mark guide on her desk, precisely finding a page, her slender finger tapping on the Holy Light Unicorn section. Impossible. He's only second transformation. No matter how strong or crazy his background is, it can't be. He's already tamed a Holy Light Unicorn. Han Ying felt a chill run down her back. Could it be a hybrid offspring of the Holy Light Unicorn? After a moment of silence, Han Ying flipped to another page of the guide. However, the mark belonging to the Light Unicorn was completely different from the one on Su Chen's hand. Of course, it was different. Frost Star had evolved from the Light Unicorn into the Light Mark Unicorn, not a hybrid offspring. Han Ying was startled again, her delicate body trembling slightly. How can his growth speed be so fast? Regardless of whether Su Chen's pet was indeed a Holy Light Unicorn, Han Ying could now confirm one thing. Su Chen's current strength seemed to have surpassed her own. Even in full health, in a one-on-one PK, she might not be able to defeat Su Chen. I've had my Necromancer Summon and Legion Aura boss skills snatched away, lost the dark gold weapon Necromancer's staff, and had the dragon mount Alpha that was supposed to belong to me tamed by someone else. Han Ying suppressed the flicker of anger within her, her expression turning icy once more until she finally let out a long sigh. It can't just end like this. It's time to awaken my second profession. After a moment of contemplation, Han Ying murmured to herself, even if I lose the necromancer profession, I can still become the brightest new star in Zhonghai City, or even the whole country. Su Chen, just wait, one day I will reclaim what I've lost. With that thought, Han Ying's expression finally returned to normal, and she stood up. Her long black legs clicked against the cool high heels as she left the office. Dad, I want to awaken my second profession early. Han Ying lightly tapped her earpiece and spoke with a firm tone. Let's set the time for today. Soon, a deep male voice came through the earpiece. It was Han Ying's father, the current president of the Kanghun Guild. Daughter, have you made your decision? If the awakening fails, or if you only awaken an ordinary profession, then your future will be completely ruined. According to my plan, let's put the second profession on hold for now. I'll try to find a boss skill book exclusive to necromancers so you can restore your first profession to its perfect state. You've only lost 2 exclusive skills, your first profession hasn't been greatly affected. There's no need to give up directly. Han Mu's words from the earpiece warmed Han Ying's heart. Dad, that's not necessary. Han Ying took a deep breath, her tone resolute as she said, I've made up my mind. Success or failure hinges on this one attempt. If the second profession turns out to be really bad, then I'll give up my career and help you manage the guild. The future of Kanghan will be left to my brother. Han Ying's words caused Han Mu on the other end to pause slightly. After a long silence, the deep voice continued. Alright, since you've made your decision, Dad won't interfere. Come find me, I'll take you to the underground to complete a supreme ritual. There was a hint of fatigue in Han Mu's voice. Supreme ritual? Upon hearing this, Han Ying's pupils dilated sharply. The supreme ritual is quite different from an ordinary awakening ritual. It not only requires a special awakening divine stone and magic array but also necessitates the sacrifice of a pure blood boss monster of level 100 or above, using the boss's bloodline to complete the baptism. The resources consumed are dozens of times more than a regular ritual. Dad, Han Ying's gaze flickered, warmth flooding her heart, momentarily leaving her speechless. No need. The guild's resources are already nearly exhausted. There's no need to waste another pure blood boss. Let's leave it for your brother. Han Ying's voice trembled slightly, trying to keep her tone calm. It's fine. Han Mu chuckled lightly, his voice coming through the earpiece. It's Dad who lacks the ability to provide the life you want. You don't need to worry about your brother. In the future, Dad will retire a bit later and get you a few more pure blood boss monsters. The winter dungeon is about to open. Maybe Dad can even get a pure blood dragon. Han Mu's comfort made Han Ying's eyes slightly redden. Okay. This time, she didn't hesitate any longer but nodded firmly in response. I'll come find you right away. Necromancer Town PK map. Ding. Match successful. One-on-one PK opponent. Mirror. Gold 3-star. Dark Assassin. Level 62. As a cold prompt sound echoed, Su Chen was momentarily stunned. Level 62? Is the intensity of the gold tier this high? Even Su Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. If the opponents in the silver tier were mostly at the second transfer level, then the professionals in the gold tier were almost all above the third transfer. After all, even Chen Qishan, the old principal who had been at the 100-level tier for countless years, could easily flip in the gold tier. One can imagine how strong the opponents at this tier were. The Dark Assassin profession, if I remember correctly, seems to be a dark gold level profession. Su Chen furrowed his brows, pondering to himself. Although he wasn't very familiar with the opponent with the ID mirror, the reputation of the Dark Assassin was quite significant. In a high school elective course, the full skills of the Dark Assassin were detailed. It was a terrifying profession capable of insane teleportation. It naturally came with 3 exclusive assassin skills. Even against professionals 10 levels higher, the Dark Assassin had a chance to finish them in one hit. Such a freakishly strong profession, and their level is quite a bit higher than mine. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, feeling a slight tension in his heart. This PK match would be a bit tricky. Level 40? A young professional from Zhonghai City? In front of Su Chen, amidst a faint golden mist, a white-haired youth slowly appeared in his line of sight. However, the moment the white-haired youth saw Su Chen, he slightly squinted his eyes, a hint of cunning smile at the corner of his mouth, and softly murmured, I haven't returned to Zhonghai City for many years. I've been grinding monsters in high-level dungeons all this time. You don't look very old. Reaching level 40 at this age is quite impressive. How about this? If you surrender yourself, it won't count as me bullying my juniors. The professional named Mirror stood tall, a sharp black blade raised, speaking to Su Chen with an extremely arrogant expression. He lifted his chin, seemingly waiting for Su Chen to surrender. However, with a soft sound, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. Surrender? What's going on? Why are all these fools in this city-level competition? Mirror's level was indeed high and he had the ability to easily finish off opponents of the same level. If it were a different opponent, perhaps upon hearing Mirror's advice, they would have unhesitatingly exited the PK dungeon. But who was Su Chen? An epic-level professional. The god of death. Not to mention that the undead bone dragon was already a top-tier dragon over level 70, far stronger than Mirror. Furthermore, Su Chen had just acquired the skills of the 4 emerald giant dragon bosses and hadn't even had a chance to test them out yet. How could he possibly surrender? Ridiculous. You talk too much. Su Chen took a deep breath, adjusting his combat state to the most perfect level, then coldly glanced at the white-haired youth, retorting mercilessly, I hope you can stand and talk later, and not kneel and beg for mercy. Let's start. Stop dragging it out, I'm waiting to rank up. Su Chen's words were cold and ruthless. In an instant, Mirror was stunned. What the hell? Did I get the wrong script? His eyes clearly showed a hint of strangeness as he looked Su Chen up and down, but still couldn't see anything different. After a moment of silence, Mirror furrowed his brows, and his expression turned extremely cold. Seeking death. Mirror moved In the golden mist, a crimson gold magic circle suddenly appeared beneath his feet, and Mirror's body darted back and forth within the magic circle. The sharp black blade, like a scythe in the hands of the Grim Reaper, was wildly swung towards Su Chen. Not bad. Seeing this scene, Su Chen's pupils constricted. However, he didn't panic too much, he merely smiled calmly. All show and no substance, Su Chen said softly. Then, he also moved. At the same time, the professional players in Zhonghai City, over 1 million seasoned practitioners, were on the verge of madness as they watched Su Chen battle. The reason was simple. Su Chen might not know the big shot with the ID mirror, but these veteran players in Zhonghai City were quite familiar with him. What does it mean to be an assassin? An assassin is the king in the dark, skilled in assassination, a single strike to end it all. And Mirror's track record was even more monstrous. Once, at level 30, he had perfectly killed a level 60 ultimate boss in a dungeon. Solo kill. Perfect KO. Such a monster of a character. Although there was a slight gap compared to Su Chen, Mirror had now completed his 3rd job change, his level exceeding 60, and his strength had improved significantly compared to before. Su Chen versus Mirror. Who would win? It was hard to say. However, in such a situation, Su Chen still shot back angrily. This is too crazy. The former king of assassins returns to face Su God. Genius versus genius. Which generation is stronger? Damn. Did you hear what Su Chen just said? It's simply too arrogant. I hope you stand and speak later, not kneel and beg for mercy. The moment he said that, I was instantly excited. How should I put it? The strength of Mirror is well known among the old generation in Zhonghai City. His leveling speed is slow, but his strength can crush others of the same level. Exactly. Back when Mirror was only level 30, a single Sky Rift Shadow shocked all the big shots in the city. A genius. Who can take down a level 60 boss is still an explosive presence even today. To get back to the point, if we have to say, Su Chen seems even more monstrous, right? He's only at his 2nd job change but has already tamed a skeletal dragon mount. This level of genius is still far behind Mirror. What skeletal dragon? That's clearly a deathly bone dragon. An epic mount. It's a completely different concept from a dark old level skeletal dragon. Moreover, Su Chen also has a hero level pet, and according to senior analysts, it seems to be a holy light type pet. Let's put it this way, today's city level competition is definitely going to be exciting. I'm just waiting for Su God to reveal his trump card. What the hell? Is that true? A holy light type pet, its value is no less than that of a semi-epic weapon. Don't forget, Su God can also summon undead skeletons. Do you think this shocking? Monstrous genius boy only has this level of skill? Stop guessing, just watch the duel between the geniuses of 2 eras. That's the main event. I'm getting excited. Is there anyone betting? I'm betting a golden level weapon here, betting on Su God for a complete victory. Damn. Are we starting to bet already? Although Su God is monstrous, I'm choosing Mirror, a silver level skill book. Brothers, don't just talk big here. The one talking about a golden level weapon. Do you even have a highware weapon that counts as golden level? Su Chen's city level competition live stream channel exploded. Sky Rift Shadow, a dark old level skill, can create a mirror array in an instant, crazily replicating its own clones. Each clone can deal a certain degree of critical damage to the enemy, and every time damage is dealt, it can be used to restore its own health. And after hitting the enemy, it will also produce a control effect, rendering the target unable to act. Su Chen slightly narrowed his eyes, looking straight ahead, while his mind recalled the detailed notes from his elective textbook. How should I put it? Although he wasn't a top student, his memory was quite good. At least he was very familiar with the Sky Rift Shadow skill. As the most important exclusive skill of the Dark Assassin class, this ultimate move could bring about extremely terrifying critical damage results in a short timed IT. Is precisely for this reason that Mirror was able to finish off a half-blood dragon at level 60, which was already on the brink of death. To counter this skill, the best approach is to directly attack all the clones. As long as I can shatter all of the opponent's clones, I will be able to find the real body and deliver a fatal blow. Su Chen thought to himself, his expression becoming more relaxed. Assassins, mages, these two professions are notoriously fragile. High attack power, but very low defense. The main reason others find the Dark Assassin difficult to deal with is that under the full effect of the Void Shadow skill, the assassin can crazily replicate at least 10 clones. Most professions' attack skills can only deal massive damage to a single target. They lack area attack skills. Thus, they fall prey to the Dark Assassin's vulnerabilities, leading to a lethal strike. Light. Resonance. Su Chen waved the undead staff in his hand, and a beam of holy light instantly enveloped Mirror's magic circle, wrapping all the clones that were darting back and forth within it. Holy shackles. Silent state. Bloodsucker. Su Chen smiled faintly, watching Mirror's reaction. This skill is a true strong attack control skill. It can simultaneously lock onto multiple targets in an instant, causing a silence effect, which means rendering the target unable to act. Then, with each shock of the holy shackles, it can deal damage equivalent to 10 times the spell's attack power. All damage results can completely restore health to Su Chen, forming a bloodsucker. It should be noted that the light resonance skill has a 100% lifesteal effect. In other words, no matter how explosive Mirror's skills are or how frenzied each attack is, as long as they are hit by Su Chen's skill, the health points Su Chen loses are, in a sense, all Mirror's health points. In this back and forth, facing a fragile profession like the assassin, Su Chen's advantage is quite obvious. Suddenly, with a clang, a brilliant golden magic circle appeared beneath Su Chen's feet, completely engulfing him. This magic circle was naturally Mirror's exclusive domain. Another clang sounded. Su Chen's health bar trembled slightly, losing several thousand health points. Seeing this scene, Su Chen frowned again, but he did not react too violently. Instead, he gently closed his eyes, directly ignoring Mirror's attacks. Is this a scraping treatment? Su Chen murmured softly. As soon as he spoke, Mirror was momentarily stunned and his expression changed slightly. Looking for death, Mirror said, angrily, increasing the frequency of his attacks. Each time he attacked Su Chen, it dealt nearly 10,000 points of health damage. It is no exaggeration to say that Su Chen's words truly struck a nerve with this dark assassin. His Void Shadow skill indeed did not deal high damage. In most cases, it was below 10,000 points. However, the total damage was quite frightening. By the time Mirror truly launched his attack, it would be at least in the hundreds of thousands of damage range. The earlier scraping treatment was merely a period of consumption. Yet, even with the actual situation being this way, Su Chen's unintentional mockery made Mirror furious, causing him to gasp for breath and quicken his knife strikes. The rhythm of his attacks also became slightly chaotic. Ice-type Holy Shield. Su Chen waved his hand, expressionless, and released another skill, the defensive skill. As soon as the Holy Shield appeared, it turned Mirror's damage into a true scraping treatment. Even a total damage of 10,000 points seemed somewhat insignificant in front of the Holy Shield. Moreover, each broken Holy Shield would allow Su Chen to gain a Holy Shield health bar, only making his health points even more robust without losing a single bit. The only thing that would decrease was the consumed mana. So weak. Faster. Su Chen let out a cold laugh and raised his eyes to the mirror in the formation, which had already multiplied into dozens of clones, his gaze filled with intense disdain. Indeed, disdain. With the enhancements from various top-tier boss skills and the uniform defense of hero-level weapons, Su Chen's defense had likely compensated for his original flaws, making it comparable to those specialized in defensive builds. Even a giant dragon would not have much more defense than Su Chen. A clone attack from an assassin? Su Chen didn't even take it seriously. It's my turn to strike. Su Chen took a deep breath, ignoring the series of actions from Mirror, and said coldly, break. As he uttered the word break, the formation created by Mirror instantly exploded. That's right. It exploded. The ultimate essence of the Light Echo skill was revealed in that moment. It was insane. The clones replicated by Mirror suffered a massive magical explosion damage from Su Chen, and their health bars were instantly emptied with a pop. One by one, the clones shattered into fragments. At the same time, the mirror in the entire formation, dozens of identical white-haired youths froze completely as if controlled. A state of silence. This was the most terrifying aspect of the Light Echo skill. Upon hitting, it could immobilize all targets. Plus 12,000. Plus 15,000. Plus 25,000. Plus 57,000. Su Chen's health points skyrocketed like a piercing arrow, filling up his health bar in the blink of an eye. He returned to full health. Even the Holy Shield extra health bar was completely replenished. Is this the joy of lifesteal? Su Chen squinted slightly, feeling a wave of comfort and surprise. This was his first time using the Light Echo skill, and he hadn't expected the effect to be so delightful. It was indeed as described in the skill's notes. Although it was a dark gold level skill, it had the actual strength of a hero level skill. Just the 100% lifesteal conversion was enough to drive countless professionals crazy. Only 7 clones left. Meanwhile, Su Chen didn't get too lost in excitement but calmed himself down, looking at the mirror that was constantly darting around him. Dawn Blade. Facing a fragile class like the Dark Assassin, Su Chen decided to launch a blitz attack. Wasting his mana would be pointless. Therefore, he decided to use a forbidden spell, Dawn, and that hero-level weapon of destruction, the Dawn Blade. If one were to say that the strongest hero-level weapon in Su Chen's hands was undoubtedly the Dawn Blade, then his strongest ultimate move, aside from the exclusive item of the Killing God Throne class, should be the entry-level forbidden spell, Dawn. When these two elements combined, it became Su Chen's ultimate finishing move. Perhaps it wasn't the one with the highest damage output. However, it would definitely be the strongest finishing technique that Su Chen could unleash. This is still my first time using the Dawn Blade. I hope it won't disappoint me. Su Chen squinted slightly, took a deep breath, looked ahead, and softly murmured, "The light of dawn can shatter the sun." This phrase was, of course, the incantation of the forbidden spell. As Su Chen's whisper echoed, the entire Undead Town PK instance suddenly felt as if dawn had pierced through the darkness. Dawn had arrived. At the same time, the professionals in Zhanghai City watching the live broadcast went wild for Su Chen once again. Everyone, without exception, who witnessed everything just now, stared wide-eyed in shock, stunned by Su Chen's series of actions. A miracle. This is simply a miracle. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I absolutely wouldn't believe this is a gold match. That's right, I think exactly the same. If I hadn't witnessed it myself, I would have doubted this was a top-tier national server competition. Gorgeous. Explosive. Heart-stopping. This has already surpassed the standard of a gold match. How should I put it? Mirror himself has already transcended the average level of gold match professionals. If he hadn't been grinding monsters in dungeons all these years, he wouldn't still be stuck at the gold rank in city-level competitions. I thought this would be a match without suspense, but who would have thought? It's too crazy. The legendary Dark Assassin, the king of the dark world, who once took down a 100-meter giant dragon. Now he's being mocked face-to-face by a second transformation professional? I can only say, Su Chen is the best. Hua Sha, damn it. This is the first time I've heard someone say 10,000 damage is Hua Sha. What the hell? How strong is Su Chen's passive skill? Look at that large area of ice blue defensive shields directly blocking over 80% of Mirror's attacks, and when those ice blue shields shattered, they formed additional health bars, adding to Su Chen's original health. It's not just the skills that are terrifying. Su Chen's equipment defense is also shockingly strong. If I remember correctly, Su Chen's profession should be a high-damage crit class, which means it's similar to an assassin, with low health being a weakness, commonly known as a squishy professional. But the defense he's showing now is a bit abnormal. Not just abnormal, it's simply shocking me for an entire year. That's not the point. The point is, the skill Su Chen just used can be called a ceiling-level blood pump. I just calculated, and the blood-sucking conversion rate of that skill seems to have reached over 90%, and it might even be the legendary 100% blood-sucking. 100% blood-sucking? Are you kidding me? What quality must such a powerful skill be? Could it have reached the hero level? How could that be? Su Chen doesn't have any background. It's rumored online that he's just an ordinary professional, so how could he have both a hero-level dragon mount and hero-level top boss skills? I'm freaking out. In this year's Zhanghai City competition, the biggest dark horse besides Su Chen, there shouldn't be anyone else. Shock. At this moment, the entire city was in shock. If Su Chen's previous talent was so extraordinary that it caught the attention of professionals from all over the country, then in today's city-level competition, Su Chen proved with his strength that besides his monstrous talent, he has now reached the level of the young generation's ceiling. Give Su Chen time to grow? No. At this moment, he has already grown into a towering tree. Without summoning the skeletal dragon, Su Chen, with just one wave of skills and smooth max-level operations, has already made the legendary top assassin professional mirror show his flaws. Not to mention more, at least in Zhanghai City, Su Chen's combat power level can definitely reach the first tier. He has already become a godlike figure admired by millions. At this moment, even Chen Qishan, who was watching the dungeon appearance competition, couldn't help but have his pupils shrink sharply, shocked to the point that his old eyes were almost going blind. Damn it! You call this the benchmark of the younger generation? Only level 40, yet able to skillfully use such a freakish skill. One wave, and even the former mirror couldn't withstand it. If this were to happen to me, my old bones would probably collapse in an instant. Chen Qishan gasped heavily, a complex emotion glimmering in his murky old eyes. The brilliance echoed. This skill is indeed freakish. Its strength has reached the hero-level standard, not to mention A. Vampire Pump, a 100% blood conversion, along with Silent State and Light Shackles. Just such a plain boss skill. Coupled with Su Chen's nearly 10,000 points of spell attack power, the combat effect presented might even empty Chen Qishan's health bar in an instant. Of course, having lived to this age, Chen Qishan has his own life-saving skills. In a one-on-one PK with Su Chen, at this stage, he might not necessarily be completely defeated. However, the damage that made even Chen Qishan's heart race, despite the level difference, showed just how monstrous Su Chen truly was. How could this happen? In the Undead Town dungeon, the white-haired Jing stared wide-eyed, looking at Su Chen in disbelief. If the previous wave of attacks hadn't caused much damage, To Su Chen it was already enough to leave Jing feeling unsettled. Then, Su Chen's wave of gorgeous counterattack completely broke through Jing's inner defenses. Who was he? A being who had slain a 100-meter giant dragon boss at level 30. Now, returning to Zhenghai City, shouldn't he make a grand entrance, rapidly level up, and be favored by all the professional gods? Yet, what was the result? He was thoroughly humiliated by some unknown young brat that had popped up out of nowhere. A vampire pump. He, Jing, had actually become someone else's vampire pump. The dignity of the Dark Assassin was shattered in an instant. Impossible, I must have been too careless. Jing adjusted his mindset, taking deep breaths of fresh air to fill his lungs with oxygen, then fixed a determined gaze on Su Chen. He murmured solemnly, "I'll go all out," using the ultimate killing move of the Dark Assassin to end this absurdity. As a third transformation professional, Jing's strength was unquestionable, and the ultimate killing move he spoke of was naturally the only finishing skill of the Dark Assassin, Jing Assassination, capable of unleashing terrifying physical attacks, physical critical hits, and a godly speed that could leave all professionals in a daze in an instant. The assassin profession excelled at assassination, and Jing had taken this advantage to the extreme. When the Jing assassination skill erupted, time seemed to freeze before him. He was the king of this world in the darkness. However, just as Jing prepared to deliver the finishing blow, a golden dragon engulfed in roaring flames suddenly appeared before him. What is that? In an instant, Jing's pupils dilated completely, and a strong sense of unease welled up within him. The fear of death enveloped him entirely. Not just Jing. At that moment, outside the live broadcast channel, a million professionals from Zhenghai City, observing this century battle, also held their breath, their bodies tense with anxiety, closely watching Su Chen on the screen. A dark assassin, then let dawn break the darkness. The light of dawn can shatter the sun. In the undead town, Su Chen gently closed his eyes, seemingly confident in his forbidden spell, completely ignoring the presence of his opponent, Jing. As Su Chen's soft incantation fell, the dawn blade he held tightly began to vibrate at high frequency, continuously emanating a faint golden holy light. Looking along the dawn blade, ahead, a brilliant golden path was pierced by a giant dragon engulfed in flames, directly striking Jing. All 7 of his clones were hit simultaneously by the massive dragon, which was as large as a gold mine, and with a loud crash, all their bodies exploded into countless fragments. Ding! Congratulations, you have won the match. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a reward, 150,000 experience points and a golden level skill book, priestly restoration spell. Ding! Congratulations, your rank has been upgraded to gold 2 stars. It's over. As the notification sound faded, Su Chen naturally raised an eyebrow. He wasn't particularly surprised by the outcome. With a hero-level weapon and the overpowered finishing spell Dawnbreak, it would be strange if he couldn't achieve a one-hit kill against a fragile assassin class. In the gold rank, every star you gain gives you 150,000 experience points? Su Chen's eyes brightened slightly, and he instinctively swallowed. The rewards for each professional participating in the city-level competition vary. On one hand, it depends on the rank of the professional. An epic-level professional naturally receives more rewards. On the other hand, it is determined by the strength of the opponent. Jing's level was far above Su Chen's, and he was also a decent dark gold level professional. To take down such an existence and receive 150,000 experience points along with a golden skill book, it was quite reasonable. Priestly restoration spell? This seems to be a skill book specifically for restoring mana. Without using identification skills, Su Chen couldn't help but feel moved just by hearing the name. This skill book was clearly exclusive to the priest class. If the priest class focuses on enhancing the professional's health points, then the priest class leans more towards restoring mana. Of course, unlike the priest class not only has strong support abilities but also possesses formidable combat capabilities. This is why Su Qingya caused such a stir after transitioning to light priest. The skills I currently possess are double those of a normal professional, and the mana cost for each skill is several times that of ordinary skills, even a dozen times. If I can learn such a mana recovery skill, it could provide significant help later on. Looking at the skill book in his hand, Su Chen's gaze flickered slightly, and he made a decision of his own. Although this golden level skill book was slightly lower in rank, its effectiveness was outstanding. The value of keeping it far exceeded selling it at auction. I'll hold on to it for now and learn it after the PK. Su Chen pondered for a moment and casually placed the skill book into the system space. Then, he looked to the other side. The dim skill bar. Void / Jing Assassination. That's right. At this moment, Su Chen could clearly see all of Jing's skills. Moreover, these skills were like treasures waiting for Su Chen's selection. In the PK of the city-level competition, killing the opponent also allows you to plunder their skills. The plundering effect is the same as finishing off a professional in a dungeon. The first time is free, but the second time requires a certain amount of experience points. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, a sly smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. If Jing knew that Su Chen was currently contemplating which of his skills to take, the former king of dark assassins would probably collapse on the spot, or even kneel down and beg for mercy. I've already seen Void Slash. Its early damage is like a scratch, but its strength in the later stages is quite good, capable of dealing hundreds of thousands of damage, which fits the characteristics of the assassin class. Su Chen chuckled softly, carefully reading through all of Jing's skill attributes. Jing. Assassination. This skill is a one-hit kill, instantly amplifying several of its own attributes, unleashing a high physical critical hit that exceeds its own level, with high physical damage, and even speed is enhanced. It boasts godlike speed. Seeing this, Su Chen's eyes couldn't help but light up. A very powerful skill. It's no exaggeration to say that if Mirror hadn't had the chance to unleash Mirror Assassination, it wouldn't have been so easy for Su Chen to finish him off. Fortunately, the white-haired one was careless. Just plunder everything. Su Chen swallowed hard, feeling quite pleased in his heart. Since there was this opportunity, why not plunder? As for the fear of his plundering talent being exposed, Su Chen never worried about that. For now, even if he directly plundered all of Mirror's skills, could the other party guess that the instigator was Su Chen? Even if they guessed it, so what? Would he be captured by the top bosses in the country for research and dissection? That's just nonsense. If Su Chen's ability were really exposed, it would only attract the attention of the higher-ups. Even a figure like the Law God would probably end up as a follower, providing close protection for Su Chen. Of course, at this stage, Su Chen preferred freedom and had no need to actively reveal his identity to the higher-ups. As for this perverse god-level talent being discovered, he could only say, to let nature take its course. Not enough experience points. Headache. Among Mirror's skills, Su Chen was most interested in Rift Shadow and Mirror Assassination. He could plunder one for free. The other one would require spending some experience points. However, after plundering a wave of Nano's boss skills, it seemed that Su Chen's experience points were insufficient again. No problem, just a few more PKs and I'll have enough. With that thought, Su Chen took a deep breath and clicked a match again. Meanwhile, the entire city of Zhenghai's practitioners were almost suffocating. 1 million people were collectively petrified. Stunned, their hearts tightened in an instant. Forbidden spell. It was a forbidden spell. Su Chen actually showcased a forbidden spell in front of everyone in the city? Moreover, along with the forbidden spell, there was also a hero-level weapon. The Blade of Dawn. Of course, aside from these two things, what drove the entire city to despair was that Su Chen actually ended Mirror with a single blow. How is that possible? That was a dark assassin. A dark gold-level practitioner. The one most likely to grow into a top god in Zhenghai. A remarkable achievement. It made countless young practitioners look up in awe. Yet, such a god had fallen to a high school student. Su Chen was indeed very strong. However, it was only at this moment that the older generation of practitioners in Zhenghai clearly realized that the little monster in their eyes seemed to be a real dragon. A dark horse? To hell with that dark horse. This guy was already a dragon. Damn! My brain is suddenly oxygen deprived. Can someone hit me a couple of times to wake me up? Forbidden spell. It's a forbidden spell. God Su actually held back. Didn't he say he only had one forbidden spell? This is just too damn scary. If I'm not mistaken, that forbidden spell seems to be the top-level forbidden spell Dawn that was recently collected by the National Library. A forbidden spell collected by the National Library? Damn! Does God Su have to be so extravagant? How old is he? And he's already gathered 2 forbidden spells. You guys focus on the details, but only pay attention to the surface. Did you see that rather flashy heavy blade? That's not an ordinary weapon, but a genuine hero-level weapon called Blade of Dawn, which is also recorded in the Kyoto Shura Guild. Damn! The S-level guild in Kyoto has also recorded a weapon like Su Chen's? What's going on? The weapon is called Blade of Dawn. Why does it sound so similar to that forbidden spell? Of course it sounds similar. That black blade and the forbidden spell are a perfect combination. Is it true? Are you saying that Su Chen has already gathered the perfect weapon and forbidden spell at this stage? To unlock such an achievement, doesn't he need to be above level 100? He's not even 20 yet, and he's already this monstrous? Dawn breaks the darkness, shattering the sun. Wow! I can't help but feel like he's mocking Mirror in the shadows. As a dark assassin, Mirror is the king wandering in the darkness, and what about Su Chen? A wave of golden dragons directly shattered the so-called darkness. It's explosive. You could say that today's city-level event livestream is a blood prophet. Su Chen's max-level combat awareness and silky smooth operational details have completely impressed me. Gold 2 stars. I feel my adrenaline skyrocketing. He jumped straight to the gold rank in one breath and even ended the former genius professional. This move from Su Shen must have left all the veteran professionals in the city completely stunned. Top-tier genius. An existence like a monster. Excitement. Shock. Brain. Hypoxia. How to put it? The duel between Su Chen and Mirror indeed had an exceptionally high gold content. It even directly opened up new ideas for all the professionals in Zhonghai, refreshing their worldview. The dark assassin profession is already a top-tier combat profession, and the two major skills, Sky Rift and Mirror Assassination, have given countless professionals headaches. Many high-level big shots, when faced with the assassin's strong offense, would also fall. However, Su Chen's operation made a million professionals' eyes light up. Using a lifesteal strategy against the assassin, Mirror's early damage is low. It can be completely ignored. And the late-game burst? As long as he can't initiate the final wave of attack, isn't that enough? I didn't see it coming. This handsome younger brother's combat awareness is so strong. Not only is his talent exceptional, but his combat experience and attention to detail have also reached this level. It truly is a magnificent showdown. Outside Su Chen's live streaming channel, Chen Shuyan, a mentor from the admissions office of Qingbei University, watched the entire livestream. Initially, she thought this was just a normal PK from a genius academy, a small skirmish. However, Su Chen's crazy rank promotion all the way to gold still showcased impressive strength. In the end, he even ended Mirror with perfect details, making Chen Shuyan gasp in shock. More importantly, Su Chen's new approach to the assassin profession tightened her heart. Lifesteal strategy? Chen Shuyan squinted slightly, her proud figure fully visible. She frowned, lost in thought. She couldn't help but murmur, the assassin profession has always been the most troublesome existence among all professions, and Su Chen's strategy, using high crits and high lifesteal, achieved the ultimate counter-kill. In fact, Mirror couldn't even unleash his ultimate move in the end and was finished off. The lifesteal pump seems to indeed be the best solution for dealing with assassin professionals. I didn't expect a high school student to have such unique insights. Chen Shuyan's pupils slightly dilated, even though she was a top student at Qingbei University, now responsible for guiding first-year students in theoretical classes. Su Chen's recent performance still left her a bit shocked. In some aspects, she was even not as good as Su Chen. Of course, what Chen Shuyan didn't know was that this lifesteal strategy wasn't entirely Su Chen's original idea but was inspired by a globally popular game from his past life. In the game, a marksman profession called Descendant relied on the lifesteal pump strategy to showcase astonishing damage ratios in every encounter. Crowd control. Damage, high crits, continuous output, super long endurance. Meanwhile, not only Chen Shuyan was watching Su Chen's battle livestream, but also other big shots. Almost all the prominent figures in Zhonghai City were now focused on Su Chen, all stunned by this little monster. Class change temple. How could this happen? Su Chen, wasn't it said that he was just a second-tier class changer? How come he has a dragon bloodline mount, an epic weapon, and now even 2 forbidden spells? And these are likely just the tip of the iceberg. In the hall of the Class Change Temple, several practitioners clad in high-level armor and robes sat, their identities quite extraordinary, all being top-tier deities of Zhonghai City who usually wouldn't show themselves. Yet at this moment, these deities were all left dumbfounded by Su Chen. Is there a mistake in the information? A well-built priestess coughed softly beside them, glancing at Su Shi, who was sitting directly opposite. In a while, the undead canyon dungeon will open. I thought Su Chen was just playing the role of triggering a hidden quest, but now he has shown strength that is no less than that of the old generation of class masters. This time, the nostalgic server dungeon is likely to see some changes. As soon as the priestess spoke, the prominent figures present all frowned. And the instigator, Su Shi, couldn't help but swallow hard, a complex ripple flowing in her beautiful eyes. He has indeed just completed his second class change. I personally attended to him. It's just that his growth rate is too fast, already exceeding my expectations. Su Shi fell silent for a moment, letting out a long sigh, glancing at everyone with a hint of melancholy, and said solemnly, with his strength, he can easily handle the golden tier. This level of power in the entire Zhonghai City can be considered at the top of the pyramid. Indeed, it deviates somewhat from expectations. So, what do you all mean? Su Shi took a deep breath, waiting for everyone's response. That's right. These people were naturally core members of the Zhonghai Alliance, all from the major top guilds in Zhonghai City. This time, they had originally planned to discuss the upcoming Undead Canyon dungeon, but unexpectedly witnessed Su Chen's performance in the city-level competition. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Because, according to the original plan, most of the items dropped in the nostalgic server dungeon would be distributed to the 3 major top guilds, Kanghun, Yonghong, and Zhengchang. Other resources would belong to some veteran solo players. However, Su Chen's current strength had already reached the level comparable to a level 70 or 80 practitioner, and even the damage he unleashed made the prominent figures present feel a bit shocked. If it were someone else, it wouldn't matter. No matter how strong, it had nothing to do with them. But Su Chen would join the hunting team to venture into the Undead Canyon dungeon. Based on the astonishing damage he was currently displaying, the spoils he would take away would not be small. At the very least, he would get an epic weapon. In an instant, these big shots of the Zhonghai Alliance fell into silence. Actually, this matter is not complicated. Facing Su Shi's words, the priestess who had just spoken smiled softly, her expression carrying a hint of complex bitterness. However, she still calmly analyzed, either let Su Chen join our hunting team and then distribute the spoils according to the agreed ratio. Whatever he deserves, he will get. An epic level practitioner with decent combat power is also a good thing for us. Of course, in the end, the spoils you all receive may be somewhat diminished, but it's also possible to obtain higher level rare items. After all, this little guy Su Chen is too wicked. What if a top tier boss monster spawns in the dungeon and drops a bunch of divine items? It's not impossible. Either we don't let him join and we stick to our original plan to head to the Undead Canyon dungeon to search for the Fang Tooth of Snow and the legendary epic weapon. The voice of the priestess, Aunt Mu, slowly echoed, causing all the big shots to furrow their brows and fall into silent contemplation. Indeed, there were only two choices now. Either let Su Chen come or not come. In my opinion, a middle-aged man clad in silver armor with a simple appearance broke the silence and said in a deep voice, "We should broaden our perspective and not be too concerned about that little bit of profit sharing." This middle-aged man was none other than the president of the Journey Guild, the level 300 Thorn Knight. His words carried weight. As soon as he spoke, everyone quieted down, their gazes fixed on him, listening to the analysis of this old guild leader. First, over in Jiangnan province, the Misty Rain Guild has already received news that they will definitely join this Undead Canyon dungeon, and they are determined to compete for the Fang Tooth of Snow. Although our Zhonghai Alliance is on par with them in strength, we don't have complete confidence that we can become the biggest beneficiaries of this dungeon. Su Chen's strength is quite impressive, at least judging by his performance in the city-level competitions. His value in a team would certainly not be inferior to that of a level 100 professional, especially since he has a level 70 plus undead bone dragon mount, at least 2 forbidden spells, and several hero-level weapons. With his addition, it can be said to be double insurance. Bai Zhengqiang, the president of the Journey Guild, took a deep breath and paused slightly. He continued to explain, second, the importance of an epic-level professional cannot be underestimated. Without Su Chen, we might not only fail to obtain the Fang Tooth of Snow, but we may also be unable to draw out the ultimate boss monster of the Undead Canyon dungeon. To trigger a top-tier boss, Su Chen is key. Furthermore, as a large nostalgic server dungeon, there are many native NPCs in the Undead Canyon, like bards and stone merchants, and only Su Chen might be able to converse with them. To trigger hidden storylines, even unlock chain quests. The most important point, Bai Zhengqiang said with a slight smile, his expression tinged with a hint of helplessness, is to think from another perspective. Even if Su Chen doesn't go to the dungeon with us, can't he go by himself? At that time, not only will the Zhonghai Alliance lack a key figure, but we will also gain an enemy, coupled with the Misty Rain Guild from Jiangnan province and a wave of independent professional hunting groups. Do you think, under such intense competition, we can become the final beneficiaries? Bai Zhengqiang's words enlightened the big shots present. It was indeed the case. They didn't want to give up a portion of their profits. The final result could very well be that they ended up with nothing. As it stands, the strength Su Chen had displayed and his value in the hunting group would definitely not be weaker than that of an ordinary level 100 expert. Not to mention, just a Dawn Blade, a forbidden spell recorded by the National Library, and that astonishing 100% lifesteal pump were enough to make all the big shots in Zhonghai City take notice. Moreover, there were rumors circulating outside that a colossal force stood behind Su Chen. His background was likely a top-tier power in the underground world of the capital, capable of covering the sky with one hand. The Holy Light Church. Then it's decided. The plan remains unchanged, and we'll let this little monster Su Chen join the dungeon. A professional big shot with a level over 200 nodded in agreement with Bai Zhengqiang's proposal. Others also nodded in agreement, accepting the proposal. It's really quite terrifying. Meanwhile, Su Shi's proud figure couldn't help but rise and fall slightly, her striking face tinged with a faint blush. She took a deep breath to regain her composure and then sighed. I watched Su Chen walk out of the campus and complete his second transition. I originally thought that even if he grew quickly, it would take at least a few years for him to become a towering tree. Who would have thought that now he already possesses the ability to look down on the older generation of professionals? Bai Zhangcheng squinted slightly, equally shocked by Su Chen's performance. He murmured not to mention anything else at his age. He can research top-tier techniques specifically for the assassin profession. In this regard, most young professionals in the country are like fireflies compared to the bright moon. The gap is too vast. Even I, this old fellow, am in complete admiration of him. Using the vampire pump strategy to counter assassins and then sweeping them away in one go, such exquisite techniques and detailed operations cannot be achieved without massive combat experience. Su Shi nodded. Then let's prepare a bit more. Once the dungeon opens, we'll directly book Su Chen. In Zhonghai City, at the Xingyao restaurant, Lu Mei, dressed in an exquisite evening gown, sat in the most expensive private room of the restaurant, her beautiful eyes shimmering with disbelief. She slightly parted her lips, shocked enough to fit a duck egg. That is, the Dawn Blade? How could Su Chen have this hero-level weapon? Lu Mei felt a wave of unease wash over her. Other professionals might not know, but she was well aware of the origins of this hero-level weapon, because Lu Mei's older brother, Shura, possessed an identical weapon. However, Shura had yet to obtain the corresponding Dawn Forbidden spell. Su Chen actually defeated an Emerald Dragon? Lu Mei was taken aback, her widened eyes reflecting a hint of madness. Indeed, a few years ago, Shura, like Su Chen, had also slain an Emerald Dragon, but the dragon Shura defeated was at level 600, ultimately dropping a heavily worn Dawn Blade. Even now, this magnificent hero-level weapon remained on display in the Shura Guild's hall for all members to admire. A level 600 dragon boss was not a challenge for Lu Mei's older brother. However, Su Chen had only completed his second transition. How did he manage that? For a moment, Lu Mei felt her heart twitch, her mind going blank. Could it be true, as the rumors say, that Su Chen's background is the legendary 5S level guild, Holy Light Church? I should have thought of that. Lu Mei's expression suddenly became excited, her voice trembling slightly, as she struggled to contain the surging emotions within her. To be the only male member of the Golden Rose Guild and have such an exaggerated growth rate, there can be no other possibility than that he is the heir personally trained by that guild. I need to quickly tell my brother about this. With that thought, Lu Mei's eyes glinted as she hurriedly stood up. Perhaps Su Chen is the person my brother has been looking for. The undead calamity is about to descend. My brother said that the Holy Light Church appeared once before the world was destroyed in the last life. If we can contact the members of the Holy Light Church in advance, perhaps we can change the plot and prevent the tragedy from repeating. In Zhonghai City, the Imperial Guard Corps. Miss Su, the commander is waiting for you to come over. Under the city wall. A dashing female knight removed her silver helmet and then gently bowed to the girl in front of her. She softly said, "The commander has been waiting for you for a long time, and all the resources needed for the ceremony have been gathered. Today, all right, I'll go over now." The girl took a deep breath, a faint velvet blush appearing on her delicate oval face as she turned off the live broadcast of the city-level competition in front of her. Glancing at the female knight beside her, she replied, "Let's go." Both women had impressive figures as they strolled along the dark city wall, heading towards the innermost part of the Forbidden Army camp. The girl was Su Yu. At this moment, she was following behind the strongest female knight in the Legion, heading to where her grandfather, Su Tian, the first Dragon Knight of Zhonghai, was located. Today, Su Yu was about to complete a sacred baptism ceremony. Bloodline baptism. That's right. Su Yu was a half-blood. Her grandmother was not of the human race but a half-elf. Thanks to her grandmother's bloodline, Su Yu inherited one of the legendary supreme bloodlines, the Elven Hybrid. Her profession was quite ordinary, a silver-level archer. However, with the powerful bloodline enhancement, as long as she could complete the bloodline baptism, she had a certain chance to transform into an Elven archer, a profession that was at least of hero level, a war profession belonging to another race. Su Chen, he is so powerful. Did he refuse me because my level and profession are too low? He didn't think highly of me? Su Yu's beautiful brows furrowed slightly as she whispered softly, just loud enough for herself to hear. Just now, she had witnessed Su Chen's battle live, with his dazzling skills, exquisite awareness, and smooth operations, all of which left this top young lady of Zhonghai City in awe. Originally, she thought Su Chen was just a superficial high school student. Aside from being handsome, he didn't seem to have much to offer. If one had to say, a second transformation professional, no matter how high their aptitude, would be nothing more than a small fry easily crushed by her grandfather, the top professional in Zhonghai City. However, at this moment, Su Yu felt somewhat lost. LV40 versus LV62. Both were genius-level figures. Su Chen, with an extremely proud demeanor, perfectly concluded the battle. The qualifications, potential, and combat level he displayed all exceeded Su Yu's expectations. Now, she felt no trace of pride or confidence, only a faint sense of inferiority. In the transfer temple, Su Chen rejected her goodwill? Could it be that he truly didn't think highly of her? It's fine. Once I complete the bloodline baptism ceremony and transform into an elven archer, at least a hero-level profession, I don't believe that won't be enough to stand beside you? Su Yu relaxed her tightly, furrowed brows, tiptoed, and gently took a step forward. Then, she let out a long breath and said, Su Chen, I will get you. Sooner or later. It can be said that at this moment, all the prominent figures in Zhanghai City focused their attention on Su Chen. The disasters of beauty closely related to Su Chen were also shocked. The cool school beauty Su Qingya, the popular goddess Han Ying, the Zhanghai heiress Su Yu, the capital's socialite Lu Mei, the goddess Su Shi. Of course, it wasn't just Zhanghai. Even the top guilds in the neighboring Jiangnan province, like the Misty Rain Guild, were keeping a close eye on Su Chen's movements. The Golden Rose Guild in the capital, President Bai Ling, the law god boss Yang Linger, those hidden big shots related to Su Chen were all lost in thought at this moment. Perhaps this young generation's little monster could change the landscape of a certain profession in the future. Even the official professional association station in Zhanghai City recorded Su Chen's live broadcast in its entirety, and the National Library has included this magnificent golden match duel in its collection. The blood-sucking flow technique perfectly counters the assassin class. These terms, it won't be long before they become a nationwide sensation. Ding! Congratulations, you won the match. Ding! Congratulations, you received a reward, 150,000 experience points and a bottle of golden level life potion. Ding! Congratulations, your rank has been upgraded to gold 3 stars. Ding! Congratulations, you won the match. Ding! Congratulations, you received a reward, 150,000 experience points and a golden level skill book, Blessing of the Goddess of Life. Ding! Congratulations, your rank has been upgraded to gold 4 stars. In the undead town within the PK dungeon, Su Chen's rank, like a roller coaster, quickly rose to the level of gold 5 stars, just a step away from the platinum rank. I've gathered enough experience points. City level competitions platinum rank, basically considered the ceiling level. Rank has been upgraded again. Now it's at the provincial competition intensity. Su Chen let out a long breath, smiling faintly as he murmured, city level competitions. The intensity itself isn't that high. Gold 5 stars. He can already participate in provincial competitions. Since Zhanghai City is a directly governed city, therefore, provincial competitions will pit him against practitioners from Jiangnan province, eliminating the elite who can enter the national competitions. The promotion match for the gold rank requires an hour of matching time? Su Chen glanced at the matching mechanism, momentarily taken aback. Although the competition rewards are indeed generous, as an epic-level practitioner he could still receive triple rewards. However, an hour of waiting time seems a bit long. Let's propose the match first. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself. After all, he already has the qualification to enter the Jiangnan provincial finals, so there's no need to rank up further. Got 2 nice items again? Su Chen looked at the rewards for winning in the gold rank. A bottle of expensive life potion and a skill book. Golden level life potion. This kind of potion has a terrifying healing amount, instantly restoring hundreds of thousands of health points. Su Chen squinted slightly, pleasantly surprised as he said, after use, in addition to directly restoring health, it also grants a temporary life buff, allowing for extra health points for a short time. Not bad. Many large guilds are scrambling for it. Indeed, if it were an ordinary life potion, it might not be worth that much. However, when large guilds are farming dungeons, the role of the golden level life potion becomes quite apparent. Not to mention, if Su Chen were to sell this potion, the Zhanghai Alliance behind Su Shi, those level 2 or 300 experts, would definitely spare no expense to acquire it. Blessing of the Goddess of Life? The golden level skill book. The name is quite long. It's somewhat different from regular skill books. However, Su Chen happens to be familiar with this skill. Damn, the legendary Fountain of Life? Su Chen suddenly took a deep breath, his eyes shining with surprise. This skill book has a great reputation, although the name sounds a bit off. However, it is a top-tier skill book. The reason is simple. The skill effect of Blessing of the Goddess of Life is quite outrageous. As long as a practitioner learns the skill, their health points will slowly increase imperceptibly. In simple terms, as long as Su Chen learns the skill, his health points will continuously amplify over time, and there are no restrictions. If I remember correctly, a few years ago, Kyoto auctioned off a Blessing of the Goddess of Life, and it fetched a price that shocked all the experts nationwide. Su Chen swallowed, a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes. Indeed, every day, it allows life points to grow. This kind of attribute effect can be described as defying the heavens. Naturally, many professionals would be willing to spend all their wealth to purchase it. However, for Su Chen, his current attack power and critical damage are already crazy enough. If one must point out a flaw, it would be that his life points and defense are slightly weaker. Of course, this is only relative. Compared to other professionals of the same level, his health bar has already grown quite exaggerated. Still, if he could enhance it further, that would be even better. I'll keep this skill book for myself. It will only occupy one skill slot anyway, Su Chen said with a faint smile, making his decision. Under the effect of his epic level talent, Su Chen's skill limit has now been unlocked to 16 skills. This means that even if he learns Blessing of the Goddess of Life, he can still have 15 attack skills. It's not a problem at all. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the skill Rift Shadow. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the skill Mirror Assassination. As a series of cold notifications echoed in his mind, Su Chen directly used a large amount of experience points to seize the exclusive skill of the Dark Assassin class, Mirror. In that moment, Su Chen felt a surge of excitement throughout his body. He couldn't wait to try out this assassin's skill effect. After all, being a killer in the dark, that exhilarating joy of the hunt is something other professionals can hardly imagine. Once the Undead Canyon dungeon opens, I need to hunt well in the dungeon, Su Chen thought to himself, feeling a strange anticipation for the upcoming nostalgic server dungeon. How should he put it? In this city-level competition, Su Chen did not fully unleash his abilities. The skeletal dragon and the light-imbued unicorn were not summoned to fight, and the tamed followers, that large wave of dragon-blooded undead skeletons with demon-like appearances, were also not released. If Su Chen revealed all his trump cards, it would likely cause a massive shock to all the major guilds across the country, because even Su Chen himself was not entirely sure how strong he had become. If I unleash my full power, 1,000,000 damage should be no problem. If I factor in mounts, pets, followers, and the strength of various top-tier boss skills, even a level 100 professional might not survive against me. Su Chen took a deep breath and murmured confidently. It wasn't that he was blindly confident, it was simply the truth. Su Chen's mental attribute had already exceeded 1,000 points, which is close to the level of a level 100 professional. Just looking at damage, Su Chen was already on par with level 100. However, in terms of attack speed and attack range, he might be slightly weaker. After all, the level gap was there. It wouldn't be realistic to be completely identical. Without thinking too much, Su Chen directly exited the PK map. Meanwhile, in a hotel by a bay in Zhonghai City, a young man with long silver hair suddenly narrowed his eyes, overwhelmed by a strong sense of fear. What is this? Wait. My skills have disappeared. Xia Zihua clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with shock and panic. How could this happen? The skill bar inexplicably lost too? At that moment, Xia Zihua felt like he was about to collapse. The two exclusive skills of assassins had vanished inexplicably, and the shock was almost enough to shatter his heart. Could it be that primordial? Impossible. Even in a PK dungeon, death does not bring any negative effects to professionals. And equipment cannot drop, so how could skills be damaged? Could it be that he can destroy others' skills? Xia Zihua gritted his teeth tightly. These are the divine skills he relies on for survival. If they truly cease to exist, this once genius professional is likely to become an ordinary person. I lost to a second-tier professional, and even my skills were destroyed by him. Xia Zihua murmured, his expression dazed. No matter what, he couldn't accept this reality. After a long silence, his brow suddenly furrowed, his expression filled with anger as he gritted his teeth and said, Origin, I will find you. No matter what, I will make you suffer and die. I will kill you until your level resets to 0, eternally falling into the abyss. Damn it! Young Master Su, you are too amazing. In the principal's office of Zhonghai City No. 1 High School, Chen Xishan was swallowing hard, his expression so excited that he seemed almost out of control. He gasped for fresh air, looking at Su Chen with a somewhat excited gaze and said, almost 2 million professionals are simultaneously watching your battle livestream. Now, terms like bloodsucking, pump and bloodsucking flow strategy have directly topped major short video apps and news publications. You have once again shocked the entire internet. Chen Xishan took a deep breath, trying to keep his words coherent. What's even more exaggerated is that all the big shots above level 100 in Zhonghai City just contacted me. Several old generation gods whose stumps can shake Zhonghai are consulting me, wanting to visit you in person. Young Master Su, do you have time recently? And Chen Shuyan, the mentor from Qingbei University, just asked about your situation. Chen Xishan's expression was somewhat helpless. How to put it? Su Chen's current reputation and popularity are simply too high. The top god of Zhonghai City, personally visiting a famous mentor from Qingbei University, inquiring about his well-being. Nationally trending. Exploding across the internet. And this isn't the first time. Su Chen has repeatedly stunned the nation several times. This is what you call a genius. For a moment, even Chen Qishan felt a bit envious. Visit? Yes, a personal visit. I don't know if young Master Su has time. If not, I can tell those big shots to decline. Forget it. Su Chen smiled faintly and shook his head in refusal. He was already used to being lazy. Why would he have the leisure to chat over tea with these so-called big figures? That would be looking for trouble, right? And Chen Shuyan, after all, she is a mentor from Qingbei University who is about to start teaching. Su Chen paused, then spoke again. What does Mentor Chen want to see me for? Not too sure. Chen Qishan shook his head. You seem to have contact information. Why? Don't you ask her? Okay. Su Chen nodded. He glanced at Chen Qishan and said, then I'll take my leave, principal. See you next time. Chen Qishan excitedly waved goodbye to Su Chen. For some reason, at that moment, Chen Qishan had no semblance of a principal in front of Su Chen. He looked more like a primary school student who had just met his long-admired idol. Watching Su Chen leave the school. Outside the school, in a cafe. Mentor Chen. Su Chen picked up an iced Americano, took a gentle sip, smiled warmly, and looked at Chen Shuyan sitting across from him. It had been a long time since they last met. Chen Shuyan still looked just as she did at first impression, wearing a gorgeous light gold long dress, her overall demeanor quite pure and untainted. Completely different from Lu Mei. At this moment, Chen Shuyan resembled a flower on a high peak, sacred and untouchable. What do you want to see me for? Su Chen took a small sip of coffee. I watched the live stream of the city-level competition. Your performance greatly exceeded my expectations. A hint of surprise flowed in Chen Shuyan's beautiful eyes as she stared at Su Chen. As if trying to glean some clues from his gaze, however, after a moment of silence, Chen Shuyan ultimately gave up. Su Chen, this handsome younger brother, may not be very old, but he had a surprisingly deep mind. He didn't possess the aura one would expect from a high school student. Sitting face to face with Su Chen, even someone as accomplished as Chen Shuyan felt a bit out of place, an indescribable sense of discomfort. Defeated, Chen Shuyan shifted her gaze away and softly said, it's nothing much, just that. The scholarship from Qingbei University has been arranged for you. Since she couldn't draw anything out of Su Chen, she directly got to the point. Scholarship? At the same time, Su Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, expressing some surprise as he said, the forbidden spell and the hero-level armor have already been issued? Yes. Chen Shuyan looked at Su Chen, exuding a mature woman's charm, and smiled gently as she said, a piece of top-tier hero-level heavy armor. I think you will like it. And the forbidden spell, she continued, is a high-level forbidden spell that the president of Qingbei University has treasured for many years. Wow. As soon as Chen Shuyan finished speaking, Su Chen's eyes widened in shock, even he found it hard to contain his excitement. A high-level forbidden spell. It should be noted that although Su Chen currently had 2 forbidden spells, they were all entry-level. After enhancement, they could only be considered ordinary. Then there were the intermediate forbidden spells. Now, the scholarship from Qingbei University actually included a high-level forbidden spell. This was already countless times more powerful than the dawn he had, at least 100 times the damage. Please thank the president of Qingbei University for me, Su Chen said, taking a deep breath and speaking sincerely. It's nothing, Chen Shuyan replied with a soft smile. This is what the school should do. At your age, achieving your current level can no longer be described as genius. It is an honor for Qingbei to recruit a student like you this year. Chen Shuyan held Su Chen in high regard. Of course, Su Chen could bear such praise. I'll hand over the forbidden spell and armor to you now. Chen Shuyan didn't waste any more words and directly took out a set of heavy rose gold armor, along with a book of high-level forbidden spells that radiated a faint glow. Name, Guardian of the Holy Law tier, hero level, top tier, attributes, plus 900 points constitution, plus 4,500 points defense, plus 6,800 points magic resistance, plus 40,000 points. Health, plus 300% health recovery efficiency exclusive equipment skills, Holy Law, when you take damage, this armor can absorb a certain amount of damage to replenish health, mana, and stamina. When the absorbed damage exceeds 100,000 points, the Holy Law effect is unlocked, forcibly absorbing the target's health, mana, and stamina, converting 30% of it to your corresponding attributes. This effect cannot be negated by other equipment. Guardian, when your health drops below 10%, the Guardian effect is unlocked. The rose gold patterns on the armor will burn like flames, granting you 9 additional health bars. When you take damage, the Holy Law health bars will be consumed first, and these health bars can be replenished using stamina or mana, and you can even use any health potions, mana potions, or stamina potions without cooldown to instantly restore Holy Law health bars. Restrictions, all. Classes level 30. Description: Guardian of the Holy Law, a top-tier hero level armor. Its power lies in unlocking restrictions, allowing mana, stamina, and health to be interconnected. In simple terms, when using this equipment, your total health bars will be health plus stamina plus mana. At the same time, you will ignore the cooldown rules, disregard potion limits, and forcibly use the vast majority of potions to restore or enhance the Holy Ruler's health bar. Sacrifice: when you receive an absolutely fatal injury that cannot be changed, you can choose to sacrifice this armor and gain a chance for a full health revival on the spot. This revival is unlimited, meaning that when the damage received is forced holy damage, you can also ignore its rules. The armor will be completely shattered after the sacrifice. 100% worn out. Name: Epic War Type. Amplification: Forbidden Spell Rank. High level Forbidden Spell plus Forbidden Spell. Description: Chant the Holy Song of the Gods, let the dawn arrive, amplify everything, and let the charging hero don the glory of the undead. Forbidden Spell Evolution. Entry 1: Guardian of the Holy Ruler. This armor is a top-tier hero-level armor, forged by the High Blacksmiths of the Light Empire. Entry 2: Epic War. This forbidden spell is a rare amplification type forbidden spell. Once learned, it allows the user to unleash a power far beyond their level, enhancing health, strength, spirit. All attributes are strengthened. At the same time, the writer, pets, and followers of the practitioner will also enjoy a portion of the forbidden spell's effects. This forbidden spell once appeared in the war between the elf race and the dwarf race. Entry 3: To enhance the Epic War forbidden spell, a very complex procedure is required, and prompts will only appear when suitable evolution items are present. What the hell? Su Chen used identification skills to check the armor and forbidden spell, and he instantly became excited. How to put it? First, let's talk about the armor. It's very strong. The health bonus has reached the level of 40,000 points. This level of health increase has already surpassed the category of ordinary hero-level armor, and the exclusive equipment skill of Guardian of the Holy Ruler is the real reason that drove Su Chen crazy. After obtaining this set of armor, whenever a practitioner attacks me, as long as the damage reaches 100,000 points, their various attributes will plummet drastically, losing without warning, and all the lost health, mana, and stamina will be converted to me. Damn it, it's really perverse. Su Chen took a deep breath, his eyes filled with an uncontrollable excitement. In addition, the armor also comes with 9 extra health bars. The length of the health bars directly depends on the total of my mana, stamina, and health, even related to the life potions, magic potions, and other items I carry. With such a set of armor, would I still need to worry about not having enough health? Su Chen swallowed hard. The Guardian of the Holy Ruler indeed shocked him. It is no exaggeration to say that the strength of this hero-level equipment has, at certain levels, surpassed that of the Holy Song, Storm, Dragon Spear. If it were to be auctioned in the capital, those S-level guilds would probably go crazy. Chanting the Holy Song of the Gods. Amplification type forbidden spell. Not only can it be used to amplify one's own attributes, forcibly increase the strength of level and other attribute entries, but it can also amplify followers at the same time? Su Chen frowned slightly, his expression quite shocked. Once appeared in the epic war between the Elf Empire and the Dwarf Empire. Su Chen was stunned. How did Qingbei University manage to obtain such a top-tier forbidden spell? This forbidden spell can be said to have completely exceeded Su Chen's expectations. How to put it? If it were an ordinary attack type or control type forbidden spell, the amplification it brought to Su Chen at this stage would still be quite good. However, in the later stages, it might not be useful. After all, for big shots like the Mage God, the damage they unleash is astronomical, and ordinary entry-level forbidden spells, in their eyes, are probably like a mere scratch. However, this epic war is different. It is definitely an existence that can always accompany Su Chen. If I use this forbidden spell, the next time I attack the boss, I will be able to summon Alpha, Frost Star, and the Dragon Hybrid. They will also receive a significant boost to their attributes, similar to the effect of the Emerald Dragon buff. Su Chen swallowed hard, his heart suddenly tightening. What the hell? This feeling, compared to the boss monsters, I feel more like an ultimate boss tyrant. With this thought, Su Chen felt a surge of excitement. I have to say, the scholarship from Qingbei University is truly a top-tier enrollment reward. With benefits like this, those top guilds in Kyoto probably don't offer such extravagant salaries to their executives. One can only say, Qingbei University is the best. So, do you like it? Chen Shuyan looked at Su Chen with surprise, then chuckled softly and said, I told you should be very satisfied. I didn't lie to you, did I? No. Su Chen took a deep breath, unabashedly telling Chen Shuyan, not just satisfied, I'm absolutely thrilled. The value of these two items, in a sense, could easily buy an A-level guild. How could one not be satisfied? Calling them treasures is no exaggeration. After all, such high-quality items are not available for purchase on the market. Damn it, I'm suddenly looking forward to going to Qingbei University earlier. Su Chen smiled and joked with Chen Shuyan. With a soft laugh, Chen Shuyan's smile brightened, momentarily leaving Su Chen a bit dazed. The mature woman vibe, glowing skin, perfect waves, backless outfit. Su Chen had already seen Chen Shuyan's excellence, but seeing such a radiant smile, he found it hard to control himself. A beauty brings disaster. He silently chanted in his heart, feeling a bit embarrassed as he shifted his gaze away. By the way, there's one more thing for you. Chen Shuyan's voice broke the slightly ambiguous atmosphere as she opened her hand and directly handed a beautifully crafted scroll to Su Chen. What is this? An experience scroll. What the hell? Hearing Chen Shuyan's explanation, Su Chen was taken aback. Although your profession is epic, according to the analysis of the professors at Qingbei University, they estimate that your profession's strength has already reached the legendary level, or even beyond that. At this point, Chen Shuyan paused slightly, giving a charming smile. Ha! Su Chen was momentarily confused. That means, as your level increases, the experience points required for you to level up will become more and more, and later on, to complete your third job change, the experience points you need will be dozens or even over 100 times that of ordinary professionals. Su Chen's eyes lit up. So much? He had indeed overlooked this point. However, Chen Shuyan was right. After defeating the undead apostle, the undead bone dragon, and the emerald dragon, and rapidly leveling up in the city-level competitions, if another professional had gained such a massive amount of experience points, they would have completed their third job change long ago and would be close to the fourth change as well. But what about Su Chen? He was still at level 40. Of course, all of this was also related to Su Chen's legendary talent, relying on experience points to plunder boss skills. If he hadn't spent millions of experience points to acquire those top skills, Su Chen's rank might have already reached level 60. So, Su Chen looked at the experience scroll, not taking it directly but instead glancing at Chen Shuyan cautiously. So what? I saw you gain so many experience points in the city-level competition and recently defeated the undead bone dragon, but your level hasn't changed much, so I took it upon myself to get you a high-level experience scroll. Chen Shuyan smiled brightly, as radiant as a blooming rose. A high-level experience scroll. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. Damn it! 1 million experience points. That's right, a high-level experience scroll can be directly exchanged for 1 million experience points. Although, for Su Chen's current situation, it was still a drop in the bucket. If he wanted to acquire hero-level skills or epic-level skills later on, this amount of experience would be far from enough. However, at this stage, it could still significantly boost his level. What the hell? Is it really that good? Su Chen squinted slightly and smiled at Chen Shuyan, feeling as if he were basking in spring sunshine. He didn't hesitate any longer and took the scroll with both hands. I just happen to need this. But the price of a high-level scroll isn't cheap, right? How much is it? I'll reimburse you. After some consideration, Su Chen looked at Chen Shuyan and said, he didn't like to owe favors. Moreover, Su Chen's wallet was still quite full. Not long ago, he had made a deal with the man in the black robe, earning him several 100,000 gold coins, so buying an experience scroll was a piece of cake. It was just that he didn't have much time to mess around with it. No need. Just keep it. Chen Shuyan gently covered her mouth, smiling as she said, sister is also a bit of a rich lady, with a solid family background. Besides, this didn't cost anything, it was a gift from a friend. Su Chen was taken aback. Are there still friends like that? I need one. Alright. Since Chen Shuyan said so, Su Chen generously accepted the favor. After all, they would both be mentors at the school in the future. It's not a big deal to take a little benefit. At worst, cough cough. A mentor is a mentor. Can't let my mind wander. Do you have any plans recently? Chen Shuyan took a sip of coffee and casually mentioned, the Undead Canyon dungeon is about to open. Are you ready? Don't forget when the time comes. The Undead Canyon. Su Chen rubbed his temples. Damn it. His schedule seemed a bit full. He had just finished the city-level competition. Now, the Undead Canyon dungeon was about to open again. I haven't forgotten. Su Chen smiled awkwardly and said, the manager of the job change temple just gave me a hefty reward not long ago. I'm definitely going to this nostalgic dungeon and I'm all set. Su Chen was speaking the truth. This dungeon, although it had a high difficulty level, was rumored to be filled with a massive number of native NPCs. Even the top professionals in Zhonghai City were quite nervous about the upcoming Undead Canyon. It was filled with unknown dangers. Of course, opportunities and risks coexisted. However, Su Chen had nothing to worry about. After all, he had 3 resurrection stones in his possession. Even if unexpected dangers arose, he could use a resurrection stone to come back to life. At worst, if he really encountered a top-tier boss monster, he could just exit the dungeon. I'll go with you then. Chen Shuyan looked at Su Chen and smiled gently, lightly playing with her long wavy hair. Sure, thank you, Mentor Chen. Su Chen smiled and nodded. Earlier, Chen Shuyan had mentioned this. After all, Su Chen was now considered part of the system, a nominal core student of Qingbei University in his first year. If something really went wrong, wouldn't that be a huge loss for the hero-level armor, forbidden spells, and the sky-high scholarship? So, it seemed reasonable for Chen Shuyan to accompany Su Chen as a magic mentor. See you later? Chen Shuyan finished her coffee in one gulp. A hint of brightness appeared in her light red eyes. With her experience, how could she not see through Su Chen's thoughts? Okay. Su Chen coughed lightly and nodded. He was indeed eager to leave, ready to quickly go back and use the experience points, while also tallying up his recent gains. Platinum Bay Villa. Villa number 1. As soon as Su Chen returned home, he fell into a state of relaxation. Slumping on the soft sofa in the living room, lazily yawning. Damn it, being a salted fish is still the most comfortable. Only now did Su Chen let out a sigh of relief. Don't be fooled by his performance as a professional bulldozer in city-level competitions, crazily advancing and cutting through obstacles to reach the 5-star gold rank. In reality, under such high-intensity battles, Su Chen had to maintain a high level of concentration at all times. He was already so exhausted that he could barely speak. Let's use the experience points first. He took out the experience point scroll given by the beautiful Chen. Su Chen spent them all in one go. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to level 42. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to level 46. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to level 50. A million experience points along with a bit of Su Chen's own stock. The final result was he was promoted to level 50. What the hell? A million experience points only got me 10 levels. Whether in the Shallow Bay Dungeon or the Undead Dragon Tomb, Su Chen had indeed never paid attention to the consumption of experience points. He just poured all his stock into his level until the experience was exhausted. However, this time, the clearly priced million experience points only raised his level by 10, making Su Chen's head spin. This thing in the later stages, isn't it going to swallow millions of experience points at a time? I can't afford it, absolutely can't afford it. Su Chen smiled helplessly, his expression slightly bitter. What happened to the promised epic level? In reality, the intensity was so crazy that even top guilds would have a headache when encountering such a gold-devouring beast. But it makes sense. After a moment of silence, Su Chen also let it go, murmuring to himself, not to mention anything else, just the legendary talent god of killing plunder makes any additional experience point consumption worth it. How should I put it? Su Chen was indeed a bit ungrateful. If it were another professional, let alone consuming a million experience points, even 10 million would be met without a hint of complaint. After all, Su Chen's class-specific talent was too overpowered. It could plunder all skills. From this perspective, paying a price was completely normal. Moreover, with his current strength level, as long as he had enough time, he could just find a gold dungeon in charge and recklessly. It probably wouldn't take long before he could gain a massive amount of experience points. Points that he couldn't possibly spend all. It seems I was a bit hasty. Su Chen smiled awkwardly, his mood becoming pleasant again. I've also gained a bunch of 4-dimensional attributes and skill points. Opening the attribute panel, Su Chen thought for a moment and decisively allocated all the newly acquired attribute points to strength. No kidding. With his current defensive means and health value aura, he no longer needed to worry too much about survival. Even if something unexpected happened, he still had Frost Star and Alpha, right? Those hundreds of undead skeleton followers could come in handy at critical moments. Name. Su Chen occupation, God of Death rank, epic level, 50 health, 225,000 strength, 1,350 constitution, 290 spirit, 1,040 agility, 300. Talent, God of Death Splendor, legendary, Seraphim aura, epic, skills, light identification, dark gold, death fireball, gold. Godly stealth, gold, elemental arrow, gold, undead summoning, gold, legion aura, gold, flame, undead domain, dark gold, dragon. Wings, gold, burning ring, gold, life holy light, heroic, ice seed holy shield, dark gold, light echo, dark gold, dragons. Fury, gold, forbidden spells, black tide of the moon, novice, dawn, novice, epic war, advanced forbidden spell, equipment, black. Snowblade, silver, inscription ring, silver, undead boots, silver, meteor pendant, silver, hymn, storm dragon spear, heroic. Dawnblade, heroic, holy lawkeeper's guardian, superior heroic, undead staff, dark gold, undead apostle, destruction crown, gold. Undead staff, dark gold, storm bone spear, gold, sacrificial cloak, dark gold, holy light silver feather, wrist guards, heroic. Death's Forbidden Belt Heroic Wings Broken Wings of Death Gold Mount Undead Bone Dragon Alpha Heroic Bloodline Pet Light Imprint Unicorn Frost Star Heroic Bloodline Follower Skeleton Half-Blood Emerald Dragon * 247 Exclusive Throne of the God of Death Skill Points 540 Free Points. Experience Growth Each level up grants 30 skill points and free points. Backpack Resurrection Stones Perfect X2 Undead Dragon Tomb Pass Epic Heroic Metal * 1 Emerald Dragon Dragon Blood Gem Heroic Heart of the Emerald Dragon Heroic Forgotten Triumph Holy Sword Epic Highwear Blessing of the Goddess of Life Gold Skill Book Rift Shadow Dark Gold Skill Book Mirror Assassination Dark Gold Skill Book Sacrificial Recovery Technique Gold Skill Book Sun Chaser Longbow Gold Weapon Life Potion Gold Bloodline Belt Gold Destruction Gauntlets Gold. Damn it! So magnificent! Clicking on the attribute panel, Su-Chen took a glance and was instantly stunned by his own dazzling attributes. It was hard to believe. If not said, it would be hard to believe that this was the attribute of a second transformation. Professional. The terms Strength Attribute and Spirit Attribute both exceeded 1,000 points. At the same time, while ensuring an extremely high damage value, Su-Chen's health status also surpassed 200,000 points. Such a ferocious attribute. Anyone who saw it would be momentarily dumbfounded. Skill slots. It seems still not enough. Feeling a bit excited, Su-Chen also came back to his senses. He couldn't help but frown, feeling overwhelmed for a moment. The boss monsters in the Undead Canyon dungeon should be pretty good. This time, there will definitely be a lot of top-tier boss skills. If the number of skills is limited, that would be a huge loss. Thinking of this, Su-Chen couldn't help but rub his temples and sighed. It seems I still need to buy an extra skill slot. The Dragon Blood Gem also needs to be used soon. If I use it before going to the dungeon, it should allow my strength to increase significantly again. Experience. Skill slots. Heart of the Undying and Epic Holy Sword. The ritual required to use the Dragon Blood Gem. Su-Chen slightly closed his eyes, pondering wearily. There are still many things to do. The loot obtained from the Undead Dragon Tomb also needs to be dealt with. Let's take a break and then talk to Lu Mei. In the Dragon Tomb of the Undead, Su-Chen had acquired quite a lot. In addition to a large amount of materials for the Emerald Giant Dragon Hybrid, there were also some golden weapons and rare skill books. Of course, the sun-chasing longbow he obtained from the city-level competition was also quite valuable. These items were of no use to Su-Chen, so he planned to sell them all. What he needed was a massive amount of experience points, an extra skill slot, and a way to restore the epic holy sword in the heart of the undead. If possible, the meteor pendant and the decorative ring, these silver-grade equipment, could also be exchanged. After all, Su-Chen was now equipped with hero-grade weapons, and even his mount's lineage had reached the hero-grade level. Wearing silver-grade pendants and rings felt somewhat mismatched. Moreover, the enhancement from silver-grade equipment was quite limited. For him, the effects were rather unsatisfactory. I'll take a nap first. With that thought, Su-Chen let out a long sigh and walked into the bedroom, falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, Su-Chen met Lu Mei for breakfast. What's up, handsome little brother? What made you think of your sister? I thought you were still preparing to challenge the city-level competition's ranking list. Lu Mei looked radiant today, dressed in a gorgeous rose gold long dress. She tossed her long hair and smiled lightly at Su-Chen, so charming that even he felt a moment of breathlessness. The city-level competition ranking, it's a bit difficult. Su-Chen picked up a bun and took a bite, smiling faintly as he said, after the gold rank, especially in platinum, the matching time is too long. Not to mention, each match takes several hours. It's much easier to just grind a dungeon. Anyway, you've already reached gold 5 stars, so you can at least enter the provincial competition. No need to rush. Su-Chen answered honestly without hiding anything. Alright then. Lu Mei let out a melodious laugh, her smile bright and captivating. She lifted her eyelids, her beautiful chestnut-colored eyes gazing at Su-Chen as she asked, so, what do you want to talk to your sister about? Could it be a date between a man and a woman? One couldn't help but say that Lu Mei's gaze was indeed alluring. Her flirtatious eyes seemed to ensnare him. She let out a soft hum and took a sip of soy milk. Ahem. Su-Chen coughed a couple of times, his cheeks slightly flushing. Damn. This woman. She could eat people. I have something serious to discuss. Su-Chen propped his forehead and turned his head away. Ha? A date with your sister? Isn't that a serious matter? Lu Mei shot him a playful glare and said, handsome little brother, if you say that, your sister might get angry. No. Su-Chen couldn't help but chuckle. I was talking about something else. Recently, I have a batch of monster materials and high-level weapons that I'm ready to sell. And then, I also want to buy some things. Su-Chen straightened his expression, fearing the topic might continue in an awkward direction. Monster materials? Upon hearing this, Lu Mei's eyes suddenly lit up and she became serious. Previously, the batch of monster materials Su Chen provided, like the Undead Bone Dragon and Boss Skill Book, were quite good items. They had been intercepted by the Black Robe at that time. This time, Lu Mei naturally wanted her guild to purchase them. After all, Su Chen's loot was not ordinary. Each item, even if auctioned in Kyoto, could fetch a good price. Moreover, top-tier items at auction could attract traffic to the guild. No matter how one looked at it, Lu Mei wouldn't lose out. Handsome little brother, what are you planning to sell? Lu Mei swallowed and pondered for a moment before looking at Su Chen and asking, and what do you want to buy? Let me first tell you what I need. Su Chen frowned slightly and blurted out, first, I need a large number of experience potions or experience scrolls. Secondly, I need to purchase enough skill slots, especially advanced skill slots that can accommodate hero-level skill books, even epic-level skill books. Finally, I need a top-tier magic array, a bloodline baptism magic array. What Su Chen needed was very clear. It wasn't too complicated. However, the grade was a bit high. Hero-level skill slots, top-tier bloodline baptism, magic arrays. These items were already qualified to be traded at the auction house. How should I put it? The price of a hero-level skill slot is almost equivalent to that of a golden-level skill book. One can imagine how expensive it is. Moreover, there is a price but no market. If one wants to buy in bulk, without some connections and resources, it would be absolutely impossible. Of course, the Shura Guild behind Lu Mei just happened to have these resources. After all, the name of Kyoto Shura is not just for show. It can still earn some face from the prominent figures of Kyoto. Wow, handsome brother, these things of yours are quite extraordinary, Lu Mei said, her eyes widening in shock, her mood fluctuating. She looked at Su Chen, swallowed hard, and then asked, let's talk about the experience potions and experience scrolls first. How much experience do you need in total? I haven't thought it through. Hearing Lu Mei's question, Su Chen couldn't help but frown and said directly, I need a lot of experience points, the more the better. It's not for leveling up, but for other purposes. Right now, I'm preparing to acquire 5 to 8 million experience points. Su Chen really hadn't thought it through. The reason he was buying experience potions in advance was simple. Because, not long from now, the Undead Canyon dungeon would be opening. If he encountered suitable boss skills to plunder, or to give up, he almost missed the skills of the Emerald Dragon, which are dragon boss skills. It would be such a pity if he let it slip by. Therefore, Su Chen was preparing ahead of time. He would stock up on experience points. If he wanted to plunder boss monster skills, he wouldn't have to worry about not having enough experience points to buy. And 5 to 8 million experience points was a decision Su Chen made after careful consideration. After all, hero-level boss skills are already priced at 2 million experience points. And dark gold level skills are close to 1 million points. Even the slightly lower dark gold level skills are still several hundred thousand experience points. Since that's the case, it's better to prepare several million experience points, no matter what. It would be enough by then. It's all about peace of mind. Anyway, he had enough funds on hand. If he didn't spend it, it would be a waste. What the hell? You're not joking with me, are you? As soon as Su Chen spoke, Lu Mei was stunned, her face filled with shock, even her breath was almost cut off, nearly suffocating her. I'm not even talking about 8 million, do you know what 5 million experience points can do? Lu Mei took a deep breath. With a doubtful look, she said to Su Chen, it can allow a golden level a professional with golden qualifications, to level up from level 1 to over 100. Lu Mei gasped, and as she said this, even she felt a bit dizzy. It's equivalent to creating a level 100 god on the spot. Although experience potions have a saturation limit, meaning there's a cap on how much experience can be absorbed within a certain time, Lu Mei glanced at Su Chen, smiled bitterly, and said, but it's still quite exaggerated. It's enough for a level 1 professional to advance to level 100. Moreover, at this point, Lu Mei paused, gently pressing her fingers against her temples. Even her composure was starting to waver at that moment. Do you know how much it would cost to buy so many experience potions or experience scrolls all at once? I'm not very sure, Su Chen said with a light laugh, answering directly without any concealment. He really didn't understand much. However, it seemed that with the funds he had, it should be enough. I probably need 2 billion. Lu Mei was almost going crazy. Who would spend so much money to buy experience potions? After all, whether it's experience potions or experience scrolls, there is a saturation limit for practitioners absorbing them. In other words, even if you really provide several million experience points for a level 1 practitioner, it's impossible to quickly feed them into a level 100 master. At least it would take several years or even 10 years. With such a long time, wouldn't it be better to have a master lead a team and run more dungeons? Why spend that money on experience potions? Of course, there are exceptions. like Han Ing from the Kanghan Guild who had been fed experience potions. But that was for a reason. The president of the Kanghan Guild was preparing to let Han Ing level up to A100 as soon as possible to complete the transformation of the necromancer profession early. However, then came Su Chen, this little monster. So it's just 200,000 gold coins? Facing Lu Mei's shock, Su Chen smiled lightly and replied, "Don't worry, I have that much." "No? Handsome little brother, having that much and spending it are two different things." Lu Mei looked at Su Chen with a look of disappointment, saying, "Even if you have money, you can't waste it like this." Su Chen touched his nose, not angry at all. Instead, he asked calmly, "Then tell me, how much can a hero-level boss skill be auctioned for in Kyoto?" "What I mean by boss skill is not an ordinary skill, but a dragon boss skill." "Ha?" Lu Mei was stunned, completely bewildered. How to put it? Boss skills. What concept is that? They are top-level skills that do not exist among practitioners and only appear on boss monsters. Generally, boss skills are dropped by top guilds or master practitioners from dungeons, and each one is priceless and extremely expensive. And dragon boss skills are naturally the best among them. The price is multiplied by who knows how many times. Every time they appear, they can drive those veteran master practitioners crazy with competition. Saying that it's a bloodbath is not an exaggeration at all. Exclusive skills of dragons? Or hero level? Lu Mei's heart tightened suddenly, her pupils dilating several times. She fell silent for a moment before answering Su Chen. "It's hard to say. It depends on what type of skill it is. If it's a defensive or healing type, the price might be slightly lower. If it's life type, passive type, strong attack type, domain type, control type, the prices vary. Take passive skills for example, a hero level passive skill, a dragon boss skill. I conservatively estimate, at the very least, it could be auctioned for 4 billion, and there might be some additional requirements. Like 4 billion plus some other items for exchange?" Lu Mei frowned. She continued to explain, "Boss skills are inherently scarce. Rarity makes them valuable, and dragons are top-tier bloodline creatures, so their exclusive skills are naturally quite expensive. Tens of billions would completely meet market demand." "Wait, why are you asking this?" Lu Mei suddenly froze. Her beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Su Chen with a strange expression, saying, "Could it be that you have a hero-level dragon boss skill?" "I do." Su Chen did not hide it, answering calmly. He never intended to keep his identity hidden. If the legendary talent, Killing God Plunder, were to be exposed, then it would be as it is. Those top masters in Kyoto couldn't possibly slice him up, right? The most likely scenario would be that they would dispatch masters to personally protect him. After all, there was such a top monster in the country to eye in the future. As he grows up, he could become a crucial asset to the nation. How could he be easily dismissed? Earlier, it seems you also got your hands on some boss skill books, but most of them are silver grade, quite low in rank. At this moment, Lu Mei had a strong premonition. She looked at Su Chen, her eyes flickering with a complex emotion. "Do you have a talent for dropping boss skill books?" "Something like that," Su Chen casually deflected. It was indeed something like that. However, it wasn't about dropping skill books. It was about directly plundering them. He could even choose specifically. Holy crap. After hearing Su Chen's answer, Lu Mei completely lost it, her mouth slightly agape, shocked enough to fit a duck egg. No wonder, I thought so. This is insane. A top-tier monster like you has appeared in Zhonghai City. If this gets out, it would definitely cause a nationwide earthquake. You can drop boss skill books. Just this alone could give our country an unimaginable advantage on the battlefield of the myriad races. Just imagine, while other countries only have regular skills, we have a whole array of top-tier boss skills, all from angel NPCs, demon NPCs, and even dragon NPCs, dropping the best divine skills from those boss monsters. Lu Mei swallowed hard, suddenly realizing that the place they were speaking in wasn't quite right. She quickly lowered her voice, leaned closer to Su Chen, and said seriously, "You have this ability, why didn't you say it earlier? If that's the case, why stay in Zhonghai City? In the future, let the top guilds across the country, various SS level, even SSS level teams, take you as their pet, and just charge through dungeons. You'll soon level up to 100, or even several hundred levels. Relying on your talent to drop a bunch of boss skills, wouldn't that be a win-win?" Su Chen fell silent. After a moment, he looked at Lu Mei and softly said, "Actually, whether my ability is exposed or not isn't very important. It's just that, at this stage, I still want to focus on improving my strength first, then I can have a say." Su Chen expressed his thoughts. Indeed, if his talent for plundering boss skills were to be fully revealed, he could truly become the pet of the entire Great Xiao realm. Countless top guilds, whether SS level or SSS level, even the Mage God could personally lead teams to take Su Chen through dungeons. However, that would mean he wouldn't be able to make many decisions. It would even be quite exhausting. Su Chen's personality was one that enjoyed freedom. Or rather, he had a bit of a laid-back attitude. Only when his level was high enough and he had a certain amount of strength would it be most comfortable to become a peten. After all, he wouldn't be led around by the nose. Moreover, he hadn't even experienced the leisurely university life yet. How could he directly enter the system and become a nationally prioritized little monster? I understand now. Lu Mei let out a long breath. Her brain had been oxygen deprived, and it took a moment for her mind to clear up a bit. Su Chen's words were already quite clear. He could drop boss skill books. Although Lu Mei still didn't quite understand why Su Chen needed such a massive amount of experience points. However, that no longer mattered. She only wanted to do one thing now. Win over Su Chen. Make friends. Being able to drop boss skill books and possibly having a top-tier background like the 5S level guild Holy Light Church behind him. Su Chen's status was evident. If she could win over someone like him, it would only bring benefits to the Shura Guild, not drawbacks. Moreover, perhaps Su Chen is the person my brother has been searching for all along, a key figure who can change the plot and respond to the undead cataclysm. Lu Mei took a deep breath, casting a complex glance at Su Chen, and whispered softly, "Indeed. Like the president of the Golden Rose Guild, Lark, Lu Mei's brother is also a reincarnator. In his past life, he personally witnessed the arrival of the undead cataclysm. The fourth cataclysm. Everything was destroyed in an instant. In this life, whether it's Lark or Azura, they both hope to change the narrative and prevent the tragedy from repeating. To achieve this goal, they are each making their plans, preparing for a monumental event. However, most professionals in the country are unaware of these matters. Even among the top 100 players in the national server, very few know. Yet, Su Chen has unknowingly become embroiled in this conflict. Don't worry, handsome little brother. I promise I won't spill a word. Everything you said today will stay locked in my heart, Lu Mei said, adjusting her emotions and looking at Su Chen with rare seriousness. It's fine. Even if I were to say it, it wouldn't matter. Su Chen smiled lightly, took another bite of a bun, and appeared completely unconcerned. He truly didn't mind. Just going with the flow. Alright. However, these words held a different meaning in Lu Mei's ears. Indifference. How should one put it? The tone in which Su Chen spoke was akin to an S-rank guild facing a second transformation professional, exuding an aura that could crush the professional at any moment. In other words, to Lu Mei, Su Chen seemed completely unconcerned about whether she would leak the secret. Because, perhaps, the background behind Su Chen had the power to easily erase Lu Mei. Even make the S-rank Azura Guild, founded by Lu Mei's brother, vanish without a trace. What does that imply? At this thought, Lu Mei felt a surge of fear, her heart racing uncontrollably. Damn it! Initially, she thought Su Chen was just a red dragon in Zhonghai City. Now, she inexplicably felt a chill run down her spine. At this moment, Su Chen appeared to Lu Mei as a colossal figure pulling the strings behind the scenes, capable of covering the sky with one hand. Experience points, skill slots. My brother's guild has some stock. I'll contact him tonight. Lu Mei gasped suddenly, though her heart was still trembling violently. She tried to maintain her elegance on the surface. She looked at Su Chen, steadied her tone, and continued, the top-tier bloodline cleansing array my former mage had a set. I'll ask about it for you today. Then thank you, Lu Mei. Su Chen's eyes brightened slightly. These items were indeed dear to him. If he could secure all of them, it would settle a lingering concern. He could then focus on leveling up in the Undead Canyon dungeon. So, what are the items you plan to auction? After a moment of silence, Lu Mei's emotions finally returned to normal, and she pondered before speaking. Is it the same as last time, or something more expensive? Not quite the same, Su Chen smiled and said, let me show you my stock. With that, Su Chen opened his backpack restrictions, allowing Lu Mei a glimpse of all the items. Of course, items like the Undead Dragon Tomb Pass, Dragon Blood Gem, and Epic Holy Sword, which Su Chen did not intend to sell, had their attributes hidden and were completely unviewable. What the hell? So many golden grade weapons. Just a glance left Lu Mei stunned, as if struck by lightning. Where on earth did you get all these good things? A skeleton of an Emerald Giant Dragon. An heroic grade Emerald Giant Dragon. Lu Mei was completely dumbfounded. The items Su Chen was offering this time were indeed extraordinary. To start with the golden grade equipment, there were about 7 or 8 pieces, all obtained from the Undead Dragon Tomb dungeon and city level competitions, with very low wear and tear, and most of them were weapons. The value of a golden level weapon is naturally much more precious than that of armor. However, Su Chen already possesses a hero level weapon, and even his spare weapon is dark gold level. These items are of little use to him. It would be better to sell them all. Additionally, there are some silver level boss skill books, golden level life potions, silver level attribute gems, and various other items. Most of these were dropped by dragon hybrids. They have limited enhancement for Su Mu, so he decisively chose to sell them. Keeping them would just take up inventory space. But what shocked Lu Mei the most was the incomplete emerald dragon skeleton. Nano's remains. The flesh and essence had been completely devoured by Alpha and Froststar, leaving only the incomplete bones. However, even these incomplete bones came from a hero-level emerald dragon. They still hold significant value. Overall, the items Su Chen brought this time were at least several times more expensive than the last. Especially the hero-level dragon, which left Lu Mei breathless. You killed a dragon? Lu Mei's expression management had completely broken down, and she asked in a stammering tone, "You did it alone?" However, realizing that this was not a polite way to speak, Lu Mei gasped in shock and adjusted her tone again. "Handsome little brother, my mind is completely blank. What I mean is, it's fine." Su Chen glanced at Lu Mei, somewhat amused, and said, "Solo kill with low health. Just happened to drop this dragon." Su Chen didn't explain in detail. He just gave a casual reason. To brush it off. As long as the general idea was conveyed, that was enough. No need to be so detailed, she wasn't his wife. Okay. Lu Mei's little heart could no longer withstand such a strong impact and almost crashed. Fortunately, Lu Mei was a well-known socialite from the capital and had seen her fair share of storms. After a slight adjustment, she managed to maintain her composure. "Give me a day." Lu Mei looked seriously at Su Chen and said, "Handsome little brother, I promise you, I will try tea. Oh, resolve the items you need within a day, and then sell this batch of resources you have on hand." "Good, I like efficiency." With Lu Mei's positive response, Su Chen smiled as if bathed in spring breeze. What he needed most right now was time. If Lu Mei could quickly resolve these issues, that would be best. After completing the transaction with Lu Mei, Su Chen left contentedly. The Undead Canyon dungeon will open in a few days. During this time, I can take it a bit easy. Su Chen raised his eyebrows and murmured to himself. Let's check out the black market outside the city. Maybe I can find some good stuff. You see, Su Chen's identification skill can reveal hidden attributes, making it a treasure hunting skill. Such good things must be utilized. And going outside Zhonghai City, Su Chen had another purpose. That was to have Froststar and Alpha find a low-level dungeon to level up properly. How should I put it? Although Su Chen had purchased a large amount of experience points from Lu Mei, these experience points were not meant for his pets. They were reserved for buying top-tier boss skills in the Undead Canyon dungeon. Every bit of experience is incredibly precious. It cannot be wasted. Froststar is still at level 1. If it were another professional, they would have long treated the unicorn as their prized possession. But for me, I'm afraid to give even a bit of experience to my pet. Looking at it this way, the little guy is quite wronged following me. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but smile awkwardly. It wasn't that he was stingy, it was just that he really had no surplus. Whatever he had extra, he had given. In the end, he could only let the unicorn and the skeletal dragon fight monsters and level up on their own. A mature pet should learn to earn experience. Su Chen smiled awkwardly, gently stroking the unicorn mark on the back of his hand, as well as the golden imprint of the skeletal dragon. 2 hero-level pets, after all. Although Froststar was only level 1, so what? In low-level dungeons, he should be able to handle those boss monsters with ease. It was just that without a professional's guidance, leveling up would be a bit slower. But that was better than stagnation. After taking a taxi outside the city, Su Chen went straight to a black market that stretched for nearly 10 kilometers, filled with stalls and black market merchants. "Give me a few entry tickets for low-level dungeons," Su Chen casually said to a small stall while yawning. "Sure." The stall owner was a little Mediterranean old man, his hair nearly bald, with 2 round little eyes that immediately gave off a sense of cunning. However, Su Chen didn't pay much attention to that. It was just entry tickets. It wouldn't cost much. This one is for the Shallow Bay dungeon, this one is for the Black Forest dungeon, this one is for the Wild Boar Forest, this one is for the Poison Fog dungeon. The old man cheerfully introduced his wares. "Just give me 5 tickets, how much in total?" Su Chen said nonchalantly. "Wow, little brother, you're generous." The old man's eyes lit up suddenly. Seeing Su Chen's outfit, which looked very much like a high school student without any gear and dressed quite ordinarily, he instinctively thought that Su Chen was probably a middle school student who had just completed his job transfer ceremony, here to try his luck in the city's dungeons. So, the old man swallowed hard and held up a finger, signaling 5. "Little brother, our stuff is all top quality, you can compare it with others. For 5 entry tickets, I'll charge you 50,000. The old man squinted and smiled, then hurriedly added, "Don't think it's too expensive. For entry tickets, it's better to buy the more expensive ones. After all, the position you land in the dungeon is crucial. Not to mention, do you know about that young big shot in Zhonghai City?" Hearing the old man quote a price of 50,000, Su Chen's mouth twitched and he almost wanted to slap this swindler. However, after hearing his words, Su-chen raised an eyebrow, not getting angry immediately, but casually asked, "Which young? Big shot? What the hell?" The old man rolled his eyes at Su-chen and said irritably, "You don't even know this? It's the one who was specially recruited by Qingbei University, tamed the skeletal dragon. No, the hero-level skeletal dragon mount, and even learned the Deathfire explosion technique, has at least 2 forbidden spells, cough cough, and even got close to that beautiful black Silk Priestess. You mean Su-chen?" The old man's mouth kept flapping, and after finishing his speech, Su-chen was completely stunned. "Little brother, what's wrong with you? That's called Young Master Su. Haven't you heard the rumors outside? Young Master Su's status is not ordinary now. It's said that he has a top-tier guild backing him, and it's a guild from the capital." The old man took a deep breath, selling the suspense, telling you this is useless anyway. You just need to know that Young Master Su is very strong, not on the same level as you. And then Su-chen looked at the stall owner as if he were an idiot, and at this point he was almost unable to hold back his laughter. To tell you the truth, the old man saw that Su-chen was interested and leaned closer, pretending to be mysterious. "Earlier, Young Master Su bought the entry ticket for the Shallow Bay dungeon from me, and he went crazy in the silver level dungeon, dropping a bunch of top-tier items, even taming the skeletal dragon. So, tell me, is 50,000 too expensive?" Su-chen was taken aback. He looked the old man up and down. Was it him? He had no impression. The first time he went to Shallow Bay, he indeed bought the entry ticket from a black market stall. However, whether it was the same person, he had long forgotten. "Since we're at this point, little brother, are you buying or not?" The old man snorted coldly, seeing that Su-chen still hadn't taken out any money. He directly stepped back, his tone becoming slightly colder. "Of course I'm buying." Su-chen raised an eyebrow. "Do I look familiar to you?" "Ha? Familiar? I don't recognize you." The old man was momentarily taken aback. Su-chen frowned and fell silent. Indeed, although he was quite famous now, most professionals in Zhenghai City didn't even know what he looked like. After all, whether in dungeons or city-level competitions, he was always fully equipped, armed to the teeth, with a heavy helmet on. Who could see his face clearly? "What about this?" Su-chen didn't say much but took out a badge from his pocket. A junior noble badge. Su-chen. This badge was naturally given to him by Su Shi from the Transmigration Temple, and it was quite exquisite, engraved with Su-chen's name. Holy crap! Just a glance, and the old man was stunned, standing there, with all the hair on his back standing on end. He was so scared he was stammering. "Why you, holy crap, you are Young Master Su? Damn it!" The flood washed away the Dragon King Temple. The old man's legs went weak, almost kneeling on the ground. He had completely lost the bravado he had just shown. At that moment he was like a deflated balloon turned into a soft shrimp. "Stand straight." Su-chen grabbed the old man and pulled him close, smiling like a spring breeze. "Lower your voice, I just want to quietly buy some things." Su-chen's smile was warm and gentle. However, to the old man, it felt as terrifying as a demon, making his scalp tingle. His heart was racing with fear. "God Su! Young Master Su! The old man was almost crying from fear, swallowing hard, wanting to explain something, but the words got stuck in his throat. Damn it! How to explain? Under Su-chen's name, he was trying to swindle. Now that he met the real deal, he even wanted to harvest a wave of leaks? Su-chen's leaks? Who dared to harvest them? He must have the guts of a bear and the courage of a leopard. Su-chen had always been the one harvesting others' leaks. "Young master, this old man is completely blinded by profit." The old man trembled, his legs shaking like a sieve, his dry fingers cracking. "I'll give you all of this. God Su, I truly deserve to die." The old man slapped himself hard, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. What was going on? Who would have thought that as a shady businessman trying to swindle he would encounter the real deal? The odds of this happening were probably smaller than winning the lottery. Didn't Su Degood just finish a city-level competition? Why was he wandering around the black market? For a moment, the old man's heart was bleeding, completely dominated by fear. Don't be fooled by Su-chen's current low level. He was someone who could easily crush even the previous generations. Professional gods like Mirror. Moreover, Su-chen's tamed mount could easily incinerate this little minion with a single breath of dragon flame. In front of Su-chen, the old man could only bow and scrape. "I still prefer the rebellious look you had just now." Seeing the old man in front of him crying and snotting, Su-chen couldn't help but chuckle. Such things were too common in the black market. In fact, there were even people swindling under the name of the law god from Kyoto. This was nothing unusual. However, the law god wouldn't appear in such places, so these shady businessmen wouldn't really hit a brick wall. There would be no evidence left behind. It's just a pity that this old man happened to be unlucky running into Su-chen while he was here to pick up a bargain. I'll take these entry tickets. Su Chen grabbed about 10 entry tickets for low-level dungeons and looked at the old man, saying, these things, if we talk about market price, are only a few $1,000s. It shouldn't make you bleed too much, right? Su Chen had some experience with the market for entry tickets. Generally, silver-level dungeon tickets were only a few $100s. If anyone was to blame, it was this old man for being such a shrewd businessman. He opened his mouth and asked for tens of thousands. Young Master Su is right, the old man said, wanting to cry but having no tears, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. I'll take a look at other things. Su Chen lifted his eyelids. Alright, great God, feel free to look around. Do you want me to introduce some items to you? The old man took a deep breath, acting according to Su Chen's expression. He was genuinely scared. Su Chen's reputation was simply too great. He had shot the nation several times, and top universities, leading guilds, and hundreds of high-level and nine-turn profession experts were all paying attention to him. A person of such stature could make the old man die 100 times just by stomping his foot. Thinking of this, the old man swallowed again and looked at Su Chen, saying, Young Master Su, although I, old man Chen, am a shrewd businessman, there are indeed good items here. These few things are top-notch items that dropped from wilderness dungeons? Old man Chen pointed to several items laid out on a black cloth. Oh, really? Su Chen's eyes brightened slightly as he used identification magic to check. Name, Accursed Snail Shell grade, silver level. Attributes, Alchemy plus 10 strength, can be embedded in a staff to enhance spell attack power. Name, Tattered Shroud grade. Silver level attributes, suspected to come from the indigenous world, showing signs of being attacked, attributes unknown. Name, a strange crystal stone grade, silver level attributes, may be used to forge high-level weapons, but the crystal contains a certain degree of violent elements, which may cause the weapon to explode. None of these are useful. Su Chen glanced at the items on the stall. What old man Chen called top-notch items were actually just monster resources of silver level grade. They might have some use for ordinary professionals, but to Su Chen, they were simply trash. That's true. The chances of finding a bargain in the black market are already slim. If there were really good items, the top guilds in Zhenghai City would have collected them long ago. Su Chen smiled awkwardly and shook his head. However, at that moment, his gaze landed on a stone wrapped in black cloth. Name, Unknown Fossil grade, silver level attributes, unknown. Entry 1. Beneath this fossil lies an egg of a pet with an incredibly noble bloodline, suspected to be a demon with demonic blood. Entry 2. The fossil is a good material for potions. When crushed, it can be added to potions to extend their effect duration. Entry 3. Using a powerful forbidden spell to strike the fossil can shatter the stone shell on its surface, revealing the demon bloodline pet egg inside. Entry 4. The pet egg inside the fossil is in a state of blood rebirth and can be incubated using a nurturing array. The pet that hatches can be perfectly tamed without any adverse effects and can grow robustly. What the hell? When Su Chen's gaze settled on this broken stone, the light identification technique appeared just in time. And as soon as it appeared, there were a full 4 entries. Demon bloodline? Pet egg. Perfect. Taming. Su Chen took a deep breath, and even he found it hard to contain his excitement. His breathing became hot in an instant. How should he put it? Just a moment ago, he thought there was basically no chance of finding a bargain in the black market. But the next moment, he discovered a top-notch find. This was a demon bloodline pet. In a certain sense, it was even more noble than his damn skeletal dragon. After all, angels, demons, and dragons are known as the 3 strongest life forms among all creatures. Taming a demon-type pet beast is a luxury that most professionals dream of. With this thought in mind, Su Chen took a deep breath again, his expression remarkably calm as he feigned indifference and looked at Old Chen, saying, How much for this thing? This fossil? Old Chen frowned, no longer playing tricks on Su Chen, and spoke honestly, Young Master Su, I apologize for what happened earlier. If you like it, just take it. I asked how much, just tell me, Su Chen replied impatiently. He didn't like owing favors, nor did he enjoy taking advantage of others. Being able to discern the clues within the fossil was due to his exceptional appraisal skills. However, getting a demon bloodline pet egg for free felt a bit off. This fossil was something I acquired from a wandering professional not long ago. It seems to have come from a small dungeon in Jiangnan province, and the buyback price was 800,000. You know, silver grade items never come cheap. 800,000 is already a price I slashed several times to get. Old Chen, like a primary school student, faced Su Chen without a hint of concealment, spilling the truth. Generally speaking, something like this, if sold, should fetch over $1 million. After all, who can say what's inside the fossil? If it turns out to be a top-notch treasure, that would be a huge profit, but there's also the possibility of losing everything. Old Chen swallowed hard, cautiously, explaining to Su Chen. All right. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. I'll take this fossil, and I'll give you $1 million. Old Chen was taken aback. His eyes lit up at once, but the next moment he shook his head. Young master, I really can't accept your money. Consider this fossil as my apology. Su Chen was too lazy to argue with the old man. He casually tossed out a bank card and then said, lightly, then consider it as me hiring you for $1 million to be my guide. I plan to stroll around the black market and see if I can find something good. At the same time, a slender, exquisitely featured young girl was leisurely wandering through the black market. The girl had long, elf-like ears, and her skin was snow-white and delicate, smooth as mutton fat. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, surrounding professionals would mistake her for an NPC elf from the Winter Dungeon world. However, the girl was a real professional. Moreover, she was none other than Su Tian's granddaughter, the captain of the Shanghai City Guard, Su Yu. Ah, man, what do you think of this crystal? Su Yu picked up a delicate crystal from a black market stall, her eyes sparkling with joy, as she looked at the dashing female knight beside her. Not much, replied the knight named Aman, taking down her spear and casting a hostile glance at the surrounding crowd, responding to Miss Su's words perfunctorily. Poof. Su Yu raised her chin and lightly huffed. So dismissive, can you be a bit more serious? Aman turned her head back, her expression still unchanged. Miss Su, this crystal really isn't much. Although it looks gorgeous and splendid, it's a used alchemical material. After saying this, the female knight coldly looked at the black market merchant in front of her. Why yes, the knight is right, the merchant, sweating profusely from just a glance, hurriedly added, Miss Su, this crystal is just visually appealing, its actual value isn't high. If you like it, just take it. Consider it a decorative piece, the black market merchant said, feeling somewhat helpless. Damn it. It wasn't that he was too honest, but facing Su Yu and the strongest female knight of the guard beside her, who would dare to play tricks? Not speaking the truth? What if Su Tian, the top professional in Shanghai City, came looking for trouble? By that time, it's not as simple as just speaking the truth to solve the problem. I'm afraid the ashes will be scattered. Is that so? Su Yu tilted her head, squinting and smiling, but I really like this crystal, it looks beautiful when worn. Aman, help me settle the bill. Su Yu threaded the crystal onto a red string and wore it around her neck. Then, she tiptoed and leisurely walked deeper into the black market. All right. Behind Su Yu, the female knight holding a long spear nodded, pulled out a black card from her pocket and handed it to the stall owner in front of her. She said lightly, swipe the card. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully used the entry ticket for the Wild Boar Forest instance. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully used the entry ticket for the Poison Fog Forest instance. The cold notification sounds echoed in Su Chen's mind, and, upon hearing them, he let out a long sigh of relief. That's right. Su Chen had used up all the entry tickets. At the same time, he casually tossed Alpha and Froststar into these low-level instances. Froststar is at least of hero-level bloodline, although it's only level 1. Monsters below level 10, even boss monsters, shouldn't pose much of a threat to it. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, thinking to himself, when I get back, I'll see what kind of demon pet this fossil can hatch. Su Chen rubbed the fossil in his arms. Beneath its hard shell lay a top-tier pet egg. This trip to the black market could be considered a great success. For a moment, even Su Chen was filled with anticipation. He wondered if he could find something equally exceptional again. Let's go, you know the way, take me to see some better stalls. Su Chen lifted his chin and looked at the old man Chen, who was packing up. All right. Old man Chen hurriedly nodded, responding with excitement, young master, just wait a moment, I'll be right there. Hiring a guide for $1 million in salary. No matter who it is, they would be thrilled. Old man Chen's attitude was naturally very courteous. However, if he knew that the fossil he just sold to Su Chen was actually a demon bloodline pet egg, I'm afraid this unscrupulous merchant would be filled with regret. Soon after Chen Sanshui packed up his things, he flattered Su Chen with a bow and said, young master Su, this black market is called Gulf Black Market. The black market merchants stationed here are the most numerous in the surrounding area of Shanghai City, and the items for sale are diverse, you can find anything. However, at this point, Chen Sanshui paused slightly. He looked at Su Chen and said, most merchants are actually quite cunning. When buying things in the black market, you must keep your eyes wide open. Su Chen remained silent. Damn it! Aren't you the most cunning one? But it's alright. Chen Sanshui took a deep breath. He was several heads shorter than Su Chen, and he raised his head with a serious expression to explain, I, Chen Sanshui, have been in this black market for over 10 years, and my experience is quite rich. I can tell the quality of items at a glance. Moreover, I'm also quite familiar with the various stalls. With me leading the way, in most cases, there shouldn't be any issues, at least. I won't let young Master Su be deceived. There was a hint of confidence in Chen Sanshui's tone. Of course, there's one more thing. My profession is an alchemist, and I can concoct special potions. If something is fake, one bottle of potion will reveal its true form. Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. An alchemist indeed has that capability. They can concoct special potions to unseal the original attributes of items. However, Su Chen himself had the light appraisal technique which could unlock hidden attributes. Generally, he wouldn't need Chen Sanshui. Chen Sanshui, why aren't you setting up a stall today? Oh, old man Chen, you old rascal, not selling today, just wandering around? Old Chen, take a look at my batch of goods, see if there's anything good, I'll sell it to you cheap. Little brother, that old rascal Chen Sanshui is no good, don't buy his stuff, he's definitely a shady dealer. Exactly, if you really want to buy something on the black market, you should come to me, don't bother with Chen Sanshui. Old Chen led Su Chen deeper into the heart of the black market. However, as they passed by, almost all the black market merchants recognized Chen Sanshui, and they stifled their laughter as they looked at the old man. Their eyes were filled with mischievous smiles, and they teased him mercilessly. Go on, can't you keep your mouths shut? Chen Sanshui's old face turned a bit red, and he shot a glare at these black market vendors, then cleared his throat and said, I have important business today, don't disturb me. See this person behind me? He's a big buyer. Watch your words, or don't blame me, Chen Sanyi, for not reminding you. Hearing this, the vendors laughed even louder, completely ignoring Chen Sanshui's kind warning. Young Master Su, the stuff at these stalls isn't great, let's go straight to the innermost part of the Gulf black market. The goods there are mostly rare items, and the chances of finding top-notch treasures are high. Of course, the prices are a bit steep. Chen Sanshui leaned closer to Su Chen and whispered, all right, since you're the guide, you lead the way. Su Chen smiled faintly. How should he put it? It seemed that spending this 1 million was quite worth it. If it weren't for Chen Sanshui leading the way, Su Chen would probably waste a lot of time in these places. Even with his appraisal skills, he couldn't possibly appraise everything along the way. The time spent would be too much. This is it. After walking for about 10 minutes, Chen Sanshui finally stopped and pointed to the dozens of stalls ahead, saying, the goods here are all solid. Su Chen looked over and was suddenly dazzled. Not because he saw something good, but because a familiar face appeared in his line of sight. Su Yu. Entry 1. Su Yu has completed the bloodline baptism ceremony and successfully changed her class to Elf Archer. This class is exclusive to NPCs. Entry 2. Elf Archer, an epic level war class, has terrifying growth potential. Entry 3. Elf Archer, low defense, weak health, may trigger a one-hit kill when receiving high critical damage. Entry 4. Su Yu's current level has risen to level 32, and she has used experience potions twice. Under the effect of the appraisal skill, the entries were unlocked one by one. Su Chen was taken aback. Su Yu? She actually has elven bloodline. Damn it, she actually changed to an epic level class. Su Chen was indeed stunned. Although he had only met Su Yu once, he knew her relatively well. Su Yu's innate talent wasn't great, but her family background was quite strong. Her grandfather was the top professional big shot in Zhonghai, a veritable ceiling for dragon knights in Zhonghai. However, how long has it been since they last met? Su Yu had actually undergone a magnificent transformation. She had become an epic level professional? What a joke! Su Tian, damn, the dragon knight actually had a hold on an elven NPC girl before? Su Chen's mouth twitched, thinking to himself. Since Su Yu could become an elf archer, she naturally possessed elven bloodline, and tracing it back, it could only go back to Su Yu's grandfather. After all, Su Yu is currently a socialite in the capital. Her bloodline was quite pure. She shouldn't be a mixed breed. A powerful bloodline, indeed impressive. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. In this world, elven bloodlines were undoubtedly among the best of all bloodlines, known as one of the three major bloodlines. In contrast, the human bloodline from Blue Star didn't even rank to IT is precisely for this reason. That every time the battlefield of the myriad races opens, the rankings of human practitioners are quite low. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they are at the very bottom. On the side of the Eagle My Federation, the 12 apostles they cultivate are all hybrids, relying on the bloodline enhancements from other NPCs in this world. But, I think I'll pass. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, smiled faintly, and murmured to himself, if I were to change my own bloodline, it would feel a bit off. If I'm not even human anymore, what's the point? Of course. Su Chen squinted. That said, he did want to experience the feeling of being an elf girl. After all, in his past life, many small films featured elf girls. Ahem. Young Master Su? Chen Sanshui looked at Su Chen, momentarily distracted, waved his hand in front of him and indicated, the items at these stalls are quite good, you should take a good look. Sure. Su Chen smiled gently and walked directly towards Su Yu's direction. At the same time, he activated the light identification technique to examine the items displayed by the various vendors. Curved horns of a black oat, tears of the serpent queen, hard snail shell, shimmering sword hilt, shattered skull, rag wrapped in black blood. Most of the items had rather bizarre names, even carrying a hint of Cthulhu style. This was actually quite normal. In a world where everyone can change professions, the fusion of game and reality is filled with various fantastical elements: monsters, hybrids, seraphs, deities, churches, holy swords, dragons, and adventurers. Generally speaking, items with objective names and attributes would be directly auctioned at the trading post and wouldn't end up in the black market. Only those with unknown attributes and effects would be collected by black market merchants waiting for practitioners to open blind boxes. That is. Suddenly, Su Chen's eyes brightened slightly as he noticed a necklace that had refreshed with 4 attributes in his line of sight. Name: Wolf Tooth Necklace. Grade: Bronze level attributes, plus 10 attack, plus 2 magic resistance. Attribute 1. This item is a semi-finished product made by the top craftsman of the St. Peter Empire. It only requires the use of a life potion for baptism to transform this necklace into a finished product. Attribute 2. The finished product state of this item is dark gold level, and it has the potential to be refined into heroic level equipment. Attribute 3. The name of the heroic level necklace is Dragon Tooth Ring, which is part of a dark gold set. Attribute 4. Dragon Tooth Ring necklace has a total of 6 attribute entries, making it a rare top tier dark gold item. What the hell? A top tier necklace from the indigenous world? Seeing the unlocked attributes from the identification technique, Su Chen's pupils constricted sharply. Damn it! A piece of bronze level equipment that only requires a life potion to transform into dark gold level. This is definitely a huge find. A top tier find. I must get this Dragon Tooth Ring. This is not just any dark gold equipment, but part of a dark gold set. Su Chen took a deep breath, feeling a surge of excitement. The difference between a set and ordinary equipment is quite significant. Generally speaking, individual pieces of equipment within a set are worth several times that of ordinary equipment. In fact, for some top-tier sets, the price of a single piece can exceed 10 times that of ordinary gear. Spending the price of a bronze-level piece to acquire a dark gold-level necklace is simply too good of a deal. With that thought, Su Chen walked towards the stall where the necklace was located. Chen Sanchue also sensed Su Chen's intentions and hurriedly followed behind him. However, at that moment, Su Yu picked up the wolf tooth necklace. Aman, what do you think of this necklace? Su Yu held the roughly crafted wolf tooth chain and turned to look at the female knight of the Imperial Guard. Bronze level. Aman frowned slightly, a hint of sharpness flashing in her eyes, but then her expression returned to normal. She replied softly, the rank is too low, but the attribute is decent, it's fine to buy it for fun. After saying this, Aman directly looked at the vendor of the wolf tooth necklace. We'll take this necklace, name your price. Su Yu was taken aback. She had only thought the wolf tooth necklace looked somewhat nice and casually asked about it, not expecting Aman to change her usual demeanor and actively inquire about the price. Aman, there's no use in buying this, why not just forget it? Su Yu leaned closer to the knight and whispered, I wasn't planning to buy it, I just asked you casually. Buy it, this one is indeed good. Aman waved her hand, interrupting Su Yu. Sir Knight Commander, this necklace was just something I put out casually, it's not worth much. If Miss Su likes it, just take it. The owner of the wolf tooth necklace swallowed hard, looking at the two women with a complex expression. Both Su Yu and Aman were prominent figures in Zhenghai City. As a small street vendor, he dared not take their money and could only half-heartedly give away this bronze-level equipment. Here's 20,000, consider it ours. Aman nodded, not wasting any more words, and directly took out cash to pay. Wait, I also have my eye on this necklace. At the same time, Su Chen stepped forward, stopping Aman. Su Chen? Su Yu turned around, momentarily stunned. Su Chen? Su Yu slightly parted her lips. After completing the bloodline purification ritual, she had become even more beautiful. Just a glance at Su Chen, with the flowing waves and charm in his eyes, made Su Chen's heart tighten slightly. Long time no see. Su Chen nodded and greeted Su Yu, then looked at Aman, the female knight with a level of 300. Aman's reputation in Zhenghai was quite intimidating. If Su Yu's grandfather, Su Tian, was the #1 dragon knight in Zhenghai, then Aman could definitely be called the #1 female knight in Zhenghai. However, even facing such a prominent figure, Su Chen still smiled calmly and said, I also have my eye on this necklace. Could you part with it for me? Su Chen? Didn't you just advance to the gold rank in the city-level competition? You should have received quite a few equipment rewards. You're interested in this bronze-level necklace? Aman squinted slightly, looking at Su Chen and said, or do you have other uses for it? It's useful. Su Chen raised an eyebrow in response. However, his gaze met Aman's for a moment. How should he put it? In Su Chen's view, if nothing unexpected happened, this #1 female knight in Zhenghai should have also seen the actual value of this necklace. After all, there were certainly others besides Su Chen who possessed high-level appraisal skills. However, Aman might not know that this wolf tooth necklace's actual rank reached dark gold level, or even that it was part of the top-tier set dragon tooth ring. Little brother, this necklace has already been chosen by this Knight Commander. You should pick something else, the black market merchant said inopportunely. Chen Sanchuei hurriedly leaned closer to him, making a face and calling out to the black market merchant, you, after being a black market dealer for so long. No, a legitimate businessman. Can't you tell that I brought a big shot? Big shot? The black market merchant was confused. Damn. Su Chen, how many Su Chens are there in Zhanghai? Chen Sanchuei lowered his voice, even giving the black market merchant a light pinch. The next moment, this old vendor, who was not much younger, had his pupils dilate. Wait, could it be that Su Xiao? Tamed the undead bone dragon, took down Mirror, and was specially recruited by Qingbei University? That Su Xiao, who even got involved with the Black Silk Priest. The black market merchant gasped in shock, his heart nearly shattering from the intensity. No kidding. Who else could it be? Keep your voice down. When gods fight, we little folks shouldn't say a word, Chen Sanchuei said with a face full of frustration. The reminded black market merchant quickly shut his mouth, falling silent. However, his expression was quite unusual, his whole body trembling slightly. Useful? Even if it's useful, it won't do. We spotted this first, Aman said coldly, mercilessly rejecting Su Chen's words. Su Chen frowned. Although he currently had a full set of hero-level weapons, the necklace was still a silver-level meteor pendant. If he could obtain the dark gold-level dragon tooth ring, it should significantly enhance his combat power. Therefore, no matter what, he wanted to buy this wolf tooth necklace. Su Chen took a deep breath, preparing to retort. However, at that moment, a cold notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully triggered a god-level choice. Current plot, the arrogance of the female knight. Choice 1, yield to Aman and give up the dragon tooth ring. After all, Lumani is an epic-level female knight and shouldn't be easily offended, or you'll be constantly watched by a vengeful female professional. Reward, a golden-level weapon. Choice 2, retort to Aman and raise the price. Determined to buy the dragon tooth ring because under the baptism of the dragon blood gem, the dragon tooth ring can be upgraded to hero-level equipment. Offending the #1 female knight of Zhanghai City is completely absurd. Lumani admires strength, and as long as you can conquer her, you will earn her respect. The reason Lumani joined the Imperial Guard was that she was defeated by the Legion a year ago. Reward, epic level skill slots x2. Choice 3, flatter Suyu. As long as you can satisfy her, whether it's the dragon tooth ring or the elf girl, they will all be yours. Of course, this option carries certain risks. Su Yu is a one-sided love patient who only likes men who ignore her. If you show strong interest or flatter her, she will disdain you. This option must be approached with caution. Reward, 1 resurrection stone. That long-lost feeling. The moment he heard the god-level options, Su Chen's eyes lit up, revealing a hint of surprise. The information leaked by this god-level choice is quite substantial. Su Chen swallowed hard, thinking to himself, the original name of Zhanghai's #1 female knight is actually Lumani? The reason she joined the Imperial Guard was that she was previously defeated by the Legion. No wonder Lumani, as an epic level professional, is over level 300, yet she would rather join the Imperial Guard in Zhanghai City. With her strength, she could easily go to the top guilds in Jiangnan province. She could even carve out a place for herself in Kyoto. Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. What surprised him even more was another piece of information. What the hell? The dragon tooth ring can be upgraded to hero-level equipment under the baptism of the dragon blood gem? Isn't that just perfect? Su Chen's heart raced, feeling a bit dizzy with excitement. He just happened to have a dragon blood gem in his hand. During the bloodline baptism, if he casually upgraded the dragon tooth ring, he could obtain a hero-level necklace. This was truly a win-win situation. 222,222. Without hesitation, Su Chen made his choice. It had to be option 2. Not only could he obtain hero-level equipment, but he could also gain additional epic-level skill slot rewards. What other choice was there? Yield? Flatter? Not a chance. With this thought in mind, Su Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at Lumani with a calm demeanor, saying, since you were unwilling to part with this necklace, and I am so fond of this wolf tooth necklace. Su Chen turned his head and glanced at the small vendor who was huddled together with Chen Sanchuei. Then, the highest bidder wins. As soon as Su Chen spoke, Lumani was stunned. Su Yu was stunned. Even Chen Sanchuei and the black market merchant were stunned. Damn it! It's a bronze-level equipment. Is it really necessary? What a joke! The highest bidder wins? Lumani's expression suddenly turned much colder. She lifted the spear in her hand and looked straight at Su Chen, saying, do you know who you are talking to? Su Chen smiled lightly and met her gaze. Of course. The number One female knight in Zhenghai City, Lu Mani. But what does that have to do with anything? The highest bidder wins. I bid 1 million. 1 million? For bronze level equipment? Su Chen's voice was not small. In an instant, all the professionals and merchants in the black market widened their eyes and gathered around. At this moment, however, Lu Mani fell silent. She looked at Su Chen with a strange expression in her eyes. Her name. Very few people knew it. At most, only Su Tian and Su Yu, the grandfather and granddaughter, knew. There was no other reason. Lu Mani had always been a lone wolf. Her attribute panel was also blocked. It would not be open to other professionals. But Su Chen, he directly spoke her real name? 2 million. Su Chen's gaze swept around, before finally resting on Lu Mani, and he said loudly, I bid 2 million. Knight Lu, will you raise the bid? No? Su Chen raised his eyebrows. 5 million. I bid 5 million. Holy crap, as soon as Su Chen's words fell, the entire place fell silent. Then, it caused a huge uproar. Everyone was completely stunned by Su Chen's operation, utterly dumbfounded. They had seen bargaining before, but never had they seen someone bidding against themselves. Damn it. Is it really necessary for a piece of bronze level equipment? I can't understand. Completely incomprehensible. The world of the big shots is too absurd. Alright, I remember you. Lu Mani was silent for a long time, finally furrowing her beautiful brows as she looked at Su Chen. Then, she turned to Su Yu and said, let's go, Miss Su. Some people are just too wealthy for us to compete with. Lu Mani subtly mocked Su Chen. Her expression remained calm, but inside, she was clearly a bit displeased. Ha, alright. Su Yu's eyes widened as she finally reacted, nodding at Lu Mani, let's go. However, before leaving, Su Yu glanced back at Su Chen. Her beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity and surprise. Oh, could it be? Su Chen wants to attract my attention in this way? Oh my. I knew it, with my charm, I could definitely catch Su Chen's interest. Humph. Earlier, you wanted my prestige and now you're pretending. What a joke. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the choice and the reward has been issued. After Su Yu and Lu Mani left, a reward notification sounded on Su Chen's side. Comfortable, hero-level equipment, epic skill panel. This wave is a huge win. Su Chen squinted his eyes slightly, feeling extremely pleased. Perhaps only he knew how brilliant this operation was. It was simply a masterful performance. Su Chen, after all, had lived 2 lives. How could he be a fool? Spending 5 million to bid for the wolf tooth necklace naturally had its reasons. On one hand, it was to obtain the skill panel reward. On the other hand, it was to precisely grasp Lu Mani and Su Yu. As a scumbag, he naturally had to fully control the psychological activities of the girls. Lu Mani, a definite strong woman, dashing and impressive, admiring strength, an ice goddess. To win over such a woman, mere small talk would not suffice. Gentlemanly demeanor? Forget it. Lu Mani and Su Yu had probably seen enough sycophants to circle Zhenghai City several times. How could conventional tactics possibly work? However, Su Chen's recent maneuver struck directly at the hearts of the 2 women. First, let's talk about Lu Mani. This female night boss initially developed a sense of aversion towards him. Regardless of Lu Mani's current attitude towards Su Chen, he had already left a deep impression on her. She would definitely remember him later. First, make the woman remember you, then change her impression. Enrich the character. With this approach, he had her completely in his grasp. One could say that compared to those sycophants pursuing Lu Mani, Su Chen had already won more than half the battle. How many sycophants could Lu Mani possibly remember? Probably not a single one. And Su Chen? He had likely made Lu Mani so angry that she was gritting her teeth. As for Su Yu, with her level of romantic naivety, Su Chen didn't need to do much. He had already breached her psychological defenses. Young Master Su. Meanwhile, the black market merchant at the stall felt uneasy all over, his eyes filled with panic. Here, there's exactly 5 million in the card. Su Chen said nothing more and directly tossed a card in front of the black market merchant. He then casually put away the wolf tooth necklace. This was a top-notch treasure that could become a hero-level piece of equipment. It had to be stored properly. Young Master Su, I can't accept this money, the black market merchant said, trembling with fear, nearly on the verge of tears. His reaction was exactly the same as that of Chen Sanchue earlier. Young Master Su, just give this old fellow 50,000. Chen Sanchue, choking on his own saliva, hurriedly explained, we can't let this old fellow take advantage just because of your rivalry with the Knight Commander of the Imperial Guard. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. He said nothing. Did Chen Sanchue and this black market merchant not want to take advantage? They were all shady merchants. Would they not take advantage? They just didn't dare. Of course. Su Chen was destined to become a young tycoon in Zhanghai City. Now, he had the ability to compete with the Knight Commander of the Imperial Guard, and in the future, who knew what he would achieve? If today they took even a little advantage from Su Chen, in a while they might just vanish without a trace. As the old saying goes, what isn't yours, you can't hold on to. Once spoken, words are like spilled water, just keep it. Su Chen yawned, offering a vague response without further explanation. Then, seeing Su Chen's attitude, the black market merchant gasped a few times, stammering, "Then, young Master Su, I have many more items at my stall. If you see something you like, feel free to take more? Take a couple more?" Su Chen nodded and casually replied, "That works." Hearing this, the black market merchant in Chen Sanctuary finally breathed a sigh of relief. This thing isn't bad either. Originally, Su Chen thought that obtaining a hero-level piece of equipment was already a great deal. Who would have thought that the vendor had another decent item? Name: Book of the Sage. Rarity: Silver. Level: Attributes: Unknown. Entry 1. The Book of the Sage is an auxiliary item that can be fused with Identification Technique. After fusion, it can enhance the level of the Identification Technique and unlock some new abilities. Entry 2. After fusing with the Book of the Sage, the ordinary Identification Technique will transform into a specialized auxiliary skill that can view the source, detailed attributes, hidden entries, and additional hidden information of all items. Entry 3. This Book of the Sage comes from the indigenous world, personally created by a sage. Profession: although its rarity is silver level, it possesses extremely exaggerated practical value. If viewed alone, the Book of the Sage is of no use. Only when attached to the Identification Technique can its true effects be realized. Damn, this is something. Su Chen felt a surge of excitement. This item is good, I'll take it. Su Chen picked up the Book of the Sage and said to the black market merchant, "All right." The black market merchant nodded solemnly and took out several bottles of precious potions from the wooden box in front of him, handing them to Su Chen. "Young Master Su, these potions are quite rare, especially this Amplification Potion, which can enhance all 4 attributes in a short time. Although it's of silver grade, the amplification effect is still quite strong." At this point, the black market merchant paused slightly before continuing. "I hope young Master Su will accept them." Good. Su Chen was also somewhat interested in the amplification potion in front of him. He didn't pretend to decline, but graciously accepted all the items. After that, Su Chen added Chen Sanctuary as a friend and directly left the black market. 2. Obtain both the Dragon Tooth Ring and the Book of the Sage was already quite lucky. There was no need to look further. After all, most of the items in the black market had already been filtered by the top guilds, and the chances of finding something truly valuable were very slim. Therefore, Su Chen didn't waste any more time using identification skills and went straight back. Platinum Bay Villa. After returning to the villa, Su Chen washed up a bit and prepared to rest. At that moment, Lu Mei sent a message. "Handsome little brother? Have you had lunch yet?" Lu Mei's voice came from the other end of the phone. Su Chen was taken aback. "Not yet, just came back from the black market and was about to take a nap." Su Chen blurted out. He was indeed a bit tired. After all, using identification skills consumed a lot of mental energy, and he hadn't rested well the day before. "How about having lunch with your sister?" Lu Mei paused for a moment before speaking again. Well, seeing that Su Chen didn't respond, immediately, Lu Mei continued, "I've got the things you wanted sorted out." "Ha?" Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up, feeling a bit dazed. How long had it been? Just a few hours, and Lu Mei had managed to get everything he needed? That efficiency was a bit too high. "Where? I'm coming over now." Su Chen took a deep breath and replied decisively. Experience points, skill slots, bloodline, baptism ritual. These things were all in short supply for him. The sooner he could get them, the better. So, upon hearing Lu Mei say that everything was ready, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a bit impatient. Then, at the Starry Restaurant, Lu Mei whispered, with a light laugh. This restaurant was part of Lu Mei's business in Zhanghai City, and it was also where Su Chen and she had their first date. So, it was decided to meet at the Starry Restaurant. "Wait for me a bit, about 10 minutes. Su Chen replied. "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Su Chen tidied up a bit and booked an executive taxi to head to the Starry Restaurant. The skeletal Dragon Alpha was still grinding monsters in the dungeon and couldn't be used at this time. Su Chen had no choice but to take a taxi to the restaurant. It seems that the Shura Guild behind Lu Mei has resources and connections that are quite extensive. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, pondering to himself. He knew that the Shura Guild in Kyoto was very powerful. However, being able to gather everything he wanted in such a short time probably meant that the true strength of the Shura Guild was even more frightening than Su Chen had imagined. Soon, Su Chen arrived at the VIP room of the Starry Restaurant. "Handsome little brother. In just a few hours, Lu Mei had changed into a light yellow long dress which looked somewhat loose overall but perfectly highlighted her delicate figure. Elegant. Slightly mature. Standing next to Su Chen, she exuded a charming maturity like a young mother. Not only that, but Lu Mei had also applied a new makeup look giving off a hint of pure allure. She was beautiful. This woman is truly a fairy. Su Chen squinted slightly, unconsciously sighing in his heart. Handsome little brother, take a look at our restaurant, the new dishes. Lu Mei rested her chin on one hand and pointed at the table full of dishes, all looking delicious and clearly not cheap. I didn't bring much money. Su Chen glanced at Lu Mei and smiled. I forgot to bring my card today. With a chuckle, Lu Mei laughed at Su Chen. Young Master Su, your current worth is comparable to a B-level guild in Zhonghai City. Even those A-level guilds probably can't come up with as much cash flow as you have in a short time. You still dare to cry poor to your sister. Su Chen shrugged. Spend when you should, save when you can. Su Chen smiled like a spring breeze. Humph. Lu Mei covered her mouth and smiled faintly, rolling her eyes at Su Chen. Alright then, this meal is on me. Su Chen grinned. Well, looking at it this way, this table of dishes suddenly seems more appetizing. Lu Mei laughed charmingly. Under Lu Mei's arrangement, a stunningly beautiful waitress walked into the VIP room one after another, filling the already piled high table even more, making it resemble a grand banquet. Even Su Chen couldn't help but be taken aback. Damn, it's still the rich woman's charm. This daily expense could match the annual salary of an ordinary worker. Let's eat first. Lu Mei cradled her face, looking at Su Chen with an ambiguous expression. Then, she boldly stood up and sat next to Su Chen, using her chopsticks to pick up a piece of clearly textured fish and placed it in Su Chen's bowl. Try this, handsome little brother, it's good for your kidneys. Lu Mei exhaled softly, her eyes filled with tenderness. Put. Su Chen had just taken a sip of tea and nearly choked. Good for my kidneys? I'm not lacking. Who said you were lacking? You should supplement more, it's good for your health. Lu Mei squinted, the beauty mark under her brow filled with charm. Let's talk about serious matters. Su Chen rubbed his temples and took a deep breath. Lu Mei was indeed alluring. Like a ripe peach, if he wasn't careful, he felt he would fall into her trap. So, he decided not to spar with Lu Mei anymore and went straight to the point. Handsome little brother, don't rush. Lu Mei glared at Su Chen, gently stroking his back. Let's eat. Well first. Then I'll eat you. Seeing Lu Mei's reaction, Su Chen simply took a piece of paper to wipe the grease from the corner of his mouth. Then, he leaned forward, closing the distance between them. Lu Mei's cheeks flushed and she instinctively leaned back. Sister? What are you hiding from? Su Chen squinted, a mischievous smile on his face. Just supplemented my kidneys. Can't. Enough. Lu Mei turned her head away, hurriedly stopping Su Chen. After a moment of silence, she whispered in a voice as soft as a mosquito, let's talk about serious matters first. Su Chen was taken aback and couldn't help but laugh. Goodness. He knew it. Lu Mei's personality was a typical contrast. She seemed playful and flirtatious, but deep down, she was incredibly innocent. As long as Su Chen showed a bit of assertiveness, Lu Mei would easily back down. Still trying to pin me down? Su Chen looked at Lu Mei, secretly sighing. In my past life, I was a top-tier scumbag, untouched amidst a sea of flowers. Little Lu, you're still a bit too green. I need to go to the restroom. Lu Mei's face had clearly turned much redder. She didn't look at Su Chen anymore, just softly said a sentence and left the VIP room. After a while, Lu Mei walked back into the room, her entire demeanor having noticeably changed. She was no longer as reserved as before. On the contrary, she became as poised as ever. Her makeup was even more enchanting. Su Chen just took a glance and knew that Lu Mei must have just retouched her full makeup in the bathroom. Handsome little brother, come on, take a look at what your sister has gotten for you. You're definitely going to like it. Lu Mei sat next to Su Chen with a charming smile. Alright. Su Chen's eyes brightened slightly, and he couldn't help but feel excited. Experience points. I've managed to get you 8 million points, and they are all top-tier experience potions, along with some top-tier experience scrolls. Lu Mei opened her inventory, and Su Chen could see everything inside. Lu Mei's voice continued to come gently as she explained to Su Chen, these experience potions have a long shelf life, and although they are labeled as 8 million experience points, the actual experience gained might reach 9 million points. The specific amount will depend on the effects after use. Su Chen was taken aback. Top-tier experience potions, the labeled experience points differ from the actual situation? Lu Mei nodded. Of course. Incredible value. Handsome little brother, sister said, everything I got for you is the best. Su Chen couldn't help but gasp. If this batch of experience potions could really bring in close to 9 million experience points, that would be quite interesting. According to the skills of hero-level bosses, with a unit price of 2 million experience points each, Su Chen could completely plunder 4 to 5 top-level boss skills at the same time. And this is without counting the free plunder situation. With so many experience points, once the Undead Canyon opens, I must go into the dungeon and plunder a wave. Su Chen felt quite elated, excited to the point of being a bit frantic. Not bad. Su Chen took a deep breath of fresh air to calm himself down, turned to Lu Mei and smiled as he asked, "What about the skill slots?" If experience points were the most urgently needed resource for Su Chen right now, then skill slots were even more crucial. No matter how many experience points he had, if the skill slots were insufficient, he wouldn't be able to plunder boss skills. He could only watch helplessly. Of course. Lu Mei smiled. As she looked at Su Chen, her eyes enchanting and beautiful beyond measure, she said with a smile, "Sister has definitely prepared everything you want, the skill slots, according to your requirements, but quality is quite high, the lowest are of hero level strength, capable of accommodating hero level boss skills, and as for the epic skill slots, I must say, you are indeed lucky. A friend from a long-lost trading guild just happens to have some stock." Su Chen's eyes widened. He was thrilled. Epic skill slots. He actually managed to get those. How many? Su Chen hurriedly asked. He was more concerned about the number of skill slots. If there were only 1 or 2, buying them wouldn't be very useful. He would still need to find more. The Undead Canyon dungeon, after all, was a nostalgic dungeon. Who knows what top-level skills would drop inside? If he happened to encounter a limited edition boss skill and couldn't plunder it, Su Chen would surely regret it. So, it was better to be prepared. There are many. Lu Mei confidently raised her chin and replied affirmatively. There are a total of 12 hero-level skill slots and 2 epic skill slots, which means this time, I got you 14 skill slots. Even if you have many boss skills to learn, these should be enough for a while, right? At this point, a hint of complex emotion was clearly reflected in Lu Mei's gaze. How should one put it? In a world where everyone could change jobs, generally, a professional would only have about 10 skills at most. After all, even with more skill slots, mastering a skill book would require a lot of time. However, Su Chen was simply like a freak. Before reaching level 60, a large number of top boss skills had already been learned, and now the skill bar was being crazily recycled. One could only say that in the world of the big shots, Lu Mei truly didn't understand. 14. Su Chen gasped sharply, his heart sinking slightly. Quite nice. It's no exaggeration to say that Lu Mei's efforts had directly resolved Su Chen's worries. In a short time, 14 skill slots were indeed enough. Even if countless top skills were dropped in the Undead Canyon dungeon, Su Chen couldn't possibly learn and use them all. He would only select the most exceptional and the most suitable for himself. And 14 was almost an overachievement of the task. Sister Lu Mei, you've worked hard this time, Su Chen swallowed and said seriously to Lu Mei. It was indeed quite a lot of work. With so many items, not to mention gathering them all, even getting half would require considerable effort. And Lu Mei? Not only had she gathered everything Su Chen needed, but she had also completed it in just a few hours. One could only say it was truly painstaking. It's nothing, Lu Mei smiled sweetly. The bloodline baptism ceremony is also one of the most exceptional kinds. Lu Mei explained with a smile, this set of ritual arrays uses the heart of a pure blood boss monster as the core energy source, maximizing the potential of bloodline potions or bloodline gems, allowing you to undergo a perfect baptism. It must be very expensive, right? Su Chen asked. No, Lu Mei shook her head. Su Chen was taken aback. Not just expensive, but ridiculously expensive. Lu Mei shot Su Chen a glance. Patiently, she said, handsome little brother, you don't know what this bloodline baptism ceremony truly signifies. Let's put it this way, this set of ritual arrays was originally a treasure of my former archmage. Previously, a Knight class player tried to exchange it with a hero-level weapon and a large number of limited edition potions, but the archmage decisively refused. Su Chen's gaze flickered slightly. So exaggerated? Lu Mei noticed the confusion in Su Chen's expression and smiled. Things are valuable because they are rare. In this world, many things are priceless. Just like you can obtain boss skills, in a certain sense, rare boss skills are also priceless. Even if it's just a golden skill? If its practical value is truly significant, it's not impossible to exchange it for an epic-level weapon. Lu Mei's words left Su Chen in silence. Indeed, things are valuable because they are rare. The rarer the item, the more outrageous its value. Especially limited edition items. In this world, one could easily ask for sky-high prices. It seems that in the future, when plundering boss skills, I still need to pay a bit more attention. Some skills, although their ranks aren't high, I can't use, but if their practical value is really significant, I can still plunder them first and sell them later. Who knows, there might be unexpected surprises. Su Chen fell into deep thought, suddenly filled with anticipation for the future. Sister Lu Mei, how much are all these items? In total? After a moment of silence, Su Chen voiced his thoughts. Since it was a purchase, there must be a price. If Lu Mei quoted an exorbitant price, Su Chen would definitely have to think it over. After all, although he had enough money, acquiring all these items might not be feasible. Just use them for now. Lu Mei widened her beautiful eyes and looked seriously at Su Chen, saying, aren't you planning to sell a batch of supplies? Not to mention, that skeleton of the Emerald Dragon will definitely fetch a good price at auction. I estimated a bit. The items you want to sell are about 10 times more expensive than what I gave you. Su Chen remained silent. Just use them for now. Later, sister will auction off the dragon skeleton and the golden level weapon. And then I'll give you the money, Lu Mei said with a faint smile. Su Chen unconsciously frowned. In fact, he was very clear about the actual value of the Emerald Dragon. Although it was a dragon skeleton, most of the essence and dragon blood had long been absorbed completely by the Mount Alpha and Frost Star. What remained could only be used for potion crafting and had little practical value. As for the other items, they weren't particularly expensive either. However, in such circumstances, Lu Mei was still able to sell these things for a considerable price, even 10 times more expensive than the epic skill slot, top-tier bloodline baptism array, or 9 million experience points. Thinking of this, Su Chen sighed deeply and looked at Lu Mei, saying, Sister Lu Mei, let's just have a normal transaction, no need to be too biased. Lu Mei was momentarily taken aback. Biased? No. Don't worry, handsome little brother, I'm a businesswoman, how could I make a losing deal? Lu Mei squinted her eyes and smiled, no need to worry about these things. As long as, in the future, if you have a boss skill book to sell, just come to me. This time, even if I take a little loss, it's worth it. Su Chen nodded. In the face of such matters, Lu Mei was straightforward and open with Su Chen. Overall, he was quite willing to cooperate with a merchant like her. It was hassle-free. Alright, then I won't push back any further. Su Chen decisively agreed. If I have a boss skill book to sell in the future, I'll come to you first. But, I just wonder if Sister Lu Mei can handle it. Su Chen's words were not a joke at all. An epic level boss skill would be fine, but what if it were an epic level boss skill? Or a demigod level one? Given Su Chen's talent, he could easily obtain even the strongest skills. Perhaps there would come a day when Lu Mei faced a demigod level skill book and could only stare wide-eyed, unable to afford it. With a chuckle, Lu Mei looked at Su Chen with flirtatious eyes and said lightly, we'll talk about it then. If that day really comes, I'm afraid the handsome little brother will have made friends with even more powerful professionals and will have long forgotten about his sister. Su Chen smiled awkwardly and touched his nose. That won't happen. I'm quite nostalgic. Is that so? That's good. Lu Mei picked up a piece of meat and placed it in Su Chen's bowl. If you get hungry in the future, just come to your sister's side. Leveling up and fighting monsters is important, but your health is also very important. Remember to eat well. And, to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach, Lu Mei said gently. Su Chen nodded, as if to agree. The taste is indeed good. Is the chef at your restaurant a girl? Introduce her to me, I'll ask her to be my private chef. Su Chen ruthlessly added. The one who captures my stomach should be the chef. Lu Mei rubbed her forehead. You little brat, you're impossible. I'll crush you, Lu Mei said, reaching out to pinch Su Chen. Ouch. Su Chen winced and opened her hand. You haven't even done anything yet and you're already starting to get hands on? That's not good. Su Chen rolled his eyes at Lu Mei. I still need to find a well-behaved little sister. Oh. Lu Mei teased, flipping her long wavy hair. Just now you were calling me sister and now you're saying little sister? Humph. Little Sea King, little scumbag. Lu Mei put her hands on her hips. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. Although Lu Mei could definitely be considered the pinnacle of a mature woman, charming and full of allure, she was also quite flirtatious when she was cute. Thinking of this, Su Chen comforted her. No, sister is still good. Little sisters only know how to whine. I like sisters anyway. Humph. That's good. Liu Mei's smile was as beautiful as a flower, and she hummed lightly again. You should eat well. I've noticed you've lost weight recently. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were suffering here with me. Su Chen was taken aback. What? We haven't done anything, have we? Why does that sound a bit off? A mature and elegant beauty and her innocent, tall, and handsome younger brother? Sister. Lu Mei, I'll be leaving now. The Undead Canyon dungeon opens the day after tomorrow, so I need to go back and prepare. After finishing the meal, Su Chen said goodbye to Lu Mei and got ready to leave. Alright, be careful on the way, Lu Mei nodded and said. With a soft smile, by the way, can you stop calling me Sister Lu Mei from now on? Su Chen was stunned. What should I call you? Then, call me Sister Bao. Put. Su Chen facepalmed. That's too intimate. Then, just Bao. Liu Mei's cheeks turned slightly red as she looked at Su Chen. Ahem. Alright, just call me sister. Lumei interrupted Su Chen, placing her hands on her hips. In a proud manner, no more concessions, just call me sister. It sounds so nice, doesn't it? Fine, I'll go with what you say. Su Chen smiled helplessly. Sister, I'm leaving now. Okay. Lumei smiled, standing on her tiptoes and tilting her head with a smile. Then I won't see you off. I have some things to take care of. See you next time. Su Chen waved and left the restaurant. Back home. It was already afternoon. Su Chen and Lumei had spent 3 hours on that meal. If someone didn't know better, they might think they had done something. The next 2 days will be busy enough. Su Chen pressed his temples and murmured to himself. First, complete the bloodline baptism and use the dragon blood gem. At the same time, I need to strengthen the dragon tooth ring to hero level. I need to use all the skill slots. The Book of Sages also needs to be fused with the identification technique. That demon bloodline pet egg needs to be hatched too. Inside the fossil, there was a demon bloodline pet egg hidden. To break the seal, Su Chen needed to use a forbidden spell to strike it. However, it was still unclear what the grade of this pet egg was. Even with a demon bloodline, it could still hatch into a rather ordinary pet. So, Su Chen had not yet purchased the pet nurturing array. First, open this fossil. Then use the dragon blood gem for baptism. Su Chen raised his eyebrows and quickly made a decision. After all, it was a demon bloodline pet. For a moment, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. He wondered what kind of pet he would get. If the bloodline was good, his pet lineup would become even more splendid. It requires a powerful forbidden spell to strike. The material of this fossil shell is also a good potion material. Su Chen checked the hidden attribute entries of the fossil and had some plans in mind. Let's go near the bay. Su Chen took the silvery fossil from the system space and walked out of the villa holding it. His villa was already close to the sea. Opening the window revealed a pleasant sea view. At this time, it was afternoon and the sun was shining brightly. The sky was adorned with a faint sunset cloud, creating an incredibly beautiful scene. Using a forbidden spell by the coast shouldn't have too much impact, Su Chen thought to himself. Although the sea near the villa was shallower than that of the shallow bay, it wasn't deep sea. However, as long as he controlled the damage of the forbidden spell well, it wouldn't cause too much of a stir. At least, it wouldn't flatten the entire Platinum Bay Villa area with just one forbidden spell. Su Chen was quite confident about this. After all, he had used forbidden spells countless times and had a good grasp of the proficiency. Buzz. He casually tossed the silver fossil into the air. Su Chen's expression became serious. Instead of using the undead staff, he directly began to chant the spell. The forbidden spell he was using was Dawn. The light of dawn can shatter the sun. Boom! In an instant, a blinding holy light erupted from the spot where Su Chen stood, illuminating the entire Platinum Bay Villa area as bright as day. It wasn't just the villa area, the whole city of Zhonghai trembled violently. All the professionals in the city were startled at that moment, looking up towards Su Chen's direction. Those resting in the villas, many of whom were influential figures in Zhonghai, were so shocked that they sat up abruptly in bed. What the hell? What's going on? Monster siege? Damn it! Has Zhonghai been invaded by a boss monster? Look at the sky. That's a golden dragon. Are you crazy? What's happening? The clouds in the sky have been shattered. My god, so terrifying. Which high-level boss is this? No. Wait. Which professional deity is casting a forbidden spell? The ground is shaking wildly. It's as fierce as a volcanic eruption. Could it be that a large-scale monster siege war has broken out? Has our Zhonghai's defenses been breached? Otherwise. Wait. Look closely. Is that a beam of light released from the Platinum Bay Villa area? Not a dragon? Hiss. It seems that's a forbidden spell. The Dawn forbidden spell. The light of dawn can shatter the sun. Damn it, it can't be Su God, right? Silence. Shock. Madness. Collapse. As Su Chen unleashed a forbidden spell, all the professionals in the city were stunned, all looking towards Platinum Bay. At the same time, even Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. The power of the Dawn forbidden spell seems to be several times stronger than the effect released earlier. Su Chen's eyes brightened slightly. However, he quickly accepted the increase in the spell's power. The reason was simple. His current level had already risen to level 50. Although it was only a 10 level increase, it had consumed over 1 million experience points. Su Chen's current attack power was naturally on a different level. Compared to before, incomparable. The effect of the Dawn forbidden spell had certainly undergone a qualitative leap. Exciting. Su Chen squinted his eyes slightly, feeling a surge of excitement, a thrilling sensation. In his field of vision, that silvery fossil began to crack. These fossil materials can't be wasted. The fossil shell was made of high-quality potion material and reusing it could earn some money. Without hesitation, Su Chen collected it all. As the fossil cracked open, the pet egg inside finally revealed its true form. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully obtained a demon bloodline pet egg, Demon Raven, golden grade. A cold notification sound rang out. Su Chen was taken aback. What the hell? A raven? It's actually a raven. Su Chen's mood soared. You see, in the world of universal job changes, the demon raven is a top-tier creature. Although it only has a golden bloodline, its actual strength is significant, especially in combat and survival abilities, which can rival dark gold bloodlines. Demon-type creatures are quite different from ordinary ones. In the Abyss world, black goats, ravens, undead, and serpent people are all-powerful species. The demon raven has a very obvious advantage: it can fly. It is a flying demon second only to the Abyss dragon. It naturally possesses extremely high agility points, with a speed that is simply uncatchable. Every strike leaves only an afterimage. Moreover, the raven is extremely bloodthirsty, a symbol of brutality and ferocity. Blood prophet. Su Chen gasped, his heart racing violently from excessive excitement. If I cultivate this raven, the help it will provide me in the future will definitely not be less than that of Frost Star, the light-marked unicorn. If the unicorn represents the holy light system, then the raven, it can definitely be considered a symbol of the dark faction. This creature possesses the most obvious characteristics of a demon: brutal, bloodthirsty, and extremely insane. If nurtured properly in Su Chen's hands, it will surely become a powerful output machine in the future. It seems that Su Chen wouldn't even need to take action. The raven could crush all the boss monsters in its path into pieces. Looks like I need to buy a top-tier nurturing array, Su Chen thought, taking out his phone, opening the M group, and preparing to order a set of top-tier arrays. How should I put it? If what hatches from the fossil is a demon creature with a silver-level bloodline, Su Chen would only buy a high-level array at most. Or, he could abandon the nurturing and sell the pet egg. However, if it's a demon raven, paying a little extra wouldn't be out of the question. I wonder if the raven can also undergo the baptism of the Emerald Dragon bloodline. Under the stimulation of the dragon bloodline, could it complete a wave of evolution? If a demon raven evolves to the dark gold level, the support it brings would probably rival that of the current skeletal dragon. A bold idea formed in Su Chen's mind. However, this matter involved his knowledge blind spot. I should ask Mentor Chen. Su Chen thought of Chen Shuyan and prepared to call for consultation. Meanwhile, in the Abyss world, in a sea of fire that spread for millions of miles, a demon king clad in demigod-level armor, holding a scepter, slightly opened one eye. He gazed at the sky of the Abyss world. In the demon's eyes, faint golden patterns blossomed, resembling an endless world. He softly spoke, murmuring, my seventh son has been resurrected. Teacher Chen, I have something I want to consult you about. Su Chen dialed Chen Shuyan's number, politely stating, what is it? Chen Shuyan was clearly taken aback, pausing for a moment before responding with a smile. Just go ahead and say it. If I know, I will tell you. It's like this. Su Chen took a deep breath, not hiding anything, and directly said, I currently have a dragon blood gem and plan to use it for a bloodline baptism, but I also have a demon bloodline pet egg. Its rank is only gold level, but the bloodline is very pure. It's a demon raven. If during the bloodline baptism, I also let the demon raven absorb the dragon bloodline, would there be any negative effects? Or would it reduce the effectiveness of the dragon blood gem? Su Chen was indeed very conflicted. In his view, if the demon raven absorbed the dragon bloodline, it would definitely undergo some transformation. Even the skeletal dragon Alpha could be enhanced after absorbing the noble bloodline of the Emerald Dragon. However, for a practitioner, one's own strength is more important. Su Chen did not want the demon raven to affect his baptism ceremony. You actually have a dragon blood gem? Upon hearing Su Chen's question, Chen Shuyan did not answer directly but was stunned, exclaiming, and you have a demon raven pet egg? Although Su Chen could not see Chen Shuyan's expression, he could imagine that her reaction must have been quite spectacular. A high school student creating so many miracles in succession. Now, he had a dragon blood gem and a demon raven pet. No matter how you looked at it, it sounded a bit like magical realism. Yes, Su Chen explained with a faint smile, I was lucky earlier and accidentally obtained these things. Su Chen casually found an excuse and briefly explained. On the other end of the line, Chen Shuyan suddenly gasped, and even Su Chen could hear a clear hiss, handsome little brother, you really are too perverse. If those top students from Qingbei University found out, their remaining pride would be rubbed into the ground by you, Chen Shuyan said with a bitter smile. Then, she patiently explained the issue. How should I put it? Let me say this, you don't need to worry too much about your problem. As long as you tame the demon crow first, it won't have any negative impact on you during the bloodline baptism. After All, you have a master-servant contract between you. As for whether the demon crow will excessively absorb the nutrients from the dragon blood gem and seize your resources, Chen Shuyan paused for a moment and provided a reasonable explanation. You don't need to worry about that either. I can tell you clearly it won't happen, because the demon crow will absorb the bloodline waste you expel after you finish absorbing. Bloodline waste? Su Chen was momentarily confused. Yes, Chen Shuyan said. This is a concept that first-year students learn. It's normal for you not to know it yet. All bloodline rituals can be roughly divided into two types. One is to absorb bloodlines, allowing your own bloodline to merge with those of other beings, becoming what is called a hybrid. The second type of bloodline baptism ritual only uses bloodline potions or bloodline gems to strengthen oneself without merging bloodlines, maintaining the purity of one's human bloodline. I know this, Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. I chose the second type just to purely strengthen myself. Chen Shuyan responded and continued. Regardless of which type, after completing the ritual, there will be bloodline waste left over. So, the absorption rate of bloodline potions and bloodline gems won't be 100%. A large portion will remain, and these will be expelled from the body as they cannot be used by professionals. So, that's how it is. Su Chen's eyes brightened, feeling a sense of clarity. Therefore, Chen Shuyan said, after you absorb the dragon blood gem, you can place that skeletal dragon mount and your pets in the center of the magic array, allowing them to absorb the remaining nutrients a second time. This way, you can achieve secondary utilization and not waste the value of the dragon blood gem. After all, even the most ordinary dragon blood gem can fetch sky-high prices in Kyoto. How could it be discarded after just one use? Su Chen felt a surge of joy. Alpha and Frost Star can use it too? This seemed like a pleasant surprise. However, Chen Shuyan added, I suggest that when you perform the bloodline baptism ritual, you hold the demon crow pet egg directly, and after the baptism, let your mount absorb the remaining bloodline residue. This method can maximize the value of the dragon blood gem. What are the benefits of doing this? Su Chen was somewhat puzzled. Let me put it this way, when the pet egg hasn't hatched, it is a pure body. In fact, many professionals specifically seek out pet eggs to refine them into potions and then use them, because the egg white and shell of the pet egg are extremely nutritious substances, providing numerous benefits to professionals. And there is also a certain probability that it can help professionals comprehend new skills. And as a pure body, you don't need to worry about the bloodline of the demon crow having any additional effects on you. At the pet egg stage, it is a gem of excellent quality that will only bring benefits and won't introduce impurities into your bloodline. Chen Shuyan paused for a moment and summarized, perhaps it sounds a bit complicated when I say it this way. Do you have a nurturing magic array on hand? Su Chen nodded. Yes, I already bought a top-tier magic array and I'm going to use it soon. That's good. Chen Shuyan said, you just need to use the nurturing array and the bloodline baptism array simultaneously, then hold the demon raven pet egg and walk to the center of the array. This way, not only will you gain double benefits, but you can also shorten the nurturing time of the raven. By the time you complete the bloodline baptism, the raven should be ready to hatch. Su Chen was taken aback. What? There's such a good thing. It took quite a bit of time for Frost Star to hatch. He didn't expect the raven to hatch so easily. These are all common knowledge. Go to Qingbei University early and then you can use the library there as you please. Chen Shuyan smiled and asked, is there anything else, handsome little brother? No, that's it. Su Chen smiled awkwardly. It was indeed the case. In this world, knowledge is equally important. If he hadn't asked Chen Shuyan a few questions, he would have lost quite a bit this time. Fortunately, Su Chen had a flash of inspiration and remembered to consult Mentor Chen. Alright, then you can get back to your work. Chen Shuyan said on the other end of the phone, don't forget the Undead Canyon dungeon. I'll accompany you when the time comes. Speaking of which, I'm looking forward to it. You already have a mount and 2 pet beasts, right? What is the bloodline strength of the other one? I heard it seems to be of the light type. Chen Shuyan's words made Su Chen fall into contemplation. After thinking for a moment, he softly replied, it's considered a light type. I currently have a skeletal dragon, a Lightmark unicorn and a golden bloodline demon raven. What? Lightmark unicorn? Heroic level Lightmark unicorn. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, Chen Shuyan was completely stunned. Where on earth did you get so many top-tier pet beasts? It's really enviable. I wonder how many senior sisters at Qingbei University will be mesmerized when you enroll. Chen Shuyan was genuinely shocked by Su Chen's words and couldn't help but sigh. It's just good luck. Su Chen smiled. Come on, handsome little brother, you're being humble again. Chen Shuyan playfully chided. Alright, I won't disturb you any longer. Go do the bloodline baptism ceremony first. I look forward to your good news. Okay, thank you, Mentor Chen. I'll go try the method you mentioned. Right now. After thanking her, Su Chen hung up the phone. I didn't expect there to be such knowledge. It seems I should enroll as soon as possible. Once I get to Qingbei, I'll spend a month in the library going over all the knowledge, otherwise, I'll end up like a literate person. Su Chen smiled bitterly to himself, thinking, first, let's wait for the top-tier nurturing array to arrive. Su Chen rubbed his nose, made himself a cup of coffee, took a small sip, and quietly waited for the delivery from the M group to arrive at home. Soon, in less than half an hour, the items arrived. Su Chen skillfully unboxed them. Holding a pile of materials, he walked to the basement of the villa. Although it was called a basement, it was more like a giant hollow space. This design was one of the highlights of the Platinum Bay Villa. In a world where everyone can change professions, the entire Blue Stars area has expanded countless times compared to before. Naturally, the design of the villa has also changed slightly. It is no longer so constrained by area. The villa can be as large as possible. After all, land is the least of their worries. Su Chen's one villa is not very large in area. The ground has only a few floors, which is enough for his use. The underground, however, has expanded countless times. Even the skeletal dragon Alpha can fit in. This design is naturally to meet the various needs of high-level professionals. After all, some professionals like to store the monster resources obtained from dungeons in the basement. Su Chen quickly assembled the top-tier breeding formation. Then, he placed the bloodline baptism formation that Lu Mei had given him above the breeding formation. In an instant, the entire basement appeared to be filled with golden patterns resembling a complex and mysterious sacrificial ceremony. Dragon blood gem, demon crow, pet egg. Su Chen held the crow pet egg and placed a large gem as big as a crystal in the center of the formation. Everything was ready. Then, Su Chen squinted slightly and, following the procedure, crushed the dragon blood gem. Whoosh! Like a tidal wave, the dragon blood burst forth from the gem, completely enveloping Su Chen and the crow. The intense impact made Su Chen's heart tighten. This was his first time performing the bloodline baptism ceremony. For a moment, Su Chen nervously took a deep breath, trying to keep his heart calm. I hope, after absorbing the dragon blood gem, I can comprehend a new exclusive skill. Su Chen thought to himself, closing his eyes in anticipation, enjoying the baptism ceremony. Meanwhile, in Zhanghai City, in the underground world, why can't I compare to Su Chen? I want to become stronger. In the future, Long Chen, will definitely take his life. Su Qingya, you promiscuous woman. Damn it. I am a dragon knight. How could I fall to this level? In the dark underground world, Long Chen gripped his spear, frantically attacking the hybrid monsters around him. At this moment, he had completely fallen into a state of madness, his mind utterly shattered. He had witnessed Su Qingya confessing to Su Chen. Then, he saw Su Chen's performance in the city-level competition. Originally, Long Chen still held a glimmer of hope, thinking that with the popular profession of Dragon Knight and his own talent he could turn the tide and show Su Chen who was boss. However, now he finally understood. Su Chen was simply stronger than him, Long Chen. Even if he used the blood-burning potion, no matter how hard he tried, he would never catch up to Su Chen's pace. Dragon Knight? In front of the god of death, it was utterly insignificant. The last shred of pride in Long Chen's heart completely crumbled. And he gradually became sickly. No one knew Long Chen's thoughts. At this moment, his hatred for Su Chen had reached its peak. If it weren't for Su Chen, Long Chen, would definitely be the brightest sun in Zhanghai City. Those honors and adoration, being accepted by Qingbei University, the favor of all the city's professionals, and the cool school beauty, all of these should belong to me. It was Su Chen. He stole my life. Kill him. I must kill him. Long Chen shouted with a heart-wrenching cry, his spear smashing the bodies of hybrid monsters again and again, exploding a pile of monster materials. And he, completely indifferent to these things, just fought endlessly. He used all the dropped experience points, crazily leveling up. It is no exaggeration to say that Long Chen had gone mad. The only thing keeping him alive was a single obsession. That was to kill Su Chen, to prove to everyone, especially the cool school beauty, Su Qingya, he, Long Chen, was the true top genius, worthy of enjoying the admiration of all. And Su Chen could not compare to the Dragon Knight. Not enough, still not enough. However, after finally defeating a level 20 undead skeleton, Long Chen suddenly burst into tears. Su Chen has already advanced to a level 50 professional, and what about me? I haven't even completed my second class transfer. The gap is too big. I want power. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I want enough powerful strength. Whoever gives me strength, I will follow them. Long Chen shouted madly, his voice echoing in the dim cave. However, no one responded to his call. Only the numb undead boss monsters, like walking corpses, emitted low, hoarse growls. Do you want power? How powerful a power I can give you. At the moment Long Chen was on the brink of collapse, a hoarse voice came from behind him, as if it were from above or inexplicably rising from the abyss, startling. Long Chen. Who is it? Who is speaking? Long Chen gasped, shocked by the sudden voice, and frantically looked around. Yet, he saw not a single figure, which made him even more terrified, his hair standing on end. I am here. In Long Chen's sight, a pitch-black magic circle appeared out of nowhere. Then, a practitioner dressed in a crimson robe materialized. Who are you? Long Chen stammered, his mouth barely functioning, and he quickly asked, retreating a bit. You may call me the Reincarnator. The Reincarnator? Long Chen's eyes widened in horror, feeling as if he were about to suffocate. Exactly. I do not come from this world, but from, you can understand it as, I have completed a reincarnation, dying and then resurrecting, returning before everything ended. The practitioner in the crimson robe spoke softly. The voice was strange, as piercing as scraping glass. Even Long Chen frowned, and instinctively held his spear in front of him. You lived again? Of course, the Reincarnator replied. Then, she lifted her crimson robe, revealing her true form beneath. At the same moment, Long Chen's pupils suddenly constricted, his eyes filled with shock and a hint of admiration. Because beneath the robe, the Reincarnator had a remarkably perfect face. Although her voice was as unpleasant as a broken engine, her appearance was that of a flawless beauty. Long Chen's heart tightened. This was the first time he had seen a woman he found even more appealing than Su Qingya. She exuded an alluring aura. Just a glance at her perfect cheeks had already captivated Long Chen. You are not an NPC? Long Chen frowned. He couldn't check this woman's attribute panel, but he could be certain of one thing: she was definitely not an NPC, but a practitioner. Of course, the Reincarnator said lightly, I, having lived 2 lives, am naturally a practitioner, possessing the purest human bloodline. She tilted her chin, signaling Long Chen to come closer. Did you not want power? Long Chen was taken aback. He quickly reacted, his breathing becoming a bit rapid, and he boldly approached the Reincarnator, saying somewhat frantically, yes, I want power. Whoever can give me enough powerful strength, I will serve them, even if it means my death. Long Chen's expression turned cold and twisted as he said fiercely, as long as I can kill Su Chen before I die. Dragon Knight Practitioner, you have just completed your job change not long ago, and you are already close to the second transition. Your potential and talent are quite impressive. The Reincarnator walked towards Long Chen, gently stroking his shoulder with her finger, saying, is there anyone stronger than you around? How strong is he? Tell me. Very strong. Long Chen took a deep breath and immediately replied, an epic-level practitioner with a skeletal dragon mount and has learned the Deathfire Explosion technique, at least 2 forbidden spells. He and I transitioned at the same time, but he has already obtained several hero-level weapons. As he spoke, Long Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows tightly, taking a deep breath of fresh air once more. Frustrated, he said, I can't explain it clearly, even I don't know how strong he really is. All I know is, the strength Su Chen has shown is just the tip of the iceberg. A deathly bone dragon mount, an epic-level weapon, a book of death flame explosion? Upon hearing Long Chen's words, the Reincarnator couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Is that all? Long Chen replied angrily, I said, I don't know how strong he is. Does it matter? The Reincarnator laughed, completely unconcerned with Long Chen's anger. At the same time, Long Chen was also bewildered. I asked you. Does it matter? The Reincarnator spoke again, not really. Do you think these things are rare? The Reincarnator scoffed, waving his hand. But you are a Dragon Knight, how could you not have a giant dragon mount? Activate. At this point, the Reincarnator's expression became serious, and with a gentle flick of his fair fingers, the entire cavern began to shake violently, and the ground split open, revealing a bottomless chasm. Then, a massive dragon, as large as a mountain, with eyes as bright as 2 suns, crawled out from the crack. Boom! The dragon slightly swayed its body, exhaling a cloud of black mist and flames, quietly lying beside the Reincarnator. This is... Long Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the ferocious dragon, his mouth slightly agape, momentarily unable to articulate his thoughts. This is... He tried to keep his composure, and after a moment of silence, he finally spoke, a level 100 Death Dragon. Indeed, the dragon summoned by the Reincarnator was an epic-level bloodline, with a level exceeding 100, a Death Dragon. Do you like it? The Reincarnator squinted slightly, smiling as he said, this dragon is the hybrid descendant of the destructive Black Dragon from the Winter Dungeon. Although its bloodline strength is only epic level, as long as it is nurtured well, it could potentially become an epic dragon in the future. Such a dragon mount can maximize the true potential of the Dragon Knight profession. And the Reincarnator waved his hand again. Before Long Chen, a faint golden array of light appeared once more. Then, a magnificent spear, a set of intricately patterned armor, and several pieces of top-tier equipment all presented themselves before Long Chen's eyes. Epic level weapon. No! Top-tier epic level weapon. Long Chen was so excited he could hardly speak, exclaiming loudly, "Do you like it?" "I do." Long Chen nodded vigorously, laughing maniacally. "If I have these things, just give me a little time and I will definitely surpass Su Chen." "Surpass? The Reincarnator?" sneered. "Aren't you supposed to kill him?" "Right. Kill him." Long Chen was completely exhilarated, his emotions fully stirred by the professional before him, as if he had already witnessed the scene of slaying Su Chen, his body starting to heat up with excitement. "Sacrifice your soul to me. Become the original hero clad in undying battle intent, charging towards all enemies that block the original's path." Original? Long Chen frowned, somewhat confused. However, none of this mattered to him anymore. As long as he could obtain the epic level weapon before him and that level 100 Death Dragon, he would do anything. Long Chen took a deep breath, his gaze firmly fixed on the Reincarnator, saying, "Alright, tell me what to do. As long as I can gain powerful strength, I will do anything." Upon hearing this, the expression of the Reincarnator was slightly joyful, but it quickly flickered away. She glanced at Long Chen and softly murmured, "Now, follow me to the Abyss World." At the same time, in Zhonghai City, Platinum Bay. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully absorbed the Dragon Blood Gem and received the reward. Health plus 30,000 points. Permanent increase, strength plus 200 points, permanent increase, spirit plus 200 points, permanent increase. Constitution plus 300 points, permanent increase, agility plus 100 points, permanent increase. Ding! Congratulations, you have comprehended a new skill, Sacrificial Divine Art, heroic level. Ding! Congratulations, you have comprehended a new skill, Body of the Flame Demon, heroic level. Damn! The effect of the Dragon Blood Gem is actually this good. Su Chen slightly opened his eyes, even he was stunned. Health increased by a full 30,000 points, and the basic attributes of strength, spirit, and constitution have all gained several hundred points. This baptism ceremony also allowed me to comprehend two brand new exclusive skills. Damn it, they are actually heroic level skills. Su Chen was excited. He truly did not expect that a single Dragon Blood Gem could yield so much. It was simply an unexpected surprise. No, more accurately, it was no different from a windfall. Sacrificial Divine Art, top-tier passive skill. Once you learn this skill, your mana will be more than 10 times that of an ordinary practitioner. At the same time, the mana recovery effect will also enjoy 10 times the efficiency. Even when using the most basic mana potion, your mana will rapidly recover to full in a short time. Additionally, under the effect of Sacrificial Divine Art, the cooldown of the skills you possess will be reduced to a certain extent, with the specific reduction value determined by actual conditions. Body of the Flame Demon, exclusive skill for demon creatures. After learning this skill, you will gain the physical functions of the demon species, and your four-dimensional attributes will slowly grow over time. Moreover, during combat, you will also gain part of the super hearing, dynamic vision, stamina endurance, and excited state of the Flame Demon. Furthermore, in battle, you can ignite your entire body in golden flames, which are nearly indistinguishable from the flames of the Flame Demon, allowing you to attack all targets. Both heroic level skills or passive skills? Su Chen used identification to check the skills he comprehended from the Dragon Blood Gem baptism ceremony. His expression inexplicably brightened. These two skills were, without exception, very powerful. First, let's talk about the Sacrificial Divine Art. 10 times the mana, 10 times the mana recovery effect. What does this mean? It is not an exaggeration to say that this skill is a perfect combination with Su Chen's legendary talent, God of Killing and Plunder. It can effectively unleash the effects of all of Su Chen's skills. An ultra-long mana bar allows a second transformation practitioner to continuously cast several rounds of forbidden spells, and even after that, they can still unleash a few death fire explosions. What does such powerful sustainability mean? No need to elaborate. After gaining the enhancement of Sacrificial Divine Art, Su Chen completely became an output machine. And what about the Body of the Flame Demon? This skill is even more perverse. It directly brings the super strong physical functions of demon creatures. Although it does not change Su Chen's bloodline, it allows him to enjoy part of the Flame Demon's abilities, and he can even summon the Flame Demon's fire at will. Very strong. Su Chen took a deep breath, comfortably squinting his eyes. He couldn't help but want to try out these two new skills, especially the Body of the Flame Demon, which, with a 1000-point strength attribute boost, would definitely unleash unimaginable power. This is quite different from Su Chen's usual skills. The Demon Crow Body resembles a purely physical skill. Each strike is a physical critical hit. High physical damage. Where's the crow? Su Chen withdrew his gaze, looking expectantly. at the pet egg cradled in his hands. At this moment, the pet egg had already cracked open in many places and the demon crow inside was about to hatch. To be honest, Su Chen was more interested in the changes of the demon crow than in his own improvement. He wondered if, under the baptism of the dragon bloodline, the crow could elevate from a golden bloodline to a dark gold one. However, a cold notification sound suddenly rang out and Su Chen instinctively widened his excited eyes, momentarily stunned. Ding! Congratulations, your exclusive pet demon crow, heroic bloodline, has successfully hatched. Ding! Please name the demon crow, and you will receive an additional attribute reward. Heroic bloodline? Su Chen's expression was ecstatic. The crow, under the baptism of the dragon bloodline, actually jumped straight from golden to heroic? That's just too damn exaggerated. Su Chen gasped for air, filling his lungs with fresh air. Yet, even so, he still felt a bit dizzy. It was hard to accept such a result. Too crazy. Quite insane. Golden heroic. This kind of leap and enhancement was indeed monstrous. Many high-level professionals just to barely elevate their mounts by one tier had to invest years to a decade of effort searching for rare monster resources from various dungeons, top-tier formations, bloodline potions. But even in the end, there was still a chance of failure. And what about Su Chen? He merely used the dragon blood gem to give the demon crow a little boost and it directly produced a heroic bloodline. Demon pet. If this were to be said out loud, it would probably cause those top-tier professionals to collapse in an instant. Consider it luck. It's also possible that this demon crow has great potential itself and the dragon blood just activated its higher potential. Although this probability is small, it has occurred before. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, pondering to himself. Not just pets, such things also happened among professionals. Even a golden-level professional could possess the actual strength of an epic-level professional as long as the conditions were met. They could soar to great heights. One could only say that Su Chen was indeed too lucky to encounter such a rare probability. What a tiny one! Under Su Chen's gaze, the eggshell finally shattered, and a small, pitch-black creature emerged. The crow actually resembled a raven, and the newly hatched demon crow was only the size of a palm, giving one the illusion that it could be easily squished. However, this was a true heroic-level demon. As long as it was given enough time to grow, it would become a terrifying existence capable of pecking to death dungeon bosses in the future. Name? Then let's call it Black Snow? Su Chen squinted slightly, whispering, the first weapon I obtained was named Blade of Black Snow, so let this be a commemoration. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the little crow tilted its head with a certain intelligence and a faint golden halo flickered in its beautiful eyes. It seemed to understand the meaning behind Su Chen's words. Its wings are very shiny and they feel as soft as snowflakes. Su Chen found the little crow adorable and reached out to pat its head. The texture was quite pleasant. In fact, it felt even better than the frost star of the light-printed unicorn. One had to say the name Black Snow suited the little crow perfectly. Ding! Congratulations, the demon crow has been successfully named Black Snow, and you have received a reward, mana plus 12,000 points, permanent increase. As Su Chen successfully named the raven, a faint prompt echoed in his mind. Permanent increase of 12,000 mana points. Ha! Su Chen was stunned. With a mix of laughter and tears, he said, damn it, is it always over 10,000 points of attribute increase? This is too crazy. If other professionals found out, how would they live? At this thought, Su Chen couldn't help but squint and smile, feeling exceptionally good. However, this just happens to solve my needs. As I acquire more boss skills through plunder, the mana consumption keeps increasing. Although, at this stage, it's already 10 times the mana, but who would complain about having a longer mana bar? Su Chen murmured to himself. Let's see how the little guy's attributes are. Since it has a hero-level bloodline, it should be a bit stronger than the light imprint unicorn. With a hint of excitement, Su Chen casually opened the Raven's attribute panel. However, the next moment he was shocked. Name, Demon Raven Black Snow, tamed, rank, heroic, growing, level, LV.1, points can be allocated. Health 35,000 points, strength 290, constitution 200, spirit 270, agility 295, skills, demon gaze, heroic, spirit summon, heroic, raven aura, heroic, abyssal curse, heroic, bloodline, heroic, raven frenzy, heroic. Description, the demon raven is an extremely large species from the abyss world, naturally possessing high agility attributes and super high attack power. However, the raven's weakness is also quite obvious. Generally, its defense is relatively low. Entry 1, Demon Raven Black Snow. Suspected to be a descendant of a powerful demon creature from the abyss world. Entry 2, this raven's bloodline is extremely peculiar, quite different from ordinary ravens. It is an undeniable hybrid, yet apart from the raven bloodline, the other part of the demon bloodline cannot be manifested, suspected to be of some noble demon royal blood. Entry 3, an extremely rare raven. creature with a skill panel of all heroic level strength. As it continues to change classes, it may unlock higher tier exclusive skills, even new exclusive talents. Entry 4. One of the eyeballs, right eye, of the demon raven Black Snow seals a powerful bloodline power which may erupt at any time. One must be cautious and beware of this creature's backlash. Entry 5. What the hell? Su Chen was taken aback. This was the first time he had seen so many entries unlocked by the identification skill. As many as a dozen. Moreover, all the entries seem to emphasize one thing. That is, the demon raven in Su Chen's hand is not a pure blood raven but a hybrid. As for the other half of the demon bloodline, it is suspected to be royal blood. The blood of the demon royal family. In the Abyss world, the noble demon royal blood? No way? Is it really that coincidental? In that death-filled second world, a descendant of the demon royal family actually ended up in Blue Star, sealed within a fossil. Su Chen frowned, the shock in his heart nearly suffocating him. For a moment, even someone like him, who had seen great storms, felt a bit at a loss. If this raven is indeed related to the demon royal family, then everything makes sense, whether it's the super high 4-dimensional attributes or the all-heroic level skills. Even saying that casually absorbing some dragon blood could elevate it from golden to heroic level. Su Chen took a deep breath. Gradually, he began to understand. This is not a coincidence, but because the demon royal blood within Black Snow has awakened its true potential. Su Chen's heart was pounding heavily. In the right eye of Black Snow, a powerful bloodline power is sealed? It could erupt at any moment. Devourer? If it weren't for the hints from the identification technique, perhaps Su Chen would have thought this was a tremendous surprise. However, with a plethora of additional prompts, he realized the seriousness of the situation. There's no doubt that Black Snow's identity is definitely not simple. It must be a descendant of some powerful demon royal family from the Abyss world, lost in the outside world. Having such a pet will surely bring me considerable help right now. But what about the future? Su Chen furrowed his brows, suddenly feeling a sense of crisis. If the Demon King notices my existence, what decision will he make? A descendant has been tamed into a pet. Su Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. I'm afraid my fate will become that of a undead under the Demon King's blade. Su Chen pressed his temples, trying to keep his fluctuating emotions stable. Then, he looked deeply at the attributes of the Demon Raven, especially the skills section. So many hero-level skills. Su Chen's eyes lit up slightly. If I were to directly kill Black Snow now, I could enjoy all the demon boss skills here. A crazy thought appeared in Su Chen's mind. Since this raven poses a potential danger, then why not destroy it? Fulfill himself and seize all the demon boss skills. This would be a large batch of hero-level skills. The benefits brought in a short time would be immeasurable. Of course, Su Chen would also lose a potential top demon boss that could become the behind-the-scenes big shot of the Abyss world. Leaving it may become uncontrollable, even threatening my safety. Su Chen frowned and simply analyzed. Destroying it would easily grant me several hero-level skills, but if that Demon King in the Abyss world discovers me, it could also pose a threat. After thinking it over, Su Chen felt a bit confused and found it hard to make a rational decision. Forget it. However, after seeing the cute eyes of the little raven, Su Chen's heart finally softened and he made up his mind. Let's raise it for now. As for the Demon King behind this little guy, we'll deal with that when the time comes. With that thought, Su Chen let out a long sigh of relief. He rubbed the little raven's head again. Little guy, I've paid quite a price to raise you. Caw. The raven's voice was hard to describe, not exactly pleasant, but rather quite grating. It was more annoying than scraping glass. A smoky voice. After hearing the raven's call, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle, giving a candid evaluation. Caw, caw, caw. The little raven tilted its head, its dark little head bobbing, but those eyes showing a faint golden halo were quite beautiful. Hurry up and grow up. When the time comes, we'll go on a killing spree in the dungeons with Alpha and the others. Su Chen squinted his eyes, speaking with a cunning expression. Having raised such a little monster, he had to make good use of it. In the future, going into dungeons to fight monsters would naturally be left to the raven and the unicorn. With that thought, Su Chen couldn't help but feel relaxed. Finally, he could achieve the freedom to slack off. Su Chen took a brief look at the little raven's skill attributes, and even he instinctively swallowed. Each skill was extremely perverse, powerful, and almost flawless. Without even looking, he knew these skills had far exceeded hero-level strength. Many skills had even reached the level of epic skills. A powerful bloodline is great. Any single skill pulled out can easily crush the Emerald Dragon Nano. Su Chen smiled bitterly, unable to help but feel a bit of toothache. Let's see how the Dragon Tooth ring is doing. Su Chen waved his hand, and the little raven flew out on its own, soaring in the basement. At this moment, Su Chen also turned his attention to the Dragon Tooth ring equipment. It should be noted that he had unlocked the hidden attributes of the Dragon Tooth Ring back in the black market. Under the baptism of the Dragon Blood Gem, this dark old grade equipment could be upgraded to hero level strength with at least 6 equipment attributes. Therefore, Su Chen was extremely curious about the Dragon Tooth Ring. Just how far could this necklace evolve under the influence of dragon blood? Name: Dragon Tooth Ring. Grade: hero level, top quality. Attributes: plus 3000 attack power, plus 5000 magic resistance, plus 200% damage immunity, plus 300% attack speed, plus 400% attack range, plus 800 luck. Exclusive equipment skills: Dragon Tooth Ring Wind. After this equipment skill is triggered, the Dragon Tooth Ring will detach from the practitioner, floating in mid-air, with each dragon tooth spinning wildly, forming a wind vortex, similar to a domain. In this state, the practitioner's attack power receives an additional boost of plus 2000% maximum attack range, and gains extra defense to protect the practitioner while releasing the strongest attack skills. Dragon Tooth Ring Fire. Unlike the wind with its ultra-long attack range, the Dragon Tooth Ring Fire grants the practitioner an extremely high attack speed, directly increasing plus 2000% maximum attack speed. At the same time, the practitioner can enjoy the attributes granted by the equipment, and stack other equipment effects. When this equipment skill is triggered, the practitioner can unleash an extreme attack speed. Even the agility attribute can receive a certain degree of enhancement. Restrictions: all classes, level 50, set effect, unknown. Set activation January 7. Description: the Dragon Tooth Ring, a top-quality hero-level equipment, although it is merely auxiliary and not an attack-type weapon, can provide a strong attack boost. The super-enhanced attack speed and attack range allow the practitioner to enjoy the ultimate joy of battle. However, it is important to note that each time the Dragon Tooth Ring's exclusive equipment skill is triggered, it will cause a certain degree of wear on the equipment. After the equipment skill is triggered, the practitioner can choose not to use it to reduce the wear level of the equipment. Attributes: when the Dragon Tooth Ring reaches a high wear level, it can be repaired using life potions and additional items. Expand to view: even if not an alchemist practitioner, one can still repair this equipment. After perfect repair, the wear level can be reduced to the minimum, achieving perfect restoration. Damn it! You call this hero level equipment? With an expectant heart, Su Chen opened the Dragon Tooth Ring equipment attribute panel, and in an instant he was completely stunned. He was a bit dazed. All 6 attribute entries were incredibly explosive. Moreover, it even granted the extremely rare attribute of luck. It should be known that in the entire world of class change, the rarest and most important attribute is none other than luck. This thing not only affects critical damage, hit rate, boss drop rate, blind box drop rate, and alchemy effects, but even class changes are influenced. If a practitioner possesses extremely high luck, then even if their class potential is not great, just being a silver level practitioner, they could very well soar to become a gold level practitioner in the next stage of class change. Even a hero level practitioner. These things are hard to say. After all, whoever masters high luck is destined to be a big shot, destined to take off. This wave is simply a win. Even compared to Guardian of the Holy Law, this top-quality hero gear is still a bit stronger. Su Chen took a deep breath of the murky air and thought to himself, I wonder what extra attributes can be activated once the set is complete. The Dragon Tooth Ring was not an ordinary piece of equipment, but a single item from a set. Once all 7 pieces were gathered, the set attributes could be unlocked, granting additional attribute boosts. By that time, it wouldn't just be simple descriptions of the 6 main attributes, it would likely lead to a qualitative leap. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation and murmured to himself, I hope to find 1 or 2 pieces of the Dragon Tooth set in the Undead Canyon dungeon. If I can gather this top-tier hero gear, I could easily slaughter third-tier professionals after my second class change. Right. It's also time to summon Alpha and Frost Star back. There's still some bloodline residue in the Dragon Blood Gem that hasn't been fully absorbed. It can be reused. Su Chen waved his hand, making a summoning gesture. At the same time, in 2 silver dungeons outside Zhenghai City, the light imprint unicorn Frost Star and the undead bone dragon Alpha transformed into a mist of twinkling stars, completely disappearing from the dungeon world. With a puff, the massive undead bone dragon, as large as a mountain, appeared beneath the Platinum Bay Villa, flapping its broken bone wings above the vast basement. As for Frost Star, it spread its pure white wings, angelic in appearance, and came to Su Chen's side, nuzzling against him. Have they all leveled up? Su Chen glanced at the 2 pets, and his pupils widened in surprise. Alpha had already reached level 82. Meanwhile, the unicorn, which Su Chen had been longing for, had made remarkable progress, reaching level 23. Although their level increases seemed limited, only rising by a dozen or 20 levels, Su Chen was quite satisfied. This was because these 2 pets were not ordinary small monsters but true top-tier species, with hero-level bloodline strength. At this level, leveling up was incredibly difficult, with astronomical experience points required for each level gained. To achieve such a transformation in such a short time surely indicated some fortuitous encounters. Nay, after leveling up, the light imprint unicorn had undergone a growth spurt, no longer in its juvenile state but now exuding a more mature unicorn aura, looking even more majestic. Its voice had completely changed as well. Froststar called out to Su Chen and then dropped several items in front of him. Holy crap! Su Chen looked at the items Froststar had thrown over, his pupils dilating in shock as he blurted out, "Golden level weapons?" Indeed, Froststar had somehow obtained several golden level weapons. Although they showed somewhere, acquiring golden level weapons from a silver dungeon while acting independently was no small feat. From this alone, Froststar could already take down most professionals with ease. Well done! Su Chen exclaimed with satisfaction, reaching out to pat Froststar's little head. The unicorn's horn had become even brighter, resembling a divine artifact forged from gold, extremely eye-catching. With a clang, the undead bone dragon above also refused to be outdone, directly spewing forth a large pile of monster resources from its mouth, along with several skill books shimmering with golden light. Golden level skill books? Silver level skill books? Are these the bones of the ultimate boss monster from the dungeon? Su Chen's eyes widened in shock, instinctively gasping for breath as his heart raced. Damn it! This was no mere pet training. His pets were giving back to him. It had only been a short time, just half a day apart, and both pets had leveled up by a dozen or even 20 levels, not to mention bringing him such an explosive haul of loot. Golden level weapons. Golden level skill books. Ultimate boss monster. Goodness. I'm just blown away. Su Chen excitedly swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva, his expression shocked as he looked at Alpha and Froststar. He exclaimed, if there were an award for the best pet in the world of class change, it would definitely go to you too. Pervert. This is truly perverse. I was careless. After a moment of silence, Su Chen finally managed to calm his emotions a bit, then smiled and murmured, if I had known you two were this strong, I shouldn't have let you sit idle. From now on, earn your own experience points. If you have the ability, get me some more too. Ahem. Su Chen glanced slyly at Alpha, then patted the snow-white Froststar, revealing a harmless smile. Caw! Froststar lifted her head as if responding to Su Chen, letting out a soft hum. Alpha also nodded heavily, repeatedly stretching her bone wings, causing a cold storm to sweep through the entire basement. Don't wreck the place. Su Chen's eyes widened as he looked at Alpha and said, this villa is really expensive. Don't tear it down for me, or I'll sell you to buy a new one. Upon hearing this, Alpha instinctively shrank her head, the flames covering her body dimming in an instant. Absorb the last part of the bloodline in this dragon blood gem and see if we can gain some attribute boosts. Su Chen pointed to the center of the bloodline baptism array, where the large, crystal-like dragon blood gem was located. At this moment, the dragon blood gem had dimmed significantly compared to before, like a golden sun extinguished, leaving only a faint glow. However, Su Chen was very clear that even this little bit, if used properly, could yield considerable value. Not to mention, it could at least grant his two pets some health boosts. After all, after completing the bloodline baptism, Su Chen had gained a heap of attribute boosts and simultaneously comprehended 2 hero-level skills. Even if it was a used gem, it should still provide a few thousand points of health increase. A mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat. After receiving Su Chen's signal, Alpha and Froststar, in perfect harmony, dove into the array to enjoy the baptism of dragon blood. Like Su Chen, their baptism this time would not alter their bloodlines. Whether it was the undead bone dragon or the light-printed unicorn, their bloodlines were inherently noble. They represented two extremes, embodying the utmost light and darkness. Su Chen also did not intend to let the holy light and undead systems be corrupted. If the dragon blood polluted the original bloodlines of the pets, it would be counterproductive. Let them absorb the dragon blood first, I'll use the Book of Sages. Su Chen glanced at the two little creatures floundering in the array, squinting his eyes and smiling contentedly, secretly pondering. He took out the Book of Sages, a silver-grade auxiliary item. It looked very much like a skill book. Once opened, it released an extremely powerful elemental fluctuation, illuminating the entire basement with golden light. I hope that after fusion, it can bring my appraisal skill a brand new transformation. Su Chen swallowed hard. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully used the Book of Sages, and it has fused with light appraisal. Ding! Congratulations, points added successfully, light appraisal eye of the mind, current skill tier, hero level 75%. Su Chen fused the Book of Sages with the appraisal skill. At the same time, he allocated all the extra skill points to the appraisal skill. Sure enough, the light appraisal skill instantly advanced to hero level strength, and not just any ordinary hero level. It was only a step away from the epic tier. Eye of the mind? Su Chen was momentarily stunned. Upon hearing the prompt, he frowned, clicking on the skill description. Mind's Eye Heroic Level Skill Identification Technique. Can view the source, detailed attributes, hidden traits, and additional concealed information of all items. If the identified item has hidden information, it can be forcibly unlocked to some extent, revealing the item's original attributes and source. Furthermore, this skill can eavesdrop on a part of a being's inner thoughts. In the next stage, when this skill evolves to demigod level, it can view the class transition paths of mounts, pets, followers, even bosses, and unlock class transition traits for a perfect class change. Identification technique? Damn it! Is this what you call an identification technique? Su Chen was stunned. He felt a lump in his throat at that moment. Absurd. It was just too damn absurd. What happened to the identification technique? What the hell is Mind's Eye? Heroic level. If nothing unexpected happens, this identification technique has already reached epic level strength, even legendary level status, right? Su Chen took a deep breath, his heart suddenly trembling twice. How to put it? After merging with the Book of Sages, his identification technique had completely taken off. This time, aside from reaching heroic level, the unlocked abilities were truly top tier. Viewing attributes, hidden traits, these are all basic operations, let's not talk about them for now. Su Chen swallowed hard, his heart racing as he murmured, but forcibly unlocking hidden information is a bit too outrageous. In other words, if a high-level professional uses some kind of concealment technique to completely shield their attribute panel, I can forcibly view all their attributes once I activate Mind's Eye. The corners of Su Chen's mouth couldn't help but curl up, his mind receiving a critical hit of 10,000 points. I wonder if this forced unlocking has any limitations. If a level 7 or 800 professional god can also be viewed, that would be too overpowered. Moreover, this thing can also eavesdrop on a professional's inner thoughts, hearing what others are thinking. Su Chen gasped again, his lungs nearly running out of air, and his brain was spinning. This was no longer an identification technique. It was clearly an NPC. Priest's mysterious art, perverse. A part of their inner thoughts? Even just a sentence or two of inner dialogue would be unimaginably powerful, equivalent to being a prophet. Su Chen squinted, a storm of thoughts brewing. Being able to hear what others are thinking is itself absurd. Even just a few words, if they are keywords, could give Su Chen a tremendous advantage in a short time. Flirting, picking up girls, hooking up with rich women. Cough cough, wouldn't that be a piece of cake? Easy to handle? Of course. If applied to important relationships, it could also play a significant role. Next stage? When the identification technique evolves to demigod level, it can view class transition paths. A flash of golden light flickered before Su Chen's eyes. Class transition paths. Are you sure this identification technique is really legitimate? Why is it developing in such a strange direction? You have to know. In a world of universal class transitions, all professionals know. To be precise, including bosses. The direction and trend of class transitions are random. No one can view class transition paths. Even if there were, they would never reveal themselves. They are treasures cherished by the world's top guilds and the ancient churches of the native world. They would be treated like revered elders. After all, being able to view class transition paths means being able to determine the life and death of a professional or a native NPC, guiding them towards the optimal transition to gain the strongest extraordinary power. And now, Su Chen had obtained this ability, and all of this came from what seemed to be an ordinary identification technique. My luck is just too good. Su Chen shook his head vigorously, letting out a long sigh of relief. It is no exaggeration to say that today has been incredibly lucky. From the moment he acquired the top-tier leak from the black market to the bloodline baptism ceremony, Su Chen has been on a roll. At this moment, the Eye of the Soul brought him immense surprise. No, it was ecstasy. I hope these two little guys will shock me again later. Su Chen stroked his chin, looking at the two pettists floundering in the magic circle, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully used the epic skill slot *4. Skill limit unlocked +4. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully used the heroic skill slot *12. Skill limit unlocked +12. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully learned the skill Blessing of the Goddess of Life. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully learned the skill Priest's Healing Technique. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully learned the skill Mirror Assassination. This feeling is really comfortable. Su Chen used up all the skill slots in one breath instantly, increasing the number of skill positions by 16. This meant that he could now possess 32 skills simultaneously. What does this concept mean? Under normal circumstances, Su Chen had already become the practitioner with the most learnable skills in Zhenghai City at this stage. That should be enough, right? Seeing the skill slots continuously unlocking with places to place skill books, Su Chen's mood brightened. He smiled faintly and said, even if the Undead Canyon dungeon drops more top-tier boss skills, this should be enough. With this thought, Su Chen was incredibly excited, his emotions surging to the extreme. He knew that he still held nearly 9 million experience points, and the extra skill slots were all prepared for the Undead Canyon dungeon. This time, Su Chen would definitely unleash a massacre in this nostalgic server dungeon. He would plunder all the top-tier boss skills within his sight. Ding! Congratulations, Mount Undead Bone Dragon Alpha successfully absorbed Dragon Blood Gem reward health plus 10,000. Permanent increase flight speed plus 50%, spell attack power plus 10%. Ding! Congratulations, Pet Light Imprint Unicorn Frost Star successfully absorbed Dragon Blood Gem reward health plus 20,000, permanent increase mana plus 1,000, spell attack power plus 5%. Spell critical damage plus 10%. The cold notification sound startled Su Chen. Little guys, have you finished absorbing the Dragon Blood Gem? At the moment he heard the notification, Su Chen turned his head to look at the pale golden magic circle, which had completely lost its original luster and had become incredibly dim. As for the Dragon Blood Gem, it looked like a crystal that had lost its brilliance, completely devoid of its original shine, indistinguishable from an ordinary stone. However, Su Chen's two pet beasts had undergone a tremendous transformation. It was like a job change, a magnificent metamorphosis. First, let's talk about Alpha. The previous Undead Bone Dragon looked incredibly dazzling, as if it were made of gold, resembling a mountain of gold at first glance. However, Alpha's body was still made of remnants and bones, and upon closer inspection, it had a rough feel. But now, within Alpha's dry bones, a trace of flesh had begun to appear. The granular surface of the flesh even revealed a layer of newly formed dragon scales. Given enough time, Alpha would undoubtedly grow perfect, mirror-like scales. This was no longer an Undead Bone Dragon. One could say that under the baptism of the Dragon Blood Gem, Alpha had unlocked some kind of shackles and was gradually evolving towards a state of rebirth through blood. Perhaps one day, Alpha would become a true giant dragon, no longer in a half-dead state. This is the true Golden Dragon. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at Alpha as if observing a perfect and exquisite work of art. Alpha now was indeed perfect. Golden blood and flesh. A dragon's body. No matter how you looked at it, it was a top-tier dragon mount, resplendent and magnificent to the extreme. It felt completely different from before. At this moment, Alpha appeared incredibly noble. The moment it appeared, it could attract the attention of all adventurers. Moreover, once Alpha's dragon body fully recovered, it would no longer be a skeleton dragon but a dragon with dual bloodlines. Golden Dragon. Skeleton Dragon. Just thinking about it was thrilling. By that time, Alpha would probably no longer be just a hero-level dragon. In life, Alpha was already of the Golden Dragon lineage, and after death, under my taming, it transformed into a skeleton dragon. Su Chen took a deep breath, a storm of thoughts swirling in his mind. If Alpha were to be reborn in blood, then, theoretically, it could indeed obtain 2 bloodlines, but I wonder if its consciousness would split into 2, or if it could retain its current consciousness. At this thought, Su Chen felt a bit of a headache. I should wait until I enter Qingbei University to consult those veteran professionals, or perhaps do more research in the Qingbei Library. Regarding the questions about Alpha, it was difficult for Su Chen to provide a reasonable explanation based on his own thoughts. This was already beyond his knowledge. Only the mentors at Qingbei University could give him a perfect answer. There was no need to rush these matters. At least for now, Alpha's transformation was a good thing for Su Chen. The flying speed has increased by half, a perfect flying mount. In the future, I'll rely on this little guy for travel. Su Chen stretched lazily, squinting his eyes and murmuring with a smile. Then, he turned his gaze to Frost Star. Compared to Alpha, the changes in the light-printed unicorn seemed even more pronounced. Goodness, it's even more beautiful now. Those big eyes, that little face, damn it, it's going to charm those priestesses to death. Su Chen glanced at Frost Star, his heart tightening. He had to admit that after absorbing the Dragon Blood Gem, Frost Star's aura had become even more noble and pure. Its fur was whiter and more radiant. The horn on its head had gradually become rounder, no longer sharp but resembling a golden mark. Frost Star's appearance was already exquisite. Now, it was even cuter. Like a ragdoll cat? Su Chen suddenly widened his eyes, thinking to himself. Indeed, at this moment, Frost Star was as adorable as a ragdoll cat. Exquisite, beautiful, and noble. Those beauty-loving priestesses would probably laugh themselves awake at midnight if they had such a mount. The beauty representative. Su Chen chuckled softly, unable to help but comment, but compared to me, there's still a slight gap. Everything is ready. Seeing that both of his pets had made significant improvements, Su Chen lazily sat on the sofa, his gaze soft as he looked at his pets. The powerful skeleton dragon, the pure light-printed unicorn, the embodiment of a demon, the raven with royal demon blood. Such a lineup was enough to annihilate all the guilds in Zhanghai City. Eternity, soul of the song, journey. This so-called three giants of Zhanghai probably didn't have a pet lineup as splendid as Su Chen's. Once the Undead Canyon opens, it will amaze everyone. Su Chen squinted and smiled, but I still need to be cautious. Han Ning. That girl is not simple. Han Ning, Su Yu, Lu Mani, Su Shi, Chen Shuyan. Su Chen recited these names as if they were treasures. The Undead Canyon dungeon was destined to be a battlefield of slaughter. 2 days later, Zhanghai City. In the sky, as blue as if washed, a large group of flying pets appeared, startling all the professionals in the city. What the hell? What's going on? So many high-level mounts. You don't know? The Undead Canyon dungeon has opened right near our Zhanghai City. The major guilds in the city are all eager to try, preparing to farm monsters in the dungeon. Undead Canyon? Isn't that a gold level dungeon? Why is it attracting so many big shots? Gold level? If you read more, you wouldn't be so clueless. The so-called gold level dungeon actually has the strength of a hero level dungeon, not to mention, the Undead Canyon is a nostalgic dungeon, so it's bound to drop a lot of good stuff. No wonder. This is interesting. All the big shots in the city are mobilizing. I wonder how many casual players are joining in the fun. Professionals with higher levels should have already made full preparations for this dungeon, while those lower tier professionals won't be of much use. After all, this time, the big shots are unusually numerous. I heard that the Misty Rain Guild from Jiangnan province is here too. Damn! The Misty Rain Guild. That S-level guild? They're coming to Zhanghai City to snatch the dungeon? This is going to be a good show. So exciting. Look, that mount, so cool. A golden giant dragon, its size comparable to a mountain. Wait, am I seeing things? Isn't that Su Chen's mount? The initial undead bone dragon, then it evolved, or was it bloodline enhancement, into a death bone dragon. Now, how did it transform again? It seems to have some golden dragon bloodline. Su Chen YYDS. I have to say, it's truly rare for our Zhanghai City to produce a top genius like Su Chen. Yeah, how old is Su Chen? He already has such a glorious record. The achievements he has created have surpassed the older generation of professional big shots. Not to mention, just this golden death bone dragon, the explosive effect when it appears can crush the high-level professionals of other guilds. I really want to have a child with Su Chen. Just seeing him makes my DNA stir. This is too cool. The whole city was in an uproar. Indeed. All the mounts and flying pets in the sky came from the major guilds in Zhanghai City, especially the 3 major guilds. As for the others, they belonged to the influential big shots of Zhanghai City. Their initial appearance had only one purpose. That was to head to the Undead Canyon dungeon outside Zhanghai City. The nostalgic dungeon that had been anticipated for so long. Today, it finally opened. And at this moment, on the most eye-catching golden dragon mount in the sky, Su Chen squinted, slightly shielding his eyes from the scorching sun. The sun is really bright. The weather is nice. Su Chen raised his eyebrows and murmured softly, "It is quite nice." Besides Su Chen, Elpha was also carrying a professional, none other than Chen Shuyan, the admissions office mentor from Qingbei University. Chen Shuyan had arranged to follow Su Chen into the dungeon from the very beginning. Although she wouldn't intervene if they encountered any life-threatening danger, she would mercilessly take down the boss monster to protect Su Chen's safety. There was no choice. Su Chen's importance had already been elevated to the highest level by the 2 presidents of Qingbei University. In other words, Su Chen, who had not yet enrolled, had already become the prized asset of Qingbei University. The 2 old presidents were afraid that Su Chen would encounter any problems in Zhanghai City. That should be the entrance to the Undead Canyon dungeon. Elpha's flying speed was fast, and soon, in Su Chen's line of sight, a land bathed in a golden halo appeared, and Chen Shuyan pointed in that direction. She said, "Just follow the guild in, but once inside, be careful not to be too reckless. This is an elite-level dungeon, and there are unpredictable dangers lurking within. Although you possess a variety of boss skills, your level is still too low. Facing those powerful dungeon bosses, even a basic attack could wipe out your health bar," Chen Shuyan advised, looking at Su Chen with a concerned expression. "Don't be reckless. Try to stay behind the guild." How should she put it? In this world, when a professional dies in a dungeon, they can be resurrected, but it still has its consequences. Levels drop. Equipment can be lost. Permanent damage to attributes. These penalties, while they may seem minor, are significant. They will definitely impact potential and qualifications. In Chen Shuyan's view, Su Chen's potential had already reached legendary strength. Even dying once would cause fluctuations in his subsequent job change, harming his professional potential. It could even jeopardize his career entirely. That's why she was so persistent. She hoped that during this dungeon run, Su Chen would stay in the back, just going through the motions with the guilds from Zhanghai City. Okay, I'll try my best, Su Chen replied with a bitter smile, brushing off her concerns. Stay in the back? Just go through the motions? How could that be possible? For this dungeon, Su Chen had made ample preparations. Top-tier boss skills, heroic level, epic weapons, a massive amount of monster resources. He wanted all of it. For Su Chen, the Undead Canyon dungeon was an extraordinary opportunity. There was no way he would just let it pass by. As for the potential damage to his professional skills after dying in the dungeon, that was almost a non-issue for Su Chen. On one hand, he had too many trump cards. Even if he faced lethal damage, he could have his mount in the Radiant Unicorn take some hits, avoiding the main damage. On the other hand, even if he couldn't withstand it and died in the dungeon, he could use a resurrection stone to come back perfectly. Moreover, Su Chen had a strong premonition that this time, he definitely wouldn't need the resurrection stone. The reason was simple. Su Chen's current equipment and skills were too powerful. When his health was about to hit zero, his equipment's passive skills and effects could provide a health lock effect. Unless an extremely overpowered boss appeared and one-shot him, there was no way Su Chen would die in the dungeon. With that thought, Su Chen let out a long breath and took out 2 entry tickets provided by Su Shi. These tickets were covered with a layer of gold plating, a special version that allowed Su Chen and Chen Shuyan to enter the dungeon simultaneously with Su Shi and land in the same location. They were quite expensive. Undead Canyon, here I come. Su Chen took a deep breath, looking at the sky ahead where the flying mounts were disappearing, and he crushed the entry ticket. He silently murmured, I hope the coordinates in the dungeon lead to the boss's domain. If so, the experience gained will be quite abundant. Fortunately, Su Chen's thoughts were not overheard by other professionals. Otherwise, even the guild leader of the Expedition Guild would be left speechless. What kind of professional rushes straight for the boss? Shouldn't they progress step by step? But for Su Chen, killing the small monsters in the dungeon was too tedious. Taking down the big boss directly was the real thrill. Grow bigger and stronger. Create brilliance again. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully used the entry ticket for the Undead Canyon dungeon. You have entered the golden level. Dungeon, Undead Canyon. Current location, Death Marsh. As a cold notification echoed, Su Chen's vision went dark. When he opened his eyes again, the scene before him had changed dramatically. It was a misty marshland, cold and filled with an eerie atmosphere. Death Marsh? Su Chen frowned and murmured softly. Before coming here, he had done thorough research. This place is considered one of the most terrifying forbidden zones in the Undead Canyon dungeon. Normally, they would need to clear a large number of dungeon mobs before reaching here. But now, upon arrival, they found themselves in the Death Swamp. It's actually the Death Swamp. Something feels off. Besides Su Chen, Chen Shuyan frowned and said, this place is a bit dangerous, filled with a large number of Death Knights, all at a relatively high level, generally between level 50 and 60. Each Death Knight comes equipped with a powerful skeletal horse. If it were a different dungeon, Death Knights plus skeletal horses, this combination would be considered the ultimate boss in a dungeon. Chen Shuyan's words made Su Chen's pupils instinctively contract and his heart thumped twice. Damn! This is really exciting. What he wished for has come true. A large number of Death Knights, all level 50 to 60 bosses? Isn't this exactly the boss territory he wanted? Endless killing. Completely endless. Damn it! What's going on? How did we end up in the Death Swamp? We just started. A good start? That can't be right. Even if our lineup is impressive this time, there's no need to suddenly throw us into the Death Swamp. If I remember correctly, the last time the Undead Canyon dungeon opened, it was in Hang City. An S-rank guild sent a powerful hunting team, equipped with high-level priests and knights, a large team of dozens of people. What happened? When they passed through the Death Swamp, they were completely wiped out, everyone lost levels, and a lot of equipment was dropped. What's going on? Where's Su Shi? Where did he get the entry ticket? This is life-threatening. Yeah, don't underestimate these level 50 Death Knight bosses. If there are too many, even those at level 100 could die here. Our lineup is strong, but we can't afford to waste it here. Didn't we make a plan earlier? I remember we were supposed to avoid the Death Swamp and try to find the ultimate boss of the dungeon. Now look, the rhythm has been completely disrupted. This wave of swamp monsters is likely to cost us a lot of professionals. Prepare for battle. The coordination of the Death Knight group is quite exquisite. Veterans, don't let your guard down. Wait. I still want to know one thing. How did we end up in the Death Swamp? Can someone explain this to me? Ahem, this question should be directed to manager Su Shi. She is responsible for providing the entry tickets. However, in my opinion, it should be related to Su Chen. He is the only epic level professional among us, and he might have triggered the dungeon's hidden mechanism. It could also be related to Mentor Chun from Kyoto. Not only was Su Chen surprised, the major guilds and the professional experts from Shanghai City were equally stunned, all exchanging shocked expressions. They didn't quite understand why this was happening. However, they quickly reached a conclusion. If nothing unexpected happened, all of this might be related to Su Chen or Chen Shuyan. After all, Su Chen is an epic-level professional capable of triggering the hidden mechanisms of the dungeon. The reason for including Su Chen in the Shanghai Alliance's hunting team was precisely because of his professional rank, hoping to trigger the dungeon NPC's chain quests and hidden rewards. As for Chen Shuyan being the only level 400 expert present, her extremely high level might have caused some changes to the entry ticket, forcibly bringing them to the Forbidden Zone Death Swamp. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned towards the direction where Su Chen was, and the expressions of every professional were somewhat complex. It was hard to put into words. Don't look at me. When Chen Shuyan saw this scene, she chuckled softly and said, "It has nothing to do with me. Before entering the dungeon, I already used the baptism potion, so I won't trigger any hidden mechanisms in the dungeon. To the dungeon, I am now a level 100 professional." Chen Shuyan's explanation left everyone momentarily stunned, but soon they all nodded in agreement. The baptism potion can perfectly conceal a professional's attributes. The current Chen Shuyan would absolutely not affect a hunting team in the slightest. The dungeon would classify her as a level 100 professional, a small character, unremarkable. In fact, not to mention the dungeon, even NPCs would probably not spare her a second glance, because her attribute panel was also concealed, only showing a level around 100. Of course, at a critical moment, Chen Shuyan would lift the seal, eliminate any threats, and protect Su Chen's safety. Ahem. After her explanation, Su Chen couldn't help but cough a couple of times, nearly choking on his own saliva, because at that moment everyone's gaze fell upon him. Obviously, there were only two exceptions on site. If it wasn't Chen Shuyan speaking, then it could only be him, Su Chen. One could say that the culprit for the hunting team's appearance in the Death Swamp was indeed Su Chen. Alright, everyone, don't worry too much. We're here in the Undead Canyon to obtain items from this nostalgic dungeon, right? The Death Swamp, although relatively dangerous, risks and opportunities coexist. Who knows, after this wave, we might get a lot of loot. The silence was broken by a pleasant female voice as Sushi stepped forward, smiling brightly at everyone and saying, "Let's prepare a bit. Death Knights should be appearing soon. These hybrid monsters are undead creatures and quite powerful, so don't let your guard down." She's words eased everyone's expressions a bit. She was right. They had come to the dungeon for profit. The Death Swamp was indeed perilous. However, the rewards were substantial. If they could pass through smoothly, it would be equivalent to grinding monsters in the outskirts of the Undead Canyon for a week. Everyone, get your spirits up. Priests to the back. Knights and warriors, hold the front. Mages and assassins, keep an eye on the whole field and be ready to deal damage or heal when necessary. In the center of the hunting team, a tall thorn knight, holding a spear in one hand and a heavy axe in the other, scanned the area and decisively laid out the plan. Upon hearing the thorn knight's words, all the professionals present began to move, forming the formation as the knight suggested. Because this was not an ordinary professional, but the strongest member of this hunting team, the guild leader of the Journey Guild, Bai Zhengcheng. Level 300 big shot. Su Chen, stay back and don't act rashly. If you encounter danger, try to move towards Mentor Chen, Bai Zhengcheng said gently after stabilizing the hunting team and then turned to look at Su Chen. Su Chen smiled bitterly and nodded, "Okay." Then, Bai Zhengcheng also nodded slightly and charged to the front of the team. His defense was already the strongest in the current team, so he naturally couldn't hide in the back but instead acted as a defensive shield, ready to absorb most of the damage. The team began to take on an orderly formation, no longer as scattered as at the beginning. Everyone quietly awaited the appearance of the boss monster. However, there were still a few gazes that seemed somewhat distracted as they looked at Su Chen, Su Yu and Lu Mani. They were positioned in the center of the team, surrounded by professionals from the Imperial Guard. Han Ing and a level 200 mage also looked at Su Chen, but there was no emotional fluctuation in their eyes, leaving one to wonder what Han Ing was thinking at that moment. Beside Han Ing and the mage, there were senior members of the Kanghan Guild, each of whom had reached a level above 100. Facing their gazes, Su Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, remaining silent and expressionless. He glanced back at Su Yu and Han Ing, then withdrew his gaze. These girls wouldn't really try to kill me in the dungeon, would they? Although Su Chen appeared calm on the surface, a hint of calculation stirred within him. Lu Mani was manageable. The conflict between them wasn't deep, just over a piece of top-tier hero-level equipment, the Dragon Tooth Ring. In fact, Lu Mani might not even know that the Wolf Tooth Necklace was actually hero-level equipment. However, regarding Han Ying's words, Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at her again, thinking to himself, that's hard to say. After all, I took away a Necromancer summon and a Legion aura, both of her exclusive skills, and even lost a skeletal dragon. She must be harboring quite a bit of resentment. With that thought, Su Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Let it be. Let's see what she does later. However, the next moment, Su Chen suddenly frowned, because several brand new attributes appeared out of thin air on Han Ying. Han Ying unlocked a second profession. Attribute 1. Han Ying has completed the second awakening ceremony. This awakening is the supreme ceremony, and the second profession is epic level Dark Sorceress. Attribute 2. The Dark Sorceress, also known as Witch Sorceress, can learn exclusive dark magic spells. Han Ying's second profession has formed a bond relationship with her first profession, Necromancer, activating exclusive buffs in Necromancy, Darkness, and Sorcery. Attribute 3. As an epic level profession, the Dark Sorceress possesses extremely powerful exclusive talents and terrifying exclusive skills with immense growth potential, easily able to counter same level professionals in the later stages. Attribute 4. The Dark Sorceress profession has strong development potential, with a high probability of transitioning to legendary level professional in the next stage. When the Witch Sorceress profession level exceeds 1000, all professional skills can transform into forbidden spells and even learn divine spells. Su Chen's heart tightened and he was momentarily stunned. The identification skill had evolved, transforming into Eye of the Mind. Under the effect of this hero-level identification skill, the hidden attributes Su Chen unlocked were much richer and more detailed than before. However, what Su Chen did not expect was Han Ying had actually completed a supreme ceremony, awakened a second profession, and it was a Dark Sorceress, a legendary Witch Sorceress. Isn't this an exclusive profession for native NPCs? Su Chen took a deep breath, a glimmer of disbelief shining in his eyes. He frowned and murmured softly, epic level profession. The probability of transitioning to legendary level in the next stage is very high. After reaching level 1000, all skills can transform into forbidden spells? Su Chen felt his heart tremble violently, a speechless sensation washing over him, leaving him dazed. And even learn divine spells. It should be noted that in the world of universal profession transitions, anything above skills is considered a forbidden spell. And forbidden spells are not the strongest. Divine spells can annihilate forbidden spells. However, divine spells rarely appear in the public eye. They are techniques mastered only by top-tier beings like Seraphim and Abyssal Tyrants. Each divine spell originates from the world's essence. Each one is unique, unlike skills, which can appear in multiple forms simultaneously. Han Ying actually has such powerful talent? Su Chen raised his eyebrows, feeling somewhat incredulous as he said, when did so many little monsters appear in Zhonghai City? From the information leaked by the Divine Selection, aside from Han Ying, Su Yu, Lu Mei, and even Su Qingya, all possessed extremely high talents. The once rare dual-class practitioners seemed to be frequently appearing in Zhonghai City. This couldn't help but send Su Chen into a whirlwind of thoughts. Could it be? Su Chen paused for a moment. Is Zhonghai City a place that produces top-tier geniuses? Or is it related to my appearance? Su Chen fell into contemplation. He was very clear that he was not from this world but from another parallel world. After arriving in the world of universal job transitions, had a butterfly effect occurred, thus leading to the frequent emergence of top-tier geniuses in Zhonghai City? Am I actually the instigator? Su Chen rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat at a loss. If it really was as he suspected, then it was likely that in the future, the entire world of universal job transitions would see countless anomalies. Causality? A bold thought appeared in Su Chen's mind. To maintain the balance of the world, so the world's essence forcibly granted Han Ying and the others higher qualifications? To restrain my existence? Just like the concept of ecology, species balance. If a species becomes too powerful and has no natural enemies, it will ultimately lead to a collapse of the natural ecosystem. Therefore, according to natural laws or the will of the world, another species will emerge to restrain it. Thinking of this, Su Chen felt a headache coming on. It seemed that this had already touched upon another level of things. To put it bluntly, Su Chen's appearance was itself quite unusual. After dying in an accident in his previous life, he was reborn into this world. Moreover, after being reborn, he gained extremely abnormal talents, leveling up wildly and obtaining things that ordinary practitioners could never aspire to in their lifetime. From this perspective, it indeed broke the existing ecological balance of this world. There was indeed a possibility that because of Su Chen's existence, the will of the world or the essence of the world created more monsters or geniuses to balance the entire ecosystem. It could also be that I'm overthinking it. After a moment of silence, Su Chen's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. Although, at present, Han Ying's second profession Dark Sorceress was quite abnormal, exceeding Su Chen's imagination, it still didn't seem that astonishing on a global scale. At least, in Kyoto, the descendants of those top guilds, the female disciples personally trained by the god of law, might be even more extraordinary than Han Ying. To take a step back, even Su Chen, with his epic profession god of killing in some respects, was also a being that overshadowed Han Ying. Not to mention, no matter how strong Han Ying was, once the talent plundering skill was used, it could strip away all of Han Ying's exclusive skills in an instant, potentially ending this genius girl's career. So what if she was a sorceress? It would still be easy to handle. Just wait and see. Su Chen slightly squinted his eyes, unable to help but chuckle softly, his expression returning to normal. If Han Ying tries to attack me in the dungeon, then don't blame me for being rude. Su Chen raised his eyebrows secretly, pondering, if I can plunder you once, I can plunder you twice. The skills of a sorceress should be decent. After all, she is at least a hero level, right? Maybe I can even get 1 or 2 epic exclusive skills. Su Chen withdrew his gaze, feeling quite pleased. Meanwhile, Han Ying, who had exchanged a glance with Su Chen, couldn't help but feel a jolt in her heart, her expression changing dramatically. What's going on? A sudden sense of unease in Han Ying's beautiful eyes, a flicker of unease sparkled, and her whole body felt an unnatural sensation. At that moment, a strong sense of anxiety surged within her, as if she were being targeted by a venomous scorpion, fear spreading throughout her body. Meanwhile, in a place that Su Chen was unaware of, another professional was squinting his eyes, watching Su Chen, a level 100 fire mage. That's right. It was Chen Fei from the Eternal Guild, the first lowly minion he clashed with after arriving in this world. Such a character, if placed in a novel, would undoubtedly not survive past 100 chapters as a villainous cannon fodder. However, objectively speaking, Chen Fei was still a level 100 professional. If it really came down to a one-on-one duel with Su Chen, the final outcome was uncertain. After all, without relying on the undead bone dragon, Su Chen was merely a level 50 professional. Although the damage he could unleash was strong, his defense still couldn't compare to that of a level 100 professional. Su Chen, heroic grade weapon, heroic grade boss skills, and that undead bone dragon mount. Chen Fei raised his eyebrows, his gaze greedily fixed on Su Chen, a cunning smile on his face as he said, just wait, as long as there's a chance later, Chen Fei, will definitely let you experience what true pain is. So, what if you're a genius? A genius who hasn't grown up is just a waste. The lethality of a level 100 professional is something a high school student like you could ever imagine. The more Chen Fei thought about it, the more excited he became, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly, eager to strike at Su Chen right then and there. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he could already see Su Chen dying at his hands. All those high-level weapons and boss skill books on Su Chen would eventually become his, Chen Fei's, possessions. The first wave of boss monsters is about to appear. Archers, mages, prepare. Bai Zhang Cheng, standing at the forefront of the hunting team, suddenly squinted his eyes. In a loud voice, he said, there are many bosses in this wave, at least 1,000 Death Knights. This will be a fierce battle. Damn! As soon as Bai Zhengqing's words fell, all the professionals in the hunting team couldn't help but widen their pupils, gasping in shock. Over 1,000 Death Knights. This was not just 1,000 level 50 professionals. These were real boss monsters. Death Knights of such intensity could easily crush professionals around level 70 without exaggeration. And with such a massive number of Death Knights, all equipped with skeletal steeds, for a moment everyone felt dizzy, struggling to cope. So many? Upon hearing Bai Zhengqing's voice, even Su Chen widened his eyes, directly activating his mind's eye to probe into the white mist marsh ahead, preparing to check the attributes of these boss monsters in advance. Name, Death Knight rank, golden level, LV.50 health, 350,000 points. Name, Death Knight Chief Yake. Rank, dark gold level, LV.74 health, 980,000 points strength, 600 constitution, 590 spirit, 620 agility, 580 skills. Knights. Charge, dark gold, death execution, golden, break formation charge, dark gold, death spark, dark gold, description, death. Knight Leader, an indigenous NPC who fought for the Icefield Empire in life, was eroded by darkness after death, becoming a Death Knight, immortal and eternal, living in this dim dungeon world, ready to use his life to block any adventurer who steps onto this land. To kill the Death Knight, one must strike a fatal blow, otherwise, you will be slain by the long knife in his hand. Entry. Beneath the tattered armor of the Death Knight Leader, at the position of his heart, there is a crystal shimmering with golden Light. This is not an ordinary crystal gem, but a undead crystal that contains violent energy. Absorbing the power within this crystal can enhance undead creatures and may even unlock new exclusive skills. Note, this undead crystal is a hero-level item. Hero-level item. Undead crystal. Su Chen took a deep breath, his heart racing, truly shocked. Under the effect of Mind's eye, he could see all the attributes of the undead knight bosses in the white mist clearly. However, the undead knight leader at the back left Su Chen completely stunned. Because this boss not only had a high level, reaching level 74, with health points nearly 1,000,000. Most importantly, within the boss, there was actually a hero-level crystal. Damn it! A hero-level 1. Don't be fooled by Su Chen's current hero-level weapons. In this small place of Zhenghai City, a hero-level item could cause quite a stir. Even the 3 major guilds of Zhenghai would fight tooth and nail for such a thing. And now, just entering the dungeon, he encountered a hero-level item. How could that not be shocking? Absorbing the power of this crystal can enhance undead creatures and unlock new exclusive skills. Su Chen carefully examined the hidden entry of the undead crystal, feeling a tightness in his chest. He took another deep breath, secretly resolving, no matter what, I must get this crystal. Whether it's Alpha or Heishue, they should be able to absorb it. Alpha itself evolved from an undead bone dragon, and if it could absorb the undead crystal, the benefits would surely be significant. As for Heishue, being a descendant of the Demon King from the Abyss world, it should also be able to absorb the undead power within the crystal. There's even a possibility of unlocking the bloodline divine power granted by the Demon King. In that case, the Demon Raven would have a high chance of taking off right from the spot. I wonder if Bai Zhangchen and the others have hero-level identification skills. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to claim this crystal as loot. As long as nothing major goes wrong, no one will notice. Su Chen frowned, his mind racing with calculations. If it weren't for the existence of Mind's eye, he wouldn't have discovered the undead crystal so quickly. And identification skills are just auxiliary skills for most adventurers. No one would crazily enhance their identification skills. Moreover, even hero-level identification skills might not have Su Chen's abnormal ability to unlock a bunch of hidden information after identifying an item. So, in most cases, the undead crystal should be able to be picked up by Su Chen. Of course, if someone else really wanted it, Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling a chill in his heart, then just snatch it. Whoever is stronger gets it. If necessary, let Alpha directly take it. With that thought, Su Chen no longer hesitated, patting Alpha's back, urging the skeletal dragon to charge into the white mist ahead. Chen Shuyan was startled, turning back to look at Su Chen and asking, "What are you doing? The first wave of boss monsters is here, don't rush forward." Su Chen said expressionlessly. He didn't respond directly but took out the Dawn Blade and the undead staff. After a moment of silence, he softly replied to Chen Shuyan, "This batch of Death Knight bosses is mine." Chen Shuyan. However, the next moment, Su Chen leaped forward, directly jumping out of the hunting team, standing alone at the very front. He raised the Dawn Blade, facing the massive number of Death Knight bosses alone. What the hell? At that moment, all the professionals in the hunting team were stunned, frozen in place. Even the level 300 by Zheng Cheng was dumbfounded. What does this kid want to do? At the same time, in the Undead Canyon dungeon, another hunting team appeared in the safe zone of the dungeon, which was a primeval forest, with every tree lush and green. However, the overall atmosphere was quite eerie, as if they were in an abyssal world. The entire forest was almost devoid of light. Only a few priests and mages in the hunting team released bright fireballs to illuminate the path ahead, revealing the faces of the professionals in the team. In the center of the group, 2 striking figures were wide-eyed with curiosity, taking in everything around them. "Qingya, this place looks so scary, it's all dark everywhere. If it weren't for the light fireballs, we wouldn't even be able to see the road." Lu Xinran tightly clung to Su Qingya's arm, her small face pale with fright. She was no longer as talkative as before, shrinking her head like a little chick being held. "I told you not to come, but you insisted on coming." The Undead Canyon dungeon, although it's a gold-level dungeon, its actual difficulty is truly hero-level. Most of the hybrid monsters here are undead creatures. Isn't it normal for it to be eerie? Su Qingya rolled her eyes at Lu Xinran and explained expressionlessly, "But there's no need to worry too much, after all, Principal Chen is with us." At this point, Su Qingya tucked her long blade behind her and took out an exquisite staff, igniting the crystal at the top to illuminate the path beneath Lu Xinran's feet. Feeling the warmth of the holy light, Lu Xinran's pale little face finally regained a hint of color. That's right. Su Qingya and Lu Xinran had also come to the Undead Canyon dungeon. This hunting team was led by Chen Xishan, the principal of Zhenghai No. 1 High School. Most of the professionals in the team were students from the high school, while others were part of the teaching staff. The Undead Canyon dungeon was indeed a rare sight. This opening was also a precious opportunity for the professionals in Zhanghai City. Chen Qishan planned to take this chance to train the school's teaching team well. It was also a chance for those high-achieving students aiming for Tsinghua and Peking University, as well as the 985 and 211 universities, to experience the charm of high-level dungeons. Yes, there's no need to worry too much. Chen Qishan, at the front of the team, kept his eyes fixed on the surroundings while explaining to the students. Behind him, this time we came to the Undead Canyon. We will only stroll around the safe zone a bit, letting you feel the situation of the Undead Canyon dungeon. At the same time, we'll let you, the best students in the school, observe the techniques and awareness of the teachers when battling the boss monsters up close. Learning a bit more will benefit you. Strive to achieve satisfactory results in the college entrance examination and enter your ideal university. As Chen Qishan spoke, it seemed he had opened a floodgate, his brows raised with pride as he said, "Look, our school's Su Chen has already been recommended to Tsinghua and Peking University, and the scholarship is a piece of hero-level armor. He even tamed a skeletal dragon mount with his own strength. Keep it up. You all can too. At least, there's a chance." "Oh, Principal, you're joking. How could we possibly compare to Su Chen? Principal Chen, let's be honest, are you getting a bit forgetful?" Su Xiao can now press mirror to the ground and rub it. A deathly bone dragon mount? Damn. I'm out of that level. I might not even get in my next life. Principal Chen, with your words, I'll be laughing in my dreams tonight. Tsinghua and Peking University? Just being selected by a 985 school is already a blessing from my ancestors. Tsinghua and Peking University are out of my league. Chen Qishan's words stirred up a storm. In the hunting team, these top students from the first high school couldn't help but burst into laughter, creating a noisy uproar. How to put it? Usually, these students were all proud and never felt they were weaker than those so-called geniuses. Because they themselves were geniuses, each one of them in Zhanghai City had the potential to become a standout in the future aristocracy. However, compared to Su Chen, that was indeed a bit overestimating themselves. Su Chen's current fame had already surpassed Zhanghai City. He had long since become a sensation nationwide. There were even rumors claiming that major SS-level guilds in Kyoto had begun investigations closely monitoring Su Chen's movements. It was likely that before Su Chen even entered school, countless SS-level guilds and even SSS-level guilds would extend olive branches hoping to sign a 10-year contract with him. The reasoning was simple. Just like those exceptionally talented students during peacetime, as soon as they stepped through the gates of Tsinghua and Peking University, multinational corporations would come knocking with contracts, begging for cooperation. Ahem. Chen Qishan couldn't help but smile, a faint light flickering in his murky old eyes as he spoke. Well, dreaming is still possible, right? Young people, what's impossible? At this point, Chen Qishan continued, our school still has a few genius-level players, right? You're right. Su Qingya? Ha? Su Qingya clearly froze for a moment. Upon hearing the topic shift to Su Chen, she couldn't help but blush. Ever since she confessed her feelings for Su Chen in front of the entire school, Su Qingya's secret crush had completely transformed into an open one. So, when Su Chen was mentioned, Su Qingya fell into her memories. I'll do my best. I hope to become an epic-level professional in my next job change. Su Qingya bit her lip, a hint of shyness appearing on her perfect face, even her ears turning slightly red. She lowered her head and softly murmured, I hope I can keep up with Su Chen. I also want to get into Tsinghua and Peking University. Wow. As soon as Su Qingya spoke, the entire hunting team erupted again. All the male classmates immediately fell silent, wailing in despair. As for the girls, they were even more excited, screeching like ecstatic monkeys, looking at Su Qingya with great enthusiasm. How to say it? Right now, Su Qingya and Su Chen as a couple had already become the most anticipated event of the year in the entire school. It's just a pity that Su Chen had outright rejected Su Qingya. Otherwise, the combination of the school hunk and the school beauty would have made countless high school students envious. It's okay, work hard, and it will eventually be possible. Many things just require a bit of effort, otherwise, how would you know if you can do it? The students' conversation made the teachers present smile warmly, and a charming female teacher even chuckled, then looked at Su Qingya with a complex expression and said, studying is like this, ahem, so is dealing with men. Su Qingya was taken aback, burying her head again, her face turning even redder. I understand, teacher, Su Qingya murmured in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Seeing the cold and aloof school beauty with such a face, the male students in the hunting team were once again left dumbfounded, all gasping in shock. The rising and falling hissing sounds made the atmosphere of the entire hunting team lively. Those who didn't know would think they were at a social gathering. Shoo! However, at that moment, Chen Qishan suddenly frowned and pointed towards the forest ahead. Quiet! A boss monster has appeared. Chen Shishan's voice made all the students' hearts twitch. The Undead Canyon Dungeon. For them, it was already a terrifying journey. And the boss monster here was even more horrifying. In everyone's line of sight, a teacher of the priest profession threw a ball of light forward, illuminating the landscape of the forest ahead. Everyone's pupils dilated in shock at the first sight, because less than 100 meters in front of them there was a dilapidated altar, and in the center of the altar stood a native in a rose-gold robe tightly gripping an ancient staff, surrounded by an unknown flock of birds, NPC? A pitch-black flock of birds. They looked somewhat like crows. Each one had blood-red eyes. Pigeon. Blood red. They stared at all the teachers and students in the hunting team. The students, already on edge, instinctively panicked at the sight, scattering in all directions. What is that? Why is there an altar in the forest? A mage? No, that is definitely not a mage, but a native in the dungeon, what we call an NPC. NPC? Isn't that a boss monster? Those birds look like crows. They're too scary. I'm a bit afraid. I told you to read more books, and now look, you don't know anything when something happens? Dungeon bosses are divided into two types. Besides the hybrid monsters we commonly see, the other type is NPCs, which are the natives we talk about, but this NPC seems a bit off. Wait a minute, top student, can you explain that again? This really involves my knowledge blind spot. Do NPCs also attack professionals? Of course. To these dungeon natives, we are the monsters that intruded into their home, and by killing us, these natives will gain rich experience rewards. In their eyes, aren't we also boss monsters? Damn it! Now I understand. Holy crap! Principal Chen, let me hug your thigh. Holy crap! My identification skill is golden level, and now it's ineffective? Everyone, retreat quickly, this NPC is not normal. No! Ugh! This NPC might be stronger than we think. The moment the native in the rose-gold robe appeared, it instantly caused a stir in the originally peaceful hunting team. The top students in the school could no longer contain their inner fear and scattered like birds and beasts, turning the hunting team into chaos. Most of the girls hid behind the teachers and Chen Shishan, seeking protection. Of course, among the students present, there were exceptions. Su Qingya was one such exception. At this moment, she appeared particularly calm, not panicking like the other students. Instead, she took a few steps forward and came to Chen Shishan's side. Su Qingya slightly furrowed her brows, gazing at the strange native. Principal Chen, I am a light priest. I can restore your mana, and if necessary, I can also provide you with an additional defensive shield. Su Qingya took a deep breath. Although she was a bit nervous, she still spoke calmly. Well done. Chen Shishan's expression was serious, but he turned to praise Su Qingya. Everyone step back. This is not a simple boss monster. We are indeed in some trouble. After responding to Su Qingya, Chen Shishan shouted loudly to the students behind him. Then, he glanced at the team of directors beside him and said, his tone not very calm, Director Liu, keep an eye on the surroundings. This native seems to be performing some kind of baptism ritual. I'm worried about the children's safety. Don't worry, old Chen, we directors, though our levels aren't very high, won't let the boss in this instance harm the children even a bit. Even if it comes to the worst, we will build a wall with our lives. Director Chen, who was called by Chen Shishan, was a middle-aged woman over 50. She raised her eyebrows, a determined expression appearing on her aged cheeks, and then lifted the heavy axe in her hand. In that moment, it was no exaggeration to say that the entire hunting team of the first middle school was ready for a fierce battle. Intruder! Who allowed you to step into this ancient ice field? At the moment when everyone was extremely tense, the native at the center of the altar in the forest suddenly turned around. He lifted the rose-gold robe, revealing a perfect face beneath it. In an instant, everyone was stunned, including Chen Shishan. They all widened their round eyes, feeling as if their throats were constricted. Name, Icefield Priestess Yelena, original priestess of the Icefield Empire. Rank, legendary level 3 star level. As the native lifted the rose-gold robe, everyone, including Chen Shishan, was dumbfounded in an instant. The reason was simple. On one hand, it was because this native's beauty was simply too high. She was a female native, with a face as fair as water, not a single flaw in sight, rosy and perfect like a work of art. And in that almost model-like beautiful face, a pair of amber-like blood-red eyes made everyone's heart skip a beat. So beautiful. With an enchanting beauty that nearly took their breath away. Of course, aside from her godlike appearance, what left the entire first middle school hunting team dumbfounded was the native's attribute panel. No. To be precise, it was the incomplete attribute panel. It was unlocked. Although they could only see a few simple entries, it was enough. The shock it brought was enough to make the top students in the hunting team feel their legs go weak, almost kneeling down. Damn it! Icefield Priestess. Legendary level 3 star. This was actually a legendary level professional. How to put it, in the entire world of class change, the ranks of professionals start from black iron level all the way to gold level. Beyond that is the well-known dark gold level. Dark gold level is a transitional stage. It is already a genius level existence. Of course, compared to the hero level above dark gold, it is considerably weaker. Hero level, looking across the country, can be considered a backbone. Many dark gold professionals, once they grow up, will be recruited by large guilds. They provide positions, go to major cities, stationed in the cities as generals, leading high-level professionals to guard the city gates. Hero level, as the name suggests, is the hero among professionals capable of standing alone. And epic level is even rarer. One might not even find one among 10,000 professionals. This is already the visible ceiling. However, if we talk about the truly top ceiling, it has to be the legendary level. The reason is simple. Starting from the legendary level, every professional rank, besides the major rank division, also has star distinctions. For example, this Icefield Priestess is a legendary 3-star. The legendary level has a total of 10 star divisions, and only those exceeding legendary level 10 stars are considered demigod level professionals. Like other professionals, legendary professionals, with each star upgrade, the potential for growth changes dramatically. A legendary 1-star professional gains 50 free points and skill points for each level they advance. A legendary 2-star professional gains 70 free points and skill points for each level they advance. A legendary 3-star. One could say that in this world, only those above legendary level, including the natives, are considered top geniuses, because even epic levels compared to legendary show a stark difference. It's like heaven and earth apart. A legendary 3-star native? This is no NPC. This is a nightmare. Are you crazy? Wasn't it supposed to be a safe zone? How did a legendary 3-star show up? Isn't this going to cost me my life? Principal Chen, what do we do? Damn. I feel like I'm going to meet my end here today. We're done for. Brothers, get ready for darkness. I have a feeling all my whiteboard gear is going to drop. I hope when this angelic, perfect native lady kills me, it won't hurt too much. Losing a few levels isn't a big deal. I just hope my 4-dimensional attributes don't get damaged. I finally stabilized my health at 5,000 points. I just want to know one thing. What's the strength of a legendary 3-star? Goodness, what level is this NPC god now? The most terrifying thing in the world is being able to check the strength of a profession but not knowing the opponent's level. What level? Are you kidding? What does it matter at this point? Let's put it this way, even if this big shot is only level 100, the damage output from the legendary 3-star title would be comparable to 10 Principal Chens. Everyone, it seems we're all going to perish here today. Old Chen, I'm not saying this to you, you old man. You promised to let us observe combat techniques, and now look, our entire army is wiped out? Damn it. I'm dropping out. Give me my tuition back. Boo-hoo, this is just terrible. A deathly silence, finally broken. In the hunting team, a bunch of top students let out wails of despair. Damn it. This is indeed outrageous. Who would have thought we were just supposed to take a stroll in the safe zone of the dungeon? We were supposed to grind for experience. We were supposed to just casually deal with some small monsters without going deep into the dungeon. And then a legendary 3-star native showed up. This is like preparing to bury all the top students with our own hands. Top student bulldozer? The entire school's elite students turned to stone. Silent tears. At the same time, the faculty at the school also felt a shiver run through them, taking a sharp breath. Chen Shishan, on the other hand, had veins bulging on his forehead, swallowing saliva like crazy. Damn it, who knew this would happen? Chen Shishan's murky old eyes squinted into a slit, his teeth chattering, instinctively taking half a step back. That kid Su Chen isn't even here. How could he attract a monster of this level? A legendary 3-star native. This is comparable to a level 300 or 400 god strength. Now, my old self is going to lose face. Losing face. Indeed, it was losing face. Chen Shishan now had a headache. If this matter got out, he feared he would be pointed at by 1,000 people. The spittle from parents of students could drown him. Here he was, leading students to grind a golden level dungeon. It was just like in peacetime, the simple old principal taking students on a spring outing. Who knew? Happily eating hot pot and singing. Suddenly, they encountered an international 5-star wanted criminal, armed with a blazing Gatling gun, aimed right at all the top students. That's pretty much the concept. Outrageous to the extreme. Qingya, you step back first. Chen Shishan finally took a deep breath, placed his hand beside Su Qingya, and said helplessly, take the students away first. Try to get as far from this place as possible, and then, if you can, exit the instance directly. After saying this, Chen Shishan glanced back at Director Liu. Director Liu, you all should leave quickly too. It's not easy to level up. I'll take care of this place. With that, Chen Qishan took out a bottle of deep purple potion from his pocket. Blood-burning potion. The side effects were severe. This time, Chen Qishan was prepared to fight to the death. He was willing to forfeit his own professional potential to protect the students and the qualifications of the veteran teachers. After all, this matter was related to Chen Qishan himself. If he didn't step up, who would? Old Chen, are you out of your mind? As soon as Director Lu saw Chen Qishan's reaction, he exploded like a lioness, cursing loudly. Do you look down on me? And on us old teachers? Damn it, if something happens, you bear it all alone? What, we can't handle it? Look at your old back, can it hold up? Director Lu shot a glare at Chen Qishan and waved his heavy axe in front of him. He shouted, I, Lu Min, will die alongside Principal Chen today. Other teachers? If you want to stay, stay, no pressure. The rest, take the kids and leave. What are you talking about? Exactly, I'm staying. 2. Director Lu, you and Principal Chen probably can't hold it alone. We old teachers still have some foundation. Let's stick together. We're all old bones. Losing a few levels isn't a big deal. The kids have good potential. They can't just perish like this. I'll stay. You young ones, take the kids and go. Right, those few new female teachers, hurry and take the kids away. They're all good seeds. As soon as Director Lu spoke, almost all the veteran teachers present prepared to stay. Seeing this scene, Chen Qishan's face flushed and his eyes became a bit moist. He turned to look at Director Lu, his tone extremely unsettled, and said in a deep voice, Director Lu? What do you mean, Director Lu? Call me Minner. Director Lu shot another glare at Chen Qishan. Chen Qishan, what the hell? All the students in the hunting team, what the hell? Principal Chen's second spring? A priest? You are a light priest. However, while Chen Qishan and the others were discussing how to fight to the death against the Icefield priestess Yelena, this NPC with a divine appearance suddenly flickered. Accompanied by a flock of black birds, she appeared directly in front of Su Qingya. In an instant, everyone gasped, stunned. It was too fast. The speed was so quick that it was impossible to see clearly. A legendary level professional of this caliber was simply beyond what Chen Qishan and the others could withstand, let alone the entire team of veteran teachers staying behind. Even if 10 more hunting teams like this came, they probably couldn't withstand Yelena casually casting a fireball. However, what shocked everyone even more happened. The Icefield priestess NPC named Yelena was now standing in front of Su Qingya, looking down at her. Then, with her slender fingers, she gently lifted Su Qingya's chin, raised her delicate eyebrows, and with a slight smile, softly said, Dark gold level? So weak. But you do catch my eye. You're a good seed. What's your name? Are you willing to follow me to learn priest spells? I can grant you the power of the Icefield Empire, allowing you to become a true epic level priest. Epic level priest? Su Qingya slightly opened her mouth, resembling an O, her amber-like eyes widening. At this moment, she couldn't even find the words to say. The whole person stood still. You want to teach me the sacrificial spells? Su Qingya swallowed hard, a hint of disbelief appearing on her fair, rosy face. She asked softly, can I really also become an epic level practitioner? An epic level priest? Su Qingya felt as if she were in a daze, her mind completely blank, as if she had drunk fake alcohol, feeling tipsy. Epic level. This was what she had always dreamed of. If she could be promoted to an epic level priest, then she could catch up to brother Su Chen. In the future, she could also go to Qingbei University, grinding monsters in dungeons with brother Su Chen. Thinking of this, Su Qingya's face turned rosy. She completely lost her usual cool goddess demeanor, resembling a young girl who had just opened her heart to love. What's wrong, don't you believe me? Yelena, dressed in a rose-gold robe, as splendid and noble as a flower of wealth, couldn't help but smile at Su Qingya's reaction. She leaned closer, cupping Su Qingya's small face, and said seriously, it's just an epic level priest, and this has already shocked you? A practitioner from another realm. You have no idea how powerful the Icefield Empire is. At this point, Yelena straightened up and released Su Qingya. She raised her beautiful chin, signaling Su Qingya, these are all side notes. As a practitioner from another realm, are you willing to follow me and help rebuild the glory of the Icefield Empire? Wow! Suddenly, all the teachers and students from Class 1 in the hunting team turned to look at Su Qingya, their eyes filled with complex emotions. Envy, jealousy, shock, toothache. How to put it? The situation had developed in an extremely bizarre direction. Originally, Yelena's appearance had stunned all the teachers and students of Class 1. And now, Su Qingya was actually valued by this legendary 3-star native deity? This was simply a lower probability than winning the lottery. The original disaster had inexplicably been resolved. It could even be said to be a rare encounter. If Su Qingya really Followed this legendary priest to learn spells, then perhaps another top genius would emerge in Zhonghai City. An epic-level priest. The cool school beauty Su Qingya. And what about Chen Qishan and the others? They wouldn't have to flee in fear anymore. Perhaps. They could still hang around in the Undead Canyon, benefiting from Su Qingya's light and maybe even loot several high-level boss monsters. Icefield Empire? Su Qingya took a deep breath, still looking at Yelena in a tipsy manner, her eyes revealing a hint of clarity. The Icefield Empire. In fact, it was the predecessor of the Undead Canyon dungeon. In the world of universal job changes, every dungeon is, in a sense, an independent world. And in the eyes of many native NPCs, Blue Star is merely a small dungeon. The Undead Canyon once had a powerful empire established on a glacier called the Icefield Empire. And Yelena was a standout in this NPC empire. The supreme priest of the empire. Are you imprisoned in this world? Su Qingya did not directly agree to Yelena's request but frowned and asked softly. Upon hearing this, Chen Qishan's mouth twitched involuntarily. Damn it! In front of a legendary NPC, you say this? School beauty, can you be a bit more mindful? Fortunately, Yelena only glanced at Su Qingya without showing any displeasure and patiently explained, that's right. Countless years ago, this was still a magnificent and beautiful Icefield, but unfortunately, with the arrival of the undead calamity, this place, it has also become the Valley of the Undead, where all living beings have turned into skeletal remains, eternally imprisoned in this land. Yelena took a deep breath and shook her head helplessly. And I? Relying on the power of the Icefield sacrifice, relying on the glory of the former empire, I ultimately escaped a calamity, not becoming a mindless undead creature. However, it is also difficult to escape the curse of the undead. Disaster. I cannot step out of this world even a single step. Yelena's voice, like a spell, pulled everyone back to that terrifying era. The native NPCs, like the professionals from Blue Star, were not mere data, they were living beings. It is hard to imagine that a powerful empire could be destroyed in a single day. One can only say that the undead disaster, this epic war, once it sweeps in, indeed no one can resist. So, Su Qingya raised her head and looked at Yelena, not showing the slightest fear, but rather courageously meeting her gaze. Yelena raised her eyebrows, seeing the intent in Su Qingya's eyes. She decisively replied, yes. I hope to impart everything I know to you, not just the sacrificial techniques I have learned, but of course, also a part of the legacy left by the Icefield Empire. However, I have one condition. You must agree. What condition? Su Qingya widened her beautiful eyes, already guessing Yelena's meaning. When you leave this world, you need to go to the winter to find something, and then come to lift the curse for me, allowing me to leave this sleepless land. The winter Yelena spoke of was naturally the second world in the professional's terms. Beyond the concept of instances, the ultimate epic instance, the winter world. I agree. Su Qingya nodded without a hint of hesitation. Don't agree so quickly. Yelena looked at Su Qingya and said, you need to sign a soul contract with me. Once you break your promise, you will also be eroded by the curse, sinking eternally in this world of the undead with me. Even so, do you still agree? Yelena looked at Su Qingya with a cold expression. I agree. Su Qingya nodded solemnly and said, as long as I can become an epic-level professional, I can agree to anything. There was half a sentence Su Qingya did not say. As long as she could become an epic-level professional, she could follow brother Su Chen. Even in the capital, they could reunite. Good. Hearing Su Qingya's resolute response, Yelena's expression suddenly filled with joy, her beautiful amber eyes sparkling with light. Then, sign the soul contract with me. Those who break the contract will suffer the curse of death and the curse of immortality. Yelena spoke an obscure incantation. Then an ancient sacrificial book appeared in her hand. She looked at Su Qingya again, smiling gently. After signing the contract, I will grant you unimaginable power. You will instantly rise to level 60, becoming a true third transformation professional. And then, you will also change class to Holy Light. Sacrifice. Receive the baptism of the Empire's holy light and its blessings. Yelena's smile was incredibly radiant, like the spring sun. For a moment, Su Qingya was stunned in place. Behind Su Qingya, everyone in the hunting team, including Chen Qishan, all had their pupils violently twitch, gasping in cold air. Instant third transformation? Holy light sacrifice. Empire's blessing. Damn, this is just cheating. One Su Chen wasn't enough? Now, in Zhonghai City, there's also Su Qingya. Is there any need for people to live anymore? Meanwhile, in the Valley of the Undead instance, the Death Marsh by Zhangcheng, Chen Shuyan, the Transcendence Temple Su Shi, and the heads of various major guilds in Zhonghai City all stared in shock at the scene unfolding before them. They felt a sense of brain fog. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a level 52 Death Knight and gained 15,000 experience points. The cold notification echoed in Su Chen's mind. The infernal body, is it this exhilarating? Su Chen tightened his grip on the hero-grade weapon Dawn's blade, his eyes brightening slightly. He murmured in surprise, this skill is even stronger than I imagined? Under the boss skill of the infernal body, my senses seem to have an illusion of omnipotence. Su Chen took a deep breath, filling his lungs with fresh air, and in an instant his body ignited. The death wings behind him suddenly spread wide, propelling Su Chen into the air. Flames, golden and searing, spread wildly across his entire body. At this moment, Su Chen did not resemble a mere professional, he looked more like an infernal winged demon emerging from the abyss. Powerful, eerie, even carrying a hint of malevolence. Bring it on! Su Chen squinted slightly, his gaze filled with excitement as he looked toward the white mist ahead, where a large number of Death Knight bosses were gathering, about to appear. And Su Chen was not going to sit idly by. On the contrary, he was ready to take the initiative. It should be noted that aside from the infernal body, Su Chen had several top-tier skills he had yet to use. This wave of boss monsters in the Death Swamp was just the perfect opportunity to sharpen his skills and test the damage effects of his new abilities. Next, Su Chen smiled faintly, whispering, Assassin exclusive skill. Mirror assassination. That's right. Su Chen was preparing to use the two physical skills he had plundered from Mirror. These two exclusive assassin skills had an incredibly strong burst effect. Once unleashed, they could easily take down bosses of the same level. Even a powerful undead creature like a Death Knight would likely be unable to withstand Su Chen's one-hit kill. Moreover, Su Chen's base strength far exceeded that of others at the same level, already approaching an incredible 1,400 points. Converted into physical attack power, that meant 140,000 points of damage. With the bonuses from a full set of hero-grade weapons and the power of top-tier assassin skills stacked together, the resulting high damage would clear even the longest health bars in an instant. With a loud boom, the death wings behind Su Chen trembled violently again, propelling him toward the white mist. Dawn's blade erupted with lightning like fire in the mist, flashing bright and dark. Each strike could claim the life of a Death Knight, dropping a plethora of items and massive experience points. Meanwhile, as Su Chen frantically hunted the Death Knights, all members of the hunting party, including Bai Zhangcheng, the level 300 Thorn Knight, were left dumbfounded, shocked. Their scalps tingled with disbelief. Everyone, without exception, felt a sense of brain fog. What the hell? Am I seeing things? Su Chen, isn't he only level 50? Wasn't he supposed to be just the guild's mascot? How could, after a deathly silence, a tank knight around level 100 twitched his mouth, his voice nearly breaking as he exclaimed, insane. This is absolutely insane. What on earth is happening in this world? It wasn't just him who was shocked. Other professionals were equally dumbfounded, taking a long time to process what was happening. With one strike, he directly killed a Death Knight. Damn! Such a level of damage, even a third transformation professional couldn't achieve that. You're thinking too much. Third transformation? Let me put it this way, the high critical hits that Su Chen is showing now would make even a level 100 player feel ashamed. Wait, isn't he only level 50? Why is his attack power so high? The health bar of the Death Knight just dropped to 0 in an instant? It's epic. Bro, every time you level up, you get 30 free points. If Su Chen is really ruthless enough to allocate all points to strength or spirit, the attack power he is displaying now can indeed rival that of a level 100 player. Don't forget, Su Chen also has hero-level weapons. And not just one. What can I say? At his current level, although in a one-on-one PK against a level 100 player he might not win for sure, but even if he loses, it won't be too disastrous, and the chance of winning by luck is quite high. Of course, he also has a skeletal dragon mount. Just look at that golden dragon, a top-tier genius, with a golden dragon as a mount. With this kind of lineup, can an average level 100 player withstand it? That's true. If it's a fragile class like an archer or a mage. Their critical damage and output are high, but their defense is pitifully low, far inferior to other classes of the same level. Under Su Chen's high damage, they probably won't last long. That's not the point. Didn't you notice? Su Xiao just seemed to use a passive skill. If I'm not mistaken, it seems to be an exclusive boss skill from the Abyss world. What? Now that you mention it, it does seem a bit similar. Could it be the body of the Flame Demon? The top-tier boss skill that can enhance physical attributes in all 4 dimensions, granting the player dynamic vision, hearing, and an excited state? The hunting team was in an uproar. These usually composed big shots in Zhonghai City were now all animated, stunned by Su Chen. There's no way around it. Anyone who witnessed this scene would instinctively be dumbfounded. Originally, Bai Zhangcheng was already prepared for battle. The entire hunting team was on high alert. However, Su Chen, a high school student at level 50, stood out like a mascot in front of a bunch of level 100 elites. He stepped forward. With a swift motion, he created chaos among the first wave of Death Knights. Not to say he cleared these boss monsters directly, but at least he disrupted their rhythm. The new skill that Su Chen revealed attracted the attention of all the elite players in the hunting team. Their perspective was different from that of an ordinary high school student. They were all true elites and could immediately recognize the skill Su Chen was using. Hero level. Body of the Flame Demon. A top-tier boss skill book that had been recorded by the National Library. There was once an assassin player in Kyoto who used it during the national server ranking competition, causing quite a stir back then. And now, in Shanghai City, a high school student has recreated this godlike top-tier skill. One can only say that the world of elites is indeed too abnormal. In an instant, gasps of surprise echoed throughout the hunting team. Even the usually indifferent Han Ning couldn't help but furrow her brows. How is this possible? Han Ning squinted slightly, holding her breath, her heart suddenly trembling twice, feeling an indescribable discomfort. Originally, she thought that after undergoing a supreme ritual and unlocking the new class Dark Sorcerer, she would have the confidence to stand on equal footing with Su Chen. After all, the Dark Sorcerer is a legendary witch, also an epic class. Moreover, its growth potential is quite enormous, and with level progression and continuous job changes, there would be a chance to become a legendary class in the future. Han Ning was preparing to take down Su Chen's arrogance in this dungeon of the Valley of the Undead. She wanted to settle the score from their last encounter at Shallow Bay and reclaim her two exclusive skills. She was determined to personally slay Su Chen. But now, things were developing in an unexpected direction. The stance Su Chen was displaying at this moment seemed even a warlock might not be able to suppress him. Or rather, at this moment, Han Ning one-on-one was likely still no match for Su Chen. Not to mention, a Death Knight of the same level could give Han Ning a massive headache. And, facing such a vast number of Death Knights and skeletal horses, Su Chen was able to charge right through them. The gap between the two of them was probably not something that could be described in mere terms. Damn it! Han Ning frowned, gasping for breath, took a deep breath of the foul air, and cursed under her breath. Damn Su Chen. I don't know where he plundered a brand new boss skill from. At this rate, when will I ever get my revenge? Han Ying's voice was very soft. Only she could hear it. With this thought, Han Ning gripped her staff tightly and strode toward the front of the hunting party. Miss Han, where are you going? Seeing Han Ning step out of the hunting party and head toward Su Chen's direction, a female mage in exotic attire leaned slightly forward and spoke. Before we entered the dungeon, President Kang Hun said, "Don't mind me," Han Ning impatiently retorted. She paid no heed to the female mage or the gazes of other members of the hunting party and headed straight into the white mist, charging toward the group of Death Knight bosses. Aman. The hunting party was already in a state of agitation, and at this moment, Suyu also lifted her robe, her enchanting eyes looking at the female night boss Lu Mani beside her. With a smile, she said, "Let's go. Join the fun. This batch of Death Knights isn't cheap. If we can harvest a bunch, we can buy quite a few fine weapons for the elite guards." Lu Mani, with her naturally aloof demeanor, did not directly respond to Suyu but instead flicked her crystal blue spear behind her and strode forward with grace. The professionals in the hunting party made way for the female night boss. At this moment, Lu Mani turned her head slightly to glance at Suyu and said, "Let's go, Miss Su." Suyu was taken aback, revealing a hint of a sweet smile, and nodded. "Okay, Manager Sushi, what do you call this situation? We came to the Valley of the Undead Dungeon for Kanjia's Snow and that epic weapon, but look, there's Su Chen, Han Ning, and Suyu, all of them are big shots." As Suyu and Han Ning moved, the professional elites in the hunting party couldn't help but frown. How should one put it? It was too childish. This was hardly a dungeon run. It was like high school students wandering aimlessly around school, far too careless. A middle-aged professional around level 100 couldn't help but sigh and looked at the serious Sushi, saying, "What do you think we should do next? Should you talk to Su, young Master Su, and see if we should follow the hunting party's pace?" And the middle-aged professional continued, "Suyu and Han Ning, these two young ladies." His words indeed made sense and echoed the thoughts of many elites present. However, so she raised her chin, her proud and graceful figure becoming even more pronounced. She shot a cold glance at the middle-aged professional and retorted in a not-so-friendly tone, "What do you want me to say? I'm just a small manager at the Transfer Temple. Among all of you present, who has a bigger reputation than I do? Su Chen? His name is soaring to the heavens now. If I talk to him, will he even listen? Besides, Suyu has the Imperial Guard behind her. Whatever she wants to do, Sushi, can't stop her." Han Ning, an epic-level professional, a dark sorceress, backed by the three giants of Shanghai, the daughter of the Kanghun Guild. What right do I have to say anything? At this point, Sushi impatiently walked away, not replying to the professional even a single word. For a moment everyone turned to look, all stunned. Almost everyone in Zhenghai knew that Su Shi had a very good temper. In Zhenghai she was also known as the goddess of homebodies, with a great personality, a devilish figure, and a face like first love, flawless. It seemed this was the first time Su Shi had lost her temper. In front of so many people. What was going on? Had they all eaten gunpowder? At the same time, Su Shi couldn't help but frown, her face slightly flushed, not out of shyness but a strange sense of guilt. She glanced at the front of the hunting team, where the light flickered madly in the white mist, Su Chen's figure appearing and disappearing, wielding the dawn blade, not knowing how many death knights he had taken down. And two beautiful figures were approaching Su Chen continuously. It was Su Yu and Han Ning. For some reason, Su Shi reached out and gently touched her own face with the back of her hand, feeling inexplicably hot. Su Chen. Su Shi took a deep breath. She murmured with a hint of resentment, even she was surprised to find a trace of jealousy rising in her heart. There really are many beautiful confidants. Su Shi stole another glance at Chen Shuyan sitting on the skeletal dragon, muttering sulkily. Then she pulled out a long blade that resembled a foreign knife from behind her and lightly stepped out of the hunting team, heading towards the white mist. What the hell? What's going on? At the front of the hunting team, a well-known god-level professional in Zhenghai couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, watching the backs of Su Shi, Han Ning, and Su Yu, a hint of amusement in his eyes. The god-level professional coughed lightly twice, nudging Bai Zhengqing beside him with his shoulder, casually saying, "Old Bai, it seems our hunting team might be breaking up. Just think about it, these young ladies, and that Su Chen, no, Su young master, which one of them can we afford to offend?" After hearing his buddy's words, Bai Zhengqing, usually quite serious as the president of the Zhengcheng Guild, couldn't help but swallow hard, smiling bitterly. A hellish scene. If nothing unexpected happens, it seems we are about to encounter a hellish scene. That Su Chen is really a veteran in the field of romance. I've heard for a long time about Su Yu from the Imperial Guard and the daughter of the Kanghan Guild having an unusual relationship with him. But we didn't know that our Zhenghai's goddess of homebodies, manager Su, was actually so infatuated with Su Chen. Is this some kind of love potion? Bai Zhengcheng rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. How to put it? Although, on the surface, there are three major powers in Zhenghai, namely the Kanghan Guild, the Eternal Guild, and the Zhengcheng Guild. However, only Bai Zhengcheng, the person involved, knew that compared to the other two major guilds, he, as an A-level guild leader, was actually not even close to being on the same level. Zhenghai was not a three-legged cauldron at all. It was clearly a contest between two major guilds. Faced with Han Ning, the daughter of Kanghan, and Su Yu from the Imperial Guard, Bai Zhengcheng had no right to say anything. He was indeed a level 300 Thorn Knight. However, in front of real big shots, he was just a rather plump chive box. If Han Ning or Su Yu were truly angered, it would be troublesome. By the end of today's dungeon, Bai Zhengcheng would likely be expelled. Before long, the Zhengcheng Guild would no longer hold any name in Zhenghai City. As for Su Shi, how could someone so young become the manager of the Transmutation Temple Station in Zhenghai City? Surely, there must be some background behind that. Moreover, Su Shi was still so young, yet had already reached level 200. There were rumors circulating. Outside, behind Su Shi stood a certain level 1000 boss from Kyoto. Many S-rank guilds were working for that big shot. Thinking of this, Bai Zhengcheng rubbed his temples. With a helpless smile, he said, "Let's just give up. I've come to understand that in this Undead Canyon dungeon, the protagonist is Su Chen. Wait, listen to me. Talk less, do more. The tension is too thick. I'm afraid Su Chen and his few beautiful confidants might end up hurting innocents if they start bickering." Bai Zhengqing's close friend, a level 200 berserker, swallowed hard. In a deep voice, he replied, "It's still you, old Bai. Your ability to read the room has only improved." "Of course," Bai Zhengqing said, almost in tears. "Otherwise, do you think I could have made it to this position today? Being with a king is like being with a tiger." The Thorn Knight's eyes glistened with tears. Meanwhile, on the back of a skeletal dragon, Chen Shuyan's eyes lit up slightly, genuinely startled by Su Chen. Flame demon body. Chen Shuyan's mouth opened slightly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with disbelief. They flickered for a moment. She muttered to herself. It seems, the old principal was right. The handsome younger brother really possesses the legendary power to steal boss skills. Su Chen can steal boss skills. Chen Shuyan felt her heart skip several beats, nearly choking on her breath. She was utterly shocked. If it was truly as she imagined, that Su Chen could steal the exclusive skills of boss monsters and professionals, then things would get interesting. As long as Su Chen was willing to reveal his identity to the higher-ups of the country and showcase his abilities, he would no longer simply be a top-tier professional. Rather, he could directly access the core power of this nationwide transmutation world. Su Chen would be regarded as a deity by countless professionals and even the entire Great Xiaolong Kingdom. As Su Yu and the others rushed past the hunting team and straight into the white mist, Bai Zhengcheng reluctantly made a decision. He abandoned his original plan and allowed the hunting team to maintain order, rushing ahead into the white mist to clear the first wave of Death Knight bosses. Their rhythm had been completely disrupted by Su Chen. What was once a defensive stance had turned into an offensive one. At the same time, Su Chen was completely unaware of what was happening outside. In the center of the Death Swamp, amidst thick white mist, Su Chen was fully immersed in a frenzied hunt. The level 50 Death Knight bosses were the perfect sharpening stone for him. Their levels posed no significant threat, yet they were not too weak, allowing him to perfectly showcase his current strength and enjoy the thrill of battle. Sky Splitter. Mirror Assassination. Su Chen shouted softly, leaping into the air. Immediately beneath his feet, a smooth, mirror-like magic array gradually revealed itself. Within the array, Su Chen's body began to crazily replicate and split in an instant. It was clear to see that at the center of the array, countless Su Chens appeared, each possessing the same appearance as him, with broken death wings flapping behind them, their bodies enveloped in faint golden flames, resembling countless flame-winged demons. It's just a fleeting glimpse of the void. How could that be enough? Su Chen glanced at the surrounding Death Knight bosses and couldn't help but smile faintly. Dragon Tooth Ring. He tugged at the hero-grade necklace around his neck and then tossed it into the air. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully triggered the exclusive equipment skill of the hero-grade equipment Dragon Tooth Ring. Dragon Tooth Ring Wind. Ding! Congratulations! You have gained an additional plus 2000% maximum attack range. As the cold notification echoed, Su Chen's expression shifted to one of surprise filled with an inexplicable anticipation. That's right. He had activated the equipment skill, Void's Glimpse. Although it was a skill exclusive to the assassin class, a top-tier assassination skill, its flaws were also quite apparent. On one hand, the damage dealt with each attack was too low. On the other hand, the attack range was too short. After all, this was a consumption-type skill similar to a domain skill, primarily aimed at attacking a single target, crazily whittling down that target's health bar and consuming other attributes. However, Su Chen had perfectly resolved these two pain points. His base strength was exceptionally high. At the same level, almost no other class could compete with him. This was because Su Chen had sacrificed agility and constitution attributes, allocating most of his free points to strength and spirit, and had absorbed several strength gems. Thus, Su Chen's physical attack power was incredibly formidable. When unleashing the Void's Glimpse skill, it would never be like the previous mirror where each strike felt like a mere tickle, but would instead deliver genuine high critical damage. As for the issue of short attack range, all of Su Chen's equipment was top-tier gear and weapons, many of which had attributes that increased attack range. Especially after activating the exclusive equipment skill of the Dragon Tooth Ring, Su Chen could directly gain an additional 2000% maximum attack range. What does that mean? It meant that the distance his clones could move was increased by over 20 times. Even more. Whoosh! Beneath Su Chen's feet, an enormous golden magic circle unfurled, continuously spreading and imprinting itself across the land. At the center of the magic circle, countless Su Chens holding the Dawn Blade, ablaze with flames, all brightened slightly, looking around at the Death Knight bosses with an extremely excited gaze. Godly step. Su Chen took a deep breath of murky air and activated another golden great skill. It increased attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed. This skill could be understood as an agility skill. Once released, Su Chen's speed in the Void's Glimpse state would become even faster. Like a true specter, he flickered back and forth, making it impossible to capture his movements. Only afterimages remained. In fact, there wasn't even a trace of an afterimage to be seen. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a level 54 Death Knight, gaining 17,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a level 57 Death Knight, gaining 29,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! Glamorous, dazzling, silky. Su Chen was completely immersed in the exhilarating battle, and in his mind, the termination notifications of the Death Knights poured in like raindrops. In just a short time, he had gained over 400,000 experience points. Awesome! Su Chen breathed in the fresh air deeply, feeling as if he had been injected with adrenaline, utterly exhilarated. Under the effect of the infernal demon's body, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. A powerful sensation surged within him, making Su Chen feel an indescribable sense of invincibility, as if he could do anything. Whoosh! In the vast magic array, all the Su Chen avatars were frantically swinging the Dawn Blade in their hands. The damage they inflicted was far from the mild discomfort of scraping. It resembled the scythe of death, reaping the lives of these Death Knights. Another wave of experience points surged in. Su Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. He felt elated. The skill Sky Splitter has ended. Su-Chen swallowed hard as the magic array beneath his feet finally dimmed, signaling the end of the skill's duration. This meant that all his avatars would vanish in an instant. However, this did not affect anything. Su-Chen raised the Dawn Blade and quickened his attack speed. With a few strikes, another group of Death Knight bosses exploded into experience points, along with a ground covered in loot surrounded by golden halos. Let's try that so-called ultimate killing move of the assassin class. Su-Chen gently twisted his body, a bold thought emerging in his mind, while his gaze fell upon the Death Knight leader, Yake, at the back of the group. Level 74. 1 million health points. Su-Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. I wonder if I can withstand mirror assassination, but my level seems quite low. With this thought, Su-Chen's heart tightened as if he had made a decision, and he directly used all the experience points he had just gained. At the same time, he consumed part of the top-tier experience potion he had obtained from Lu Mei. Ding! Congratulations, your level has risen to 53. Ding! Congratulations, your level has risen to 57. Ding! Congratulations, your level has risen to 60. In an instant, Su-Chen's level jumped directly to 60, which was the maximum limit for his current level. To continue leveling up, he would first need to go to the Temple of Job Change to complete his third job transfer. All points into strength. Su-Chen, in an excited state, opened his attribute panel and allocated all his free points into the strength attribute. There was no special intention behind this, it was simply to ensure that this time, mirror assassination would display the strongest damage result. For some reason, at this moment, under the effect of the demon body skill, Su-Chen felt a hint of madness. Even he was slightly taken aback. However, this was not important. The Death Knight leader, Yake, had to be taken down. That undead crystal also had to be secured. Death Flame Explosion. Elemental Arrow. Su-Chen's strength attribute points surged by several hundred in an instant, yet he did not directly launch a finishing attack on the Death Knight leader. Instead, he waved his hand and cast 2 spell damage skills. In Su-Chen's line of sight, a massive fireball burning with golden light suddenly descended upon Yake's head. Countless arrows, resembling dry bones, flew towards Yake with different elemental blows. The intensity of this skill damage, combined with Su-Chen's high attack power and advanced weaponry, would undoubtedly yield a significant final damage result. Su-Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the Death Knight leader. With a clang, the fireball exploded. Flame explosion. Elemental arrows pierced through Yake's body one by one. Minus 300,000 points. Critical hit. Restraint. Minus 300,000 points. Critical hit. Restraint. Minus 400,000 points. Critical hit. Restraint. After reaching level 60, the damage results from Su-Chen's attacks were extremely exaggerated. The total damage inflicted on Yake from both skills had already reached 1 million points. However, Yake was still a dark gold level boss. As a former knight of the Icefield Empire, he now emanated a faint black mist. The black mist coalesced into a crystal-like shield. A portion of Su-Chen's attacks was intercepted. However, due to a series of specialties such as immunity resistance, spell resistance, and health recovery effects, Yake's health points were not completely depleted. Nevertheless, he had lost nearly half. That's about enough. Su-Chen's pupils suddenly dilated as he seized the perfect moment. Immediately, the death wings behind him flapped wildly, propelling him directly toward Yake. In Su-Chen's hand was a hero-level weapon, the Dawn Blade, vibrating at a high frequency, like a lion about to taste blood, unable to contain its inner excitement, emitting a crisp hum. Mirror! Assassinate! Su-Chen shouted softly, slashing downward with the blade toward Yake's head. In the Undead Canyon instance, the Icefield Snow Mountain stood as the largest forbidden area. Located at the deepest part of the instance, the Icefield Snow Mountain was well known, with major guilds across the country having researched it. This place was extremely dangerous, filled with high-level boss monsters, all undead creatures with terrifying, four-dimensional attributes and exclusive boss skills. Even S-level guilds would find it difficult to emerge from this forbidden area, unless they deployed a hunting team with rich combat experience and a splendid lineup. Of course, the rewards from the Icefield Snow Mountain were also incredibly generous. Each time the Undead Canyon instance opened, the corresponding intensity varied, and the items dropped by the instance bosses differed to some extent. However, in the Icefield Snow Mountain, at least one hero-level weapon and one hero-level skill book could be expected. For this reason, even though the Icefield Snow Mountain was regarded as a forbidden zone by countless professionals, many hunting teams still arrived here. This time, the intensity of the Undead Canyon instance had reached the strongest version in history, with an actual strength at the hero level. Naturally, the corresponding forbidden area of the instance was also enhanced. As a highly renowned location, the Icefield Snow Mountain, one can imagine. At this moment, however, a small hunting team was slowly advancing through the Snow Mountain. This hunting team consisted of only about 20 professionals. Most of them appeared very young, looking only in their teens, and the strangest part was that all of them were female. They wore a delicate guild emblem on their lapels, the Misty Rain Guild. Indeed, they all came from Jiangnan province. They were professionals sent by the S-level guild, Misty Rain, most of whom were top talents selected by Luo Feng from Jiangnan province. There were a total of 12 young girls, each of whom had reached the qualifications of epic-level professionals, true top potential. The leader was, of course, Luo Feng's non-blood-related sister, Luo Mengdai. And I can sense that beneath the glacier ahead there is a frost dragon. At this moment, Luo Mengdai, dressed in a magnificent red witch's robe, reached up to tie her long crimson hair into a bun, her mouth slightly open as she bit the hair tie, preparing to style her hair. She looked like an ordinary girl getting ready, but her words shot the nearby level 300 Onmyoji. The Onmyoji, holding a wooden staff, was also Luo Mengdia's non-blood-related aunt, and at this moment her pupils suddenly constricted as she turned to Luo Mengdai incredulously, asking, "You mean there is a frost dragon beneath the glacier ahead? Can you tell its level? Is it death? Or?" The Onmyoji had no doubt about Luo Mengdia's words. She knew better than anyone how terrifying her little niece was, being the only legendary professional in all of Jiangnan province. Luo Mengdia's profession was considered the top existence in Jiangnan province even. As a Yin-Yang master, there are times when she must heed Luo Mengdia's commands. There is no particular reason. It is simply because since Luo Mengdai transitioned to the Dragon Tamer class, everything she has said has proven to be true. She is indeed the truth. That is a heart, a boiling hot heart, a heart of a giant dragon, yet it is in a dying state, like volcanic ash. Luo Mengdai squinted slightly, as if sensing the movements beneath the glacier, and softly murmured, "In this world of death-filled dungeons, that little guy seems to be on the verge of dying. No, it is about to be reborn, becoming a brand new life. Frost, undead dragon." Upon hearing these words, the Yin-Yang master was taken aback and then involuntarily let out a hiss. Not good. If a creature with the bloodline strength of a frost giant dragon becomes an undead dragon boss, the destructive power it could unleash would rival that of the abyss world, the demon dragon. The Yin-Yang master furrowed her brows and took a deep breath. Then, she looked at Luo Mengdai and asked, "Can you tame it?" Luo Mengdai tied up her red hair and tilted her head slightly, revealing her cute little tiger teeth. "I can." She simply smiled lightly, which made the Yin-Yang master feel a wave of relief. She can. Luo Mengdia's words are, for the Yin-Yang master, the truth. Great. The Yin-Yang master looked deeply at her little niece, her expression becoming somewhat excited. She waved her hand, using her staff to release a bright fireball that illuminated the entire road ahead. Beneath their feet, the azure glacier gradually became clearer. The Yin-Yang master gazed down at the glacier, her expression exhilarated as she murmured, "This is a giant dragon as massive as an ancient city, a noble-blooded frost giant dragon. If we can tame this giant dragon, our Misty Rain Guild's strength will likely rise to a whole new level. And you, Mengdai, you will become the only top genius in the country who tamed a frost giant dragon below level 100. At this point, the Yin-Yang master's emotions had become extremely high. However, Luo Mengdai merely smiled faintly and shook her head, saying, "In this dungeon, there is not just one frost giant dragon, but in another direction of the dungeon, it seems there is a death swamp." Luo Mengdia's little tiger teeth bit down on her lip, as if trying to sense everything within the dungeon. Besides the legendary class of dragon tamer, she had a second profession, but no one knew what it was, not even her aunt, the Yin-Yang master, who could only vaguely gather from Luo Feng that it seemed to be a taboo existence. Luo Mengdai bit her lip slightly. Then, her tense emotions eased as she caught a glimpse of the scene in the direction of the death swamp. She smiled again and said, "I see, in the direction of the death swamp, there is also a powerful dragon, a skeletal dragon, but it is not an ordinary skeletal dragon. It is a mutated type with a trace of demonic bloodline. If we must say, that mutated type is on par with the frost giant dragon. Beneath our feet." The Yin-Yang master was taken aback. A mutated type with a demonic bloodline, a skeletal dragon? Could it be the mod of that little guy from Zhanghai City? What a significant background. Even the frost giant dragon is only on par with it. One must know that the frost giant dragon is considered an upper-tier existence among dragons. Even the skeletal dragon would be inferior to this species. Unexpectedly, in this dungeon, there is also a mutated giant dragon. Is it a professional? The Onmyoji did not hesitate and decisively asked, "Is it true?" Luo Mengdai tilted her head slightly, her red hair partially obscuring her eyes, but her voice rang out. "Yes, it's that professional named Su Chen. That's his mount. In addition to the skeletal dragon, he also has a very beautiful unicorn, a light-printed unicorn of heroic lineage." Luo Mengdia's brow suddenly tightened. "In his arms. That is It seems he has a third pet beast. The Onmyoji was stunned. Su Chen, that little guy from Zhonghai City. How could he have a third pet beast? 2 heroic lineage pets weren't enough? What is it? Is it also of heroic lineage? The Onmyoji asked anxiously. This time they came to the dungeon with Luo Feng's orders and they had to obtain the item Kanji as Snow. The hunting group from Zhonghai City would directly affect their actions. Therefore, the Onmyoji had to understand the situation. Of all hunting groups in the dungeon, especially the Zhonghai Alliance hunting group that Su Chen belonged to. No. That's good. The Onmyoji breathed a sigh of relief. Also, Luo Mengdai added. What exactly is it? The Onmyoji was getting impatient. It's a demon from the Abyss world, a creature with royal demon bloodline. Luo Mengdai's words fell like a spell. The Onmyoji's heart skipped a beat, nearly choking. What did you say? Royal demon, descendant of the demon king? Yes. Luo Mengdai's small face turned slightly pale. She shook her head, her previously vacant gaze regaining a hint of clarity. It was as if her sight had pulled away from the swamp of death. Then, she looked at the Onmyoji and explained expressionlessly to her little aunt. Moreover, that is a direct descendant of a certain demon king from the Abyss world, although it is also a mixed blood, but it can be understood as a direct mixed blood. The 7th son of the demon king. Luo Yun felt her mind go blank for a moment. The Abyss world, also known as Hell, is filled with death and extreme creatures, teeming with demons and the undead. In the Abyss dungeon, the strongest beings are those demon kings. Each demon king possesses absolutely powerful strength. If compared to professionals, all demon kings have a professional qualification of demigod level or higher. What does this mean? Legendary level with full stars. Each level up grants several hundred free points, and upon reaching level 100, one can enjoy tens of thousands of base attributes. What does this imply? A legendary full-star professional at level 100, without using any skills, just a normal attack, can deal hundreds of thousands, even millions of points of attack power. And when they use advanced weapons and skills, the damage result will amplify wildly. The final effect could reach several million points. Even 10 million points is possible. Millions of damage. In one wave, how many top-tier boss monsters could be killed? No matter how long their health bar is, it would be emptied in an instant. However, this is just the strength of a legendary full-star professional. In the Abyss world, which of those demon kings is not beyond the legendary level? The lowest is also demigod level. In other words, a demon king at the moment of birth could already crush the elite among the veteran professionals of Blue Star. They are truly beings of flesh and blood, standing shoulder to shoulder with the divine. Or rather, the demon king is a fallen deity. And now, this guy Su Chen actually holds a direct mixed blood of a demon king in his hands, the 7th son of the demon king? How could that not drive one mad? At this moment, Luo Yun wished she could just die on the spot. Her heart was racing wildly, almost about to leap out of her chest. With a clang, Luo Yun could no longer hold on to her staff and it slipped from her grasp, falling to the ground. Zhonghai City, it seems, is about to face a storm. Luo Yun gasped for breath several times, trying to steady her emotions, her expression slightly dazed as she spoke. After a moment, she regained her composure, took hold of her staff again, and glanced at the hunting team behind her. The 12 epic level professionals, top genius girls brought from Jiangnan province, reacted just like Luo Mengdai, completely devoid of any emotional fluctuation, all with somewhat expressionless faces. Luo Yun couldn't help but feel a shiver in her heart. Could it be that the undead calamity is about to descend? Only the gods can fight against the gods. With this thought, Luo Yun's brows furrowed slightly. If what President Bai Ling said is true, soon a fourth calamity will sweep across the globe. All professionals in the world will be engulfed by this disaster in an instant, and the entire world of class change will be destroyed in one fell swoop. Then, the only ones who can rewrite the plot of the fourth calamity are probably these monstrous little creatures. Luo Yun murmured anxiously, as if talking to herself. Just like, only the gods can fight against the gods, only Su Chen and my niece can create miracles in this great catastrophe. With this thought, Luo Yun turned back again, looking at the dozen or so young girls behind her, each representing an epic-level professional, their bright eyes flowing with a hint of holy light. Luo Yun's heart trembled again, and soon she sighed deeply, smiling helplessly. She said, if we must speak of it, even if Su Chen tames a pet beast with the bloodline of the Demon King, it probably can't compare to my niece. Legendary professionals. And also a dragon tamer. Our Misty Rain Guild still has capable individuals. If we can tame the frost giant dragon beneath the glacier, my niece's current strength should be above that guy Su Chen. Luo Yun nodded thoughtfully. She turned to Luo Mengdai and said, first tame this frost giant dragon, then continue advancing towards the deepest part of the dungeon. Find Kanjia's snow and return it to the president. Luo Yun gently pressed her temples, making a clear plan. Although this hunting team was led by Luo Mengdai, when it came to critical issues, it was still Luo Yun who had the final say. Okay, Aunt. Luo Mengdai nodded, slightly, obediently responding. By the way, Luo Yun fell silent for a moment and said inexplicably, next time, if you encounter President Bai Ling, do not mention Su Chen nor speak of that demon pet. Luo Yun lowered her voice slightly, leaning closer to her niece and said, many things, after all, are best kept from outsiders. What happens between us and with your brother, we are still family. If this world really has reincarnators, and if, as President Bai Ling said, the undead calamity, the fourth calamity will sweep across the world, everything will turn to ashes. Then, our Misty Rain Guild also needs to have our own power before the great catastrophe arrives. After saying this, Luo Yun's brows furrowed again and she sighed a heavy breath. Luo Mengdai looked somewhat bewildered. However, she eventually nodded. I understand, Aunt. Luo Mengdai smiled lightly and said, I won't say anything. That's good. In Luo Yun's eyes, there was a flicker of fluctuation. Let's go. Continue deeper into the dungeon. What if we run into Su Chen and the others? Remember not to show all your strength, you need to keep some cards up your sleeve. The road ahead is long. Luo Mengdai followed her aunt like a little kitten learning to walk stealthily and quietly, not responding to Luo Yun's words, only letting out a soft hum. In the icy plains and snowy mountains, heavy snow fell. Luo Mengdai, dressed in red, stood out strikingly, as bright as a ray of spring light. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed the level 74 boss monster Death Knight Chief Yake and gained 126,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained an additional 35,000 experience points. In the Undead Canyon Dungeon, Death Swamp, accompanied by a cold and pleasant notification sound, a sudden flash of light appeared before Su Chen and his heart soared with joy. It worked! One strike ended Yake, the Death Knight Chief, a level 74 boss monster, taken down in one move. Mirror Assassination. This skill is indeed impressive, worthy of being called the exclusive divine skill of the assassin class. Once released, it allows the user to launch 7 consecutive attacks on a single target, each dealing extremely high critical damage along with a suppression effect. After 7 attacks, you can reap the enemy's life. Su Chen let out a long breath, replaying the battle in his mind. The Mirror Assassination skill was indeed remarkable, with 7 consecutive attacks, each increasing the damage, stacking a total of 7 times. It is no exaggeration to say that if used properly, this skill could rival some weakened entry-level forbidden spells. Moreover, compared to forbidden spells, this skill is more flexible and has broader applicability. The Death Knight Chief is really good, dropping over 160,000 experience points, which is far better than ordinary small monsters. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, feeling elated, almost wanting to break into a rap to celebrate. Yake's boss skills are decent, it's worth looting. Su Chen took a few deep breaths to clear his mind, and at that moment he also released the effect of the demon body skill, his body no longer shrouded in faint golden flames, returning to normal. After all, the demon body skill consumes a lot of mana. Even though Su Chen's mana bar was 10 times that of an ordinary practitioner, he couldn't use it recklessly. He still needed to conserve a bit. The dungeon had just begun. First, take that undead crystal. Compared to skills, this crystal is more valuable. Su Chen's eyes brightened slightly. Instead of directly looting Yake's boss skills, he focused on Yake's tattered armor. It should be known that within this armor, the heart of the Death Knight concealed a crystal of immense value, a hero-level item. It could allow the Demon Raven or Undead Bone Dragon to undergo a new enhancement, unlocking exclusive skills. This level of baptism was no less than the one Su Chen had given to Alpha last time. After all, the last time Alpha and Froststar used was merely the discarded Dragon Blood Gem that Su Chen didn't want. But this time, a perfect hero-level crystal. It would likely bring an unprecedented transformation to the pets. With this thought, Su Chen walked directly towards Yake, completely ignoring the loot scattered on the ground, even stepping over a hero-level weapon. Meanwhile, behind Su Chen, Bai Zhengchang and the entire hunting team of practitioners who witnessed all of this were momentarily stunned. Holy crap! Did you see that? I must be seeing things. Just now, Su Chen ended the level 74 Death Knight boss with a single strike. Are you crazy? The top monster in the Death Swamp was just harvested so easily? Damn! I'm feeling a bit short of breath. Did you all notice? Just now, Su Chen used an assassin class exclusive skill. No, two. They were Sky, Rift Shadow and Mirror Assassination. Of course, I'm not blind. The assassin class's exclusive divine skills have actually reappeared in Su Chen. No, it should be young Master Su. I finally understand why he is favored by all the top universities across the country. It's not that Qingbei University is too eager for talent, but that we didn't see through it. Hiss, 1 flame. Demon body, 2 assassin divine skills, death flame explosion, forbidden spells. My god. What kind of profession is young master? Su's killing god? To have no class restrictions and learn all the top skills of every class at the same time, even practicing the assassin's exclusive divine skills to such a superb level, his future potential is likely to exceed everyone's expectations. God Su's level has actually risen to the 60th tier. After one wave, he crazily harvested hundreds of thousands of experience points and then leveled up. This is no high school student. If you told me he was a top second-generation heir personally brought out by those SSS-level guilds in Kyoto, I wouldn't doubt it for a second. Perhaps, just as rumored, behind God Su stands not only the Golden Rose Guild but also a more terrifying force. Under normal circumstances, even a quality A-level guild hunting team needs to proceed with great caution in a place like the Death Swamp, forming a tight formation with priests, mages, knights, assassins, and archers advancing in an orderly manner. But what about Su Chen? He charged straight into the Death Knight horde with a long blade, rampaging through like chopping vegetables. Who is the real boss? The false boss needs to kill monsters to gain experience points to level up. The true boss is a pure-hearted male high schooler disguised as a professional. I seriously suspect that God Su is the only humanoid boss monster in Zhanghai City. A dungeon bulldozer. I don't know why, but the assassin skills displayed by young Master Su are even more ferocious than those of the high-level assassins in Zhanghai City. This is the first time I've seen damage levels this high. Sky Rift Shadow. It was supposed to be scraping damage, yet young Master Su executed it has a high crit skill. The most outrageous part wasn't even that. Just now, in the final wave, the assassin's ultimate strike hit 7 times in a row, each hit dealing excessive physical crit damage, over 1,000,000 points of damage. Even I was a bit shocked. Explosive. The whole place erupted. As Su Chen held the Dawn Blade and ended the Death Knight boss with a single strike, all the prominent figures in the hunting team from Zhanghai City were left trembling in shock. They were stunned by Su Chen. It wasn't that Su Chen's displayed strength could easily crush these big shots. That was impossible. After all, the level gap was significant. With Sushi around level 200, if it were a one-on-one PK, Su Chen would still be at a disadvantage. However, facing the Death Knight horde that gave the entire hunting team a headache, Su Chen was able to hunt among them with such ease. Even in front of over 1,000 Death Knights, he directly ended the boss monster, Yake. Such stunning combat skills, smooth movements, top-notch combat awareness, and powerful skill damage completely captivated all the professionals present. Of course, what left them most stunned was that Su Chen had actually learned the exclusive skills of the assassin class, and they were the top tier. Divine skills, Rift Shadow, Mirror Assassination. It could even be said that Su Chen's understanding of these two assassin skills was deeper than that of the big-name assassins in Zhanghai City. In the hunting team, a gasp of cold air echoed. At the back of the team, in the camp belonging to the Kanghun Guild, a fully armored assassin, gripping a short blade tightly, frowned and softly said, "No way. Su Xiao's base strength has already reached over 1,000 points? No, to be precise, it's almost close to 2,000 points. This assassin was also over 100 levels. Not considered bad in the hunting team, but definitely not among the top tier." He took a deep breath, his eyes flickering with indescribable fear and disbelief, and spoke again. "This level is already stronger than my strength attribute. What the hell?" Upon hearing this, the entire hunting team was momentarily petrified. Everyone's expressions froze for an instant, even by Zhang Chang and the other top-tier figures unconsciously swallowed hard. From the perspective of this assassin, he shouldn't be mistaken. After all, he was a seasoned assassin in Zhanghai City, and a base strength attribute close to 2,000 points could indeed compete with the big shots at the 100-level rank to some extent. The reason was simple. Generally speaking, a practitioner only gains a small amount of free attribute points for each level they increase. Even for a gold-level practitioner, it's only about 20 points. At level 100, if fully maxed out, that would be around 2,000 free attributes. Averaging that across 4 attributes, the strength attribute would only be a few hundred points. And Su Chen, what level was he? He actually had over 1,000 strength points. In an instant, gasps of disbelief echoed throughout the hunting team, and everyone looked slightly dazed. Bai Zhengcheng and the others were still somewhat composed, but some ordinary 100-level practitioners were completely dumbfounded. No matter how they looked at it, they couldn't believe that they had spent so many years to reach level 100, yet now they were outdone by a high school student who had just reached level 60. It was simply insane. Su Chen. At the back of the team, in the Kanghun Guild's camp, Han Yinglu raised her eyebrows, her gaze complex as she watched Su Chen's back. Her pearly teeth bit down on her red lips, and in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, she murmured to herself, "You've already reached this level?" Han Ning couldn't help but sigh bitterly. However, she soon narrowed her eyes again, staring at Su Chen's figure, and resolutely said, "No matter how strong you are, I, Lu Mei, will never be weaker than you by half. As for the matter of the necromancy skill, I won't let you off. Just wait, I will make you pay for it later." With that thought, Han Ning finally felt a bit relieved. Then, she waved her staff, looking at the remaining Death Knight in the mist, and began to chant a spell, preparing to clear the remaining Death Knight boss. So impressive. In another direction of the hunting team, Suyu, with beautiful elven ears and skin as white as snow, also took a deep breath, her clear eyes sparkling, as she instinctively swallowed. "Su Chen is actually this strong, even stronger than I imagined." Suyu tugged at Lu Mani's sleeve and raised her head to ask, "Amon, who was stronger compared to Su Chen before?" Upon hearing this, Lu Mani fell silent. She, who was already as cold as ice, slightly furrowed her brows, then relaxed and answered honestly, "He is stronger. His four-dimensional attributes have surpassed countless times that of other professionals at the same level, and now he can rival those at level 100. When I was at his stage, I could barely contend with level 100 professionals, and it was hard to win." Lu Mani's response made Suyu's eyes brighten slightly. "They're all little monsters." Suyu smiled and said, "You could actually fight with level 100 when you were at level 60? That's really scary. Amon, clear out these undead monsters first." Suyu looked at the group of Death Knights in front of her, her expression somewhat excited as she said, "That's a lot of experience points. We can't let Su Chen take them all, or else we might end up as mere spectators." "Okay." Lu Mani nodded lightly, her spear trembling in her hand as she also looked towards the group of Death Knights. Indeed, the old principal and grandpa's guess was correct. At the same time, behind the hunting team, Chen Shuyan, sitting on the back of the skeletal dragon, had her beautiful eyes shimmering with ripples, and she took a deep breath of murky air in surprise. "Su Chen really can steal boss skills. Fortunately, I was clever enough to recruit my talented younger brother to Qingbei University, otherwise such a godly genius would probably have been snatched up by other schools. Having such a group pet, Qingbei will likely soar to new heights." Chen Shuyan's gaze suddenly became excited. The other professionals present were unclear, but she understood quite well. The assassin skills Su Chen had just displayed were likely not learned from a skill book but were stolen from the mirror during a city-level competition. Undead summoning, Legion aura, these are exclusive skills of the undead mage, and they should have been taken from Han Ning. Chen Shuyan swallowed hard, her beautiful eyes fixed on Han Ying's direction, narrowing slightly as she smiled slyly. "No wonder that girl has been looking at my younger brother with such a strange expression, there's such a shocking secret behind it." Chen Shuyan stroked her chin, lost in thought. It seems that not long ago, the Kanghan Guild did indeed send a hunting team to the Shallow Bay dungeon, and the leader was Han Ning. That makes sense. Su Chen can tame the skeletal dragon at the second transfer stage. Chen Shuyan gently stroked the alpha beneath her, raising her eyebrows, her expression enlightened as she smiled. Fatally, he probably borrowed the Kanghan Guild's help. If it weren't for the skeletal dragon being at low health, Su Chen might not have been able to tame this mount with the bloodline of a golden dragon so easily. I need to discuss this with the old principal and the others as soon as possible. With this thought, Chen Shuyan pressed her beautiful fingers against her temples, secretly making a decision. "Everyone, stop dawdling. The Death Knights haven't been cleared yet. Archers, prepare." Amidst the noisy hunting team, it was finally Bai Zhangcheng who stepped forward. He smiled bitterly, then regained his usual demeanor, looking seriously at the professionals behind him and loudly declaring, "Launch the attack." How should I put it? Although Su Chen's stunning operation had killed quite a few Death Knight bosses, even the Death Knight chief, Yake, was cut in half by Su Chen's blade. However, in the Death Marsh, beneath the thick white mist, there were still many knights in tattered armor, wielding skeletal bone blades like foreign weapons, ready to launch a deadly attack on the hunting team at any moment. In this situation, Bai Zhangcheng could not allow the farce to continue. Instead, he steadied his shocked emotions and got the entire hunting team back on track. "Mages, keep up, cast a wave of fireballs. Pastor team, keep a close eye on the situation, watch out for the surroundings of the hunting team, and don't let the boss monster break through." At this moment, Bai Zhangcheng was like a great steward, his expression serious as he surveyed the surroundings, cautiously urging the hunting team to advance. He gripped his long spear tightly, along with a massive heavy axe, and began to hunt frantically. Until now, this hunting team, formed by the major guilds of Zhenghai City, was gradually showcasing its true strength. Order. Compact. Powerful. At the same time, amidst a pile of shattered armor and skulls of Death Knights, Su Chen held a delicate crystal in both hands, his eyes brightening slightly. Name, Life Crystal. Grade, Gold attribute, can provide the blessing of the Goddess of Life, bringing a certain degree of health value increase, and can also restore a large amount of health in a short time. If one encounters an indelible negative effect, there is a certain probability of recovery after using this Life Crystal. Entry 1. Beneath the shell of this gold grade life crystal lies a undead crystal. Entry 2. Inside the undead crystal is a vast amount of violent energy, the source of power for the Death Knight. Leader, Yake. Entry 3. The undead crystal is a true hero grade item, allowing creatures with demon or undead bloodlines to absorb it. Entry 4. After absorbing the undead crystal, demon type, and undead creatures will gain a certain degree of bloodline enhancement and unlock corresponding exclusive skills, and there is even a certain possibility of acquiring a brand new talent. Damn! It really is a hero grade item. Suchun used Mind's Eye to examine the crystal in his hand. Just a glance, and he was instantly excited. Not only is it a hero grade undead crystal, but there's also an extra surprise, which means I've obtained 2 crystals at once. Suchun squinted slightly, feeling a wave of delight in his heart. How should he put it? The heart of the Death Knight leader Yake was not made of living flesh, but rather a crystal. However, this crystal's surface was a life crystal. Such things were common in dungeons, and generally, high-level boss monsters could drop them. Life crystals could grant health value increases, somewhat like exclusive health attribute gems. However, if one were to peel away the shell of this life crystal, they would find the true treasure hidden inside a hero-grade undead crystal. This meant that Suchun had obtained 2 high-grade crystal items at once. A huge profit. A total win. Put it away. Suchun coughed softly, not making too much noise, and directly tucked the crystal into his bosom. Although he was currently following the hunting team formed by the Zhonghai City Alliance, according to the rules of the hunting team, he needed to wait until all the Death Knights were cleared before sharing the rewards. However, Suchun had just soloed the Death Knight leader. No matter how one looked at it, taking this crystal wasn't excessive. Moreover, this undead crystal appeared to be only gold grade on the surface, with a value similar to that of a gold grade weapon. In fact, it was even less valuable than a slightly higher grade gold weapon. The members of the hunting team shouldn't have any objections. Suchun squinted and smiled faintly, secretly pondering, even if there are objections, it doesn't matter. At worst, I can just leave the hunting team. With this thought, Suchun let out a long sigh of relief. This was a treasure that could allow the demon raven or the skeletal dragon to undergo a high-level evolution. How could he just hand it over? Regardless, it had to end up in his hands. Let's see if the Death Knight leader's skills have anything worth keeping. After securing his belongings, Suchun still paid no attention to the weapons and loot dropped by the boss monster scattered on the ground, instead focusing his gaze on the skill bar of the Death Knight leader, Yake. For Suchun, general golden grade weapons no longer attract him. It is the high-level skill books that are the real treasures. They must be well preserved. Not to mention, even if he can't use them himself, when they become forgotten skill books, he can give them to Lu Mei and sell them for a good price. Under the same grade conditions, a skill book is much more expensive than a weapon. Moreover, these are boss-exclusive skills. Night Charge. Dark Gold Grade Price * 680,000 experience points. Death Execution. Golden Grade Price * 420,000 experience points. Break. Formation Charge. Dark Gold Grade Price * 700,000 experience points. Death Spark. Dark Gold Grade Price * 1,200,000 experience points. The price for skill plundering isn't too high compared to the Emerald Dragon Nano. It's quite cheap. However, the highest is only Dark Gold Grade skills, not Hero Grade. Suchun checked the full range of skills possessed by the Death Knight leader, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The prices are very cheap. Of course, the skill grades are not to be underestimated. After all, they are Dark Gold Grade boss skills. If these 4 skill books were put up for auction in Kyoto, they would likely attract even SS grade guilds. After all, rarity makes things valuable. Boss monsters' exclusive skills are coveted by any professional. Rare, unique, powerful, noble. With these descriptors, once the skill books hit the market, they would be snatched up by wealthy veteran professionals or high-level guilds, leaving nothing for casual players to bid on. Let's see how they work. Suchun shrugged and clicked on the detailed attribute descriptions of these skills. He planned to select one for himself or forget them all as skill books to sell later. How to say it? At this stage, as Suchun's level increased, his perspective naturally broadened. This time he came to the Undead Canyon dungeon, his goal was not Dark Gold Grade skills, but to plunder higher level skills. At the very least, they had to be Hero Grade. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. He knew that the skill slots he purchased from Lu Mei were all of Hero Grade strength. Using a Hero Grade skill slot to store Dark Gold Grade skills wasn't that using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Night Charge, an exclusive professional skill of the Death Knight. After releasing this skill, one can receive the blessing of the Death Goddess, gaining a certain degree of enhancement to all 4 attributes, entering a berserk state, and an excited state, which will ignore pain and charge at all targets. When this skill hits a target, it will deal critical damage. equal to 300% of the base physical attack power, along with a short silence effect. Death Execution, a golden grade skill and exclusive boss skill, is a high-level skill for physical professions. After releasing this skill, it can gain an increase of 200% of the base physical attack power and gain the armor break effect, which can ignore part of the target's defense and deal true damage directly. When this skill hits a target, in addition to dealing true physical damage, it also grants a portion of spell attack and spell critical damage. For targets with extremely high physical defense, this is a powerful counter skill. Break Formation. Charge. This skill is a passive skill. When attacked and a debuff is applied, one can forcibly break through the enemy's control under weakened effects and counterattack the enemy. During the charge, base physical attack power plus 3000 points, base physical critical damage plus 80%, and gain an additional plus 30,000 health points, as well as an extra plus 200% magic resistance if the health is below 5%. When this skill is released, it can trigger a passive effect, increasing defense by 50% for 3 seconds. Death Spark, the only spell skill of the Death Knight. It can consume a small amount of mana to summon a sky full of sparks, each spark shining a golden yellow, like the sun. When the sparks fall, they will deal a certain degree of spell damage to all targets, with the damage determined by the user's base spirit attribute. After the sparks hit the target, they will leave a curse mark, which lasts a long time. The mark can be crushed at any time, causing the target to enter a silent state directly, with the duration related to the number of spark marks. While in the silent state, the marked target will bleed crazily, continuously suffering high spell critical hits, high physical critical hits, and high lifesteal effects, while being restricted in skill casting and passive attributes. Note: each time a spark mark is added to the target, the critical damage result after crushing the mark will double. Hiss. Su Chen looked at the detailed description of all of Yake's skills. However, he couldn't help but gasp in shock for a moment. The hiss sound even attracted the attention of the professionals hunting madly beside Su Chen. I didn't expect that. Just a dark gold level Bloodline Death Knight boss. The skills are so magnificent. Su Chen swallowed hard, feeling a tightness in his chest. Fortunately, I just finished off this boss monster in one breath under the effect of the demon body skill in an excited state. Otherwise, if Yake counterattacked, the final result would be hard to say. Su Chen felt a slight sense of relief. How to put it? The skills of the Death Knight boss were all quite good, and although they were only at the dark gold level, they already had a hint of hero level strength. Moreover, considering Yake's high physical attack power, if this boss monster really launched a counterattack against him, Su Chen might not be able to easily finish Yake off with one strike. Which skill to keep? Or keep them all? Su Chen frowned, feeling a bit conflicted. Fortunately, no one could hear his inner thoughts. Otherwise, it would probably leave all the professionals present dumbfounded. To be able to plunder the skills of a boss monster and still be unsatisfied? Actually being picky. What a disaster. The world of the big shots. I don't understand. Night Charge skill, a classic physical attack skill, suitable for knights and warriors. If I use it, the effect should be good. After all, the strength attribute is there. It won't be bad. Su Chen glanced at the Night Charge skill, feeling a bit moved, but soon he gave up on this boss skill. Although, overall, the skill effect looks good, and the enhancement it brings can. But I already have the hero level demon body. This skill seems a bit redundant. The physical enhancement and excited state it brings should be several times that of this skill. Su Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Moreover, the physical damage of this skill is too low, so I'll pass. Indeed, Su Chen already had the demon body demon skill. Another physical skill from the Death Knight was somewhat unnecessary. The only thing that made Su Chen a bit tempted was the silence effect in the skill, under which the hit target would fall into a silent state, unable to move or counterattack. Next, Death Execution. Armor break, true damage, ignores defense. Even a physical skill that can bring spell damage and spell critical hits? Su Chen's eyes lit up. It could indeed catch the enemy off guard during battle. Physical skills themselves do not require mana, only stamina, yet this skill can bring spell damage. Interesting. Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. Although it's just a golden level skill book, its growth potential is quite large. If points are added to dark gold level or hero level, it might really surprise people and unlock some rare skill effects. I'll take this skill. In the world of universal job changes, the strength of a skill is not simply measured by the damage it causes. Instead, one must analyze the skill's effects. Even the highest attack power bonus can be meaningless if the enemy is immune to it or if it doesn't deal true damage. Breakthrough Charge. Su Chen took a deep breath and looked at the next skill again. There are many skill effects, but they seem a bit flashy. Upon seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Counterattack. When attacked, it can break through the enemy's control. From the skill description, it does seem good. If it were a night class, they would probably be quite satisfied. But for me, its effect is not very obvious. Su Chen rubbed his chin, pondering. Most of the skills I have deal high damage, and my fighting style aims for a one-hit finish. It's unlikely that I would find myself in a situation where I need to counterattack. If I were truly surrounded and had to retaliate, it wouldn't really fit my style. One must know that Su Chen's current attack power could be considered the ceiling for his level. He had already given up on defense, opting instead to enhance his high attack and output damage. However, this skill is more suited for classes with thicker health bars. After all, it's a boss monster skill. If it were a tank like Yake with a million health points, it could be used to pull off a stunning comeback. However, for Su Chen, this skill held little significance. In the end, his decision was still to give it up. That said, the attribute effects of this skill should be quite valuable. If it were put up for auction, it would definitely fetch a handsome price. Su Chen squinted slightly, feeling a surge of excitement. After all, just because he didn't like it didn't mean other classes wouldn't. Such a specialized boss skill, if offered to high-level physical classes, would probably make them laugh maniacally. No matter how expensive, they would be willing to pay for it. The last one. Su Chen rubbed his temples and focused intently on the final boss skill. This skill looked somewhat complex, with chaotic attribute effects. However, Su Chen immediately recognized the brilliance of Death Seed. What the hell? Death Seed is quite insane. Su Chen's heart couldn't help but tremble twice, clearly excited. He could be considered a top student from Zhonghai No. 1 High School. Even if his academic performance wasn't the absolute best, he had his own understanding. Moreover, having lived 2 lives and played so many online games in his previous life, Su Chen had an incredibly keen sense for skills. Just one glance, and he could confirm that Death Seed was definitely a top-tier skill worth cultivating. The skill effect is somewhat similar to Death Fireball, but the advantages of this skill are very clear. Low mana cost, long duration, silent state, plus high damage output, double amplification. Su Chen gasped several times, trying to keep himself from appearing too excited. However, his pounding heart betrayed him. This skill is too good. With a small amount of mana, it can release the seed, marking the target. The curse mark can be shattered at any time, silencing the target directly. Crazy. Life steal. High critical hit. Counter skills. Counter passives. Damn it. It's a good thing Yake isn't a boss monster specializing in spell attacks, otherwise, this skill could be used in so many ways. The corners of Su Chen's mouth twitched involuntarily, as he thought to himself. It's no exaggeration to say that the Death Seed skill is definitely the strongest Dark Gold level skill Su Chen has ever seen. This is much crazier than the Death Flame explosion technique. The skill effect is strong, and the mana consumption is low. The only flaw, perhaps, is that it heavily relies on the caster's mental attribute points. In other words, if the caster of this skill doesn't have high enough mental attribute points, then no matter how many skill effects there are, the final outcome will be similar to the attack that Mirror made on Su Chen, almost like a scraping treatment. The so-called high critical hits and high magic damage will be ineffective if the base points are too low. However, Su Chen's situation is different. He is a freakishly skilled player specializing in spell attack power and physical output. With this skill in his hands, he can definitely come up with countless new tricks, even combining it with the Death Flame Explosion versatile skill. Damn it. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. This skill must be kept for myself. If I sell it, even at a high price, it would be a huge loss, Su Chen decided in his heart. He wasn't really short on money, so there was no need to sell this top-tier skill. Moreover, the growth potential of the Death Seed skill is enormous. If he uses skill points to enhance it, the skill effect at the next stage, when it reaches hero-level strength, would even make Su Chen gasp in amazement. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the skill, Death Execution, Golden Level skill. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the skill, Death Seed, Dark Gold Level skill. The cold notification sounds echoed in Su Chen's mind, and his skill bar increased by 2 brand new skills. The 2 boss skills he had given up were converted into skill books, quietly lying in the system space. What a great harvest! After finishing all this, Su Chen let out a long sigh of relief, feeling so comfortable that he almost hummed a little tune. Meanwhile, Bai Zhengcheng and the others were also wrapping up their battle, with a large number of Death Knights cleared away, leaving behind a pile of bones and a ground full of items. Let's divide the loot. Su Chen glanced back at the hunting team and then at the golden weapons scattered on the ground, stretching lazily for a moment. Are you okay, handsome little brother? Alpha? Carrying Chen Shuyan swayed her massive body and came to Su Chen's side, while Chen Shuyan, sitting on the skeletal dragon, squinted slightly and asked Su Chen with concern, "Are you hurt?" "No." Su Chen yawned and smiled lightly. "It was a piece of cake, just a warm-up. What's the big deal? In fact, I even want to go for another round." With a snort, Qin Shuyan was directly amused by Su Chen's words. She couldn't help but respond, so the Death Knight boss is just a warm-up? Then what counts as the real deal? Flame Wing Demon or Frost Dragon? There are plenty of ultimate bosses in the Undead Canyon dungeon, and they are all top-tier species, enough for you to play with. Then, she reached out her hand to Su Chen and pulled him. Su Chen grasped Qin Shuyan's palm and leaped back onto Alpha's back. Ahem. Su Chen lazily lay on Alpha's back, not looking back, but his gaze turned to Qin Shuyan, smiling like a spring breeze. Flame Wing Demon? Frost Dragon? Hoof. I'm not bragging, but if I really encounter them, wouldn't I just go on a killing spree? Oh, handsome little brother, are you bragging without a script? Qin Shuyan laughed like a blooming flower, reaching out to tickle Su Chen's armpit, her eyes sparkling. As she said, if we really see the Flame Wing Demon and Frost Dragon, then I won't intervene, I'll let you solo kill. I want to observe how our handsome little brother ends a demon at level 60. The Frost Dragon, you have to finish it too. That guy seems to be over 400 levels, right? Su Chen's expression changed in shock. In this dungeon, there was actually a Frost Dragon over 400 levels, goodness. It seems that this is indeed a dungeon of hero-level intensity. It's quite a bit over the top. A boss of this caliber would definitely cause quite a stir in Kyoto. Moreover, in the Undead Canyon dungeon, there isn't just one Frost Dragon. According to the intel I've gathered, there are at least 3. This dungeon itself was formed after the destruction of the Icefield Empire, which is abundant in Frost Dragons. Qin Shuyan looked at Su Chen, her smile slightly mischievous. Su Chen let out a snort, nearly choking on his saliva, his mouth twitching as he stared wide-eyed at Chen Shuyan after a moment of silence. Instructor Chen, I was wrong. Given our teacher-student relationship, if something really happens, you would definitely help me out, right? How about this, when I go to Qingbei University, I'll directly apply for you to be my advisor. Su Chen shamelessly suggested. Shameless. Qin Shuyan laughed again at Su Chen, rolling her eyes at him, and huffed, do you know? Your sister is in the top 10 of the best advisor rankings at Qingbei University. There are plenty of male students wanting me as their advisor, so you can just wait in line. And don't call me instructor, call me sister. Qin Shuyan glared at Su Chen, clenched her fist, and bit her red lip, playfully saying, I'm not that much older than you. If it weren't for my exceptional talent and rapid promotion, I wouldn't be an advisor at Qingbei. I would have gone to the battlefield of the 10,000 races to train. Don't make me sound so old. Alright. Su Chen smiled lightly, got it, and Qin Shuyan. Behind the skeletal dragon. The laughter of Su Chen and Qin Shuyan was quite relaxed and lively, creating a wonderful atmosphere. In contrast, the hunting team, consisting of various professional elites, had just finished their battle and were clearing the ground of loot. A level 100 male priest looked up at Su Chen and Qin Shuyan in midair, his mouth twitching involuntarily, his eyes filled with envy and intense jealousy. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs with fresh air, and finally let out a long sigh. However, the male priest spoke in a somewhat resentful tone. I really envy you, a hero-level mount, a beautiful advisor over 400 levels personally protecting you. This treatment, this benefit, it's nothing like grinding monsters in a dungeon, it's simply like a vacation. At this point, the male priest felt like crying without tears. The most crucial part is, he's not some useless person, nor is he just grinding for experience. If we talk about talent and current strength, he's definitely stronger than me. Damn it, this is just infuriating. Upon hearing this, the professionals around the male priest couldn't help but cough a couple of times, not responding but all stifling their laughter. How to put it? It really was like that. Su Chen's state in the dungeon was simply too relaxed. He didn't seem like someone grinding monsters in a dungeon at all. Instead, he looked like a top-tier second-generation rich kid being taken along by a big shot to gild himself in the dungeon. However, the strength and talent Su Chen had just displayed had impressed everyone present. In other words, they couldn't compare to Su Chen at all. Aside from being a bit older, it seemed they had nothing to show for it. It's fine. A pretty little priestess, holding back her laughter, looked at the male priest who had just spoken and mercilessly added, at least you're uglier than him. Male priest. I can't go on living. Woo woo. Soon, all the items dropped by the Death Knight were collected by the professionals of the hunting team and piled together. The accumulated items were somewhat dazzling, and most of them were above silver grade. The quality was quite good, and there were even quite a few dark gold weapons. How should I put it? The Death Swamp, this forbidden area, is indeed as rumored, although the risk level is very high. The risks and rewards coexist. As long as we can clear out a large number of Death Knights, we can enjoy a ground full of maddening loot. These are all the items we have obtained. Now, let's divide the spoils. Bai Zhengcheng stood in the center of the hunting team, looking at everyone as he said. According to the previously agreed rules, the rewards obtained by the hunting team, aside from experience points, will be evenly distributed based on the damage dealt. This time, at this point, Bai Zheng Cheng looked at Su Chen, hesitating for a moment, his expression slightly reserved as he said, "Young Master Su killed the Death Knight Chief Yake and was the first to attack the Death Knights, providing great assistance to the team. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have been able to easily deal with over 1,000 Death Knights. Therefore, the bones of the Death Knight Chief Yake and the items dropped will belong to young Master Su. Does anyone have any objections?" Bai Zhengcheng looked at all the members of the hunting team and asked seriously. It was indeed the case. Su Chen soloed the Death Knight Chief and was the first to initiate the attack. He completely disrupted the rhythm of the Death Knight horde. Without Su Chen's reckless actions, the hunting team would not have been able to eliminate this batch of undead creatures in such a short time. Faced with Bai Zhengcheng's words, the professionals present, regardless of their levels, chose to remain silent and did not refute. Only at this moment did Han Ning slightly raise her chin, looking at Su Chen with a hint of coldness in her eyes. However, in the end, she also chose to remain silent and did not confront Su Chen at this time. Under Bai Zhengcheng's leadership, the items obtained this time were quickly divided among the major guilds. Su Chen also received his rightful share of rewards. In addition to the bones of the Death Knight Chief and the dropped items, Su Chen also obtained several good items. Most of these items were rewards from his solo kill of the boss, which rightfully belonged to him, while a small portion was from other professionals' kills, but in the end, they were given to Su Chen. There was no other reason. Su Chen made a significant contribution in this hunt. Besides the rewards he obtained from his solo kill, he was certainly entitled to a portion of the shared loot. In other words, Su Chen actually received more than what he earned from killing the Death Knight boss. Let's count the spoils. Su Chen lazily piled the items on the ground together and began to tally up the harvest. What the hell? Open the door wide. Under the effect of the Mind's Eye skill, Su Chen checked the attribute panel of these items. However, as soon as he opened the attributes, he unexpectedly discovered a series of hidden attributes. That's right. This time, it seemed that Su Chen had stumbled upon another windfall. Moreover, the number of attributes unlocked by this pile of loot was quite a lot. In the Undead Canyon Dungeon Forest. Ding. Congratulations, your level has increased to level 30. Ding. Congratulations, your level has increased to level 50. Ding. Congratulations, your level has increased to level 60. At this moment in the forest, a supreme job change ceremony was quietly taking place. The professionals who were witnessing this ceremony all displayed expressions of envy. Accompanied by a cold prompt sound, Su Qingya's delicate body trembled slightly and layers of ripples rose in her bright eyes. I actually reached the level 60 tier. Su Qingya's small mouth slightly opened, murmuring in disbelief, but why haven't I completed the job change and still remain a light priest? Su Qingya took a deep breath, looking up at Yelena, who stood in front of her. Just now, she had already signed a soul contract with Yelena and now, this legendary 3-star indigenous NPC has become Su Qingya's mentor and she, in turn, is a little apprentice. Learning spells from the Icefield priest. No need to rush, Yelena said with a smile as she looked at Su Qingya. Next comes the real ceremony. As she spoke, Yelena took out something that looked like a small sun from her bosom. It appeared somewhat like a petty stag. This is an embryo of a dragon with hero-level bloodline strength. Yelena gazed at Su Qingya and smiled slightly. At that moment, the entire team of veteran teachers from the first high school in Zhonghai, along with all the top students, were left dumbfounded. Hero-level bloodline strength? Dragon embryo. Oh my, did I hear that? Right? Using an embryo of a hero-level dragon for Su Qingya's job change ceremony? Wow, insane, too insane. This is simply rubbing my worldview into the ground. A hero-level dragon? Such a terrifying life form is merely a tool in the eyes of the indigenous NPC? Yelena, oh great priest. No. Priest Mama, are you still taking apprentices? I can warm your bed. Ah bro, I didn't see that coming. Besides being a top student, you actually have this kind of ability. Damn it, why am I not Su the campus beauty? Is it true that good-looking people have such good luck? Zhonghai City is probably going to soar. First, we had the god Su, and now we have the campus beauty Su. Do you believe that after this dungeon ends, our first high school in Zhonghai City is going to go viral? The next hot news nationwide will probably be about a newly promoted epic-level practitioner, the Holy Light Priest. Right now, I just want to know one thing. When Su the campus beauty advances, can we also get a bit of the light? I really want to receive the baptism of dragon bloodline. That's a hero-level dragon embryo. Even a tiny bit would be great. They were going crazy. Completely insane. As Yelena revealed the source of that pet beast egg-like object, the elite hunting team from Zhonghai City's first high school suddenly let out a wail. The word envy could no longer describe their feelings at that moment. It could only be said that in the center of the hunting team, this group of high school students who were in the same year as Su Qingya were almost grinding their back teeth in frustration. It was so sour they wanted to cry. A hero level dragon embryo. such a top-tier item that even the 3 major guilds in Zhenghai City did not possess. At this moment it was actually being used by Yelena for Su Qingya's job change. Such a shocking scene. How could it not drive people mad? Moreover, not only could Su Qingya change to an epic level priest practitioner, but her level was also forcibly raised to the 3rd transfer stage by Yelena. Level 60. She was now on the same starting line as Su Chen. One could say that after following Yelena, Su Qingya was truly soaring. Great! Now, our first high school is going to produce another top-tier little monster. Meanwhile, at the front of the hunting team, Chen Qishan, who had originally been frowning, suddenly had his eyes light up. He hurriedly swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva and, with blurred vision, looked towards where Su Qingya was. Excitedly murmuring, using a hero-level dragon for the bloodline baptism ceremony, this level of baptism can be considered the ceiling, right? As long as this job change is completed, Su Qingya's life will be completely transformed. Even the top guilds in the capital will probably fight over her, willing to pay any amount of joining fees just to have Su Qingya join their guild. And Qingbei University, Jiangnan University, Hangzhou University, the major prestigious universities across the country will probably come knocking again. Chen Qishan slightly raised his chin with a proud smile. Chen Qishan said, "Fortunately, thanks to my previous experience with Su Chen, I now consider myself quite familiar with this. Next time I host these renowned university mentors, Chen Qishan, will have to maintain a bit of decorum and not be so subservient. After all, as an elder, I have nurtured 2 epic-level talents. At this level, they are quite remarkable on a national scale." Thinking of this, Chen Qishan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, his heart trembling slightly from the exhilaration. At the same time, upon hearing Yelena's words, Su Qingya's expression changed and she froze in place. Dragon embryo? As a top student, Su Qingya was well aware of the bloodline purification ritual. So, after a moment of shock, she regained her composure and asked, "Priestess, does this mean I will change my bloodline to become a dragon hybrid?" Su Qingya's thoughts were quite similar to Su Chen's. She was also reluctant to become a hybrid and hoped to retain the purity of her original bloodline. At this moment, Yelena raised an eyebrow, her exquisite eyes narrowing slightly, and she couldn't help but laugh. Patiently, she explained, "No need. The power of the Icefield Empire exceeds your imagination. I will use an ancient priestly technique to purify you, allowing you to gain the strength of the Icefield Empire and the Yi blessing of the Imperial Holy Light. This dragon embryo is merely a medium. With the noble dragon bloodline, it will enable you to successfully complete your class transition and forcibly advance to an epic-level practitioner. However, your bloodline can still remain in its original state, unaffected and untainted by the dragon bloodline." Yelena's explanation was very clear. Su Qingya nodded thoughtfully. According to Yelena, as long as she completed this supreme ritual, she would become a true epic-level practitioner, gaining unimaginable power from the Icefield Empire and the blessing of Holy Light, mastering top-tier priestly skills. "Thank you, priestess." Su Qingya took a deep breath. She understood what Yelena was offering her. Any practitioner in her place would likely be overwhelmed with excitement. Although Yelena had her own motives, hoping Su Qingya would help her break the curse and escape this death-filled dungeon world. Regardless, Su Qingya ultimately gained unexpected rewards from Yelena, and she remained grateful to this divine-level mentor who had come to her aid. The supreme ritual will forcibly absorb the essence from the dragon embryo. This process will be somewhat painful. Yelena glanced at Su Qingya and waved her hand, causing a more magnificent magic circle to appear beneath their feet, with powerful elemental fluctuations that nearly overturned the surrounding forest. "It's fine, I can endure it." Su Qingya took another deep breath and replied with determination. Then, she whispered in a voice only she could hear, "As long as I can stand beside brother Su Chen, I am willing to pay any price." Su Qingya was now completely infatuated. To stand next to Su Chen, she was willing to do anything. "Good, as expected of my chosen disciple, you will become the new generation of priests in the Icefield Empire, a true Holy Light priest." Yelena's expression was inexplicably excited. Then, around her, a large flock of blackbirds swirled wildly, completely enveloping both Su Qingya and Yelena. These blackbirds all had eyes as red as pigeon blood, brightly reflecting everything in the forest. Witnessing this scene, the hunting team of teachers and students couldn't help but gasp, holding their breath as they stared at the magic circle they knew. Once this ceremony was over, Zhenghai No. 1 High School would create a nationwide sensation. 2 top geniuses were about to unleash an unprecedented earthquake across the country. At that time, Zhenghai would likely rise to prominence, becoming a highly sought-after tourist city. For a moment, a thin layer of cold sweat broke out on Chen Qishan's forehead, his excitement akin to a rush of adrenaline, making it impossible for him to sit still. After calming the frenzy within, Chen Qishan looked towards the disappearing figures of Su Qingya and the legendary 3-star NPC priest, let out a long sigh, and said in a tone that was far from calm, "I wonder where that little guy Su Chen is right now. If he finds out that Su Qingya from Zhonghai No. 1 High School has also advanced to an epic level profession, I wonder how he will react. Chun. Shishan smiled faintly, a hint of mischief in his eyes, and murmured again, however, these two little ones really make a good pair, a talented man and a beautiful woman. Their talents are both extraordinary. One has tamed a skeletal dragon, and the other has caught the eye of a native NPC. In the future, there will definitely be a good show to watch. With this thought, Chun Shishan's expression took on a hint of gossip. Beside him, the energetic girl Lu Xinran, with her hair in a bun, was even more flushed with excitement, nearly bouncing up and down. Damn it! Lu Xinran was even more excited than Su Qingya, almost jumping up. She took a deep breath and said to herself, a legendary 3-star mage and imperial priest. In the future, that little guy Su Chen will definitely be smitten by our Su school beauty. Lu Xinran squinted slightly, more curious than Chen Shishan, and broke into a silly grin. The genius school beauty who shocks the nation, goddess-level Su Qingya, confessing to Su Chen for the second time. This kind of big news will definitely explode nationwide and create a sensation online. Let me think, what should I do next to make the school beauty take the initiative in various ways? In the Undead Canyon dungeon, the Death Marsh. Su Chen's eyes flickered with a faint golden light. Under the probing of the eye of the mind, a pile of items in front of him revealed countless hidden attributes. Name, Death Boots Rarity, Gold Level Attributes, plus 200 Agility, plus 100% Attack Speed, plus 200% Maximum Attack Range, plus 200% Movement Speed, plus 50% Post-Battle Escape Speed Limit, all professions LV.60. Description, Death Boots, exclusive equipment dropped by Death Knights, possessing decent attribute bonuses. Name, Enhancement Gem Rarity, Gold Level Attributes, after use, can randomly enhance the attribute. Bonuses of Gold Level Weapons. Description, a high-quality enhancement gem that may increase the weapon's attack power attributes. Name, Guardian Ring Rarity, Gold Level Attributes, plus 20 Luck, plus 30% Mana, plus 5%. Health plus 1000 physical attack, plus 100% spell critical hit limit, all professions LV.60. Description, Guardian Ring, wearing it can slightly increase luck, forged by an alchemist from the original Ice Empire. Attribute 1, Death Boots are a semi-finished product in the depths of the Undead Canyon dungeon at the Ice Chapel. Using the following monster materials, expand to view, can enhance this equipment. To heroic level Dragon Knight Boots, this item, when combined with a dragon mount, can activate additional attribute enhancements. Entry 2, this enhancement gem, after being corroded by the Bloodburn potion, can unlock the items beneath the gem. An epic level enhancement gem can significantly boost the attribute points of an epic level weapon, with a high probability of increasing attack power. Entry 3, the Guardian Ring is a highly worn golden level accessory. When given to the NPC bard in the Undead Canyon dungeon, it can unlock hidden rewards, granting a brand new accessory, the epic level Frost God Ring. Hiss. Frost God Ring. Dragon Knight Boots. Another 2 pieces of epic level equipment, and damn it, an epic level enhancement gem too. Su Chen swallowed hard, his heart racing in an instant. He truly did not expect such explosive gains this time. Although, at present, he had only obtained 2 pieces of golden level equipment and 1 golden level enhancement gem. However, as long as the conditions were met, all these items could be upgraded to epic level. It could be understood that in the Death Swamp, in just this short time, Su Chen had crazily gathered several epic level items. If the other top-tier professionals in the hunting group found out, their jaws would probably drop in shock. Thanks to the eye of the mind, otherwise, the loss would have been great. Su Chen took a deep breath, feeling so excited that he could hardly speak, secretly pondering how to put it. If these items fell into the hands of other professionals, their ultimate fate would likely be to become auction items in the trading post. However, fortunately, Su Chen possessed a top-tier identification skill akin to divine technique, which allowed him to unlock the hidden attributes of these exquisite treasures and find ways to enhance them. Icefield Cathedral. Bard NPC. Su Chen silently noted this information in his heart and took another breath. Then, he stored all these items in the system space. Of course, besides these few items, he also had several golden level weapons. However, the attribute entries of those items were quite ordinary, and they did not unlock any additional hidden information. Su Chen currently had no use for these weapons. He planned to sell them later through Lu Mei. How's it going, handsome little brother? This haul isn't bad, right? Just as Su Chen finished counting his spoils, Chen Shuyan leaned over, scratching his armpit, and teasingly said with a beaming smile, "Oh, it seems like you had a good harvest. Seeing me come over, you immediately put everything away. What's up, did you get an epic level item?" Su Chen rolled his eyes at Chen Shuyan and smiled lightly. "Not just one. A full 3 epic level items. How about that, impressive, right?" Chen Shuyan burst into laughter, unable to help but murmur, "You're not kidding, are you? 3 epic level items? Although the rewards from the Death Swamp are quite good, it's just a level 70-something Death Knight boss. Getting 1 dark gold level item would be great. Where would 3 epic level items come from?" Dreaming in broad daylight, Handsome little brother can't act all cool. The Death Knight boss was merely a Dark Gold level bloodline boss. Its level wasn't very high. Under normal circumstances, it could indeed drop at most golden to Dark Gold level items. Getting a golden level weapon would already be a stroke of luck. Therefore, Chen Shuyan instinctively thought Su Chen was joking. However, the reality was that everything Su Chen said was true. He had indeed obtained 3 epic level items in one go. Moreover, whether it was the Frost God Ring or the Dragon Knight boots, their value far exceeded that of ordinary epic level items. Especially the Frost God Ring. An SS level guild in Hangzhou had once obtained a high-worn version of the Frost God Ring in the Second World Winter Dungeon. Back then, it was auctioned off for a sensational sky-high price. It attracted bids from 7 or 8 S-level guilds. It's no exaggeration to say that Su Chen's gains this time can no longer be described as a bountiful harvest. It's a top-tier explosion. Here, the life potion. Do you have any over there? Chen Shuyan took out a bottle of light golden potion from her pocket. Inside was indeed the life potion. However, this bottle was not ordinary. It was a silver-grade potion that could restore health to full in a short time after use. And this, Chen Shuyan pulled out several bottles of decent mana potions. You just released several rounds of high-level boss skills in succession, so your mana consumption must be significant. These mana potions should help you recover to full. Chen Shuyan looked at Su Chen, her tone gentle and caring. No need. Su Chen waved his hand, declining Chen Shuyan's kindness. It wasn't that he was concerned about appearances. But in that last wave, Su Chen didn't lose any health at all. Under the effect of the Flame Demon body skill, his physique and defense were quite terrifying. Not to mention that Su Chen himself had a full set of hero-level weapons. He really didn't suffer much in terms of health. His health bar, there was almost no change. As for mana, the priestly divine art brought him 10 times the mana, and Su Chen's mana bar was countless times higher than that of other practitioners of the same level. Furthermore, the priestly recovery art could slowly restore his mana. Simply put, Su Chen was not lacking in mana at all. Not only was his mana bar very long, but the recovery speed was also very fast. Unless he encountered a particularly overpowered boss that unleashed several rounds of forbidden spells at once, Su Chen wouldn't need to use mana potions in the short term. Oh, did the handsome little brother get angry? Chen Shuyan was taken aback when she saw Su Chen decisively refuse her goodwill, and she softly asked, Not at all. Su Chen smiled. I really don't need it. I have passive skills that can restore mana. How should I put it? Not just one, but several recovery skills. My current mana bar is more than 10 times that of an ordinary practitioner. Su Chen casually found an excuse to brush it off. After hearing this, Chen Shuyan was completely stunned, her gaze towards Su Chen filled with disbelief and shock. You? Chen Shuyan took a deep breath, wanting to say something, but the words got stuck in her throat. Seeming to feel that the situation was not right, she calmed her breathing and chose not to mention those things again, turning her head away. However, at that moment, Chen Shuyan let out a long sigh in a voice that Su Chen couldn't hear, muttering to herself in astonishment, a mana bar more than 10 times? Exclusive skills of top-tier bosses. As expected, the handsome little brother can steal boss skills. It seems he has already found a top-tier boss skill that can restore mana. Chen Shuyan felt her heart might shatter. With lingering fear, she murmured again, so overpowered. If we were to talk about potential, I'm afraid there's no one in the entire Great Xiaolong Kingdom who could match the handsome little brother in an arm wrestling contest. Even those second-generation elites in the capital would probably seem as dim as fluorescence in front of him. Being able to steal boss skills means he can infinitely enhance his own potential. Many traits and specialties that only top bloodline boss monsters possess can be utilized by the handsome little brother. Super high mana bar, health bar, extremely high attack power, defense. Once these exclusive passive skills of boss monsters are gathered by the handsome little brother, his four-dimensional attributes can transcend the limits of his rank, reaching an unimaginable level. In a sense, it can be said to be an endless enhancement. Potential has no limits. Chen Shuyan gasped several times, feeling a chill on her back. How should I put it? After all, she was a theoretical mage from Qingbei University, and she understood Su Chen's ability very well. Simply put, as long as Su Chen was given enough time, he could obtain a full set of top-tier skills from top-tier boss monsters. Not to mention attack skills. Just the passive skills. Health recovery, mana recovery, attack amplification, maximum critical hit, top-tier magic resistance, damage immunity. These passive skills were very common in the world of universal job changes. However, the exclusive passives possessed by boss monsters had a vastly different effect from the skill books learned by practitioners. To say nothing more, just a health recovery might be the best that practitioners could see, which would only be silver-level skill books or gold-level skill books at most. This life recovery skill has a very limited effect on restoring health, and the recovery rate is slow. However, what about those top-tier boss monsters? Like the Destruction Black Dragon Deathwing in the Winter World, which possesses an epic-level life recovery skill that can restore health to full in a very short time. In an instant, it can recover millions of health points, even several million. Such a powerful life recovery skill is something that regular professionals do not have. If Su Chen could obtain such a unique boss skill, even if his level were only 60, those 100-level professionals would be helpless against him. Su Chen stood there, allowing the 100-level professionals to attack. The damage was merely like a light scratch to him, having no real effect. In this state, could one still say that Su Chen was just an epic-level professional? Chen Shuyan narrowed her eyes slightly, her heart racing. At that moment, she wished she could quickly leave the Undead Canyon dungeon and return to Qingbei University to have a good talk with her grandfather and the old principal about Su Chen's situation. If Su Chen can infinitely plunder boss skills, then what about divine skills? Can the exclusive boss skill of the Seraph also be transformed into his own exclusive skill? If that's the case, Chen Shuyan swallowed hard, glancing at the expressionless Su Chen beside her, her heart nearly leaping out of her chest. Then, his professional potential can no longer be described as epic level. Even legendary level and demigod level seem trivial in the face of such a dimensional plundering ability. In certain fields, Su Chen is a god. At that moment, Chen Shuyan felt her brain short-circuiting. In fact, from the very beginning, she had been quite suspicious of Su Chen. The Death Flame Explosion, an exclusive skill of the assassin profession. Taming the undead bone dragon. All signs pointed to one issue. Perhaps, aside from being an epic-level professional, Su Chen had even stronger trump cards. If Chen Shuyan had previously only suspected that Su Chen could plunder boss skills, now she was almost certain that this extremely handsome younger brother before her might truly possess power beyond the world's understanding. Moreover, Su Chen not only had this ability but had also mastered it very well. He did not blindly seek attack skills for plundering but focused on passive boss skills. After a moment of silence, Chen Shuyan took a deep breath, furrowing her beautiful brows. As if she had made up her mind, she turned to look at Su Chen, gently biting her fiery red lips, and hesitantly said, "Handsome younger brother, can I ask you something?" "What is it?" Su Chen was taken aback, somewhat confused, and asked, "What's the matter? Can you plunder boss skills?" Chen Shuyan fell silent for a moment before finally voicing her thoughts. How should she put it? Her personality was straightforward. She didn't like to hide things. Rather than overthinking it, she preferred to open her heart and talk to Su Chen. If she could get a positive answer, then the next steps would be easier. Ha! Su Chen raised an eyebrow, momentarily stunned. He truly hadn't expected Chen Shuyan to suddenly ask such a question. Could it be that his ability had been completely exposed? Actually, Su Chen slightly narrowed his eyes, preparing to respond directly. However, at that moment, a cold notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully triggered a divine level choice. Current plot, exposure of abilities. Choice 1. Deny your ability. Inform Chen Shuyan that you do not possess such an ability and that it was merely a coincidence. By doing this, you can better conceal your talent and develop without interference from other professionals, and you won't have to worry about the reactions after your ability is exposed. Reward: A golden level weapon and a golden level weapon enhancement stone. Choice 2. Come clean to Chen Shuyan. Openly declare your ability and directly state that you can indeed steal boss skills. The benefits of this choice are clear. You will gain the strong support of a level 400 professional, and in the future, when you go to Qingbei University, you will enjoy richer growth resources and even have high-level professionals personally lead teams to farm monsters and level up, unlocking top-tier boss skills. Reward: 3 hero-level attribute gems, 1 strength gem, 1 spirit gem, 1 critical hit gem. Choice 3. Refuse to answer Chen Shuyan's question, neither admitting nor denying. By doing this, you can make Chen Shuyan unable to grasp you, better establish your own image, and also gain the attention of Qingbei University. However, the downside is still obvious. Perhaps, at a critical moment, you will lose the support of Qingbei University and miss out on more professional knowledge explanations. Reward: 1 million experience points. Divine choice. Upon hearing this cold prompt, Su Chen couldn't help but squint slightly, his heart jolting. It had been a long time since he encountered something like this. He felt a surge of excitement. Choice 1. Deny. Reward of a golden level weapon and enhancement stone. Choice 2. Admit. Reward of 3 hero level attribute gems. Choice 3. Be ambiguous. Reward of 1 million experience points. Damn it, this time it's really hard to choose. The rewards are all quite generous. Su Chen swallowed hard, feeling a bit exhilarated. Indeed, he was excited. This choice was quite simple, not complicated. Moreover, the rewards were quite explosive. Not to mention, a golden level weapon and enhancement stone could be considered top-tier rewards. And 1 million experience points? That was also very tempting for Su Chen. Of course, the most explosive option was definitely choice 2, after all, it was an old friend. This choice almost always had the most explosive rewards. However, the final decision still lay in Su Chen's hands. Let the high-level professionals from Qingbei University lead the team to farm dungeons. Su Chen pondered thoughtfully, secretly contemplating, it seems that there's nothing wrong with this, it's quite convenient, I can be a laid-back slacker. In fact, ever since he exposed his ability to Lu Mei, Su Chen had considered this issue. He just felt that his current level was still too low. And if he encountered some uncontrollable situations, it would be easy for high-level professionals to take advantage of him. Simply put, it was not free. There was a sense of being constrained. However, Su Chen also understood very well that his final outcome would definitely be to come clean to the country. And then become a laid-back slacker. Becoming the favorite of a group of high-level professionals. Being led to level up. Rapidly leveling up. A massive amount of experience points. Top-tier boss skills that could be easily handled. It wouldn't be too comfortable. Of course, what needed to be paid was definitely a part of his freedom. He couldn't do whatever he wanted. He would be slightly restrained. Forget it, since it has come to this, I might as well go with the flow. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, secretly thinking, if it's Qingbei University, it should be fine, not too restrictive. As long as I don't directly expose it to the high levels of the country in a short time, letting a bunch of top guilds swarm around, then it's not a big deal. Su Chen fell into deep thought. His current idea was very simple. If it was partial exposure, only letting Qingbei University and this mage Chen Shuyan know, it wouldn't be a big problem. Not only could he gain powerful help at this stage, but perhaps he could also get some advice from this professional mage, providing him with professional knowledge explanations. After all, Su Chen was still clueless about many aspects of this world. Often, he relied on his instincts to plunder boss skills. And in most cases, he shouldn't go wrong. However, if he were to miss out on some exceptional skills due to a narrow knowledge base, that would indeed be a significant loss. With this thought in mind, Su Chen took a deep breath and made his decision. 2222. Peking University as a backing. It could also provide knowledge explanations and professional advice. It seemed quite good. For now, he would be the darling of Peking University. If it really didn't suit him, Su Chen squinted slightly. If Peking University has other ideas, then I'll just switch to another school. If it feels comfortable, I'll stay at Peking University as the darling. With this thought, Su Chen felt relieved. His current situation was akin to a top research academician during peacetime. He had just confessed his situation to the university. He could manually create nuclear bombs, develop controllable nuclear fusion. If the final offer from Peking University was too poor, he could simply go to a research institute, or even go abroad. That was roughly the idea. Overall, it didn't have much impact on Su Chen. He could manage anywhere and would be treated like a precious treasure, spoiled to the extreme. That's right, I can indeed plunder boss skills. It's my legendary talent. Su Chen looked at Chen Shuyan, smiling like a spring breeze. Whether it's the Deathfire explosion or the skills I just demonstrated, they were all plundered from boss monsters. As soon as these words fell, Chen Shuyan leaned back, her already curvaceous figure appearing even more exaggerated. With a sharp intake of breath, she gasped, her teeth biting down on her lip, her face turning slightly pale as she stared at Su Chen, unable to speak for a long time. You, handsome brother. Oh my, I'm about to go crazy. Chen Shuyan stammered. Her shock was far more intense than Lu Mei's at that time. After all, the gap between the two women was significant. The higher the profession, the more powerful the mage, the better they could understand Su Chen's strength and potential for growth. It could no longer be described as genius. It was a top-tier ability that could change the entire world of class transitions. Handsome brother, we need to have a serious talk. After a long time, Chen Shuyan finally regained her composure, breathing heavily, her expression slightly horrified as she looked at Su Chen. She said very seriously, because what I'm about to say might exceed your understanding. Chen Shuyan returned to her usual demeanor, no longer appearing so emotionally charged, but carrying a hint of seriousness. Su Chen was taken aback. Okay. He didn't ask further but nodded thoughtfully. Su Chen had always had a good impression of Chen Shuyan, and besides, he was quite interested in what she would say next. Do you know the Seraphim? Chen Shuyan rubbed her temples slightly, organized her thoughts, and inexplicably asked. Seraphim. Su Chen's pupils suddenly widened a bit and his heart tightened. You mean the creator god? Chen Shuyan frowned. Not entirely. I mean the group of Seraphim, the so-called deities in the world of class transitions. Su Chen had a bad premonition. He fell silent for a moment. Then he regained his composure and looked at Chen Shuyan, answering, I know. Have you ever thought about, now, plundering the skills of the Seraphim? Chen Shuyan gazed into Su Chen's eyes, and her words nearly made his heart explode. Seraphim? Now you're saying we can loot the skills of a seraph? Su Chen was indeed stunned. Even with his temperament, he was starting to feel restless, his heart racing wildly. His gaze sharpened as he looked at Chen Shuyan and asked, "Are you saying that in the Undead Canyon dungeon, there's a seraph boss monster?" Su Chen took a deep breath, not bothering to hide his excitement, and swallowed hard. In his eyes, a strong sense of anticipation flickered. Damn it! That's a seraph. Although it could also be understood as an extremely powerful boss monster, the identity of a seraph in the world of universal job changes was somewhat different, regarded as a deity by almost all practitioners. The reason was simple. The entire Blue Star had been digitized, entering the era of universal job changes, which was related to a supreme seraph. That supreme seraph was also known as the creator god of Blue Star. If he could loot a seraph's exclusive skill, then Su Chen would gain unimaginable extraordinary power in an instant. Even levels would become less important to him. As long as he possessed the skills of a seraph, it was destined that he would reach heights comparable to a deity. Not to mention, the demigod level was definitely within reach. After all seraph skills could be considered divine techniques, transcending everything with divine power. No. Chen Shuyan glanced at Su Chen, her emotions slightly complex. She pondered her tone for a moment before slowly explaining, "My grandfather and the old principal recently obtained an epic level entry ticket from a hero level dungeon." Su Chen was taken aback. Epic level entry ticket? Yes. Chen Shuyan continued, "That's a top-tier entry ticket to an epic level dungeon, which can be used 3 times. We've already used it once, so we have 2 chances left." Su Chen frowned. An epic level entry ticket. An epic level dungeon. This was already on par with the top-tier dungeons of the Winter World. He hadn't expected that Qingbei University had such a hidden card. Seeing the interest in Su Chen's eyes, Chen Shuyan bit her lip, organized her words, and explained again. "In that dungeon, there's a place filled with magic arrays and sacrificial patterns. It's a sea of death, and in the center of the sea, there's an abandoned angel girl." An angel girl? An abandoned angel girl. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice tinged with shock. A fallen angel? In the world of universal job changes, there indeed existed a type of angel known as a fallen angel, which didn't mean their bloodline was impure. Rather, they had undergone subtle changes in their job direction. Their faith had shifted, leading them to choose decadence. Although fallen angels were looked down upon by other angels, they were extremely powerful in terms of attack. Moreover, the exclusive skills possessed by fallen angels were the most sinister among all angels. That's right, she's a fallen angel, but not entirely. She's in a very peculiar state, somewhat like a dead dragon transforming into an undead bone dragon. Chen Shuyan said. A sleeping angel. Su Chen squinted slightly, grasping the meaning behind Chen Shuyan's words. Exactly. Chen Shuyan looked up at Su Chen, considered for a moment, and then said, "What I mean is, if you want, you can inform the 2 principals of Qingbei University, the old principal and my grandfather, about your ability to loot boss monster skills. This way, the core members of Qingbei University, besides the 2 principals, also include several 8th transformation members who can personally lead the team to take you to that epic level dungeon, that forgotten place to loot, like a divine being, the exclusive boss skill of the Seraphim." Upon hearing these words, Su Chen felt a bit dry in his mouth, and his heart involuntarily raced. Damn it! It really takes a big shot to lead the way. If Su Chen were leveling up alone, who knows when he would encounter a top-tier boss like the Seraphim. With the 2 principals from Qingbei University leading the team, all of them were 8th transformation professional deities. Having these top-tier experts to guide him was indeed quite comfortable. Not only could he gain a massive amount of experience points in a short time and level up rapidly, but he also didn't have to worry about safety issues. As for that slight sense of freedom and constraint, for the moment, it seemed he could ignore it. What is the current situation of the sleeping Seraphim? After a brief moment of excitement, Su Chen regained his composure and looked at Chen Shuyan, asking about the details of the Seraphim level, professional rank, and her skill strength. Chen Shuyan rubbed her chin, slightly furrowing her brows, lost in thought. Soon, she replied, "I can't remember clearly, but I have a rough impression. Her level seems to be around 400, and her professional rank is demigod level 9 stars. Currently, it seems there is no one on Blue Star with greater growth potential than that Seraphim. As for skill strength, that's exactly what I was about to tell you." Chen Shuyan took a deep breath. "According to my grandfather, this abandoned Seraphim possesses a full set of top-tier skills, among which there are 4 legendary skills, 6 epic skills, and the strongest is that demigod level skill." Holy crap! Su Chen's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but curse. 4 legendary boss skills, 6 epic boss skills, and a demigod level skill. Isn't this a walking skill library? Thinking of this, Su Chen's heart nearly leaped out of his chest, wishing he could instantly appear in that epic dungeon for a wave of crazy plundering. What kind of skills are they? Attack type skills? Su Chen took several deep breaths, trying his best to calm himself down. After filling his lungs with fresh oxygen, his emotions stabilized slightly, yet he was still very excited, even ecstatic. Su Chen looked at Chen Shuyan, his eyes filled with desire. No. Chen Shuyan shook her head, rubbing her temples again. She bit her lip apologetically and said, "Let me gather my thoughts, I'm a bit incoherent. How should I put it? Actually, the reason I directly asked you if you could plunder boss skills is related to something you just said." Su Chen was a bit confused. What did I say? You mentioned that you have 10 times the mana of an ordinary professional. If I'm not mistaken, that should be a mana recovery skill you plundered from some ultimate boss in a dungeon. Chen Shuyan looked at Su Chen with hopeful eyes. You mean, sacrificial divine art? I guess it counts. Su Chen smiled helplessly. The sacrificial divine art was not something he plundered from a boss, it was obtained during the bloodline baptism ritual. However, being able to acquire such a top-tier boss's exclusive skill seemed related to the system Su Chen possessed. In a sense, it could be considered his golden finger. Su Chen didn't elaborate on this and just brushed it off casually. At that moment, Chen Shuyan's eyes brightened slightly. As expected, Chen Shuyan's emotions clearly became more excited, and her graceful figure appeared even more pronounced, swaying in a way that made Su Chen's eyes narrow involuntarily. However, Su Chen was even more interested in the seraphim at that moment. His gaze flickered and turned elsewhere. As expected, you have already begun to seize the passive skills of boss monsters. This is the correct way to use them. Blindly trying to seize high-tier boss skills actually doesn't help you much. On the contrary, choosing exclusive passive skills will allow your potential to continuously improve until eventually you far exceed your own profession tier. No longer just at the epic level of strength, but continuously surpassing the epic level, reaching the legendary tier, and even getting infinitely close to demigod level. Chen Shuyan's voice came again. Ha! A hint of confusion flashed in Su Chen's eyes. What are you talking about? Su Chen was indeed bewildered. When did he start seizing the passive skills of boss monsters? Shouldn't skills of higher tiers be more powerful? Damn it, it seems like he had taken a wrong turn. You don't know? Seeing Su Chen's blank expression, Chen Shuyan was also momentarily stunned and couldn't help but ask, "What do I know?" Su Chen's mouth twitched, swallowing a mouthful of saliva, and said seriously, "How about this? Mentor Chen, could you elaborate?" Upon hearing this, Chen Shuyan instinctively let out a hissing sound, taking a sharp breath. Indeed, even she had just realized this point. And Su Chen? He was just a high school student, so it was normal for him to have knowledge gaps. It seems I need to explain a new problem-solving approach to you. Chen Shuyan looked at Su Chen seriously, shaking her head with a smile. A new problem-solving approach? Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, suddenly feeling energized. I'm all ears. Su Chen adjusted his sitting posture, sitting behind the skeletal dragon, his eyes reflecting as he looked at Chen Shuyan. How to put it? Although Chen Shuyan's words were somewhat ambiguous, just from these few phrases, Su Chen sensed a hint of something unusual. His grades in cultural subjects were not bad, it was just that his theoretical knowledge was somewhat lacking. As Chen Shuyan mentioned the passive skills of boss monsters, Su Chen began to have some imaginative thoughts. He had a strong premonition that perhaps this time, revealing his abilities to Chen Shuyan was the right choice. Rather than exploring the gameplay of his talent alone, it would be better to have a professional mage explain the knowledge and provide reasonable suggestions. This way, he could definitely avoid a lot of detours. Perhaps Chen Shuyan's guidance could deepen Su Chen's understanding of his talent and allow him to play in a different way. Let me think for a moment, organize my thoughts, and see how to explain it to you clearly. After realizing that Su Chen didn't quite understand passive skills, Chen Shuyan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. She glanced at Su Chen, slightly furrowing her brows, and fell into thought. Let me put it this way. After a little while, Chen Shuyan began to explain to Su Chen. From the moment you showcased the Death Flame explosion skill, major universities across the country, including prestigious ones, started to pay attention to you. At that time, your qualification strength had already been defined as exceeding the epic level. However, not many great masters realized that issue. Your skill did not drop from a boss monster, it was directly seized from a boss skill. Su Chen nodded slightly, patiently listening to Chen Shuyan's explanation. However, in the city-level competition, you showcased a wave of high-level boss skills again. Perhaps from that moment on, some great master-level professionals began to have some associations. Even the two principals of Qingbei University behind me have almost guessed it all. Either you can increase the drop rate of boss skills after defeating them, obtaining a large number of boss skill books, or you possess the power to plunder boss skills. At this point, Chen Shuyan paused slightly, as if to catch her breath, but her gaze was fixed intently on Su Chen. With a somewhat complicated expression, she added a side remark. If I'm not mistaken, those two skills of yours, Undead Summon and Legion Aura, were plundered from Han Ning of the Kanghan Guild, right? Chen Shuyan glanced at Han Ning, who was not far away. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Yes. He chose not to hide anything from Chen Shuyan. A paper can't contain fire. It's better to be straightforward about such matters. Moreover, Su Chen didn't care much about Han Ning. After all, it was just a Kanghan Guild. They were the ones who had tried to rob his high-level weapons first. Not having killed Han Ning and reset her level to 0, Su Chen was already quite friendly. After receiving Su Chen's affirmative response, Chen Shuyan's expression changed and she let out a long hiss, the cold air almost making her teeth ache. You can not only plunder boss skills but also directly plunder the skills of other professionals? The corner of Chen Shuyan's mouth twitched. Yes. Su Chen shrugged. You call this a legendary level talent? Chen Shuyan immediately coughed a couple of times, slightly choking on her own saliva. Damn it. Such a perverse ability at this level is only a legendary level talent? It could easily be called a divine level talent. Su Chen grinned but did not respond to Chen Shuyan's words. After a while, Chen Shuyan finally regained her composure and looked at Su Chen with a hint of jealousy, saying, continue. Plundering boss skills. This top-tier ability, if assisted by a god-level professional, could definitely showcase terrifying power, even to the extent of changing the entire landscape of the national job transition world. You would be regarded by all professionals as a savior, or perhaps a deity. Chen Shuyan took a deep breath. Even she was shocked by this terrifying future. As for Su Chen, he nodded thoughtfully. He had heard this kind of talk before. After revealing his cards to Lu Mei, she had said the same thing. It was nothing more than having the country lead the way, being a pampered fish, and then handing over the plundered boss skill books to the top professionals in the country for use. This would enhance national strength. I understand this principle very well. Su Chen smiled directly and said, expose my abilities to the country, then let the big shots lead the way to level up, gaining massive experience points, and subsequently, a large number of boss skill books could allow the major guilds and top professionals across the country to soar. In this way, in the battlefield of 10,000 races, the national strength of our great Xia Dragon Kingdom can naturally be elevated several levels. After all, the strength of boss skill books and ordinary professional skill books are completely two different concepts. Su Chen smiled bitterly. Chen Shuyan raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. You thought of this too? Su Chen snorted lightly as a response. In fact, this was what Lu Mei had said, but it wasn't very important. The general idea was like this. Don't want to do this, or do you have other concerns? Chen Shuyan flicked her long wavy hair, her exquisite eyes shimmering with ripples, and softly asked. 2 points. Su Chen replied, first, involving god-level professionals and the national level is too troublesome. My ability is too perverse and could easily cause some disturbances. After all, it would be a nationwide earthquake, and there are many troublesome matters. Secondly, at the moment, I have no real say, my rank is too low. Although I can unleash a million points of damage through forced casting, in the eyes of those high-level professionals, it doesn't really mean much. If I were to be treated as a group pet, there's a high probability that I would still be somewhat restrained, which means I wouldn't have much freedom. It's too constraining, and I don't really like it. Su Chen opened his heart and expressed his truest thoughts. Chen Shuyan nodded. That's true. The timing isn't quite right. If you were an 8th transition professional now, or had already reached the 9th transition, then if you revealed this ability, the help you would receive might be less. After all, with a higher rank, it would only be icing on the cake, not a timely assistance. But, at that time, your options would be broader. You wouldn't be easily controlled by the top professionals of the Great Xia Dragon Kingdom or some SSS-level guilds. You would have a lot of say, and they would have to rely on you. Chen Shuyan's eyes brightened slightly. It seemed she thought of something and spoke again. Later on, you could completely establish your own guild. Having a guild do things for you would actually save a lot of trouble, and the boss skill books you acquire could also be given to guild members to use, keeping the core power firmly in your hands. A guild? Allowing guild members to use boss skill books. Upon hearing this idea, Su Chen was clearly taken aback. That's a good suggestion. Su Chen took a deep breath, looking at Chen Shuyan with satisfaction. As expected, the thoughts of a mage were more professional. Establishing a guild and handing the most powerful boss skill books to guild members. These members could, in a sense, be understood as an extension of Su Chen's power. I'm getting a bit off track. Chen Shuyan smiled awkwardly, looking at Su Chen, her brow furrowing again as she pondered. Back to the point. I want to discuss a new problem-solving approach with you. This is what I just thought of. It was precisely because I thought of this direction that I couldn't help but ask you directly. At this moment, Chen Shuyan's heart was still racing, each beat feeling like it might shatter. She was right. It was precisely after discussing the tenfold mana bar and the sacrificial divine art with Su Chen that she realized a new way to play. This way of playing was somewhat different from the group pet style. With Su Chen's abilities, he could indeed be treated as a group pet by a host of god-level professionals who would then forcibly level up around him using boss skill books to strengthen the top professionals of the Great Xia Dragon Kingdom. This way of playing was somewhat like using Su Chen as support. However, there was another problem-solving approach. That was to crazily strengthen oneself. What I'm saying, I don't know if you can understand, is that every time a professional levels up, they can gain a certain degree of free attributes and skill points. Chen Shuyan gently guided. Depending on the rank of the professional, the free attribute points they gain at each level can vary greatly. For example, a golden level professional might reach level 100 with a total of 4-dimensional attributes of only about 2,000 points, evenly distributed among strength, spirit, constitution, and agility, with each attribute only at the level of 500 points. This level of attributes isn't too much. Take defense for example, 500 points in constitution translates to 5,000 points of defense. Chen Shuyan shook her head, smiling faintly. Many high-level boss monsters can easily shatter that level of defense with just a fireball spell, and a professional's own health is also a weakness far inferior to boss monsters and the native NPCs in the world of universal job transitions. Thus, at the same level, they would naturally be at a disadvantage against bosses with little chance in a one-on-one situation. This is also why most dungeon bosses rely on the power of guilds and hunting teams to be defeated. Otherwise, one-on-one boss fights? The risk is too great, and the death rate for professionals is very high. Su Chen nodded. These points of knowledge are common sense, I know. Alright. Have you ever thought that in a world where everyone can change jobs, there are actually many top-tier boss skills that are terrifyingly powerful? 4. Example, a skill that can give you 100 times defense enhancement at level 1? In other words, your defense at level 1 could exceed 10,000 points. Chen Shuyan's voice trembled slightly. That's not the point. The point is, what if you could simultaneously plunder the passive skills of 10 such bosses? In other words, at level 1, you could gain 100,000 points of defense. Level 1. 100,000 points of defense. Su Chen's pupils constricted sharply, completely stunned. Are there really such boss skills that can directly increase a professional's defense by 100 times? What kind of boss skill is that? Su Chen was indeed shocked by Chen Shuyan's words. He pondered for a moment, raised his chin, and looked deeply at Chen Shuyan, incredulously asking, epic level? Legendary level? Or demigod level? Demigod level? Chen Shuyan laughed at Su Chen's words, a playful smile on her face, as she raised an eyebrow and glanced at him, saying, "You're thinking too much. Demigod level boss skills are true extraordinary powers. The destructive power exhibited by each demigod level skill can easily destroy the entire blue star. The so-called SS level guilds are utterly vulnerable in the face of demigod level skills." Su Chen felt a splitting headache, instinctively widening his eyes. Even he couldn't help but gasp, letting out a clear hiss sound. These points of knowledge indeed touched on Su Chen's blind spots. If it weren't for Chen Shuyan's words, he would never have imagined the demigod level skills could be so outrageous. Legendary level? Su Chen tentatively asked. Chen Shuyan shook her head again. How should I put it? It can't be completely classified as legendary. You see, in a world where everyone can change jobs, whether it's the rank of professionals or weapons, skills, and even some consumable items, the ranks start from black iron level, going all the way to gold level, dark gold level, hero level, epic level. However, once it exceeds epic level, it is divided into star ranks: legendary 1 star, legendary 2 stars, legendary 3 stars. Chen Shuyan explained, a boss skill book that can increase defense by 100 times would at most be considered a legendary 6-star skill book, no more than that. Su Chen was stunned again. A legendary skill book, this outrageous? The intensity increased so much all at once? That shouldn't be. Su Chen frowned. If that's the case, whoever obtains a high-star legendary skill book would mean they are directly invincible? Chen Shuyan raised an eyebrow, staring at Su Chen. You're hitting the nail on the head. However, you've overlooked one thing, handsome brother. I'm all ears. Su Chen took a deep breath, his heart racing wildly. He was really getting a bit excited. Every word Chen Shuyan said brought him a new sensation. One could say that in just this short time, Su Chen's worldview had been completely refreshed. Several times. What I mean is, boss skill books. In this world, boss skills are quite rare. Even if a small number of fortunate professionals manage to obtain 1 or 2 boss skill books from dungeons, they are merely low-tier skill books. The truly top-tier boss skill books are simply impossible to obtain. Only you can easily acquire such things. Chen Shuyan's voice rang out again. Su Chen's eyes widened in an instant. What you mean is, only boss skills have this level of strength? In other words, perhaps a top-tier boss monster in a certain dungeon, although only marked as having a legendary 6-star skill, could have an extremely terrifying attribute effect that allows the boss monster's defense to increase 100-fold? Chen Shuyan nodded. Exactly. This is the difference between boss-exclusive skills and professional skills. It is precisely for this reason that professionals in Blue Star have always been at a disadvantage. Otherwise, with the cohesion of Blue Star's professionals, they would have long since charged through a series of epic-level dungeons. Su Chen suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment. Boss monster templates. Very strong. One could say they possess an abnormal level of strength. Generally speaking, the health points of professionals at the same level are far inferior to those of boss monsters. Perhaps a professional's health points are only 100,000, while the boss monster they face reaches 1,000,000 health points in strength. As for skills, the disparity in strength is also significant. Because of this, guilds in Blue Star are as numerous as flowers in bloom. Almost all professionals find suitable teammates before entering dungeons, ensuring that their hunting teams are well equipped with priests, assassins, warriors, archers, and even thieves. Through teamwork, they aim to defeat the strongest boss monsters in the dungeons. I understand now. Su Chen gasped, his gaze intense as he said, so, the solution you provided is for me to seize boss passive skills as much as possible to stack my various attributes to an extremely terrifying level, thereby strengthening myself? Chen Shuyan also let out a sigh of relief. Although it sounds a bit scattered, Chen Shuyan frowned. Because I just thought of this point, let's tentatively call it Boss Template Flow W, which is quite different from Team Pet Flow. This new approach is for you to seize boss passive skills as much as possible. Not just defense enhancement, but also attack enhancement, health regeneration, damage immunity, maximum critical hit, top-tier magic resistance. These passive skills may be epic or legendary, but as long as you can seize as many of these passive skills as possible, your four-dimensional attributes will be stacked to an unimaginable level. Chen Shuyan took a deep breath of fresh air, allowing her somewhat stalled brain to regain its vigor. After feeling a surge of excitement, Chen Shuyan continued, once you possess enough top-tier passives, do you know what the outcome will be? Su Chen was equally excited. He swallowed hard but did not respond, waiting for Chen Shuyan to finish. Handsome little brother, you will become a transcendent existence. Imagine. With countless top-tier boss passive effects, you will have 1,000,000 defense, 1,000,000 attack, 10,000,000 health points. In the face of absolute power, does level or skill even matter at that point? You will become a true boss monster. The only boss-type professional in Blue Star. Upon hearing this, Su Chen suddenly stood up from behind the skeletal dragon and Alpha. Beneath his feet felt the boiling blood surging through Su Chen's body. He couldn't help but lift his chin, the massive skull tilting upward, letting out a high-pitched dragon's roar. This is too crazy. Su Chen's eyes widened with heat, his gaze shining brightly as he looked at Chen Shuyan. It must be said that the choice to reveal his abilities was indeed the right one. With Chen Shuyan's vast knowledge, the problem-solving approach she provided to Su Chen was a brand new and perfect direction. If the core of the group Pet Flow lies in providing boss skill books for the top practitioners of the Great Xia Dragon Kingdom to nurture high-level practitioners, then the Boss Template Flow focuses on strengthening oneself and nurturing oneself. Su Chen could completely treat himself as a boss monster to enhance himself until he was cultivated into a humanoid boss with maxed-out attributes. In this way, under absolute strength, skills would actually become unimportant. Relying on the exclusive effects of boss passive skills, a simple fireball spell from Su Chen could turn practitioners of countless levels above him into a pile of experience points. Even when facing an encirclement from a head guild, he could remain unscathed. Just like the ultimate boss monster in a dungeon. Even if an SS-level guild sent a hunting team to attack Su Chen, the final result could very well be a crushing defeat. Do you understand what I mean now? Seeing Su Chen's intense reaction, Chen Shuyan couldn't help but squint her eyes, feeling a bit relieved. This idea was indeed very crazy. The boss template would lead Su Chen to develop in the direction of a boss monster. This was also what Chen Shuyan had just thought of. It was precisely because this bold and nearly insane thought popped into her mind that she was so shocked to the point where she couldn't suppress her inner impulse and finally asked Su Chen about his ultimate trump card. I somewhat understand now. Su Chen felt a bit dry in his mouth, his heart racing wildly, the blood-filled heart making his eyes slightly redden. Is this the idea of those two principals from Qingbei University? No. Chen Shuyan smiled bitterly, pressing her temples again, trying to keep herself calm. The fact that you can plunder boss skills is unprecedented. Both I and the two old principals from Qingbei University are seeing this situation for the first time. They are still analyzing whether your ability truly exists. And the boss template flow is a playful idea that I only thought of after you mentioned the mana bar. Chen Shuyan expressed her true thoughts. It's quite a clever idea. Su Chen shook his head. Not a clever idea, but a truly good idea. I had never thought in this direction before. I was just relying on my instincts to plunder skills. According to your words, high-level boss skills don't have much effect on me. On the contrary, I should look for those boss passive skills to complete a new transformation of my attributes, reaching the level of 1 million defense points that you mentioned. If I really had 1 million defense points, even a pure-blood dragon could charge in with a big sword and engage in melee. Chen Shuyan looked at Su Chen with great admiration. You're absolutely right. Handsome little brother, I didn't expect you to be so perceptive. Su Chen smiled awkwardly. Do you still remember the fallen angel I just mentioned? If possible, then the remaining 2 chances for that epic entry ticket will all be yours. Because the exclusive skills possessed by that fallen angel are mostly boss passive skills. For legendary skills, 6 epic skills and that demigod level skill. If you can plunder all these skills and make them your own exclusive skills, in a sense, you would have completed a 1-for-1 exchange with the fallen angel. Handsome little brother, after completing the plunder, you will be the new fallen angel. Chen Shuyan spoke again. Her voice was like a spell, causing Su Chen's heart to tremble several times, a feeling of madness reaching its peak. An unprecedented sensation spread wildly in Su Chen's heart. It was no exaggeration to say that Su Chen felt he was now so excited that he was out of control. 1-for-1. Become a brand new fallen angel. Chen Shuyan's meaning was already very clear. Compared to attack-type skills, no matter how strong this skill book was, if the practitioner's level was too low, or if their attributes were not strong enough, with too low attack power, what good would it do to hold a god-level skill book? The mana consumed by the skill wouldn't even be enough. It would be impossible to unleash the effects that the skill should have. However, passive skills were different. If it were a top-tier passive, once learned, Su Chen could unlock extremely high attack power, defense power, and even millions of health points in an instant. Under such intense attribute terms, he could undoubtedly be regarded as a brand new fallen angel. It was like completing a blood exchange with the original old fallen angel. At this moment, Su Chen finally understood why Chen Shuyan suddenly went a bit crazy, her gaze towards him becoming somewhat heated. Because, under this line of thinking, Su Chen probably wouldn't become the group pet contracted by the country, nor would he be a lazy fish. Instead, he would become an existence akin to a true deity possessing all the attributes of a seraph. Just standing there, allowing god-level practitioners to attack wildly under the effects of max-level passive skills, Su Chen could remain unscathed. He could ignore the power of all practitioners in Blue Star. That was an absolute disdain. Under the power of a god, everything was void. I shouldn't plunder boss skills, but rather plunder the boss template. Only by obtaining the attributes of the boss monster, gaining super attributes that can ignore god-level practitioners, can one truly be powerful. With this thought, Su Chen felt a sense of enlightenment and he began to have his own ideas for future plans. After saying all this, I feel a bit out of control. Chen Shuyan gasped heavily, as if she had just completed a high-intensity workout, her heart already overloaded. She looked deeply at Su Chen and said, with lingering thoughts, it's hard to imagine what kind of existence I am facing right now. Perhaps, one day in the future, you will become a god-level figure like the creator god, or even transcend the entire Blue Star. Perhaps, the world pattern in the battlefield of 10,000 races is finally about to change. Handsome little brother, if you develop along this line of thought, you will eventually become a deity. Not as an adjective, but a true deity. You can possess all the powers that deities command, even like the creator god Seraph, to create a world of your own. If possible, maybe you could even plunder the skills of the creator god. Su Chen swallowed hard. What Chen Shuyan said was also what he was thinking. After this dungeon ends, let's go directly to Qingbei University. I'll discuss with the 2 principals and take you to an epic level dungeon to deal with that fallen angel. I have a question. Su Chen interrupted Chen Shuyan's words. You say? Chen Shuyan patiently watched Su Chen, waiting for him to speak. Can the 2 old principals kill the fallen angel? Su Chen asked after a moment of silence. Kill the fallen angel? Chen Shuyan was a bit taken aback. Why do you say that? Su Chen smiled awkwardly. Although I can plunder boss skills, there's a limitation. I need to kill the boss monster first before I can plunder. After each kill, I can plunder a skill for free. The rest need to be purchased with experience points. Su Chen explained his talent limitations. So that's how it is. Chen Shuyan's eyes brightened slightly, and she couldn't help but pat her forehead, replying, I almost forgot. Yes, your ability is currently just a legendary level talent. If we consider the strength of the talent, it definitely can't be that crazy, plundering boss skills without limits. However, the condition of killing the fallen angel isn't too difficult. Su Chen looked at Chen Shuyan with anticipation. How should I put it? Chen Shuyan also smiled shyly. The levels of the old principal and grandpa are currently just above the 8th transition, and there's still some distance to the 9th transition. Although they are much higher than the fallen angel's level, if they really make a move, it would still be quite difficult to kill the fallen angel. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Then it might take a while. I thought you could directly plunder the opponent's exclusive skills just by getting close to the boss monster. It seems I got a bit too excited too early. Chen Shuyan smiled awkwardly, her cheeks slightly flushed. But it's not without a way. We can collaborate with those top guilds in Kyoto. Besides the SS-level Golden Rose Guild you're familiar with, there are many SS-level guilds that we at Qingbei University have connections with. Of course, we can also reach out to some SSS-level guilds, Chen Shuyan proposed. A brand new plan. If we gather the top guilds of the Great Xia Dragon Kingdom and mobilize all the top professionals, we should be able to kill a fallen angel that's only around level 400. Even if that fallen angel has some overpowered passive skills, it shouldn't be able to withstand the frenzied attacks of countless guilds. As long as we reveal its health bar, even a deity can be taken down. Chen Shuyan replied with a smile. That's a good plan. Su Chen squinted slightly. Of course. Chen Shuyan continued. You could also choose to openly share your abilities with these top guilds, exposing your talent information. In that case, they might even come together to attack the fallen angel boss for free. However, afterward, you might have to pay some price, such as preparing a few boss skill books for the guild leaders or senior members. Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. This is a bit too much. It's like directly revealing your identity. The subsequent chain reactions could be quite troublesome. If things go wrong, you might not be able to freely farm monsters anymore, with top-tier professionals visiting you every day, asking for a boss skill book. Seeing Su Chen's helpless expression, Chen Shuyan couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, saying, "You brat. Isn't this a good thing? How many young professionals wish they could have some connection with these SS level and SSS level guilds, and here you are, afraid of getting involved with them." Su Chen shrugged and said, "It's troublesome. It's much happier to be free on my own. If I want to chase girls, I can chase girls. If I want to flirt, I can flirt." Su Chen squinted slightly and couldn't help but laugh. With a chuckle, Chen Shuyan was also amused by Su Chen's words, reaching out to ruffle his hair playfully. Scolding, "Good kid, handsome brother, you really are a big sea king, a top-tier scumbag. But it's really unfair looking. That handsome is one thing, but being so talented too? Even giving you the ability to plunder boss monster skills, this kind of cheat, do we really need to let others live?" Su Chen smiled helplessly. There's no way around it. Is it my fault for being handsome? Alright, enough with the banter. Let's talk business. What are you planning to do about the fallen angel skills? Chun. Shuyan shot Su Chen a glare, her expression serious. How should I put it? Plundering the exclusive boss skills of the fallen angel isn't going to be easy. First, the epic skill slots, legendary skill slots, even demigod skill slots, these things need to be prepared. Otherwise, even if you plunder the boss skills, you won't be able to use them, they'll just turn into boss skill books. Second, after defeating the fallen angel, there's a one-time free plunder opportunity, but the other 10 or so skills will likely require experience points to acquire. A hero-level boss skill is already priced at 2 million experience points, and for epic and legendary, it will probably be an astronomical amount. Without sufficient experience points, having the skills won't do you any good. Su Chen explained his abilities. Chen Shuyan instinctively frowned, her beautiful willow brows knitting together as she spoke. You're right, I overlooked those points. But you don't need to worry too much about the skill slots. Our Qingbei University, although just a college, has quite substantial resource reserves. You can think of it as being on par with an SS-level guild in terms of resources and the combat power of the professionals in the school. Not to mention, many famous professionals who graduated from our school. A lot of guild big shots are our alumni. We can definitely sort out the skill slots. Except for the demigod skill slot, which is a bit tricky. The others aren't major issues. As for experience points, Chen Shuyan swallowed, her delicate fingers propping up her chin as she looked at Su Chen and said, "You don't need to worry too much about this either. There are many students at Qingbei University and many are auditors. As long as we issue credit tasks, we can gather a massive amount of experience points in a short time, enough for you to use." Su Chen's eyes lit up. Wow, college students really are free labor? They'll do anything for credits. Ahem. Chen Shuyan noticed the surprise in Su Chen's eyes and immediately explained. "Don't worry, our school is a proper institution, at least somewhat prestigious. How could we let students work for free? We will definitely use some monster resources to exchange for experience points. As a top university consistently ranked in the top 3 nationwide, we can manage this." Su Chen nodded, still wearing a faint smile. Good. Su Chen took a deep breath and said, "Then Let's wait until we get to Qingbei University to discuss plundering the fallen angel boss skills. Chen Shuyan smiled sweetly. Sure. However, you can't plunder the skills for free. You need to help Qingbei University with something. Su Chen was taken aback. What kind of help? I haven't thought it through. Chen Shuyan squinted slightly, a hint of mischief appearing on her beautiful face as she raised her chin. She chuckled softly and said, but the school has gone to great lengths to help you acquire so many exclusive fallen angel boss skills, and we need to prepare the legendary skill slots and a massive amount of experience points. Helping out a bit isn't too much to ask, right? Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Shaking his head and laughing, well, that's not too much to ask. Indeed. If Su Chen could really obtain the exclusive boss skills of the fallen angel, helping Qingbei University with something in exchange wouldn't be a difficult task. Moreover, in Su Chen's view, this so-called help should ultimately be a trivial matter. At least for him, it wouldn't be too much trouble. After all, having lived 2 lives, Su Chen could easily see a hint of enticement in Chen Shuyan's gaze. A debt of gratitude, after all. Alright, then it's settled. Don't worry, handsome little brother, the school's request won't be too excessive. It will definitely be within your capacity, and it might even be beneficial for you, Chen Shuyan said with a light smile, patting Su Chen's shoulder, her face beaming with warmth. Right now, we're still in the Undead Canyon dungeon, so any matters can be discussed further at Qingbei University. The old principal and my grandfather are both eager to meet you in person, and then we can talk in detail about the fallen angel matter, as well as a thorough analysis of your abilities. Chen Shuyan glanced around at the members of the hunting team. At that moment, everyone in the Zhenghai City Alliance hunting team was busy counting the spoils they had just acquired, completely oblivious to the conversation between Su Chen and Chen Shuyan. Moreover, their voices were not loud, and being on the back of the skeletal dragon, no one noticed anything amiss. Sure, Su Chen nodded. There were indeed many people around. Although he wasn't particularly concerned about exposing his abilities, there was no need for the professionals in Zhenghai City to know too much. With that thought, Su Chen slightly squinted his eyes, allowing himself to rest and recuperate for a moment. How should he put it? The Undead Canyon dungeon was inherently a high-intensity dungeon. Aside from the forbidden area of the Death Marsh, there were many other dangerous places. Only by restoring his mental state to its fullest could he better cope with the upcoming battles. However, Su Chen did not notice that several pairs of eyes were fixated on him at that moment. Aman, do you think Su Chen has some other relationship with that mage? Su Yu said, a hint of jealousy in her eyes, turning to the first female knight of Zhenghai beside her. I see them whispering sweet nothings to each other, but I have no idea what they're talking about. I don't know, Lu Mani replied, her expression as impassive as ever, like an iceberg that had never melted. If asked about professional matters, Lu Mani could certainly provide good advice, but when it came to such matters, she remained silent. There was no other reason. Lu Mani had never been in a relationship, much like Su Yu. In fact, when it came to such things, Lu Mani was even less experienced than Su Yu. Don't know? If you ask me, they definitely aren't hiding anything good. Su Yu huffed. Her eyes were filled with dissatisfaction towards Chen Shuyan, even tinged with a hint of hostility. That mage, although his level is decent, and he's a mentor at the admissions office of Qingbei University, but he must be as old as my mom, right? At such an age, still having such thoughts, it's infuriating. Is Su Chen really blind? Su Yu rolled her eyes dramatically, turning away in anger, no longer looking at Su Chen and Chen Shuyan. Instead, she walked off to the side, muttering to herself, I'm already an epic level professional, yet he still ignores me like this. How infuriating, I won't pay any more attention to this jerk. Su Yu lifted her chin, making her already proud demeanor even more pronounced. She was so angry that she placed her hands on her hips, glancing at her own well-proportioned figure. With such a good figure, anyone else would have been charmed by it long ago. Su Chen must be blind. Unlike the chatty Su Yu, at another corner of the hunting team, Han Ning looked at Su Chen with a complex expression. Horror. Eyes flickered with strange emotions, a mix of coldness and an indescribable nuance. Sure enough, that guy Su Chen is a complete jerk. Not only did he take my skills in the Shallow Bay dungeon, but he also snatched away the undead bone dragon mount, and now he actually has a thing with the magic tutor from Kyoto? Han Ning said through gritted teeth, her voice cold and only audible to herself. A scoundrel like him, I will definitely take matters into my own hands. At this point, Han Ning took a deep breath, as if releasing all the resentment bottled up inside her. Then, she turned around and looked at the scattered items on the ground, beginning to tally up the spoils from this expedition. The Kanghun Guild was an A-level guild, and there were quite a few members participating in this dungeon, making them the largest force in the Central Sea Alliance hunting group. They had also obtained the most loot this time. However, after glancing at the items they had just acquired, Han Ning frowned and couldn't help but murmur, these are all useless things. Could it be, with Su Chen around, all the high-level items were taken by him? That cursed guy, eh? Real jinx. Han Ying's resentment grew even stronger. Among the pile of golden-grade items there were very few weapons, most of which were consumables of little practical use. The quality was indeed decent, but their practical value was not very high. Just thinking about how Su Chen had barged in halfway through the shallow bay dungeon and taken away what was rightfully hers made Han Ying furious, instinctively believing that it was Su Chen's fault that their haul in the Death Marsh was so meager. He must have a talent that boosts his luck? Han Ying furrowed her brows, her imagination running wild, and she couldn't help but take another deep breath, murmuring, and such a cost might lower the luck of the professionals around him. At this thought, Han Ying couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. The implications were chilling. But then again, since Su Chen completed his job change, he had not only obtained a bunch of rare boss skill books but had also conveniently taken away Han Ying's undead bone dragon. He even plundered 2 exclusive skills of the necromancer. Didn't that just prove that Su Chen's luck was a bit perverse? Conversely, ever since Han Ying met Su Chen, her luck had been absurdly poor, to the point of being downright unfortunate. She was just plain unlucky. Damn it, a star-crossed loner. Han Ying cursed Su Chen inwardly, turning her head away in indignation, wishing she could just take him down right then and there. However, glancing at Chen Shuyan, who was sitting on the back of the undead bone dragon, Han Ying suppressed her thoughts. I'll wait for another opportunity. That magic tutor from Kyoto is too high level. Acting now would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. Even if all the members of the Kanghan Guild attacked that magic tutor, the outcome would still be uncertain. Han Ying thought thoughtfully. Then, she gently rubbed her temples, trying to calm her restless mind. Manager Sushi, do you have a detailed map of the Death Marsh, this forbidden area? If it's convenient, could you give me a copy? In the center of the hunting group, a handsome knight approached Sushi, smiling gently. However, his gaze lingered on Sushi's devilish figure, and it was clear to anyone with eyes that he was quite interested in her. Yet, his approach was subtle. He didn't try to ingratiate himself right away but aimed to engage in more conversation with Sushi, taking it step by step until he could win over this goddess of the homebodies. A detailed map? Upon hearing the knight's words, Sushi snorted coldly, not even turning her head, her gaze fixed on Su Chen and Chen Shuyan. She retorted irritably, with all this time before coming to the Necromancer Canyon dungeon, didn't you prepare anything yourself? Looking for me? Where am I supposed to get it for you? Also, if you have any issues in the future, go to Bai Zhangcheng, don't come to me. Am I the butler? Why does everyone come to me for everything? She's usual gentle demeanor had transformed, resembling a middle-aged woman going through menopause, almost ready to lash out at the professional in front of her. Ha! The handsome knight professional was momentarily speechless, stunned by Sushi's words. He hadn't expected that with his good looks and around level 200 he wouldn't win the heart of the goddess of the home, and instead he was met with hostility right from the start. Realizing this, the knight professional forced a smile, helplessly responding with a polite tone, sorry, I was a bit presumptuous. Manager Su, you carry on. He suppressed his anger, nodded, and left. Meanwhile, Sushi still hadn't released the pent-up frustration in her heart, her gaze coldly fixed on Su Chen, and beside him, the beaming Chen Shuyan. The magic tutor of Kyoto. Isn't it just because he has an old principal behind him who is at an 8-turn, almost 9-turn level? Sushi frowned. What's so great about that? However, the next moment, Sushi suddenly found herself at a loss. Why do I care so much about Su Chen and Chen Shuyan? With this thought, her emotions became tangled, her mind momentarily blank. Could it be that I have feelings for Su Chen? In fact, Sushi herself didn't realize that since the first time she saw Su Chen at the job change temple, her feelings had subtly shifted. Su Chen's attitude towards her was completely different from that of other professionals. It couldn't be said to be indifference, but there was not a hint of flattery. Sushi's angelic beauty and devilish figure seemed to stir no waves in Su Chen. Because of this, perhaps it was the innate persistence and competitive spirit of women at play. Sushi had always hoped to catch Su Chen's attention. However, no matter what she did, it seemed that Su Chen's interest was not in her. The colder and more polite Su Chen acted, the more it frustrated Sushi, the goddess pursued by countless professionals in Zhonghai City. Su Chen, one day, I will make you realize just how great I am. Sushi withdrew her gaze, no longer stealing glances at Su Chen. At that moment, Bai Zhangcheng also stepped forward, cleared his throat, and addressed all the professionals in the hunting team, saying, next, I will talk about the follow-up arrangements. The Death Marsh, as one of the forbidden areas of the Undead Canyon dungeon, besides the Death Knight boss, there are many high bloodline undead creatures, including the well-known Undead Bone Dragon, Half-Orc, Skeleton Tyrant, Undead Serpent Man, Black Magic Sorcerer. Most of these boss monsters are above level 100, and the damage they can inflict far exceeds expectations, so be careful and don't let your guard down during battles. Dying in the dungeon, although you can be resurrected, you will lose the chance to go to the deepest part of the Undead Canyon dungeon. Bai Zhengqing's voice echoed throughout the hunting team. According to the regulations of the Zhenghai City Professional Alliance, if you die during battle and are forcibly removed from the dungeon, you will not be able to enjoy the items obtained by the hunting team afterward, and the rewards dropped by the final boss will also have nothing to do with you. Upon hearing this, the professionals in the hunting team couldn't help but frown, falling into deep thought. Everyone was well aware of this regulation. However, hearing Bai Zhengqing state it made the implications feel different. How to put it, even if you are a professional at the 300 level, no matter how much effort you put into killing a boss monster and how high the damage you cause, if you accidentally die, then the final rewards will have nothing to do with you. This rule, while somewhat cold-blooded and ruthless, is also quite reasonable. For a moment, the professionals in the hunting team couldn't help but squint slightly, their gazes tinged with a faint chill. In this hunting team, the value of staying alive is more important. As long as you can survive until the end, even if you are just a priest, you can still receive a considerable share of the top rewards. But if you are too unlucky and die before finishing off the final boss, the losses can be quite significant. It could be said that all previous efforts would be in vain. Alright, since no one has any objections, let me talk about the follow-up arrangements. After the Death Swamp, we will head to the Undead Deep Sea and take the Undead Wooden Ship to the dungeon's Icefield Snow Mountain. There, too, is a forbidden area. According to the dungeon description, beneath the Icefield Snow Mountain lies an incredibly massive dragon boss, the Frost Dragon. The value of the Frost Dragon needs no further explanation. Everyone understands what this means. If we can tame this dragon and make it our exclusive mount, I'm afraid that each of you can elevate your guilds to new heights, advancing to a higher tier of top guilds. Bai Zhengqing's eyes brightened slightly as his loud voice spoke. A clear hiss echoed through the hunting team, and everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. Although everyone had learned this news early on, the thought of actually encountering the legendary Frost Dragon still made their hearts race. Emotions were running high. It should be known that among all dragons, the Frost Dragon is undoubtedly at the pinnacle of existence. Even the weakest Frost Dragon possesses a heroic level bloodline strength. As one continues to change classes, level up, or absorb powerful bloodline potions, the Frost Dragon can grow into a true behemoth, reaching epic level bloodline strength. Besides its noble bloodline and racial traits, the Frost Dragon's exclusive boss skills are also extremely magnificent, powerful, frenzied. Most skills involve high critical hits and significant lifesteal, capable of emptying the health bars of equally leveled professionals in an instant. If such a dragon were truly tamed by a professional as a mount, it would likely elevate the guild behind them to a new tier. After all, currently, in the Great Xia Dragon Kingdom, there is only one A-level guild that possesses a Frost Dragon mount, while the others are almost all S-level guilds. In other words, whoever in this hunting team obtains a Frost Dragon mount would mean they have secured a ticket to an S-level guild, allowing themselves and their guild to undergo a magnificent transformation, stepping into the true elite class of the Dragon Kingdom. Hiss, the Frost Dragon, this is several tiers stronger than the Undead Bone Dragon. It's no exaggeration to say that the Frost Dragon mount is definitely one of the top mounts that Dragon Knights envy the most. If I could tame such a dragon, I'd probably wake up laughing in my dreams. Bro, what are you daydreaming about? Didn't you see the three major powers of Zhenghai in the hunting team? How could it possibly be your turn? You never know. Besides, the hunting team's rule is that whoever deals the highest overall damage gets the best rewards. I'm a Dragon Knight and my class skills are all high critical damage. Who knows, I might be the final winner. You're killing me, man. You still don't get it. The rules are set by people, and with so many big shots here, how could it possibly be your turn? Moreover, if you're talking about damage results, Su Xiao is probably crazier than you. He's only at what level now, without even a third transfer, and he can deal out a million points of total damage already. Don't even think about the Frost Dragon mount, but we still have a chance at the rewards for killing those hybrid dragon bosses. I just hope to snag a dark gold level treasure chest after killing a boss above level 100. It can drop a chest. If I could just get a weapon chest, that would be great. The attributes on my current weapon are too weak. The attack power boost is pitiful. Good grief. I can't believe you guys are so bold. Right now, I just want to survive this hellhole called the Death Marsh. Don't forget, there are skeleton tyrants and undead serpent men in this forbidden area. Can you survive against these high-level bosses? That's right, we should be a bit more cautious. Don't think too much. If we get hit by a fireball from a boss, that would be pretty embarrassing. If we get forcibly kicked out of the dungeon, we won't gain anything. As soon as Bai Zhengqing mentioned the existence of the Frost Dragon, a murmur of discussion spread through the entire hunting team. Some well-known professionals from Zhonghai City lost their usual arrogance, instead wearing a hint of self-deprecation. Whether it was taming the frost dragon or killing it for the rewards, it was an unimaginable windfall for the top professionals in Zhonghai City. However, to see the frost dragon, they first had to cross the hellish death marsh. Besides the death knights, there were countless top-tier boss monsters in this forbidden area. The most terrifying was undoubtedly the skeleton tyrant, a tyrant boss that could be likened to a bulldozer for professionals. Under the assault of such powerful undead monsters, the members of the hunting team would likely see at least a 20% reduction in their ranks. Those eliminated would gain nothing and would be stuck here. Therefore, for a moment, many experienced professionals didn't seem overly excited about the frost dragon. On the contrary, they remained indifferent, because only those who survived were qualified to receive the final rewards. There was no need to be too happy too soon. Undead bone dragon, skeleton tyrant, black magic sorcerer, beneath the icy mountains, the frost dragon. Meanwhile, behind the skeletal dragon, Suchen squinted slightly, his heart racing several times. If we're talking about excitement, he was probably the most excited one among the professionals present. To the other professionals, what they could scheme for were merely the experience points, weapons, monster resources, and some consumable items dropped by these boss monsters. If they could get a few precious potions, that would be worth it. However, Suchen was different. He was focused on the exclusive skills possessed by these boss monsters, especially their passive skills. After discussing with Chen Shuyan, Suchen gained a clearer understanding of his future plans. He aimed to focus on plundering the exclusive passive skills of boss monsters to enhance his own attributes, thereby developing himself in the direction of a boss template. This way, in the near future, Suchen would become an existence akin to a boss. I remember, the skeleton tyrant seems to have several exclusive boss passive skills? Suchen swallowed hard, his heart racing, and couldn't help but murmur with anticipation. If I could plunder the entire skill set of the skeleton tyrant, my current attributes should experience a crazy surge. I might not reach the strength of a level 100 boss, but I could crush level 100 professionals. With this thought, Suchen felt a wave of comfort and a faint smile appeared on his face. As for the frost dragon, Suchen thought to himself, if I can manage to tame it in the end, that wouldn't be bad. After all, it's a mount stronger than the undead bone dragon. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a level 60 undead skeleton, earning 29,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a level 65 undead priest, earning 42,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a level 68 rock giant, earning 67,000 experience points. Death Swamp. 7 hours later. The cold notification echoed in Suchen's mind. Experience points poured in like bamboo shoots after the rain. Even Suchen couldn't help but squint slightly, excitement making it hard for him to close his mouth. This feels amazing. It seems that the best choice for professionals is still to team up with the hunting group to farm monsters. The experience gained this way is several times more than soloing. Suchen swallowed a few times and took a deep breath. The fresh oxygen revived his slightly excited brain. With a whoosh, Suchen raised the dawn blade, wiping the monster's blood off the sharp blade with his wrist. Then, he stopped his actions and ceased fighting. Instead, he took out a few bottles of life potions and drank them in one go. Alright, this wave of undead monsters has been cleared. Everyone, check your loot first, then let's head to the wilderness grassland ahead. It's a basin and the only safe zone in the Death Swamp. Forbidden area. The ground was littered with dry, tattered monster remains. Bai Zhengcheng stood among a pile of white bones, thrusting his spear down. Then, he looked at all the members of the hunting group and said loudly, "It's getting dark. In the Undead Canyon Dungeon, the number of monsters at night is 10 times that of the day, and the boss monsters will receive a buff to their bloodline strength. We'll camp in the wilderness grassland tonight and continue towards the Undead Deep Sea after dawn." Upon hearing Bai Zhengcheng's words, all the professionals in the hunting group let out a sigh of relief. It was finally over. Suchen also exhaled a breath of stale air and pressed his temples. After a day of intense fighting, he felt a bit fatigued. He really needed to rest for a while. The gains from these few hours are quite impressive. The experience points have already exceeded 3 million. Suchen murmured lazily. How should he put it? This was Suchen's first real experience teaming up with the hunting group to farm dungeons, and the efficiency of experience gain far exceeded his expectations. It should be noted that Suchen already possessed exceptionally high 4-dimensional attributes and attack power points. Among professionals of the same level, it was nearly impossible to find anyone who could match him. Under the effects of top-tier boss skills, his attack power reached an extremely terrifying value. High critical hits, high damage, high life steal, with perfect output guaranteed and the support of the priest. and shaman teams in the hunting group, Su Chen could be said to have showcased his damage to the fullest extent. Of course, some high-level professionals looked at Su Chen with a hint of jealousy and dissatisfaction. The reason was simple. Su Chen's boss skills were too overpowered. To put it simply, just the Deathfire explosion could instantly wipe out a large group of low-health undead monsters, which meant Su Chen accidentally snatched experience points from other members of the hunting group. Stealing kills. Ahem. However, such things were common in the hunting group. The capable take more. Who told you your damage wasn't as high as Su Chen's? Handsome little brother, it seems you've had quite a harvest, huh? Behind the skeletal dragon, Chen Shuyan yawned slightly and looked at Su Chen with an appreciative gaze, saying, "So, how many experience points did we gain in these few hours today?" From start to finish, Chen Shuyan had not made a move. She simply sat quietly on the back of the skeletal dragon, protecting Su Chen. However, at this stage, there were no boss monsters that could harm Su Chen. Therefore, Chen Shuyan was getting a bit bored and sleepy. Excluding the Death Knight boss, I've already gained over 3 million experience points, Su Chen shrugged and replied, without hiding anything. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Chen Shuyan immediately inhaled sharply. Even she, a level 400 expert, was genuinely shocked. How to put it? Generally speaking, even the strongest level 60 players, when following a high-level hunting team to clear dungeons, can only earn a few 100,000 experience points in a day. And that's in a perfect, ideal state. There are very few players who can truly reach that level. Even epic-level players find it difficult. After all, attack power, skills, mana, and weapons all limit a player's sustainability. It's impossible to unleash extremely high damage indefinitely. However, Su Chen managed to do it. From this perspective, he was indeed quite insane. Handsome little brother, if you keep leveling up at this speed, I estimate that in a few years, you'll reach level 400, about the same level as me, Chen Shuyan couldn't help but exclaim. However, she frowned slightly and denied her own thought, smiling awkwardly. No, or rather, you might reach level 400 within a year. Hiss, just thinking about it feels like a fantasy. Where would you find such a player? Level 400 before 20? You might even complete your 8th job change before you turn 20. In a world where everyone can change jobs, the 8th job change means an 8 transformation player, level 500. Players of this level can already be considered the backbone of society. Even the 2 former presidents of Qingbei University are only at 8 transformations. As long as they haven't reached level 1000, they cannot begin their 9th job change. Let's hope for it, Su Chen smiled faintly, responding to Chen Shuyan's words. What about other gains? Chen Shuyan asked curiously. I saw that Death Knight boss earlier. It should have dropped 2 decent items. Did you get any unexpected surprises in these few hours? Su Chen didn't answer directly but checked his inventory. Then, he glanced at Chen Shuyan and replied, they're all quite ordinary. I got a dark gold level power gem, a gold level life gem, and a gold level agility gem. The attribute gems dropped quite a lot. As for other items, just some regular gold level weapons and a large amount of monster resources. The value isn't too high, Su Chen said nonchalantly. Ha! Upon hearing Su Chen's response, Chen Shuyan was taken aback and momentarily stunned. Dark gold level attribute gem? Gold level weapons? The corners of Chen Shuyan's mouth twitched slightly as she looked at Su Chen with an extremely skeptical gaze. Yes. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said softly, that's about it. In fact, aside from these, Su Chen had also obtained 3 hero-level attribute gems, but those did not drop from monsters, they were rewards from a divine choice triggered by Chen Shuyan. The 3 hero-level attribute gems were quietly lying in Su Chen's system space, yet to be used. Goodness, I can't believe it. Chen Shuyan took a deep breath, smiled bitterly, and said, handsome little brother, you really don't know how to appreciate your blessings. In just a few hours, to gain 3 attribute gems, one of which is a dark gold level power gem, let alone those so-called regular golden level weapons. These things, if I had to say, even a top-tier A-level guild would find it hard to obtain them in less than a week with a lot of effort. Chen Shuyan patiently explained, the drop rate for attribute gems is very low. Even the ultimate boss in a dungeon might not drop a single one. Although the drop rate for attribute gems in the Undead Canyon dungeon has been increased by about 10 times as it is a nostalgic dungeon, still, under such a low drop rate, they are just as rare. Upon hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Is that so? However, in the Silver Dungeon, the Shallow Bay Dungeon in Zhanghai City, I have seen this kind of thing drop several times before. Of course, besides attribute gems, the Silver Dungeon has also dropped dark gold level weapons and even hero level items. Su Chen replied honestly. In fact, he had already been quite restrained in what he said. It should be noted that in the Shallow Bay Dungeon, Su Chen had also obtained an epic level entry ticket, allowing him to permanently access the epic level dungeon, the Undead Dragon Tomb. Chen Shuyan was taken aback, her eyes filled with intense shock. She instinctively let out a hiss and then swallowed several times in a frenzy. This was not the first time. Chen Shuyan had been shocked to the core by Su Chen. After a long silence, the senior mage from Qingbei University in Kyoto finally sighed and looked at Su Chen with a complex expression, saying, "Perhaps, besides having the ability to plunder boss skills, you also have several hidden talents. From this perspective, you should have a top-tier drop rate talent, and this talent should at least reach epic level strength." Hidden talent? Top-tier drop rate talent? Su Chen was taken aback. Seeing Su Chen's confused expression, Chen Shuyan couldn't help but start explaining. "It seems, handsome little brother, that sister has to start educating you again. This isn't a free lecture. Once you enter Qingbei University, you must choose me as your theoretical course. Mage." Chen Shuyan looked at Su Chen with a bit of playful reproach, smiling as she spoke. "Sure." Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. He wasn't familiar with Qingbei University, so having such an acquaintance as a mage was a good deal. Plus, her looks and figure were top-tier goddess level. Why not? "So, what is a hidden talent? How is it different from a normal talent?" Su Chen asked eagerly. He was indeed very curious. Currently, Su Chen's attribute panel only displayed 2 talents, and the so-called top-tier drop rate talent, he seemed to have never heard of it. Difference? Chen Shuyan raised an eyebrow, looking deeply at Su Chen, taking a deep breath of stale air. "I think you should understand this. The value of hidden talents is no less than that of top-tier boss skills." Su Chen was slightly taken aback, somewhat astonished. He was well aware of the value of top-tier boss skills, and hidden talents could actually be comparable to top-tier boss skills. A ripple appeared in Chen Shuyan's beautiful eyes as she noticed the astonishment in Su Chen's gaze and immediately continued to explain. "Perhaps you have no concept of this, so let me give you an example. In our great Xia Dragon Kingdom, the number of professionals ranks first in the entire Blue Star. With such a large base, do you know how many hidden talents appear each year?" Su Chen shook his head. "In the best year, there were only 4. Simply put, the rarity of hidden talents far exceeds that of epic-level professionals. Even epic-level professionals can have at least a dozen each year, and even if it's fewer, it shouldn't be just 4. Chen Shuyan smiled wryly. Su Chen was once again stunned. He really didn't expect that hidden talents were so rare. "Then, how can we completely unleash the potential of hidden talents?" Su Chen frowned and voiced his doubts. "There's no description of top-tier drop rate talent in my attribute panel, not even plunder talent is displayed. I want to know how to truly master this talent." Chen Shuyan's eyes brightened slightly as she looked at Su Chen with some admiration and said, "Handsome younger brother, how have your academic results been in the past few years at number 1? High school? Academic results?" Su Chen raised his chin. "They're okay, mostly in the top 3 of my grade." "No wonder." Chen Shuyan praised, "Your comprehension ability is very strong. You've directly grasped the core point. With such comprehension skills, even if you're not in a combat profession, you could still be an excellent mage. Actually, to fully unleash the true effects of a hidden talent, the method is quite simple. You just need to complete a talent awakening ceremony. And this kind of ceremony is quite easy for us at Qingbei University, as we have ready-made priest professionals and top-notch ritual materials that can ensure a perfect awakening of top-tier talents below the legendary level, maximizing their potential." Su Chen took a deep breath. No wonder it was Qingbei University. They were indeed strong in certain aspects. However, as soon as Chen Shuyan finished speaking, she looked at Su Chen again and added, "I can perform a supreme awakening ceremony for you, but it's not free. To exchange for a supreme ceremony, you need to gather enough college points first." "Points?" Su Chen was slightly taken aback. "Yes. It won't be too troublesome. It should be easy for you. Every university, whether it's a 985 or 211 school, or even a regular undergraduate institution, has corresponding college points. These points can be exchanged for common life potions, mana potions, as well as materials from dungeon monsters, high-level weapons, and anything else you can imagine. Of course, conducting a talent awakening ceremony also requires a considerable amount of college points to exchange." Chen Shuyan explained with a smile, "And the methods to earn points aren't difficult. You can earn points by completing star-rated tasks issued by the college, or by killing monsters in the college's exclusive dungeon world for point rewards. Overall, as long as your strength is strong enough, these aren't big deals." "Got it." Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. Chen Shuyan's explanation was clear and straightforward. This could be considered a bit of knowledge before enrollment. Su Chen had no dissatisfaction with this regulation. On the contrary, he found it quite reasonable. After all, it was a supreme ceremony, whether inviting a priest to chant spells or the monster materials needed for the ceremony and the top-tier magic circle all required manpower and resources. The school couldn't provide it for free. Using Points to exchange was very reasonable, allowing truly capable students to continuously improve themselves. Meanwhile, those who were slacking off, students with poor qualifications, would only fall further behind the real top talents. In the end, even if they graduated from Qingbei University, they would become ordinary people. By the way, I estimate that besides having a hidden talent, you also have a hidden second profession. After a while, once you enroll, it's best to undergo the Supreme Ceremony twice to fully unleash your talent potential and professional potential. That way, you might become a dual professioner and a dual professioner, with several top-tier talents, which could at least increase your current combat ability by several times. Handsome younger brother, you're about to take off. Chen Shuyan suddenly thought of something and said with a slight glimmer in her eyes. 2 Supreme Ceremonies. Talent Ceremony. Job Transfer Ceremony. Su Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed he would be quite busy after enrollment. In order to gather enough academy points for the 2 awakening ceremonies, Su Chen would have to work hard. For a while. Although he didn't understand the exchange value of the points right now, it was still a Supreme Awakening ceremony. The price shouldn't be too cheap. I'll try to gather enough academy points first. The price for 2 Supreme Ceremonies should be quite expensive, Su Chen said with an awkward smile, glancing at Chen Shuyan. Hearing this, Chen Shuyan also smiled gently, not directly answering Su Chen's words, but instead patted his shoulder and said, "Come on, you're still so young. With your current strength, even if you need to exchange for more points for the ceremony, you can manage it in at most 2 months. Goodness. Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. 2 months? Ahem, indeed not cheap. Of course, Su Chen didn't say much more. Even though it would take 2 months to exchange for the Supreme Ceremony, this was still a special benefit for the core students of Qingbei University. Other professionals had no way to obtain it. Not to mention, in Zhanghai City, only Han Ing, relying on the Kanghun Guild behind her, had completed a Supreme Ceremony to unlock the second profession Dark Sorcerer, while others didn't even have such an opportunity. Once you complete the Talent Awakening Ceremony and perfectly activate the potential of the top drop rate talent, the item grades dropped when you kill boss monsters will increase countless times compared to before, and the quantity of dropped items will also double. Chen Shuyan explained to Su Chen again, patiently saying, before the hidden talent is fully activated, the talent effects it produces are random. In other words, right now, if you're lucky, you could drop some high-grade loot from boss monsters, like your hero-level weapon or high attribute gems, all depending on the talent effect. However, at other times, the hidden talent will become ineffective and won't serve its true purpose. Only after you complete the talent ceremony can you truly enjoy the high drop rates brought by the top drop rate talent. Even casually defeating a low-level boss monster will yield items beyond your imagination. Su Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath, genuinely astonished. It seemed that this epic talent was indeed very powerful. The increase in item grade and the doubling of quantity, such a level of talent made Su Chen's heart itch. What are the chances of me having such a talent? Su Chen, not letting excitement cloud his judgment, asked a crucial question. So far, Chen Shuyan could only speculate and couldn't be 100% certain that Su Chen would definitely possess the top drop rate talent. If he completed the ceremony and didn't unlock this talent, that would be quite awkward. So, Su Chen asked directly. Very high. Chen Shuyan pointed to the members of the hunting group below and the loot in their hands. These were rewards just dropped from the monsters in the Death Swamp. Let's put it this way, the value of the items you can obtain alone is already comparable to what they have gotten together. After all, she continued, you can drop dark gold and even hero-level weapons from silver-level dungeons, which already indirectly proves that you have over a 70% chance of possessing the drop rate talent, and it's quite a top-tier drop rate talent. Chen Shuyan's words awakened Su Chen. Over a 70% chance. Su Chen took a deep breath, his heart racing, feeling an inexplicable sense of anticipation. If I count that epic entry ticket, my chances of awakening the drop rate talent should exceed 80%. Su Chen squinted slightly, secretly pondering. He didn't tell Chen Shuyan that he still held an epic entry ticket, which he had also obtained from the Shallow Bay dungeon. If he counted that item, at this stage, Su Chen's explosion rate was indeed a bit frightening, even more exaggerated than that of a dozen level 100 or above professionals. I hope the awakening ceremony won't disappoint me. With this thought, Su Chen's mood lightened considerably, and he yearned even more for Qingbei University. Soon, night fell. The entire Undead Canyon dungeon became particularly eerie, and all members of the hunting team were affected by a debuff weakening effect. They lost a certain amount of health every second. Under this forced health deduction effect, if they continued to push forward and engage the boss monster, the hunting team would likely suffer significant losses of professionals. Therefore, under Bai Jingqing's leadership, everyone arrived at the only safe zone in the Death Swamp Forbidden Area, the wild grassland. In a basin-like area, The surrounding bushes were quite low. The exposed rocks were covered with a layer of light frost. The temperature here is very low. After midnight, it can drop to -10 degrees. Everyone set up camp first. Priests and mages, be careful not to let the torches around the camp go out, and array masters, check the defensive arrays around the camp for any flaws. If the array breaks in the dead of night, the entire hunting team will suffer a devastating blow. Bye. Zheng Cheng stood on a large rock, looking at the entire hunting team and speaking in a high-spirited manner. Everyone nodded slightly at the same time and began to get busy. However, at that moment, Su Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows and squint towards the rear side. There, a hunting team had appeared. The number of professionals was considerable, similar to that of the Zhonghai City Alliance hunting team, a hunting team from Jiangnan province. Su Chen focused on the badge on one of the professionals' collars. It was the emblem of the Jiangnan province Transmigration Temple. Are they here to steal our camp? Su Chen merely glanced, and then withdrew his gaze, thinking to himself, in the death-forbidden zone, there was only this one safe area. Camping elsewhere would continuously suffer from the dungeon's weakening buff attacks. Although the health loss per second wouldn't cause too much damage, continuous damage over several hours would be hard to withstand, even for high-level professionals. Moreover, any hunting team coming to the Undead Canyon dungeon hoped to obtain the final dungeon rewards. It was impossible to use life potions and recovery potions in such a place. Thus, Su Chen instinctively thought of a possibility. The Jiangnan province hunting team that appeared behind them was here to cause trouble. Sure enough, before Su Chen could remind Bai Zhengcheng and the others, a paladin clad in hero-level armor stepped forward from that hunting team. The paladin tightly gripped a magnificent cross-spear, riding a fierce, fire-patterned earth dragon whose massive head shook wildly, constantly showcasing the majesty of a dragon mount. The dragon's breath also spewed out puffs of smoky flames with the paladin's movements, looking quite intimidating. Are you the hunting team from Zhonghai City? My name is Guan Yuan from Jiangnan Province, Yannan City, president of the Yuani Guild. The paladin crossed the cross spear in front of him, casting a sidelong glance at Su Chen and the other hunting team members, his tone carrying a hint of arrogance as he said, I've long heard that the major A-level guilds in Zhonghai City formed an alliance hunting team, so it's you. It seems you aren't that impressive after all. Did the Death Swamp cost you many professionals? Or is it that the strongest organization in Zhonghai City is only this capable? At this point, the paladin couldn't help but squint and smile faintly, his expression laced with obvious mockery. In the end, he fixed his gaze on Su Chen, and the expression that was already somewhat amused became even more delightful, nearly causing him to choke back a laugh, letting out a snort. Oh, this is a level 60 professional? Still hasn't completed the third transfer, huh? What are you all? The garden baby hunting team? Baby bus. The paladin raised his chin, unable to contain his laughter. Su Chen's brows furrowed immediately, falling silent. However, the look he cast at the paladin revealed a rare chill. And it wasn't just Su Chen. The other professionals in the Zhonghai hunting team also tightened their grips on their weapons, suddenly surrounding Guan Yuan like a wave. President Guan? How come you're over 300 levels, yet still talk like this? Bai Zhengcheng retorted defiantly. He had no mount, just standing there, his tall figure exuding a strong sense of pressure. Bai Zhengcheng looked down at Guan Yuan and said loudly, why do you talk like a woman? It's not good to be so yin-yang and strange all the time. Oh, right, I almost forgot. President Guan, you started off relying on a rich woman to rise to power. If it weren't for your former president's girlfriend, you probably wouldn't even be the president of the Yuan Guild, right? So, being a bit of a woman is quite normal. You're just a pretty boy. Bai Zhengqing's voice was deep and resonant. However, upon hearing Bai Zhengqing's words, Su Chen and the other professionals in the hunting team all brightened slightly. Damn it. That felt good. Bai Zhengcheng, don't get too proud. Your trash guild won't be arrogant for long. Don't forget, my Yuani guild used to be S rank, and what about you? The so-called Zhengcheng guild can barely manage A rank. The paladin, like a wild cat stepped on the tail, became furious, pointing at Bai Zhengqing's nose and cursing. Oh, an S rank guild? Bai Zhengcheng couldn't help but laugh. Staring at Guan Yuan, he said, I remember there was no S rank Yuani guild before, but an S rank Qingxuan guild. Bai Zhengqing's words instantly changed the paladin's expression, making his face nearly turn red with anger. Meanwhile, the professionals from Zhonghai City behind Bai Zhengcheng all laughed in agreement, with some even exaggeratingly clutching their stomachs in laughter. Qingxuan Guild? Su Chen was slightly taken aback, his expression somewhat puzzled. Young Master Su, a male priest professional beside Su Chen, chuckled and began to explain. In Yannan City, Jiangnan Province, there used to be an S-rank guild called Qingxuan Guild. The guild's president was a female knight, quite fierce, capable of slaying dragons. However, unfortunately, the Qingxuan president was a love-struck brain, and a few years ago, she and Guan Yuan. Then, I don't know if it was related to Guan Yuan, but the Qingxuan president went missing while clearing dungeons, disappearing without a trace. And this paladin, Guan Yuan, shamelessly took over the Qingxuan guild, became the president, and even changed the guild's name to Yuan Yi Guild. The male priest shook his head at this point, sighing. A perfectly good guild was downgraded to A rank, and Guan Yuan used the guild's original resources to soar, rising from a dark gold level professional to an epic level. He is now a nationally renowned epic level paladin with quite a high reputation in Jiangnan province. After hearing the male priest's explanation, Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. A love-struck female president. A pretty boy paladin. A classic plot. However, at that moment, the male priest bitterly smiled and spoke again. Young Master Su, did you know? Actually, our president Bai of the Zhengchang Guild was also a professional from Jiangnan province before, and he was a senior member of the Qingxuan Guild, almost becoming a manager. Unfortunately, with the departure of President Qingxuan, the entire Qingxuan Guild has become a mess. President Bai has also left Yannan City and settled in Zhenhai City. Su Chen's eyes brightened slightly. He looked at the paladin. Wow, so that's how it is. No wonder this guy came out swinging with bravado. It turns out there's this kind of story behind it. You and President Bai and that President Qingxuan. Su Chen took a deep breath and curiously asked the male priest. It wasn't that Su Chen was too nosy, but this story was a bit thrilling, making it hard not to think in that direction. No. The male priest forced a smile and explained. President Bai and the previous President Qingxuan didn't have that kind of relationship. It was just a normal superior-subordinate relationship. However, President Bai has deep feelings for that guild. After all, he joined the Qingxuan Guild right after graduating from college, so there must be some attachment. It was precisely for this reason that back then, President Bai spared no effort to stop Guan Yuan from changing the guild's name. However, many things were beyond President Bai's control. The other professionals in the guild, I don't know what kind of enchantment they were under, all desperately recommended Guan Yuan to be the president. In the end, President Bai couldn't stop it and simply left that heartbroken place in Jiangnan province. After hearing the male priest's explanation, Su Chen shook his head slightly. One could say that Bai Zhangchang and this paladin were old enemies. No wonder they started hurling insults at each other as soon as they met. Bai Zhangchang, why are you so slow? Only good with words? Guan Yuan took a deep breath, slapped the ground dragon mount beneath him, and looked at Bai Zhangchang with an unhappy expression, angrily cursing. What's wrong? Hearing this, Bai Zhangchang burst out laughing and immediately walked towards Guan Yuan, saying loudly, do you want to duel with me? Sure. To the death. Whoever loses, their level resets to 0. Bai Zhangchang's tone was icy. It was getting serious. Who would have thought that? Guan Yuan would suddenly burst out laughing, pointing at Bai Zhangchang's nose and cursing. I told you you're a reckless fool, and you still don't believe it. In this world, who would have a president fight? Guan Yuan raised his chin, looking disdainfully at Bai Zhangchang. So what do you want? Bai Zhangchang's expression darkened. In the Undead Canyon dungeon, the Death Swamp is the only safe zone. Our Yuani guild came to this dungeon for the final boss rewards, so we can't waste our life potions. Guan Yuan's eyes held a hint of shameless amusement as he looked at Bai Zhangchang and said, of course. And we can't have a reckless fool like you demanding the strongest professionals to face off against the guild leader. If a level 300 professional is lost in the hunting team, who will deal with the final boss monster later? So, for the sake of fairness, let the weakest professional in the hunting team have a PK match. Whoever loses will give up the wilderness grassland safe zone and camp in the wild boss area. This way, it won't consume the strongest professionals in the hunting team, nor will it waste too many life potions and mana potions. It can ensure that the strongest combat power of the hunting team remains intact. At this point, Guan Yuan paused, slightly glancing sideways at Bai Zhangchang. Bai, President, what do you think of this proposal? Oh, could it be that President Bai is afraid? By the way, our Yuani Guild's hunting team is just a small hunting team, and the weakest professional in the team is only level 75. Not even at the 4th transfer. I think President Bai should have the upper hand, right? Guan Yuan laughed loudly, but his gaze lingered on Su Chen. Although he couldn't check Su Chen's detailed attributes, he could clearly the level 60 rank. The words spoken by Guan Yuan dripped with unmasked sarcasm. Damn it, this bastard, how can he be so shameless? Isn't the implication of this just wanting Su Sha to have a one-on-one PK with their 75 level Storm Knight? As soon as Guan Yuan spoke, the hunting team where Su Chen was located erupted in anger, their foreheads bulging with veins. A hot-tempered berserker spat on the ground and cursed. This is just an open scheme, extremely cunning. If we refuse, that dog bastard paladin can flaunt his power and step on us. If we accept, damn it, 75 level PK 60 level, is there any fairness in that? The Berserker, furious, took a deep breath. He cursed again. I say, let's not worry about so much. It's just a Undead Canyon dungeon, right? When has our Journey Guild ever suffered this kind of humiliation? We don't care about the other two guilds and the Zhanghai Imperial Guard, but the members of Journey Guild must fight with Yuan Guild today. So what if the guild members are wiped out? At worst, we won't get the ultimate boss rewards. We need to vent our anger. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The Berserker's words instantly ignited the emotions of the Journey Guild members, who pulled out life potions and mana potions from their pockets and downed several bottles in one go. Judging by their demeanor, they were ready to engage in a fierce battle with Yuan Guild's hunting team. Everyone calm down, don't be too impulsive, stabilize your emotions first. At this moment, Bai Zhengcheng saw that the members of the Journey Guild were all furious, and he couldn't help but frown. How should he put it? If anyone knew this paladin best, it was undoubtedly Bai Zhengcheng among all present. After all, many years ago, Bai Zhengcheng was a senior professional of the original Qingshuan Guild, and he had a superior subordinate relationship with Guan Yuan. Bai Zhengcheng understood Guan Yuan too well. He was a complete schemer, cunning, insidious, shameless. Guan Yuan's intentions were clear to anyone with eyes. He wanted to seize the only safe zone, Wilderness Grassland. At the same time, he aimed to dampen the spirit of the Journey Guild and the Zhanghai Alliance's hunting team. After all, the ultimate boss rewards in the Undead Canyon dungeon were limited. If they could suppress the Zhanghai Alliance's hunting team in advance, it would be immensely beneficial for Yuan Guild. If they could leave the hunting team in disarray, it would be even more in line with Guan Yuan's wishes. Bai Zhengcheng took a deep breath, his gaze complex as he looked at the Alliance's hunting team, his eyes sweeping over the professionals from Kanghun Guild, Eternal Guild, and the Imperial Guard, finally resting on Su Chen. At this moment, Bai Zhang was indeed in a bit of a dilemma. If it were just their Journey Guild in the dungeon, with Bai Zhengcheng's temperament, he would have to engage in a fierce battle with Yuan Guild today, no matter what, to vent his anger. Even if it ended in mutual destruction, it would be fine. However, now he bore responsibilities beyond just an A-level guild. He was also the team controller of the entire Alliance's hunting team. If Bai Zhengcheng acted impulsively today, it was likely that once the dungeon ended, the leading forces in Zhanghai City, such as Kanghun Guild, Eternal Guild, and the Imperial Guard, would look at Bai Zhengcheng differently. They would certainly ostracize the Journey Guild in the future. The reason was simple. Because Bai Zhengcheng's impulsiveness caused the Alliance to lose a precious opportunity to obtain the ultimate boss rewards. How could these giants of Zhanghai not harbor resentment? In the future, it would be a bit difficult for Bai Zhengcheng to establish himself in Zhanghai City. However, thinking from another angle, if they gave up the camp, wouldn't that just benefit Yuan Guild? This is not very realistic. With this thought, Bai Zhengcheng took a deep breath and glanced at Su Chen with a probing look. After all, Guan Yuan and the others were professionals from Jiangnan province, and didn't know Su Chen well enough to recognize him immediately. This level 60 professional was none other than the top genius who had recently made headlines nationwide, the little monster who had tamed the undead bone dragon. And as for the level 75 professional, the outcome of a PK with Su Chen was uncertain. Just a few hours ago, Su Chen had single-handedly killed a Death Knight boss. Young Master Su, what do you think? Bai Zhengcheng walked over to Su Chen, leaning in to ask. Although Su Chen was part of the hunting team, Bai Zhengcheng couldn't casually arrange Su Chen's actions. The reason was simple. Su Chen's current status allowed him to stand on equal footing with Bai Zhengcheng, an epic-level professional, tamer of the undead bone dragon, guaranteed admission to Qingbei University. He had learned several forbidden spells and was now accompanied by a 400-level magic tutor from Kyoto. A young figure of this caliber would make even Bai Zhengcheng tread carefully. However, given the current situation, if Su Chen could step in and win this PK, it would be the best outcome. Not only would it bring glory to the Zhengcheng Guild and the Alliance hunting team, but it could also severely suppress the Yuan Guild. Perhaps they could even place a bet and snag some top-tier weapons from Guan Yuan. With this thought, Bai Zhengcheng felt a surge of desire. He hoped Su Chen would accept this PK and that he had enough confidence. However, at that moment, Su Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow, his eyes glinting with a hint of light. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully triggered a god-level choice. Current scenario, the provocation from the Jiangnan Guild. Choice 1, refused the PK duel. This PK match was initiated by the past grievances between Bai Zhengcheng and Guan Yuan. Let Bai Zhengcheng handle it himself, it has nothing to do with you. The final outcome may result in the Zhanghai Alliance hunting team losing some professionals and possibly giving up some camps, but you won't bear any risk. Reward, A. Golden level boss skill book. Choice 2. Agree decisively to this PK. A level 75 Storm Knight cannot pose a significant threat to you. As long as you play steadily, you are likely to win this PK. Moreover, there can be a bet on the line. You can wager the Undead Bone Dragon against the Paladin's hero-level Earth Dragon. If you win, you will obtain a noble-blooded Earth Dragon, and letting the Undead Bone Dragon Alpha devour the Earth Dragon will grant you a large amount of experience, allowing for a crazy class change, enhancing bloodline strength, and completing bloodline evolution. Reward: a bottle of epic-level Dragon Bloodline Potion. Choice 3. Directly attack the Paladin Guan Yuan, unleashing the Undead Bone Dragon, Light Imprint Unicorn, and Demon Raven to assault this level 300 Paladin. In most cases, you will likely die, but you can use all revival stones. There is a small chance that the magic tutor Qin Shu Yan will intervene to help you kill the Paladin. Reward: a revival stone. The God level choice was triggered. Su Chen instinctively gasped. The rewards this time were explosive. An epic-level Dragon Bloodline Potion appeared for the first time, and Su Chen had never seen such an explosive choice reward before. Not only that, but the rewards corresponding to the other two choices were also quite generous: a revival stone and a boss skill book. Wait, Su Chen noticed. The hidden information leaked in the God-level choice, and his eyes glinted slightly. The dragon mount under this paladin actually also reached the hero-level bloodline strength, and the dragon bloodline is quite noble? Su Chen was momentarily stunned. If Alpha can devour that Earth Dragon, he can gain a massive amount of experience points and complete his job change? Enhance bloodline strength, complete bloodline evolution? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat as he began to understand the implications. Simply put, according to the information leaked from the God-level choice, if Su Chen obtained the Earth Dragon of the Paladin and had Alpha use an epic bloodline potion, then devour the essence of the Earth Dragon's bloodline, perhaps Su Chen's skeletal dragon mount could be upgraded to the next level. It could be promoted to an epic dragon. How should one put it? Even with an epic bloodline potion, a mount using it wouldn't guarantee a complete bloodline evolution. Epic level merely proves that this bloodline potion is of high strength and incredibly valuable. However, to truly allow Alpha to evolve into an epic dragon, several epic bloodline potions would be needed. Yet now, a great opportunity lay before Su Chen. Devour that Earth Dragon's bloodline, then use the bloodline potion. Alpha could become a true epic dragon. What does this mean? It would almost be on par with the Destruction Black Dragon Deathwing from the Winter Dungeon world. If I remember correctly, the Destruction Black Dragon in the Winter Dungeon seems to be just an epic dragon, which means that after today, Alpha could rival that legendary Destruction Dragon. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but swallow several times. Who would have thought a level 60 professional could actually possess an epic mount? If this were to be exposed, it would not only shock the nation but could also cause a small earthquake across the country, leaving all the professionals from the major SSS level guilds dumbfounded. Epic level professionals might be somewhat common, with a dozen or so appearing each year. However, epic mounts are different. Only 2 or 3 might appear each year, making them extremely rare. The reason is simple. Whether it's an epic dragon or an epic pet, taming them is harder than reaching the sky. Generally, epic creatures in dungeons have extremely powerful defenses and come with dungeon buffs, making them nearly impossible to tame. Moreover, such noble-blooded creatures would rather die than choose to submit. The difficulty of taming is immense. What if one could cultivate an epic mount? That would be even more of a pipe dream. If it weren't for Su Chen having the God-level choice reward, the ability to plunder boss skills, and top-tier hidden drop rate talents, he wouldn't have been able to elevate Alpha from dark gold to hero level. Even for an S-level guild, raising the bloodline strength of a dragon mount requires tremendous effort and a vast amount of resources, with a high chance of failure. Yet Su Chen relied entirely on his golden finger to fortuitously complete Alpha's bloodline enhancement. This time, it was even more outrageous. He could actually elevate Alpha to an epic dragon. 222,222. With this thought, Su Chen took a deep breath, filling his lungs with fresh oxygen, and his mind cleared from the excitement. Damn it. I definitely have to choose two. Not only will I get an epic bloodline potion, but I can also have Alpha complete his job change. Why not? Young Master Su. Bai Zhangqing noticed Su Chen lost in thought and couldn't help but furrow his brows. Could it be that Su Chen was scared? That made sense. After all, he was just a level 60 professional, still a high school student. He had probably never seen such a grand scene. Bai Zhangqing sighed deeply, preparing to personally resolve the farce of the Yuani Guild. However, at that moment, Su Chen spoke up, looking at Bai Zhangqing with a calm expression and said, "President Bai, leave this matter to me. It's just a level 75 Storm Knight. I should be able to handle it." Hearing this, Bai Zhangqing's eyes suddenly lit up, and he instinctively let out a hissing sound, completely convinced by Su Chen's confidence. Taking a deep breath, Su Xiao, are you serious? Bai Zhengcheng asked somewhat incredulously. In fact, Bai Zhengcheng had two purposes for asking Su Chen. On one hand, it was out of politeness, hoping Su Chen would agree to this PK. On the other hand, he also hoped Chen Shuyan would take action. After all, Chen Shuyan was a mage from Qingbei University and was responsible for Su Chen's safety. If Chen Shuyan intervened, she could easily resolve this farce. However, that would seem somewhat against the rules. After all, it was agreed that Chen Shuyan would only be responsible for protecting Su Chen and would not interfere in the matters of the guild and hunting team. But the current situation was indeed a bit complicated. If the Yuani Guild and the Zhengchun Guild really declared war, Su Chen would definitely be affected. However, what surprised Bai Zhengcheng was that Su Chen actually agreed to the PK without hesitation, and even claimed he could handle a level 75 Storm Knight. Really? Su Chen smiled faintly at Bai Zhengcheng and said, even if he's level 80, I have the confidence to take him down. Don't believe it? Su Chen noticed Bai Zhengcheng's slight surprise, raised an eyebrow, and asked with a smile. No, Su Xiao, you just defeated a Death Knight boss, so I definitely believe what you say. It's just that I didn't quite react in time. Bai Zhengcheng quickly shook his head and said with a bitter smile. He truly believed and was quite convinced. Su Chen's ability to defeat the Death Knight leader meant he certainly had the capability to win against the level 75 Storm Knight. However, Su Chen's demeanor was too calm, as if taking down the Storm Knight from the Yuani Guild was as easy as squashing an ant, showing not a hint of tension. One must understand that in the world of class transitions, each transition brings significant feedback to the classer, and killing above one's level is inherently difficult. Not to mention, going up more than 10 levels to PK a Dark Old level classer. Moreover, Su Chen had already gone through a day of high-intensity battles. Even the longest health and mana bars would be nearly depleted by now. How could he still have such confidence? This indeed left Bai Zhengcheng in awe. No need to say more. Su Chen glanced at Bai Zhengcheng and smiled lightly. President Bai, don't worry, barring any accidents, I can win decisively. Su Chen comfortably patted Bai Zhengcheng on the shoulder, still looking full of confidence. Then, he walked towards the direction of the Yuan-Yi Guild. This scene left the classers from the Yuan-Yi Guild dumbfounded. What the hell? Who is this level 60 newbie? Not only did he make Bai Zhengcheng, a level 300 Thorn Knight, bow and scrape, but he even patted Bai Zhengcheng on the shoulder. However, before Guan Yuan and the members of the Yuan-Yi Guild could react, Su Chen's voice suddenly rang out. Since you all want a PK, then I agree. However, since it's a one-on-one PK, shouldn't there be some stakes involved? This camp is originally our hunting team's base. If your guild wants to contest it, that's fine, but you need to put something on the line. If we lose, we give up the camp. But what if you lose? Su Chen waved the Dawn Blade in his hand, his gaze carrying a hint of cold indifference. Upon hearing this, the paladin furrowed his brows, feeling a bit dazed. What the hell? What's going on? Why is this not going according to the script? Originally, Guan Yuan's plan was to play a straightforward game using cunning means to undermine the morale of the Zhengcheng Guild and the Zhenghai Alliance. If luck was on their side, they could even seize the only safe zone in this death swamp and establish a base camp. However, what Guan Yuan did not expect was that Su Chen, a level 60 professional, actually agreed to the PK match. One-on-one PK, LV60 versus LV75? Is there any chance of winning? It was unfathomable that Su Chen had accepted. Is it a trick? Guan Yuan, being a meticulous and cunning person, immediately furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought. Could it be that he is the second generation of a large guild in Zhenghai City? Or perhaps he is a professional from another city? Guan Yuan murmured thoughtfully. President, I estimate that he should be that recently trending top genius from Zhenghai City, Su Chen. Beside Guan Yuan, a rogue professional wrapped in a black cloak with a somewhat lewd appearance couldn't help but remind him. Su Chen? Guan Yuan's eyes lit up slightly. Are you saying that he is the one who tamed the undead bone dragon and learned several forbidden spells? Su Chen? There was a hint of inexplicable excitement in Guan Yuan's tone, and he then looked at the undead bone dragon, Alpha, carrying Chen Shuyan behind Su Chen. No wonder. Guan Yuan squinted slightly and couldn't help but laugh. He pointed at the undead bone dragon and said, no wonder. Not only is it Su Chen, but also that mount that looks like a golden dragon, with its attributes completely hidden from view. I thought it was some top guild second generation joining Bai Zhengcheng's hunting team. Turns out, it's just a little shrimp with strong talent. Hearing this, the extremely ugly rogue professional couldn't help but smirk. President, why don't we play alone and have a PK with that kid? I know the strength of that Storm Knight very well. He is a Dark Old level professional. Although he just joined our guild not long ago, the high critical damage he displayed while attacking the boss today truly shocked me. He can be said to be no weaker than a level 80 professional. This rogue, wrapped in a black cloak, was clearly Guan Yuan's think tank and immediately provided an objective analysis. After hearing his words, Guan Yuan nodded thoughtfully and patted the rogue's shoulder, saying, "Well done. With you here, our Yuan guild can be steady and secure. I trust you, let's proceed with what you said." Guan Yuan squinted his eyes again, looking at the undead bone dragon, his gaze containing a hint of elusive greed. He had his eyes on the undead bone dragon. After all, it had a hero-level bloodline strength and such a flashy appearance, identical to a golden dragon. If one were to say, this undead bone dragon mount was probably rarer than Guan Yuan's Earthwalker dragon. "If I can tame this giant dragon mount." Guan Yuan smiled slyly. "President, I understand." The rogue professional coughed lightly twice, quickly nodded, and then gave Guan Yuan a look before taking small steps towards Su Chen. "Our president said that if there are rewards, betting is quite normal, and our Yuan guild is very much in agreement. However," the rogue professional revealed. A hint of a cunning smile cleared his throat and loudly said again, "We are all top guilds, and you are all prominent figures. Since we are going to play, let's make it a big one, otherwise, how boring." At this point, the sycophant glanced at all the members of the Shanghai Alliance hunting team and shouted, "The stakes! Our Yuan guild is willing to put up a hero-level bloodline, strength dragon mount, the Earthwalker tyrant, and a dark gold-level top-tier weapon, the silver dragon spear. If you lose, you will give up the camp and hand over that undead bone dragon. And if we lose, silver dragon spear and earth tyrant dragon as a bet, all of them are yours." As the words of the rogue professional fell, everyone in Su Chen's hunting team was momentarily stunned. Then, a wave of uproar erupted. "Damn it! How shameless can you be, wanting to play big? Damn, the level difference is over 10 levels, this PK is inherently unfair, and you still want to bet such a high stake? Are you out of your mind? How come every member of the Yuan guild is the same? Can't you think a little? Who wants to play like this? To hell with you. Skeletal dragon as a bet? Are you an idiot? Do you think a skeletal dragon mount is that easy to get? Cunning. Truly shameless. I've never seen such a brazen person. Don't waste your breath with them, just start fighting." "Exactly, what's the point of talking? I see the Yuan guild just wants to take over the camp for free and also wants to snatch the mount. No matter what you think, I can only say sorry to the two major guilds, Eternal and Kanghun. I really want to fight the Yuan guild today, even if I don't get the ultimate reward from the dungeon in the end, it doesn't matter, I just want to vent this anger." In the hunting team, many professionals were furious, especially the members of the Journey Guild, whose tempers exploded in an instant. How to say it? Su Chen's willingness to agree to a one-on-one PK was already helping the Journey Guild stand up. All the guild members were extremely grateful to Su Chen. However, the Yuan guild wanted to bully them? In this inherently unfair PK duel, they still wanted to stack such high stakes? The skeletal dragon mount was something even ordinary A-level guilds didn't have. How could it be so recklessly used as a bet? It was simply shameless to the extreme. Although Su Chen had indeed killed a level 74 Death Knight boss, today that was with the entire hunting team providing comprehensive protection, and several priestesses even cast a health aura on him. In the eyes of the Journey Guild members, Su Chen was indeed strong. In a one-on-one situation, he had the chance to kill a boss over 70 levels. However, he was only level 60. After a whole day of intense fighting, if he accidentally lost this PK, the loss would be significant. The hard-won hero-level dragon, the skeletal dragon, would just be handed over? Wasn't that taking advantage of someone in danger? What's wrong? Can't speak, are you scared? The rogue professional from the Yuan guild raised an eyebrow, looking at Su Chen and the members of the Journey Guild with a playful expression. If all the professionals from Shanghai City are this cowardly, then forget it, wanting to play for stakes but not daring to raise them. TSK, it's really laughable. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Zhengqing's expression turned furious. The professionals from the Journey Guild raised their weapons, ready to charge. "Fine. I agree." Su Chen replied with an indifferent expression, showing no sign of emotion. However, a cold laugh escaped his heart. How to say it? The lackey of the Yuan Guild was indeed an excellent think tank, directly voicing Su Chen's inner thoughts. He was indeed planning to use the skeletal dragon as a bet. After all, what Su Chen wanted was precisely the hero-level dragon mount from the Yuan Guild. Accepted? However, upon hearing Su Chen's straightforward response, the rogue professional standing in front of the Yuan Guild couldn't help but furrow his brow. "President, I suspect there's a trick here. That guy Su Chen, who can make Qingbei University value him so much, must have his own trump card. The strength he displayed in the city-level competition is probably just the tip of the iceberg." Seeing Su Chen respond so calmly, he felt uneasy. The thief from the Yuan Guild once again took small, quick steps and ran to Guan Yuan's side, quietly asking, "How about we be a bit more cautious? I heard that Su Chen Guy has a hero-level weapon, and maybe that's why he's so confident. If we don't let him use his hero-level weapon during the duel, it should be more stable. At this point, the thief leaned closer to Guan Yuan's ear and whispered again, our Storm Knight, although only level 75, can unleash attack power comparable to an 85 level professional. He has used several power attribute gems. If we prevent Su Chun from using his hero-level weapon and we hold back a bit, the odds should be over 90%. Guan Yuan's eyes brightened slightly. He couldn't help but exclaim, good. Fellow, you really are something. Alright, let's do it that way. If they don't accept, then we'll just be shameless. With Bai Jingqing's temperament, I believe we won't suffer today. Guan Yuan raised his chin, so excited he could hardly speak. It was as if he could already see himself obtaining the undead bone dragon mount, his heart racing with excitement. How should he put it? Guan Yuan understood Bai Jingqing's character very well and was also clear about Bai Jingqing's current situation. No matter how this grudge played out today, Bai Jingqing would end up at a disadvantage. If he declared an all-out war against the Yuan Guild and tore their relationship apart, Bai Jingqing would definitely face suppression from other guilds and the Guardian Corps. In Zhonghai City, after all, he had caused them to miss a valuable opportunity. Not gaining any benefits in the Undead Canyon dungeon would all be blamed on Bai Jingqing. However, if Bai Jingqing swallowed his pride and ceded part of the camp to the Yuan Guild, he could still make some moves later at night. Not only could he suppress the hunting group in Zhonghai City, but he might even take advantage of the chaos to loot some high-level weapons from the professionals. Anyway, whatever cunning tactics he could use, he would. It was clearly a blatant scheme. Alright, President, then I'll say it that way. After receiving Guan Yuan's permission, the thief swaggered back to the front of the hunting group, cleared his throat a couple of times, and spoke again for the sake of fairness. In this PK match, we need to establish a rule that neither side can use hero-level weapons, only weapons below hero level, to ensure fairness, justice, and transparency. The sycophant said these words without a hint of shame. Immediately, he glanced at Su Chen and the professionals behind him in Zhonghai City. I'll be damned. You bastard. A female knight from the hunting group immediately tossed her long hair back and shouted angrily at the Yuan Guild. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you, claiming it's for fairness. Why don't you look at what you're saying? Su Xiao is only level 60, he can't use hero level weapons? Then why don't you just force him to downgrade? Wouldn't that be fairer? The female knight's words instantly vented the anger of the professionals in the hunting group, who all chimed in. That's right. Yuan Guild are indeed all in the same pit, so cunning. Let's give this lady knight a round of applause. Damn, she hit a nail on the head. What kind of name is Yuan Guild? Just change it. Next time you can call yourselves the Shithead Guild. It's barely dark, and you're already daydreaming. I really want to slap that thief. What's going on? Is there really such a shameless person in Jiangnan province? As the old saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Professionals can have their means, but at least be a decent person. No hero-level weapons? Is it possible to use epic-level weapons? Damn it, I really want to cast a fireball spell and smash this group of bastards. What do you mean by shameless? This is shameless. If it weren't for considering the big picture, I would have charged in already. Although I'm a member of the Eternal Guild, this time, I also want to join the fight. The other side is truly disgusting. The hot-tempered female knight not only failed to make the other professionals present feel any dissatisfaction. On the contrary, her outburst of anger instantly lifted the spirits of everyone in the hunting team of Zhonghai City. Moreover, some members from the Eternal Guild and the Kanghun Guild had already begun to entertain the idea of joining the Journey Guild and going head-to-head with the Yuan Guild. How should I put it? It was indeed too damn disgusting. Okay. However, what no one expected was that amidst the curses, Su Chen still responded with a blank expression. He even lazily yawned. What the hell? In an instant, the Yuan Guild was left dumbfounded. And the epic level paladin, Guan Yuan, couldn't help but furrow his brows, momentarily at a loss for words. So confident? Guan Yuan's brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. President. Beside Guan Yuan, the Storm Knight who was about to participate in the duel suddenly revealed a bottle of purple potion from his pocket, which was the blood-burning potion that could grant professionals a significant boost in attack power for a short time. The side effects were severe. However, it could allow professionals to unleash an attack power and attributes far beyond their usual capabilities in an instant. Nice. Seeing the Storm Knight's subtle action, Guan Yuan's eyes lit up, almost excitedly slapping his thigh. Since we've agreed, let's get the duel started quickly. Don't waste any more time. Guan Yuan waved his cross spear, ignoring the uproar from the Journey Guild professionals, and loudly said, in the Undead Canyon dungeon, once it hits midnight, the number of undead monsters will multiply several times. If anyone Delays important matters, that means they are at odds with me, Huan Yuan. Then, Huan Yuan pretended to glance at the Storm Knight beside him and asked, Lin Feng, are you ready? Ready, President, don't worry, I will definitely win. The Storm Knight named Lin Feng nodded with determination. Good. I declare the duel to begin. Huan Yuan laughed loudly, not caring about the opinions of the Shanghai City Alliance hunting team, urging Lin Feng to step forward for the PK. Su Xiao? Why not think it over a bit more? I'm worried they might use tricks. I know the Yuani Guild style too well, there's likely a scheme. Bai Zhengchun leaned closer to Su Chen, concerned. Why not just forget it? No need. Su Chen calmly refused, smiling at Bai Zhengcheng as he said, President Bai, you might not understand my strength very well. Just watch closely. Bai Zhengcheng was taken aback. Handsome. Little brother, if you really encounter something unusual, don't fight to the death, just come back. Behind the skeletal dragon, Chen Shuyan also solemnly advised. With me here, no one can do anything to you. Okay, I understand. Su Chen nodded slightly and walked towards the open space ahead. There, the Storm Knight was already prepared for the duel. At that moment, Bai Zhengcheng took a deep breath, looking worriedly in Su Chen's direction, murmuring, I wonder if there will be any problems this time. I hope. The final result is the same as what Su Xiao said. In all likelihood, Su Chen can win. President Bai, there's no need to worry so much. Chen Shuyan saw Bai Zhengcheng's worried expression and smiled lightly, saying, I know very well his strength. Perhaps the upcoming duel will leave you, President Bai, utterly astonished. Bai Zhengcheng was once again taken aback. Completely bewildered. He knew who Chen Shuyan was, an archmage from the capital, a senior theoretical course instructor at Qingbei University. What she said was undoubtedly credible. However, what puzzled Bai Zhengcheng was that after a day of intense battles, Su Chen still had the confidence to face a level 75 Storm Knight in a one-on-one PK? Even to win. Was this really just a high school student? At level 60? With this thought, Bai Zhengcheng couldn't help but take a few deep breaths, feeling as if his brain was about to crash. There was nothing he could do now. The only thing he could do was quietly watch the PK between Su Chen and the Storm Knight. I hope it goes smoothly, Bai Zhengcheng prayed. How should he put it? Su Chen was stepping up for the entire hunting team. Even for the past grievances with Bai Zhengcheng, no matter what, Bai Zhengcheng felt grateful towards Su Chen. It would be fine if they won this PK. If they lost and Su Chen had to pay for a dead spirit bone dragon mount, Bai Zhengcheng would definitely feel guilty. No matter what, he had to compensate Su Chen. Even if it meant emptying the entire treasury of the Zhengcheng Guild, he had to cover the loss of the dead spirit bone dragon. Let's begin. Stepping into the open area, Su Chen still looked lazy, clearly not taking the Storm Knight seriously. He waved his hand and removed his hero-level armor, Guardian of the Holy Law. In addition, he also took off the Dawn Blade and Holy Song, Storm Dragon Spear. Of course, the entry reward from the Golden Rose Guild, Holy Light Silver Feather, and the Class Change Feedback Death's Forbidden Belt, all of these were hero-level equipment. Su Chen removed them one by one. This scene left everyone gasping in shock. Damn it! Who would believe that a level 60 professional could wear so many hero-level weapons? Even those top-tier second-generation elites from the capital probably didn't have such extravagance. He could be considered the pinnacle of level 60 professionals. I've removed all hero-level weapons and equipment, you can start now. After taking off all his weapons, Su Chen looked at the Storm Knight in front of him and said calmly. However, in front of everyone, this level 75 knight suddenly pulled out a purple potion from his pocket and drank it in one gulp. Blood-burning potion? In an instant, everyone in the Shanghai City hunting team was stunned. That's the blood-burning potion, a high-level potion that can enhance a professional's attributes and even allow for a rapid level increase in a short time. Damn! The Yuani Guild actually used something like this? In the Shanghai City hunting team, a senior alchemist recognized the potion's effects as soon as Lin Feng took it out and explained loudly. What the hell? How shameless! What happened to fairness and justice? They just used a potion, right? Su Xiao even removed his hero-level weapons? Yet they used the blood-burning potion? If I remember correctly, using the blood-burning potion can cause some irreversible damage to the professional with significant side effects. I didn't expect these guys to go to such lengths just to get the dead spirit bone dragon. Headache, a complete scheming villain. Hurry and call off the match. This duel itself is unfair. Even if Su Xiao is strong, he could still flip the tables. What about Instructor Chen? She won't remain indifferent in this situation, right? No matter what, Su Xiao is also half a student of Qingbei University now. Are they crazy? They've even used the blood-burning potion. What kind of game is this? Su Xiao's level was already 10 levels lower, and with the blood-burning potion, that Storm Knight opposite him could probably advance to the fourth transition on the spot. Level 90 and level 60? That's a full 30 levels higher. Damn it, this is going to be a big deal. If something happens to Su Xiao in the Undead Canyon dungeon, I estimate that all the prominent universities across the country will be furious. Such a good talent, if he really dies halfway in the hands of the Yuan Guild, the top professionals will go crazy. Instructor Chen, hurry up and stop that Storm Knight. As the pharmacist's voice rang out, the hunting team in Zhenghai City erupted. Everyone was furious on the spot. It must be said that the professionals from the Yuan Guild were quite shameless. They initially agreed to a fair duel. Su Chen had already put down his hero-level weapon. However, they were using the blood-burning potion, willing to suffer permanent damage to win this PK duel. One can imagine how despicable their thoughts were. Su Chen. At the same time, Chen Shuyan, behind the skeletal dragon, frowned slightly. She called out to Su Chen, about to unleash the power of a level 400 professional. But at that moment, Su Chen raised his voice in response. The match continues. Everyone, watch closely. This strike will be very cool, Su Chen said expressionlessly. Then, he took out his blade of black snow, a silver level weapon. Su Chen's voice echoed throughout the hunting team. Not only did the professionals from Zhenghai City hear it clearly, but even all the professionals from the Yuan Guild heard it. Suddenly, everyone in the wild grassland was slightly stunned, a bit dazed. A silver level weapon? This strike will be very cool? What was going on? While everyone was confused, the Storm Knight, named Lin Feng, had completely downed the bottle of purple blood burning potion. His entire body was covered in a layer of light purple glow. His level skyrocketed. In just a moment, he was forcibly raised from level 75 to level 90. This brief level increase would only last a few minutes, but the cost was a permanent drop in his four-dimensional attributes. At this moment, the Storm Knight grinned, his expression filled with an uncontrollable madness. Die. With a silver-level weapon, a level 60 professional. You think you can win against me? Lin Feng laughed loudly. The next moment, he charged directly at Su Chen, his spear spinning wildly, producing a series of clang sounds as it tore through the air howling under the spear's assault. Meanwhile, Su Chen remained still. Instead, he casually waved his hand. In an instant, a vast expanse of golden flames appeared above Lin Feng's head. Death's Spark. This was an exclusive boss skill that Su Chen had plundered from the Death Knight, and it was the only skill of the Death Knight. Once released, it could summon a sky full of sparks. Even without using a staff to trigger it, it could still deal extremely high critical damage. The sky full of sparks trembled slightly, then directly fell onto Lin Feng, leaving behind clear curse marks. Let's see how strong the Death Knight's exclusive boss skill is. Su Chen smiled softly. The most obvious advantage of this skill was that it could put the targeted victim into a silenced state. In simple terms, as long as the target was marked by the Spark's curse mark, once Su Chen crushed the mark, the Storm Knight would lose his ability to act and be petrified in place. And in the silenced state, Su Chen could unleash unimaginably high critical damage. The Storm Knight was like a lamb, waiting to be slaughtered, completely at Su Chen's mercy. Godly step. Demon body. Su Chen took a deep breath. Once again, he unleashed two exclusive skills, one that could make his agility soar wildly in a short time, and another that could make his physique as powerful as that of a flame-winged demon, granting him superhuman hearing and senses, plunging him into a state of exhilaration. In this confrontation, Su Chen was ready to strike with lethal precision, determined to crush the spirit of the Yuan Guild, and show them what it meant to be a god of death. With a clang, the death wings behind Su Chen unfurled in an instant, propelling him at incredible speed directly in front of Lin Feng. The sky was filled with sparks of fire, continuously flying towards Lin Feng. Each time they landed, they left behind a large area of cursed marks. At that moment, the Storm Knight's eyes widened in horror. Although the cursed marks had not yet been crushed, he could still launch an attack on Su Chen. However, beneath the web of cursed patterns, Lin Feng felt an intense premonition rising within him. Perhaps this time he would die in a most disgraceful manner. Sure enough, with a loud bang, all the cursed marks were crushed by Su Chen, and Lin Feng was immediately hit by a series of high critical damage strikes. The Death Spark skill could deliver high spell critical hits, high physical critical hits, and high life steal effects. It countered skill releases and passive attributes. Although it was merely a dark gold level boss skill, its actual strength could reach hero level. Moreover, with a practitioner like Su Chen using it, his attack power was already extremely high, and after several accumulations, the damage from the spark marks was akin to a small earthquake. With a thunderous explosion, Lin Feng was pierced through by the shattered cursed marks. His health bar plummeted. Level 90? So what? In the face of absolute power, one could only stand there and take the beating. In silence, Lin Feng could only watch helplessly as his life points shattered like a broken wine bottle, all his health seeming to find an outlet, draining away rapidly until it fell below half. Impossible, absolutely impossible. What level are you? You haven't even completed your third class change. How could you have such high critical damage? Lin Feng was completely panicked. His eyes widened in terror, his jaw nearly dropping in shock. He opened his mouth and shouted incoherently. He tried to use the spear in his hand to block the skill damage, but he remained completely still, unable to break free from Su Chen's skill control. I said, this strike will be very cool, Su Chen said expressionlessly. His voice was very soft, only Lin Feng could hear it. Yet this voice was like a curse, making Lin Feng, the Storm Knight, wish he could find a hole to hide in. The fear of death had completely taken over him. Death execution. Su Chen raised the black snow blade high, leaping towards Lin Feng's head to strike down. This action was identical to how Su Chen had previously finished off the Death Knight boss, except the target was now a practitioner. However, if even a thick-blooded monster like the Death Knight couldn't withstand it, how could Lin Feng possibly block it? Knight's Shield. Lin Feng forced himself to cling to a shred of survival instinct and directly unleashed the exclusive skill of the Knight class. Ice blue shields appeared beside him, formed from light and water elements. It was a very ordinary basic skill. However, at level 90, the defense it presented was still quite decent. Unfortunately, Su Chen's death execution skill was plundered from the Death Knight. Yake, it had no other effects but the strongest one. It ignored defense and dealt true damage, while also gaining a 200% increase in base physical attack power. What does that mean? With Su Chen's physical attack power nearing 20,000, each strike could deal at least 60,000 points of physical damage. Moreover, death execution was not limited to just one release. Instead, it directly amplifies Su Chen's physical attack power. How many times he can swing his sword depends on Su Chen's agility points. As long as he is under the effect of the skill, he can swing his sword 100 times. Of course, Su Chen's agility points are not high, but that is enough. A level 90 player's health is not inferior to that of a boss monster. Even if Lin Feng used a blood-burning potion, his current health is only about 1 million points, and under the effect of the potion, his health is fluctuating continuously. It's very unstable. A dozen strikes are enough to empty Lin Feng's health bar. Moreover, Su Chen also has quite a few high-level equipment. Even if he removed all his hero-level weapons, he still has other dark gold-level equipment's attribute bonuses. With this strike, it's not just 60,000 points of physical attack. The damage is already close to 80,000 or 90,000 points. With a sizzle sound, it was as if something had shattered, and then, visibly, a damage value of 100,000 points appeared above Lin Feng's head. Then, another strike came down. With only half a health bar left, Lin Feng was like a chick being crushed and crit by Su Chen. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully killed the level 90 player Storm Knight, gaining 94,000 experience points. A cold notification echoed in Su Chen's mind. He instinctively frowned and muttered to himself, so little? A level 90 player, and the experience points are less than that of a level 74 Death Knight boss. Really pathetic. Su Chen yawned, his expression still lazy and comfortable. Although his voice was not loud, it stood out clearly in the quiet atmosphere. In an instant, everyone was petrified, staring in disbelief. Whether it was the players from Zhenghai City or the members of the Yuani Guild, they were all stunned. What the hell? Su Chen won? Su Chen indeed won. Moreover, it was a complete victory. A thorough and utter victory. The entire duel lasted no more than a minute. In fact, it was even less than half a minute. Su Chen defeated the Storm Knight as easily as crushing an ant, to the point that after it ended, he even mercilessly commented, "Too weak. Pathetically weak. Experience points less than a Death Knight boss?" At that moment, everyone was about to go crazy. However, the Zhenghai City hunting team was going mad with joy, while the Yuani Guild was on the verge of collapse. How to put it? Su Chen's victory meant that Guan Yuan had to hand over his hero-level giant dragon mount, and in addition, he had to give Su Chen a dark gold-level weapon, the Silver Dragon Spear. These two items, not to mention anything else, just the Silver Dragon Spear alone is worth a fortune. This is the ultimate boss weapon obtained by the former president of the Qing Shuan Guild from a hero-level dungeon. And now, he has to hand it over so easily. No. This isn't real. He's only level 60. How could he possibly defeat a level 90 Storm Knight using a blood-burning potion? At the same time, the paladin Guan Yuan was also dumbfounded, unable to help but open his mouth, his expression dazed as he said, "That kid must have used some trick. I knew it. Accepting the PK duel so easily, he must have kept a trump card." It's no exaggeration to say that Guan Yuan was about to explode with anger. His heart was racing wildly, almost about to break. If it weren't for the many Yuani Guild players present, he would have been unable to sit still. A gold-level weapon? Such high wear and tear. It's not even as good as my silver-level Black Snow Blade. What a garbage guild. With weapons like this, they're on the same level as A half-baked guild. In front of everyone, Su Chen yawned and grasped a spear that Lin Feng dropped upon his death. This spear.it was precisely the weapon that Lin Feng had just used. It had a decent grade. After a few more enhancements, it might even reach the dark gold level. As for the weapon's attributes, they were actually not bad. However, Su Chen's standards were too high. Such a golden weapon held no practical value in his eyes. After casually stating this, Su Chen tossed the golden weapon, which Lin Feng regarded as a treasure, onto the ground. Then, with a kick, he sent it flying towards the Shanghai hunting team. Whoever wants it, take it. It's up for grabs. A weapon of this level is useless to me. The attributes of my mount's golden armor are even stronger, Su Chen said with an indifferent expression. His face remained emotionless. With a snort, upon hearing Su Chen's nonchalant words, Guan Yuan from the Yuan Guild turned red in the face, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. This could no longer be called mockery. It was like pouring salt into Guan Yuan's wounds. The reason was simple. This golden weapon was a reward that Guan Yuan had given to Lin Feng. Originally, this weapon was indeed a good match for the Storm Knight class. However, after hearing Su Chen's remarks, Guan Yuan was almost driven to a stroke. Not as good as mount armor? Who the hell was this guy? Such arrogance. A golden weapon that even level 100 players could use. To Su Chen, it was like trash tossed aside. Even the young masters from Kyoto probably wouldn't be this extravagant, right? At the same time, the Shanghai City hunting team erupted in laughter, but it wasn't because they were angered by Su Chen's actions. Rather, they were amused by his subtle sarcasm. Everyone burst into boisterous laughter, and the atmosphere became much more lively. So satisfying. Damn it, Su Xiao is amazing. It has to be our Su Dexiao from Shanghai City. I've always been aloof and never recognized so-called genius players, but today, Su Xiao has completely won me over. I wholeheartedly acknowledge him as a true master. Wow. This is true youthful arrogance. This is absolutely insane. A storm player using a blood-burning potion reached level 90, while Su Xiao, only at level 60, still managed to secure a kill in half a minute. What is madness? This is pure madness. Dazzling. Top-tier skills. I can only describe everything that just happened like this. Hiss. I seriously suspect one thing now. If I face Su Xiao, could he also casually take me down like that? I originally thought Su Xiao was just here to gild himself in the Undead Canyon dungeon, but who would have thought he was a true big shot? Exactly. If I wasn't seeing things, Su Dexiao's attack just now used several boss skills. Flame Demon Body. Goes without saying, and the other skills seem to be exclusive to Death Knights. Death Knight? So that's how it is. I estimate that Su Xiao must be quite familiar with Death Knights, otherwise he couldn't have been so reckless, taking down the Death Knight leader in one go. No wonder, this explains everything. It's no exaggeration to say I was dumbfounded. Level 60 versus level 90, and it was still a one-hit kill. This is truly a dragon among men. I can only say that the times have changed. Now, it's the era of these top-tier monsters. Look at Guan Yuan's expression, it's making me laugh so hard. He was so arrogant just now, and now he's in such a miserable state. Hiss, how should I put it? I still prefer Guan Yuan's defiant expression from just now. Ha 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 ha. What about the epic paladin? Being bullied like this by Su Dexiao, I'm afraid that after today, the Yuan Guild won't be able to mix in Jiangnan province anymore. If this gets out, it would be too embarrassing. Right. I want to know one thing right now. Will Guan Yuan shamelessly break the contract? If he doesn't give that hero-level dragon mount and that dark gold level silver dragon spear, I will definitely skin him alive today. Since we've won, he should hurry up and hand over the items. Ecstasy. Celebration. Excitement. At this moment, the Shanghai hunting team was filled with laughter and joy. Being able to witness such a magnificent duel was a visual feast for them. And Su Chen's perfect victory also brought great relief to the professionals present in Shanghai City. They vented their frustrations. It felt exhilarating. Now, everyone was only concerned about one thing: would Guan Yuan, this epic level paladin, break the contract? If he defaults, then today would definitely lead to a guild war. No doubt about it. The hero-level dragon mount and the dark gold level knight spear are both of considerable value. For an A-level guild, this is already a level that can declare war. If Guan Yuan wants to default today, the Eternal Guild, the Kanghun Guild, and the Imperial Guard, the professionals from these three major powers might not be clear about it. However, the professionals from the Zhengcheng Guild would definitely stand on the same front as Su Chen forever. After all, Su Chen initially stepped up for them. Now, they should also fight for Su Chen. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully completed the selection, and the reward has been issued. The cold notification echoed in Su Chen's mind, and he slightly narrowed his eyes, feeling a surge of joy inside. Not bad, the epic level bloodline potion is in hand. Su Chen thought to himself, now I just need that hero level. Earth Dragon. If Alpha devours this dragon's bloodline, it can guarantee a class evolution to the epic level on par with the destructive black dragon from the Winter Dungeon. With this thought, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. Forget about the Storm Knight's skills, after all, he's just a dark gold level professional and his level is average. Moreover, the exclusive skills of professionals aren't particularly impressive. Even if I plunder them, they would be useless. However, after thinking for a moment, Su Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. No need. It seems I can also plunder. Su Chen pondered. This guy is using blood-burning potions against me. Shouldn't I clear all his skills? With this thought, Su Chen directly activated the plunder. The cost of professional skills was quite cheap. After all, the strength of skills is not as good as boss skills. Furthermore, dark gold level skills naturally cannot compare with hero level skills. Therefore, Su Chen spent very little experience points to plunder all of Lin Feng's skills. Then, in an instant, they transformed into skill books. Not bad. All the skill books of the Storm Knight profession. Su Chen squinted slightly and couldn't help but smile. With so many skills, if I sell them to high-level knight professionals, I should be able to exchange them for quite a few monster resources. A little windfall. Su Chen felt quite pleased. Then, he looked towards the direction of the Yuan Yi Guild. He still spoke expressionlessly. Your Yuan Yi Guild is indeed a small hunting team. The strength of your members is very weak. Alright, hand over your hero-level dragon mount. And the dark gold level top-tier weapon, the silver dragon spear that you mentioned earlier. Su Chen's gaze fixed on Guan Yuan, the paladin, showing no signs of nervousness but rather a hint of playful amusement. At this moment, upon hearing Su Chen's words, Guan Yuan was furious. Do you know who you're talking to? I am the president of the Yuan Yi Guild in Yannan City. How dare you speak to me like this? How many levels are you at to be so arrogant? Guan Yuan's voice echoed through the hunting team. Su Chen frowned immediately. What you mean is, you don't want to give the dragon mount? And you don't want to give the silver dragon spear weapon? Su Chen completely ignored Guan Yuan's nonsense and directly grasped the key point, voicing Guan Yuan's thoughts. I never said that. It's just that. Guan Yuan squinted slightly, looking at Su Chen with a mischievous smile. I think you just cheated. This duel doesn't count. As soon as he finished speaking, Guan Yuan imitated Su Chen's earlier yawn, wearing a nonchalant expression. It was as if even if he were to renege on the deal and not give the dragon mount, Su Chen couldn't do anything about it. Doesn't count? Su Chen frowned slightly, looking at Guan Yuan. Yes. Guan Yuan smiled faintly, revealing his signature disgusting expression. So what? Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. Then, Dawn Blade. Su Chen waved his hand, and the Dawn Blade he had just disarmed returned to his grasp. The extinguished body of the flame demon reignited. Su Chen resumed his state as the flame-winged demon, his entire body engulfed in golden flames. In an instant, he shot towards Guan Yuan, the Holy Knight. Like an arrow, for a moment, the entire venue was dumbfounded. What the hell? What is Su Xiao trying to do? On the side of the Shanghai hunting team, Bai Zhengcheng was stunned when he saw Su Chen erupt, his weapon trembling in his hand, almost slipping from his grip. At the same time, Chen Shuyan, behind the skeletal dragon, couldn't help but be slightly startled. Her reaction was faster than all the other professionals present. After all, she was a level 400 mage. Her mental strength was very high. In an instant, Chen Shuyan gathered countless elemental dust around her. The scattered elemental power crazily converged towards her, ready to transform into powerful professional skills, enveloping the Yuan Yi Guild. Is this senior mage from Qingbei University finally going to make a move? Seeing Chen Shuyan's aura suddenly change, Bai Jingqing's pupils constricted sharply, instinctively murmuring. Others were unclear. As the president of the Zhengcheng Guild among the three giants of Shanghai, Bai Zhengcheng was very aware of Chen Shuyan's true strength. Level 400. Epic Professional. Forbidden Spell Mage. Indeed. Chen Shuyan became a theoretical mage at Qingbei University at such a young age, and she was the most authoritative theoretical mage. Her qualifications and professional potential were naturally not weak. She was a true master of forbidden spells. Her understanding of skills and forbidden spells was unimaginably powerful. At this moment, the elemental lights flickering around Chen Shuyan could instantly transform into a devastating forbidden spell, not to mention instantly eliminating all professionals of the Yuan Yi Guild. However, it could easily cause Guan Yuan, the Holy Knight, to die on the spot without a chance to resist. Instructor Chen, is this already a murderous intent? Bai Zhengcheng suddenly felt the elemental light in Chen Shuyan's hand brighten. That power exceeding the intensity of an ordinary forbidden spell. It was enough to unleash a terrifying forbidden spellstorm. This was not a threat. It was a true killing move capable of instantly destroying the entire wilderness and even burning down the surrounding forest. Su Xiao's qualifications are terrifying to such an extent that he would make a senior mage from Qingbei offend the Yuan Yi Guild for him? Bai Zhangqing swallowed hard, countless terrifying thoughts flashing through his mind. How to put it? Although Chen Shuyan could easily kill Guan Yuan and could crush all members of the Yuan Yi Guild with ease, however, in a world where everyone could change professions, at least in the Great Xia Dragon Kingdom, one cannot execute professionals at will. Even someone as prominent as Chen Shuyan cannot casually wipe out a large guild. If Chen Shuyan were to do this for Su Chen today, she would likely face a joint trial from countless SS level and even SSS level guilds. There's even a possibility that she could be expelled from Qingbei University. A life and death duel accepted by both parties, a one-on-one PK, is permissible. However, a high-level professional crushing a low-level professional, such one-sided oppression is not allowed by the professional association. This behavior would be classified as red name. Once labeled as red name, Chen Shuyan would be hunted by various guilds, even facing bounties. Of course, given Chen Shuyan's status, backed by the president of Qingbei University and being a top-tier professional, a rare forbidden spell mage in the country, perhaps she could ultimately remain unscathed. However, even so, risking so much for a level 60 professional is rather suspicious. Could it be? Bai Zhangqing's heart suddenly trembled twice, filled with an indescribable shock. Could it be that the talent and strength Su Xiao has shown so far are merely the tip of the iceberg, that he possesses even greater power, prompting Chen Shuyan to go to such lengths to protect him, even making Qingbei University spare no effort to ensure his safety? A bolder thought formed in Bai Zhangqing's mind. Su Chen came to the Undead Canyon dungeon. A forbidden spell mage, a level 400 god following him. Perhaps this was not merely Chen Shuyan's personal idea, but rather the intention of Qingbei University. In other words, this top-tier prestigious university, comparable to SS-level guilds and even SSS-level guilds, would go to such lengths for a level 60 professional. Whether it's Su Chen's true strength or his still undisclosed potential, it likely far exceeds the imagination of Bai Zhangqing and all professionals in Zhonghai City. What kind of monstrous genius could attract such attention from a leading force like Qingbei University? Bai Zhangqing gasped several times, his brain nearly crashing, leaving him in a daze. Meanwhile, Su Chen had already rushed in front of Guan Yuan, the body of the flame demon, fully unleashed. The golden flames enveloping Su Chen made him look like a terrifying demon crawling out of the abyss. His fierce appearance, along with the dawn blade that sent chills down everyone's spine, left all the professionals present dumbfounded. Su Chen? He actually made a move against a level 300 paladin? This is just too insane. However, the reality was laid bare before everyone. A massive golden dragon suddenly soared from the dawn blade in Su Chen's hand, shooting straight into the sky. The next moment, it charged directly towards the paladin. Forbidden spell, Dawn. Not only that, but a wave of black mist also spread out behind Su Chen, with a blood-red full moon hanging high in the sky. The temperature around them dropped significantly in an instant. Forbidden spell, Black Tide Moon. Hiss. Su Chen unleashed two forbidden spells in succession. All the professionals were momentarily stunned. Having just killed a Storm Knight and completed a high-intensity monster grind during the day, Su Chen still had enough mana to cast forbidden spells? Not just one, but two forbidden spells simultaneously. This is just too monstrous. Chant the holy song of the divine, let the dawn arrive. Under everyone's gaze, Su Chen softly murmured a spell while his body surged towards Guan Yuan at an incredible speed. Forbidden spell, Epic War. 3 forbidden spells, all activated at once. Target epic level paladin Guan Yuan. At this moment, Su Chen directly unleashed his strongest killing move, the 3 forbidden spells. With 10 times the mana, he indeed had enough confidence to activate these 3 spells. Moreover, he could add one more thing. Killer God Throne. Su Chen's eyes shone with a golden hue as he released this unique item belonging to the Killer God class. The Throne. In front of the professional big shots of Zhonghai City and all the members of the Yuan Yi Guild, Su Chen activated his exclusive item for the first time. Rather than an item, the Killer God Throne resembled an unrestricted weapon of mass destruction. In the sky covered by black mist, a throne that looked like gold suddenly appeared. Noble, sacred, dominant. It did not seem like an item but rather a divine artifact imbued with the power of a deity. It was terrifying. Beneath its exaggerated and explosive appearance, a surge of power emanated from within the throne, sending chills down the spines of all professionals present. Of course, the Killer God Throne itself was an innate weapon of the Killer God class, filled with brutality and slaughter. Its appearance signified the fall of life. When Su Chen first turned into a professional, he could rely on the throne to instantly crush a high-level boss in a silver dungeon. And now, at level 60, as Su Chen activated the Killer God Throne again, the power unleashed might have already surpassed that of a 100-level professional. What is this guy trying to do? Does he think that by killing a level 90 Storm Knight he can take action against me, a paladin? At this moment, Guan Yuan's eyes widened in terror, and a glance at the dazzling light of the forbidden spells made his heart race. Although he still looked down on Su Chen, the simultaneous activation of 3 forbidden spells and the intensity of the attack made even him feel apprehensive. Instinctively, Guan Yuan shook the spear in his hand, and the ice blue patterns carved on its surface burst forth in an instant. The weapon's passive skill was fully activated. At the same time, Guan Yuan softly chanted a few incantations. Beside him, countless hard shields formed a barrier firmly protecting him. As for the mount beneath Guan Yuan, a hero-class bloodline Earth Tyrannosaurus, it was not idle either. It raised its head and let out a loud dragon roar, its fiery patterns igniting in an instant as if activating the bloodline of a dragon. The fiery patterns slowly blossomed, forming a powerful defensive magic array. Like a shield, it protected Guan Yuan. Seeking death. Guan Yuan gritted his teeth, and after ensuring his own defense, he frowned and looked at Su Chen, thrusting his cross spear forward. He charged towards Su Chen on the Earth Tyrannosaurus. This was a murderous intent directed at Su Chen. Not good. Bai Zhengqing's expression changed dramatically. He understood the paladin class well and, of course, knew Guan Yuan's temperament. After all, they used to be in the same guild. Bai Zhengqing immediately saw through Guan Yuan's intentions. He was going to eliminate Su Chen on the spot, a level 300 epic paladin attacking a level 60 high school professional. Who was strong and who was weak? Perhaps it didn't need much consideration. Even if Su Chen was a descendant of the mage god, it would be difficult for him to deal with a paladin over 200 levels higher. Without thinking much, Bai Zhengqing rushed towards Su Chen's direction, wanting to intercept Guan Yuan's full-force strike. However, Chen Shuyan's forbidden spell appeared above Guan Yuan's head first. Forbidden spell, Ice and Snow World. Under everyone's gaze, Guan Yuan, the paladin, was directly covered by a sky full of ice and snow, frozen in place, unable to move. Who is she? Hiss. That is forbidden spell, Ice and Snow World. As Chen Shuyan made her move, all the professionals from the Yuani Guild focused their attention on her direction. Completely stunned, they did not expect that the Zhanghai hunting group actually had such a significant figure hidden within. Forbidden spell. Ice and Snow. This was no ordinary forbidden spell. It was a presence that had been included in the top-tier forbidden spells catalog of the National Library. This forbidden spell was truly a top-level forbidden spell. Incredibly rare, precious, sacred, expensive. And the difficulty of learning it was comparable to climbing to the heavens. The time required to learn this forbidden spell was equivalent to learning a normal forbidden spell multiplied by 10. Unexpectedly, within the Zhanghai hunting group, there was actually a master of forbidden spells? Meanwhile, compared to the reactions of the members of the Yuani Guild, Guan Yuan was even more shocked. At that moment, he was completely frozen, losing all ability to move. Even his heroic level dragon mount was frozen, resembling a perfect work of art, completely encased in a massive block of ice under the effect of the forbidden spell. Ice and snow. No, this is bad. Guan Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted, and he even gasped in shock, his teeth chattering. How is this possible? How could there be such a presence in Zhanghai City? Guan Yuan felt like he was about to go insane. This was a top-level forbidden spell. A practitioner capable of unleashing such a powerful forbidden spell must be at least level 400. Simply put, the Zhanghai City hunting group at this moment had the ability to easily kill him. Of course, what terrified Guan Yuan the most was not Chen Shuyan's forbidden spell, but the figure of Su Chen, who was continuously magnifying before his eyes. 3 forbidden spells activated simultaneously. Behind Su Chen, there loomed an incredibly massive and sacred throne, like a golden sun rising slowly. This is bad. A premonition of death surged wildly in Guan Yuan's heart. Although the forbidden spells Su Chen displayed were merely 2 entry-level forbidden spells and 1 advanced forbidden spell, the power unleashed under Su Chen's terrifying attack power attributes was already comparable to the strength of 3 advanced forbidden spells. Guan Yuan was well aware of his own strength. Indeed, he was very strong. However, his health points were only a few million. If he truly received Su Chen's wave of frenzied attacks, it would be hard to withstand. Even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. Sure enough, the next moment, a sound of shattering echoed, and Guan Yuan, who was frozen, was completely enveloped by the power of the forbidden spell. Minus 500,000. Forbidden spell. Holy damage. Minus 600,000. Forbidden spell. Holy damage. Minus 700,000. Forbidden spell. Holy damage. Frantic high critical damage erupted from above Guan Yuan's head. The total damage reached over 1 million points. It was infinitely close to 2 million points of damage. Hiss. In an instant, all members of the Yuani Guild were petrified. On the spot. And the Zhanghai City hunting group, where Su Chen was completely stunned. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Terrifying. Too terrifying. 2 million points of total damage? This level of damage had far exceeded that of a 100-level practitioner. It could be said that the attack power Su Chen was unleashing now made all the practitioners present feel a hint of the threat of death. No matter who it was, at that moment, a great earthquake surged in their hearts, and their hearts raced wildly. With a pop, blood splattered. After the frenzied attacks of the 3 forbidden spells, Su Chen did not stop. Instead, he raised the Dawn Blade in his hand and charged at Guan Yuan, swinging his blade madly. Each strike brought with it an extremely terrifying, high critical damage. Skill, Death Execution. Every strike from Su Chen was not an ordinary attack but used a Golden Boss exclusive. Skill, doubling the attack power, raising the total attack power to 3 times the level under the terrifying enhancements. Of the forbidden spells Epic War and Skill, Body of the Flame Demon, Su Chen's physical attack power far exceeded the strongest damage he had unleashed during his earlier duel with Lin Feng. Moreover, at this moment, the weapon Su Chen held was not the silver-grade Black Snow Blade but a true hero-grade weapon, the Blade of Dawn. 700 points of strength, 2,000 points of physical attack, 5,000 points of physical critical hit. When accounting for the effects of other equipment and passive skills, a single strike from Su Chen could deal over 200,000 points of physical damage. The critical hit effect exceeded 300,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully triggered the passive skill of hero-grade equipment, Blade of Dawn Armor Break. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully triggered the passive skill of hero-grade equipment, Blade of Dawn Dawn. As the cold notification sound fell, the 2 top-tier equipment passive skills were activated. A dazzling holy light inexplicably appeared in Su Chen's attack, while the armor on Guan Yuan suddenly dimmed. Under the effects of the 2 passive skills, Su Chen's attack could ignore a portion of the paladin's defense, directly inflicting holy damage. At the same time, Guan Yuan was also affected by the Dawn passive skill, his body stiffening once more, unable to move, entering a 3-second silent state. During this process, he also suffered additional spell damage, continuously losing health. Minus 400,000 points. Armor Break. High critical hit. Minus 500,000 points. Armor Break. High critical hit. Minus 600,000 points. Armor Break. Triple critical hit. Over 1 million points of health poured out like a flood, causing Guan Yuan's health bar to empty by a small fraction in an instant. At this moment, the entire arena was deathly silent. All the professionals were nearly suffocating, no one daring to make even the slightest sound. The only thing present was the rhythmic and heavy sound of heartbeats, stifling and powerful. Shocked, stunned, blank-minded. Who could have imagined that after all 3 forbidden spells were activated, Su Chen would once again unleash the Death Execution skill, replicating the combat method used to kill the Storm Knight on the Paladin. And this time, the critical hit damage presented completely shattered the worldview of all the professionals present. A level 60 high school student could actually deal over 1 million points of physical damage in just a few seconds. And prior to this, Su Chen had already used forbidden spells to wipe out nearly 2 million points of Guan Yuan's health, a total of 3 million health points. If it were a mage professional, their health bar would have likely been emptied by now. In other words, if we only consider attack power, Su Chen already possessed the strength to kill a level 300 professional powerhouse. Level 60? Level 300? This is just too insane. No. At the same time, Guan Yuan's pupils dilated, his eyes filled with fear and shock. At this moment, he was still covered in a layer of faint frost. That was the freezing effect presented by Qin Shuyan's forbidden spell, Ice and Snow World. After Su Chen's frenzied attacks, Guan Yuan had lost the arrogance he had just moments ago, his expression now one of utter panic. He desperately shook his body, hoping to break free from the control of the forbidden spell. Finally, with a puff, under the effect of the paladin's exclusive talent, the frost covering Guan Yuan's body trembled and finally fell away. He took a deep breath of foul air, glaring at Su Chen, and shouted, seeking death. Do you think you have the right to attack me just because you killed the Storm Knight? As his words fell, Guan Yuan gasped several times, greedily inhaling fresh air, filling his already exhausted lungs with oxygen. In an instant, his consciousness became clear. How to put it? Guan Yuan is, after all, an epic paladin at over level 300. Although his health points are only a few million, he has plenty of trump cards. Even if his health bar is reduced to just 10,000 points, he still has a chance to turn the tables. At this moment, the control effect of the forbidden spell in the icy, snowy world has been broken by Guan Yuan, and now it's his time to counterattack. In other words, Su Chen is in danger. Forbidden spell. Absolute. Zero. At the same time, Chen Shuyan also moved. She leaped into the air and a magnificent pair of wings suddenly unfurled behind her, looking light and thin, presenting a transparent texture like cicada wings. However, her speed was so fast it became a blur, and in an instant, Chen Shuyan appeared above Su Chen. At this moment, she fully displayed the oppressive aura of a forbidden spell. Mage, her light golden eyes looking down at Guan Yuan. Even an epic paladin seemed somewhat insignificant in front of Chen Shuyan, completely losing the momentum he had just moments ago. You are. Guan Yuan, who was preparing to counterattack, felt his cross spear tremble violently in his hand, almost slipping from his grip. The aura released from Chen Shuyan stirred a wave of terror in Guan Yuan's heart. It felt as if he were being choked. His heartbeat seemingly stopped, leaving him with no confidence to strike at Su Chen. Instructor Chen, I can handle it. Su Chen was engulfed in golden flames, and with the swing of his death wings, he resembled a true demon of flames. Just a glance was enough to make the other professionals present feel their hearts tighten. Su Chen did not turn to look at Chen Shuyan, he simply spoke calmly. However, upon hearing these words, Chen Shuyan frowned slightly and halted the forbidden spell she was about to unleash. She sensed that Su Chen seemed to have another trump card ready to explode. This was a confrontation between a god of death and a paladin. With this thought, Chen Shuyan let out a long breath. As long as Su Chen was not in life-threatening danger, everything else was beyond her concern. Then, Su Chen slightly spread his arms, and with a push of his toes, his body floated into the air. The dazzling and magnificent throne of the god of death above him trembled slightly as if sensing Su Chen's call and began to spin wildly. God of death. Throne. With Su Chen's roar, the throne, forged from gold, descended from the sky and slammed down towards Guan Yuan, the paladin. With a loud crash, the entire ground shook violently in an instant, and the dust that was kicked up exploded like a mushroom cloud, instantly covering all the professionals. In the wilderness, vision completely obscured. At that moment, nothing could be seen. When everyone's sight finally returned, they saw a paladin lying before Su Chen, his armor showing cracks, hair disheveled, and his face smeared with blood. No, to be precise, at this moment, Guan Yuan looked nothing like a paladin at all. He was completely like a lamb on a chopping block, ready to be slaughtered. It is no exaggeration to say that the president of the Yuani Guild, the most popular A-level guild leader in Yannan City, Jiangnan Province, was now at Su Chen's mercy, controlled by a level 60 professional. Even more astonishing was that this epic paladin's health bar at this moment was left with only the last 30,000 points of health. Su Chen's previous strike with the throne of the god of death had dealt 2.4 million points of damage. At this point, Guan Yuan's health bar was just a hair's breadth away from being completely emptied. Silence. Complete silence. In an instant, there were no gasps of amazement, nor were there any sharp intakes of breath. On the contrary, the entire scene was quiet, as silent as dead water. Everyone's pupils dilated, their gazes blankly fixed on Su Chen and the paladin lying on the ground, his legs somewhat weak at epic level. Paladin? The president of the Yuan Guild. How could he be utterly crushed by Su Chen? At this moment, the minds of all the professionals in the wilderness grassland went blank, staring at everything in a daze, unable to say a word. Hiss. I'm going crazy. I originally thought that Su Xiao could kill the Death Knight boss, which was already an astonishing talent, but who would have thought he can now beat a level 300 epic paladin to this extent? A deathly silence. After a long time, it was finally broken by a level 200 warrior. He was the highest level member of the Zhenghai hunting team, aside from Bai Zhengcheng and also Bai Junqing's close friend and buddy. At this moment, this influential figure from Zhenghai City took a deep breath and sighed from the heart. So strong. No, what Su Chen just displayed can no longer be described as strong. It's simply monstrous. A level 60 professional? To beat a level 300 epic paladin to this state? Is this what you call level 60? Although everyone knew that Su Chen's stunning performance was closely related to the Archmage Chen Shuyan. After all, without that top-tier forbidden spell, Ice and Snow, the epic paladin Guan Yuan would not have been able to just stand there and be suppressed by Su Chen's frenzied output. However, no matter how you look at it, the reality is that Guan Yuan was indeed crushed by Su Chen, and he was utterly defeated. This is the president of the Yuan Guild, a well-known paladin in Jiangnan Province, actually being beaten by a high school student? A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. As soon as the warrior's voice fell, the scene erupted into a clamor. Damn! Incredible! This is so shocking! Crazy, completely crazy! What is a top genius? In front of a freak like Su Xiao, where is there any room for genius? This is truly a great god. Compared to Su Xiao, those so-called second-generation elites from Kyoto might as well hide their brilliance. Epic level paladin? I thought Guan Yuan would be strong, but this is the result? Being suppressed and beaten by Su Xin. So satisfying. It's like releasing a pent-up frustration. The slap in the face came too quickly. To be honest, my heart is about to jump out. Su Shen is the ceiling for level 60. The first wave of attacks, 3 forbidden spells unleashed, simultaneously, directly dealing 1.8 million damage. The second wave, every hit bleeding, high physical crits, 1.5 million damage. And that last hit, I don't know what special weapon it was, but it dealt a staggering 2.4 million damage. So impressive. As a level 100 professional, all I feel right now is shock and shame. I'm actually not as powerful as a third transformation professional. Don't say it's you. Even for me, to be honest, the damage result is not as good as Su Chen's. He can no longer be described as a genius. If nothing unexpected happens in a year or two, the name Su Shen will resonate throughout the great Xiaolong kingdom, even shaking the entire world of professional transitions. Hiss, to witness such a battle, I am satisfied. Damn it. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, who would believe this is real? I was completely stunned. 3 forbidden spells released simultaneously, and still had the energy to unleash a series of high physical crits. Is this really the level of a level 60 professional? Right. Now, I just want to know one thing, and that is, how long is Su Shen's mana bar? 10 times the mana? I seriously suspect Su Xiao has 10 times the mana of an ordinary professional, with high attack power attributes and 10 times the mana bar. Only then could he showcase such dazzling operations? Oh my, a god-level genius. This is definitely a god-level genius. The Law God of Kyoto, personally trained little apprentice, probably only has this level of strength, right? Level 60 restraining level 300, crazily outputting millions of points of super high critical damage. If you say Su Xiao is a dual-class practitioner, that would be fine, but to deal such damage as a single class, I can only say I envy him too much. I admire him to the point of worship. Damn it! Don't waste time talking to the people from the Yuan Guild. Tell their president to hand over that hero-level dragon mount, and that top-tier weapon, the Silver Dragon Spear. If I remember correctly, the Silver Dragon Spear seems to be made from the bones of a pure-blood silver dragon. Although it's a dark gold-level weapon, its rarity exceeds that of ordinary hero-level weapons. The hunting group of Zhenghai City erupted into a wave of high-pitched discussions, ecstasy, celebration. Everyone was talking about Su Chen's battle just now. Every move was thoroughly imprinted in the minds of these practitioners. Don't be fooled by the fact that they were all prominent figures in Zhenghai City. At this moment, they were all caught up in excitement for Su Chen. How should I put it? A battle with such a disparity in levels actually formed a one-sided situation, which was indeed shocking. Moreover, Su Chen had also avenged them. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What level are you? Even if you're an epic level practitioner, you can't have such high damage? Fake, it must be an illusion. At the same time, Guan Yuan slumped on the ground, shouted several times with a vacant expression, shaking his head frantically. He couldn't believe that he had been reduced to just a few thousand health points by a high school student. This was simply absurd. However, the facts were right in front of him. Guan Yuan gasped several times, trying to clear his mind. Then, he hurriedly took out a life potion and began to frantically consume it, slowly recovering a bit of health. Who are you? Seeing that his health had stabilized and was no longer decreasing, Guan Yuan reacted and looked up at Qin Shuyan, who was standing behind Su Chen. He knew very well that the main reason Su Chen was suppressing him and outputting damage was because of the top-tier forbidden spell released by Qin Shuyan. If it weren't for such a powerful forbidden spell, Guan Yuan would have no way to resist Su Chen. Don't worry about who she is. Su Chen interrupted Guan Yuan, gripping the dawn blade tightly as he stepped closer to Guan Yuan. At this moment, Su Chen had not extinguished the body of the flame demon, and his entire body was still engulfed in a crimson golden flame. The terrifying appearance made Guan Yuan's pupils dilate as he inhaled deeply again. You just said hero-level mounts don't count? That Silver Dragon Spear doesn't count either? Then now, can you definitely count, or do you think that my duel with the Storm Knight was a trick? Su Chen looked at Guan Yuan expressionlessly, speaking with a firm tone. Each sentence was delivered flatly, devoid of any emotion. However, as Su Chen's voice fell, both Guan Yuan and the other practitioners present couldn't help but feel a jolt in their hearts. Damn! That was so satisfying. At first, Guan Yuan stubbornly tried to play dirty, slandering Su Chen for using tricks. And now, Su Chen's overwhelming attack had reduced Guan Yuan to just a few thousand health points, which directly proved that there was no trickery involved. Even a paladin like you could be restrained. Yet you couldn't defeat a level 90 Storm Knight? Guan Yuan's gaze suddenly dimmed. The defiance he had just shown was gone, replaced by a sense of desolation. Even a hint of collapse, however. After a brief moment of silence, Guan Yuan squinted his eyes again and looked at Qin Shuyan, who was behind Su Chen, revealing his signature disgusting expression. Gritting his teeth, he said, I ask, who are you? You're not a professional from Zhonghai City. Moreover, your level is at least 400. You've learned top-tier forbidden spells. Do you know that killing high-level professionals for no reason, especially a guild leader, will result in a joint trial by the National Professional Association and various SSS-level guilds? Guan Yuan narrowed his eyes, squeezing out these words one by one. The meaning was clear. He still did not want to hand over the dragon mount and the silver dragon spear. And now he was ready to cause trouble for Chen Shuyan. In fact, Guan Yuan was not wrong. High-level professionals, especially those with identities like Chen Shuyan, would face punishment from their guilds and a joint trial by the Professional Association and other SSS-level guilds if they killed a guild leader, even in a dungeon. This rule was to protect professionals so they could grow smoothly without being suppressed by top-tier professionals. Only in this way could an orderly world of professional transitions be formed. Of course, if both parties agreed to a life and death duel, a one-on-one PK, even death would not matter. It was precisely because of this that Guan Yuan did not directly declare war on the Zhengcheng Guild or the Zhanghai hunting team at the beginning, but chose to let Su Chen in the Storm Knight duel one-on-one, because declaring war between guilds involved too much. Even if hundreds of professionals died, it could be catastrophic. Who am I? Upon hearing Guan Yuan's words, Chen Shuyan's expression turned icy as she stood up, a vast expanse of ice blue elemental brilliance appearing behind her. She frowned slightly, looking down at Guan Yuan, and after a brief silence, she spoke. Kyoto, Senior Mage of Qingbei University. Chen Shuyan. Joint trial? Hat, are you dead now? Besides, I casually unleashed a wave of forbidden spells, and you rushed towards them. What does that have to do with me? To take a step back, do you think I would fear the so-called joint trial? At worst, I would withdraw from Qingbei University and become a free agent. But if I really did withdraw from Qingbei University, could your guild survive? If possible, I, Chen Shuyan, would change my name and surname. Chen Shuyan retorted domineeringly. For a moment, the entire venue fell silent. Hiss, the sound of people gasping echoed one after another. Chen Shuyan's meaning was crystal clear. She looked down on Guan Yuan completely. The so-called joint trial by the Professional Association in major guilds was meaningless to a true god-level professional. And although Chen Shuyan's level was only around 400, she was a forbidden spell mage, a top-tier professional even rarer than Guan Yuan, the epic paladin. As long as Chen Shuyan was willing to withdraw from Qingbei University and become a free agent, it wouldn't matter if she was wanted or had a red name. Just like the black robe that Su Chen had traded with earlier, that half-orc hybrid was also wanted by various guilds. Yet, wasn't he living just fine? In fact, in the world of professional transitions, there were dungeons filled with red-named professionals who gathered together to form guilds even stronger than ordinary SS-level ones, almost able to ignore the existence of most major powers. They were also known as underground guilds. Guan Yuan's teeth were grinding together and his whole body couldn't help but tremble. How to put it? Originally, he thought Chen Shuyan was just an ordinary 400-level professional, slightly higher in level than himself. He never expected that she was actually a mage from Kyoto, the granddaughter of the vice president of Qingbei University. Chen Shuyan, a forbidden spell mage. This is no small character. This is a true daughter of Kyoto, a top socialite. To go against such a great figure, even if Guan Yuan is an S-rank guild leader, what difference does it make? The other party directly declared war on the guild. At that time, the entire Yuani guild would only have a dead end. Thinking of this, Guan Yuan felt as if his heart had turned to ashes. However, he took a deep breath, looking at Su Chen with an almost mad glint in his eyes. He didn't quite understand. Why would such a big shot pay such a huge price for Su Chen? Even withdrawing from Qingbei University, a force comparable to an SS rank guild, seemed to be of no concern. Could it be that he has an even bigger trump card yet to be revealed? Guan Yuan's heart skipped a beat and a bold thought emerged in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it became. If the damage output of several million points at level 60 was just the tip of the iceberg, for Su Chen, how insane were the abilities of this young professional? At this thought, Guan Yuan broke out in a cold sweat, the back of his head feeling a bit hot. In fact, his guess was correct. Whether it was Qingbei University or the forbidden spell mage Chen Shuyan, the reason they valued Su Chen so highly and were willing to pay almost any price for him was not because of the talent he displayed or the high damage output. Rather, it was Su Chen could steal boss skills. With just this one point, he could become the darling of Qingbei University. Moreover, if Su Chen was willing, he would become the darling of the entire Great Xiaolong Kingdom. I admit defeat. After a long silence, Guan Yuan gritted his teeth, squeezing out a few words through clenched jaws, his gaze coldly directed at Bai Zhengcheng and the others. How should he put it? If he were facing just an ordinary level 400 Professional, even if they were from Kyoto, Guan Yuan could still shamelessly play tricks. However, facing Chen Shuyan, the forbidden spell mage, and Su Chen, this hidden top-tier little monster, Guan Yuan completely lost his temper. For such an existence, the so-called professional associations and top guilds were of no use. Playing tricks with them was simply asking for trouble. So, Guan Yuan took a deep breath, trying to accept this reality. Then, he waved his hand, and a dark gold weapon appeared. It was the Silver Dragon Spear. Guan Yuan threw the long spear, engraved with ice-blue dragon patterns, forward into the open space. Unlike ordinary weapons, the spear did not fall to the ground but hovered in mid-air. After that, Guan Yuan took a deep breath, stood up, and glanced at his battered mount, the heroic great earthwalking dragon. This time I, Guan Yuan, admit defeat, the Silver Dragon Spear and the earthwalking dragon, I give to you. Guan Yuan's eyes were red, and he glared at Bai Zhengcheng through gritted teeth, then his gaze swept over Su Chen and Chen Shuyan. Finally, it settled on all the members of the Zhanghai hunting team. Let's go. Guan Yuan leaned on the cross spear and turned to leave. The professionals from the Yuani guild beside him all looked grim, even more so than if they were crying, casting complex glances at Su Chen and the others before following their leader away. The scene fell silent once again. After a long silence, the Zhanghai hunting team erupted into a frenzy of cheers. Everyone became excited, especially the members of the Zhengcheng guild, who were utterly ecstatic. Young Master Su, you're absolutely incredible. Damn. From now on, Bai Zhengcheng will only serve you in Zhanghai City. What a real man. Amidst the wild cheers, Bai Zhengcheng, a burly man, rushed to Su Chen's side, excitedly hugging his shoulders, nearly incoherent with joy. With a soft sound, Chen Shuyan, standing beside Su Chen, narrowed her eyes slightly, watching Su Chen and Bai Zhengcheng, two big men, embrace each other. I couldn't help but smile with a hint of amusement. Ahem. At the same time, Su Chen also couldn't help but chuckle. President Bai, I can't breathe. I have to say, Bai Zhengcheng's strength is truly impressive. That bear hug nearly left Su Chen gasping for air. What the hell? I'm just so excited. Su Xiao, don't mind me. Bai Zhengcheng looked like a schoolboy who had made a mistake. He took a deep breath, but his eyes still sparkled with excitement as he quickly nodded in apology. It's fine, Su. Chen smiled lightly, shaking his head as he said, the 3 forbidden spells are all activated now. I'm just a bit weak. Indeed. The 3 forbidden spells were activated together. The God of Death's throne was also opened. Su Chen was indeed very weak. Even with 10 times the mana, he felt completely drained. His mental state was exhausted to the extreme. Well, after a whole day of intense battles and then facing the Storm Knight and finally playing with the 3 forbidden spells, it really is quite exhausting. Su Xiao, you should go rest for a bit. Bai Zhengcheng looked at Su Chen with concern, then hurriedly called over a pretty priestess with a good figure and face. This is our Zhengcheng guild's beauty representative. Xiao Yilin, take Su Xiao to the camp to rest quickly and take good care of him. Bai Zhengcheng instructed the priestess. From now on, Su Xiao is our esteemed guest in the Zhengcheng guild. No matter where you see him, you must treat him well. If Su Xiao has any requests later, make sure to accommodate him. The priestess smiled gently and nodded seriously. Don't worry, President. Su Chen is so handsome and has helped our Zhengcheng guild a lot. I definitely won't be careless. At this point, the beautiful priestess with 2 dimples cast a flirtatious glance at Su Chen. Her enchanting gaze was almost intoxicating. For a moment, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a tightness in his chest. Goodness. This is quite something. Such hospitality, is it serious? I definitely don't want anything inappropriate. Ahem. No, I can't have anything inappropriate. President Bai, there's no need to go through so much trouble. I just want to check out that Earth Dragon Mount and the Silver Dragon Spear, and I'll find a tent to rest in later. Facing Bai Zhengcheng's enthusiastic hospitality, Su Chen smiled playfully. Alright, I won't disturb you any longer, Su Xiao. Bai Zhengcheng was slightly taken aback. Then, he politely smiled and said, then, shall we take our leave? As he said this, Bai Zhengcheng glanced at the priestess, who was still looking flirtatious. Okay. Su Chen shook his head slightly. The priestess, called over by Bai Zhengcheng, couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. A top genius like Su Chen, with such high looks, could easily overshadow popular young stars and a host of celebrities. Being around such a handsome guy was simply a dream come true. But now, it seemed that Su Chen wasn't interested in her. However, no matter how disappointed he was, Bai Zhengcheng wouldn't say another word, and the beautiful little priestess could only follow behind him quietly as they left. Only Su Chen and Chen Shuyan remained. Handsome. Little brother, not bad. You're even stronger than I imagined. Once everyone had left, Chen Shuyan's icy demeanor melted away, and she squinted her eyes with a charming smile as she said, I didn't expect that besides being able to steal boss skills, you also have a big killing weapon. The killing weapon Chen Shuyan referred to was, of course, the God of Death's throne. This item was not just equipment but a unique item exclusive to the God of Death class, a built-in divine artifact. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Offering no further explanation, simply responding indifferently, consider it a special item that comes with the profession. Its power is indeed considerable. At the first transition stage, I can use this weapon to take down bosses around level 30. Su Chen smiled faintly. Chen Shuyan, on the other hand, was left completely stunned. First transition? At this moment, even the forbidden spell mage Chen Shuyan found it hard to catch her breath. She had thought she understood this genius professional well enough, but now she had a new understanding of Su Chen. That's right. This weapon is called Throne of the God of Death. It appeared when I first changed jobs, and each time I activate it, it consumes a large amount of mana, but it can unleash terrifying damage that exceeds my own level. How should I put it? Not long after I transitioned, when I was still below level 10, this weapon could unleash an attack power equivalent to a full strike from a level 30 professional, and as my level increases and I continue to transition, the damage of the Throne of the God of Death will also rise. That last hit should have exceeded the lethality of a level 100 professional, with damage exceeding 2 million points, which should be considered quite good. Su Chen did not hide anything from Chen Shuyan, revealing the true situation. He also hoped to gain some insights from her. After all, so far, Su Chen's use of the Throne of the God of Death had remained at the most basic level. Even he himself did not know how to properly utilize this item that was comparable to a divine artifact. Exclusive soul weapon? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Shuyan suddenly froze, blurting out a brand new term. Exclusive soul weapon? Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. What is that? Su Chen furrowed his brows, asking with a puzzled expression. Let me put it this way. Chen Shuyan gently bit her red lip, her gaze filled with a hint of disbelief as she looked deeply at Su Chen, then explained, every professional, upon reaching level 500, which is known as the 8th transition, will unlock a corresponding soul weapon. This is not what we understand as weapons and equipment, but rather something akin to an additional attribute enhancement. Chen Shuyan's voice was like a spell, opening the door to a new world. For Su Chen, it seems a bit similar to the games I played in my past life? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, pondering to himself. Isn't this just the function of those idle minigames? Unlocking soul weapons, equipping soul weapons, enhancing attack power, critical attributes, and so on. Chen Shuyan's next words confirmed Su Chen's speculation. In simple terms, soul weapons are a new attribute that can only be unlocked by 8th transition professionals. Up to 4 soul weapons can be equipped in the soul weapon slot, while some professionals with extremely high ranks can equip 6 soul weapons. Each type of soul weapon has corresponding attribute enhancements. For example, critical hit soul weapon, life soul weapon, sacrificial soul weapon. Each corresponding soul weapon can bring about the respective attribute boosts. Of course, choosing the soul weapon that best suits your profession is the most important, and the so-called exclusive soul weapon generally refers to items that are innate. For example, your weapon here, which is innate, can be called an exclusive soul weapon. Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. So that's how it is. Then, what about the sources for obtaining soul weapons? Su Chen asked curiously. Killing boss monsters can drop them. However, it requires defeating specific boss monsters. Generally speaking, only bosses that are also above the 8th transition can drop soul weapons as exclusive rewards. Chen Shuyan briefly explained. Su Chen's eyes brightened slightly. Got it. But, Chen. Shuyan spoke again at this moment, taking a deep breath, her expression slightly strange. However, your exclusive soul weapon seems a bit different. Under normal circumstances, soul weapons are auxiliary items that can only enhance attributes, but your soul weapon can actually be used to attack professionals like a weapon, which is extremely rare. Chen Shuyan was once again shocked by the peculiarities of Su Chen. This had already entered her area of ignorance. After returning to Qingbei University, I need to check the National Job Transfer Soul Weapon Catalog to see if I can find similar cases. Chen Shuyan smiled awkwardly and said straightforwardly, all right. At this moment, Su Chen couldn't help but smile as well. He didn't expect that the throne of the God of Death would be so rare. It could even leave a seasoned theoretical mage a bit puzzled. It seemed to indeed be a great, top-tier killing weapon. If properly nurtured, it might allow him to showcase even stronger advantages in the future. By the way, Mentor Chen, I want to ask one more thing. Su Chen paused for a moment and inquired, the forbidden spell you just released. Before Su Chen could finish his sentence, Chen Shuyan immediately smiled. What's wrong? Are you tempted? Chen Shuyan squinted her eyes and smiled gently at Su Chen, saying, if you want to learn this forbidden spell, after you go to Qingbei University, you can work hard to earn college points. Although this forbidden spell is rare, there is a brand new forbidden spell book in our school's exclusive library. As long as you have enough points, you can exchange them to learn it. Su Chen gasped sharply. Damn! That's really exciting. Is there really such a thing? However, it seems to be tied to points. It appears that the points required for this thing might be a terrifying number. He didn't know how long it would take to gather enough. This forbidden spell is called Ice and Snow World. It is a top-tier forbidden spell with a very high learning difficulty, and it consumes a lot of mana. Based on your current mana, even with 10 times the mana, it would be difficult to release. Let's talk about it again when you reach level 100. Of course, this forbidden spell also has a perfect combination, which is Absolute Zero. Chen Shuyan said with a faint smile. Absolute Zero? Su Chen was stunned again. Absolute Zero is also a top-tier forbidden spell? Chen Shuyan shook her head. No. That's an epic forbidden spell. Hiss. Su Chen let out a clear gasp, his brain feeling slightly oxygen-deprived. Although he didn't quite understand some knowledge in the world of national job transfers, he did have some understanding of epic forbidden spells. The classification of forbidden spells is different from that of weapons. It starts from the entry level, then ordinary level, intermediate forbidden spells, advanced forbidden spells, and top-tier forbidden spells. Only those that exceed the top-tier level can be called epic forbidden spells. The power of such a level of forbidden spell can easily annihilate a city, and the mana consumed to release such a spell is also at a terrifying level. Generally, professionals don't even have the ability to activate it once. Only forbidden spell mages like Chen Shuyan can unleash such a powerful forbidden spell at over level 400. Does Qingbei University have a book on the Absolute Zero forbidden spell? Su Chen asked with an expectant expression. No. Chen Shuyan smiled slyly. You kid, your imagination is really rich. Epic forbidden spells are something even SSS-level guilds would covet. How could they be casually handed out? However, Chen Shuyan slightly teased. Is there hope? Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. How should I put it? The book on the Absolute Zero forbidden spell is something I obtained from an epic dungeon. If you are really interested in this forbidden spell, after you reach level 100, I can have the 2 old principals join, and I will personally lead a team to clear the dungeon again. Perhaps we could get another book on the Absolute Zero forbidden spell. Chen Shuyan explained with a smile, and Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, feeling a bit excited. Then thank you, Mentor Chen. Call me sister. Chen Shuyan shot a glare at Su Chen. With a puff, upon hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What's going on? Do women really care so much about this title? Lu Mei is like this. Chen Shuyan is too. Alright, sister. Su Chen forced a bitter smile. Damn it. If it weren't for the face of the forbidden spell, who called you sister? By the way, handsome little brother, I think there's something I need to talk to you about. After hearing Su Chen call her sister, Chen Shuyan's eyes glimmered slightly, and she smiled brightly. Then, she spoke gently. Although your personal combat ability is very strong right now, don't overlook the role of teamwork. Teamwork? Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. That's right. In a world of universal job changes, teamwork is highly emphasized, rather than just looking at the abilities of individual professionals. Take the battle just now, for example. You dealt several million points of damage in a short time. If we only look at health points, you already have the qualifications to take down a level 300 paladin. But what was the actual situation? Chen Shuyan looked at Su Chen meaningfully. You know better than I do. I understand. If it weren't for you casting the Ice and Snow forbidden spell, Guan Yuan wouldn't have been controlled, and I wouldn't have had the chance to show my damage. Su Chen frowned slightly, analyzing calmly. Indeed, Su Chen is very strong. At the same level, he is the ceiling. However, even the strongest has limitations. It's impossible to truly have the ability to kill a level 300 paladin. The stunning performance just now was largely thanks to Chen Shuyan's top-tier forbidden spell. In other words, Su Chen was forcibly carried by a big shot. So, what you mean is? Su Chen looked at Chen Shuyan thoughtfully, with some ambiguous ideas forming. That's right. Chen Shuyan flicked her long, wavy hair and explained with a light smile. Use your imagination. If your attack power is 10 times that of a professional of the same level, then what if you have a powerful hunting team with knights beside you having 10 times the defense, priests with 10 times the healing, and assassins with 10 times the agility? Chen Shuyan made a metaphor. Not very appropriate, but very precise. Su Chen's eyes widened suddenly, and he inhaled sharply, feeling a refreshing sensation in his brain after the hiss sound. Chen Shuyan truly is a top theoretical mage. Just a few words awakened Su Chen, giving him many new ideas, especially regarding career planning. It completely refreshed his worldview. You mean, I need to find teammates? Su Chen asked thoughtfully. Top monsters with similar qualifications to mine to assist me in dealing damage? Chen Shuyan patted Su Chen's shoulder. Very close. But not entirely. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. It was like saying nothing at all. Sister? Can you be a bit more detailed? Su Chen smiled bitterly. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Chen Shuyan chuckled, and seeing Su Chen's expression, her mood lifted considerably. It's hard to imagine that such a top genius could have this expression in front of her, and being able to tease little Su Chen a bit seemed to be a different kind of experience. Quite refreshing. Do you remember what I told you before about creating your own guild? Chen Shuyan smiled and then became serious, looking at Su Chen earnestly. A guild? Su Chen's pupils suddenly constricted, and his heart trembled twice. He seemed to understand what Chen Shuyan meant about the guild. Chen Shuyan had talked to Su Chen about it before, but she hadn't gone into much detail. Su Chen was very clear, having the ability to possess the skills of a plundering boss. The guild can completely serve as an extension of that power, handing over the top boss skill books obtained through plunder to its members for use. This way, it can be said that the benefits do not flow to outsiders. It can enhance one's own strength and trump cards. However, what Chen Shuyan is saying at this moment is somewhat different from what was discussed earlier. How should I put this? Chen Shuyan slightly furrowed her brows, fell silent for a moment, seemingly organizing her thoughts. And after a while, she spoke again. Given your current state, the optimal solution for your job change is to develop towards the boss template flow. In other words, through your golden finger, you should crazily plunder the exclusive passive skills of bosses, allowing yourself to approach the level of a dungeon boss infinitely. By that time, handsome brother, you would be akin to a boss monster. Even if an S-level guild, or even an SS-level guild, dispatched a top hunting team to hunt you down, you could still remain unscathed. With terrifying four-dimensional attributes and a wave of passive skill effects, you would be like a deity, and no one could easily inflict even the slightest damage on you. Moreover, a fireball spell cast casually by you could produce an extremely high critical hit. Su Chen nodded. Chen Shuyan paused for a moment and continued. However, to reach this level, you need to go through a long process. At present, your attack power exceeds the normal limit. However, your defense and health are only slightly higher than those of normal professionals. In fact, some classes focused on enhancing defense might have several times higher basic defense and health than you do now. Chen Shuyan had grasped Su Chen's weakness. You're right. Su Chen did not deny it and nodded slightly. Achieving a normal level of defense is entirely due to the effects of hero level and high level equipment. Without the Guardian of the Holy Law, such top-tier armor, Su Chen's basic defense is actually weaker than that of normal professionals. After all, he allocated most of his free attributes to spirit and strength. Although he crazily enhanced his physical and magical attack power, he directly neglected the strength of defense and health. There are, of course, reasons for Su Chen's approach to compensate for defense with extreme damage output. In other words, absolute offense is defense. There is no need for defense. Just attack. Kill the enemy without giving them a chance to breathe. Naturally, one would not suffer damage. What use is defense? I understand your thoughts. Chen Shuyan saw through Su Chen's mindset at a glance and smiled lightly, saying, maxing out attack power is a common practice at Qingbei University. Many high attack classes do this. There is a popular figure at Qingbei University who relied on extremely high damage to win the University League Championship 6 times in a row. The Six Crown King? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. He had heard of this professional's achievements. An assassin who crazily won championships in the University League, known as the Six Crown King. His strength is quite formidable. Now, it seems he has already climbed the national server rankings and secured a small market target. Yes, that's him. Chen Shuyan continued. His ability to win championships in the league relies on high output, but you must understand one thing, whether in dungeons or the battlefield. Of 10,000 races, it is not the power of individual professionals that matters, but perfect team cooperation. Take this Six Crown King as an example. Although he is very strong, not long ago, he was killed by an A-level guild hunting team in a hero-level dungeon. After his death, his four-dimensional attributes permanently dropped by more than 60 points. Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. In a one-on-one PK, the Six Crown King had an absolute advantage. However, facing a glamorous and perfectly composed hunting team, it had fallen to such a state. Chen Shuyan glanced at Su Chen and said, if you created a high-level guild, in the guild, there are mages skilled in forbidden spells. Even if their level is lower than mine, if they can unleash effects similar to the forbidden spell of ice and snow, then can you not recreate the situation just now, dealing continuous critical hits to a player whose level far exceeds yours under the control type forbidden spell effect? Thus, completely ending the opponent. Su Chen frowned. But how is that different from me learning forbidden spells myself? My mana is sufficient to sustain. Long term. Chen Shuyan shook her head. For a short time, yes. What if it lasts for several months? Can you maintain that state? Su Chen fell into silence. Let alone several months. Just now, after attacking the paladin, he was already too exhausted to speak. Releasing skills or activating forbidden spells both require a perfect and full mental state. Chanting spells is not as simple as imagined. No matter how enduring Su Chen is, he cannot be flawless. There will inevitably be a moment of fatigue. I understand. With that thought, Su Chen took a deep breath and looked at Chen Shuyan, responding seriously. It's good that you can understand. What I mean is, you need to create your own guild as soon as possible. Instead of looking for teammates, relying on your own golden finger, find suitable boss skills and cultivate the guild members that suit you best, or rather, the most suitable support professionals for you. Imagine boldly. What if you have a priest who is like a boss, possessing a whole array of boss skills, all healing skills, crazily stacking life essence for you, making your health bar longer than that of a level 300 professional? Would your weaknesses still exist? And besides the priest, you can also cultivate a shaman, a knight, a control mage. When they already have extremely high qualifications combined with perfectly fitting boss-exclusive skills, just think about it, would the enhancement effect be weak? Simply put, when you have such guild members and form a young hunting team, even if everyone's level is below 100, I believe you could easily kill a level 300 professional. Chen Shuyan's voice echoed in Su Chen's mind, making his head buzz slightly. Hiss. I have to say, Master Chen is indeed brilliant. This kind of idea, no, this theoretical knowledge is truly monstrous. It made Su Chen feel as if he had been reborn. He could plunder boss skills. Following his previous thoughts, he could strengthen himself by plundering boss passive skills, turning himself into a being like a boss monster. And now, Chen Shuyan had given Su Chen a more targeted and better suggestion. Quickly form a guild. Find quality guild members. Then, cultivate the members into top-tier monsters focused on different abilities or beings. Like bosses. The benefits of this need not be elaborated. Even if the guild members are all below level 100, when gathered together, they could still kill level 300 professionals. Just like earlier, under Chen Shuyan's wave of forbidden spell enhancement, Su Chen already had the opportunity to kill the paladin Guan Yuan. It's a bit like the pig farming strategy in Honor of Kings. Suddenly, Su Chen recalled a game he played in his past life. In Honor of Kings, there were various different professions. And pig farming was a very common strategy. Let the tank classes, priest classes, and support classes comprehensively protect the archers, compensating for the archers' inherent lack of defense, thereby perfectly showcasing high damage. With one wave, they can topple the crystal. And now, this is what Chen Shuyan means. However, it is even crazier than the pig farming strategy. She directly has all the support players, like Su Chen, learn boss-exclusive skills. This is equivalent to madly enhancing the specialties of the support class, making them as monstrous as Su Chen. Yet, their monstrous traits each have their strengths, max level defense, max level healing, max level mana recovery. Under the all-around protection of such powerful players, Su Chen is practically like a tiger with wings. He can absolutely unleash the true level of the killing god class. Moreover, the benefits of creating a guild are not just this, Chen Shuyan said, gently rubbing her temples. At this moment, not only was Su Chen exhausted, but she, caught in a brainstorming session, also appeared somewhat fatigued. There's also prestige, identity, status, power. Su Chen was taken aback. Chen Shuyan explained, in a world where everyone can change jobs, the knight class is divided, embodying the knightly spirit. The hierarchy starts from ordinary citizens, then progresses to junior citizens, intermediate citizens, senior citizens, junior nobles, intermediate nobles, senior nobles, and divine nobles. Divine nobles are divided into 13 star levels. To elevate the noble star level, one needs prestige, and every guild leader can obtain a large amount of prestige daily from guild members. Moreover, completing certain contributions as a guild can also earn prestige, especially for S-level guilds. The amount of prestige you can receive is beyond your imagination. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he couldn't help but gasp. It's important to note that Su Chen is currently just a junior noble. However, the rights he possesses are quite significant. Not only does he enjoy priority purchasing rights at major auction houses, fixed discounts, and various benefits when buying property, but most importantly, he has a series of exemptions. Even within Zhanghai City, as long as he doesn't directly kill a player, he can remain safe. If a junior noble can enjoy such exaggerated rights, it's hard to imagine how insane the rights of intermediate nobles, senior nobles, and divine nobles must be. It seems that having a guild of one's own is indeed very important. Chen Shuyan slightly raised her chin and said, I'm telling you this to inform you. If your guild is strong enough, what just happened could never occur. An epic level paladin, merely an A-level guild leader facing a true god, wouldn't even have the qualification to fart. The so-called SSS level guild joint judgment and red name bounty wouldn't exist. Joint judgments would only target ordinary players and guild leaders below S level. If you were an S level guild leader, or a divine noble, who would judge you? You are the judge and the arbiter. Chen Shuyan rarely let out a curse. However, at this moment, Su Chen's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but take a sharp breath, his mind buzzing, somewhat shaken. Indeed, this is the truth. In a world where everyone can change jobs, as long as you possess sufficiently powerful strength SSS level guilds, divine nobles, then the rules and regulations cannot bind you at all. A paladin of Guan Yuan's level is merely like an ant easily crushed. Creating your own guild, quickly elevating it to S level, training a group of genius players who learn boss skills, allowing the guild to have the qualifications to compete with top-tier figures, gaining enough prestige, elevating noble status, and quickly reaching the level of divine noble. Su Chen frowned slightly and let out a long breath of turbid air. He also formulated a plan for the near future in his heart. Under Chen Shuyan's reminder, this was the first time Su Chen felt such a strong desire for power, or rather, authority. And indeed, it was true. No matter how strong one's own abilities were, support from a powerful faction was still necessary. Moreover, the benefits of the guild were numerous. It could allow Su Chen to gain a large amount of experience and prestige in a short time, leading to a rapid rise. Sister Chen, I understand. Su Chen swallowed hard and bowed to Chen Shuyan. It must be said that Chen Shuyan had been a great help to Su Chen. Every conversation opened a new door to a world for him. This time, it completely awakened him. It's nothing. Chen Shuyan took a deep breath, calming her slightly excited emotions. Although she was explaining knowledge points to Su Chen and analyzing the use of the plunder talent, trying to come up with new tricks, she was also startled by her own bold ideas. Her words were quite subtle. In a sense, this was leading Su Chen down a rather extreme path. Just imagine. Su Chen alone already possessed the power to rival a paladin. If assisted by a high-level priest with forbidden spells, he could even judge a paladin. And if dozens or even hundreds of professionals were just like Su Chen, possessing gorgeous and top-tier boss-exclusive skills, such a guild would be like a sharp blade, a steel knife hanging over the heads of the entire world. Perhaps in the near future it would trigger a global earthquake, the divine guild behind the scenes, or the underground world's demon organization? I'm going to sleep for a bit. Su Chen glanced at Chen Shuyan and said with a faint smile, battle just now consumed too much mental energy. I'm a bit tired. Alright, Chen Shuyan replied with a gentle smile, I'll keep an eye on this giant dragon mount and the silver dragon spear for you. Hurry and rest, don't strain yourself too much. Today has already been a high-intensity monster grind, and then you had a showdown with a paladin. It would be strange if you weren't tired. Su Chen nodded, said nothing more, and directly walked towards the camp in the wild grass. Zhenghai City No. 1 High School, Su Chen. Qingbei University Mage, Chen Shuyan. Journey Guild. Meanwhile, in the Undead Canyon dungeon, in a cave within the death marshes, Guan Yuan leaned on his cross spear, his gaze cold and revealing a murderous intent, whispering ominously. Beside him, his top lackey, a rogue, hung his head, not daring to say a word, fearing that one wrong move would get him shot through by Guan Yuan. After all, it was this rogue's suggestion that led to the duel between the Storm Knight and Su Chen, and it was his crazy idea to place a big bet? What was originally a stable deal ended up costing their boss a silver dragon spear and a hero-level giant dragon mount. It's nothing. However, the rogue was slightly surprised that Guan Yuan only patted his shoulder and did not get too angry. He merely smiled coldly and said, although you didn't handle this matter well, it can be considered a fortunate mistake. Guan Yuan raised an eyebrow and squinted his eyes with a strange smile. Before I left, I stuffed a bottle of hero-level blood ignition potion into the mouth of that earth dragon. This is no ordinary potion, it's a specially made version with a very strong effect. In just a few hours, the bloodline of that giant dragon will be completely activated, and it will enter a berserk state. Upon hearing this, the rogue's eyes suddenly lit up. What the hell? You have to know that blood ignition potions are, after the professionals use it, it will stimulate their potential, rapidly increase their levels, and even enhance their occupational strength, unlocking a series of brand new exclusive skills. However, when a dragon uses it, the effects are completely different. The results are at least 10 times greater than those of a professional. Moreover, it will fall into a state of frenzy. In other words, a bottle of hero-level blood-burning potion will cause the earth-walking dragon of Guan Yuan to completely blacken and enter a state of mad rage after a few hours. And what kind of effect will a level 154 dragon in a rage produce? No need to say more. It is no exaggeration to say that it is like a deep-water heavy bomb, capable of detonating the Central Sea Hunting Group in an instant. Who knows how many professionals will die at the hands of the frenzied dragon? Boss, it's still you. The thief took a deep breath of murky air and his eyes became excited. He gasped several times, his whole body trembling slightly. With excitement and a hint of greedy laughter lingered at the corner of his mouth. Guan Yuan's words were already very clear. The Central Sea Hunting Group, caught completely off guard, would experience a sudden mutation in the center of their camp, with a frenzied dragon rampaging wildly. The dead professionals would naturally drop a large pile of equipment, and the strength of the hunting group would significantly diminish. At that time, wouldn't it all benefit their Yuani guild? Although Guan Yuan had just been severely humiliated by Su Chen, losing face greatly. However, as long as this matter can be accomplished, the entire Yuani guild might be able to thrive for years, enjoying the freedom to slack off. Wait, quietly send some assassins over, do nothing but pick up equipment. Destroying a dragon mount, I don't believe we can't gain something good from it? Guan Yuan leaned close to the thief's ear and shamelessly laughed. If it's done without anyone knowing, who can blame us? Even if they want to find fault, it's really a problem for Bai Zhangcheng and that Su Chen kid. Who told them to be so thick-skinned to accept the dragon mount? Now that they've accepted it, can they hold on to it? Guan Yuan raised his eyebrows, his face full of excited smiles, as if he could already see the fruits of victory, feeling completely at ease. The previous frustration was swept away. It's not just about reaping some benefits. Once the Central Sea Hunting Group is crippled, we will have one less competitor. Isn't the final boss reward of the Undead Canyon dungeon more hopeful then? Even if other guilds in Jiangnan province want to snatch it, at least they can leave some for our Yuani guild. And what about Central Sea City? I'm afraid all the professionals in Central Sea City will return empty-handed? Thinking of this, Guan Yuan's smile became even more radiant. And beside him, the thief professional was also beaming with joy. They were like two little thieves. The Undead Canyon dungeon, Black Forest, the dazzling holy light in the forest suddenly dimmed. In the center of the magic circle, Su Qingya slightly opened her eyes. Is it over? In the hunting group, Chen Shishan couldn't help but squint, looking at Su Qingya, who seemed a bit dazed, and murmured, the job change is over. So fast. A hero-level dragon embryo has completely melted into Su Qingya's body? As soon as Chen Shishan's voice fell, all the teachers and students in the hunting group held their breath and stared at the magic circle. At this moment, Su Qingya, dressed in an exquisite robe, had completely vanished. In its place was a robe formed from elemental brilliance. Rather than a robe, it looked more like holy light. How to put it, the current Su Qingya was like a goddess bathed in holy light, sacred and noble. Just a glance made the professionals present frown slightly, their hearts skipping a beat. Unapproachable, unbeholdable, so beautiful. This is an epic-level holy light priestess? A male high school student immediately took a deep breath, letting out a clear hiss as he stared at Su Qingya with a dazed expression. If before, the school beauty was like an ice mountain goddess, stunningly beautiful beyond compare, then now, it seems she has truly transformed into a goddess. Damn, she's so beautiful, bathed in holy light, her skin glowing like snow, and there are even faint dragon patterns appearing on the surface. That must be the effect of dragon bloodline, right? The male student subtly swallowed, his eyes filled with envy and worship. That's right. Beside him, Chen Shishan glanced at the student and cleared his throat. He explained, the Holy Light Priestess comes with a professional buff, and the dragon patterns on Su's body indeed come from that dragon embryo. These are not mere decorative tattoos, but a manifestation of power. Under the influence of the dragon patterns, all of Su's attack skills can carry the dragon bloodline, which has a restraining effect on regular boss monsters. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happens, she should have also unlocked some exclusive dragon boss skills. Hiss. As Chen Shishan's voice trailed off, a wave of gasps echoed through the hunting team. Everyone momentarily stunned. Attack skills carrying the dragon bloodline. Exclusive dragon boss skills. Damn it. Envy. And the most important part isn't even this. Su Qingya has now completed her job change, and her level has directly risen to 60. Level 62. Having a big shot to guide you is truly delightful. The job change is over? At the same time, in the center of the magic circle, Su Qingya widened her bright eyes, momentarily stunned as she said, my level has now risen to 62. Yes. Yelena looked at Su Qingya and said gently, under the holy light blessing of the Icefield Empire, it's perfectly normal to gain this level. If the Empire hadn't perished, you could have even directly advanced to a 6th transition job in this supreme ceremony. Su Qingya's mouth twitched slightly, instantly bewildered. A 6th transition on the spot. Is the Icefield Empire really that outrageous? By the way, little apprentice, I will also grant you a gift. Consider it a job change gift. Yelena gently patted Su Qingya's head, smiling warmly. What gift? A mount. Yelena's eyes sparkled slightly. Have you heard of the Radiant Unicorn? The Radiant Unicorn? Su Qingya was taken aback. Of course, she knew. There was a dedicated lesson in the People's Education Edition Chinese textbook that detailed this type of mount. At the very least, it had a dark old bloodline. Besides being powerful, this mount was also incredibly beautiful with snow-white fur, a sculpted physique, and exquisite features. It was the dream pet of female practitioners. It seems you really like it. Yelena squinted her eyes and smiled slightly. Then, without saying much more, she waved her hand. In front of Su Qingya, a unicorn bathed in holy light suddenly appeared. As soon as it emerged, the entire forest was illuminated, with a faint golden glow brightening the surroundings significantly. Hiss! Su Qingya's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth slightly, her bright eyes filled with surprise. So magnificent. No wonder it's one of the top 10 mounts in the country. Just its appearance could outshine most top-tier mounts. Is this really for me? Su Qingya took a deep breath, incredulously looking up at Yelena. As a sacred priestess of the Icefield Empire, an epic-level profession, how could you not have a powerful mount? Yelena smiled gently, her gaze warm as she looked at Su Qingya and said, this unicorn is currently only over level 60 and is still in a growth state. However, the potential is immense. As long as it's properly nurtured, there's a chance it could be promoted to a hero-level bloodline, and even if it can obtain some rare Holy Light monster resources, it could evolve into the original species, the Holy Light Unicorn. Su Qingya shivered slightly, her heart racing several times. The Holy Light Unicorn. That was in existence beyond the epic level. And now, she had such a top-tier mount. Even now, Su Qingya found it hard to believe. Yelena had given her so much. Perhaps she now had the capital to stand alongside brother Su Chen. You are a holy light priest. And with this unicorn, it's a perfect combination. With the unicorn's assistance, your exclusive holy light skills can achieve over 3 times the damage. At present, even a third transformation professional cannot harm you. Yelena explained. Third transformation? Level 90. Simply put, with the unicorn's assistance, Su Qingya could now contend with third transformation professionals. Upon hearing this, Su Qingya's eyes narrowed and her breathing became a bit rapid. Her brain momentarily short-circuited. Meanwhile, in a hunting team, Chen Qishan was completely shocked by the scene before him. His murky old eyes were filled with horror, even carrying a hint of madness. That is, a unicorn? Chen Qishan gasped a few times, his heart nearly jumping out. A mount on par with the undead bone dragon. With subsequent job changes, it could even be promoted to her O level. Are you crazy? What kind of luck did our school hit? One Su Xiao wasn't enough, now there's Su Qingya? Chen Qishan's mouth twitched, on the verge of breaking down. Originally, he thought, Su Chen was already abnormal enough. He never expected that another top-tier monster like Su Qingya would appear in their school. After being valued by Yelena, the Icefield Priest NPC, she directly took off from the ground, promoted to an epic-level professional, level raised to 60. And now, another holy unicorn has arrived. Even those second-generation elites from the high-level guilds in Kyoto wouldn't have such treatment, right? With these conditions, not to mention this year's National College Entrance Examination champion, Su Qingya. She was basically the strongest competitor. She might not even need to take the exam. Once this news spreads, Qingbei University, Hangzhou University, Kyoto University would start a second round of crazy competition just to get Su Qingya, offering various sky-high scholarships. I never expected it. I, Chen Qishan, at this age, could welcome a second spring in my career? National top 10 principals? Damn. I might directly become the principal of the #1 high school in the country. Retirement benefits. They might be higher than those retired A-level guild leaders. Thinking of this, Chen Qishan's old face began to flush, his excitement making his mouth tremble. At the same time, the hunting team erupted in a chorus of exclamations. What the hell? That's a holy unicorn. Hiss. I'm not seeing things, right? A unicorn. This is one of the top 10 popular mounts in the country. Damn it, this is too explosive. Su the campus beauty took off on the spot. Being promoted to an epic-level professional isn't enough, now there's a unicorn mount? Isn't this just mirroring Su Xiao? Indeed. I knew it, heaven favors those who are good-looking. Old buddy, your insights are quite unique. But it's true, whether it's the great Su Chen or the campus beauty Su, their looks are high. It's not unreasonable. I can only say I'm so envious I could cry. Oh my god. Another genius who will be directly admitted to Qingbei has appeared. I estimate that tomorrow our Shanghai #1 high school will be making headlines again as Su Xiaohua becomes the second epic class practitioner after Su Chen, the holy light priest that's trending all over the internet. Su Xiaohua's second confession? I can already imagine the news headlines in a while. Goodness. Now that you mention it, I'm getting a bit excited. What do you think Su Chen's reaction would be if he knew Su Qingya had become a legendary 3-star priest and even leveled up to epic status? Would he be stunned on the spot? Not likely. Su Xiao is the real deal. His undead bone dragon mount has already leveled up to an epic bone dragon. If we're talking about qualifications and potential, Su Xiao is definitely on a higher level than Su Xiaohua. If we're talking about looks, the school beauty and the school hunk are evenly matched, but when it comes to strength, of course, Su Chen is stronger. As soon as the bright unicorn appeared, the entire hunting team erupted into intense discussions. All the teachers and students at the school cast envious glances at Su Qingya. Of course, Su Chen was also mentioned. After all, the couple of Su Qingya and Su Chen has already become deeply rooted in people's hearts. However, this was a case of a girl chasing a boy. Everyone was eagerly anticipating whether Su Qingya would make a second confession to Su Chen after her job change to Holy Light Priest. What would the outcome be this time? It seemed that even as an epic Holy Light Priest, she would be worthy of the title of God of Death. Let's go, little apprentice. Yelena waved her hand, and a flock of blackbirds suddenly surged towards her. Each of these unknown birds had eyes as red as pigeon blood, looking extremely eerie. At this moment, Yelena looked at Su Qingya and said with a complex expression, "The job change ceremony is over. Next, I should take you to get another item." Su Qingya was momentarily stunned. Yelena continued to explain, "The Snow of Kanjia. Although it is a highly worn hero-level item, under the power of the Icefield Empire, it can restore this item to its original luster, becoming a top-tier epic weapon." Hiss. An epic weapon. Su Qingya's body trembled, her slightly parted lips could fit a duck egg. You have to know, her current weapons were just a silver-level staff and a silver-level dagger. And now, Yelena was going to take her to get an epic weapon? Gold level. Dark